This is a high-level assassin training organization, and this dangerously menacing villainous instructor, he's our man. To flex his power level, he calls up the beautiful female cadet and defeats her in a single strike, right before everyone's stunned, ice-teaching the hero of this world a lesson, even at the cost of taking a blade to the shoulder. The moment the hero sees his wound, instead of getting it bandaged, he just stands there looking cool as ice while observing the cadets. She's completely swooning, but in reality, he's screaming bloody murder on the inside. He flexes his ultimate technique, leaving the hero absolutely starstruck, but his wrist is in absolute agony. Let's cut the long-winded intro and get to the point. Let's get started, opening the story with explanatory text scrolling across the screen. The world has always been engulfed in chaos, eras graced by the blessings of the gods. Amidst the storm of chaos, those who overcome adversity and emerge victorious are called heroes. The defeated villains vanish, but their echoes linger within the evil organization. This is the evil organization. Disthord-san, the story begins here. Within a dark organization, among rows of uniformed cadets standing in crisp formation, a brilliant shock of golden hair stands out. Its owner is a strikingly beautiful girl with Western features, who introduces herself as Serena Javane. Serena is waiting for class to begin, after being assigned to training group number 5. However, this does not sit well with her. She furrows her brow in dissatisfaction. I wanted to be in training group no. The one that specializes in swordsmanship. The instructor of training group number 5 is instructor number 5, a survival training specialist who's barely known to anyone. The training is grueling and practically useless, but most of the blame falls squarely on the instructor himself. No one other than the man trudging over slowly and heavily, who opens his mouth as if ready to interrogate them. You must be the new recruits, With his rigid demeanor and razor-sharp gaze, he is known as the coldest man in all of Disthord-sa's single glance dripping with demonic menace is enough to terrify. Seems you all know who I am. Enough to turn every cadet pale with fear. He is the Ice Demon Instructor number 5. His command cuts through the air. Number 23, front and center. Number 23 startles. He yanks his sword from its sheath in one fluid motion, then casually commands, draw your sword and attack me. Number 23 stammers forward hesitantly. Yes, sir. Both assume their combat stances. Serena thinks to herself, number 23's skills are mediocre at best. And this seems to be the first time I've seen the swordsmanship of training group number 5. Her heart brims with confidence mixed with smugness. Even if he is our instructor, he's vastly underestimating us. His stance is wide open. Number 23 grips her sword tight and charges. Instructor number 5 stands calmly in place. At the last possible moment, he swings his arm decisively, knocking number 23's weapon clean out of her hands. She stumbles and falls clumsily. Instructor number 5 scolds, foolish. Number, tell me your mistake. Number 23 lies face down on the ground and admits in shame. I couldn't hold onto my sword end. I ran out of breath, sir. The air falls dead silent. Instructor number 5 turns to the group of cadets nearby. Is there anyone here who can give a better answer than this idiot? No one responds. Everyone pretends to look away. A single arm shoots up her answer, the sword grip. Serena adds, and the fact that she gave up, sir. Instructor number 5 furrows his brow slightly and challenges her. Why is that? She explains earnestly, because if you're not confident in your own skill, you shouldn't pick up a sword. And if you spot an opening, you should commit to exploiting it all the way, sir. He listens, then concludes bluntly, you're not stupid, but you're wrong. Serena freezes instantly. Under the blazing sunlight, his shadow falls across the green grass as instructor no. 5 swings a sword strike directly at her. Serena is stunned at that's number 23's sword technique. She reacts fast, hastily raising her blade to intercept. The clash of metal rings out deep and resonant. Instructor number 5 speaks. Now do you understand? Red blood slowly spreads from a wound, soaking his collar. Without her even realizing it, Serena had pierced instructor number 5's clavicle. But at the same time, his ice-gold blade rests pressed against the main artery in her neck. Serena realizes in horror her most vulnerable point has been seized. Instructor number 5 presses her explain. She hesitates. If your strike can cut through flesh and bone. Her chin is suddenly lifted by the tip of his blade. He cuts her off wrong. Instructor number 5 lowers his weapon and enlightens Serena. The shadow cut you've been taught is a one-hit sure-kill technique. That's why it requires no distance management or defense. Serena reaches up to wipe the sweat streaming down her face. She is astonished. One hit. Instructor number 5 affirms. Correct. If you fail, you die. He isn't just lecturing Serena. sending an implicit warning to number 23 as well. If you don't have the courage to die, then don't use it. A gentle breeze sweeps past. Instructor number 5 turns and walks away without a care. Because if you can't take their life, the fact that you're still breathing becomes unacceptable. Gina murmurs in silence, "I will remember that." From that day on, she truly witnessed the instructor's strength blood seeping through his shirt. Yet he stands there with arms crossed, barking orders at the cadets. After 20 laps and 18 sets of squat thrusts, instructor number 5 emphasizes, "Repeat 100 times. Until you're finished. Don't even dream of resting." They all respond in unison, "Yes, sir." He sweeps his gaze and points directly at number 23. "You 10 extra laps and 50 additional squat thrusts." Seeing both of them wear blank, stunned expressions, he plants his feet and scoffs coldly. "Don't tell me you can't handle it." The two girls deny it fiercely. "Yes, sir." Scene change, the sunset descends. Under the crimson sky, everyone runs laps ceaselessly without stopping. They push themselves around the massive training ground, swinging their swords who knows how many times. Truly a brutal training regimen. But Gina raises her head and gazes toward the distance. Hasn't even treated his wound. Instructor number 5 stands at the edge of the field, still monitoring their every lap. However, there's one trait of his that surprises her more than anything else: those strict, unrelenting eyes. Those eyes seem to say, "Don't you dare complain. You don't deserve to." Gina is in awe. His shoulder is wounded, yet he doesn't waver in the slightest. How can he do that? In that instant, Gina's entire mindset seems to shift. She realizes how deeply wrong she was to underestimate him. Gina knows she must pay the price for her actions. So now she's being punished. Gina sprints with everything she has. She feels a sense of relief, as if a burden has been partly lifted. But she owes him her gratitude. "I've finally found the clue I've been searching for all this timeth thing. I need to save the Javin family." Gina curls her lips into a secret smile. She really can learn a lot from this. In this moment, the regret of being stuck in training group number 5 vanishes completely. In a corner, instructor number 5 stands in silence. On the surface, he looks like he's leisurely watching the trainees run laps. In reality, his insides are screaming with pain. It hurts like hell. His inner self writhes, howls, and whimpers. The more he holds it in, the worse it gets. The pain is maddening. Right now, he's nothing but a third-rate punching bag villain. This body used to be far more nimble. How careless could instructor number 5 let a mere kid injure him? But student number 7, he holds her in surprisingly high regard. To actually land a stab on his shoulders, definitely no ordinary recruit. That hair color, that stylithy matched the appearance of a hero. Instructor number 5 grits his teeth in fury. He nearly keeled over in class. How the hell did a hero sneak into an evil organization? Or is she a spy? He spots Gina still running, yet somehow having the leisure to glance his way. Then she flashes him a faint smile. That alone is enough to send instructor number 5 into a spiral of rage. "She's smiling," he glares, fuming. "I'm about to die from the pain, and she can smile while running." His mind races through every worst-case scenario. That smilate has to be a hero's taunt. Something like, "This is all I needed to do." Oh, now he's really angry. She's definitely going to ruin his peaceful third-rate villain life. This brat, just you wait. At this point, who gives a damn about heroes? The flames of fury blaze white-hot. Instructor number 5 makes his resolve will crush this brat. Poor, oblivious Gina has no clue. She's practically glowing with excitement, convinced she can learn so much. The protagonist of this story is named Kane. To survive in Disthord Sa, he works as a low-rank instructor, a third-rate villain through and through. After the sword training session, everyone collapses, their stamina completely drained. Yet against all odds, one person stubbornly holds on to the very end. Student number 23 lifts her head in a daze, listening to the echoing count. 130, 131. Gina summons every ounce of strength to raise her sword. She swings without pause, relentless. 132. When her body finally hits its limit, Gina stops. She heaves for breath, drenched head to toe in sweat. "I can't go anymore, I'm done." But if she stops, her instructor number 5 has been watching them the entire time without blinking. Kane stands with his arms crossed, silently observing from where he is. On the surface, he looks displeased, brows furrowed, expression stern. In truth, Kane is internally cursing up a storm. It hurts like hell. "All I want is to go get patched up and eat something. But when is this brat going to give up already?" Through Gina's eyes, all she sees is his dissatisfaction cold, pressuring gaze full of expectations. I just need to push through this last bit. Watching this unfold, Kane is already fed up. I don't even get overtime pay for this. Why do I even have to be here for this brat? To put up with this bunch of misfits? I seriously want to quit. He gripes, dejected. Just let this be over soon so I can go get treated. Gina's face suddenly goes pale. The sword slips from her grip, her hand trembles, her vision blurs. Her whole body wavers, unstable. Her mouth keeps repeating the words like a broken machine. I have to practice, just a little more. The moment those words leave her lips, the world spins violently. Gina staggers and crumples to the ground. Everyone around gasps in shock. She fainted. Kane freezes in place. Then stiffly he announces, "Training is over, everyone dismissed." The trainees answer in unison, "Yes, sir, thank you, sir." Kane's inner self screams in disgust. "Should have given up sooner, brat. Why do you keep making more work for me?" The group of trainees trudges back with their gear utterly spent. Only student number 23 lingers, glancing back several times. In the end, she too turns and leaves. Kane is forced to carry Gina on his back, internally wailing, "Why the hell do I have to do this?" But the moment he hoists her onto his shoulder, his old injury responds with a horrifying crack. Kane is in so much agony he can't even speak. "This brat, I will not forgive you." Scene change, her roughly dumps Gina onto the medical bed. "Damn, she's heavy." Kane scowls irritably. He's endured more than enough because of this brat. Watching her sleep soundly, he thinks bitterly, "Pisses me off so much. What the hell am I supposed to do to let off steam?" After mulling it over for a while, a wicked idea suddenly sprouts in Kane's mind. He grins with malicious glee. "Let's do it. A third-rate villain's got nothing left to lose. This brat is going to pay for messing with me. If I get caught, I'll just say I suspected she was a spy." Kane schemes, practically cackling. "I'll make you cry. But first thy sword has to go. I need to confiscate her weapons. Let's see what we've got." He pulls out a whole stash of shuriken from Gina's person. Kane is speechless. These aren't organization-issued weapons, are they? He even finds poison vials and razor-sharp blades hidden beneath the soles of her shoes. He goes completely numb. This brat, she really is a spy. Kane examines the items in his hands, falling into deep thought. What catches his eye most is the insignia on her ring. That's the crest of the great Javin family. He panics, clawing at his head. What am I supposed to do with a spy from a major bloodline? Since she's my student, I'll be held responsible. If she gets caught, my pay gets docked, or worse, I get fired. Kane grits his teeth. His mind is a tangled mess. This is such a pain in the ass. Should I keep this brat secret? Or maybe arrange a few training accidents? People dying in an evil organization is an everyday occurrence, after all. He finally makes up his mind. If I'm going to eliminate her, it has to be subtle, flawless. For a hero, hardships are just stepping stones. They only make you stronger. Even if it takes time, I have to craft the perfect trap. Gina lies on the bed, eyes closed, breathing softly and steadily. She drifts into deep slumber, utterly oblivious to the storm bearing down on her. Memories from the past surface. Gina once asked a doctor, "How is my father doing?" The doctor hesitated. "He's fighting as hard as he can against it." She frowned, "But it's not the kind of thing you can beat just by fighting harder." The doctor suggested, "Then perhaps try finding a pharmacist." Gina answered sadly, "I'll look into the secret order of masterless knights, Vanity San, the sword clan that created the stone sword technique. One of the 3 great Javin families. But the longer a stone sits, the more moss it gathers. Stone sword grew obsolete, and the family's reputation crumbled fast. Gina's father pushed himself too hard trying to spread his swordsmanship. In the end, he fell ill and gave up. She broods to herself. For the sake of her clan, she can't let her father's efforts go to waste. As the heir, she has to find a way. Is there any other path besides inheriting the stone sword? Gina's steps falter mid-stride. A flash of inspiration sparks in her mind other sword techniques. If she could master all 3 core sword techniques, Gina's eyes widen, as if she just stumbled upon a new truth. Gina grips her weapon tight. That's it. She can learn all 3 core sword techniques. She mimics a knight's stance, raising her sword high, the blade aligned into a perfect straight line. Gina murmurs, "Even if I can't learn Flame War because it's too dangerous, I can still learn Shadow Cut, the shadow cut of Disthord Saw." A gentle voice cuts through her thoughts. Gina." Gina's expression shifts instantly. She calls out to her father with delight. Gina rushes over anxiously. "How are you feeling?" she asks her father. "Isn't it too much strain for you to be out and about?" Gina nestles into her father's arms like a child. She chirps excitedly, "Father, I just came up with a great idea. Listen, if I can learn Shadow Cut to complement the stone sword. Why is instructor number 5's ring in that man's hands?" A gust of wind whooshes past. 3 shurikens slam precisely into the spot where Esgina just lay. She snaps to full alert. Esgina sneaks a glance toward the infirmary door. Her cover is blown. She needs to get out of here now. But why is she in a private room instead of an interrogation chamber? What is that instructor plotting? Kane flicks his wrist sharply and speaks bluntly. Even if your family's reputation has taken a hit, for the heir of a renowned sword clan to end up here, I'm guessing the stone sword wasn't passed down to you, was it? The moment those words leave his mouth, Esgina's expression visibly darkens. She grits her teeth in fury. Kane inwardly gloats. She's taken the bait. What a noob. Esgina reaches behind and snatches a shuriken. The instant she's about to hurl it at Kane, he suddenly cuts in, his voice probing. If that's the case, do you even have the courage to cleanse the stone sword's stain? Esgina's hand, raised mid-throw, freezes in midair. She goes rigid. How does he know? Kane's expression hardens. Good, she's hooked. Before Esgina can react, he calmly draws his sword from its scabbard. When it comes to sword techniques, you surely know there are 3 core styles. First, the stone sword of Esgina Javin. Next, Kane shifts his stance, rotating his ankle in a smooth arc, settling into a flawless position. Second, the shadow cut of Disthord Saw. He demonstrates as he explains. And finally, the third is this. Esgina gapes, her eyes locked on the brilliant flames dancing and spreading across Kane's blade. His face remains ice-cold and unfazed. Inwardly, he's screaming and wrestling with the unbearable heat. Gotta keep my composure. Barely pulled off the first move. Esgina is stunned. Flame war from a gladiator's air. Kane says with a mocking edge. Nothing wrong with your eyes, is there? Curiosity gets the better of her. How can a gladiator's descendant end up here? He gently sheathes the flame-kissed blade, adopting a cryptic, enigmatic air. Descendants of swordsmen carry a sacred mission to never be discovered. Esgina wonders if this instructor shares her goal of restoring their clan's honor. It would explain why he's here. But why would he reveal that secret to her? Kane sees the prey has taken the bait. His excitement builds. Good, now this brat sees him as a fellow heir to sword techniques. She definitely thinks he's here for the same reason as her. She asks, curious, why would you reveal this to me? He thinks to himself, because this way, I can deal with this brat easily. Kane strides toward Esgina with a composed gait. I've learned to combine flame war and shadow cut, and I will teach you that technique. She can't believe what she's hearing. Why, he explains, this technique is, in fact, still incomplete. I have yet to understand all its side effects. Kane adds, if I were a genius, I could have perfected it on my own. Esgina's mind begins to wander. Makes sense. There would be serious problems if they can't account for all the side effects a technique might inflict on the body. She musters all her courage. So you're planning to test that technique on my body? Kane replies coolly, indeed, brace yourself, it might kill you. He barely contains the thrill surging inside him. He just flat-out told her he'll kill her with that shady technique. Kane places a hand on Esgina's shoulder, pouring on the persuasion. You can also improve your stone sword and salvage your clan's honor. He goes for the psychological blow. What do you say? If we master each other's techniques, we can both achieve our goals. Esgina falters. So you're saying, take me on as a secret disciple? He replies precisely. Esgina presses her lips together. She starts to waver. Should she trust this man's words? But he's clearly a gladiator's descendant. If she could combine the stone sword, and shadow cut her hand slowly clenches into a fist. In the end, Kane gets exactly the result he wanted. 2 words slip from Esgina's lips. On the surface, he praises her with cold composure. Good choice, heir of the swordsman, huh? Inwardly, he's celebrating. Her life is now in his hands. Scene transition. The next day, on a fog-shrouded mountain, 2 heavy shackles thud onto the ground, accompanied by a commanding voice. For a swordsman, nothing matters more than strong legs. From now on, wear these during training. Esgina's eyes go wide in protest. Won't extreme training damage the body during its growth stage? Kane hears this and inwardly sucks in a cold breath. Of course it's not training. This is just to make killing her easier. He says nothing, simply hands her the vial of medicine and the jar of oil. He doesn't forget to instruct her carefully. Take this medicine 3 times a day, and rub this oil on any sore spots. Esgina stands still for a moment, then obediently takes them. All right, there's a bittersweet ache in Esgina's heart. Is this how he reached the position he holds today? Kane looks at her, his mind radiating pure contempt and disgust. Of course, these are just fake painkillers. If the poison actually kills her, even better. 10 days pass. Esgina trains so relentlessly that the surrounding cadets start buzzing with gossip. Look at that thud. She collapses face first into the ground. Number 23 shouts in panic. Number 7 and a nearby instructor rush over. anxiously helping Gina back to her feet. Kane watches the entire scene from a distance. He folds his arms with cold detachment and declares, "She's done for. At this rate, her dying is just a matter of time. Die already." 10 more days pass. With each one, Kane's flicker of anticipation fades further. This keeps going more days and he's left trembling, utterly speechless. This isn't what he wanted. It shouldn't be like this. He can't believe that after all this time, Gina still has the strength to keep fighting. Kane clutches his head and screams internally, "I'm going to kill that brat. I swear it." Scene shift. Kane sits at his work desk, his expression dark and heavy as a storm cloud. How can this monster keep surviving? All of this is just making her immune system stronger. Gina peeks her head in, curious. "Are you worried about something, Master?" Kane heaves a weary sigh. "It's nothing." In reality, his mind is boiling. He thinks, this is all her fault. She's the root of all this. Why did she get stronger instead of dying? No good, has to find another way to kill this brat. After evaluating Gina thoroughly, Kane concludes she's apparently reached a basic level. So tomorrow, she'll begin the real training, the actual trap. For now, she should head back. She turns around, practically blooming with joy inside. "He finally acknowledges me." Kane watches her leave, completely drained of words. He was told no one could survive 2 weeks after ingesting that kind of poison. So why is she still alive after 30 days? How the hell does he kill this brat? In the very next second, the office door swings open. In the blink of an eye, Kane's entire expression transforms completely. From disgust to concern. "Did you forget something?" A man steps in. "No. 7. No, it's none other than instructor number 4. He squints with a smirk. "Sorry, looks like I'm not who you were hoping for." Kane responds coldly, "I wasn't hoping for anyone." Instructor number 4 eyes him with curiosity. "You and number 7 have been meeting quite often lately, haven't you?" Kane explains flatly, "I'm just giving her the necessary training instructions." Number 4 stares in shock, then ventures a guess. "Don't tell me you've taken a liking to that student." Kane splashes coffee straight into his face. Instructor number 4 stands frozen in place as Kane panics and furiously denies it. "Are you out of your mind? Where did you even hear that kind of rumor?" Kane curses inwardly, seething with frustration. "I'm racking my brain trying to figure out how to off her as fast as possible." Number 4 calmly takes a handkerchief and wipes the coffee off his face. "Back to the main topic then." Instructor number 4 needles Kane. "So why have you been acting so out of character lately? That cold, icy instructor image of yours is melting away." With that, he turns and walks out. "If there's nothing else, I'll be on my way." Kane chokes on his words. "Melting? What do you mean melting?" He demands. Did that guy seriously come here just to say that? Even so, he still bids him farewell. "See you around." As instructor number 4 passes by Kane's desk, his hand casually brushes against a stack of documents. He deftly slips out a single page wedged between the papers. Number 4 reads its contents with satisfaction, completely unaware that his every move has been witnessed by number 23 from the corner of the room. Scene shift on breaks over a mountain of bones. A voice drones on endlessly. "All lethal sword techniques. Shadow cut targets vital points. Flame war creates distance from the opponent's stone sword can pierce through defenses. Each technique has its own advantage." Kane patiently lectures Gina. "If you use these techniques sloppily, it becomes a meaningless mess." He draws his blade decisively, slashing an arc through the air, while reminding her, "You need to use them intelligently to create an advantage." In the next instant, afterimages of the sword ignite, leaving 3 blazing red scorch marks in their wake. Kane tightens his grip on the hilt. He unleashes a barrage of fire streaks that streak toward Gina. She instinctively raises her arms to shield her face, yet the sparks pierce through, embedding themselves into the tree trunk behind her. On the surface, Kane calmly sheathes his sword. This technique is called Fire Curtain. Internally, he groans in agony. Wrist, he continues, by combining Shadow Cut and Flame War. It forms a high-speed killing move with blinding capability. Kane gloats inwardly, that's the theory anyway. In practice, it's a suicide attack, as Gina considers it seriously. Just from that demonstration alone, I can feel how devastating this attack is. If I gave it my all. Kane sees the look on her face and goes completely blank. She actually believes it. She's actually going to try learning it. It only looks strong, that's it. He adds, and if you can layer in another technique like stone sword, it becomes a lethal sword art. One that can cut through anything with a single strike. But you'd better be prepared to die trying. Gina wonders, is it really possible to create a sword technique like that? Kane cuts her off. Would any instructor lie with a sword still in his hand? He really doesn't look like someone who would joke about this sort of thing. Gina starts to waver. It doesn't sound like a lie. In truth, Kane has been shamelessly deceiving her, and he's thoroughly pleased with himself about it. Of course, I'm not an instructor. I'm a con artist. Esgina gathers every ounce of courage and declares, then I'll master that sword technique. I need that goal. Kane folds his arms and stares at her in silence for a long moment. He warns, if you're willing to risk your life for it, I won't stop you. Starting tomorrow, we train here. Kane grins to himself. He will train her to death. Her dying will only be a matter of time. 1 year later, Esgina tilts her head, puzzled. What do you mean, master? The training's over, isn't it? His face falls. He practically wants to gnaw through the newspaper in his hands. What do I mean? I trained her as brutally as possible. Yet instead of dying, she just got stronger. At this point, through Kane's warped perspective, Esgina might as well be a pro wrestler. Despite his chaotic thoughts, Kane puts on a calm face and advises Esgina, you can't become a true knight by sword practice alone. He wishes she would just vanish after hearing that, but Esgina stubbornly persists. That means there's something else I should learn, right? Kane snaps, stop yapping and get lost. He waves her away irritably. If you're just here to talk nonsense, then leave. Inside, he's seething. Every single one of his traps has failed. Esgina freezes in place. Kane glances up. He told her to scram. What is she staring at? She closes her eyes, brow furrowed. A self-reproachful voice rising. I really am childish. I want to receive training beyond just the sword. He sets the newspaper down, finally rendered helpless by her stubbornness. Fine, 10 days pass. Instructor number 5 teaches Esgina across a vast range of fields: philosophy, science, history, and even magic. Kane's knowledge surpasses that of most scholars. She wonders, who is he really? Where does he come from? Only silence answers. Esgina leaves Kane's room. The moment she opens the door, the corridor ahead plunges into darkness. Footsteps echo through the dark, along with a commanding voice. Come here, let's have a talk. Esgina whips her head around. She gasps, Instructor number 3, how can I help you? Instructor number 3 cuts straight to the point. I've heard from Instructor number 4. Seems you've been visiting Instructor number 5 a bit too often. Esgina blinks, confused. That's perfectly normal. After all, I'm part of Instructor number 5's training group. He advances toward her, heavy and deliberate. Don't think you can hide your filthy little scheme from me. Am I right? Spy of the Javin family, hand over the sword techniques you've learned? Now, her cover blown, Esgina wastes no time. Killing intent erupts from her without a shred of hesitation. I don't think I can do that. Leave now and I won't draw my sword. Seeing her reach for her blade, he snorts coldly, readying his own weapon in warning. Too confident for your own good, even if you're from the Javin family. Do you really think a student's skill can defeat an instructor? Instructor number 4 charges in, hurling insults and accusations at Esgina. You little bitch, let's see if you're still this mouthy after we throw you into the torture chamber. She reacts in a flash, raising her blade to parry the blow. A razor-sharp glint flashes in Esgina's eyes. One powerful slash and Instructor number 4 stands rooted to the spot. A heartbeat later, blood erupts from his body like a waterfall. Esgina's eyes go wide with shock. Wait, thighs doesn't add up. She stares at Instructor number 4's corpse crumpled on the cold floor, and immediately spots something wrong. Even if he wasn't a swordsmanship instructor, there's no way he should be this weak. The fact that Instructor number 3 approached her this carelessly means the other instructors already know her identity too. Before the other instructors arrive, Esgina makes her decision. She leaps straight out the window. She resolves to escape this place, no matter what. Esgina sprints deep into the dark, gloomy forest. Suspicious figures emerge, hot on her tail. Esgina realizes she's being hunted. If confrontation is inevitable, she's already prepared for a battle to the death. Elsewhere, Kane wakes from a groggy nap. He grumbles, why's it so noisy? The door bursts open. Number 23 screams in terror. Instructor number 5, Kane rises to his feet. The blanket slides off his back. What happened? Number 23 pants, gasping for air. She stammers out an earth-shattering report. Number 7 killed Instructor number 3 and escaped. Kane freezes instantly. The corridor is packed with people. Everyone crowds around the blood-soaked corpse, whispering and murmuring in shock. Instructor number 3 suspected number 7 was a spy and tried to investigate. But this happened. He stands in stunned silence. How did they sniff out number 7's identity? Since when? If they suspect number 7, then they definitely suspect me too. Without a word, Kane spins on his heel and walks away. He only asks number 23, which way did she run? She answers timidly, the western forest, sir. He demands, where are the other instructors? Number 23 reveals that instructors number 1 and number 2 are already in pursuit. As for Instructor number 4, he probably just heard the news. Unease gnaws at Kane. Number 1 and Number 2 have already moved out. He dashes into his room to pack. Kane's mind race 7 instructor Number 4, the one who just returned. If I'm the only one not informed, it means the top brass already suspects both me and Number 7. I need to make my escape while Number 7 is still on the run. He asks Number 23, have the higher-ups been informed? She answers obediently. Instructors Number 8 and Number 11 have gone to report to them. Kane continues, what about the remaining students? Number 23 replies, they're gathering at the training ground. The moment she finishes speaking, he finishes packing. Kane swings his black cloak over his shoulders. He doesn't forget to assign a task round everyone up with instructor Number 4 and head to headquarters. I'll go after Number 7. Number 23 hesitates, but instructor Number 1 told us we have to stay with instructor Number 5. He fixes her with a warning glare. Are you deaf? Number 23 weakly obeys. Yes, sir, understood. Kane pulls his cloak's collar high, concealing half his face. He follows Gina's example. When you run, you go through the window. Kane follows the trail deep into the forest. Along the way, he sees corpses everywhere, blood splattered across the grass. Every single one of them is a pursuer who went after Gina. Kane falls silent, mulling it over. She took 3 lives with a single sword strike. Besides, they didn't even get the chance to do anything. She really is a monster. The moment he turns around, he spots a crucial clue, a smeared trail of blood stretching deep into the forest. Kane rushes after it. The further he ventures along this path, the more corpses he sees strewn across the ground, some unlucky fool taken out right beside a rotting tree. Kane temporarily stops to rest. A rustle suddenly comes from a nearby bush. It sounds like a girl's breathing. Kane immediately goes on guard. Someone's really not having a good day. The person he runs into this time is none other than Gina, her figure drenched in blood. Looking every bit the killer, Gina and Kane lock eyes. The air between them falls dead silent. She draws her sword from its sheath and speaks first. I knew you'd come, master, but I didn't think I'd run into you this soon. He responds with a cold grunt. But inside, he's scared out of his mind. This lunatic, why'd she pull out a sword? Gina points her weapon straight at him. Looks like I'll have to repay your kindness with hostility. Kane says nothing in reply. She springs into the air on her toes. Gina moves with swift, clean agility. She charges straight at Kane. Determination burns in Gina's eyes. Kane furrows his brow, bracing himself for the life-or-death clash about to unfold. Both lunge at each other without hesitation. Kane is caught off guard. Her blade pierces straight through his shoulder. Gina's eyes go wide with shock. At some unseen moment, instructor Number 2 had appeared right behind her. The one Kane actually attacked was him. Gina whips around in disbelief to look at instructor Number 2. The small dagger slips from his fingers. His body collapses to the ground with a thud, a blood-soaked blade buried deep in his chest. She stares, utterly horrified. Instructor Number 2, since when was he behind me? But more importantly, Gina stammers out a question. Why did you target instructor Number 2 instead of me? Blood trickles down Kane's sleeve. He feigns wounded pride on the surface. I can't believe you let your emotions blind you to the killing intent right behind you, he says. Inwardly, he's berating her. What do you mean, why? Obviously, once he finished you off, he was coming for me next. Kane clutches his arm and mocks Gina with disdain. Still as clumsy and clueless as ever, aren't you? But on the inside, he's screaming bloody murder. And why the hell did she stab my shoulder? Gina freezes. Her face goes pale. Kane reaches into his cloak and pulls out a shoulder bag. He rummages through it, then hands Gina a small pouch. He carefully instructs, I brought you a few things you'll need on the run. Follow the map inside. Gina accepts it with a guilty conscience. I tried to kill you, and you're still giving me all this. Kane cuts her off. Don't misunderstand. He puts on a stern face and reminds her, no matter where you go, you'll be my decoy. Kane thinks to himself, now I'm certain the instructors will try to kill me. I'll use this girl as a decoy to make my escape easier. Gina lowers her head slightly. A decoy, huh? If it's to repay my debt to you, then so be it. Kane bandages his wound, puzzled. What's wrong with her? Isn't the map enough? This shameless brat, if she refuses to be the decoy, I'm in deep trouble. Kane lightly taps Gina on the shoulder. He opens his palm, revealing a few gold coins. This should be more than enough for you, right? Kane screams internally. Just take them and go already. Please. She can only stay silent. In the end, Gina chooses to take them. He feels a wave of deep, profound regret. She took it, she didn't even bother refusing. Seriously, she simply thinks the reason he gave her money must be because he wants her to live long enough to serve as a proper decoy. Kane shoos Gina away. Now go, you don't have time to waste. He himself turns the other way, frantically preparing to bolt. Damn, I need to hurry too. A gust of wind sweeps through. Leaves rustle in its wake. As Gina suddenly speaks up. I hope that one day, Master, you'll find a worthy successor. Kane lets out a faint laugh, barely audible, almost imperceptible. He scoffs inwardly. There won't be any fool crazy enough to endure all those insane training regimes like you did. As Gina turns in surprise, but Kane has already vanished. Only an empty clearing and the corpse of instructor number 2 remain. She murmurs in confusion, did he just laugh? As Gina looks down. The scene shifts. A bright moon hangs in the night sky, casting its pale glow over the dark forest below. At the edge of a bottomless chasm, a group gathers. Instructor number 1 speaks with biting sarcasm in the end. You chose a successor from outside the organization. Kane replies coldly, that should be easy enough to understand. Isn't that right, Instructor number 1? She challenges. Was this really necessary? Kane calmly lays it bare. I know the organization has always coveted my sword techniques, and they'd never let me leave. Instructor number 1 unsheathes her sword, pointing it straight at him, a declaration of war. There's simply no other way. I'll give you one final chance to fight as befits an instructor. Kane gives a slight bow, his hand gripping his weapon tight. Thank you for the honor. In truth, his insides are writhing. The pain from his wound is unbearable. AGH, this hurts like hell. I curse you, you damn brat. Instructor number 1 questions Kane. Looks like you're wounded. Instructor number 2 did that to you. At the same time, Kane draws his own blade. Not that it matters. She sneers. What a pity you won't be able to fight at full strength. Kane fires back coldly. A pity indeed, but I don't plan on dying without a fight. Instructor number 1 charges at him. Of course you wouldn't. The two clash. A fierce battle erupts. Kane's blade suddenly erupts in flames. They plunge into close quarters combat. Sword meets sword, sparks flying everywhere. Kane taunts her. Shadow cut, huh? Pretty cool. Instructor number 1 admits. Flame war isn't bad either. The two blades grind against each other in fierce intensity, each sword technique carrying its own distinct trait. Stone sword shatters defenses. Shadow cut finishes targets in an instant. Flame war creates distance through counterattacks after blocking. Exploiting these traits is the key to victory. Among the sword techniques, Flame war is weak against stone sword's guard-breaking power. But Kane leaps high into the air, completely countering Shadow Cut's lethal strikes. In theory, Flame war beats Shadow Cut. But for now, both break apart. In reality, sword techniques alone don't decide the outcome. Stamina and skill level matter just as much. Kane groans in agony. Instructor number 1's blade slices into his ear, his muscles, and his arm. Kane stands frozen in disbelief. She seizes his throat in a crushing grip. Instructor number 1 hoists Kane up like a limp duck. She dangles him over the edge of the cliff, a look of regret crossing her face. What a shame. If you weren't injured, you'd have had a much better chance of winning. Kane chokes and coughs violently, then snarls through gritted teeth. I don't need your pity for my defeat, but that girl won't go down so easily. In that moment of crisis, Kane's eyes dart around, searching for a familiar silhouette in the shadows. He grows restless. What the hell is that bait doing? Instructor number 1 breaks into a wicked grin. The heir of Javin will join you soon enough. She lets go. Kane plummets into freefall. He falls without a sound. Instructor number 1 stands at the cliff's edge, gazing down at the mist-shrouded forest below. She declares it's time to deal with number 7 now. Scene change. Dawn breaks on the horizon, the moon sinking away to make room for a new day. As Gina raises her head, a flicker of doubt crossing her mind. I don't think he needs me as bait anymore, does he? Enough playing around. A sound suddenly reaches her ears. As Gina whips around, an attacker lunges at her, weapon raised, intent on finishing her off. A single, clean arc of her blade and blood erupts from his body in a torrent. The attacker drops dead under Gina's cold, unblinking gaze. She tears a strip of cloth from his body. Gina uses it as a rag, wiping the blood-soaked blade clean. She mutters the number of the person she just killed under her breath. Number 30. Thanks to Kane's swordsmanship and survival skills, Gina has managed to survive this long. Only now does she realize these survival skills can only truly be learned by facing life-and-death situations head-on. What on earth did he have to endure to acquire these skills? Gina blames herself with a pang of sorrow. She wants to know, but now it's too late. A scream tears through the silence. Number 7 is here. She freezes in shock. Instructors emerge from all sides of the forest. They close in on Gina, slow and deliberate. She immediately goes on guard, not just instructor number 1, but Vin's entire elite squad. Instructor number 1 addresses Gina calmly. Surrender and I'll spare your life. She blinks, momentarily stunned. Knowing instructor number one's character, she wouldn't lie about that. Gina raises her sword high, without hesitation. I refuse to rot away in a prison cell. Instructor number one pinches the bridge of her nose wearily. Everyone falls into formation, surrounding her in a tight circle. She tells Gina, exasperated, I didn't expect the successor of instructor no. 5. The heir of flame Warto surrender either. It would be foolish not to fight. Instructor number one reveals an earth-shattering truth to Gina. Let me make one thing clear you, our instructor number five's last successor. A dead man can't teach anyone anymore. Those words hit her like a thunderbolt. Instructor number 5 was just like Yao joined the organization for swordsmanship. He wanted our techniques, and we wanted his. The moment his sword techniques were passed down, he lost all his value. In other words, when he taught you his craft, he was sacrificing himself for you. If it weren't for you, he might have lived longer. Gina's arms tremble violently as she demands an answer in fury. You killed him. Instructor number 1 crosses her arms, a flicker of emotion in her eyes. He died in a sword duel with me. Gina cuts her off. He couldn't have lost to you. She looks stunned. What? Instructor number 1 lets out a cold scoff. Well, you're right about one thing. If his shoulder hadn't been injured, the outcome might have been different. Gina's heart plunges into a pitch-black abyss. Desperately, she recalls the detail of Kane clutching his arm in the final moments of their last conversation. Regret surges through Gina's heart. Instructor number 1 reminds her, but he's dead no, so you should prepare yourself too. Before she can even finish, Gina loses all reason and lunges, severing her head in a single strike. Everyone around them gapes in shock, but before they can even react, they share the same fate as instructor number 1. Gina cuts down one life after another, her mind consumed by a hollow, gnawing emptiness. It's always like this. Gina stabs through one after another, sparing no one. In the pursuit of swordsmanship, she always loses the things she treasures most. In the end, all that remains is the blade. One by one, the instructors fall. This is my fate, born a swordswoman. And as a swordswoman, I will cut every last one of you down. Screams of agony echo through the sky. Fall back, help me. Deep in the desolate wilderness, those cries fade into nothing. Meanwhile, in another scene, a familiar hand reaches out from beneath a white cloth that stirs and shifts, concealing someone in hiding. The next moment, Kane appears, pulling the cloth off his head. Kane lets out a sigh of relief. Almost bought it there. A sudden, searing pain explodes through his chest. He drops to his knees, coughing up a mouthful of blood and curses. Damn it, blood spills from the corner of his lips. He gasps for air and wipes it away. His face has gone ghost white. Stop the bleeding. Kane opens the pouch he always carries. He rummages through it in frustration, but at least the plan worked. Flashback to the moment he was thrown off the cliff. As he plummets through the air, a faint smile crosses Kane's lips. Perhaps he had predicted this dangerous scenario all along. Kane flips midair, his hand shooting out to yank a rope cord. A pristine white parachute bursts open behind him. He rides the wind, gliding down to a nearby spot. After touching down safely, the first thing Kane does is bandage his wounds. He wraps gauze around his injuries and consoles himself. Whatever, as long as I'm alive, that's good enough. Kane is confident. That's right, the only thing that matters is staying alive. Everything else can go to hell. All I want is to survive. The world can laugh at me, mock me all at once, I don't give a damn. That's what I say out loud anyway, but honestly, I'm gutted. That instructor gig was actually decent, the pay was solid. Damn, what a waste. Where the hell am I supposed to find my income now? Kane lets out a long sigh. For a third-rate villain, surviving until tomorrow is good enough. In the end, he decides to explore this deep forest. Scene change on the edge of a towering cliff. A pair of feet drags itself forward. Gina's entire body is drenched in blood. She clutches her arms, trying to endure the agony ripping through her body. Before long, Gina spots a sword resting at the cliff's edge. Drawing closer, she reverently picks up the blade with both hands. Under the harsh, blinding sunlight, she raises the sword high, its tip tracing a straight line parallel to the vast sky. Gina declares with iron resolve, I will survive. I will absolutely survive, and I will repay this debt to my master. She shouts toward the heavens. Before my blade, until the day my blood and honor turn to dust, I shall uphold his name. This is a hero's oath. You will become a peerless swordsman, shaking the entire world to its core. An event witnessed only by heaven and earth. Gina brings a meat skewer to her mouth and takes a hearty bite. She savors the wonderful flavor of the snake meat, clicking her tongue in approval. Now that's a truly unique taste. Heba walks in from outside carrying a teapot and asks nervously, Honored guest, you're even more unusual than the snake itself. You can actually eat venomous snakes. Esgina looks taken aback by the question. It's fine. I'm used to eating strange things. Hiba turns to look at the snake skewer on the table and shudders. Is that so? She chews through each strip of meat with relish. Not as effective for poison resistance training as a green viper, but to survive poison, you have to resist it first. Hiba carefully pours each cup of tea, stammering as he probes. May I ask, why would someone from the Empire come all the way here? Sightseeing, Esgina chews while gazing outside. The southern forest quietly, meticulously surveys the surrounding scenery. The landscape here is that of a tropical countryside village, with sunlight flooding every corner and thatched roof, stilt houses packed close together. Rows of coconut palms with broad, sweeping fronds line the surroundings. Esgina says slowly, I came here to train. Inside the humble home, she finishes the exotic meat, sets the skewer down on the table and sighs. Hiba speaks up first. Have found a guide for you. Esgina responds shyly, thank you. She stands up, about to head outside. I thought finding a guide would take longer. I heard there are dangerous things in the forest. Hiba laughs awkwardly. It's nothing. We Southerners aren't afraid of the forest. Suddenly his expression turns strange. Hiba glances around warily, on guard against something. He leans close to Esgina's ear and whispers, the truly terrifying thing is the Sahata. Esgina asks in confusion, Sahata? Is that some kind of demon? In Imperial language, Sahata is an evil spirita ghost that devours human hearts. Hiba's expression turns grave. He unbuttons his shirt. I've encountered the Sahata. Hiba pulls his shirt open, revealing a long scar running from his neck all the way down to his waist. This is the proof. Esgina stares at the scar, unable to hide her shock. That scar, could it be? She stammers, lost for words. A single slash aimed straight at a vital point. At that level, the one who inflicted it must be on par with instructor number 1. Esgina grips the sword tightly and sinks down to the floor. She begins to ponder deeply. Could that person still be somewhere in this forest? Hiba notices her clenched fist, grows curious, and buttons his shirt back up. He stares at Esgina, unable to fathom what she's thinking. Hiba warns cautiously, Esgina Sahata, the immortal ghost-hunted guest, be careful in that forest. She still hangs her head, lost deep in thought. The sky has begun to darken. The moon hangs high. The two had been talking the entire evening. Thank you for the warning. Esgina lies in bed, restless, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. She can't stop thinking about the Sahata story Hiba told her this morning. An immortal ghost that devours human hearts. How absurd. Esgina runs her hand along the sword, questioning herself over and over. But if ghosts truly exist, could she meet them again? Her fingers trace the blade gently, as if it were a priceless treasure. The image of Kane keeps flashing through Esgina's mind once more. She clutches the sword tightly, on the verge of tears. The scene of Esgina's desperate escape comes rushing back. She runs while desperately fighting back. Esvin launches a relentless combo, hurling shards of ice at Esgina. Blizzard, she gets knocked backward. Esgina raises her hand as a shield before her. She tries to calm Esvin down. Calm down, Esvin. You're a hero, remember. Esvin snarls in fury. I'm sick of this hero nonsense. She raises her finger, freezing the surrounding air. You'll come to understand eventually. Peerless sword Esgina. Esvin seethes with rage, consumed by resentment toward her own fate. A hero's entire life is nothing but waiting for destruction. Esgina stands frozen, speechless. Esvin's fury erupts into a blazing tempest. If you want to know the truth, then I'll teach you. Esvin's fingers tremble, tracing circles of ice in midair. Esvin hurls the newly formed ice orb straight at Esgina. She unleashes a relentless barrage, infinite ice needles. Esgina's face drains of color, she barely manages to guard. She can't believe Esvin would go this far, riddling her with ice needles like a pincushion. Back to reality, she jolts awake with a sharp gasp. Esgina sits up, utterly exhausted from the nightmare. She grabs the snake coiled beside her and sighs. What a nightmare buffet. Esgina stands up and hurls the venomous snake out the window. She sits in a daze in the corner. It's been 3 years, hasn't it? Ever since Esgina destroyed Disthord Sa. She has traveled across the continent to restore her clan's honor. Esgina has fought wave after wave of enemies across every corner of the land. She has endured untold hardships. The Lord of the Mountain reigned. Darkness Roma. Esgina killed her. She grips the sword tightly. A torrent of questions swirls through her mind. Why was Esvin so angry that day? She stands and gazes into the distance. Yuhat drove a hero to become the leader of a bandit gang. Suddenly, footsteps approach. Who's there? It turns out to be Gia, stepping into Esgina's room from outside. I heard there's an imperial guest staying here. The boy grins as he pulls the curtain aside and steps inside. Are you the client requesting a guide? Gina replies to the boy with a cold tone. Correct. The boy keeps a hospitable smile. Meeting for the first time, he introduces himself enthusiastically. My name is Gia, a veteran guide. Gina is surprised by his statement. You're just a kid. Seeing her expression, Gia asks, are you worried because I look too young? Gina responds awkwardly. It's a dangerous job after all. I'm concerned. Gia shrugs, ignoring her concerns. If you're that worried, you can wait until Haba is done with his business. I don't really care either way. I get paid regardless. She hesitates at his words. She cannot afford to waste more time. Gina has no choice but to let him lead the way. Gia stands there, waiting for her decision with a friendly smile. I understand. I look forward to working with you. Kane reads the letter carefully, detailing the final village in the southern forest. Contact the target and complete the mission. I knew it. He squats in a corner and curses. Because of that damn ambition, this evil organization is ready to send me to the middle of nowhere. A child notices his strange behavior and points at him curiously. Mom, that man is acting weird. Kane narrows his eyes to read the letter thoroughly. He frowns while calculating, knowing the journey will be long. Kane folds the letter into his pocket, then stands up with his hands on his hips, frustrated that he has to go to the edge of the continent. Kane sighs, looking for a way out first. He needs a guide. Suddenly, his face darkens. The guide fees are absurdly expensive. He looks around and notices Gia running past, catching his attention. Seeing Kane's confusion, the boy approaches to strike up a conversation. Looking for a guide to the final village, Gia helpfully points him toward finding a guide. You might find someone in the village square. The smug boy starts humming as he speaks. I could help you, but I'm busy today. As the only veteran, I shouldn't be late. Kane stares at Gia's antics with a confused scowl. Who told you to sing? Got it, how embarrassing. Gia runs ahead, waving and shouting. Just so you know, there are only 2 people who know the way to the final village, so you'd better hurry. I'm off. Kane rests his chin in his hand, deep in thought. Only 2 people. He wants to hire them cheap. He stays silent for a long time until something falls on his head, making him feel strange, so he rubs his scalp. Something heavy, it's a venomous snake bearing its fangs, ready to strike. The snake bites Kane's finger, and he lets out a panicked shout. Kane flings the snake away and curses. Damn creature. He pulls an antidote vial from his pocket. Kane downs a handful of pills and collapses to the ground. His face turns gray lying on the dirt. He silently thanks his lucky stars for not dying to the white snake's venom. Suddenly he looks up, suspicious of someone. Inside the stilt house, orange hair peeks out from the window. Lying on the ground, Kane glares at the window and mutters, those bastards, they definitely set this up as an accident. Even if I expose them, I gain nothing. He sighs and wearily drags his heavy body up. Cunning rats, Kane vows to himself. I'll let it slide this time, but they won't be so lucky if they try it again. Suddenly, a guide's voice echoes from a distance. The traveler turns out to be Haba. Seeing Kane on the ground, he approaches to check on him. Are you okay? Why are you lying there? You look hungry. Haba offers Kane a skewer of snake meat. Want some grilled snake? Looking at the meat, Kane turns pale, speechless. Haba persistently tries to get him to eat. Just take a bite. The first one is on the house. He thrusts the meat into Kane's face, triggering his rage. Kane slashes with his sword. The skewer gets pinned to Haba's face, sending bits of meat splattering everywhere. Kane holds his blade to Haba's throat, causing him to panic. What are you doing? Livid, Kane snaps back. That's what I was about to ask you. Why the hell did you give me this? Who are you trying to mess with? Haba panics and tries to explain. Why call it that? It's a local delicacy. Travelers from the Empire love it. Suddenly, Kane notices the vials in his pocket. Isn't that antidote tea? Kane keeps his blade pressed against Haba's neck. You think I don't know what you're up to? You poison visitors with snake meat and sell the antidote at a premium. Kane continues to interrogate Haba. You sell that tea for a fortune, and if they don't buy it, you leave them to die in the village. Kane grits his teeth. Kane grinds his blade. He is so furious that veins pop out on his forehead like spider webs. Is this how you treat guests in your village? Kane's rage hits its peak, leaving Haba trembling and unable to utter a word. And as an imperial citizen, I should return your hospitality, shouldn't I? Haba falls to his knees, clutching Kane's legs in fear. Boss, I'm sorry, I was wrong. He bellows, if you want to apologize, then pay up. Suddenly, Kane's expression softens as he remembers the letter go to the southern forest's final village. Contact the target and complete the mission. Looking down at Haba, an idea occurs to him. Do you know who knows the way to the final village? Haba looks delighted, as if he struck gold. Oh, I do. Kane grins, you. His expression turns sinister as he rasps. You're my new guide. Haba scratches his head repeatedly. He agrees hesitantly. Of course, he grabs Heba by the head, scaring the kid half to death. Boss, I can't do it. I don't know the way. Kane ignores him completely, forcing Heba to guide the way. The veteran brat told me he was busy and couldn't help. He grins slyly and ruffles the kid's head. And since only 2 people know the way, the other one's gotta be you, right? Heba's face goes pale, but Kane immediately threatens him, unless he wants punishment, which makes the kid shriek and agree on the spot. Fine, fine, I'll lead the way, big bro. Heba slumps to the ground with a sigh of relief, while Kane is gleeful, mission accomplished. Lead the way, chop chop time is money. Kane stands with arms crossed, grinning wickedly, patting himself on the back. I found myself a guide in record time. I'm too good, a real veteran villain through and through. Fast forward, his face suddenly turns dark. Turns out both Kane and Heba have wandered straight into a swamp. He stares at the swamp ahead, sweat pouring down his face. It seems that way, sir. Kane reaches for his sword, ready to kill the kid. You call this guiding? You didn't even know there was a swamp here. Heba screams in terror. I told you, I don't know the way. Kane pulls a rope from his backpack, swings it in circles, and hitches it onto a tree trunk up ahead. He yanks hard, pulling the rope taut. Heba stares at the rope. His innocent face lights up as he points at it. Big bro, are you a mage? Is that a magic rope? Kane hears that naive question and feels his irritation spike. You don't know how to mark a location. One more word of nonsense, and I leave you here. The kid hears the threat and panics, clinging to him desperately. Kane, take me with you, please. Boss, you're seriously exhausting. Back then, I actually thought this guy would be useful. Heba somehow finds a bee home out of nowhere, excitedly trying to bring it back. Finding him insufferable, Kane shoves a handful of pills into Heba's mouth, shutting him up for good. Heba staggers, unable to get a single word out. He reaches for his backpack, sinking into the swamp, but Kane yanks him away. What the? Heba's backpack sinks into the mire. His stomach suddenly growls like thunder. All my food fell in the water. I'm so hungry. Kane takes pity and hands Heba a piece of dried meat. The kid accepts it happily, grinning from ear to ear. Heba wolfs it down like someone starved for 1,000 years. He stares at Heba's absurd optimism and feels his rage building. Useful? My ass. Should I just toss this kid back into the swamp? Deep in the forest, the canopy is so dense that the treetops intertwine, blotting out the sky in a thick, endless blanket. Gia hides behind a tree trunk, watching carefully, and warns Gina. This is swamp territory. Fall in and you won't get back up. The boy turns to look at Heronly to see Gina gliding effortlessly across the swamp. Gia stops mid-sentence. So watch your step, I guess. Watching her moves shocks Gia to the core. Miss Knight, are you walking on top of the swamp? You're supposed to sink. Gina glances at the boy's expression and sighs. Just step fast enough and you won't sink. It's easier than walking on water. She strides ahead without looking and slams headfirst into a beehive. Gia screams a warning. Miss Knight, watch out. The swarm bursts out in a frenzy. Gina draws her sword and slashes in rapid succession. Bee carcasses rain down like confetti. Gia is too stunned to speak. How did you do that? Gina sheathes her sword coolly. Just cut fast enough, easier than slicing grains of sand from a fistful. Gia's face goes white. I'm just glad you didn't get stung. Witnessing her chain of feats leaves Gia's soul trembling. After that, Gina dispatches venomous snakes, leopards, and various swamp beasts, all defeated without breaking a sweat. Gia stares at Gina, drenched in cold sweat. Are you even human? She maintains her ice-cold composure. Of course. What kind of question is that? The boy asks shyly, just a guess on my part. Are you an enhanced human? Gina lets out a laugh. Close, but not quite. She explains gently. I received special training running across water, building immunity to poison, killing countless assassins. She closes her eyes, brimming with smugness. That's the kind of training I've been through. This southern forest, it's nothing. That statement drains all color from Gia's face. Gina urges the boy along. All right, let's keep moving. Gia starts to feel genuinely scared. The boy follows Gina onward to the next tropical village. This is village number 2. Gina and Gia stroll through the village, chatting idly. The village name is so simple. Gia rests his hands behind his head and sighs. In the forest, villages get destroyed easily. It's a hassle to keep renaming them, so they just go by numbers. Gina nods in near silence. I see. The boy hums a little tune as he walks. Let's eat, let's eat. Past the tropical village, sunlight filters through the leaves and into the restaurant. Gina sets her knife down on the table and whispers, Gia, do the people here hate the Empire? The boy is taken aback by the question. Huh, what do you mean? She glances around at the crowd and murmurs. Looks like they're evading taxes. Gia picks up a drumstick and munches on it happily. They're probably just busy. Gina suddenly glances outside. A hunting competition between villages is coming up soon. Outside, everyone works together chopping wood. With 5 villages in the area, it should be quite the big event. Everyone pitches in, hammering wooden posts into place. As Gina quietly observes, everyone looks really busy. After eating his fill, Gia suggests she join the competition. You want to sign up, big sister? I don't meet the requirements to participate. Gina grips the apple in her hand and refuses outright. Wow, your family's that loaded, huh? That's so depressing. She takes a bite of the apple, silently thinking my purpose here is to raise my sword proficiency, not to go hunting. Even if she joined, she couldn't compete with real hunters. Gina keeps glancing outside when a strange woman appears, catching her attention. The woman sweeps the area with a cold, piercing gaze. Her footsteps halted the village. Reached village 3. Gia and Gina venture deeper into the forest. The pile of wood ahead looks off somehow, and Gia finds the entrance confusing. That's weird, what's going on? A guttural roar suddenly echoes from somewhere, snapping both of them to attention. Gina draws her sword and warns Gia. Gia, stay here. She dashes off alone, leaving the boy on the verge of panic. Nightja charges forward with her flame sword, swinging in a single powerful slash. The woodpile before her bursts apart. Gina scans every direction, staying on full alert. She stares at the wreckage corpses begin rising from the ground, piling on top of one another. Gina's face turns deathly pale. She steps forward, staring silently at the corpses dangling in midair. Gina claps a hand over her mouth, fighting the urge to vomit. Then, behind her, a corpse suddenly springs upright. Gina spins around. His face is ashen gray. He grins wickedly, creeping closer. Gina stumbles backward. He gnaws on a blood-soaked heart, devouring it with savage hunger. Gina grimaces in disgust. She leaps backward and springs high into the air, swinging her sword in a vicious arc. She strikes at him again, and Agin retreats and crouches low, snatching up a knife. Gina charges in with her blade. He stares at her with a sinister look, gripping the blood-stained blade, licking it like an addict. She suddenly freezes. Something clicks. A knife, the shape of that knife, and the technique behind it. Gina remembers. That time Hiba whispered to her, the Imperial Tongue, a Sahitan evil spirit, a heart-devouring ghost. This is the proof. Gina grips her sword hilt tight. No mistake about eyes that ghost. She raises her sword and shouts, My name is Gina Javin, and I will punish you for your crimes. He stares at Gina, without a shred of emotion, then suddenly breaks into a wicked grin. He lunges at her, knife in hand. His blade slashes across her sword with a piercing screech. She deflects the knife aside with a forceful sweep. Gina glares at him, eyes blazing with fury. She swings her sword at his head, but he dodges. He ducks low and drives the knife toward Gina's leg. She winces in pain and immediately thrusts her sword at him, but to her shock, he backflips, dodging the blade's sharp tip once again. He tumbles like a circus acrobat, rolling far away, twirling his knife, grinning with delight. Gina watches his movements, unable to suppress her admiration. This one's strong. From the moment he blocked her first strike, she knew he was no ordinary foe. She plants her sword into the ground and sighs. Taking him down won't be easy. Gina calls out to him, Come here, you. She levels her sword straight at his face. Are you afraid of death? He grips his knife and crouches slightly, coiling up ready to spring. She assesses the situation. Looks like she won't walk away from this fight unscathed. Guess I'll have to trade wounds for his life. Though slightly anxious, Gina still declares with pride, If you're not afraid, then brace yourself. She tightens her grip on the sword, and flames erupt along the blade like Gina's own spirit. Refusing to back down, refusing to surrender. She declares, I will kill you. Seeing her fearless aura, he feels not intimidation but exhilaration. He immediately leaps toward her position. Gina's eyes now burn with pure determination. Third Sword Techniquesh unleashes a devastating downward slash, igniting a blaze. Flame War. He sees it coming and retreats, clutching his knife tight and raising it to block the strike. Gina and the creature lock eyes, face to face. The sheer force of the sword shatters the knife clean in two. He stares in disbelief at his broken weapon. Seizing the opening, Gina swings her sword in a lethal strike. He throws himself backward, tilting his head to dodge the blow. Gina roars with fury, raises her sword high, and plunges it straight down. The blade slices through his arm, blood sprays everywhere. His severed limb drops to the ground. his body gushing crimson. The creature lets out a wild, frenzied scream. Knowing he's outmatched, he grits through the agony and scrambles away on all fours. As Gina stops her pursuit, he staggers toward the pile of corpses and starts rummaging. She watches, unable to suppress her curiosity. What is he planning? He plunges his hand deep into a corpse's chest, pulls out a heart, and holds it up like a trefiddo taunt her. As Gina erupts in fury. "You savage, how dare you desecrate the dead?" He shoves the heart into his mouth, chewing noisily, then breaks into a satisfied grin. From the stump of his severed arm, a new limb forms as if by miracle. As Gina freezes in horror, the arm that was severed at its replacement has grown back, even bigger and more gnarled than before. Is that magic? Spirit arts? She stares, legs trembling, completely at a loss for words. No way. He leers at Gina with glee. That's neither holy magic nor demonic sorcery. Fear creeps inch stares at him and stumbles back, the wound on her leg still bleeding. In Gina's eyes, he's utterly terrifying, a sadistic demon toying with its prey. Not human. Gina stands rooted to the spot, paralyzed by fear. She raises her sword and demands, "What the hell are you?" He bares his teeth without a trace of fear, taunting her. "Me." Suddenly, a child's voice rings out from somewhere. "Night, big sister." Gina turns to look at the boy. Gia spots the creature and panics, hiding behind a tree, shaking like a leaf. The boy grips the tree trunk, cursing himself. "Why did I pick the worst possible timing? This move was wrong, let me take it back." He grabs Gia and bolts. As Gina gives frantic chase, Gia is hoisted into the air, screaming for help. "Night, big sister, save me." He scoops up the boy, points toward the path ahead, dips Loathen rockets off like a bolt of lightning. Gina's leg is wounded, but she doesn't care. She pushes herself to chase. "Waith kidnaps an innocent kid and wants me to follow him." She runs a hand through her hair. Seething, "Damn it, and the kid's carrying all our stuff too." He said the last village, right? Gina sheathes her sword and sprints off at full speed. Looks like there's no other choice. Meanwhile, Kane arrives at the scene. He can't hide the shock on his face. Before him lies a scene of utter devastation. Insane. Trees toppled, everything burned to ash. Kane stares ahead in disbelief. "There are bandits in this forest," Heba answers with a trembling voice. "No, there never were before." Kane slowly surveys everything, missing no important detail, then bluntly concludes, "So that means there's something more to this." A corpse appears in the distance, startling Heba into a full-blown panic. Kane coldly approaches the corpse to examine it, thinking a veteran villain has to be used to crime scenes. He reaches out, inspecting every spot one by one, then begins his deduction. Every wound was inflicted by the same sword. There's likely only one killer. His eyes suddenly flicker with suspicion as he spots another crucial detail. "But why are there bite marks too?" Kane speaks his deduction aloud in a grave tone. The teeth marks are clearly human and all from the same person. Before he even finishes the sentence, he sinks right back into deep thought. It looks like someone fought the killer to a standstill here. He traces the remaining clues and quickly forms a theory about the opponent. This person was definitely a knight hand, a fairly skilled one at that. In short, a conclusion flashes through his mind. A righteous knight and a cannibal had clashed right here. Kane suddenly scrunches his face in annoyance. "Is something reeking?" Hearing that, Heba loudly offers his answer. "Probably the corpse's smell, boss." A voice suddenly rings out from behind them. "You two from the evil organization." Kane whips his head around, alert, and demands, "Who are you?" The woman doesn't answer right away. Instead, she walks forward. Once she reaches a certain distance, she finally introduces herself. "My name is Ah. I'm from the last village, here to escort the guests." Very soon after, the two follow Ah's lead. The entire way, Kane keeps his brow furrowed in irritation. She's a far better guide than a certain someone. He can't shake the feeling that something is off. Me and that guy are getting a really warm welcome at this village. Following Ah, the two are even treated to a lavish spread of fine cuisine. However, his sharp instinct screams at Kane. Something very strange is going on here. His face grows darker by the second. Something extremely dangerous. A bizarre pitch-black aura radiates from his body, sending chills down Heba's spine. He can't take it anymore and blurts out, "Boss, you don't need two people to guide Yao, just let me go back already." Kane's fury detonates the instant he hears that. "What the hell are you talking about? You promised to come with me to the last village." His mind is now filled with nothing but curses. "You bastard, trying to bail on me. I need you as bait." Heba scrambles to defend himself in a panic. "I didn't say that." While the two of them are still going back and forth, Ah smiles and announces, "We've arrived." All three turn their gaze toward the area ahead. The oppressive aura radiating from Kane grows even heavier. Get over here and look at this. Leads the two of them into someone's house. She squats down before the entrance and respectfully announces, "My lord, please come out. The guests have arrived." Only after receiving permission does she turn and relay the message. "Please come in." A dignified voice echoes from within. Warriors of the organization enter. Kane sits up straight as he addresses the other party. "It's truly an honor to meet you, sir." The village chief behind Kane, Hebar, is still completely lost, thinking what the hell is going on. Dairos smiles warmly, then bluntly reminds him, "Don't flatter me. My words carry no more weight than anyone else's." "So what brings you here?" Kane curses inwardly, annoyed. He already knows and still asks. "Crafty old man." He cuts straight to the point. "My organization wants to recruit your village." Hearing that, Heba yelps in shock. What? This doesn't sit well with him at all. Damn it, this should be a quest for a bunch of newbies. Daira seems unable to believe his own ears. "You want us to come under your organization's banner." Kane doesn't hold back, delivering his threat without a shred of hesitation. "If you refuse, conflict between our sides will be unavoidable." He doesn't flinch one bit at those words. Quite the tough talker. "But warrior, did you know?" Kane furrows his brow, puzzled. "Know what?" Daira calmly recounts the situation. Recently, a beast has come and attacked the village. But having beasts around these parts is normal. A wave of suspicion surges through his mind. What the hell is this old man rambling about? He pays no mind and continues his tale. "Normally, it's nothing to worry about, but this beast is extremely powerful. If we let our guard down, it could be catastrophic." A flicker of surprise crosses his mind. There's something that can actually endanger this old man. Or is the threat only there because he and his people aren't strong enough? Daira's gaze gradually sharpens. "It showed up right when you lot appeared. Quite the coincidence, wouldn't you say?" He grimaces in frustration, thinking about how the organization wants this old man at all costs. On the surface, Kane maintains his composure. "So what do you want?" But inside, he's screaming nonstop. The damn negotiation's gone straight to hell. If you were going to threaten him, you could have at least sent me some intel first. Daira softly makes his request. "Could you take care of this beast for us?" Kane questions him, displeased. "Is this a threat?" He bluntly admits it. "You could say that." Kane's face goes cold as he accepts the proposal. "Fine." Even so, he continues cursing internally. "He wants me to deal with someone from my own organization. Damn old bastard." Daira kindly offers a warning beforehand. "Oh, before you go, hear me out. My eyesight is terrible. I can't tell you and the beast apart." Kane, provoked by this blatant taunt, fires back immediately. "I couldn't even tell my own sword apart from my opponent's." He instructs at a leisurely pace. "No worries. Hunting is usually Borangenjai tonight's feast. Tomorrow, the two of us will be very busy." The moment they step outside, Kane grabs Heba by the collar and bolts. "You think I'm crazy? You think I'd stick around and let you prep for a manhunt?" Heba asks, utterly confused. "Boss, why'd you provoke him back there?" He curses in frustration. "Shut the hell up. That's not what I meant." From behind, an iron chain shoots out, accompanied by a razor-sharp sickle blade. It's launched with brutal force and pinpoint precision, but fortunately, Kane and Heba manage to lift their legs and dodge just in time. Seeing what just appeared, Heba can't help but jolt in panic. For Kane, the situation is 10 times more dangerous, currently locked in direct combat with another threat. Despite being a woman, every single one of her attacks is incredibly powerful and brutal. It takes a few exchanges for both sides to finally disengage. Aisa smiles gently and speaks first. "Honored guests, you've been running so fast these past few days. I thought we'd share dinner together before you left." Kane blurts out a hasty retort. "I don't like wasting time on that sort of thing." Suddenly, the girl beside Aisa levels her spear forward and speaks with venom. "You look familiar." Kane is stunned by her next words. "I've seen you beside the evil spirit." Heba sees the spear tip and shrinks back like a frightened quail. What the hell is she talking about? Kane meanwhile swears outright. "Damn it." He immediately draws his sword from its sheath, silently stealing his resolve. Time to fight. Both sides fall into a tense, standoff, weapons drawn, nerves taut. While Kane remains motionless, both Aisa and her companion attack simultaneously without warning. A barrage of razor-sharp weapons closes in on Kane. He slashes his sword to deflect the incoming blades, then channels force into his legs and launches himself skyward. After executing a mid-air spin of insane difficulty, he hurls a volley of shuriken forward. The ponytail girl is no pacifist. Either immediately spins her spear to form a makeshift shield. Aisa, leveraging the durability of her chains, manages to swat away the incoming projectiles. As the killing intent from all three engulfs him, Heba lies flat on the ground, trembling silently, praying when a stray shuriken buries itself right in front of his face. nearly popping his eyeballs out. Kane finishes his eagle spreads its wings, maneuver and lands gracefully. The moment he steadies himself, he whips out a thin rope. The ponytail girl doesn't expect this low-tech trick, slaps it aside while screaming, "You dare!" While she's busy dealing with the rope, Kane closes in without warning and brings his sword crashing down on her shoulder. She staggers backward, blood gushing from the wound. But before Kane can celebrate, a razor-sharp hook materializes from behind. It loops around and wraps in front of him, the iron chain cinching tight around his neck. The ponytail girl also seizes the opportunity to spring back to her feet. Meanwhile, Kane strains every muscle to keep himself from suffocating. Aisa leans close to Kane's ear and whispers with a taunting drawl, "Don, forget about me." With that, she wipes the blood he just drew from her companion. Aisa eyes the crimson streak on her weapon and breaks into a delighted grin. How does it feel being on the brink of death? Despite being pinned down, Kane calmly reaches toward his waist, searching for something. The instant Aisa prepares to unleash her killing blow, he thrusts a biological weapon straight into her face. Taste this. The unexpected explosion dyes the entire forest red. Aisa has no choice but to release Kane, covering her nose and mouth while cursing. The ponytail girl shares the same fate despite not being at the blast's epicenter. She's left gasping and groaning. As for Ba, who got no heads-up whatsoever, he naturally catches a faceful of the shockwave too. What the hell is that smell? The only person still conscious here is Kane, and he's got plenty of energy left to curse. Son of a bitch, he knows this is just a temporary stalling tactic, so he forces himself up without delay. Kane scoops up Ba like a baby chicken, ready to make a run for it from this death trap. He raises his hand, chanting the familiar incantation. The invisibility spell activates as streams of mana flow along Kane's fingertips. The bracelet on his wrist responds to its master's call. Ba's eyes stream with tears while his mouth mumbles in total bewilderment. What the hell is going on? Aisa and her companion stand helpless amid the thickening mist. The ponytail girl can't hold back and curses, "Son of a bitch." Then the unlucky pair of sisters reluctantly accept that their prey has slipped away. Aisa scans the surroundings, stubbornly confirming one more time. "They're gone." The ponytail girl grinds her teeth and hisses with venom. "That spell, I knew it was that bastard. We have to kill him." Kane drags the dead weight that is Ba for quite a distance before finally stopping, panting heavily. He runs his hands through his hair, mind racing frantically. Damn it, how did she know about me being with the evil spirit? Was she there too at the time? Ba behind him calls out weakly. Kane ignores the feeble voice, still drowning in his own thoughts. "If those people find out, they'll hunt me down for sure." Ba persists in getting his attention with just 2 words. "Boss," but still getting no response. Ba loses it and yells at the top of his lungs. Kane spits out an irritated, "What?" Ba, ignoring the irritation, pushes through with his observation. "That woman back there seemed to know you." Kane stiffens and deflects vaguely. "She mistook me for someone else." But inside, he's screaming. How does this guy, Ba, despite being shut down, spills everything on his mind? That evil spirit business. Kane, terrified that Ba might drop something even worse, frantically cuts him off. "Listen here, you." He punches the tree beside him and asks in a dark tone, "Does that even matter?" Kane puts on his most menacing face to corner his companion. More important than not getting caught, but all of it serves to mask the panic within. Can't let this guy dig any deeper into that. Ba, frozen solid by both the stare and the words. Seeing the effect works, Kane decisively steers the conversation elsewhere. "Let's move," she asks cautiously. "Where to, boss?" Kane sighs, carefully choosing his words. To avoid being caught, he knows they're already orchestrating a pincer maneuver. "Move, everyone, don't let them escape." Heavy footsteps thud, blending with the clatter of weapons rushing toward Kane. He observes it all through binoculars, calculating mentally a 100-man hunt for just the 2 of them. The grim reality finally makes Kane's face pale. Unable to hold back, he mutters to himself, "These maniacs." Bearing a grudge, he immediately resorts to a sneak attack. "They dare to make things difficult for me." The natives look at the swarm of insects falling before them, bewildered. "What is that?" Amidst the commotion, Kane and Hans slip away. "It's a beetle nest. Get away from it, save yourselves." The leader darkens, standing there to study the source of the chaos. While the perpetrators are long gone, the group debates strategy. "These golden beetles are eating all our wood?" "It's fine, we'll fix it later." Someone next to them yawns. "It feels strange, sister, I'm sleepy." Another is distracted by something else. "What's that smell?" The ponytail girl scowls. "Wake up, stop sleeping." Her good intentions are thrown into the trash. "You aren't even suffering from insomnia. Why aren't you tired?" I should brew more tea. She grinds her teeth, hissing each word, just wait. I will catch you. Kane is already a distance away, yet he still feels the tsunami-like force of her rage. I'll make you pay for what you've done. Until the next morning, the forest echoes with commands, catch them at any cost. Kane peeks from behind a tree, speechless. Aren't you people tired? He has no choice but to light a torch. Kane curls his lips into a wicked, excited grin. Then I'll just have to make them tired. Hen looks pale, secretly lamenting. The boss is terrifying. Indeed, the pursuit sounds soon turn into shrill screams. Fire! Kane waves his hand generously, signaling Han to follow. Meanwhile, Esgina runs for her life, trying to escape the screeching commands. There she is. Catch her for me. Even with her life on the line, she still takes a moment to plead her case. I'm not a bad person, really. Using her supermodel long legs, Esgina successfully loses the aggressive mob. Only when they are out of sight does she dare to breathe. She lowers her eyes, calculating rapidly. Running is easy, but I've realized these past few days how terrifying this forest is. Each village must perform human sacrifices periodically, and the villagers aren't allowed to leave. This is a human slaughterhouse. Esgina's confusion mounts. How do they get the villagers to obey without an uprising? This is going to be difficult. No matter how hard it is, I can't hesitate or give up. That's what my teacher taught me. Esgina is lost in thought when a shout nearby startles her. Over here, water, get the water. Esgina grips her weapon, quietly analyzing the info. What's happening? Are they luring me out? She glances around and quickly realizes their target is the fire nearby. A giant question mark hangs over her head. A fire? While they douse the flames, she seizes the chance to leave her hiding spot, whispering, "Whoever lit this, I'll thank you later." Though the area seems deserted, Esgina stays vigilant. She cautiously checks every corner. Finding nothing she needs outside, she turns her attention to the tent in the center. With a single vault, she is instantly. The front of the wooden shack remains silent. Esgina dares to pull back the curtain. Seeing her grandfather lying unconscious, she freezes. She abandons all caution, desperately calling his name. "Grandpa, Grandpa, are you okay?" But just as she approaches the boy, she stops abruptly. The leader, lying in ambush on the rafters, lunges down to trap Esgina. By instinct, she swings her weapon, parrying his lightning-fast attack. Evenly matched, they both retreat to observe each other. Esgina locks eyes with him, probing for an opening. Before she can form a plan, mocking laughter and footsteps echo in her ears. Seeing the 5-on-1 formation, the realization hits her. They were waiting here to ambush me. The opponent doesn't give her time to think, hurling weapons at her to strike first. Barely dodging the deadly strike, she faces the next wave. She pivots, continuing to dodge rather than engaging head-on. Esgina grips her sword, increasing the distance, then puts weight into her legs to spring high. Reaching her ideal vantage point, she brings her blade down with both hands to counter. She moves in a jagged line, cutting through every obstacle. The leader remains unfazed, even as his men are taken down. His confidence makes Esgina's face change. She circles her sword to unleash her sixth move. Once the flame veil is released, the heat quickly scorches the air. They strike like a bloodthirsty fire dragon toward the leader. He never expected this follow-up. He freezes like a wooden puppet. Luckily, his survival instinct kicks and he leaps, narrowly avoiding being crushed. Having escaped death by a hair, the leader's face remains full of shock. More surprisingly, he cannot move his body, leaving Esgina free to act behind him. Taking advantage of the flame veil's visual cover, she grabs her grandfather and urges herself on. I have to take this chance. Esgina eyes the open space, not daring to hesitate for a second, and bolts out with him. Only one thought remains in her mind: get out of here fast. But as soon as she steps into the forest, Grandpa suddenly attacks her. Esgina's face shows pure shock, while Grandpa lifts his weapon, sighing, "Too bad," and lands a blow to force her back. Esgina is sent flying, crashing onto the ground in a pathetic state. Grandpa takes his spot on the roof, gloating. "Sister, you're really top tier." The fire devouring the house seems not to bother him at all. Grandpa sits calmly, pouring his heart out. "Now I see why they call you the absolute sword." Esgina gathers her courage to share her hypothesis. "You're also," the boy replies by revealing his true colors. "I should reintroduce myself, shouldn't I? My name is G." Esgina looks up, waiting for the confirming words. Finally, the old man douses her with an ice-cold reality check in his closing line. "I am the chief of village number 1. Esgina groggily comes to on the cold ground. She rubs her stiff neck and silently tells herself, "I've been out for 10 minutes, a full week since those cannibals and villagers started hunting her. Someone's been helping me. Set the whole forest ablaze to draw the villagers' attention. Released golden beetles to gnaw through their food and homes. and used sleeping powder from cut flowers to knock the cannibals out cold. Who could it be? Why do all this, and why help me? If I ever get the chance, I want to meet this person face to face. Too bad this whole mess isn't ending anytime soon. Gina plants her hands on her hips and groans. This game of hide-and-seek has dragged on way too long, but the moment she stands up, she catches the unmistakable scent of danger. A mocking voice cuts through the air by her ear. Time's up right on cue. Gia appears, twirling a blade with a taunting grin. It's not you who ends this, it's us. Didn't expect this hunt to cost us an extra week. Gina sees this, and instantly snaps into combat stance. Not angry, I killed one of your comrades, you know. Gia tilts his head, calculates with cold precision, and spits out a single line devoid of any emotion. Wasn't it because she was weak? She raises her sword in a defensive guard and shoots back. You saying weakness deserves death? The boy admits it with childlike naivety. Well, yeah, that answer only stokes Gina's fighting spirit even further. Fine, then let me show you the privilege of the strong. The ponytail woman leaps in to engage. She twirls the spear tip in her hand and sneers a warning. Don't make me laugh. The two weapons collide, instantly producing a harsh, ear-splitting clang. Gina deflects the vicious strike, throws her strength into knocking her opponent back, and retreats. But at the same instant, a razor-sharp blade presses against her cheek. Gina doesn't think, raises her sword to block on pure instinct. The blade is knocked away, yet it returns to Gia's hand like magic. The boy catches it and immediately launches a relentless counterattack. With weapons in both of Gia's hands, Gina struggles to keep up. She has to constantly maneuver her sword just to keep herself from falling into a death trap. But overwhelmed by the numbers, Gina takes a knee to the gut that leaves her reeling. That moment of carelessness brings searing pain crashing through her. Gina loses control of her body. The force of that sneak attack sends her flying back several feet. The ponytail woman seizes the opening, raising her spear to finish her off. Gina reacts in a flash, tilts her body to dodge, but the spear still catches her leg. Simultaneously, she swings her sword in a horizontal arc and cleaves straight through the spear shaft. The ponytail woman stares in shock as her weapon snaps clean in two. She snaps out of it and leaps back to a safe distance. Gina grits through the pain and rips the spearhead lodged in her leg. She musters every ounce of strength and hurls it back at its owner tit for tat. Beyond the sounds of combat in the forest, the thud of wooden stakes driving into the ground echoes out. Kane runs a hand through his hair, surveying his handiwork outside the makeshift shelter. Not far off, Hiba remains lost in the dancing campfire before him. He eyes the chicken leg and savors it with relish. Even with his mouth stuffed full of meat, he still tries to mumble out an analysis. Stimulant from kai fruit and sleeping powder from cut flowers. Kane gives a brief, disinterested explanation. The sleeping powder's effect intensifies when the target's nervous system gets stimulated. Hiba looks up, puzzled. So where do we go now? He answers without a shred of hesitation. Village number 5. He's so terrified he forgets all about his food and screams. No, 5, that's Gia's turf. Kane calmly shares his objective. I want to try negotiating again, and you'll be the bait. Hiba shrinks like a trembling quail and pleads. No, why does it have to be me? Kane, thoroughly exasperated, enlightens his pig-brained teammate. Who do you think looks more harmless, you or me? Hiba's face goes pale, but he still looks up, waiting for the next words. And Kane hits back with the bitter energy of a man who just lost his last bet. Haven't I been carrying you this whole time? At this point, Hiba has no choice but to cave. Yes, sir. The next morning, he creeps toward village number 5 with his gear and a basket full of anxiety. Boss really told me to go in alone. Hiba stares at the wooden house before him, his feet heavy as lead. Only after gathering enough courage does he cautiously poke his head in and speak. Excuse me. Gia doesn't even bother to look back, answering with a single enigmatic line. You've arrived, haven't seen you two around lately. Hiba, called out by name, stammers immediately. Why, yes, sir. The elder slowly approaches, showing understanding. I know it's that troublesome guest, isn't it? He dragged you into this, didn't he? Hiba answers by reflex, but quickly shuts his mouth. But sir, the boss has saved my life several times. Gia smiles harmlessly and lets out a gentle sigh. Oh, is that so? How unfortunate. I suppose you can't join our hunts anymore then. But don't worry. Don't be afraid. Where is that beast hiding now? Hiba panics so badly, he can barely get the words out. Right at that moment, a shout shatters the suffocating silence. Hey, looking for me. Kane stands silhouetted against the light, towering like a god. His face is dead serious, like he's about to give a lecture. But Kane only appears for a fleeting moment before leaping away, leaving Hiba crying out in alarm, Boss, Jia immediately gives chase after the plump prey. Heba sees everyone leaving him behind and scrambles to follow, his legs pumping furiously as he sprints down the dirt road. Once deep in the forest, Jia finally stops and confronts him. How long are you going to keep up the act? Kane leisurely tips his water skin and drains it. He sits on a rock and casually offers an explanation. Seems like there's a misunderstanding. No, I just want to catch some beasts. Daira raises the staff in his hand, simultaneously tearing away the mask of mercy. No more playing nice, now I hunt you. Kane tosses aside what he's holding in a defiant retort. Try me. But before that, the words barely leave his mouth when he slams the detonator. A massive explosion rips a gaping hole right where Kane was standing just moments ago. Water pressure obliterates the remaining planks of wood, threatening to shatter Daira's composure entirely. Kane lounges in a safe spot, smirking with provocation. Catch me first, then we'll talk. A wall of water no less violent than a tsunami crashes down upon village number 5. Heba flounders in the churning waves, screaming for help in sheer panic. Daira surveys the surrounding deluge, so furious his feet itch. He can't hold back anymore, leaps onto a nearby dry rooftop, sits down cross-legged, and adjusts his stance to power up. He grips his staff tight, hissing each word through clenched teeth in pure fury. You want to play it like that? Kane, ever the considerate one, obliges by hopping over to another rooftop. He draws his sword, muttering under his breath in frustration. Wanted the old man swept clean out of the village. What a shame. Maybe I should just talk him into surrendering instead. All that effort breaching the dam, gone to waste. Daira raises his staff and strikes first, bellowing out his familiar incantation. Manhua, ruler of Windgale, strike. The sheer force of it makes Kane's heart leap into his throat. He steadies himself midair, silently cursing up a storm. Wholly a direct hit means instant death. Give me a breather, old man. Naturally, Daira can't read minds. He draws his blade and continues the pursuit without pause. He brings down a vicious overhead strike, aiming to end his opponent in one blow. Fortunately, Kane is quick enough as swings his sword horizontally to parry the blow. He braces with both hands, defending while priming a counterattack. Sure enough, Daira is forced to retreat immediately. He ponders for a moment, then makes a bold assumption. You've met a spirit demon before, haven't you? A little lamb told me so. A little lamb, the person he's referring to, is currently staring with eyes wide open in sheer terror. The ponytail girl never expected to be pierced through the heart by her own spear. While she still stands dazed, Serena wastes no time swinging her sword, sending the woman straight to the afterlife. Without its head, the body crumples to the ground in an instant. Right at that moment, an unusual sound rings in Serena's ears. She spins around on pure combat instinct. They say you never step in the same river twice, but Serena eats the exact same knee strike from the familiar ringleader, or back slamming into a tree trunk just like last time. Jia, sensing his side has gained the upper hand, leaps onto an opposite branch to observe. The boy stares at Serena like a predator eyeing wounded prey. Then Jia pulls out 2 oddly shaped throwing knives. The boy hurls them forward without a shred of hesitation. The target, of course, is Serena, weakly propped against the tree. But even while gasping for breath, she effortlessly snatches these pitiful projectiles out of the air. Serena pinches both blades between her fingers and readjusts her stance. She upgrades them on the spot, infusing each with a blazing surge of energy. Jia's ambush backfires spectacularly, and this savage reversal startles the hell out of him. Serena doesn't give the boy a single second to recalculate, immediately returns the enhanced hidden weapons to their rightful owner. She even throws in the spearhead that finished off the ponytail girl as a bonus. Buy 2, get 1 free. Jia obviously can't just sit there and wait to die. He springs off the branch and lands in a fury. But before he can even open his mouth to curse, the boy's expression suddenly freezes eyes wide with restraint. A desperate scream rings in his ears. I'm here. The ringleader scrambles after the fire-winged spear barreling straight toward his clan leader. He throws his own body in the way, using himself as a living shield to protect Jia. The result, flames devour his entire body, turning him into a living torch. After a long, wretched scream, Jia stares wide-eyed at the figure collapsing before him. Gritting his teeth, the boy yanks the blade embedded in the tree behind him, but barely a few steps in. A voice stops him dead in his tracks. The owner of that voice arrives at the same time as the razor-sharp blade in her hand. Serena bids Jia farewell with 2 cross slashes carved across his chest. She even throws in a bonus kick to his side for good measure. Drowning in fear, Jia tries to drag himself as far away as possible, but Serena casually walks over and plants her boot on his chest. She raises her sword and delivers a cold verdict. Looks like I win. Gia, with nothing left to lose, murmurs softly. Lying beneath the tip of her blade, Gia whispers his final words. Seriously, you're this strong and they call us monsters. Should be calling you one instead. As Gina patiently corrects him, because I'm human. The boy stubbornly clings to his position. Bull, you're a monster. No human alive could pull off swordsmanship like yours. She finds this argument too brain-dead to bother with, so she moves on. Let me ask, what happened to the person helping me? Gia curls the corner of his lips into a cryptic smile. Go to the last village. He's waiting for you there. The moment the boy finishes speaking, Gina's blade tip twitches. She raises her weapon into a ready stance, while Gia keeps babbling. As I thought, you won't spare me. Gina lowers her head and spits out a single word, correct. Confronted by the killing intent radiating in all directions, Gia suddenly flashes a weak smile. It really was fun. Unmoved, Gina still sends the chieftain of village number 1 to his grave. Her blade, stained with the opponent's blood, sways gently at her side. Gina leaves the cold corpses behind in the jungle and turns away without looking back. Over at village number 5, Kane and Ra are still locked in a tense standoff, every nerve on high alert. He decides to strike first once again, chanting his incantation. Minu au wind pressure, I will kill you with my sword. The threat leaves Kane slightly dazed, but survival instinct kicks and he raises his sword and braces for the frontal assault. Both unleash their full arsenal of sword techniques, each trying to end the other. Ra swings again and again, but can't land a clean hit, frustration creeping onto his face. And inside, Kane isn't faring any better. This sucks. All interest in the fight drains away, so he tosses out a quick "I'm out" and bolts. Karma bites those who poke the bare end. Kane is no exception. Just a routine landing, yet his ankle buckles on impact. The pain surges from below straight into his brain, scattering his senses like shards of glass. Ra senses his moment has arrived, and wastes no time leaping in to close the distance. He continues channeling his familiar chanting skill. Kane catches the scent of mortal danger, but his body refuses to cooperate. Ra hoists his sword behind his head and lets out a thunderous roar. Wind storm, he brings down a raging green cyclone straight at the stunned Kane. He drops his sword without hesitation, crossing both arms in front of his face to protect his good looks. But this move sends Kane into a disadvantage, faster than ever. The gale hurls him back several feet. Kane coughs up a mouthful of blood, his inner self screaming bloody murder. My poor spine. Ra stares at the fruits of his handiwork in silence. He calmly picks up his sword and approaches his target amid the wreckage. Kane has no strength left to resist, so he channels every fiber of his being to emit a familiar pulse of magic. The bracelet on his hand gradually glows in sync with his murmuring chant. Bancha vanish. Kane vanishes into a thick plume of black smoke. Ra, mid-stride, suddenly freezes lost his prey. While he keeps his eyes fixed on the ruined house, Kane and all has already slipped behind him, continuing to cast his ultimate technique Minunano, a familiar wind lance strike. He launches straight for the empty space where Kane was hiding. He never expected the old man to be this tough. No, he has no choice but to brace himself for the impact. Kane has no other option. Every ounce of power he has left floods into the blade in his hand. Fire beats wind, old man. He swings a blazing chain of fire straight at the one who started the storm. Two forces of equal power collide, erupting in a blinding flash midair. But Kane's flames of fury seem to have the upper hand. They devour every obstacle in their path. Even the nearby rooftops don't escape getting obliterated. The scorching heat forces Ra to clench his jaw in fury. What's more, Kane doesn't rest on his victory. He seizes the opening and closes in for a counterattack. The flaming blade slashes across Ra's upper body, leaving a searing burn wound. He clutches his chest and collapses to his knees, seemingly stripped of any combat ability. Waves of defiance surge through Ra's eyes. Kane wipes his mouth and offers a deltu tempting to refuse. Let's end this here. Before he even finishes the sentence, his heart leaps into his throat at Ra's sudden movement. Wait, hold on, is still alive. Get out of there. Seeing Heba standing frozen like a statue, Kane's thoughts scream with anxiety. Is he planning to eat that guy's heart to recover? Someone has to stop him. Ra and Heba lock eyes midair, both exclaiming in unison without prior agreement. Move, Lord Ra. He startles, snapping his head up toward the canopy engulfed in flames. Shaken by the repeated shocks, Heba stands there dumbfounded, staring blankly at the shadow looming over him. Ra's hands shoot out desperately, and he manages to shove Heba clear just in time, saving him from getting crushed to oblivion. He stammers at his savior, fumbling for words. My lordier blood, are you all right? Dai-Ra plants his sword into the ground for support, his voice weak but steady. I'm fine. Kane watches the scene unfold, and with a helpless sigh, drops his sword. He approaches the two lovebirds and speaks up. If you want to be king of this forest, shouldn't you do it the right way? Dai-Ra asks back, bewildered, what are you talking about? Kane explains calmly. When I raided the village, I noticed you don't kill indiscriminately. Coupled with the fact that you saved him, you want to unite and protect the people in this forest, don't you? Power is a tree that must be watered with blood, but if you get addicted to watering it, you will reap the consequences. Dai-Ra lowers his head, responding with embarrassment. I will remember that. Kane extends his hand. On the surface, he says calmly, let's end this meaningless fight. But internally, he's screaming, please, I'm done for. Everything that got hit is killing me. Dai-Ra grabs onto Kane's hand and pulls himself up. He has no other choice. From now on, the southern forest is your ally. Heba clasps his hands together and cheers happily. It's all settled. Kane calmly sheathes his sword and offers praise. Good, but internally he's breathing a massive sigh of relief. Lucky as hell. Finished this one before I collapsed. My undefeated reputation still holds. Dai-Ra, oblivious to Kane's lucky break, quickly moves on. I'm going to go fix up the village. He quietly slips his hand into his pocket and cuts in. Before you go, tell me about that beast from earlier. Serena runs into the man the moment she reaches the edge of the forest. Under the rustling canopy, she whispers to herself. As expected, it's Heba. He shows no hesitation and simply greets her. Greetings, my lady knight. Serena can't hold back and voices the question on her mind. Why did you help me? I thought you were one of the cannibals, because you introduced Gia to me. Heba sits down and explains patiently. I simply couldn't let the cannibals go unchecked any longer. Serena leans against the tree opposite him and continues pressing. So you've always been preparing to fight them. He doesn't answer directly and asks instead. Do you know the origin of the cannibals? She bluntly fires back 2 words, no idea. Heba stares straight into her eyes, weighing each word. They were once slaves. Serena exclaims in shock. Slaves, he nods in confirmation. Yes, the Empire sold them for cheap, before the cannibals took over. This place was a mess of endless wars between villages. To reduce the number of war prisoners and orphan sand, to fund the war effort, they were all sold as slaves. And one day, a group of slaves returned. With unprecedented, terrifying power, they brought sweeping change to the forest. But the price of abusing that power to unify the forest was that they became addicted to it. Serena, unable to hold herself back, cuts in. Where did that power come from? Heba understands and answers before she even finishes the question. A deal with a demon. In exchange for immortality, they can only sustain themselves by eating human flesh and fully recover by consuming human hearts. Someone needs to stop them before they fully become monsters. Enlightened, she immediately shifts to interrogation mode. So that's why you helped me. You even pretended you couldn't speak the Imperial language. He quickly adds, that's not the only reason. I'm also repaying a debt to Sahata. Serena is confused. Isn't Sa what the cannibals worship? Heba laughs and quickly denies it. No way. 6 years ago, the cannibals encountered a man. They clashed with him and even tried to kill him. But he retaliated with every trick in the book and forced the cannibals to surrender. That's the true identity of Sa. When cornered, he was like a ghost, now appearing, now vanishing. Serena murmurs a thoughtful, so that's how it is. Meanwhile, Heba keeps rambling. Everything I taught you, I copied it from Sahata. I used to be a total noob. It's only thanks to learning from Sahata that I got to where I am now. Doubts spiral through her mind all at once. Just by mimicking, can that alone produce this level of skill? These techniques sound nothing like survival skills from disthorred Sa. But outwardly, she stays indifferent and presses back. But what does any of this have to do with me? Heba suddenly hands Serena an answer she never saw coming. That's Sahata's sword. Alarm bells ring through her mind. This is what Master left for me. Heba casually drops it as if offhandedly. Sahata's female colleague once called him Instructor Number 5. Memories of her clash with Kane automatically replay in Serena's mind. The scene of her being wounded and him stepping forward to comfort her. The scene of Kane hauling Heba over his shoulder while fleeing from the cannibal pursuers. And finalized moment, he brought the villages crashing down in a sea of flames. Heba was still lost in his passion for gossip. The cannibals had targeted the outsider guests because they were obsessed with Sahata. If I hadn't recognized Sahata's sword, I wouldn't have helped her either. The more Serena listened, the more tangled her thoughts became. If Master hadn't helped Heba, I wouldn't have been saved either and I might have died. She finished analyzing the situation and shook her head vigorously. Coming here was my own decision. This incident thought hat was beyond my control. Kane's teasing words suddenly echoed through her mind. You're still clumsy and foolish as always, huh? Heba stood up and dropped one final remark. Anyway, thanks to you, we were able to. Gina repeated in confusion. We're able to. He forced a laugh and uttered words even he himself didn't dare believe. Could they really bring peace? Yet somehow this made Gina smile along with him. Heba hooked his finger and changed the subject. So what do you plan to do now? She honestly shared her immediate plans. I'll continue training, he exclaimed in surprise. You still need more training. Gina scratched her face, embarrassed and candid. Because I'm still lacking. And if possible, I want to find a few things. She quickly bid Heba farewell. Carrying a clear Rizalvetha's incident made her realize just how much experience she still lacked. To fill that gap, she needed to keep journeying. And she had already made her decision she would track down the traces her master had left behind. Even though master has been gone for 3 years, the traces from before we ever met still remain. Though I can never meet you again, I will remember you forever, master. Kane was standing in a daze when an excited voice rang out beside his ear. Impressive. My method actually failed. Instructor number 1 stepped out from the darkness, showering him with praise without reservation. Mission accomplished. Those fireworks earlier were gorgeous. Kane's face went sour as he called her out so she had been watching the whole time. Inwardly, he didn't forget to curse her out. This damn woman-thiz whole mess is mostly her fault. Instructor number 1 smiled casually and responded with silence. Then she slid a piece of paper in front of Kane. Here's your next mission. He trembled, cursing her entire bloodline straight to the afterlife in his head. Just finished one and there's already a new one. These heartless bastards. But no matter how furious he was inside, Kane's exterior still acted perfectly by the book. The moment he finished reading the details, he shot her a look brimming with infinite affection. Instructor number 1 tilted her head provocatively. Didn't expect that, did you? Kane honestly admitted. I never expected to be assigned this kind of mission. She unleashed her ultimate psychological manipulation technique. You'll be an instructor now. You should pass your sword techniques on to the next generation too. Come on, every word landed, and Kane silently cursed with each one. Damn it, just say you want my sword techniques already. Instructor number 1 couldn't hear his inner thoughts and cheerfully boosted morale. Don't be too disappointed, okay? Now you're instructor number 5. And I'm instructor number 1. At this point, no matter how slow Kane's mind was, everything clicked into place. You were assigned to monitor me, weren't you? She glanced at dawn breaking on the horizon and immediately made her escape. Time's up, I'm heading out. Then instructor number 1 suddenly drew her sword and slashed at the tree beside her. His mind screamed what the poor tree was sliced clean in two by her razor-sharp blade. Heba's blood-soaked figure slowly emerged from behind the trunk. Instructor number 1 calmly surveyed her handiwork wreckage lying at her feet. Kane's mind was now running at full-blown panic mode. What the hell, why is this guy here? She observed the body and coldly delivered her verdict. Truly a filthy rat. I hate rats. Just as instructor number 1 was about to deliver the finishing blow, he frantically grabbed the hilt of her sword to stop her. Wait, she let out an impatient tusk. Kane couldn't even cry, could only silently lament. This is terrifying, but he still had to steel himself and step forward to negotiate. We just formed an alliance. I don't think we should be killing their people. Besides, he's my guide. Instructor number 1, in a rare moment of mercy, turned away decisively and tossed back a parting remark. Fine, you handle this. See you. Instructor number 5. Kane mechanically responded by the book. See you, instructor number 1. Heba lay in a pool of blood and croaked out his voice. Why did you save me? Kane pulled out some medicine and gave a half-hearted answer. You need to stay alive so you can keep being my guide. But in truth, he had a deeper calculation the relationship between a villain and a useful pawn, right? I need this guy alive, so I have at least one acquaintance around here. Heba, overwhelmed with gratitude, forced himself upright and made a solemn vow. I will never forget this debt. Kane locked it down on the spot with a serious face. Goods, then remember to pay it back. After finishing the bandaging, Kane strolled away leisurely. His head was full of cost-benefit analyses that no one else could comprehend. Not bad, actually. A training instructor is the safest position in this entire organization. No more dangerous fights and I get paid just for babysitting. Sign me up. But I'm definitely not passing on my sword techniques. Heba watched his retreating figure in a daze. This is the story from 7 years ago when Kane first joined the Disthord Saw. But he didn't know that a few years down the line, a tragic future awaited him. An evil hero would rise, and he would be forced to leap into an abyss of endless hardship. The kingdom of Svatans, the homeland of the demon Raisno, blanketed in white snow, burying its former glory beneath the frost. Among the ruins and the ice, yet another fateful encounter awaited our villain. A kingdom once powerful enough to sweep half the continent, yet it met a tragic end, at the will of the gods. In the kingdom of Svat, everyone was desperately fleeing from the sea of flames. She desperately wanted to beg, but every word lodged in her throat. Please don't go. Please don't leave me alone. I've been left here, all alone. While the girl was still drowning in despair, a pair of footsteps drew near. I jolted upright and demanded answers. Kane squatted down and rattled off a ridiculously long self-introduction. My name is Kadla Svin. What's yours? Doubt still lingered in her heart. Who was this man? But the girl obediently answered. No sooner had she spoken than her mind wandered. Agingwi. Did he come to this god-forsaken ruin? Kane continued to show concern. You're the only thing left. She answered curtly. That's right. She stared at him blankly after speaking. Kane raised his hand in a beckoning gesture. Want to come with me? Doubt suddenly surged within her. What's wrong with this human? Did he empathize with me at first glance? His eyes were just as hollow as hers. The girl lowered her head and stammered a refusal. Sir, I'll stay. Kane didn't wait for her to finish. He cut in immediately. If you stay here, this place will collapse one day, and you'll die. Her mind screamed in agony, tearing apart in pain. She knew he was right, but she still denied it out loud. I can't leave. The girl kept piling on reasons in her heart, but she couldn't accept them herself. She screamed in anguish. You don't know anything about me. Images of abandonment flashed through her mind. You don't know anything about my pain, so just leave. Kane let the girl vent until she was done, then gently placed his hand on her shoulder to comfort her. You survived. Overlapping wails drowned out his voice. Please, evil one, spare him. But what rang clearest was the firm affirmation. Since you've survived this far, you have to keep living. Please keep living. I sat dazed for a long time, then lifted her head with 2 streams of tears before quietly sobbing. Take me with you. Kane fell silent, analyzing whether this was truly her final decision. Continue. He extended his hand with satisfaction, inviting her. Fine, but you should use respectful language with someone older than you. At the Duchy of Ubend border town of Sert province just outside the forest's edge, a worried voice rang out. Are you sure you're okay with this? I'm glad I managed to sell this derelict house. But innkeeper Ben stood with arms crossed, trying to talk him out of it. I don't think it's fit for you to live in with a young girl. Kane let the words go in one ear and out the other, reassuring him casually. It's fine. He turned abruptly toward the house. Internally, he corrected himself. What daughter? I rescued the kid so she'd work as my maid. We're nothing alike. Kane pried off the rotting plank and made his request. I need some tools and wood to start repairs. Ben scratched his head, dismissively waving him off. Just hire a carpenter. I'm losing patience here. Besides, you'd be paying carpenter fees anyway. I don't have money to spare. But outwardly he kept up the polite facade. Just trust me. Before long, Kane transformed into a diligent carpenter, while Eyes and Ben stood like stone pillars watching him work, his hands a blur of activity. Growing bored, Ben opened his mouth to make small talk. Your father must have been a carpenter, right? But even Eyes herself couldn't figure out the mystery in her own heart. He's actually skilled at this too. Getting no response, Ben persisted with his suggestion. This is going to take a while. Would you like to come back to the inn? The girl immediately shook her head in refusal. Sir, I'm fine. In truth, Eyes had already made up her mind there was no real reason to stay, but she wanted to. Ben didn't press the issue, and immediately obliged the customer's wish. All right then, I shouldn't be away too long, so I'll head back. She must be shy. It wasn't until pitch darkness that Kane finally set down his hammer and sighed. What a grind, time for a break. But the moment he looked up, he saw Eyes fast asleep, head drooping. His jaw nearly hit the floor as he cursed under his breath. The adult works himself to death, and the kid just sleeps. Should have just left her back there. Kane's mind drifted to the moment. He first set foot in this kingdom. He came here to earn money for his retirement. But there's nothing here, and it's freezing cold to boot. He gazed at the desolate white expanse and murmured, there should at least be something right. Probably nothing left. Distant sounds made Kane's mind conjure up images of draft beer and fried chicken, propelling his legs into tireless overdrive. But the moment he reached his target, he froze. All that lay before Kane was a figure sprawled on the ground, dead or alive, unknown. He despaired inwardly. No treasure, figured everything had already been looted. I looked up in alarm and blurted out. Kane deftly fabricated a Kula Zeiss identity on the spot. My name is Ko Delaire Svin. What's yours? No sooner had the girl answered than Kane's brain instantly filled in the blanks. An orphan, huh? But outwardly, he still needed to fish for more information. You're the only thing left. She admitted it bluntly. That's right, Kane's heart shattered on the spot. So everything's been taken. Nothing left here. And there's no way I can retire on this pittance. So be it. Kane flung his cloak onto Eyes, then extended his hand in recruitment. Want to come with me? Because deep down, Kane still wanted to at least break even on this trip minimum. He needed one slave. Back to the present, Kane cursed silently. After draping his cloak as a blanket for Eyes, he turned and muttered bitterly to himself. I was going to share some with you, but now I'll eat all the sand by myself. Where is it? The four-legged culprit clamps the stolen loot in its mouth and stares at Kane like he's an idiot. By the time Lytri comes back, Kane bellows in pure rage. You dare snatch my wallet? You damn golden weaselbolt the second I raise my fist, will you? Get back here. After lunging and catching it, he hoists the creature up to scold it. I got you, red-handed. You dare make an old man run laps at night. The weasel, knowing when it's beat, spits the bread bag out of its mouth. But before Kane can retrieve it, the food supply is snatched away again. He whips around toward the culprit, suspicion rising. But when he turns to face the creature, his heart drops. A massive wolf towers before him. And the weasel, Toto, is still squirming defiantly in its jaws. That really ticks him off. What the hell's wrong with you? Stop squirming. But even Kane's strength can't keep the weasel pinned. It launches itself straight at the wolf, dead set on settling this once and for all. Kane, ever pragmatic, seizes the chance to slip away, silently calculating. Time to make a break for it. On the other side, Eyes slowly peels her eyes open. The girl rubs her head, trying to untangle her jumbled thoughts. Did I fall asleep? Ever since the kingdom fell, she hasn't had a single decent night's rest. Still lost in confusion, a voice cuts through from behind. Wake up! Kane stands towering like a statue in front of Eyes, urging her with a hard stare. He speaks, blunt and brief, let's head back to the inn. But internally, he tacks on a silent complaint. I nearly died out here, and you're sleeping like a log. When the girl doesn't react, Kane prods again. What are you spacing out for? The girl lowers her head to hide the gratitude welling in her eyes. He's drenched in sweat, and the wind is freezing. Must be cold, yet he still draped his coat over me. She then murmurs softly, I'm getting up right away. Kane, bewildered, takes the lead. Damn it, as long as that wolf's prowling around, my retirement plan's shot and I can't even flip the house. Meanwhile, Eyes sinks into her own thoughts. She doesn't need this kind of concern yet. The more she mulls it over, the more it stings. That damn wolf, you dare skulk around my house. The girl arrives at the same sticking point, and a question surfaces in her mind. But why? Unable to figure it out, Eyes decides to focus on the road beneath her feet. In her violet eyes, a heavy tide of unspoken thoughts threatens to overflow. Kane is still casually cursing up a storm in his head. Next time, I'll show you who the real boss of this turf is. Just you wait. Meanwhile, Eyes quietly lets out a sigh. I really can't figure this man out. Eyes is standing in the kitchen when a voice calls out behind her. Hey, Eyes. Ben points at the stew pot billowing with steam and asks, Is that for eating? The girl nods seriously to confirm. At the same time, a question rises in the back of her mind. What kind of expression is that? He lets out a breath and repeats softly, For me. Eyes not caring, swiftly changes the subject. Where's the laundry area, sir? Ben blinks, surprised. You're planning to do laundry too. The girl plants her hands on her hips and demands. Why not? He stammers, scrambling to explain. But let me do it for you, okay? Eyes turns on her heel and tosses back 2 words. I'm fine. Ben lunges forward, calling after her. Wait for me. Don't go alone. Let's go together. By the time both of them file out into the yard, Ben hangs up clothes while opening up. Did you know? The house that your uncle and you bought it was built by GGM 30 years ago, when he first arrived here, and as time passed as if by Fateth house ended up in the hands of an outsider. Eyes hears the unfamiliar name and asks GGM. But truth be told, she's more concerned about the shirt in her hands. Why is this fabric so flimsy? Ben speaks up with a hint of pride in his voice. Sir GGM is the town's hunter now. He used to be a treasure hunter who traveled all over the world. When I was a kid, I used to sneak my dad's booze to him just so he'd tell me stories. Ah, those were the days. His rambling drones on without end, leaving Eyes slightly irritated. He talks so much that he doesn't even realize his listener has wandered off, still lost in his own speech. He won't tell a single story without a drink in hand. There must be something in his past that made him that way. Oh, Anthesir, these your uncle's clothes. The girl tucks her hair behind her ear and asks Ben, What about them? Ben fumbles for words. Looks like I'll need to dig up some spare clothes of my own. Eyes stares, bewildered. What are you talking about? The scene shifts to a grand, ancient stone house. Its owner extends a hand warmly. "First time meeting. I'm GGM, the hunter of this town. You mentioned you needed a few things, right?" Kane shakes his hand while silently studying him. This old man looks like he knows me, yet his words are absurdly polite. "Mr. Ben referred me here. I heard you used to be a treasure hunter, so I'd like to buy some of your old gear." GGM waves it off generously, free of charge. "I don't use them anymore, and you don't look like a bad sort, so just take them." Hearing this, he puts on a show of heartfelt gratitude. "Truly, thank you, sir." Internally, he's already celebrating free loot, saves a fortune. The old man swings the door open, letting Kane browse at his leisure. "If there's anything you need, just take it." The moment he steps inside, Kane quietly surveys the room. This place is ancient. Kane wastes no time. His eyes sweep across the room in one quick pass. His gaze locks onto the first target. This pile's old, but still serviceable. These must be climbing gloves. Weight thighs is a lethal poison. Why the hell is something like this here? Kane holds the small vial in his hand as every thought evaporates. When he sees the thing flickering with an eerie inner glow, he nearly goes numb. This is a weapon from the organization. Wait, organization's leader is also a treasure hunter. Don't tell me he was right at the critical juncture when GGM cut him off. Done searching. You can put the items in this box. Kane has a guilty conscience, so every hair on his body stands on end immediately. Holy crap, that scared him. He forces himself to stay calm and mutters his thanks. But while gathering the supplies, Kane sneakily comments in his head-hully SHT. GGM notices this exaggerated reaction and carefully chooses his words. "Could it be that you're—" His mind is suddenly thrown into crisis. Don't tell me he's figured me out. No way, but on the outside, he still puts on a calm facade. Something wrong. GGM furrows his brow, carefully mulling it over. Kane clenches his lips, bracing for the verdict, but then the old man scratches his head and laughs it off. "Nothing, seems I was mistaken." Having dodged disaster, he grabs the loot box and bolts faster than a rabbit. "Well then, I'll be on my way. Have a good evening, sir." Outside, Kane runs smack into someone else heading his way. When he gets a clear look at the other person's face, he silently curses again. "What the hell are you here?" Gake runs past, brimming with excitement. "Grandpa, I'm here." After that, the conversation between grandpa and grandchild echoes faintly in Kane's ears. "Gake, you came to hear the story." "Grandpa, that story." He hesitates for a moment, then carries the loot back to the inn. Ben spots him immediately and sticks his head out to get his attention. "Come here, kid. There's something I need to tell you." A giant question mark pops up over Kane's head, but the reality before his eyes makes it impossible to stay calm. What the hell is this? Why has my perfectly fine outfit turned into a goddamn dish rag? "That's rough." Ben, understanding the situation, steps closer to console him. "I'll lend you some spare clothes. Everyone at the inn has extras." He leads Kane, who's only 7/10 of his soul still intact inside, then points at the pitch-black kitchen and reminds him. "Take a look." In Kane's head, only one phrase repeats on loop. "What the hell is this?" Meanwhile, Ben stays perfectly calm, showing his true merchant's colors. "I don't know about material costs, but I'll need repair fees, you know." Thanks." Kane turns his back without a second thought. "I'm out." The old man cheerfully tallies up his exploitation profits. "Have a good night." He spots the culprit still smirking shamelessly, and his rage multiplies tenfold. "You little brat." Kane opens his mouth to scold AI, but the next words get swallowed back down his throat. "I lost money because of you." He takes a deep breath, fighting to keep his voice as steady as possible. "Did you make dinner?" AI lifts her head proudly, showing off. "Of course, I can handle it easy." The biological abomination staring back at him blows Kane's mind once again. What the hell color is that? He stares at the bowl, completely at a loss for how to proceed. Kane recklessly takes a bite and his 5 senses immediately scatter in all directions. His brain keeps firing distress signals taste like poison, but on the surface, he stays composed and asks, "You don't know how to cook, do you?" AI stands up and explains matter-of-factly. "You just mix flour, water, and a few things, then boil it right. Try it." The little girl takes a bite herself and silently spits it out in her mind. "I made it perfectly," and he still complains. But I's reaction leaves Kane completely speechless, and he has no choice but to compromise this time. "I'll teach you how to cook and do laundry, too." The inn sits nestled among the trees. From the kitchen window, thick smoke billows out into the night. Ben sits on a chair by the doorway, watching I's enthusiastic cooking attempts. He hesitates for a long while before finally deciding to speak up. "AI, that's cream of mushroom soup, right?" The girl admits it immediately. Of course, Ben sees right through her hesitant answer and calls her out on the spot. You're not sure either, are you? I only looked away for a second. What did you even put in there? Seasoning from hell. AI pouts and denies it. No way, stupid Uncle Ben. He rubs his fingers together awkwardly. I've got a business to run, kid. If this keeps up, my whole livelihood is toast. Meanwhile, from outside, a little boy sees the black smoke rising and screams in panic. Mommy, it's on fire. Ben sees I's disappointed expression and carefully chooses his words. The window's open, so no worries about suffocation. But I think you should just throw that pot away. I know you cooked with all your heart for your senior, so let's try again tomorrow, okay? The girl trembles, clutching the pot tightly, then gives up. Forget it, I'm not trying again. Ben laughs and pats her on the shoulder to comfort her. Come on, don't be like that. AI, you're a fast learner. Right, this is your first time making cream of mushroom soup, isn't it? Cooking isn't easy. Everyone needs a few tries. The words barely leave his mouth before he can't bring himself to sugarcoat it. Enemoreth neon green pot of soup blinds his eyes. Ben's conscience kicks in and shuts his blabbering mouth tight. This isn't cooking. This is insane. This is cooking someone to death. Yet AI looked at him with expectant eyes. Ben set aside his pride and deliberately chose his words carefully. Even if the taste is terrible, as long as the heart is in it, she will eat it happily. She will surely recognize your sincerity, my child. Just then, a group of people arrived, marking the start of business. Boss, give us beer and some snacks. The lackeys behind the main guy whispered in annoyance. What's all this smoke? Ben immediately jumped up to greet his gods. All right, take your seats. I'll be right with you. They set their weapons aside and split into tables, their minds instinctively assessing everyone's identity. Mercenaries. Ben held the beer and whispered a warning. Mercenaries. They're dangerous. Go inside, child. The girl protested. I'll help with the cooking. He was rarely so decisive. Mr. Ben moved at top speed, serving the room with a radiant smile. The alcohol-fueled crowd praised him excitedly. Good beer. AI wasn't allowed outside, so she focused on the soup pot. This needs to be stirred quickly. Meanwhile, the mercenaries' chatter echoed in her ears. How long have we been drinking? That bitch surely can't track us all the way here. Once we're here, let's stay for a year or two. We have to lay low for at least a year. Damn it, it's all because of the kingdom's crackdown, not because you caused a ruckus. It's not like we're being hunted, because those idiotic structures collapsed. Total bad luck. The plan was to help them just enough, and then let them fend for themselves. If I knew this would happen, I would have done more work. Didn't you kill them all already? If I knew I'd run out of money, I would have sold those girls instead. Those in the house looked damn provocative, but they can cast curses. Exactly. Right. It's because they're unlucky that they got killed. Filthy bloodlines like that should just go extinct. Unable to suppress her rage, AI lashed out. A guy raising his glass was suddenly struck by a flying object. Thud. The deathly silence was followed by a panicked uproar from the others. Get up. Ambushes. A ladle-wielding YT stood nearby and barked an order. Retract that. Retract the words coming out of your filthy mouths right now. Kane, sitting in his room, suddenly started. He scowled and muttered to himself. What's this? Why do I feel like something insane is about to happen? Before he could analyze it further, Kane felt dizzy. Lately, Kane has been in a terrible state. 20% is my fault, 80% is the acid. The girl winced and asked, what was that? This lady has been cooking some horrific things lately. Even so, AI diligently offered them as survival rations. I made this for you. Kane didn't want to waste the ingredients, so he ate it all. But he didn't know that might have been his final meal. Thanks to the damage, he lost even more clothes. It's the third day, and Kane still needs rest. He lay limp on the bed, moaning the name of the culprit, that brat AI. If I weren't a veteran villain, I'd be dead by now. The room was filled with towels, medicine, a fireplace that burned all night, and a sword used to chop firewood. Kane, exhausted, reached a life-changing conclusion. Me, that kid isn't a hero, but she can turn a villain into this. Is she the Demon King or something? It's so quiet today. Did she go to town? Did she say she was going to do something? Kane prayed silently. Finally, he pulled the blanket over his head, giving up. Not my business. A veteran villain must know how to take care of himself. I shouldn't leave the bed. I just have a feeling today is going to be batshit crazy. Answering his thoughts, his stomach growled, and he desperately sat up. Time to eat. Kane hurried and reassured himself. Just eat fast. He looked at the door, feeling hesitant. I don't want to go. Strange. It looks like the gates of heaven. A third-rate villain should be going to hell, right? It's so dark. Is this how you cut costs? I need food. My stomach is getting louder. Kane took slow, heavy steps down the dim hallway, eyes darting everywhere. As he got closer to the door, he couldn't help but sigh. Thinking back, thanks to AI, I'm getting poorer. If I knew, I wouldn't have picked her up. At this rate, my retirement. The swearing from the living room interrupted Kane's thoughts. Hey brat, what are you barking about? You disrespectful little shit. He smacked the railing, expressing his displeasure. Kane looked down at the group and let out a cold complaint. Too noisy. As soon as he finished, he pursed his lips, ignoring AI and the crowd who were staring in shock. The atmosphere fell into an eerie silence. Kane turned pale and mentally critiqued himself. Why did I come out here? A giant question mark appeared over Ai's head. Kane and the mercenaries locked eyes. The mercenary quickly regained his composure and shouted, "Who the hell is this?" But the silence drives Chi-Rot's mind into a spiral of panic. How long has he been watching? Is he a traveler or a mercenary? One wrong move and I'm done for. If it comes to a fight, I'll have to use it. The moment he makes his resolve, Kane shifts ever so slightly. My neck's killing me from holding this pose so long. Chi-Rot's crew snaps into a defensive stance, instantly startled quails at the snap of a twig. AI, sandwiched between the two sides, blurts out a desperate warning. Don't interfere. This is my business. Chi-Rot turns around with a loaded grin, his confidence surging as his tone shifts on a dime. So, you the kid's guardian or what? Hey, get down here now. Before I kill this girl. Kane counters with a glare sharp enough to cut. His mind spins, analyzing every piece of data. Every development has a cause and effect. First, I got sick from eating someone's food. Then acid dissolved my clothes. Then I was bedridden for 3 days. The exhaustion made me blurt that out without thinking. Damn it, and now I'm surrounded by a pissed-off mob. I just wanted to grab a meal, and I left my sword back in my room. Can I just play dead now? Chi-Rot bares his teeth in a mocking grin. You don't even look related to the brat, yet you're still trying to intervene. Meanwhile, Kane remains drowning in a sea of regret. I'm dead. I'm so dead. Time to bolt. AI, go draw their aggro for me. Just like how you started this whole mess. The girl stares blankly at the back shielding her. Then AI drops an answer on Kane that's completely off script. Fine, I won't interfere. Chi-Rot casually raises a hand, signaling the start of a war of words. We're mercenaries, you know. And you, Kane, a dead pig that fears no boiling water, fires back with full bravado. I don't give a damn, he says, but in his head he silently adds, I'm retired. Chi-Rot keeps pressing. Then what's your name? He spits out the question, cold Litwo words, nothing more. The real reason stays buried deep in his heart. Absolutely, cannot let these people learn his true identity. The answer ticks off the mercenaries, who start cursing in unison. This son of a bitch, just kill him already. Turn him and that brat into fertilizer. Chi-Rot tilts his head, calming his men down. Forget it, I'll use it. The unexpected answer makes jaws drop all around. Kane's mind races like a bingo machine on overdrive. What the hell is that even supposed to mean? Meanwhile, Chi-Rot keeps provoking. See, these guys are troublemakers. Working with them ain't easy. The moment I look away, they go wreaking havoc. So how about you help me put them in their place? Won't take long. AI pokes his head out and blurts out the identity of what's in the man's hand. Demon Arts. Chi-Rot bellows the incantation at full blast, his hands spinning a vortex of black magic. Where's the boom? Dark feather, go die, you son of a bitch. Kane stands rooted to the ground, staring at the torrent of energy barreling straight at him. AI screams a warning, watch out, as the entire room plunges into thick, dark miasma. A cloud of dust and debris blinds everyone present, and when it clears, the surroundings look like a flash flood just tore through. The poor wine barrels, caught in the crossfire, stream red liquid no different from blood. The mercenaries are completely awestruck by Chi-Rot's power, rendered speechless. Magic was born from demons, so mages who wield demon arts are terrifying indeed. Chi-Rot sneers, a killing edge in his grin. Who the hell are you really? Not a scratch, not a single hair out of place. Yet nothing can stop the doubt surging in his mind. But a man who walks away unscathed from a demon art attack. That's even more terrifying. Kane calmly lowers his head, putting on a show of deep contemplation. But the truth is, he's clenching so hard his belt buckle nearly snaps. Almost died. I dodged whatever flew at me on pure instinct, no clue what it even was. Holy crap, thank God I dodged that. The kid's still okay. Did she dodge it because she's short? This is my chance. Kane sorts out his jumbled thoughts, then opens his mouth to poke the bear. That all you got? Chi-Rot plants his hands on his hips, calling the bluff on the spot. Excuse me, you dodged that on pure luck. Don't get cocky. He asks back, completely unfazed. You think I'm running on luck. But inside, he's ecstatic, barely holding it together. So what if I did dodge on luck? Chi-Rot fires back without hesitation. Not luck then. You think you've got real skill. Kane has been waiting for exactly this and her celebration fireworks go off. Hook, line, and sinker. He slips a hand into his cloak and speaks cryptically. I have something. Now it's Chi-Rot's turn to have his mind thrown into confusion. Is this guy hiding a sword? Kane flips his cloak with flair far beyond his actual skill level. It is a pride that never backs down. The out-of-nowhere answer freezes both friend and foe stiff as statues. The guy next to Chi-Rot can't hold back. Is this guy delusional? Nonsense. The leader raises a hand, cutting off the dismissive remark with a word of praise. Well, never expected this. A knight of VTS right here. His identity revealed in the last way anyone could imagine. The entire room goes into shock. Even AI puts on a look of deep contemplation. All Kane hears ringing in his ears is the emphatic declaration, VTS, the masterless knights of Vitsaw's secret order of knights with no leader. People only know they exist, no one knows anything more. But there is one thing everyone knows. Every single member of that organization is a monster. Each one's combat ability, matching at least a full squad of 50. Chi-Rot's expression does a 180, settling into a smile uglier than tears. Kane remains composed, watching his opponent, then, reading the room, flashes a wide grin. Harmony above all. All right, let's stop here. While his underlings stand dazed, Chi-Rot hastily hooks their necks and hauls them away. We have no grudge against VTS either. Let's call it even if it please you, sir. AI, seeing the tide turn, charges forward to demand her cut. I want to apologize, but Kane has no intention of going along with the girl's idea. He turns his back and tosses a short reply, go upstairs. AI wants to complain, but the words just won't come out. In the end, the girl has no choice but to compromise and start walking. Chi-Rot carries a mug of beer over and calls out loudly in reminder. Watch yourself, kid. That knight over there won't always ride in on a white horse to save you. AI tunes it all out, mechanically stepping onto the stairs. In the narrow, dimly lit hallway, the soft echo of someone's footsteps suddenly drifts through. Kane quietly steps into the room with a contemplative look, his murmuring voice drifting softly. 99 demons, patron saints of villains. He turns his face to the side, smiles faintly, and says, thank you all. His heart pounds so hard, it feels ready to burst out of his chest. His ashen face conceals a torrent of curses in his heart. I hope you bastards drop dead. Kane still can't help but tremble when he recalls Chi-Rot's group from earlier. Is it really that hard for me to just enjoy one decent meal? The guy and his crew had shown up, glaring at Kane with threatening eyes. You can't eat. To this day, Kane still can't figure out what their reason was. Why the hell did you guys drag your whole gang to the middle of nowhere? Gives me heartburn, honestly. He shudders, recalling the excited grins on Chi-Rot's face, and that mage's too. You guys went too far. Chi-Rot had said it with an utterly delighted tone. Country air is the best. 99 out of 100 people agree. Kane's eyes betray his utter helplessness. Get lost. All he could do was rely on his top-tier acting skills to pretend he had his sword on him. Because I didn't bring my sword, I was scared out of my damn mind. But the painful truth is, his real sword is still sitting back in his room. Kane looks at his gloves and lets out a sigh of relief. Good thing I had these gloves. He clenches his gloved hand tight, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. I just grabbed these gloves from the corner of my room on a whim. Who knew my old job would actually come in handy? Thanks for that. My old jobman, I got lucky today. After mentally sorting through all the headaches he's just endured, Kane quickens his pace toward the chair ahead. Let's sit down first. He slumps into the chair and lets out a weary sigh. He cracks his eyes open slightly and continues his deduction. Let's sort out my thoughts. Good thing I managed to fool those idiots. VJTS is famous enough that they don't want to get involved with it. Using PHTS to get out of this is a bit risky, though. But thankfully, they don't know much about Vanity S. If they ever find out, with my status as a third-rate villain, my life would be in serious danger. Especially that guy. I need to bail before they find out. I've prepared at least 9 escape routes. But the moment I run, my peaceful retirement vacation is basically done for. Why am I the only one who has to deal with all this? Those goddamn mercenaries. How dare they bully this benevolent villain? So hungry, I haven't eaten a single thing. What did I ever do wrong? If there is something, Kane clenches his teeth in frustration, eyes burning with indignation. Seeing AI walk in from outside with a gloomy expression, Kane immediately draws his conclusion. This is definitely because I brought this one home. He takes a deep breath to steady himself. Stay calm, can't lose my cool in front of this kid. He tells himself I need to handle this calmly and maturely. AI suddenly speaks up, calling his name. The girl turns her face away and speaks bluntly. You don't need to help me. Kane hears this and his temper flares. What the hell? Then why the hell did I even pick you up? I'll go gray early if this kind of thing keeps happening. He presses a hand to his face, looking thoroughly annoyed. AI, you still haven't forgotten that place, have you? The corners of eyes suddenly droop, turning red. Of course not. Kane sighs helplessly, then reminds her firmly. Forget about it. AI stares straight at him, her expression full of shock and confusion. The girl asks in a voice heavy with hurt. Kane immediately cuts her off. If you can't forget it, then bury it. It doesn't matter how you lived before, what memories you have, or what you were once attached to. You need to understand that. They're in the past, and neither of us can turn back time or change what happened. You have to live for the present. Eyes widen, flickering with astonishment. Forget, bury it, and live for the present. You've seen what I had to leave behind. How can you say that? Kane says with a grave expression. Then how long do you plan to carry those corpses around? Eyes go wide, filled with stunned disbelief. Kane's words freeze her entire body rigid, as if struck dead still. The death of her family haunts her mind, once more a horror that grips her to the core. AI speaks up again once she's regained her composure, because all along she has never stopped trying. AI has tried so hard to understand Kane. AI speaks with absolute conviction. The reason Kane can speak so indifferently is because he doesn't understand her pain. And after looking into Kane's hollow eyes, AI finally understands Thai's person will never be able to understand her. Isn't that right? Everyone's the same. The feeling of losing everything and being the only one left alive. Only I can understand this pain. The pain that makes your heart feel like it's about to explode. The fear that makes you want to scream until your lungs burst. The loneliness that freezes your entire body. I will be alone forever. Eyes darken, emptied of all emotion. The girl turns and hurries away. The girl hurries toward the door, making the atmosphere even more tense and suffocating. She reaches out and grabs the door handle. Before leaving, the girl asks in an empty, hollow voice, "Why did you bring me along?" Kane answers with an utterly nonchalant air. Does that even need a reason? She clenches her teeth, her face full of fury. The girl storms out and slams the door shut behind her. Fine then, you idiot. Kane's expression turns bewildered, having no idea what he did wrong. Why is she suddenly being so rude? And she even raised her voice. If she wants to leave, then let her. Every piece of advice was from my own experience, you know. That was pretty generous of me. Whatever, she's probably just going through a rebellious phase. I need to finish this first. The sun gradually sinks, and the sunset stretches across the lush green canopy. Kane labors with a hammer, laying each brick onto the wall. Is that enough yet? He wipes the sweat from his brow after working through the entire afternoon. He stands tall atop the newly finished wall. Finally done. That brat had the nerve to leave me doing this alone. I need to punish her somehow. But she's already locked herself in there for days. Kane stands on the wall with a contemplative look, pressing his lips together with a furrowed brow. I'll punish her by banning her from this house. She can reflect on her actions in there. Whose fault is it that I've been putting up with all this lately? Thanks to that, at least the food expenses went down. Things aren't so bad after all. The town is quite far away, surrounded by forests that conceal the house and traps. This house is perfect for my retirement, and it was cheap too. This is the pinnacle of a veteran villain's lifestyle. The time spent renovating the house was well worth it. He spots Ben walking below, looking utterly exhausted and worn out. He calls out to Ben. Ben answers between heavy breaths. It's you, Dark News. Kane asks curiously, what are you doing here? Ben blurts out urgently. Big trouble, you need to get back to the inn. Ben looks at the massive house before him and trembles. Wasn't this place about to collapse? Kane responds with a proud grin. I just fixed it up a little. Wait till you sold me a house that was about to cave in. Ben gapes in shock, unable to contain his astonishment. That was just a little. Did you make a deal with a demon or something? Kane asks again, puzzled. Did you come here just to check out my house? Ben urgently reminds him, his face full of dread. You need to get back to the inn. Hearing this, Kane's face instantly darkens, his eyes widening to reveal sheer panic. From that day on, Eyes shut herself inside her room. Days pass. The girl sinks deeper into sorrow and despair. Looking out the window, she sees the sunset sun seems to melt and mingle with blood, the sky burning as if set ablaze. This is Eyes' Fatido, be the ruler of a kingdom. She should have vanished along with that sunset. Time to go back. She makes her decision and acts immediately. She takes a few travel supplies from Kane's room and heads toward the hunter's house. The mercenaries went in that direction. Those bastards dared to insult us. Before Eyes leaves, she'll make them pay. A voice suddenly echoes through the desolate forest Chi-Rot, and his mercenaries are clashing with someone. He smirks and speaks in a mocking tone. How pathetic. The hunter of this backwater turns out to be someone who vanished 30 years Agorite after earning the title of the greatest dragon-class hunter. Ji asks, his face covered in wounds. Please. How do you know that? Chi-Rot leans in close and says, when you're drunk, old man, you really should watch what comes out of your mouth. Ji replies weakly, being drunk really isn't good. Chi-Rot places his hand on Ji shoulder and continues, you're the treasure hunter who found the Gaganath treasure of the Dragon Clan that no one could locate for 1,000 years. Where is the treasure you found? Ji forces out his words, his face smeared with blood. I did find the Gagania, but how could I take anything from a place I couldn't even enter? Chi-Rot grins with a sinister look. You couldn't enter, or you chose not to. Ji glares at him and says bluntly, don't play dumb. There's a guardian who's been protecting the Dragon Clan's treasure for 1,000 years. Even a fool knows that. Not even a Dragon-class treasure hunter could stand against it. He speaks with utter helplessness. You don't seem to believe me, do you? Chi-Rot answers with suspicion. Why make it so complicated, old man? Just tell me where it is. I'll handle the rest myself. Ji face contorts, as if enduring the agony of his wounds. When I first arrived here, I built a house deep in the forest. 30 years ago, I hid the map to the Gagania there. I've already sold the house, and it's been. A sudden loud noise erupts from behind, causing Chi-Rot's group to whip around in alarm. But when they turn, they see nothing out of the ordinary. He orders his subordinate to go check it out. The mercenary takes slow, cautious steps toward the source of the sound. He draws his sword, his face taut with tension and worry. He gradually ventures deeper into the trees, the noise growing louder with each step. He raises his hand in a defensive stance, his expression wary. A fox with orange-red fur suddenly emerges from a bush. The mercenary startles and shouts, who's there? The bone in the fox's mouth is instantly snapped in two by its razor-sharp fangs. Its eyes flash with fury, as if scanning for prey. The mercenary's expression goes blank with confusion. He stares at the fox without a trace of fear. A fox, it's really just a fox. Is the fox rabid or something? Chi-Rot immediately calls out, everything all right over there? The mercenary answers calmly, nothing here. He quickly returns to his position. Just a fox. Chi-Rot lets out a sigh of relief. Damn, that scared me. Eyes hides behind a tree, her face pale with shock and fear. The old hunter was once a dragon-class hunter, and he has a map leading to the Gagania. That house deep in the forest. Chi-Rot turned to his subordinates and commanded, take me to that house, now. Immediately after, he and the mercenaries set out to find the house. AI saw this and grew anxious. She's in danger, I have to tell him. But why should I even bother? He and I are nothing to each other now. If it's the Gagania. Back in the mythical age, when the war between demons and gods erupted, the dragon race aided both sides then, simply left their legacy behind. Ai's mind immediately flashed to the jewels and precious treasures locked within that vault. It was a legendary treasure coveted by both demons and gods alike. A spark of ambition ignited within AI. If I could get my hands on that treasure, could I rebuild the kingdom? Then, I wouldn't be alone anymore. The painful past and the desperate cries of her people suddenly flooded back into the girl's mind. Demon King, we'll handle things here, please, just run. That memory left the girl frozen in place. Her eyes widened in sheer terror. Don't go, don't leave me alone. Right at the moment AI was sinking into utter despair, Kane appeared out of nowhere. My name is Cod Lane, want to come with me? AI clutched the strap on her body tight, as if a fierce tug-of-war raged between her heart and her reason. At that exact moment, Kane's face and silhouette surfaced in the girl's mind. Stop thinking about him, the girl told herself. Even if something happens to him, it's none of my business. Should I make them pay or go find the map? But first I need to track them down. Before that, while the sunset still blazed red across the sky, AI had been walking slowly along a narrow trail through the forest. She suddenly spotted a man pinned beneath a massive fallen log ahead. Seeing that he was unconscious and surrounded by blood, she thought with pity, killed by a falling tree in the middle of the forest. This guy's luck is absolutely terrible, but are all of these really accidents? Seeing a string of corpses crushed by fallen trees along the path, AI couldn't help but feel bewildered and suspicious. Once is an accident, twice is bad luck. But 3-4 times in a row, what do you even call that? Lost in thought, she suddenly spun around, startled by an unfamiliar sound. What was that? A furious shout rang out from nowhere. You damn old dog. AI sprinted toward the source of the noise. Without hesitation, she dashed straight ahead in that direction. When she arrived, her face turned pale with shock. Before her stood Chi-Rot and his mercenaries, seizing Ji by the throat. Ji struggled and stammered, what do you mean by that? You think I did all that? The mercenary glared with fury. If not you, then who? What other mutt would dare mess with us? GGM hurried to explain. I was caught in it too, how could I possibly? The mercenary hurled GGM aside and bellowed, Shut UP. I was being nice, and you had the nerve to lie to my face. It had to be you. Trying to protect the map, is that it? Forget it, I'll find it myself. Get the hell out of here. AI saw this and rushed over in fear. He'll kill him, I have to stop this. The girl shouted as she ran. Wait! An arrow shot out of nowhere, piercing clean through the mercenary's head. Blood sprayed everywhere. Bang. GGM's face became one of utter disbelief at the scene before him. His eyes went wide with shock as Welland Chi-Rot's face darkened instantly. The surrounding area was drenched in blood. His eyes darted in panic. One arrow, that was all it took. He immediately bolted, screaming orders to his men. Spread out, one mercenary dashed deep into the forest. Another slipped through the bushes in a flash. Chi-Rot glanced at the magic ring on his hand and sneered. I don't care who you are, you'd better crawl out right now. You think you can just keep hiding? We'll find you, and before he could finish, a series of bone-chilling sounds erupted from behind him. He spun around in alarm. Before him were shrieks of agony and the overwhelming stench of blood pouring from the bushes. GGM limped forward despite being covered in wounds. What's going? Eyes went wide with terror. What the hell is happening in those bushes? But at least the old man is safe. Who the hell is it? Chi-Rot brandished his magic ring and shouted, his voice dripping with rage. Yao, show your goddamn face. Where are you? Dark feathered them to mincemeat. Instantly, a slash of dark magic rocketed straight toward the bushes. Trees were sliced clean in half in a blink. Dust and debris billowed everywhere. Chi-Rot was so furious his face had gone pitch black, but he didn't stop. He hurled another wave of magic straight ahead. He rained down a barrage of magic slashes in a frenzy. AI quickly raised a magic barrier to shield herself from Chi-Rot's terrifying power. His attacks flew wildly in every direction, sending even GGM tumbling to the side. Chi-Rot's face was dark with fury as he continued to unleash one devastating strike after another. His blasts tore deep into the forest, sending birds scattering in panic. After a while, the entire forest lay in ruins, barren and desolate, shrouded in thick smoke and dust. The ground was gradually eroded and worn, with branches and timber scattered and broken everywhere. Chi-Rot's shoulders drooped slightly, revealing a figure utterly exhausted. He panted heavily, teeth clenched in rage. Who are you? Who the hell are you? Get your ass out here. You don't show yourself, and I kill the old man. AI, hiding behind a tree trunk, couldn't help but feel a wave of dread wash over her. He's completely lost it. In a backwater like this, there aren't many people capable of wiping out an entire mercenary squad. But I can only think of one person who could pull that off. Kane's silhouette flickered behind the dense green canopy. He gripped the tail of the fox that had appeared earlier, squeezing hard. He seized its limbs, hoisted it overhead, and landed softly on the ground. The fox seized the chance and chomped down hard on Kane's head, drawing blood. He cursed under his breath to avoid being detected. You little bite me again, and I'll turn you into a fur scarf. And that other thing over there, it keeps messing with me while chowing down on a mercenary. I'm busy right now. Both of you beat it. The fox growled aggressively, as if cursing right back at him. You're the one who should beat it. Then it immediately lunged and latched onto Kane's arm. He flailed wildly, yelling at the top of his lungs, You little stop biting me. Earlier, Ben had rushed over in a panic to deliver the news to Kane. AI went after the mercenaries. When Kane heard the news, he didn't show a single shred of concern. That little troublemaker vanished on her own. Good riddance. And after seeing the room trashed and his wallet emptied, he grinned like a true villain. She returns good with evil. Fine, take it and get lost. A veteran villain like me doesn't crumble under pressure. Naturally, even if my secret retirement fund is gone. Hypothesis 1 stands mercenaries lured eyes away. Hypothesis 2 eyes went to find them herself. Whichever is true, the problem is that my precious retirement fund, hidden inside that water bottle. Kane's retirement fund is in their hands, so they all have to die. No matter how strong they are, they're just mercenaries. Plus, with a rebellious kid in the mix, what kind of trap should I set? The dragon horse setup is enough. Dragon horse involves multiple small traps to inflict constant pressure on the enemy team. The individual damage is low, but the total output is horrific. The heroes set log traps, poisoned water, oil-slicked paths with rocks, slippery mud near the cliffs. They won't realize it until at least 5 of them are dead. Kane thinks to himself, having successfully downed the previous mercenaries, he assumed these would be just as easy. However, the overwhelming power radiating from the ring on Charat's finger makes him anxious. He watches silently as the enemy levels everything in their path. The difficulty has spiked, thanks to those mysterious beasts appearing out of nowhere. Kane missed his golden opportunity. He recalls the fox making noise in the bushes earlier, causing Cherat to jump and scream. Who's there? Then he had to endure a barrage of continuous attacks from him. The more he thinks about it, the more furious he becomes. I shouldn't have let them run. I should have turned them into floor mats. Because of them, my bow. He bites his lip and squeezes his eyes shut, trying to calculate a way to counter Cherat. He observes Cherat scanning the surroundings, wary and guarded. This bow can only fire 2 more shots. The guy is on high alert now. He won't fall for the dragon horse trap easily. Time to switch tactics. After a brief moment of thought, Kane speaks up with an arrogant tone, waiting for me to show my face. That familiar voice catches, eyes completely off guard. Cherat starts, his face flushing with rage. So it's you. Kane suddenly fires an arrow straight at Cherat. He leaps backward, letting the arrow bury itself in the dirt. Kane taunts, "Want to see my sword? Answer me." Cherat of the Wind Clan widens his eyes in shock. "How do you know my name?" Kane sneers internally. "You were boasting about your unique magic, and now you're asking me that." The magic stone on his necklace creates an echo, confusing Cherat's sense of direction. Damn it, I can't pinpoint his location with all these echoes. Kane focuses on the angle of the arrow stuck in the ground. He narrows his eyes, feeling smug. The trajectory is calculated. He smiles as he sees Cherat's exposed position. He's standing in the perfect spot for a clean shot. He draws his bow, his face set with grim determination. "I am ending this." Cherat's pained voice suddenly rings out, causing Kane to pause. Why would a masterless knight target us? Kane's eyes darken with confusion and frustration. You took my retirement fund, the thing I treated like my own child. The retirement fund he carried everywhere and cherished above all else. Trying to sleep soundly? Not on my watch. Cherat's naive question drives Kane's anger to the breaking point. "You're asking me why?" He retorts bluntly. "Where is it?" Cherat looks blank. What are you talking about?" Kane insists firmly. "It vanished right after you guys left the inn." Don't tell me that's just a coincidence. Eyes feels completely flustered upon hearing this. He's been looking for me, and here I was planning to betray him. Kane's voice carries a tone of deep frustration. "I don't care if it's karma or you guys venting your anger on me, but once you touch my treasure, you're my enemies." Cherat grits his teeth and yells. Wait, before he can finish, an arrow thuds into the tree right behind him. Cherat looks on in horror. The arrow grazed his cheek. He missed on purpose to intimidate me. Kane is visibly startled by his own near miss, while Cherat grinds his teeth in indignation. "You bastard!" Cherat hits Kane's weak spot. "Don't you want to know where the girl is?" A's expression turns to one of pure shock and panic. Kane narrows his eyes, appearing defeated, as if his cover is blown. Cherat smirks with arrogance. "If you want to know where the girl is, show yourself." If not, Kane stands frozen in genuine fear, his face turning pale. Eyes winces, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. He's pretending to have me held hostage. How dare he use a misunderstanding to trick him? But he's a rational person. He won't be fooled into showing himself. Contrary to A's thoughts, Kane instantly appears in front of Cherat. He stares wide-eyed and wears an arrogant grin. Kane asks with a deadly serious expression, "Cherat, where is Arit?" Kane confronts Cherat directly, his voice stern. "Where is eyes?" Cherat chuckles, his sinister gaze brimming with twisted pleasure. Kane stares him down with grim patience. Cherat clutches his face, laughing. "Damn, I get it. You really are an interesting knight. Besides, didn't the Jaders perish a long time ago? It seems to be true. You were all destroyed by your own sense of chivalry." His words leave Eyes feeling hollow. Her eyes are filled with shock and terror. She remembers the first moment Kane appeared. "My name is Kodler Svin. Want to come with me?" At that moment she was stunned, thinking, what is wrong with this human? His eyes were as empty as my own. The image of Kane sitting in his chair on the day they argued flashes back through Eyes' mind. The girl trembles in fear, cold sweat pouring down without end. Her eyes go wide with shock, as she suddenly understands what Kane truly felt inside. He, too, had lost everything just like her. That's why he grabbed Eyes' hand when she had nothing left. Eyes raises her hands to her face, stunned by the painful realization, so that's why Kane acted. Meanwhile, Chi-Rot continues spitting mockery, having fled all the way to this rural backwater. Lucky thing one of those surviving knights went, and betrayed the rest, slaughtered those freedom-loving fools. Eyes quietly backs away but accidentally steps on a dry branch lying on the ground. The sharp crack of the snapping branch rings out, drawing Chi-Rot's attention. Eyes freezes the instant she realizes she's been spotted. Kane turns his head toward the tree where she's hiding, eyes wide with shock. Chi-Rot, startled, also snaps his gaze toward her. His face goes pale, mind-racing fake hostage plan is blown. How the hell does he explain this? If it comes to a fight, beating this guy won't be easy. Then he just needs to target what Kane is trying to protect. Ai's eyes fill with terror as she sees him launch a magic attack straight at her. Kane grits his teeth in panic at Chi-Rot's sudden strike. A barrage of magic bolts hurtles forward, threatening to devour everything in their path. Chi-Rot swings his arm and bellows with fury. Die. Ai's is paralyzed with terror, her entire body frozen, unable to move an inch. Hold on, let's quickly review the reasons Kane risked showing his face in front of Chi-Rot and performing his little act of chivalry. Hypothesis 1 for Ai's. Ai's face lights up with emotion. He did that for me. Hypothesis 2 for the old man hiding somewhere in the forest. GGM blends into the dense foliage, silently praying those two will just fly off somewhere else. Naturally, neither hypothesis is correct. Saving people is a hero's job, but Kane is a villain. All he needs is his retirement fund. Kane's eyes only ever spark when money is mentioned. Enough, give me back my money. But look red eyes, cold sweat, unstable mana. Chi-Rot has hit his limit. And the number one thing, only a seasoned villain knows the number one cause of death for villainous mages is being cornered. When a villain is cornered, they self-destruct. And when a mage self-destructs, the blast radius is at least 1 kilometer. If that happens, so much for Kane's retirement fund. Of course, those are just the vivid scenarios his overactive imagination painted. Just thinking about it makes his rage boil over and erupt. To deal with this villain, step 1, play along. That's the real reason Kane braved showing his face in front of Chi-Rot. Of course, Kane already has a plan. Demon sorcery is, in essence, stealing and channeling the power of a sealed demon. Every sorcerer shares one limitation, a hard time limit, on how long they can wield the demon's power. 600 seconds. 17 seconds, 87 seconds, 125 seconds, 263 seconds, 352 seconds, 493 seconds, 578 seconds. Chi-Rot is almost out of time. Kane silently counts down the limit in his head. 595 seconds, 596 seconds. But Ai's appearance just blew that plan to hell. Only 2 seconds left. Kane has to move fast or his precious asset will be gone. 2 seconds to decide. 3 seconds for his body to react. 97 seconds to close the distance. Add the draw time, 188 seconds total. Kane surges forward just in time, slashing away every last one of Chi-Rot's attacks. The sky darkens. Chi-Rot's devastating attack leaves trees stripped bare amid a choking cloud of dust and debris. Kane's eyes go dark, like a man who just survived a brush with Deathol to protect his retirement fund. His arms pull Ai's tight against his chest. Ai stares in bewilderment as Kane suddenly appears and wraps his arms around her shoulders. She hears Kane's voice, soft and faint. "So here you are." Ai stares at him intently, a thought forming in the back of her mind. This man, too, has lost everything just like me. Those same eyes that caught her before have caught her once again. Kane's gaze softens as he looks down at Ai's. "I'm glad you're safe. My precious retirement fund. My dear, at last we're reunited. Why did this kid have to go latch onto someone else?" In that touching moment of reunion, Chi-Rot suddenly speaks up. No way. Yes, Vin. Kane thinks to himself, his mood souring fast. Chi-Rot's lips tremble as he speaks, voice faltering. How are you here? Ever since that organization collapsed, you've never once shown yourself. The leader of Finny TSS. Ai stares at him, eyes wide with shock and disbelief. Kane's face drains of color at being exposed like this. His eyes bulge wide, pale and helpless like a man whose soul just left his body. "I want to go home." Ai's asks to confirm. "You're the leader of Finny TSS." Kane curses silently in his head, but Chi-Rot keeps pressing, refusing to let it go. Why is the leader of Finny TSS here? Ai's eyes go perfectly round with astonishment. It's not just the girl who's stunned. Both GGM and Chi-Rot are equally horrified to learn Kane's true identity. The leader of Finny TSS. Kane stands there, lips pressed tight, brows furrowed deep with irritation. After a long moment, he finally speaks. "As you said, Finny TSS has long since vanished." Chi-Rot forces his eyes wide open to mask the panic, but he can't hide the tremor in his voice. "Is that so?" Then suddenly, his eyes bulge and words spill from his mouth. "Don't tell me. You're also after the Gaginiato. Use it and bring Finny TSS back." Ai snaps awake at those words. Right, he might be thinking the same thing as me. Rebuilding Finny TSS. As the thought crosses her mind, she sneaks a glance up at Kane. But can Dorna alone really fulfill both their wishes? Both of us could go back to those days. But if we do, the current me and Kane will cease to exist. Ai's is lost in thought when an excited voice cuts in. If that's the case, count me in. The girl and Kane immediately turned to look. Kane's face, on the other hand, was clearly radiating silent contempt. What the hell is this guy saying? Still Chi-Rot, but now wearing an even faker smile. He proposed with absolute confidence. If you cut me 10% of the treasure, I'll help you see this through to the end. I'll even help rebuild Finitis. I don't know how many subordinates you still have, but landing the help of a mage like me isn't easy. Seeing Kane's dumbfounded face, he added in a shrill voice, "You understand, right?" Kane fell silent for a few seconds. Then he opened his mouth and enunciated each word. "I just let out one sound." Kane retreated into the exciting future he'd been imagining in his head. Warm blankets, soft pillows, lying by the window listening to birdsong. Thinking of that, he swallowed hard. Finally, he returned to his usual cool composure and answered seriously, "I don't want to rebuild it." Finitis Chi-Rot heard this and his jaw dropped. What? Everyone was stunned by Kane's decision. What did he just say? Kane's hand suddenly clenched around his sword. Under the silver moonlight and cool breeze, he spoke with a voice full of weight. "What's the point of rebuilding?" Chi-Rot kept his scrunched-up expression. "It's not like you can bring back the dead." AI pursed her lips slightly, listening as Kane continued. "And you can't turn back time either." Kane's voice carried sadness and disappointment. His words once again plunged AI into a sea of contemplation. Unlike her, she hadn't even dared to try burying her regrets, letting herself drown in the past, dragging around corpses that should have been laid to rest long ago. Kane finished speaking, his face still calm. No one knew whether any waves stirred within his heart. Living in the past is just a waste of time. Nothing is more pointless than greed. AI shut her eyes tightly and thought on. She knew her small hands were unconsciously gripping the bag straps. She knew, even if she obtained the Gagania, she couldn't bring back the dead. She also knew that turning back time was impossible. She was only clinging to an illusory hope. As if seeing through the girl's heart, Kane stepped forward and gently touched Ai's shoulder. But at that moment, she was still deep in thought. He had been trying to tell her all along that these lingering emotions and regrets were nothing but chains dragging her down. A moment later, AI finally realized and immediately looked up at Kane. The heart-to-heart session ends here. Kane stepped forward lightly, cracked his shoulder joints, and issued Chi-Rot a warning. "Don't you dare taint my past with your pointless greed." AI stood still behind him. She gazed at Kane's unwavering back. When he told her to bury the past and live for the present, that was what he had been trying to tell her. As for Chi-Rot, he must have been humiliated by the scolding, so he burst into forced laughter. "Well then he blurted out anxiously, "So the Gagania won't even let me," before he could finish. Kane cut in flatly. "If you want 1,000-year-old fertilizer, go ahead and take it all." Every muscle on Chi-Rot's face went slack, then froze solid. "Fertilizer?" The next second, he erupted in rage, curling his fingers as mana surged forth. Screaming, "You think I don't know you're trying to trick me so you can hog the treasure all to yourself?" Kane said flatly, "I already said take it all." AI was gradually grasping the truth. He doesn't need the Gagania. Someone who has already buried all their regrets has no need for such a thing. He truly doesn't need the Gagania. That is the difference between those who understand and those who don't, between those who have experienced loss and those who haven't. Chi-Rot, the experience of losing something you spent your whole life building. Those who have never known true loss will never understand. AI took that for granted, so Kane's sudden burst of laughter a moment later left her completely frozen. "Oh, and an emergency fund would be nice too. If you're willing to share, I'll take a cut." Chi-Rot was thrilled to hear that. He cackled wildly. "Can't even hide your greed, your true colors are showing already." At that moment, GGM was hiding behind a tree, eavesdropping on their conversation. He could clearly hear Chi-Rot's gleeful voice. "If you're the leader of Finitis, then go rot along with it." And Kane's mocking tone hot-tempered as ever. Suddenly, Chi-Rot shifted his gaze. His eyes locked straight onto GGM's hiding spot. He immediately aimed a spell at the old man and barked, "Where do you think you're running?" Kane jolted and immediately looked toward GGM. A single blink, then all that could be heard was the air ripping apart from movements faster than the eye could follow. Streaks of light flashing like lightning. GGM, caught off guard by the sudden attack, couldn't resist. He was thrown onto the grass, left completely at Chi-Rot's mercy. AI clenched her teeth in fear, her eyes not daring to blink even once. Chi-Rot approached GGM with a murderous expression. "Kept you waiting long enough, old man. Lead me to the map." Kane seemed slightly impatient. Lingering between stepping in and staying back, Chi-Rot noticed, and bared his teeth in a chilling grin. "Does this bruise that heroic spirit of yours?" Kane didn't budge. He answered decisively with a single word. No, he had long since formed the conviction that pitying the weak was a hero's job. A villain's was different. In this situation, Kane saw many things. This guy's greed had made him stupid. Full of openings now. If you rack up too much bad karma without restraint, the only road left is death. With that thought, he finally lifted his heel and strode forward slowly, his mind still mulling over the one thing that can devour a man whole greed. In a flash, he appeared right in front of Chi-Rot. Even AI, standing beside them, was left bewildered. When did he get over there? Despite the burst of speed, Kane's steps now showed no trace of urgency, slow and composed. But his face told a different story. His brow furrowed deeply. His tone taut, if that is your bad karma, then your bad karma will devour you whole. Chi-Rot trembled under Kane's terrifying gaze, so he swung his hand to slap Ji-Jiam, trying to shake off his own terror. But Kane was quick. He caught the old man before he fell, his eyes blazing as he stared Chi-Rot down, ignoring the opponent's wild outpouring of mana into the air. Kane swiftly scooped Ji-Jiam to safety. Chi-Rot below snapped his neck upward, screaming, "Put him down." The old man snapped awake, eyes wide open, watching himself hurtling through the air. A moment later, Kane set him down. Ji-Jiam immediately turned to see Chi-Rot lunging toward them. Kane picked up his pace as well. The two were only a dozen paces apart. Chi-Rot's blade slashed through the air, his mouth bellowing non-stop. "Die!" Kane pressed his lips together and observed keenly, dodging every attack cleanly. The moment the defense ended, whoosh, he shot past Chi-Rot before anyone realized. A hand covered in jagged scars now lay on the grass. It belonged to Chi-Rot. Kane's single move had cost him his hand. His face went dark, leaving only two bulging white eyes full of sheer terror, sweat or tears streaming down his cheeks. Chi-Rot's eyes slowly glazed over. His trembling lips stammered, my hand." When the shock passed, his madness hit its peak. His scream echoed far, and the sword in his remaining hand shot toward Kane. Note duplicate image on this page, P44. Kane barely moved. He simply tilted his head, and it sailed past. Chi-Rot stumbled forward and picked up his own severed hand, but he suddenly lets it drop. Perhaps he had already prepared something else entirely. At the same time, a strange incantation echoes through the air. "Where'd the bow go?" Dark, somber sounds spill from his throat. Heck, in the end, it's just 4 words, Black Wings Flight. Stone Sword's shoulders erupt with a pair of massive black wings. He bends his knees for launch, and his body whooshes skyward, soaring so high it seems he could reach the very moon itself. Kane watches the disturbance with patience, his hand resting on his sword sheath. At the same time, AI rushes in from behind. The girl stares blankly, wondering, is he really letting a defeated enemy go? Even though Finite S has been destroyed. His knightly spirit says otherwise, yet AI still feels a knot of frustration in her gut. However, if he lets that cunning bastard walk away, the enemy's resolute gaze will follow his back, and he'll return for revenge. Thinking that, AI slowly raises her hand, muttering under her breath, sayers, "O manifestation of despair and tempest, despair tempest." The girl finishes her chant. Streams of pale green light scatter into the air, then converge together, forming a long, curving arc of light. The arc of light streaks after Stone Sword and ensnares him in an instant. It seems everything is settled. Someone bursts out laughing. "Ha ha, thanks a lot. It's Ji-Jiam." Despite his injuries, he rises to his feet and gives Kane a slight bow of gratitude. "I owe you a great debt, thank you." Inside his head, Kane is already pouting like a brat. "If you're grateful, pay me in cash." But outwardly his expression remains ice cold. "I only did what needed to be done." Ji-Jiam speaks up on his own. "To repay my debt, I'll give you the map to the Gagania." But who would have thought Kane crushes his offer flat in an instant. "Don't be a fool, quit while you're ahead." Ji-Jiam freezes, then hurries to clarify. "What did you just say?" Kane replies calmly. "I don't know how obsessed you are with the Gagania, but don't you dare project that obsession onto us." His expression makes Ji-Jiam shudder slightly. "Huh? What do you mean?" Kane continues his analysis. The dragon tribe's treasure is nothing but a deception born from humanity's delusions and greed. There's no point clinging to things that don't exist. Ji-Jiam seems to have come to a realization. A faint smile lights up his weathered face. "Is that so?" he asks himself, then answers his own question. "Yeah, I suppose that's possible." He turns his back. Ji-Jiam continues to speak. "You helped me find the truth about the Gagania. Now I'll be on my way." Having said his piece, Kane simply stands in silence, neither stopping him nor walking away first. Ji-Jiam grows more distant with each step, but his voice still carries far enough for Kane to hear the question. "Then why did you come to the Gagania in the first place?" Kane watches him go and lets out a long sigh without answering. Only then does little AI dare to tug gently at Kane's cloak and call out to him. She also hands him a brown pouch she had been carrying since the very beginning. Kane stares at it, suspicion written all over his face. What's this? He just wants to scream the question burning inside his head. Does this kid really think she'll be forgiven after causing all that trouble? He can't contain his happiness. Words of infatuation almost spill from his lips. But upon closer inspection of Ai's adorable face, he mentally slaps himself back into shape. Fine, the kid is forgiven, just this once. Kane squeezes his eyes shut. Abandon a child. Nah, I don't want some hero showing up at my doorstep to punish me. I'm terrified of heroes. Mind made up. Kane quickens his pace and gives AI an order. Follow me, since I brought you back safe and sound. Consider yourself forgiven. The girl clearly didn't expect Kane to be this merciful. She just stands there, stunned. But in no time, her face lights up, and she scurries after him cheerfully. Yes, along the way, Ai's mind is still swimming with questions. Why aren't we heading back to the town? He hasn't said a single word this whole time. Is he angry? He worried about me. He even fought those mercenaries for my sake. And yet he must be so disappointed in me. He's probably going to send me away. Lost in her thoughts, the girl lifts her head when she hears his voice calling out. Kane stops before a large house deep in the forest and announces, "From now on, this is our home." AI freezes in place, her purple eyes brimming with astonishment. Our home, the house before her, seems to radiate a shimmering, ethereal glow. Her mind half believes, half doubts Kane's words from moments ago. He said, our home. He gently nudges her along. It's late, let's go inside and rest. I'm exhausted as hell. Even though many minutes have passed, AI still sees the radiance emanating from the house. She begins to wonder if she hasn't been able to put her feelings into words. Is this happiness, sadness, or regret? AI places a hand on her chest, her expression a tangle of confusion. I can't describe this emotion that's slowly filling my heart. I thought I would never forget the faces of the departed. I wanted to follow them. I wanted to change the past. But that was just the stubbornness of a coward. The truth is, I felt utterly powerless. But that's no longer an issue. The girl suddenly asks, is this the moment where I have to decide? Even if the time spent with him were to be buried, it would never be meaningless. She looks at Kane's steady back and feels a wave of reassurance wash over her. Then AI lifts her gaze to the distance, drinking in the gentle moonlight spread across the sky. Confidence blooms in her heart as a survivor of the fallen capital. Afterward, she turns to look back into the void. Caught between 100 tangled emotions, she is involuntarily moved. Her glistening eyes begin to well up. Tears, I will let go of this regret about the past. Suddenly, the faces of old times surface before her eyes. AI tells herself keep only the good memories. Only then can she create and cherish new ones. A gentle breeze plays through her platinum blonde hair, revealing her small shoulders now more relaxed than before. Walking alongside Kane toward the doorway, AI officially opens a new chapter for herself. This is how she will bury the past, while everyone else has somewhere to run to and from. She has finally found somewhere to stay. Chija sits miserably in the forest, clutching a mouthful of blood. He bandages what remains of his severed arm and grumbles. What the hell was that wind just now? That was no ordinary wind. His mind immediately jumps to it had to be magic. He had seen something similar back when he was hired by the Reconnaissance Kingdom. Not even a 99th rank witch or a grand sorcerer could unleash magic that terrifying. The bone-chilling sensation woven into that wind felt the same. That was demon Kingolville magic. After a moment, Chija slowly rises to his feet, muttering under his breath the entire time. That brat, she knows how to use that kind of magic. Just got beaten half to death, and here I am already thinking about profit. That girl would fetch a damn fine price. You bastards, you'll regret letting me live. No sooner has he spat out those defiant words than Chija clamps both hands over his mouth and stomach. His eyes bulge wide. His face turns purple, sweat pours down like rain. Why is he so nauseous? Chija slowly turns his palms over and freezes. Nosebleed, that smell. His fingertips have turned blue-green. This is the 5-colored supreme poison. 5-colored supreme poisona lethal toxin brewed from 5-colored fungi. Its hallmark, the victim's body, gradually shifts through 5 distinct colors. Horror grips him. This is the poison of the cursed bloodlineth one who once tried to rule the world through plague and pestilence. This poison was supposed to have vanished after that person died. Getting hit this hard, this cheaplerage begins to boil inside Chija. Since when, he desperately replays the moment he clashed head-on with Kai and got slashed to pieces. At the time, Chija only knew to run for his life. He never noticed the dangerous grin on his opponent's face. Only now does Chija realize that bastard had coated his blade with poison. How the hell did he get his hands on this stuff? Chija's breath leaves his lips in a faint, five-colored mist. He scrambles to his feet frantic. I need the antidote now. But after only a few steps, he frees a familiar face and voice block his path. So this is where you've been hiding. Never thought I'd run into the mercenary scum responsible for this massacre. Chija screams, You. How did you get here? The figure speaks without a trace of emotion. You are guilty, pay with your life. Chija's face drains of all color. His mouth flies open, and the name he screams is Zainuz. Her eyes right now are even more terrifying than Kain's were. Soulless, merciless. The blade rises height and cleaves down without hesitation. The moment Zainuz sheathes her sword, Chija collapses where he stands. She lifts her gaze to the moonlight. Anticipation glimmers in her eyes. I'm almost at Nur Tem. Zainuz sinks into thought. 10 years have passed since that day. She has experienced so much and traveled across the entire continent. Her efforts have finally been recognized. She has restored her family's honor in the world, now calls her the Sword Saint. But thinking this far, she furrows her brow and presses her lips together. The memories of that day still weigh heavy on her shoulders. Even now, Zainuz drags her heavy feet through the forest. A while later, she stops before the house where Kain and AI live. She recalls Uncle Ben's words. By his description, that man should be right here. She asks herself, did she come to the right place? Is this truly where her master is? Mustering every ounce of courage, Zainuz steps forward and knocks lightly on the door, still uncertain what if it's just another stranger. But a voice answers from inside. Come in. Inside the cozy living room, a fireplace crackles with dancing flames. Kain sits at ease. Aside from those two word scum, he hasn't said a thing. She, on the other hand, is bursting to speak. Her lips part slowly, hands clutching her chest, her cheeks flushed, and her eyes already glistening with unshed tears. Zainuz gathers her courage and slowly speaks her greeting. It's been so long. She expected Kain to play the cold, distant, master-feigning indifference. Instead, he turns his back just to hide the grimace twisting across his own face. Today has been one disaster after another. While trying to teach that brat, he realized she can't do a single household chore. Then he got hungry and supervised her cooking. It should have been a decent meal. But somehow she slipped poisonous mushrooms in without him noticing. Kain threw it all back up and screamed. Why the hell are there poison mushrooms in this? AI bolted out the door at full speed. I'm going to the market. Kain is both frustrated and utterly done. And thanks to that, his body is weak as hell right now. Then he hears a knock at the door. He assumes it's that brat and is ready to give her an earful. But when that gentle voice unheard for so long reaches him, Kain turns to look at the new guest. His brows furrow on their own, and a question forms in his mind, though he doesn't dare ask it aloud. Who is this? What kind of situation is this? A veteran villain must possess the ability to sense danger. His villain instinct is screaming. Danger is something there. She is a hero. He has no traps or weapons here right now. Kain stands up to shake off the panic, trying to steady himself. It's fine, the target might not be me. No need to, the words spill from his mouth on autopilot. It's been 10 years since that day. He doesn't even finish before cursing under his breath. What the hell did I do 10 years ago? He stands up then sits right back down. Let me think, let me remember. 10 years Agath list of the most dangerous individuals to villains. Number 1, the strongest being on the planet. Number 2, the pervert with a whip. Number 3, that monster. Kain remembers and panics even harder. She's number 3 on his list, yet he forces himself to stay composed. Calm the hell down. He clears his throat and asks aloud, why are you here? Zainuz also stands dazed, wondering how exactly is she supposed to repay her master's kindness. She speaks softly. I want to repay the debt from 10 years ago. Kain is already terrified, and now she draws her sword. In her mind, the thought is simply how could she ever repay it? She has received far too much to ever pay back. There is only one way. Kain can only scream inside. His head-high's body has completely frozen up. Good God, she's going to take my head. He needs to stall, has to stall now. Kain is so terrified that he blurts out the blandest sentence imaginable. That's a nice sword. Who knew he'd accidentally hit the magic words? Zainuz immediately replies, this is the sword I received from my master 10 years ago. Kain's face goes rigid. It's just a plain steel sword. Why did she keep it? His thoughts are a tangled mess. Don't tell me it's sharper now, because she's been grinding it with 10 years of deep-seated resentment. But Zainuz harbors absolutely no resentment whatsoever. She simply believes this sword is the bond that connects them and it has grown sharper, honed by her own indomitable will. Now I have everything I've ever wanted. She silently made her resolve. There was only one thing left to do. Her face darkened. Both hands gripped her sword and swung it high overhead. She had no intention of harming Kain. She simply told herself she would repay her master with her own life. Right at that moment, Kane spoke up deliberately. "What good is a corpse?" Zaina answered firmly, "But that debt can only be repaid with my life." He spoke with calm composure. A life is something only the living can find meaning in, while his mind scrambled in absolute chaos. "Spare me. Survive first, then talk. Speak with confidence." With that thought, he continued in a voice dripping with depth. "A debt repaid with your life is nothing more than a form of running away." The moment Zaina heard those words, her entire body went limp. She stood frozen, staring at Kane. 10 years? It had been 10 years since the sword in her hand last trembled. 10 years since someone had last taught her something. 10 years since her heart had last ached like this. Then she voiced the doubt gnawing at her. "How can I be forgiven if I go on living?" Kane put on an exasperated expression. "Why do you keep asking like a child? My head's completely blank here. I don't have an answer either." Zaina jolted awake at those words. She realized, right? She was no longer the child from 10 years ago. She answered slowly, "If death isn't enough, then I will live." What she needed to do, what she wanted. Zaina declared, "I will stay by your side and repay you little by little." Deep down, a thought still lingered. "I know better than anyone." She drove her sword into the floor. One knee touched the ground. Her head bowed low as she continued her oath. "I swear upon my blade." She lifted her face and looked straight at Kane, letting him see the fire of absolute resolve burning in her eyes. "Until the day my sword breaks and my head falls, I shall keep this oath." Kane's expression froze. What the hell is happening? Didn't you come here to kill me? In this moment, there was only one thing he wished for. What kind of messed up situation is this? "Someone, anyone, please explain this to me." Zaina's oath terrified Kane even more than before. Unbelievable, even the Demon King, faced with a scene like this, would be caught completely off guard. He had already simulated 40 possible futures. Every single one had failed. He had never encountered this scenario before. This monster had devoured every projection he had made. A flood of thoughts crashed in, forcing Kane to steady himself immediately. "Okay, calm down, calm down. The most important thing is the mortal threat has passed." Looking back, it still makes his skin crawl. He had no idea what was going through this lunatic's head. She seemed to think he was her savior, but she was the one who had cleaned up the mess at the temple in the first place. And that whole mess was started by this maniac herself. The more Kane thought, the deeper he sank. But he was the villain, and she was the hero. For her to suddenly snap and try to stab him was perfectly normal. He had to disarm her first. He casually pointed in a direction and told Zaina, "First room on the right down the hall, put your sword in there." She rose to her feet, turned her back, and replied softly, "Yes." Kane cheered inwardly. "Now I've got momentum. Time to push full speed ahead." He stayed seated and deliberately spoke a truth that stopped Zaina in her tracks. "I've long since washed my hands and hung up my sword. I've been retired for a while now." She was utterly stunned. She turned her head back to look at him. "Is that true?" Kane continued to bear his thoughts. "When I decided to live here, I laid down my sword to start a family. Forget the echo of blades, listen to the laughter of children instead. Forget the stench of rotting corpses, get used to the aroma of hot-cooked meals instead. Become a master of the household instead of a master of war." Zaina was thrown into confusion by those words. She had never hesitated in any situation before. But the reason her master laid down his sword, was it because of his ideals? Or, she suddenly lowered her face, her expression as if she was holding something back, fragility. Meanwhile, Kane deliberately drove the point home. "From now on, you will live as an ordinary person in this place." Those words rang in Zaina's mind like a death sentence. But the oath she had sworn, the emotions she had suppressed for 10 years, forced her head to bow. Then she shut her eyes tight and spoke. "I understand." Kane smiled faintly. "If you don't have any clothes, there's a set in a box in the room. Take them out and wear those." She answered simply, "Yes." The living room returned to its original silence, but Kane's mind was anything but calm. He fought to suppress the wicked grin creeping across his face. Perfect plan, she took the bait. Once she's stripped of her weapons, she'll be a fish on a chopping board. He had concocted a flawless scheme. He was a goddamn genius. And even if the plan fell apart, he still had 108 traps and 36 stratagems ready to send her packing. Zaina carefully hung up her cloak. The weight of too many thoughts made her silhouette seem heavy. "It's fine, don't hesitate." For 10 years, she had lived as nothing more than a corpse carrying a sword. Perhaps this unfamiliar feeling was simply because she wasn't used to it yet. She glanced back and caught Kane still wearing his mask, cold, brooding, impenetrable. In the simple but warmly furnished wooden bedroom, Zaina neatly folded her battle garb and tucked it into her pack. Now she stood before the mirror in a frilly blouse paired with a long blue skirt, studying herself. It felt strange. Come to think of it, she had never once experienced a normal life. She had only just reunited with her master, and already he was teaching her yet another lesson. Did he know what she needed to be happy? Lost in thought, Zaina lightly walked over to the mirror. Could she really lay down her sword and keep living? Her master looked no different from before he retired. If he could go on living after hanging up his sword, then so could she. Thinking this, she paused and carefully tucked the sword beneath the bed frame. After placing it inside the wooden chest, Zaina fell silent for a moment. It felt as though every sin, every burden, every regret she had carried was washed clean away. Then she lifted her head and drew a deep, long breath. Her master had known the moment he saw her. Zaina rose and walked lightly. She was a fool who couldn't let go of her own sword, and what she needed right now, a small warmth flickered to life within her. She looked at herself in the bathroom mirror and, without realizing it, smiled at the gentle reflection staring back. For the first time, a smile bloomed on that face that had known nothing but coldness and cruelty. She cheerfully scolded herself. I really shouldn't have let my guard down around Master. The next morning, while the sky was still barely brightening, AI came trudging home carrying a bag stuffed full of ingredients. She imagined Kai-En's fierce glare and the interrogation he'd throw at her. So the reason you're late is because you fell asleep on the hill. Ai's shoulders droop. She's going to get scolded again, for sure. The little girl was about to keep walking when a voice called out to her. AI turned around and saw Ben jogging over to ask her something. Are you heading home? AI replied politely, not yet. The little girl asked him, is something wrong, sir? He laughed awkwardly, scratching his head. It's just I wanted to ask about the visitor who came to your house. AI froze on the spot, as if turned to stone. She murmured in response, a visitor? Ben crossed his arms and recounted. That day I ran into Zaina. She stopped by my place. Seems she's known about Kai for a long time and has been looking for him. She just asked for the address and left right away. Seems like it's her first time here, too. AI stood motionless. What? The girl's eyes hadn't stopped widening since the moment she heard Ben's words. This was highly unusual. A stranger, visiting the village for the very first time and looking for Kai. All she needed was the address. Ai's instinct screamed a warning. Could she be an assassin? At that thought, her body automatically spun toward home on pure reflex. I can't sense any magical power in his blood. Seeing the girl suddenly bolt, Ben feared something was wrong and shouted after her. AI! But she had already turned her back decisively. Ai's feet pounded the ground as fast as they could, her heart racing with worry. Is he safe? He hasn't been assassinated, has he? In no time, the house was right before Ai's eyes. She wondered if she was already too late. Breathing heavily, she lifted her feet and walked straight toward the front door. The moment her hand touched the door, a familiar voice echoed from inside. Come in. The instant she opened the door, AI let out a soft sigh of relief. Seeing Kai-En sitting in the armchair, she cast aside all her earlier anxiety. He was safe. Kai-En slowly rose from his seat. You're late. There are a few things you need to do. But Ai's attention wasn't on Kai-En's words at all. Her eyes widened to their absolute limit, fixed on something else entirely. She was staring intently at a dark blue cloak hanging on the coat rack, completely ignoring Kai-En's instructions. Next time, watch the time. But the visitor's cloak made it impossible for her not to worry. After a long pause, AI finally replied, Yes, sir. Kai-En took the chance to inform her as well. Oh, and we have a guest. In his mind, there was only one thing he feared needed to let the girl know beforehand. If she went and provoked that crazy woman, things would get ugly. AI asked, her voice trembling, Kai-En. Who is it? He answered quickly, an old acquaintance. But somehow, AI heard it as something else entirely. An old lover. Right at that moment, the bedroom door slowly creaked open. Zaina appeared before AI, looking every bit like a noble lady. As the elder, she took the initiative. From now on, we'll be living together, so let's introduce ourselves. I'm Zaina. It's a pleasure to meet you. Seeing the completely different demeanor Zaina displayed, even someone as familiar as Kai-En was caught off guard, so it was no surprise that AI was flustered too. He recalled that deranged, sword-wielding look of hers from back then had looked like a crazed killer. Just changing her clothes, and her entire attitude flipped on its head. Disgusting, goosebumps everywhere. Just you wait for the sake of my peaceful retirement, I'm definitely sending this woman far, far away. He watched with a cold smirk as AI and Zaina amicably shook hands. AI thought to herself at that moment, just from this single handshake alone, she could already tell that her Demon King's life was about to hit a rough patch. Then she greeted politely, I'm AI, nice to meet you, big sis. Early the next morning, someone inside the house let out a massive sneeze, startling every bird perched nearby into panicked flight. AI tiptoed lightly through the house, muttering to herself, "What should I cook today? Should I make egg soup?" The girl stretched and let out a long yawn. "So annoying. I couldn't sleep well thanks to that suspicious person. Why did Kai let someone like that live with us? Could she really be an old acquaintance? Are those two actually ex-lovers?" Exactly. The moment AI stepped into the dining room, a faint aroma wafted through the entire house. AI immediately asked, "What smells so good?" Suspicious, she headed straight for the kitchen. Could it be that woman? Just as she had guessed, Zaina was focused on cooking a steaming pot of soup. Ai's expression twisted with annoyance, her tone dripping with irritation. "What do you think each word was drawn out, making her displeasure crystal clear? Doing." Zaina heard her and turned around. She looked at the girl and smiled gently. "You're up." "AI, I'm preparing breakfast." The girl swallowed hard, her lips pressed tight. No one knew what went through Ai's mind, as she rudely marched over and snatched the soup ladle right out of Zaina's hand. The girl stood pouting, hands on her hips, and said sassily, "Leave this to me. Go do something else." Zaina was slightly surprised and said softly, "I can handle it," but she soon relented. "All right then, I'll head to the dining room first." With that said, she left immediately. The kitchen was left with only AI. The girl stirred the pot while puffing out her cheeks and pouting in frustration. "She's so annoying. This is my job. Should I poison her portion? Something like Mad Dragon's tears? But that would be letting her off too easy." A while later, AI carried 2 plates on, and each Hondon balanced another on top of her head. She wore a proud expression. "The serving skills I learned from Uncle Ben Kane will definitely praise me for this." It was only a few dozen minutes into the morning, and AI had already lost count of how many times she'd been surprised. Her eyes went wide with shock. On the dining table, a plate of salad and several small loaves of bread had already been neatly arranged. Zaina was by herself, adjusting the plates to make them look tidier. Seeing Ai's soup-carrying performance, she laughed heartily and cheered. "Well done." But Ai's mind was filled with nothing but dark thoughts. She prepared the salad when, the audacity using my kitchen without even asking. I don't like her. Seeing the girl's face scrunched up with obvious displeasure, Zaina was slightly startled. Suddenly someone stepped in, drawing both of their gazes. Zaina greeted him. Kane walked in silently, a bottle of wine in hand. He casually pulled out chairs and gestured for the 2 girls. "Sit down." "Yes, sir." "Why is there wine?" "Yes." Zaina quickly noticed the label on the wine bottle. Unconsciously, she murmured a name: Evil Brew. Evil Brew, a cheap, foul-tasting alcohol made by prisoners, but if consumed in moderate amounts, it helps the body develop resistance to poison. In the past, Master always drank this wine alone. Whenever he wasn't looking, she would secretly sneak a sip too. Kayen's deep, rumbling voice calls her name. By the time Zaina looks up, he has already poured wine into 2 cups, lifting one to hand to her. "Take it." Zaina hadn't expected this. "Is this for me, Master?" he asks, in a tone that makes it sound obvious. "What, did you expect me to toast alone after 10 years? A contented smile spreads across her face. "I understand." "That's right. It's also to celebrate our reunion after 10 years. Kayen raises his cup a little higher. "A toast to our retirement." With every ounce of warmth and joy in his heart, Zaina clinks her glass in return. "To our retirement." With this single toast, the 2 of them somehow manage to forget entirely about the 3rd person present. AI feels as though she's been cast aside. What the hell is this? Their conversation feels like there's an invisible wall blocking her from butting in. This is the first time she's seen Kai act this way. It's like she's intruding on their precious private time. The gnawing, irritating feeling strips away her composure and sets her blood boiling. A soft clink of glasses echoes through the room. The 2 of them peacefully savor the wine's flavor. AI can't hold back any longer. The girl slams the table and shoots to her feet. Thighs time. She's truly out of line, daring to slap the cup clean out of Zaina's hand. "What the hell is this?" The cup crashes into the bottle of cursed wine sitting at the table's edge. Glass shatters everywhere. Dark red liquid splatters across the floor. Zaina takes the full splash of wine to her face. Those innocent, doe eyes look up, still not processing what just happened. AI bites her lip, guilt surging through her while Kayen's face has turned absolutely livid. He wants nothing more than to scream at the top of his lungs. "What the hell are you doing, you little brat?" "Hold on, time to drop the truth." He looks like he's about to cry. "Current plan, quick and clean hero elimination via poison." "My life is a failure." "No, let's get to the explanation." "Quick and clean hero elimination via poison. Step 1, lace the cursed wine with poison. Step 2, the villain takes the antidote beforehand. Step 3, invite the hero to drink first to avoid suspicion. Step 4, the villain survives thanks to the antidote. The hero dies. This flawless plan has just been sabotaged by AI. Normally, this is exactly how third-rate villain plans fail. But whatever, it doesn't matter. This isn't the first or second time this little brat has ruined things for him. But this time Kane will not let it slide. Because the poison Kane used screams internally in agony. My precious retirement fund Mad Dragon's Tears. His retirement fund too. Mad Dragon's Tears is the highest grade poison in existence, capable of killing even dragons. Obtaining it is as difficult as plucking stars from the sky. Sold to royal families with succession disputes or villain organizations, it would fetch enough money to live off for a lifetime. Imagining that girl's innocent, blameless face saying, "Oops, sorry about that," Master Kane is absolutely livid. He burned through something that precious, and this brat, to trick her into drinking the poisoned wine, he had to take the first sip himself. Thanks to the antidote, he won't debut his stomach. Even with the antidote, it still hurts like absolute hell. The burning agony of being scorched alive with poison also causes damage on skin contact. If even a few drops of wine linger on her face, his plan gets exposed. So he orders in a cold, clipped voice, "Go take a bath." Zaina rises without showing a trace of emotion. Yes, watching Zaina's retreating figure disappear out the door, AI is hit by an emotion she can't name. Her chest still feels heavy. Her hands at her sides clench into fists. She buries herself in regret, never meant to ruin the meal like this. There are so many things she wants to say, but she can't open her mouth, for reasons even she doesn't understand. She glances over at Kane. His eyes are as hollow and empty as always. He suddenly stands up, startling her. AI takes a cautious step backward as he slowly approaches. She squeezes her eyes shut, bracing for punishment. Kane places his large hand on top of Ai's head. In her mind, she involuntarily calls him by his fake name. Does he forgive her? But in reality, Kane is gritting his teeth, silently hissing through them. "I will never forgive you. I even had plans to sell off the rest of that poisoned wine bottle. That was Mad Dragon's Tears, damn it. I'll buy it. Don't. I'll pay more. Now that plan is shot to hell. Maybe I'll sell this brat to recoup the losses. Forget it, I'm too tired. I need energy just to chew this brat out. My soup got mixed with the poisoned wine already." Screaming silently to vent, he finally lets it go. Kane stares blankly at the dinner table, which looks no different from a battlefield. He murmurs a quiet lament, "What a waste. Guess I'll have to toss the rest." Seeing Kane sitting as still as a statue, AI tiptoes closer. She presses her lips tight, sinking into an endless stream of thought. Not about the bottle of wine, not about Zaina. He's worried about the soup she made. AI musters all her courage and speaks, "I'll go bring out a fresh serving of soup right away." She hurries off without noticing that Kane's face has gone darker than the bottom of a scorched pot. "At least clean this mess up first." The scene shifts to the bathroom, blanketed in thick white steam. Hot water overflows generously from the rim of the bathtub. Zaina sits soaking in absolute silence. She washes herself while wrestling with her tormented conscience. "I'll accept Ai's anger. That child is Master's family, and I owe him my life. She'll never forgive me, and I can never forgive myself." Unable to find an answer, Zaina murmurs involuntarily. "I had mistakenly believed she accepted me, just like Master did. Is my face burning from shame?" She scoops water over herself, as if trying to wash away every last trace of guilt. Perhaps she had hoped too much, forgetting that the only thing a monster like her can do for Master is to live and act like a normal person. The bathroom door bursts open, steam billowing out into the hallway. Zaina returns to the dining room, just as Kane finishes cleaning up every last scrap. She bows her head and speaks sincerely, "I'm sorry for ruining the meal." On the surface, he dismisses it casually, "You don't need to apologize." But inside, his mind was screaming bloody murder. It was all her fault, but he couldn't exactly say that out loud. If he didn't want to die from a single sword strike, he'd better watch his mouth besides. Wouldn't that poison cause chemical burns on contact with skin? She looks fine, though, and hey, lucky break thighs means his cover story won't get blown. Kane couldn't hold back his curiosity any longer and spoke up. "Are you okay?" And yet that half-hearted concern made Serena's cheeks flush red. She beamed and answered right away. "I'm fine." That answer made Kane's inner self want to combust. Of course she's fine. Meanwhile, he was still mourning his poisoned wine. R.I.P. his retirement fund. If she wasn't going to die, couldn't she at least have suffered a little to make him feel better? Her face should have been covered in burns. He'd already taken the antidote, and he was still in agony. Unbelievable. Serena suddenly spoke up, cutting into Kane's train of thought. It seems like AI doesn't like me very much. That bitter little revelation made him freeze up completely. Kane desperately wanted to scream in Sina's face. And you think she did that because she likes you. This is trouble. At this rate, that little psycho would drain his emergency fund dry one of these days. But for a veteran villain, this kind of situation was child's play. Kane put on a dignified expression, speaking as if he were at a parent-teacher conference. Is the child troubling you? Truth is, AI is an orphan. I found her in some ancient ruins. Zaina's expression darkened as she quietly asked in return. Is that so? Deep down, she finally had her answer. He wants me to care for her. Her reaction made Kain's heart leap with triumph just as expected. She's wavering. After all, she is a hero. His acting was pretty good, right? There's no way she'd draw her sword on a helpless child. But why hasn't that brat come back out yet? Did that little hellion bail on him? After wrapping up his performance, Kane looked around, searching. But the moment the target appeared, his rage spiked so hard his veins bulged at his temples. Kane stared daggers at AI, grinding his teeth. So you finally decided to show your face. Everyone's here now, let's settle this. He spoke up, calling the meeting to order. AI, you shouldn't treat family like that. Apologized to Serena. That suggestion left both girls wearing equally bewildered expressions. AI tilted her head, as if mulling it over. Family? Serena's mind seemed to echo the very same question. Her hands twisted together, her gaze dropping to the floor before she stammered out. I'm sorry. Serena pouted slightly, then offered with a small smile. It's fine, really. As those words left her lips, something clicked in Serena's mind. I've never really had a family before. To her, I'm probably still just an outsider. A new family, huh? Small, but it really is warm. After that not-so-pleasant episode, the three of them sat back down and enjoyed the soup together in peace. Kane mechanically picked up his spoon and joined in, but his trembling hand betrayed just how rattled he was inside. A mountain of trouble, all because of one meal. Looks like he's in for a rough time ahead. Next time, he'd definitely send that woman packing for good. The scene fast-forwards to the next morning. AI stands in the middle of the room, questioning him in sheer confusion. A walk? You just said, a walk. Kane sat in his chair, calm and composed, and repeated with emphasis. I said it's time for a stroll. Outside, the snow had piled up past the windowsill, and the bitter wind howled in relentless gusts. AI really wanted to double-check, but the words lodged themselves stubbornly in her throat. But in this weather, AI clutched her bundle, staring blankly. What in the world is he thinking, wanting to go for a walk in weather like this? Sometimes he was just impossible to figure out, but surely there had to be a reason. Besides, AI suddenly recalled what Kane had told her earlier. Make sure to prepare a blanket, a packed lunch, and hot tea. She scratched her chin, staring at the items. Is this a picnic? But the more AI thought about it, the more stuck she felt. How am I supposed to fit soup into a lunchbox? We only have this old rag for a blanket indoors. If I bring this along, Zaina is definitely going to give me that look and say something. AI could practically picture Kane flipping into overbearing CEO mode. Are you mocking me? Her inner self absolutely recoiled at the thought. I hate that scene so much. While she was lost in thought, a voice called out from beside her. AI, is something wrong? In her head, she identified the person approaching with a note of suspicion. Zaina. Zaina could probably cook all sorts of things, but AI quickly denied it out loud. It's nothing, because she had her own plan in mind. She was not going to ask Zaina for help. Fearing the other girl didn't get the message, AI added with extra emphasis. I'm fine. Zaina tilted her head in compromise. All right, if you need anything, just let me know. AI watched her retreating figure and murmured softly. Okay. She kept her eyes fixed on Zaina until the woman disappeared from view, then whispered to herself. Is this what having a family feels like? I still feel so awkward talking to her. AI quickly shook off the thought and called out a greeting to the person beside her. Greetings, uncle. Ben grins from ear to ear in response. Greetings, child. With this much snow, you must enjoy it, right? The girl clenches her jaw, swallowing the insults threatening to spill forth. What is there to enjoy about snow? It only makes moving around a burden. This stuff is worthless. It is nothing more than white trash falling from the sky. Besides, when the kingdom fell, that snow was there too. As Ai's mood hits rock bottom, Ben cuts in. Let me ask you this. Why did you come here? The girl offers a vague response. I need a few things. He blurts out immediately. What do you need? Finally, relying on his own intuition, Ben shoves an old item into Ai's hand. All right, take it. Confusion clouds the girl's mind. Why a basket? It seems he has telepathy, for he explains immediately. This is a mat that is a lunchbox, and inside is a teapot. AI understands his intent and courteously promises, "I will return them later." Ben waves his hand, dismissing the notion entirely. "No need, just keep them. Consider it a gift. Enjoy your outing." AI silently cracks a smile and whispers, "Ament." The heavy snow dyes the world in a wash of pure white. AI barely takes a few steps before stopping in suspicion. She stares at the beast before her, blurting out, "A fox! Is it dead? Shall I bring it back for meat?" Before AI can touch it, the creature suddenly opens its eyes. Caught off guard, she is struck by the fox's attack. However, it does not seek a fight. Its target is the food basket in Ai's hand. Furious flames ignite within her, and she immediately hurls a curse. "You mongrel, so that's your game? Give it back." Yet the culprit merely wags its tail tauntingly, as if saying, "If you want it back, come and catch me." AI grinds her teeth in sheer frustration. She channels a spark of power into her palm and hisses, "You wretched beast, you are asking for death." The entire forest shudders at her piercing shriek. The scene shifts to the lodging, where Serena is sweeping snow while talking to herself. "Just as I thought, AI still feels uncomfortable around me. I must try harder. Like Master, I will become family to AI." Having just resolved herself, Serena suddenly stops. She looks toward the forest, a wave of unease surging in her heart. Two front paws dig sharp claws into the snowy ground. Serena's mind races to an answer as it reveals itself. A wolf. Those are the eyes of a beast that has tasted human flesh. If I do not strike it down here, while Serena calculates, the wolf launches its attack first. She envisions the worst-case scenario and charges forward, broom in hand. It will surely attack others. Serena grips her only weapon tightly, thrusting the broom handle straight into the wolf's throat without hesitation. This counterstrike sends the beast stumbling back a long distance. The wolf snarls, baring its razor-sharp fangs in intimidation, and recklessly lunges again. Its blood-red maw gapes wide like a pit of carnage. Serena swings the broom again. This time, the blow lands square on its soft, vulnerable belly. The wolf is sent flying into the woods by this terrifying strength. Watching it vanish, Serena thinks, with that state, it won't be able to attack anyone else. She looks down at her hands, letting out a weary sigh. Serena replays the violent scene in her mind, feeling only deeper melancholy. Though it was a special case, no normal person fights a wolf like that. She continues sweeping the snow, muttering to herself, "I tried to forget the sword yet. This is truly not easy." Serena never imagined that the entire process was witnessed by Kane, who watches her dance with the broom, as if thousands of muddy horses are stampeding through his mind. "What did I just witness?" Kane grips the door frame, screaming internally. "This is insane. This girl defeated that wolf with just a broom. And the way she swept that snow, that is clearly sword chi. Sword chi is a high-level power of a master swordsman, incredibly potent in combat. To wield it, one must comprehend the essence and soul of the blade. Those capable of using sword chi can even achieve the state of unity of man and sword. These are feats only attained by top-tier swordsmen after decades of cultivation. Yet this girl does it with a mere broom. Such talent makes me jealous as hell. If she actually used a sword." Just as Kane's mind drifts away, Serena interrupts, "Master." Now Kane's internal state shifts from jealousy to fear. Did she discover me even though I used the stealth technique learned from the ancient temple? But then again, she is the one who wiped out the ancient temple. I must hurry. I must act quickly. He braces himself and walks out to find a topic. "We are going on an outing, you should prepare." Though Serena is slightly suspicious, she obediently responds, "Yes." Kane returns inside, harboring a belly full of schemes. While she prepares, I need to review the plan. I feel so anxious. Serena blankly wonders, an outing in this weather? Kane, having learned from previous failures, quietly devises a more cautious plan. A wise man who walked many battlefields once said, "Know your enemy and know yourself, and you will win 100 battles." What did that mean again? Why am I thinking about such nonsense? Time to explain the plan. The goal is simple: to test her abilities so she can defeat enemies stronger than herself. Gathering information is crucial. The more I collect, the better, so I have laid a pile of traps along the way. However, there are many problems. The weather is terrible, and this hero is stronger than imagined. This outing seems difficult. Even knowing it is extremely dangerous. I cannot be lazy because of the weather. As he racks his brain, Ai's warm voice reaches his ears. "Master, I am ready." He is so stingy that his only compliment is a single good. He even bites his lip in suspicion. Why is the brat so prepared? Does she have an ulterior motive? But what is to come will come. Kane quickly equips himself with full cold weather gear. He turns to Zaina, who just walked in. "Ready to go." She tugs gently at her sleeve and replies, "All done." Kane gives Zaina a once-over, and in his mind, generously awards her 2 points to defense. Best of all, she's not carrying a sword. Absolutely perfect. The plan is guaranteed to succeed. Kane, bags slung over both shoulders, shouts, "Let's go!" But inside, he's practically giddy. I'll let you taste my signature trap sequence. When the scenery shifts to a snowy forest, a wave of discomfort rises in Ai's chest. Honestly, she's not confident in her own strength, but she is confident she won't get tired from walking. Yet the girl is already huffing and puffing, bent over and gasping, her thoughts spiraling out of control. What the hell is wrong with this human? Zaina's a first-class knight, so her keeping up is no surprise. But how is she not even winded? This is so frustrating. Why am I the only one who's tired? The group, striding briskly, suddenly halts. Before them lies a stream that hasn't frozen over. Kane eyes the stepping Stonson, a rare moment of kindness. "Watch your step here." Zaina extends her hand toward the person beside her. "AI, this spot looks slippery. Want to hold my hand?" The girl rejects her flatly, without a second thought. Zaina fumbles, trying to persuade her further. "But on your own, it might be a bit." AI snaps back irritably, turning her head away. "No need to worry about me." The girl presses her lips together tightly, adding an explanation in her mind. "I'm not some helpless child. Stepping on rocks, easy." But before she takes more than a few steps, instant karma strikes. The slip sends her whole body lurching. Zaina stands on the bank, eyes wide with shock. Time seems to freeze at the moment AI is about to fall into the water. She can't help but scream. "AI!" Those familiar legs rush forward in a flash. Kane appears like a guardian deity, catching AI safely in his arms. He looks down and asks, "You okay?" Ai's small face flushes crimson with embarrassment. "I'm fine." The instant she shoves him away, inside Kayen's head, there is nothing but despair. "I'm done for. As you've probably figured out, that stream back there is one of the traps I set. A meticulously crafted trap. The original plan was as follows: I'd cross first to put her at ease, and she'd follow. When she steps on the stone in the middle of stone, I deliberately made extra slipperish lose her footing. As she falls, a needle coated in paralytic poison would pierce her. Then her entire body would go numb. That was the stream trap plan. If she somehow dodges the needle, her head would be greeted by the jagged rocks lurking beneath the water. This plan had a solid 70% chance of putting that girl out of commission. But this world doesn't let things go Kayen's way. He screams silently, furiously into the void. The plan was flawless. How could it possibly fail? Unless a god literally descended from the heavens, there's no way she'd dodge this trap. Hell, her dying on the spot would have been the best outcome. But I didn't account for that little brat going ahead and triggering the trap herself. If the kid falls into the trap I laid for the other one and dies, then the villain would be stuck living with the hero forever. If the girl saves the kid, she might discover the trap. The moment she realizes my intentions, my head goes flying. Then the hero and the child would live happily ever after in the house I bought and renovated with my blood, sweat, and tears. That cannot happen, under no circumstances. To prevent that nightmare scenario, I moved as fast as humanly possible. I saved the kid. But how the hell can she treat the person who just saved her like that? Ungrateful little brat. Focus, focus. I am a veteran villain. I have to get past this hurdle. I need to avoid the rocks. If Kane twists his body this way to brace for landing, the paralytic poison needle is right at his heel, can practically picture it waving hello. Kane grinds his teeth so hard they creak, fighting to stop himself from swearing out loud. In the end, he settles for cursing internally. Son of a wave of unease surges through Kayen's chest. The poison has already spread to my fingers, but I brought the antidote just in case. He bites down and shatters the pill between his teeth and splash. He tumbles into the stream, emerging soaked head to toe, looking like a drowned rat. AI stands on the rock, flustered. "I didn't ask you to save me." The words leave her mouth, and she regrets them instantly. "Wait, that's not what I meant. I wanted to say I'm sorry." While she drowns in self-reproach, a gentle voice reaches her ears. "It's fine." Kane lowers his head to hide his expression and waves dismissively, acting as if everything is perfectly okay. AI watches his retreating back and silently makes her resolve I have to apologize to him. Before she can even open her mouth, he's already turned away, leaving behind only a brief instruction. "Be more careful next time." Zaina silently observes the tense exchange. In the end, everyone keeps quiet and continues deeper into the forest. When they reach a suitable spot, they quickly spread out a cloth. Kane sits down first, leading by example. In Ai's mind, she silently calls his name. He's clearly freezing. The girl sets down the basket and volunteers eagerly. "I'll go find some firewood to brew tea." Zaina immediately chimes in. How about I go with you? Alarm bells blare in Ai's mind. Zaina was smiling when she said that. For some reason, it terrifies her. Something has felt off since the very beginning. I made peace with Zaina. I thought I could live with her like family. But every time I see her, I inexplicably feel scared and want to bolt. It's like she's my natural enemy. A voice suddenly cuts through her thoughts, Zaina, calling from beside her. If you're not feeling up to it, don't push yourself. The girl doesn't even let her finish before cutting her off with 2 words. I'm fine, Zaina calls out in a fluster, after Ai's retreating figure. Let's go together, please. Meanwhile, the girl feels a knot of frustration tightening in her chest. Why do I feel this way? The scene shifts to another corner of the forest. 2 girls tread across the snow one after the other, trailing behind each other. Ai's face pales as she demands answers. Are you going to keep following me around? The question stuns Zaina into speechlessness. But then she answers with a soft, knowing smile. Zaina obliges her student Ai's wishes, and immediately waves goodbye. All right then, let's split up and gather firewood. I'll head this way, see you later. Even after Zaina left, Ai's mood barely improves. She must have noticed how uncomfortable I am. I can't keep going on like this. Meanwhile, Kane lies curled up like a quail. He hugs his shivering body and mutters faintly, having collapsed by the stream in the dead of winter. This is truly a bone-chilling, soul-freezing experience. It's too damn cold. Why are those 2 taking so long to find firewood? I'm suddenly feeling so lonely. The moment those words leave his mouth, a suspicious noise comes from behind Kane. His eyes go wide, his jaw drops as if he's seen a ghost. A wolf and a fox step forward, greeting an old acquaintance. Kane's body locks up as he blurts out mechanically. Deep in the forest, AI has no idea danger lurks near bushes, still happily calculating every detail. This should be enough to keep him warm. But this whole mess is my fault to begin with. AI recalls the memory of pushing him and feels her chest tighten with guilt. Just moments ago, I was proud of the firewood I gathered. But now, I just feel ashamed remembering that incident. He wasn't angry, but that somehow makes it worse, because I don't even have a chance to apologize. I need to hurry back with this haul. Though, why is there so much dry firewood scattered around in the dead of winter? A familiar voice from Zaina quickly cuts through her thoughts. You picked up quite a lot. I'd say it's more than enough. We should head back, shouldn't we? Ai's mind clicks into place. Zaina must have secretly stashed the dry firewood here beforehand. Without waiting for a response, Zaina speaks up on her own. Let me carry half of it for you. Athais is exactly what makes her want to scream in frustration. She lies so terribly. The sweat from gathering firewood is still visible on her earnestly. This woman doesn't know how to lie at all. Let's just hurry back. She was practically born to oppose anything evil. Was that fear I felt earlier? Because she's simply too good a person. On the other side, Kane is also nursing a head full of worries. Come to think of it, this is the 3rd time he's been to this place. He stares at the sharp claw marks gouged into the tree trunk, and his heart skips a beat. Kane eyes the 2 beasts warily and demands, Why didn't you show up the last few times we now? Because I look weak right now. His over-the-top reaction freezes both Kane and the beasts in place. When rationality returns, he clutches his head and rifles through his memories. Wait, isn't this the wolf that kid beat up? I forgot about that. Kane curses under his breath. If I'd known this would happen, I would have told one of those 2 to stay behind. At the same time, he swallows a belly full of rage with no outlet. The paralytic poison is still in effect. There's no way he can win right now. Luckily, he brought some gut flower powder. Unless these things have drug resistance. If not, a single whiff of gut flower powder knocks you unconscious. Finest sleeping agent known to man. There are plenty of ways to use it. Make it into perfume. Or just hurl the powder in your opponent's face. Kane grins to himself, then rips open the pouch and offers it up. Give this a try. The dumb beasts, a wolf and a fox, whine at each other, as if asking, What is this? What is this? Meanwhile, Kane's mind wants to turn to stone right along with the frozen weather. Oh no, the powder has clumped up from getting wet and half of it has already washed away downstream. Sizing up his desperate situation, Kane immediately clutches his head and plays crazy. No wonder I've been feeling dizzy. I sat right in the water mixed with dissolved gut flower powder. Now I'm definitely getting eaten alive, as if I'd just accept that. He locks his gaze onto the 2 uninvited guests, his mind racing at full speed. I need to think of something fast. What now? The answer to Kane's silent plea comes in the form of a bright, cheerful voice. We're back. His mind blooms with flowers on the spot. I'm saved. Finally, every last danger gets resolved over a steaming cup of his tea. AI places it into his hands, like an unspoken expression of guilt. Then she instinctively looks up toward the sky. It turns out they're sitting beneath a massive, frost-encased ancient tree. Zaina follows the girl's gaze. She murmurs softly in awe. Magnificent. Right at that moment, AI calls out her name and holds something out. Zaina. She takes it bewildered. Is this for me? The girl gives a small nod. Ma'am. Zaina instantly exclaims, "Thank you, AI. It looks absolutely delicious." Ai's inner self desperately wants to roll her eyes. I only handed her a cup of tea. That's it. But outwardly she forces a polite smile and says, "It's nothing, really." As soon as the words leave her mouth, she freeze-struck by a strange realization. What is this warm feeling in my chest? Both girls startle and whip their heads around to stare at Kane. He's still lying in a pile of snow, yet manages to crack a dry, deadpan joke. The tea's gone cold. AI can't help itch bursts out laughing, a knowing look crossing her face. I see, so that's how it is. These laughs, these unfamiliar emotions filling my heart, I don't hate them. But it's exactly this attitude that makes Kayen's blood boil. Is it really that funny? The scene opens back at the familiar red-roofed inn. Kayen sits in his room, muttering like he's chanting scripture. Blankets, cloak, dried ration check. He runs through the checklist, then picks up a tiny wooden box. He lifts it before his face and breaks into a savage grin. Right, can't forget this, because this is going to be my brand new retirement fund. My number 1 and number 2 treasures. The rush of euphoria overwhelms Kayen, and he can't help blurting out his prized sentiment. Every time I look at them, I feel fucking fantastic. He recalls what he once told them. From now on, you two are learning embroidery. It turns out it was all part of the plan. A few days ago, I burned through my entire retirement fund, just so these two could pay for my meals. I forced them to learn embroidery, but who knew these two could actually produce masterpieces like these? They're actually useful, huh? I forgive them for all the trouble. He sits cross-legged on the floor, cackling as he lays out his plan. I'll sell these 2 scarves on the black market and buy a potent poison. This time, I'll definitely take care of that little hero. Then I'll kick that other brat to the curb and find a better servant. And just like that, me peaceful retirement begins. The scene shifts to the household where storms are frequent. But today, things seem fairly peaceful. Just then, Kayen decides to open his mouth. I'm planning to leave home for a few days. Zaino immediately asks in surprise, "May I ask why?" On the surface, Kayen's response is utterly nonchalant. I need a few things. But in truth, his mind is dark as spilled ink. I'm going to buy poison to deal with you. Zaino also has her own thoughts. It seems there's a market her teacher frequently visits. She quickly proposes. Can I come along? His mind screams, bringing a hero to the black market? Only a lunatic would do that. But what escapes his lips is just one curt word, no. Zaina droops her head dejectedly. All right then. AI unconsciously recalling Ben's warning, your house is far from the town, so be careful. The girl's mind stirs uneasily. Zaina is also worried yet a bandit gang has been rampaging in the area. But Kayen continues his smooth talking, cutting everyone's emotions short. Oh, and Zaina, I have something to tell you after the meal. Finally, the tense meal comes to an end. Zaina cautiously asks again, so master, you wish to borrow my sword? Kayen awkwardly confirms. That's right, she doesn't even think twice before agreeing. Of course, in Zaina's mind, she understands to a degree. He's borrowing my sword to test my resolvido, see if I've truly let go. She promptly offers the blade and says, here you go. Zaina's eyes hold many things, but above all relief. He wants to see if I've let go of the sword, but I just feel glad it's returned to its rightful owner. Kayen takes the sword without another word and immediately turns away. But just as he reaches the door, he freezes. Where no one can see, Kayen silently grins to himself. Finally, I've gotten the sword away from that monster. The real reason for borrowing the sword, meanwhile, Zaina is full of doubt, is he happy? Kayen continues to sink deeper into his own calculations. If that brat keeps her sword, she's far too dangerous. I'll swap it with a fake that looks identical, she won't notice. When she tries to use it, the fake will snap like a twig. If her sword breaks mid-fight, her life is as good as over. Even if I trick her into living as an ordinary person for 100 or 1,000 days, her core nature is still a hero. She won't grow weaker, she might even grow stronger. So I need to deal with this brat before she becomes even more powerful. By the flickering firelight, Kayen declares with iron conviction, it's time, I'll come back safely. With his smooth talking done, he calmly opens the door and steps out. Zaina suddenly extends a hand to the girl beside her. AI, would you like to see him off with me? Surprisingly, AI agrees instead of refusing. The scene shifts to a more densely built residential area. Kayen strides forward with heavy, steady steps, silently organizing his thoughts. The sword is in my hands now. I just want to savor this feeling of freedom after such a long time. But why are those two following me all the way out here? Just ignore them, ignore them. Sina and AI call out in unison toward Kane's retreating figure. Travel safe, we'll be waiting for you. Then Sina kindly offers, let's head back, AI. But the girl puffs out her cheeks and glares in complaint. Is it really that hard for him to just turn around for once? She takes the other's hand and gently consoles her. Don't be upset. He's probably just too embarrassed to show it. AI flings her hand away indignantly. I know that. Don't underestimate me. Sina stands still, watching AI storm off. She can't help but smile with warm, knowing affection, then runs up and whispers, I'm sorry, let's go home together, okay? Yet AI coldly spits out, get lost. Days pass, one after another, until the sun rises once more. Zaina, out of habit, ventures out and returns to the small inn. Weariness and worry gradually surface in her eyes. Zaina looks at the dejected girl, and her own heart grows uneasy in response. AI, it's been several days and Master still hasn't come back. Could something have happened? No, may have retired from the sword, but he's still a seasoned swordsman. He'll be fine. Until he returns, I need to keep up with my duties. For now, I need to go to the market. Zaina heads straight to the market the moment she arrives. 1 carrot and 4 mushrooms, please. Gossip suddenly drifts into her ears. Who knows how much longer the peace will last? Because of that bandit gang nearby. You're not scared. Who knows when those bastards will attack the town? I'm scared too, you know. Those guys are notorious for their cruelty. If only a hero would come and deal with them. A friend of mine. That's a fine wish. Zaina unconsciously watched the two of them walk away. She kept telling herself to calm down. Don't dwell on it. I'm not a hero anymore. The innkeeper, Madame Donda, cut into her thoughts. Do come again next time, dear. Zaina could only respond mechanically. Thank you. But when she returned home, Zaina found Ben grumbling to himself. What should I do? She walked over immediately and asked, Uncle Ben, did something happen? Uncle Ben, he jumped in surprise. Zaina, did you know? A band of bandits nearby. Has everyone worried sick? She listened and showed a sympathetic expression. Yes, that really is troubling. Seeing someone willing to listen, Ben opened up like a floodgate. I noticed some shady characters lurking around town, so I went and bought a sword for self-defense. Zaina could only play along. I see, but then, right at the crucial part, Ben's expression turned dejected. The thing is, I'm not sure if the one I bought is any good. She mustered her courage and made a suggestion. Then let me take a look for you. I happen to know a thing or two about swords. Ben's face lit up as he seized the offer on the spot. Haha, that would be wonderful. Please go ahead. Zaina quietly reassured herself evaluating a sword was something a normal person could do. Ben didn't hesitate to bring out the weapon. Here it is. Zaina's eyes went wide with shock, her emotions surging in turmoil. This is my sword, why is my sword here? Zaina took the item with trembling hands and choked out. Where did you get this sword? Ben replied, Oh, I bought it from a traveler who passed through town. The man had blood on him and said he'd found the sword in the forest. He thought it looked fine, but it gave him a bad feeling, so he sold it for cheap. Zaina startled and pressed further. Blood. Ben recounted the details. The blood was from when he accidentally brushed against the pile of bandit corpses in the forest. She stared blankly, her mind reeling. Bandits, Ben too felt. Utterly confused, he spoke from the heart. It's strange, isn't it? There was nothing but the bandits' corpses. Maybe they had an internal conflict. Zaina mulled it over. Under normal circumstances, it would seem that way, but if this sword was found there, then the bandits didn't turn on each other. They ran into him. Thinking this, she made her request. Uncle, would you let me buy this sword? I'll pay you the full price. Ben answered hesitantly. Sure, I suppose that's fine. Inside, Zaina's heart was in complete chaos. She whispered to herself, there's no way the master would be defeated by mere bandits. Then why was this sword left behind? Inside Zaina's mind, low murmuring voices suddenly echoed. Can you hear me? Zaina, Zaina. At the dinner table, AI noticed her older sister staring into nothing and asked with concern. Are you okay, sis? The girl frowned and lowered her head with a sigh before asking. I mean, you haven't even touched your soup. Is it not good? AI pressed on. Is something bothering you? Zaina forced a smile and dodged the question. I just had a bad dream, that's all. AI studied her for a moment, then shrugged. Well, if it's nothing serious, the girl slapped the table and announced, I'm going to bed. Zaina glanced at the clock and asked, Isn't it a little early? AI answered honestly, I'm just tired, so I want to sleep early. Then she turned and walked away, yawning the whole time. Zaina called out softly, Good night. AI replied in a sweet, sleepy voice, Good night. When silence filled the space, Zaina sank into a void of her own where endless thoughts invaded her mind without mercy. Deep within the silent forest, moonlight filtered through the canopy, painting the green grass below in silver. A gentle breeze swayed the trees, weaving a dreamlike, ethereal scene. Each of Zaina's footsteps fell heavy on the ground. She panted, worn from the long distance she'd covered. Zaina stared at the sword in her hand, her mind a tangled mess, realizing she had wandered deep into the forest without thinking. She stopped in the middle of the path, tilting her head slightly to look up at the sky. The space fell into perfect silence, pulling Zaina into a sea of thought. I can't stop thinking. Her mind drifted as a cascade of questions surfaced. Why didn't the master come back, even though the sword did? A swordsman never abandons their blade without reason. What happened to the master? Zaina's eyes were heavy with grief, longing, and doubts that no one had ever answered. Her grip tightened, as if clinging to her last shred of hope. She remembered 10 years ago that day. The master had risked everything to protect her. He survived, yes, but his body must have suffered irreparable damage. That was why he spent most of his day seated in a chair, his spine barely holding him upright. He would lose his balance from the slightest push, even that of a child. Back then, the man had confessed to Zaina with a shaking voice, "I've retired my blade." She glanced at the sword and understood how his body must have deteriorated severely. The brilliant swordsman she once knew was a man from 10 years ago. If he was ambushed by bandits and his body was too weak now, perhaps the master has not stopped thinking like that. I need to hurry back. Then Zaina looked down at the ground and spotted something: footprints. Zaina knelt down and carefully examined the tracks, making her judgment. No one from town would venture this deep into the forest. So why are there footprints here? These belong to an adult male, but they're different from the master's footprints, and the direction. Could it be an intruder? Night descended over the desolate forest. A wooden cabin stood alone in the middle of the woods. A thin layer of snow covered the rooftop, solitary and cold. Inside, a woman had her mouth forcibly sealed shut by someone. She thrashed desperately, trying to break free. The man studied the woman and spoke with a puzzled tone. "What's this?" "This is the little sister." The man standing behind chimed in with a taunt. "What, she's not cute?" The other one insisted bluntly. "Bullshit, the older one is way prettier." The intruder, a member of the Serpent Bandit gang, crosses his arms and reminds them. Whatever, in the end, the boss takes everything anyway. The man sitting on the bed stands up and warns, "Don't let him hear you. Did you even check the other rooms?" He stammers at the question. "You about that? There's nobody in the other rooms." The long-haired man hears this and clenches his jaw in fury. He growls, "Before we got here, you said there'd be 2 of them." The long-haired man jabs a finger at the hooded man and shouts, "So what now? What happens if the older sister finds strangers in her little sister's room?" "Well," he hesitates, "but when I was watching, the older sister had already gone home." The long-haired man curses back in fury. Cornered, the hooded man softens his tone to persuade him. The long-haired man reminds him, "Even if we have the little sister as a hostage, the older one could still run." Outside the room, Zaina grips her weapon tight, her mind racing. This was a mistake. I should never have left AI alone at home. She steps forward, ready to force the door open. No more wasting time. I shall cut them down before they even realize what's happening. Then, suddenly, the men inside start talking, making Zaina freeze in her tracks. The hooded man blinks in confusion and asks again. The long-haired man is busy tightly binding AI and replies. The hooded man looks even more bewildered. He asks again, "One person, he wiped them all out by himself. So what happened to him?" He answers nonchalantly, "Who knows, dead, captured, or escaped. Too many rumors going around. I can't even tell which ones are real anymore." Zaina quickly realizes they must be talking about Master. She crouches low. She wants to hear more from them, but Ai's safety matters more. Then, while trying to protect her sister, Zaina accidentally makes a noise, alerting the 2 men inside. She stands outside, sword hidden behind her back, and demands, "Why are you here at this hour in my house?" The hooded man finds this absolutely delightful. "If you don't want your little sister getting hurt, stand right there." Zaina's expression doesn't change. She steps forward and asks directly, "What do you want?" He answers calmly, "Oh, nothing much. JUST, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, let us take you in." Simple, right? Zaina hears these words. Her face turns ice cold, her eyes brimming with lethal killing intent. On Ai's side, the long-haired man has already moved, fast pressing his blade against the girl's neck. He warns, "This way, nothing happens to your little sister, right?" Zaina silently hatches a plan. She places both hands behind her back, pretending to cooperate as she steps forward. "I'll do as you say, but if anything happens to Hirvan, if I die, I'm dragging every last one of you down with me." The hooded man casually strolls over, not forgetting to flirt. "Don't worry, pretty. Our only job is to bring you 2 back." As he gets close to her, he quickly snatches the sword from behind her back, sneering, "This isn't a toy, sweetheart. Swords don't suit you." Zaina lets them restrain her, silently cursing herself. I'm sorry. The moment I find out where Master is, I'll break out and come save you. Just wait for me." Then the hooded man brings out a white cloth, pressing it over Zaina's mouth to knock her out. He whispers into Zaina's ear, "It'd be quite troublesome if little miss here remembers the way to our place." After both girls lose consciousness, they call out to each other, "Quick, get them onto the horses." Sometime later, AI slowly opens her eyes. Waking from a long, dreamless slumber, she startles at the sound of a voice calling her name. Zaina gazes at AI tenderly and asks, "You're awake?" She gently strokes her sister's hair and whispers, "I was so worried. You've been asleep for 3 days. How do you feel? Dizzy? Sleep a bit more." AI looks around in confusion and asks, "But where are we?" Zaina guesses, "Looks like we're underground. A basement probably, in the bandits' hideout. While you were sleeping, they broke into the house." AI, though she doesn't fully understand, immediately apologizes. "I'm sorry for being a burden." Zaina quickly denies this. "You're not a burden, not at all." She thinks to herself, "I could get AI out of here right no, but I need to find out where Master is first." She gently strokes her sister's hair and comforts her. "Nothing bad will happen, I promise." Zaina confides to herself, "I've put this child in danger. That's not what a hero or a family member should do." Then she reassures AI, "Don't worry, okay." Suddenly, a voice calls out from outside. The vice leader, the long-haired man, frantically drops to his knees, begging, "You can't do this." Kyuzugo shoves him aside in anger and roars, "So what?" He stands before a cell and demands of the guards, "Why can't I go admire the beauties you lot brought back?" They stare in bewilderment, determined to stop him. "You really can't do this, sir." If the boss finds out, Kyuzugo grows impatient at these words. He tilts his head, fixing his gaze on the long-haired man. "Hey!" With that, Kyuzugo swings his arm ice cold, sharp eyes promising a punch hard enough to shut the long-haired man up for good. And true to his word, the heaven-shaking punch lands with terrifying force-ascending shockwaves rippling through the entire area. The long-haired man takes the full blood sprays from his mouth. His body slams into the wall and sticks there. Kyuzugo stands tall, admiring his handiwork. Then he turns to his subordinates, eyes wild, and barks his orders. "All of y'all keep your mouth shut. Anyone who snitches to the boss is dead. Understood?" They answer in terrified stammers. "Why, yes, sir." Then Kyuzugo opens Zaina's cell door, not forgetting to curse at them. "Annoying lot, at least you know when to shut up. Now that you're all nice and quiet, let me go admire what I'm not allowed to see." Sina steps forward to shield her younger sister, demanding coldly, "Who are you?" Kyuzugo is struck with sudden astonishment by the exquisite beauty of the two women standing before him. He mocks, "You dare glare at me? Even those outsiders out there don't dare look me in the eye. I am Kyuzugo, vice leader of the Cobra Bandit clan." Upon hearing this name, Sina contemplates. He might know what happened to her master. With that thought, she replies, "Oh, do you know what happened to the bandits a few days ago?" Kyuzugo starts at the question. He sneers, "How do you know about that? Beautiful and bold, truly, not a bad woman at all. Sit tight, and I shall tell you all about it. A few days ago, I encountered that bastard. He wielded his blade well, cutting down 34 of my men, so I took him on myself. It was a bloody, delightful match. The rat even managed to gift me a scar. If he kills my men and wounds me, he must pay the price, no. In the end, my axe finished the dog off." Sina freezes as if struck by a lightning bolt. "What did you say?" Kyuzugo remains oblivious to her expression. He laughs boisterously, continuing, "He fell into the river, so we never recovered the corpse. But after taking such a deep cut, surely after he fell, he died." Sina whispers to herself, "It cannot be." Kyuzugo keeps rambling. Even if he lived with his shoulder cleaved in two, how could he ever hold a sword again? Sina's hands tremble uncontrollably. She tells herself that her master would never fall to such common bandits. Kyuzugo continues his mockery. "The bastard said his name was Kane." Hearing that name, Sina's heart stops. Everything happens too fast for her to process. "He should be grateful I even remember his name." Kyuzugo snickers. AI, boiling with rage, screams, "Lies, stop spouting such nonsense." Sina stands there, stripped of all life and resistance. She realizes, in agony, that it has happened again. AI quickly notices her sister's unnatural state. She calls out her name, stuttering. Sina sinks into despair, realizing she had lost her master just as she had finally found a chance to repay her debt. Overcome with fury, Sina shakes. She stands, locks eyes with Kyuzugo, and curses. "You must have played dirty, didn't you?" Caught off guard by her sudden shift, Kyujugo's eyes widen, his face contorts into a mask of tense, sharp vigilance. seething with indignation. With a choked, stifled sob of rage, Serena pours all her strength into a decisive punch aimed at his gut. The impact is devastating. Kyujugo coughs up a mouthful of blood, his eyes rolling back, before he is sent flying, slamming into the iron bars behind him. Serena declares, "From now on, I will not show you a shred of mercy." Kyujugo gasps in pain, blood leaking from his mouth, his mind reeling. Hearing the commotion, the guards outside rush in. "Vice Leader, are you all right?" one asks. Kyujugo roars in fury, "What are you doing?" "Kill that woman quickly." They stammer, "Understood." One guard, trembling, grips his sword hilt, attempting to subdue Serena. He draws his blade and lunges at her. Two others follow. One wields cruel claws, the other twin blades. Serena's expression remains ice cold. She weaves through their strikes, finding an opening to smash the guard's arm, sending his sword skittering away. The man cries out in agony, but his respite lasts only a heartbeat. Serena leaps into the air, snatching the sword from his hand, turning the tide. From the air, she descends upon the soldiers with a lethal swing. Her speed is terrifying, tearing through the air and leaving the guards paralyzed with fear. Her blade moves with cold precision. Each stroke releases a fountain of fresh blood. After the long, brutal fight, Serena kneels, her entire body soaked in crimson. On the ground, bodies lie scattered, blood flows like a river. Amidst the carnage, Serena stands, sword held high, bathed in gore. AI stares dumbstruck, her voice failing her. Serena's face is a frozen mask, devoid of breath or emotion, her eyes burning with pure, unadulterated hatred. AI gazes at her sister, inwardly questioning the woman she has become. Serena stands in the center of the room, surrounded by butchered corpses. Her pale skin is splattered with still wet blood. The silence is shattered by Kyujugo's curse. "You arrogant bitch!" He staggers to his feet, trembling, and shouts, "Who are you?" Serena does not answer. She executes a cold, precise executioner's strike. Kyujugo takes a deep gash to his chest, right beside his existing scar. Serena stands tall, watching the old man weaken and collapse. She speaks coldly, every word sharp. "Burn this into your memories. This is the price for what you have done." Crimson flame erupts as she imbues her sword with raging fire. "This technique will turn you to ash." With that, the crimson flame strike is unleashed, a wave of orange-red fire that tears through the air, incinerating everything in its path. Serena strides out coldly, beheading every remaining guard in her way. Meanwhile, AI remains huddled in the corner of the cell, trembling. Her soul feels adrift, her fear and shock so absolute she cannot utter a single word. She bites her lip, wondering, what have I just witnessed? Her body trembles at the sight of her sister. She understands now it was an instinctive fear, the fear of prey facing a predator. AI is utterly stunned by the cold, monstrous image of Serena before her. "I thought Serena wasn't an enemy, but looking at this monster, if she doesn't die someday, why am I hesitating?" Lost in thought, AI struggles to her feet, still trembling, but tells herself to be strong. No matter who she is, Serena is still Serena. She must have snapped after hearing Kane was dead. He must be alive. "I will find the truth." XYNS, manifestation of despair and darkness. Summon spirit demon, eye of the crimson heavens. A beautiful shimmering bird appears in midair, surrounded by a blinding halo. "My respects to my master," the creature chirps, landing on Eye's hand. AI probes it. Spirit was what the dead bandit said the truth. The spirit confirms the bandit's words were true. AI freezes. She widens her eyes, repeating the revelation. Kane is truly dead. Outside, the guards wail in confusion. "How did this happen?" "He's dead. His head is gone." They shout as they surround Kyujugo's body. Everyone else outside is dead too. Damn it all, who is responsible for this? As the curse leaves their lips, the guards freeze, sensing a powerful, suffocating pressure behind them. They turn to look, only to see a massive fireball burning fiercely. Without warning, the orb erupts. Through the thick, roiling black smoke and chaotic ashes, the faint silhouette of a long-haired woman emerges. AI and the bus step out from the ashes, where smoke and fire shroud their path. Her clean, pale feet stand in stark contrast to the scorched corpses of the soldiers who perished before her. Without a second thought, AI treads over their bodies. She then issues a cold command to the bus. It inquires after her orders. She commands it to scour the area and locate Serena. Do not let the flames reach her. The bus understands its task, replies swiftly, and takes flight. Silence descends once more. AI begins her incantation, gazing at the bloodied corpses strewn across the ground. Hatred consumes her every shred of reason. AI grinds out, "You vermin, I shall make you pay for this." She then chants, "Summoning the demon of flame, I remove your seal. Ni, arise and unleash the inferno. Turn this place into a true hell for me." On Serena's side, she is still fighting desperately against the remaining soldiers. each decisive strike sending them to their final rest. Gazing at the fallen corpses, she mutters to herself, I cannot believe they died so easily. My teacher could easily parry this, and even point out my flaws to teach me new things. As the space falls silent again, another squad of soldiers approaches. They march openly, shouting arrogantly. There she is. Each one assumes a combat stance, calling out to their comrades. Target over there, prepare your weapons. At the order, they charge with extreme speed, their figures blurring like arrows piercing the air. Serena stands firm, her golden hair stained with fresh blood, her ice-cold blue eyes piercing the night, proud and indomitable amidst the storm of fate. She swings her sword, repelling them one by one. With a look of disgust, she deflects their incoming arrows, sending them flying back to impale their owners' hearts and minds, leaving them screaming in agony. The remaining soldiers tremble in fear, teeth gnashing as they gasp in disbelief. What the hell? Monster! Serena shifts her footing, coiling her strength for a leap. She springs into the air, holding her enchanted blade high. With a single strike, she intends to drown the entire squad below in a violent explosion of fire. Their screams vanish in the destruction as Serena's golden hair sparkles, matted with blood. It drifts gracefully across the chaotic battlefield. Seeing one hooded figure still standing tall, Serena, aware that it is Kane, calls out, Did I miss one? She lunges, determined to deliver a fatal blow. She snarls, This is for them. Serena swings her sword straight at Kane. He quickly uses his weapon to deflect and counter. In the swirling mist, two silhouettes clash in a tense, cerebral battle. Serena stares at her opponent in shock, as if unable to believe her eyes. She realizes with a start that he has blocked her strike. Kane's gaze, peering out from behind his long black hair, radiates a murderous aura, a lethal pressure that cannot be underestimated. Waiting for the exact moment Serena loses focus, Kane lashes out with a kick, sending her flying back. Serena, losing her footing, drags her hands against the ground to create friction, preventing herself from spiraling out of control. She rises with excitement, gauging him. This one is quite strong. Kane has also taken a hit during the exchange. He steadies himself, one hand clutching a wound on his shoulder. Serena glares at the eyes lurking behind his hair, calculating. I aimed for his opening, yet he still deflected it. Was it luck? She quickly channels magic into her blade and lunges once more. Serena erupts with momentum. Flame enshrouds her sword as she charges at Kane with overwhelming force. Serena's flaming strike slams into Kane. A brilliant flash explodes, shaking the very air. Her burning sword descends with crushing weight, colliding violently with Kane's blade. Sparks fly like tearing fabric. The tension is suffocating. Blue lightning flashes in Serena's eyes, rings of fire swirling around her arms. Like a war god descending, she is a whirlwind of flame, swinging her silver sword at the shadow-clad Kane. It is a moment of breath-stealing tension, a blade hung between life and death. The sword accidentally grazes the body of the mysterious dark-clad Kane. He falls from above but keeps his center of gravity, unfazed in the heat of battle. Serena sees him clutching something, and it dawns on her. He's protected his vital points, she thinks, leaping high to seize the upper hand. Serena raises her sword, thinking, let's see how long you can hold on. She descends like a heavenly fire, her crimson blade rending the void. She forces Kane to defend in a suffocating moment, tense as a lightning strike crashing against the gate of death. Outside the house, the fire rages incessantly. The bystanders scream to one another. It's burning, quick, douse the flames. Where did this fire come from? Why won't it go out? What the hell is this fire? AI stands in the distance, watching them struggle and smiles mockingly. A bunch of fools. Even the gods could not extinguish the flames of Neo. She creates a magic circle that draws the attention of the crowd. They ask in confusion, who are you? AI glares coldly, pointing at them with a sneer, mere mortals, and you dare dream of extinguishing this. With that, a torrential cascade of flames erupts from AI, swallowing the area and exerting crushing pressure, grinding everything before her into a stifling hellscape. The crowd, terrified, screams as they flee. One man, still curious, turns back to look. But unfortunately for him and his comrades, the flames move too swiftly, incinerating them instantly. The force of the blast throws them dozens of meters away. AI then summons her pet, the bus. It lands by her hand and speaks. What is your command? AI asks, am I still far from Serena? The bus replies respectfully, my lady, currently Serena is having a private conversation. Suddenly, a thunderous shout rings out as a man acting like a moth to a flame, desperate to play the hero, charges in with a saber to finish it. AI die. A vicious burst of flame is launched. She doesn't even bother looking at him, lazily flicking her hand to release an even stronger fire as she whispers, silence. AI looks at her pet affectionately and says, "Continue, bus. Or is there a reason you cannot speak?" As the conversation reaches a tense peak, another squad rushes in, ruining the atmosphere. They shout, "There she is. Prepare your weapons." Hearing the intruders, AI asks the bus, "Is Sina over there?" It answers, "Yes." The young girl releases the bus, letting it hover freely, and issues a command. "Then let us depart." However, the bus does not move immediately. It calls out to the girl, "Master." Losing patience, the girl turns her head, snapping, "What now?" The bus speaks up, hesitant, "I may be overstepping my bounds, but you are utilizing too much magic." If this continues, AI reaches up to touch her throat and lets out a long sigh. She cuts the bus off. "I know what you intend to say. I have already felt the thirst in my throat for some time now. For an ordinary witch or mage, such depletion would cost them their magic. But I am different. I am no ordinary witch or mage. I am a demon." On Sina's side, the battle is reaching a nerve-wracking climax. Their blades clash directly, producing shrill, piercing screeches. With a burst of decisive, raw power, they disengage. Both are sent reeling backward by the force of the collision. Still bloodthirsty, Sina lunges forward without a moment's hesitation. Sina charges with her hair streaming behind her, her blade carving a storm of light that collides violently with Kane's encroaching shadows. The atmosphere is suffocating, as if it could detonate at any heartbeat. Her eyes burn like a demon's. She surges forward with feral momentum, her entire presence radiating a killing intent that shakes the very heavens. Then Sina unleashes a decisive, thunderous strike with every ounce of her remaining strength. The force of the blow sends Kane flying, slamming him into the wall behind him until it shatters, creating a scene of absolute chaos. Moments later, as the dust settles, a jagged, gaping hole is revealed in the wooden wall. Footsteps tread quietly through the splintered ruin. Sina glances at Kane, thinking to herself, is that all he has? Suddenly, a voice rings out from Sina's flank. "Is that all? Is that truly it?" The thick fog disperses to reveal a squad of men lurking in the shadows. Evers grits his teeth, barely withstanding an onslaught from an opponent. Sina stares in bewilderment, quickly recognizing a familiar name amidst the chaos. The mysterious man smiles, his sharp blade glinting as he speaks. "Come here." He delivers a fatal strike that fells Evers. He does not forget to taunt, "Try fighting me, you trash." Sina stands paralyzed, horror-struck as the gruesome, blood-soaked scene unfolds in what feels like an eternity of frozen time. The man grins with the delirious satisfaction of a madman after finishing off his target. He struggles to his feet, eyes locked on Sina, and demands, "Who are you?" She stands dazed, staring at her own blood-stained sword, a cold anxiety rising in her chest as she wonders, what is happening? Unexpectedly, Kane's hand twitches. Something shifts beneath the man's corpse. The mysterious man grits his teeth against the crushing weight of the body above him. Confused and spiraling, he asks himself what devilry is afoot here. Kane recalls the past, wondering when everything went so wrong. He remembers leaving the village, deep in the quiet of the night. Kane bites into a tasteless piece of food and curses under his breath. "It has no flavor at all. I'm getting old. These things are hard to chew. I need to buy some poison quickly so I can." A sudden noise snaps Kane into a state of heightened vigilance. Someone moving with the speed of light closes the distance and kicks Kane flying. He quickly regains his composure, dropping to one knee to stabilize himself. His shoulder throbs from the impact, leaving him lightly injured. He lets out a low hiss, realizing that if he had been a moment slower, his head would have been gone. He grips the hilt of his sword, eyes darting, and bellows, "Which dog is it?" Silence is the only answer. The air turns thick and suspicious, forcing Kane into a state of total alarm. Suddenly, footsteps fall on the earth. A man speaks, "So you are still alive." The man steps forward, dual blades in hand. Kane recognizes him instantly. The man smiles brightly and replies, "Of course. There is no way I am dying before you, you dog." He looks at Kane and addresses him by a false name. Kane curses silently. "Damn it." Under the pale, golden moon, the stream ripples softly, reflecting light like a gentle summer night's melody. The wind stirs the trees, lulling the soul into a dreamlike state. Yet amidst this poetic scenery, two men stand locked in bitter hatred. Kane asks, "How did you find me?" The man retorts, "Is it not because you used my name?" Evers explains, "You caused me quite a bit of trouble, which made finding you all the easier." Kane clutches his wound, his tongue still sharp as a dagger. "Living well, I see." Evers laughs heartily at the question. He curses, "Living well. I have been alive this long only to finish you off, you dog who ruined my organization." Kane's face turns blank as he realizes, staring at the tedious man before him. He remembers the past back when he had joined the faction. The organization had split into two camps, the conservatives and the liberals. And leading the liberal faction was this very man. He wanted to unveil this secret society and turn it into a conventional knightly order. He recruited like-minded troublemakers. An internal conflict eventually caused the organization to collapse. Few people know this story, but that is merely the official lie. In truth, I embezzled the organization's funds while preparing for my retirement, and the liberal faction caught me, sparking the internal feud. To prevent the truth from leaking, the conservative faction tossed honor to the wind and clashed with the others. Just like that, the organization fell. Well, what is done, it cannot be changed. Now I must run. I need to provoke this bastard to open an escape route. After weighing my options, the 36th stratagem running away is the best choice. Kane makes his decision and starts the provocation. You truly are an idiot. After losing everything, have you still learned nothing? As the words leave his lips, he rejoices inwardly. Are you angry yet? Go on, turn red with rage. Evers blinks, stunned for a full 5 seconds. He asks, what did you just say? You motherfucker, I'm going to kill you. Exactly as planned. Kane smiles to himself. That fool took the bait. Now he swings his sword and hurls it straight at Evers. Evers easily parries this childish strike with his own blade. Evers grits his teeth. You dare throw your sword? He watches Kane crouch down, fumbling with the strap of the bag at his feet. Evers asks in bewilderment, at least it's still a sword. But very quickly after, Evers stands there, utterly stunned. Kane conjures a thick plume of white smoke, obscuring everything from view. Evers rushes forward, covering his nose with one hand, cursing as he stumbles through that bars. He threw his sword and hid in the smoke. How can a knight do something like that? That goddamn bastard. But Kane hasn't left yet. He sees the bewildered look on the kid's face and can't help but smirk. Messing with this guy is fun. Then Kane slips away, leaving Evers dumbfounded, searching for him in the illusory white haze. Evers shouts a challenge, come out and fight me fair and square. Kane hears this and lets out a gleeful chuckle. He answers silently in his heart, sorry, I don't do that. You want a fair fight? That's your problem, not mine. The sun slowly crests over the mountain range, painting the sky in gentle hues of pink and purple. The morning breeze caresses the green branches, carrying the fresh breath of a new day, awakening all of nature in a brilliant symphony. Amidst this breathtaking scenery, a loud gurgle cuts through Hai's stomach, screaming, Hey, I'm starving here. Kane sits atop a tall tree, rummaging through his bag with a groan. I've been running on an empty stomach all damn morning. All that bastard's fault. Inside the empty bag, a suspicious object suddenly appears, making him freeze. Kane recalls the earlier journey and stops in suspicion. His whole body trembles as the realization hits everything in his bag has vanished into thin air. Kane lets out a furious scream that echoes through the entire forest, absolutely livid. He slams the bag in rage, muttering through gritted teeth, my hopes, my happiness, my two treasures. Kane clenches his jaw and cries rivers, remembering Demit, his two precious shawls. All right, calm down. At least I'm not dead. Money isn't more important than my life, but money is still pretty damn important. He rips at his hair in regret, wailing. No matter how he thinks about it, the loss cuts deep. What now? Suddenly, a noise from below makes Kane freeze. He tilts his head to observe, then Kane decides to jump down from the tall branch. Heading back, money's dead. Fighting that guy means death too. Recalling the moment blood sprayed from his mouth, Kane figures there's no difference either way. The morning sky glows soft with sunlight, leaves rustling and swaying in the breeze. Kane drags each step heavy, struggling to catch his breath. He wipes the sweat from his brow in frustration and sigh-stem, the fatigue of aging. Then Kane buries his face in his hands, muttering, since when did I become this worn out? Back when I was a kid, everyone called me a prodigy. In the past, I built countless secret hideouts. I acted like a king-like, there was nothing I couldn't do. And now I've turned into some old fart who does nothing but complain about being tired. This must be my fate. Kane leans against a tree trunk, muttering it should be around here somewhere. I'll grab it and get out. Suddenly, Kane's eyes widen with tension. Before him lies a group of people sprawled across the ground, their bodies drenched in crimson. Kane can't help but curse. What the hell happened here? Kane slowly walks over, scanning the area. Bandits, all of them, then something catches his eye. He looks down at one man's wound and thinks thighs slash. Kane gently traces it with his finger. One look and he knows immediately. A face instantly flashes through Kane's mind. That bastard did this. Thinking this, Kane suddenly freezes. Wait, if that guy fought over 20 bandits, he should have collapsed somewhere around here. Kane looks left and right, muttering, but I can't find him anywhere. Where did he run off to? After a moment of silence with no answer, Kane quickly gets to his feet. All right, even if he didn't die, he's definitely injured. He must have run. Kane sighs wearily. Now I have to dig through this mess. What a pain. If my treasure got dirty, I'm gonna lose it. No telling when that bastard's coming back either. Better find it fast and scram. After a long search, Kane slumps to the ground, wailing in agony. It's not here. My treasure, how can it not be here? It has to be here, right? Where did it go? At that moment, something suddenly clicks in Kayen's mind. A smug face immediately flashes through his mind. That bastard took it. I'll be taking your treasure. Kayen's thoughts spiral in panic. He took it, that guy took it. Suddenly, a sound from behind makes Kayen whip his head around. He looks around hastily. Someone's coming. Can't even catch a break. Slow footsteps echo closer. That's terrifying. The young man behind him cuts in. Not terrifying, gets God tier. One person did all of this. One person, all of this. The white-haired one quickly rebuts. I said terrifying because if that guy's still lurking around here, that's scary as hell. Kayen lies flat on the ground, playing dead. He curses inwardly. Get the hell out of here already. The ponytail guy suddenly speaks up. The vice chief already dealt with that guy, so what's there to be scared of? Our side already picked that guy clean too, and the vice chief really took a liking to that guy's top-tier treasure. The two of them stroll forward leisurely. The white-haired one sighs. Everything goes to the higher-ups. Nothing for us. The young man beside him hesitates, but then they remind each other, two of us can't clean up this mess. Let's head back and get more people. The white-haired one groans, so exhausting. The moment they leave, Kayen sits up in silence, deep in thought. Kayen grits his teeth. What did that guy say again? He recalls the young man's words. The vice chief really took a liking to that guy's top-tier treasure. Kayen slowly rises to his feet. Now I know where my treasure is. He retrieves his sword. I can't not go. Kayen clenches his fist and shouts with determination, I'm coming for you, my treasure. In the blink of an eye, it's midnight. The moon above casts a pale, faint glow. Kayen crouches behind a massive tree trunk, peeking at the sealed gate, silently calculating. That's the main entrance. 4 guards outside, doors locked. From what I overheard, there are guards inside too. If I screw up, it's hello next life. Thinking this, Kayen treads carefully but still decides to press forward. He tells himself, a hero could easily take these guys head-on. Kayen takes slow, deliberate steps. But I'm a villain. He slowly runs his hands along the wall, fumbling for something, and at that very moment, Kayen's fingers catch on a loose brick. He yanks it free. There has to be a hidden passage. A sinister grin curls across Kayen's lips. Found it. A short while later, after prying out several bricks, he slips inside, muttering to himself. Knew there was a secret passage. Easy, after building countless hidden bases. Something like this is child's play. Kayen gently parts the curtain and whispers. Before his eyes stretches an empty room completely bare. It stuns him. What kind of room is this? His footsteps echo lightly across the floor. He glances around, silently impressed. For bandits, they sure keep things clean. The vice leader's quarters, triple-locked door, looks soundproof too. Kayen now stands before a stack of papers, scattered haphazardly across a desk. Hold on 12 documents containing encrypted text. This level of professionalism, definitely not your run-of-the-mill countryside bandits. Reading this far, Kayen freezes. Hold on, how does a bunch of backwater bandits have a system like this? Kayen clenches his jaw tense. He realizes it no only a nightwalker could decrypt these documents. Just then a loud crash erupts from somewhere distant, making Kayen jolt. He stares at the door latch rattling. His heart hammers. Why now, just as the latch is about to be pulled? Kayen bolts straight for the opposite curtain. No time to hesitate. He reaches out and yanks the curtain aside. A hidden door reveals itself behind it. The instant Kayen wrenches the door open, his pupils shrink to pinpoints. Before him stands a tall figure, also pulling back a curtain. Both freeze, they stare at each other. Kayen's mind races. Where the hell did this guy come from? Before he can finish the thought, the figure swings a blade straight at his face. Kayen dodges just in time, cursing under his breath. He meets those cold, emotionless eyes. What do I do now? The opponent is already locked in full combat stance. Kayen tells himself, no time to think. His face turns to ice as he draws the small blades from his sleeves. He can only. Then Kayen lunges at the figure. Trust instinct, act. The opponent is no pushover. In one fluid motion, he deflects every single blade back. Kayen immediately switches up, drawing his greatsword. He unleashes a rapid flurry of strikes. The opponent refuses to yield. The man tilts his body and flips his sword downward, meeting Kayen's assault head-on. Exactly what Kayen was waiting for. A wicked grin spreads across his face. Seeing Kai-En's expression, the man freezes in shock, not letting the opportunity slip. Kai-En dashes forward like the wind and drives a lethal punch straight into the man's torso. The man's knees buckle. He collapses before Kai-En with a heavy thud. Right at that moment, the door latch clicks from outside. Kai-En flinches. Beads of cold sweat roll down his face. Kai-En mutters, the last lock is being opened. Gotta move fast. A moment later, Kai-En hurls the man's limp body into the secret chamber. Then he slowly shuts the door and steps back outside. A cunning smile crosses his lips. Kai-En now stands fully dressed in the man's clothes. He holds up the mask, eyes gleaming. Might be time for a career change, he murmurs. Just as he adjusts the mask, the man from outside walks in. The man immediately drops to one knee and reports. Agent number 12 of AI. Syndicati humbly pays respects to you, sir. Kai-En thinks in confusion. What the hell is Agent number 12? I'm starting to piece it together. These bandits are actually pawns of a massive villain organization. That has to be it. Come. Kai-En tenses, casting his gaze downward. He studies the man kneeling before him. One look is not his is a first-rate knight, and a first-rate knight relegated to a mid-tier rank. The scale of this organization must rival the Nightwalker Syndicate itself, the most powerful bandit syndicate in existence. Kai-En screams internally. Why the hell did I walk straight into a tiger's den? AI slowly speaks up. As per your orders, sir, we have scoured all 4 territories of the Duban Duchy, but we have yet to locate the key. Hearing this, Kai-En thinks, what the hell is this key? To open some treasure vault. Just how big is this organization? AI continues. But do not worry, sir. The search will surely yield results by the end of this month. Faced with this dilemma, Kai-En decides to trust his gut. A simple nod should do the trick. With subordinates, a superior only needs to listen. AI adds. Furthermore, the former leader of the Finai Syndicate has recently fallen. Servin has been dealt with. He fell into the river. His fate remains unknown, but he was gravely wounded and afflicted with demon's wrath at the time. He is most likely dead by now. Kai-En grins with excitement inside. Demon's wrath, huh? Unless that bastard is the hero himself, he's as good as dead. AI reports, among his belongings there was a valuable item. I had it stored separately. Shall I retrieve it for you, sir? The moment he hears this, Kai-En nods frantically. He thinks to himself, knew my treasure would be here. Obviously, I'm taking it. AI bows. I shall present it to you immediately, sir. Kai-En forces himself to stay calm. Easy, don't let your emotions show. AI raises a hand and speaks. This way, sir. Kai-En realizes he needs to keep up the ACTA high-ranking member of this organization. That's his only play. This is the only way to secure his treasure and escape alive. A blazing torch illuminates the pitch-dark corridor. Suddenly, a sound rings out, putting Kai-En on edge. The clash of weapons. AI continues leading the way. This way, sir. A moment later, he carefully crouches and opens a hidden cabinet door. AI whispers, I kept it hidden, reserved solely for you, sir. Hearing this, Kai-En grins inwardly. AI pulls out a razor-sharp sword from within the cabinet. This is the treasure of Kai Lai Shiwen, the undefeated song. Kai-En takes it in hand, silently marveling at its presence. Fellow Invincible. Is this identity truly so significant that you are prepared to present this to us? Evers continues to introduce with measured courtesy. As you are aware, this blade is counted among the 27 finest swords on the continent. Kane muses internally, indeed. The black skies and the dark magic from the ancient ruins of the Divine Kingdom are etched into this steel. The incantation to activate it is Kia Bayon, and the finale is, of course, inevitable. Correct, this is truly a treasure. I shall claim it for myself. At that moment, Kane wonders, where is my treasure? In an instant, Kane spots his 2 precious scarves lying upon the ground, stained with filth. Kane clenches his fists until they tremble uncontrollably. He curses under his breath, you blind, eyes-lacking fool. Do you not realize how precious these are? How dare you treat my treasures like mere rags? I suppose I must exert the effort to wash them. I will scrub them clean and sell them off. As the thought fades, a roar echoes from the distance. Evers hurriedly interjects, I shall go inspect it at once. The moment he turns his back, Kane bends down to retrieve the scarf, muttering, a battle has erupted. I should make my escape. Suddenly, an object hurtles toward Kane from afar. Kane dodges with unnatural speed, confused. What was that? A sneak attack. But unfortunately, Kane fails to evade the follow-up strike. He collapses to the ground with a heavy, thudding impact. Evers cries out in alarm, are you unhurt, my lord? Kane is drenched in cold sweat. He clutches his shoulder, exhaling in relief. Damn, that was close. The strike was precise. Had I been even 2 seconds slower, I would be dead. Evers steps in front of Kane, shouting, "Who are you?" The assailant laughs upon seeing their attitude. "You bastards. How dare you steal my belongings? You are nothing but thieves." Hearing this, Kane quickly looks up. Wait, that voice. The assailant brandishes a blood-stained, razor-sharp blade, issuing a warning. "You lot started this mess. I am the one who will send you to sleep with the worms." His eyes glint with the madness of a predator as he introduces himself. A deathly, suffocating silence descends upon the tavern. Kane clicks his tongue, thinking, "This guy is still alive. I thought he was dead." After what transpired, he should have perished. But a miracle occurred, the miracle of a hero. Gazing at the disheveled face of the opponent, his heart is filled with suspicion. This lunatic is a hero. Moreover, he is currently in a trance. He has lost his senses. Trance is a state where the mind disconnects from the body, allowing it to unleash raw power, transcending its own limits. In short, while in a trance, you possess superhuman strength. But the side effect, "You filth, fight me. I will slit your throats, sever your limbs, and gouge out your hearts." Kane concludes that he has completely descended into madness as the man lunges toward Evers, screaming. The mask falls during the tumble, suffering several cracks upon impact with the ground. Pinned beneath the attacker, Kane curses internally in a rage. "What the hell is this? My damn mask. Wait, this is the guy I stole the mask from. How did he escape?" As he catches sight of the figure above him, Kane's eyes widen in shock. Serena clenches her fists, staring ahead with a solemn expression, her body bathed in a vibrant crimson hue. Kane muses in confusion. Why is this brat here? And how did it come to this? Why is everything becoming such a mess? Kane breaks into a cold sweat, realizing that escape is now unlikely. It seems this one has also entered a trance. This is finished. If I am discovered, it's all over. Kane clenches his fists to steady himself. No matter, I'm a master at feigning death. These two heroes won't go slashing at a corpse. Just then, the opponent stares at Serena and laughs. "Who are you? What is that look in your eyes? I truly despise it. I really despise it. I actually truly love it. I love it." With that, the attacker lunges, swinging his blade towards Serena. The two engage in a fierce, violent exchange. Witnessing this scene, Kane mutters to himself, "Of course these two maniacs would kill each other. Is this not the perfect opportunity to eliminate both? Both are my enemies after all. And now both are fighting in a frenzy. If they both die, my future will be much easier. Keep fighting. Strike harder." Suddenly, a loud tremor erupts from the side. Serena raises her hands, manifesting circles of roaring fire. The flames instantly split the air, accompanied by a deafening roar. Kane thinks that is the fire veil. She has developed it to this extent. The opponent begins to lose his mind, threatening in a fury. "I will kill you." Kane seizes the moment. The time has come. Because they are in a trance, they won't notice me immediately. There is no better opportunity. That's right, I must seize this chance to finish them both. Suddenly, a figure rushes inside. The air in the room leaves eyes gasping for breath. Before her lies the sight of the two madmen clashing face to face. Despite her terror, Eyes steels her resolve. Serena is fighting these two bandits alone. I must assist her. Thinking this, Eyes immediately prepares her technique. She chants Divine Flame by the river's pact. I invoke the immobilizing blaze. As the words leave her lips, fire instantly engulfs the cellar. Kane grumbles in annoyance. What kind of fire is this? I cannot move. Kane looks up, and the figure before him leaves him stunned into silence. Kane curses bitterly in his heart. Damn it, his villainous instincts are screaming in alarm. If he stays here, there is a 999% chance he will die. Struck by Eyes' immobilization flame, the girl lets out a heaven-shaking scream of agony. At that same moment, Kane struggles to withstand the massive whirlwind before him. A thunderous explosion erupts, sending flames surging alongside a dense curtain of white smoke, instantly turning the air scorching hot. Kane's handkerchief cries out in panic, "My master, my only hope!" It flies into the flames and incinerates instantly. Suddenly, Kane whips his head around. A silhouette streaks toward him like a lightning bolt. He freezes, staring at the sword lunging straight for his chest. Kane widens his eyes. He thinks to himself, I am going to die. Even when facing death, a veteran villain reflexively seeks a path to survival. Even with a 999% chance of death, that remaining 1% still offers life. He must consciously turn a fatal wound into a non-lethal one. That is the only way to escape this mortal coil. He cannot redirect it, he cannot dodge it, and he cannot block it, he can only rush into it. The scene is choked with thick smoke and dust. AI covers her face, letting out a pained cry. The girl continues, "What is happening in there?" As she looks up, the sight before her causes AI to freeze in shock. Sina's face turns deathly pale. She holds a sword stained in deep crimson, a tall figure pierced through by the blade. Slumping against her shoulder, the surroundings fall into an eerie silence. Sina stares, motionless, at the sword in her hands. Her pupils constrict. Sina thinks, could it be? Master. Kane, slumping on Sina's shoulder, thinks to himself, I really got stabbed right through the chest. Stabbing the chest or abdomen can certainly be fatal, but not always. It seems I have succeeded. Intestines, organs, arteries, veins, and bone structures, they all have specific gaps. They sit close to death points, but they are not fatal if struck correctly. Non-lethal wounds do exist. Between the chance of this girl aiming for my heart, her hesitation at the last second, and my own body adjustment to receive a non-lethal blow, that 1% chance was a gamble I had to take. But it is not over yet. I need to stop her from attacking again. With that thought, Kane immediately pushes Sina down to the ground. Kane speaks in a low voice, you foolish girl. Hearing this, Sina's face flushes hot. She thinks this rough tone flowing into my ears. This familiar face, the raging fire in her heart has extinguished. But a mixture of relief and guilt threatens to overflow. Guilt for hurting her master, and relief that he still lives. From afar, a sudden laugh echoes. Kyujugo stands with his sharp blade and shouts, so you are here. Sina quickly stands up. You are still alive. At that moment, Kane taps her shoulder. Kane urges rest. Sina hesitates, but Kane's expression is graver than ever. Back down. You don't need to stain your hands with more blood. Sina gazes blankly at Kane, murmuring in her heart. He looks even more exhausted than I am, but his unwavering eyes bring me peace. Very well, I shall not worry. After all, he is the one who taught me the sword. This man is my one and only master. Contrary to Sina's thoughts, cold sweat beads on Kane's forehead as he thinks to himself. All right, stay calm. If she goes berserk again, we all die. Since it has come to this, I have no choice but to fight this bastard. I'm quite relieved he is currently weak. I can win this. It is my chance to avenge my treasure. Kane speaks. You have caused me quite a bit of regret and heartache. Kane hunches over, his expression locked in intense observation. Kyujugo lunges forward to seize the advantage, raising his sword to strike a heavy blow. What? Kane immediately shields Sina, his voice ringing out. Those two are my light and my hope. They attack with such ferocity. Kyujugo sneers with contempt. You mean you like those types? Kane hears him and is utterly confused. He wonders, is this lunatic insane? Why would he call a handkerchief a slut? Kane continues, because you touched them, I will not forgive you. Kyujugo leaps into the air. Fine then, try and take your revenge. Kyujugo looms from above, his sword angled downward with a sinister, demonic expression. Kyujugo screams, go to hell. With that, he strikes a lethal blow toward Kane. A ear-piercing clash of blades rings out. Kane blocks with his sword, cursing internally. I thought he was out of steam. Just a bit more, just hold out a little longer. Kane digs his heels into the earth, desperate to defend against the onslaught. A little more, just a little more. Just as his heel touches an object on the ground, Kane's eyes light up. Seizing the moment, Kane quickly stoops to grab the weapon. He grips it tight, rises, and delivers a strike. Anger is a fire that consumes the soul. Kane opens his mouth to speak. That is your sin will consume you. A black shadow flickers in the air, a piercing sound rings out, and a crimson stream gushes forth. Kyujugo stands motionless with the blade through his body, vomiting blood, his vision fading. Kane watches him collapse, thinking, that sounded absolutely insane. As Kyujugo lies still on the ground, the surroundings quickly fall silent. Kane sighs in his heart, so exhausted. If I were a few years younger, I wouldn't be this drained. Kane looks at the way Sina is curled up sleeping, and feels deeply confused. I'm in this state, yet she's so carefree. How can she sleep so quickly? This girl, she is truly strong enough to beat Kyujugo. I don't know how many traps and poisons I've used, yet she's still hale and hearty. Even a holy knight couldn't guarantee a victory against her. I still have my trump card, magic, but this girl even defeated Sina. Why did I even think of fighting her? I am insane, truly insane. If I wanted to win against her, it'd have to team up with the Demon King. But she's already dead. This is so tiring. I need to draft a different plan. The sound of footsteps echoes, making Kane jump in alarm. He immediately whips his head around to look. The moment Kane sees its AI, he thinks, well, that's a surprise. She's here too. In the end, I still can't escape a single one of them. Kane speaks in a low voice. Let's go. AI breaks into a happy smile. She clings tightly to the corner of his clothes and replies, yes. Flames roar to life all around them. White smoke rises in thick, ethereal plumes. A figure in white robes approaches in silence. He draws near to her lifeless body. He reaches out, touches it, and murmurs, By the will of the divine, all your sins shall be cleansed. A being whose power transcends mortal limits, one who ranks second only to the gods. The strongest on the planet has begun to move. A clear blue sky leaves rustle and sway in the wind. At that moment, AI lets out an irritated cry and complains in frustration. What's wrong with wanting to buy more medicine when we're almost out? AI recalls Kane's words. If you've got enough free time to worry about my wounds, then take that time. And learn how to cook. She puffs out her cheeks. He didn't have to put it like that. AI mutters under her breath. Is it wrong for me to worry about him? In the blink of an eye, several days have passed since the bandit incident. He is still recovering from multiple slash wounds, burns, and a severe stab injury. AI furrows her brow and protests with worry. His wounds haven't even healed yet, and he keeps saying he doesn't need medicine. Suddenly, a crowd up ahead catches Ai's attention. She quickly runs over. The commotion grows louder and louder. AI sneaks behind a wall and eavesdrops. I'll send word when my group arrives tomorrow. Understood. She thinks in surprise. Yu Jian's voice suddenly rings out sharp and clear. Ai's eyes snap upward. A silent girl stands facing her. Both stare at each other in an utterly bizarre standoff. AI immediately furrows her brow and wonders, what's going on? This is my first time meeting this person, but why does it feel like? Just as she's lost in thought, a voice cuts through AI. Ben asks in surprise, is something wrong? AI hesitates. Scene change. The two of them are now inside a bustling tavern. Ben speaks slowly. So someone is sick but insists they don't need medicine, and you want to know why. AI nods gently. Seeing this, Ben presses his lips together and responds. His words make something click in Ai's mind. She thinks to herself, that's right, we are almost broke from living expenses and clothes. But is he really refusing to let me buy medicine just because of that? With that, AI immediately asks, is medicine really that expensive? Ben replies slowly, lately the prices have been climbing. Seeing AI dejectedly lower her head, Ben raises his voice. I do have emergency medicine in stock, but I can't just give it away. He suddenly speaks up, Waitho about this. AI is utterly bewildered by Ben's behavior. Scene change inside the changing room. AI lets out an annoyed sigh. She's now changed into a maid outfit. AI grimaces and complains, this is so annoying. AI recalls the other outfits she just changed out of and frowns. Still, it's better than those. A moment later, AI slowly descends the stairs when a voice calls out from afar. It suits you perfectly. AI looks at the girl before her and exclaims, Zaina. AI pouts and thinks to herself, I'd rather be a bartender. She recalls Ben's words. Make sure AI doesn't touch any food or drinks. I need someone to help serve the customers, so lend me a hand. All right. AI wonders inwardly. Does that outfit bother her at all? Thinking this, she immediately asks, are you okay with that outfit? Zaina replies gently, I'm fine. Then Zaina asks in return, are you not okay with yours? AI lowers her head in embarrassment. I'm fine too. I wanted to keep this a secret from Kane, but I've dragged you into it instead. Zaina waves her hand cheerfully. But you managed to get a whole batch of medicine. I want to help cover the cost too, so don't feel guilty about it. Right as they're talking, a cough rings out. Ben clears his throat and praises them. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. AI curses internally, wonderful my ass. All I feel is annoyed. At that moment, a noisy crowd bursts in through the entrance. Zhu Jian's group shouts in unison. This place looks great. Agreed. Before AI can react, Zaina speaks up, welcome. She bows politely. Welcome to the Starlight Inn. Zaina then breaks into a radiant smile. A brilliant glow emanates from Zaina, nearly blinding AI. The crowd can't help but gape in astonishment. AI thinks to herself, Zaina, where on earth does that light come from? Suddenly, a man appears at the top of the stairs and begins descending. Hey, what are you all doing? He urges them. Hurry up and stow your luggage and eat and get to work. AI watches Zaina's hurried, retreating figure and thinks, even the way she welcomes guests is perfect. Zaina is incredible too. What is she really? How ironic that I'm curious about her identity when I'm the one hiding my own. A loud shout shatters Ai's thoughts. We want to order. AI looks around in a panic, bewildered. When did it get this crowded? I was spacing out way too much. She finds her station, puts on a cold face, crosses her arms, and speaks in a low voice. The young men break into nervous sweat and stammer their orders. I'll have the stir-fried pork, 1 saladno, make that 2 salads. Give me a roasted chicken leg, a beef stew, plus a roasted wild boar, 4 mugs of beer, and 3 glasses of water. AI turns and swiftly walks away. Got it. The group of young men watches her retreating figure and gushes. New outfit. So adorable. AI approaches the counter and calls out, Ben. She rattles off the order. Table 3, 1 stir-fried pork, 2 salads, 1 roasted chicken leg, 1 beef stew, 1 roasted wild boar, 4 beers, and 3 waters. Ben hurriedly scribbles it down on paper. Slow down. AI, you memorized all of it. AI hears these words and tilts her head in confusion. This is way easier than all that magic theory. With that, Ben slides a barley brew across the counter and instructs, "Serve their drinks first, got it?" AI straightens up, lifts the tray of food, and marches off. Over at the other end, Zaina is also completely locked in, focused on her mixing. AI gently sets the tray of dishes down on the table. "Here are all the dishes you ordered," AI announces. The young man grins. "Looks delicious." Hearing the commotion at the door, AI whips her head around to greet the new arrival. "Welcome," but suddenly, Zaina's eyes go wide with shock. Her trembling hands fumble the barley bottle. It slips from her grasp and shatters across the floor. Ben, puzzled, pushes through the curtain. The noise. What happened? He freezes on the spot, as if a bolt of lightning just split through his skull. Ben stands there, mouth agape, speechless. AI clutches the serving tray tight, head bowed in silence. Zaina is no different. Kayen's expression hardens, his voice a low growl. "Looks like we need to have a talk." Ben goes pale, frozen in place, his mouth stumbling over just 2 words. Mr. Kayen stands there, towering and regal as a god. His eyes burn with fury, demanding an answer as to why the hell they're here. A few hours earlier, at Kayen's house. Still nursing injuries from the last incident, and with both towels burned to nothing, he now needs to dig up anything of value in the house to sell. Kayen heaves a sigh. God, why is life this rough? After ransacking the place, he scratches his head in defeat. Kayen stares at the pile of junk scattered across the floor. There's Kailai Shiwen's twin swords, a tattered old map found during the house cleaning, 4 handkerchiefs AI embroidered by hand. He wonders would any of this fetch a decent price. Kayen picks up each item, turning them over in his hands. He starts scheming. He could spin this old map as a treasure map and hawk it off. As for the handkerchiefs, sold as a set, they might bring in a little pocket change. But the real problem is this one cursed item that can't be returned. Kayen broods inwardly. Sure, it's a relic of a famous figure, but the moment he puts it up for sale, it'll drag a whole storm of trouble right to his doorstep. Even in death, that bastard still finds ways to screw me over. He turns and walks out of the room. Kayen makes up his mind. Forget Ives had enough of being hunted. He's not selling this thing. He'll just sell the map and the handkerchiefs. Now where did those 2 run off to? He still needs to put them to work. Kayen searches the house and all the crowded spots around town, but there's no sign of them. Where the hell are they? Since they're nowhere at the market, he heads to the inn to look. And there, right before his eyes, AI and Zaina, working inside the tavern. One dressed in a maid outfit, the other shaking cocktails behind the bar. Kayen's inner world is screaming. These 2 brats dare earn money behind his back. He's the one spending his own hard-earned cash to feed them. And now they're out here moonlighting for side cash. His voice thunders across the tavern. "Looks like we need to have a talk." Ben clears his throat awkwardly. Talking about it here might not be the best idea. Kayen spins on his heel and walks out. Fine, he'll drag those 2 home and sort this out there. Ben scrambles after him, fawning and placating. "What's the rush? Tell me." Kayen catches on and lets out a cold huff. "Ah, so that's how it is." He figures it out with confidence. If those 2 leave, this old man is the one who's screwed. Ben, sweating bullets, tugs at Kayen's arm. "Let's talk somewhere else, shall we?" Kayen relents. "Fine. Deal." Zaina, standing behind the bar, witnesses the entire exchange. She's overwhelmed with confusion. Is he angry? Working at the inn for medicine was her decision. But for a noble swordsman like him, seeing his family work for pocket change must have wounded his dignity. Zaina grits her teeth, blaming herself. She always thought this was for his sake. She presses her lips together, expression torn with guilt, but in the end, all she's done is hurt his pride. AI, not understanding the situation, also looks surprised. "Why did Kayen act like that?" Zaina answers hesitantly. "We may have hurt his pride." The girl's eyes go wide. "We hurt Kayen's pride." Ai's mood instantly shifts to frantic worry. "I only wanted to get medicine for him. No, I have to clear up this misunderstanding." Behind the tavern in the open clearing, Kayen and Ben stand face to face. Ben fumbles through his explanation. "Actually, AI and Zaina weren't working for money. They were trying to get medicine for you." Frustration surges through Kayen's chest. "Those 2 went and did something pointless again. I'm practically fully recovered. What the hell do I need medicine for?" Kayen declares to Ben, "In that case, I'll return the medicine." Ben flatly refuses. "Absolutely not." About that, Ben's sloppy cover-up disgusts Kayen. He furrows his brow and curses under his breath. "Does this old man think I'm stupid?" You had them cater to Zhu Jian's entourage. The wealthiest power in the world is the Empire. Second is the Kai Lai Shiwen clan. And third is that group. The Zhu Jian clan. Their fingers are in nearly every trade deal across the continent. In the past, they once sought to dominate the world through sheer financial might. With that kind of wealth, the Zhu Jian clan spends lavishly. Kai En is certain of it. Look at this old man's face. And he knows the scheme leveraged the medicine costs to milk those two for free labor. I won't let that happen. Under Kai En's piercing stare, Ben starts to squirm. He blurts out eagerly, how about 10% of the revenue? Kai En goes quiet, mulling it over. 10%, that's tempting. Greed stirs inside him, but for a villain of his caliber, it's still not enough. I need double. Kai En bluntly threatens Ben. You're trying to sell my family for a few measly coins. He's stunned. Sell you? How can you say that? He pretends he can't be bothered to negotiate anymore. Disgusted, he prepares to leave. This conversation is over. Ben calls out in fear. AI hiding behind the door has been eavesdropping on everything. The girl goes numb. He hastily uses his bulky frame to block Kai En's path. 30, I'll give you 30%. Ben begs and pleads desperately. Just consider it as you saving me. If you take those two away, I'm done for. Kai En gauges the offer. 30% is a sweet deal. On the surface, he feigns suspicion. Looks like you're really in trouble, huh? Kai En sighs helplessly. Fine, have it your way. But I can't let just those two do all the work. I'll help you out, bump it up to 35%. He nods frantically. Thank you so much. I'm truly grateful. AI, hiding behind the door, breaks into a relieved smile. Thank goodness. Just then, complaints from afar come drifting in. Someone take our order already. The girl turns around in surprise. The impatient patrons start rising from their seats, and the customers outside are growing restless, grumbling loudly. Hey miss, is the dragon's ball ready yet? Still no roasted chicken drumstick. The girl notices Zaina standing there, completely frozen behind the counter, her face hung low in shame. A familiar voice rings out from behind. What are you kids doing? Kai En, dressed in a staff uniform, strides over. He orders Zaina, leave your post. Kai En bluntly criticizes her. This girl was mixing 3 cocktails and forgot all about the customers. She stiffens with embarrassment, but he calmly reassures her, I'll handle things here, go change. Help AI out. Zaina freezes in place, her heart heavy. In the end, she couldn't be of any help. Yes, she replies weakly. Kai En smoothly addresses the customer. May I hear your order again, sir? The customer answers patiently, I ordered a dragon's ball. A dragon's ball, huh? He muses. Perfect, these kids needed a lesson anyway. Kai En immediately gets to work. Understood, give me just a moment, sir, he says, not forgetting to address the customer first. Kai En decisively flips the bottle upside down, letting the fragrant liquor cascade into the shaker. He gently caps it with a metal lid. Finally, Kai En channels force into his wrist, shaking the tin rhythmically to blend the spirits together. He explains to the customer, the Dragon's Ball is a cocktail created by the 7th Emperor of the Empire to honor the pride of the long-extinct dragon race, yet it's brewed from the cheapest, muddiest spirits, rather than the finest vintages, Kai En adds pointedly. Do you know why, sir? The male customer stammers, I don't know. He secretly revels in the moment. Of course you don't, Kai En recalls with pride. I heard this story from a butler of the black servants who once served the royal family. He reveals this while continuing to pour. Because pride doesn't only exist in bright, clean places. The darker and dirtier the place, the stronger and more noble that pride becomes. Before long, the other customers in the tavern are left gaping. They're unwittingly swept up in Kai En's soaring tale. It's also a brew born from a long fermentation process. With pure spring water and gentle breezes, this dragon's ball is mixed with genuine pride. He slides the shimmering golden glass toward the customer. Kai En places a hand over his chest, his voice resonant lofty as the great mountains, vast as the ocean. He slowly sweeps his gaze across the room. Do you all understand now? Zaina's heart swells as she listens to Kai En's words. She thinks in astonishment had felt so wretched for trampling on her master's pride. But once again, he's given her another lesson. His lessons always manage to soothe her heart. In that moment, Zaina can finally crack a relieved smile. Her spirits soar higher than ever. All right, I'll do my best not to let him down. AI watches everything from a corner, letting out a happy sigh. I'm glad she's got her spirit back. AI smiles gently. I have to give it my all too. Zaina has changed into her maid outfit. From now on, she and the girl will serve as waitresses, while Kai En takes over as the bartender. This arrangement puts him thoroughly at ease and satisfied. Looks like these two finally get it, just forget that pride nonsense and give it everything. I can finally relax. The tavern buzzes with lively energy. Kane mans the bar while Zaina jots down orders in her notepad. One customer, absorbed in conversation, accidentally elbows a bottle off the table. Right at that moment, AI happens to be passing by, carefully balancing a tray. She looks nervously at the tower of glasses stacked on her tray. I'm carrying way too much at once. The very next second, her foot lands on the fallen bottle and she slips immediately. Fortunately, Zaina is nearby and spots it. In that split second of danger, her notepad drops to the floor as she rushes toward AI. Zaina wraps an arm around the girl's waist, catching her just in time. A romantic scene between two young women. "Are you all right?" she asks with concern. The girl gives a hesitant, AI suddenly jolts upright in panic. "But where's the tray?" Zaina's eyes dart suspiciously. "Don't tell me the tray full of glasses just flew straight toward Kane." Both freeze in unison. "I didn't." He turns his head just in time to see an unidentified object descending from above. Kane raises his hands to shield himself, but glasses and plates scatter everywhere. He winces. Where the hell did that come from? Kane goes pale before his eyes. More sets of glasses and plates are still suspended midair. At this rate, the stockpile of liquor behind me is going to shatter. If that happens, the fines, Kane can already picture it. Ben docking his wages at month's end, while he grovels in misery. "If you take that much, what am I supposed to do?" Kane curses under his breath. "Damn it, I can't let that happen. I need to calculate everything: fast speed, balance, centrifugal force." After a few quick maneuvers based on pure physics, he successfully recovers every single plate. Thankfully, not a single one broke. Kane glares furiously at the two ringleaders. Can't these two ever stop causing trouble? However, he quickly notices a small gap on the tray. Kane's thoughts spiral. "Wait, a plate is missing." He freezes. "Don't tell me." Kane turns his head. Just as he feared, the tilting cabinet comes crashing down. The liquor cabinet looms larger and larger in his pupils. Kane can only pray in despair. 99 patron saints of villains, please save me." AI and Zaina scream in terror. His body is completely crushed under the heavy cabinet. A few days later, while the girl is working, Ben suddenly calls out to AI. He asks with concern, "Is Kai doing any better?" The girl's expression falls into deep contemplation. AI sadly recalls that days, incidentally thanks to timely treatment, was he able to survive. But since he was already injured before, his condition is now quite serious. Ben awkwardly tries to encourage her. "Customer traffic has dropped anyway, so don't push yourself too hard." "AI, I'm fine, really." He gently comforts her. "You don't need to pretend to be strong. Besides, the new hire Uncle Tyan found is coming soon." The girl turns to Ben. "Then I'll head home for a bit." He naturally agrees, but doesn't forget to remind AI. "Oh, be careful on your way home. There are rumors of imps lurking around here." The girl is immediately startled. "Imps," Ben confirms. "That's right. First, a whole group of mercenaries and a bandit gang went missing. Now some livestock have vanished too." AI sighs internally. Just this much and they already suspect imps. What a hilarious misunderstanding. He repeats himself once more, before giving her a final reminder. "So you must be careful, okay?" AI bites her lip and sighs. "Well, they're not entirely wrong." Ben raises an eyebrow. "Come to think of it, I haven't seen Jack Sir around lately. Do you know where the kid is?" "I thought you were pretty close to Jack Sir." The girl answers while untying her apron. "No idea." He gently adds, "If you happen to see the kid, let me know." Ai's hand, about to pull open a drawer, stiffens involuntarily. The girl nods absent-mindedly. "Sure." Meanwhile, Zaina knocks on Kayen's door. "I've brought you some food, master." He doesn't turn around, simply telling her to come in. The moment the door swings open, Zaina is stunned. Kayen sits on the sickbed, his upper body wrapped head to toe in bandages. He says nothing. His gaze follows the green trees outside the window, his serious, impossibly handsome face catching the light. At the sight, her cheeks flush hot instantly. He probes. "Something wrong?" Zaina stammers a denial. No." She carries the food tray over to Kayen. Outwardly, his face remains cold and aloof. Inwardly, he is brimming with pride. "Well, how do you like that?" That's the acting skill of a veteran villain. Not wanting to show the pain but letting it slip, because it's just too much to bear. Kane narrows his eyes in thought. "I didn't want to go this far, but this isn't the first or second time these people have put my life in danger. Especially this one. But I can't do a damn thing to eliminate her either. So there's only one option left: exploit a hero's sympathy for the weak." First, the soup is hot. He scoops a spoonful and tastes it. "Delicious," Kane praises, catching Zaina off guard. You could say he's gotten into character as a resilient patient to a divine degree. She replies bashfully, "Thank you." Kane is stunned his plan failed. This girl is truly terrifying. Not a shred of sympathy for what she just witnessed. But there's still the next phase. He presses a hand firmly over his mouth. Then, right in front of Zaina, he coughs up a thick splatter of dark blood. She panics frantically. Master, what's wrong? Kane, he has forced his stomach to the point of vomiting, torturing himself internally, deliberately clenching his gut until it screams with agony. But he must not show the pain that way. The odds of this girl feeling sympathy will skyrocket. Kane calmly wipes the blood with a cloth. He doesn't forget to reassure Zaina. No need to panic. She rebuts, trembling. But the blood is blackest that necrosis. Kane chuckles inwardly because I chugged a pouch of black blood beforehand. He reassures Zaina, just an old man's ailment. She challenges him. Have you seen a doctor yet? Kane steals his resolve. It's time. He drops the earth-shattering news. I only have 1 year left to live. Her face goes pale. Her fists clench tight. On top of that, Kane earnestly asks Zaina, don't tell AI. Seeing how unwilling he is to discuss his own condition, she can only follow his request in despair without a single doubt. Yes, master. After Zaina leaves, Kane smirks the grin of a victor. He gloats triumphantly. Phase 2 success. A hero will never kill a dying old man. Kane calculates his next move. Now I just need to tame this terrifying girl, and she'll take care of me until I die. The scene shifts to the shade of a green tree. Zaina stands leaning against the trunk, her expression dazed. She closes her eyes in anguish as waves of sorrow and regret wash over her. Only 1 year left with Master. This sadness weighs heavy on my heart. In the past, Master has given me so much, and yet now I can do nothing for him in return. But unlike me, Master has already accepted what little time remains. If instead of thinking only 1 year left, I think a whole year still remains, would that give me hope? In the end, Zaina has no choice but to let go and accept the truth. Fine, she decides in this remaining year. She will spend every moment at his side without a single regret. Zaina takes a sharp step back toward home, quickly pulling herself together from her gloom. I'll hold on to that mindset for now. But Zaina hesitates. What about AI, though? A strange sound suddenly reaches her ears. Zaina is startled to spot a familiar figure kneeling on the grass in the forest. It seems like they're up to something shady, so she tries calling out the girl's name, AI. The girl whips her head around in shock. Zaina, a gentle breeze sweeps through the forest, scattering the fallen leaves. AI jolts to her feet. What are you doing here? The eerie atmosphere makes Zaina instinctively tense up. What is this chill crawling down my spine? She stammers out a clumsy reply. I was just taking a stroll, that's all. Zaina watches AI warily. Her eyes are clearly clouded with confusion, yet beneath it lurks killing intent. However, in the very next second, she dismisses her own suspicion. AI couldn't possibly have that. I must have been mistaken. More importantly, how could I possibly carry out Master's orders? If she doesn't know beforehand that Master only has 1 year left, she'll be devastated when the time comes. But Zaina speaks up, addressing the girl. AI, could you go see him? AI is startled. Why? Zaina lies without so much as blinking. He needs someone by his side to look after him. But I suddenly remembered something I need to take care of. The girl nods. I understand. The moment AI walks past Zaina, a pang of guilt stabs through her. Even if Master hadn't forbidden it, I still couldn't bring myself to tell her. Zaina lightly bites her lip. It may be selfish, but if AI found out, it would break her heart. But shouldn't she be at the market right now? Why is she here? Just then, she notices something strange nearby. Zaina steps closer. There's a patch of grass that looks distinctly different from the surroundings. She is bewildered. What are these traces? Zaina reaches down and touches the ground. She begins recalling details from the past. After being kidnapped by bandits, AI has been going in and out of the forest frequently. As family, I shouldn't suspect her, but if something is going on with her. After sensing the ground, Zaina can now assess the situation with precision. The soil here is quite soft. Did she dig a hole here? That thought makes her stomach drop. She frantically claws at the earth, desperate to uncover what AI has been hitting and what drove her to do it in secret. What if it's related to that? But when the naked truth is unearthed, Zaina's face turns deathly pale. How can this be? Deep in the pit lies the carcass of a rabbit, dead for some time, its body so emaciated that every bone juts out beneath the skin, as though all its life force had been drained clean away. Right beside it sits a glass vial, with a few fresh green leaves tucked inside. Zaina is stunned. What the hell is this? She picks up the vial and inspects it carefully. These are herbs used to mask the scent of blood. Zaina's gaze shifts to the rabbit's neck. Every last drop of blood has been drained, the only creatures known to completely drain their prey of blood. The remaining traces in the ground point to lesser demons. However, she immediately rejects that conclusion. But lesser demons can't possibly appear here. Then there's only one answer unless my eyes deceived me. When AI turned around, her eyes were the color of blood. In that moment, AI looked like a true demon. Meanwhile, elsewhere AI is running for her life. Only after putting a considerable distance between herself and Zaina does she dare to stop. AI braces her hands on her knees, doubled over, panting heavily. She wipes her sweat and grumbles. Because of that meathead, the rumors are spreading way too fast. I need to be more careful. AI bites her lip in frustration, revealing a pair of razor-sharp fangs. How much did Zaina see? If she saw everything, if she finds out, I'll have no choice but to kill Zaina on the spot. She acts on the thought immediately, chanting an incantation like the very embodiment of storm and despair. From Ai's palms, threads of light spiral together into a blazing sphere. She commands it. I release thy seal, carry my command forth. Kurjidwas bring me 2 storms. Just then, happy memories of Zaina flash through Ai's mind. Her smile makes my heart feel warm. She pulled me into her family and accepted me without hesitation. Ai's heart wavers. I can't kill her. She quickly recites the reversal incantation, recalling her power. I reseal thee. Return the 2 storms to Kurjidwas. AI stands motionless in the middle of the clearing. She is horrifiable to believe she actually considered killing Zaina. I've been having trouble controlling my emotions lately. It must be because I've been overusing magic, and the thirst still hasn't gone away. AI resolves I have to be more careful from now on. The scene shifts to AI carrying a cup and a water jug up the stairs of Kane's home. AI hesitates. He's eating soup right now, isn't he? Should I bring him some water? Just then, a heavy thud echoes from inside the room. Without a second thought, she drops the cup on the floor and rushes toward the door. AI grabs the door handle and yanks it wide open. Her eyes widen in shock. Kane sits on the bed, clutching his mouth as he coughs violently. Hot soup spilled all over the blanket. She twists the cap off the jug. In the very next second, AI splashes the entire jug of water straight at Kane. The cold water instantly soaks the soup-drenched area. Kane's coughing temporarily subsides. Truthfully, the moment she appeared, his mind had already spiraled into full-blown panic. Yao, you barged in just for this. Kane is at a loss for words. I thought it was the other one, so I started putting on a show. AI asks anxiously, are you okay? He desperately wants to answer, am I okay? Your big bro here is dying in agony, that's what. You silly girl. But he forces out the words, I'm fine anyway. AI misunderstands, thinks Kane is just toughing it out. Her heart fills with bitterness. He nearly got seriously burned. And he didn't even flinch. AI furrows her brows. I really can't figure him out. Come to think of it, I've been with him for quite a while now, yet I still know so little about him. He's the one who brought me out of the Demon Kingdom's ruins. But why did he go into the demon ruins in the first place? What does he know about Demon Sand? What does he think about those rumors? She decides to reveal a secret to him. There's been a rumor going around town lately. Kane asks what rumor. AI explains, livestock have been disappearing one by one. And yesterday, Zor also disappeared, and everyone thinks a little imp did it. Kane spat in disgust. What a stupid rumor. He could guarantee that the little imp nonsense was definitely the work of that wolf. Kane comforted the girl. They made up that rumor out of fear, that's all. AI pondered, but if there really is an imp, what should we do? He bluntly declared, talk to it. The girl heard this and was bewildered. Talk to it. Kane calmly stressed, ask it what it needs, what it wants. You have to know that before you can help it. He sneered inwardly. That way you can strike a deal and borrow its power. AI was dumbfounded. This was the first time she'd ever heard of talking to an imp. Kane thought irritably, a veteran villain has to know how to exploit even demons. If you're scared of a little imp, how the hell are you supposed to be a villain? He told AI in earnest, imps have enough intelligence to communicate. There's no reason not to talk to them. If we don't communicate and only judge them by rumors, we'll never know a thing. We'll stay ignorant forever if all we ever think about is fighting. Ai's footsteps faintly shifted. Kane's eloquent words struck deep into the girl's consciousness. AI fell silent and turned away. I'll step outside for a bit. A moment later the door clicked shut, and the girl leaned her back against the wall outside, drained. Ai's expression right now was hard to describe, something like anguish tangled with self-loathing. Scratch that. Ever since meeting Kane and Serena, one question had gnawed at AI relentlessly. If they ever found out she was a demon, what would they think of her? Remembering that night when the battle reached its peak, and so many had died at her hands, AI recalled the moment Kane had said it plainly. Talk to it, the girl started to waver. Those words had comforted her. But can demons and humans really talk to each other? AI snapped back to reality and pushed open the door into the living room. Good grief, what was I even thinking? The girl thought bitterly, I know full well the fate this world has given our kind. By sheer coincidence, Serena returned at that exact moment. AI tried to read the shifts on her face. The girl was puzzled. Serena's expression. Did she see it? AI walked over and greeted her. Serena, you're back early. Serena flinched inwardly, then forced herself calm. I came back to get dinner ready. Seeing that Serena didn't show the evasive reaction she expected, AI blinked in surprise. She hasn't seen it yet. The girl murmured, I see. Suddenly, a sound rang out from behind. Both turned their heads in unison and immediately froze. It was Kane. Serena urged urgently, you can't get up yet. Your wounds are still. Kane cut in calmly, it's fine. He turned to AI. AI, come with me somewhere. Kane's inner thoughts were conflicted compared to that dangerous woman. Tagging along with this kid was the safer bet. The girl hesitated. Well, AI fidgeted. What should I do? It's time for me to head back to the inn. Serena volunteered to help the girl. AI, let me cover your shift at the inn. AI worried. Are you sure that's okay? She answered cheerfully. It's about time for a shift change anyway. Unable to conveniently refuse, the girl reluctantly agreed. Then, thank you. Serena stood still, watching Kane instruct AI. Wait here. The girl answered softly, yes. Witnessing this scene, her heart sank like a stone. I have no proof that AI is a demon. I shouldn't suspect her. Speaking of demons, a few years ago, they suddenly appeared and terrorized the entire continent. They were a non-human race that needed to drink blood to wield their extraordinary powers. A cruel race. These beings possessed nearly infinite mana and magic, allowing them to terrorize and invade the entire continent. In response, humans from across the continent forged an alliance, and so it began. The demon purge lasted 3 years and ended with the deaths of the entire demon race and the demon king. Serena was bewildered. The demons were supposed to have been wiped out. Could one have survived? Moreover, she furrowed her brows in deep worry. If AI is a demon, does the master know about it? Serena stepped into the inn and called out, hello. The young woman inside had white hair like eyes, with a blue ribbon skillfully braided at the tail end. She heard the voice and immediately turned her head. Serena called her by name Jin. She was the inn's new part-time worker. If she remembered correctly, Jin had been on a journey, but her wallet ran dry, so she decided to stay at the inn and work. Serena was extremely curious about the features on Jin's body. She had white pupils. That was the defining trait of the people from the north. Why would someone from the north be all the way out here? Though the thought lingered, she still smiled cheerfully and ushered the girl along. I'll take care of the rest. You can go ahead. She nodded in agreement. Only after Jin had fully left did Serena steel her resolve. All right, time to get to work. Scene change: a bustling, lively village. Amid the dense crowd, Kane reminded AI coldly. Wait here for a moment. The girl obediently murmured, okay. AI was a bit clueless, having no idea what he was planning. She only saw Kane approach a strange-looking man, and the two appeared to be haggling back and forth. The girl was puzzled. What's he trying to sell? Kane pressed, so what's your real offer? The trader eyed the white cloth in his hand, then pondered. Best I can do. The man held up 3 fingers. Kane nearly lost it at that price. His face went dark, looking ready to tear the trader a new one. Are you screwing with me? You think I'm an idiot? He handed the man a map. The trader eyed it suspiciously. This is really a treasure map. Kane replied, it is. When the trader unfolded it, he griped even louder. This is a map to an ancient kingdom. Sounds too good to be true. Kane coolly declared, don't buy it then. The man panicked and quickly backpedaled. No, I never said I wouldn't buy it. Seeing the prey had taken the bait, Kane felt immensely satisfied. Trying to lowball me. Dream on. I used to be a merchant of the Gao Gao Primordial Exchange. Buy it or get lost. In the midst of it all, someone suddenly touches Kane's back. He casually glances behind and finds it's none other than Jin. She waves at Kane, signing the word hi. He internally curses every god he knows, but forces a gentle smile. Hello, Jin. Long time no see, Jin. Though deep down, Kane wants nothing more than to stay as far from this woman as possible. Why are you here? Calm down. Act natural. Kane earnestly asks after her. Are you doing well? Jin gently nods. He puts on his most deeply concerned expression. I was so worried about you when we got separated. I'm glad you're okay. She innocently echoes him. Glad. The merchant, seeing he's being completely ignored, anxiously calls out to his customer. Hey, mister. but in truth, Cayenne's inner turmoil is already through the roof. Glad my ass. Did you come here just to bother me? Reading lips is exhausting, you know. He asks with feigned curiosity. Jin, what are you doing here? Is something wrong? She strains to pronounce each word. Ice thob here. Cayenne is confused. What is she trying to say? Ice and frost, ice and snow. He suddenly goes pale. Don't tell me Lai Ning is here. The moment she confirms it, he freezes solid. His face drains of all color, turning a sickly shade of green pure unadulterated terror. We are so screwed. The saint fighter of the Winter Temple, master of the ice and snow domain Lai Ning, sits at the very top of Cayenne's personal danger list. The man holds titles like Demon King Slayer, the Exterminator, and has even claimed the mantle of the strongest on the planet. Cayenne slumps forward, clutching his forehead in despair. Up in the frozen north, he didn't even dare go near the Winter Temple. Just hearing that man's footsteps was enough to make him soil himself. Who would have thought the bastard followed him all the way here? Jin suddenly throws her arms around Cayenne. He startles. Jin desperately tries to convince Cayenne. KT, run, it's not too late. But he doesn't register a word of it. Cayenne firmly cuts her off. Jin, will you be okay? Jin stumbles backward, putting deliberate distance between them. She stammers, Jin, fine. Cayenne is about to reach out and touch Jin. She leaves only one sentence, not fine, then spins around and bolts. He sees her flee and shouts after her in a panic. Wait, Cayenne clenches his jaw in frustration. That heartless girl, how could she just dump me here? Something still feels unresolved. But there's no time to dwell on it. Cayenne bolts as if demons are chasing him. I need to hurry too. The poor, kind-hearted merchant is left bewildered, calling after them, Hey, mister, aren't you going to take this stuff? Returning to where AI stands, Cayenne grabs the girl's hand and declares, We're leaving. AI looks up, curious. Is something wrong? The two head deeper into a forest. The girl keeps wondering aloud, Where are you taking me? He suddenly stops. He places his hands on Ai's shoulders, calls her name and speaks in a serious tone. AI, stay right here until I come back. The girl feels a knot of unease tighten in her chest. You want me to wait here? He turns on his heel without another word and walks away. That's right. Cayenne's sleeve is suddenly caught by Ai's small hand. She clings to him desperately. Don't go. AI trembles. Please. Stay with me. Terrified he'll refuse. Her eyes grow darker by the second. AI presses her plea. It won't take long. Cayenne assures the girl with absolute conviction. I will come back. His unwavering resolve unconsciously reminds AI of someone. That person once made the very same promise to her. I'll definitely come back. AI can only watch helplessly as Cayenne walks away. Her hand, still reaching into the air, goes rigid. A terrifying bolt of lightning splits the sky and crashes into the dark forest. The girl collapses in despair. Please, don't leave me alone. In another scene, Zaina has just shut the door. She draws the curtain and peers outside the window. It's already this late. Zaina carefully studies today's weather. Is it about to rain? I need to get home, fast. A sudden, terrible premonition surges through her. Zaina whips her head around. She screams at the figure who just opened the door. Who's there? Zaina's eyes go wide with shock, because the person standing there is none other than the priest of the Winter Temple. The four temples, spring, summer, autumn, and winter, sit at the east, west, south, and north of the continent. Each temple has claimed the surrounding territory as its domain, and all have sworn a covenant of non-aggression. Zaina's suspicion flares immediately. This is the far western edge of the continent. Would a priest of the Winter Temple be here? Their eyes meet by chance, and she instantly tenses with wariness. Those eyes are so cold, they could freeze even their owner. It's as if she's staring into the ice vial all over again. The other party murmurs a formal self-introduction. Pray that winter banishes evil. My name is Zaina, she responds, following proper ritual etiquette, grateful for the peace bestowed by winter. My name is Sina. Lenin places a hand on his chest and sighs in admiration. What an honor it is to meet one blessed by the god of war. She replies with difficulty. The honor is mine to meet the priest of the Winter Temple. Inside, Sina's mind is in complete turmoil. There is no reason for a priest of the Winter Temple to seek her out. Lenin suddenly speaks, his tone sharp and interrogative. Hero, do you know anything about the little demon that has appeared in this town? She lies without blinking an eye. I've only heard the rumors. Sina ponders. Is this about the little demon? He continues his interrogation. Then, do you suspect anyone of being a demon? Sina immediately raises her guard. I don't understand that question. Her heart races. How does he know there's a demon here? Lenin rolls his eyes in disappointment. Is that so? His pupils always seem to glow, as if holding the very breath of the moon, as if they have already seen through everything. Lenin takes the initiative to reveal the truth to Sinithos who carry the blood of the demon clan worship evil and thirst for blood. Their very nature is evil. Even if they commit no wicked acts, they are merely restraining themselves. As long as they draw breath, they are guilty. One day, they will bring about the end of the world. He warns her, his tone fierce. Do not shelter them. The moment he finishes, Lenin leaves without a shred of hesitation, leaving Sina frozen in place. Is that truly the nature of demons? But she panics, desperately denying her own thoughts. I know AI is not like that. Right. Lenin is about to open the door when he suddenly turns back towards Sina. I pray the gods watch over you. Be careful. If you leave a demon unchecked, it will destroy everything and drag humanity into ruin. Sina unconsciously clenches the hem of her dress. I will remember that. The heavy door slams shut. Darkness descends, trapping her in a world of solitude. Sina lifts her head, she takes a step, and dashes through the darkness at full speed. She makes her Rizalvesh must warn the master before Lenin finds them. For AI to escape, the master and she will have to hold him off. Sina's hand, already reaching for the door handle, suddenly stops. She hesitates. Wait, is AI really a demon? Should the master and I protect her? Demons are a race that must be exterminated. That is the duty of a hero. I know that all too well. And above all, the master is still wounded. If she truly is a demon, then even if she is family, I cannot protect her. Scene change. The rain pours down in torrents. AI sits huddled with her knees pulled tight beneath a tree. Bitter memories of that day come flooding back. When all the people volunteered, please, let us hold him off. Despite the girl's desperate pleas that it was too dangerous, that she would go too, yet they insisted. My lady, you are our last hope. So please survive, make our dream a reality. Just like the day the kingdom fell, her dreams shattered into pieces. AI could do nothing but watch. She always waits beneath this tree. She wishes he would come back, take her hand and lead her home. She wishes they could return to those peaceful days. But the arrival of that priest has shattered everything. He not only found her, but calmly declared to her face, AI, leader of the demon clan, I act upon the will of the gods. Today, I will end the battle from that day. Lightning crackles and blazes, splitting the sky in two. The hatred buried deep within Ai's heart erupts without warning. You slaughtered all my peoples, that not enough for you. And now you want to kill me too. My heart had just begun to hope again. I finally found something to hold on to. But I will not let you have your way. She screams with wild fury. The moment Lenin finishes speaking, AI unleashes a devastating burst of power. Lenin instinctively leaps backward to evade. His heels skid hard across the ground. He suddenly lunges toward her at full speed, throwing a devastating punch. AI instantly erects a barrier to defend herself. She murmurs quietly, Zy Nuso, grant me flight. The force of the wind energy sends Lenin stumbling back. He looks up coldly. AI is hovering in midair. Behind her, a magical circle bearing the name Akleo, ruler of flames, unfurls. She has trapped Lenin within the formation. She begins the summoning incantation. I am the bearer of thy soul, the one who seeks thy power, the one who wields thy might. Bring me the third pillar of the infernal palace. Bring me the flame-soaked throne of the dragon. One of the 9 relics of evil I release thy seal. The rosary of Akleo. In the very next second, a colossal pillar of fire crashes down from the heavens. The pillar is not merely enormous, it pierces through the cloud layer, illuminating an entire section of the forest. This spectacle catches the attention of Sina, who is rushing through the area nearby. Before long, she spots the anomaly. Sina is completely stunned. What is this? That terrifying surge of power she sensed earlier. Power great enough to slay the Demon King single-handedly. Lenin's identity was surely a fabrication, nothing more than a cover story. Even if he never revealed his true name, Sina now knows exactly who he is. In the Winter Temple, there are 3 ranks of priests. There are priests, bishops, and then the rank held by the man before her now. The one who just unleashed the Eastern Wind Shield Techniquia, single frost strike capable of halting Ai's flames. Just as the flames are about to engulf him, Lenin instantly chants Eastern Wind Shield. A wall of ice materializes around him, shielding him from the inferno. The 2 forces collide, generating a violent maelstrom that none can approach. He freezes the ground beneath him into a block of ice, channels strength into his legs, and launches himself skyward toward AI. Face to face with danger, AI remains calm and continues chanting. Zy Nuso, sovereign of storms and despair. AI channels twin streams of magicis in one hand, fire in the other. Her voice is neither loud nor soft. Thou who lost thy throne beneath the abyss, and I who am bound to the earth's surfacia magic never before seen. She merges the 2 streams of power together and continues her incantation. Fuse, and I shall be reborn as the true abyss. This is the fury of Akliath, despair of Zy Nuso. The ice and fire magics spiral into each other, forming a colossal sphere of thundering energy. They fuse into one. AI quietly gives the command to activate it. A black hole tears open across the sky, accompanied by the chanting voice of the young girl from Long Iron. It carries blazing red bolts of lightning that crash down upon the target. They lock onto Lai Ning as he moves, then transform into searing chains that lash around him. They violently drag Lai Ning into the black hole in the sky, slowly swallowing him whole. Finally, the black hole and its lightning bolts vanish into thin air. It all seems to be over. AI breaks into a deeply satisfied smile. It worked. Turns out that black hole harbors an extraordinarily unique power. It is the thing that has devoured countless gods and demons alike. The thing that makes both demons and gods tremble in fear. The valley where dragons slumber. The air grows still and heavy. The torrential rain pours down relentlessly, drenching everything in its path. She secretly feels there won't be any mistakes this time. Even someone who serves as a divine representative won't be able to escape. Ai's eyes are filled with exhaustion, but woven within is also a look of satisfaction. It's finally over. However, her joy is short-lived. AI once again senses that hauntingly familiar source of power. She whips around to check, and there it is, a rift tearing through the air, just like before. Impossible. A pair of hands reach out from inside the hole, slowly tearing the mouth of the black hole wide open. How can a mere human possibly? He steps out from within the black hole, without so much as a single wound on his body. He fixes his terrifying gaze upon AI, and then Lai Ning bursts out of the hole at blinding speed, rocketing straight toward the girl. AI conjures a protective barrier in terror. Ringing in her ears is the voice of her enemy. The will of the divine is absolute. Lai Ning throws a single punch. All things in heaven and earth have no choice but to obey. A devastating blow crashes down. Even Ai's barrier cannot withstand it. The snowstorm, just like that, it shatters into fragments. The punch's force is so immense, it sends the girl plummeting straight down into the stable below. A gaping hole tears through the roof. AI lies motionless on the floor, her body covered in wounds. She clenches her fists, refusing to accept defeat. I can't fall here. AI forces herself to sit up, silently consoling herself. If I can't take my revenge, how can I ever face my fallen brethren? Her eyes burn crimson, brimming with raw determination. I must survive, no matter the cost. The thought barely ends before AI, radiating violent killing intent, sprints toward the nearest horse. The horse senses the danger and lets out a shrill, piercing scream. Reflected in its eyes is the image of AI baring her fangs, lunging straight for it. Before long, the only sound outside the stable is the grotesque noise of tearing flesh. The girl sits beside the horse's corpse, greedily draining every last drop of blood. The poor horse, drained completely dry, foams at the mouth and lies motionless on the ground. Yes, this is my true nature, but that's fine. AI remembers her fallen brethren. Is fighting to survive really so wrong? Must demons always wage war against humanity? AI wipes the blood from her lips and flashes a wicked smile. Then I'll become exactly what this world wants me to be. After feeding to her heart's content, AI finally pushes open the door, ready to step outside. But something appears that makes her eyes widen in shock. Right at the entrance of the stable, a tall figure stands. Kane is equally surprised. Never expected to run into AI here. AI isn't faring much better. Her pupils constrict, naked shock written across her face. He hurriedly opens his mouth to ask what's going on. What are you doing here? But before he can finish, she sprints past him at full speed. Kane doesn't expect much from the girl, so he heads inside to investigate on his own. I was about to tell her to stay, and she just blew me off completely. Does she know I was planning to use her as bait? Seeing the ice-cold body of the poor horse, Kayen's heart leaps into his throat. What the? Hold on, let me piece this together. He recalls that before coming here, after leaving AI behind, he had hidden inside an empty house. A while later, a loud commotion erupted outside. Worried, he peeked out. Shit, the frozen domain is heading this way. So he decided to grab a horse and make a run for it. Kayen stares at the dried-out corpse before him, utterly speechless. But what the hell is this situation? Kayen slowly takes notice of everything he saw the moment he crossed paths with AI. Cold sweat beads on his temples, blood drinking, crimson eyes. That girl is clearly a demon. So Thenth frozen domain didn't come here for him. Most likely it came because of her. He quietly pieces together every clue he has. Let's assume the frozen domain's target is that girl. First, it's not that Lai Ning has no reason to come after him. But back in the north, he's certain he didn't leave any trace behind. Second, he picked up that girl in the ruins of the Soat Kingdom, which means AI was most likely being tracked all along, and they already know he's the one who took her. Collaborating with a demon is an open act of defiance against the entire continent. That means thinking this far, Kane slumps in defeat, his face aging a decade in an instant. I'm so fucked. He can already picture the future him and AI. Weapons pointed at them from every direction, branded with a title, hunted by heroes and every faction alike. The light swordants the strongest being on the planet might even get involved. And of course, the remnants of the Soat Kingdom too. Even Darknesser, the world's largest villain organization, would hail him as a legend. Kane just sits there, drowning in his spiraling thoughts. Then a female voice suddenly calls out to him. How can a third-rate villain like me possibly handle all this? My blood pressure. Suddenly, a figure steps forward and speaks. Are you all right, sir? He turns toward the voice, cursing inwardly. Do I look all right? In the downpour, the silhouette of a woman who looks like a demon suddenly appears at the stable entrance, scaring the hell out of Kane. Oh God, anyone who sees this is going to think I'm the culprit. Think fast, what the hell do I do in this situation? Out of options, Kane has no choice but to try and spin the situation. Zaina, what do you know about AI? Zaina falls silent, not answering. After a moment, she finally speaks in a soft voice. She's a member of our family. The moment those words leave her mouth, Kane is over the moon. He's hit the jackpot. This deal is as good as sealed. One look at her expression, and he knows she already suspects AI. If he exploits this girl's heroic nature, he can turn that kid into the perfect excuse for her to pick a fight with Lai Ning. Then he speaks up, feigning agreement with her way of thinking. Indeed, we and AI are family. Kane turns to look at Zaina, asking with hidden meaning in his eyes. A swordsman who cannot draw his blade to protect his family can he still call himself a swordsman? She answers without hesitation. No. Facing her own answer, Serena feels her heart heavy with turmoil. Not everyone who holds a sword is a swordsman. When did I forget that? Kane doesn't stop there. He drives the nail deeper. Would you dare draw your sword for your family, even knowing the entire world might become your enemy? Silence falls again. Serena has no idea how to answer his question. After a moment of quiet, she steels herself and slowly draws the sword at her hip. Right, this is no time for hesitation. Zaina speaks words from the depths of her heart. To fight is destiny. To fail is inevitable. Only then can I call myself a swordsman. And in that very moment, the blade is drawn to perfection. The only thing truly worthy of fear is cowardice. This is my answer, Rand, my way of facing my master. Kane sees fierce determination burning in her eyes. He finally relaxes and instructs, go ahead, I'll follow soon. Zaina doesn't doubt him for a second. She trusts him completely. Yes, Zaina turns and leaves, dashing swiftly through the pouring rain, carrying her newfound resolve. After everything falls apart, beneath the downpour crashing like a burst dam, AI sprints desperately forward. Her white blouse is streaked with bloodstains. The girl's tears flow alongside the rain. She grits her teeth, tormenting herself over her own wretched nature-wreathed truth that she is a demon. Her mind replays the moment Kane first discovered her. What must he think of her now? He must despise her. The image of Kane hides cold. Indifferent Aishant's eyes every thought. He said he would come back. I was too careless. I can't take his hand anymore. I can never go back to that home again. The girl's eyes brim with tears, but even she knows no is not the time to cry. I hurt so much, I have to run, I have to get far, far away. Without looking, her foot catches on a small rock jutting from the path. In the rain, the girl crashes to the ground in a painful fall. AI collapses face down, no longer knowing where this road leads, or what comes after. At last, the girl's tears fall, merging with the cold raindrops. I have nowhere left to return to. From behind familiar footsteps, the hand of fate closes in. Lai Ning has followed her all the way here, cutting through every dark thought in the girl's mind. Demon, he fixes AI with those frigid eyes. It's time to sleep in the winter wind. The words barely leave his lips before Lai Ning draws his weapon and lunges at AI, leaving an afterimage heavier than ice in his wake. AI turns to look at him utterly defeated, not even bothering to resist. The girl closes her still wet eyes and lets go completely. Fine, maybe this is the right choice. From the shadows unnoticed by either of them, a figure flashes by. The instant Lai Ning closes in on AI, that silhouette darts out and blocks his path. Lai Ning skids to a halt. Before him stands Zaina, sword raised, shielding AI. She meets Lai Ning's icy gaze without a shred of fear. I won't let you harm my family, not for one more second. AI looks up, deeply moved at the sister fighting to protect her. Zaina, but to him, this isn't righteous at all. What she's doing isn't justice. Will she keep going? The killing intent radiating from Lai Ning forces, even Zaina to tread carefully. The chilling aura he emanates far surpasses that of any mere villain and rivals the mightiest warriors alive. But her answer won't change. That alone isn't enough to break her. Even if she is a Demonch is still my family. And abandoning family is not my justice. Lai Ning seems disgusted by the twisted sentiment before him. He responds with a single frigid line. Is that so? If that is your justice, then I shall respect it. His martial art activates. The surrounding air is engulfed by freezing currents of winter. Zaina has no trouble recognizing the power her opponent wields. It is the signature martial art of the Ice Domain Winter's baptism. Fine then, she'll bet everything on this clash. She launches herself at full force toward Lai Ning. The speed of a hero who has trained for 10 years is nothing short of terrifying. Zaina closes the gap in an instant, but that alone isn't enough to faze Lai Ning. He effortlessly sidesteps her attack without breaking a sweat. His hand swings up, then crashes down hard against her blade. The razor-sharp sword is knocked clean off its original trajectory. Zaina grits her teeth, glaring furiously at the man who deems himself above all. She takes a step back, maintaining a safe distance. The two clash in a relentless exchange of blows, neither yielding an inch. Then she raises her sword height. Blade erupts with a golden glow like a bolt of lightning. He reads her intent the instant she lifts the blade. Lai Ning ducks just in time. His hand plants against the ground, using it as a pivot to spin and hurl a kick toward Zaina. However, an attack this telegraphed Zaina can easily leap clear. He looks up, waiting for the next strike. She swings down from midair, her blade carving through space with devastating force, splitting the very air in two. But even this, the opponent dodges. The residual shockwave of white smoke blasts straight into Ai's face as she sits nearby. She watches in stunned disbelief. She can't believe Zaina is going toe-to-toe with Lai Ning in close combat. Unless one has achieved the unity of man and Bladia, realm, only a handful of swordsmen in the entire world have reached. Information about such swordsmen is mostly rumor. There are even swordsmen whose very existence remains unconfirmed, like the demon swordsman. AI suddenly realizes something. Unbelievable. A swordsman and a priestwa warriors locked in an endless battle, while the girl can only stare, utterly bewildered. A female swordsman barely in her 20s Zaina digs in, her feet skidding as she uses her hands to break against the ground. Watching Zaina gasp for breath, the girl finally understands her true identity. A sword saint. The two temporarily cease their clash. Zaina is so exhausted she can barely breathe. No openings. So what if he has no openings? She charges toward Lai Ning once more. I can still win. In stark contrast to Zaina's burning determination, Lai Ning regards her with nothing but contempt, murmuring, "The dominion of winter is a blessing from the divine." AI freezes. That phrase feels hauntingly familiar. She stiffens. That incantation. Zaina. The girl screams toward Zaina in warning. Sina, danger. As the incantation ends, blocks of ice of all sizes erupt from the earth, pulsing with vitality. Sina stumbles, finding herself stranded in a frozen landscape. The biting cold is not what terrifies her, it is the raw, crushing power behind it. She recognizes this technique. The sacred art of the Winter Saints does not merely lower the temperature, it dictates the freezing point of all existence. The authority of the Winter God. This harrowing technique bears a singular name: control of the freezing point. With such power, he stands on par with a high-level mage. However, while magic is bound by mana reserves, this sacred art knows no such limits. Sina swiftly regains her composure. Though she remains unimpressed, she has witnessed greater sorceries than this. Comparing it to Esvin's magic, she stomps her feet against the ice to find purchase and lunges forward without a shred of hesitation. This does not even qualify as cold. In a mere heartbeat, Sina closes the distance. In stark contrast to her fiery momentum, Lenin effortlessly deflects her blade light as a feather with a single hand. His gaze flashes with the sharpness of glacial ice. A chant follows, forcing Sina to raise her guard instantly. In the serene white forest, she darts away like an arrow, desperate to evade a direct collision. Yet his rhythm does not falter. Within the sanctuary of the gods, Lenin's palms cradle a breath of frost, ready to shatter the cocoon. Where the sinful are forbidden to tread, countless blades of reinforced ice sprout, hurtling straight toward their target. A few exchanges are all it takes for blood to trickle down Sina's beautiful face. She is now surrounded on all sides by a forest of razor-sharp ice needles. Anxiety gnaws at her heart, causing her to tighten her grip on her blade. I have underestimated him. Her only choice is to intercept every incoming strike head-on. Fire and ice collide violently, each attempting to crush its natural nemesis. Sina's sudden eruption of flames forces Lenin to abandon his defensive barrier. She seizes the moment, leaping from her position like a projectile launched toward an inevitable fate. Facing the keen edge and the raging inferno, Lennon remains utterly unmoved. Every one of Sina's movements seems to slow to a crawl before his eyes. This desperate melee attack is nothing more than a tickle to Lennon. AI watches the tense confrontation and whispers, "This is bad." Even she can see who holds the advantage. As the frozen domain reaches its zenith, Sina senses something. Her face pales, and her hands begin to tremble uncontrollably. Yet she whispers to herself, "I must." Simultaneously, the situation shifts. Sina begins to chant a self-buff. Brighter, redder, hotter. My flames burn with greater intensity. She channels every ounce of her internal and external energy into her blade, concentrating it all at the tip. She is acutely aware of her own limits. This is my ceiling. I must transcend it. Her silence does not cause Lennon to lower his guard for even a second. Once the moment is ripe, Sina opens her eyes and unleashes her trump card, betting everything on one strike. The final technique of the Fire Stone Shadow Sword, the 12th stance Crimson Flame Heaven Canopy. A sea of raging fire instantly engulfs the entire space. This decision is a double-edged sword for Sina's condition. My body, it's so heavy, that strike wasn't enough. Before she can catch her breath, Lennon's voice rings out like a death knell. Through the swirling debris, his cold tone cuts through the chaos. An item indestructible through the ages, a dark premonition, begins to dawn upon her. In the center of the sea of flames, a light emerges, rapidly expanding. The sheer fatigue and blinding radiance force AI to shield her eyes. Yet she struggles to keep her gaze fixed on the battlefield. The impossible sight before her drains the color from her face. The once raging flames are reduced to mere flickering embers. As Sina collapses to her knees, her sword shatters into fragments, abandoning its master. With every step Lennon takes toward her, the frozen breath encroaches into every corner. The sinner, faced with a man who appears like a descending angel draped in halos. Sina, kneeling before him, looks like a pious follower, surrendering to his will. Rest now. AI frantically recalls information regarding another state of that warrior. Divine Spirit Protection. Divine Spirit Protection is a miracle that creates a shield of absolute defense. Even top-tier magic cannot leave a scratch, let alone shatter it. AI bites her lip until it bleeds, fighting to break through her psychological barrier of fear. I cannot just stand here and watch. At this moment, AI can no longer retreat. I shall call upon that which was born of the blood of the Crimson Evil Dragon, Neo, the ruler of fire, the one who once occupied the third of 9 thrones in the deepest hell. 48 principles, 56 tales. I am the one who seeks your power. I break your seal. Bring me the 64 laws. The knight who burned the god of knowledge and drove the moon god to the sun. 72 wine offerings. This is my limit. 72 requests, so be it. I shall shatter that limit. It is the darkness of invisible fear. AI chants incessantly, struggling to escape the land of regrets. She ignites the flames of resentment to burn her soul. A torrent of malice and wicked thoughts floods from her heart. They are invading her mind. By allowing herself to be swallowed by demonic power, every taboo is brought to life. This is black magic, yet now she has no choice but to gamble on this heretical path. Defeated by a storm of despair accompanied by a final scream, cooled by the water of tears filled with sorrow. But I am the one who controls the demons. The numbers increase ceaselessly. 73, 74, 75, even time is frozen by the snow of loneliness. 76, 77, 79, adorned with the treasures of greed, one of the 9 treasures of hell. 80. As the number hits the limit, 81 shines within her body. The energy is unleashed. The ultimate weapon, the magic spear of the demon Neo, is birthed. It backlashes against its master with agonizing force. The pain is so excruciating that AI collapses onto the magic circle, her body eroded by the power. She knows full well the price she is paying. This is the symptom of mana exhaustion. I won't die alone. With a desperate, all-or-nothing resolve, AI attacks without hesitation. The intense desire to kill, coupled with her extreme thirst, aims to drag him down with her. The lightning spear streaks forth like a bolt of thunder, attempting to pierce through those pure protective wings. The energy fields collide violently, the shockwave crushing the life out of every living thing in the vicinity. Its destructive force is immense. Sina is thrown back by the blast, her body slamming into a nearby tree. She struggles to open her eyes, a soft, pained groan escaping her lips. The entire forest has been razed to the ground. I's small figure is seen coughing up blood on the ground. Sina feels a surge of worry for her. AI, even though AI is vomiting blood, she is still worried about her sister. It hurts. Sina, are you okay? The frozen domain should be dead. Even with divine spirit protection, he is still just a human. That was a demonic spear that once killed gods. Just when she thought it was over, something appears that causes AI to show a look of sheer terror, as if witnessing a nightmarish creature. The man, after the fierce battle, though his clothes are soaked in blood, he stands once more, using his ability to soothe the deep wounds on his shoulder. Lenin approaches AI with chilling, killing intent, his body still bearing the scars of the battle. AI stands frozen, refusing to believe her own eyes. She had even risked her life to summon that spear. Why is the world so unfair? Why must I be born a demon? It is the world itself that prevents me from living without sin. Why has the world never, not even once? AI, like a filthy rat, looks up at the terrifying being before her, pleading, "Stand by our side." His hand draws closer and closer to the girl's face. Rather than this, I wish I'd never been born. And why did I? Cayenne's silhouette slowly forms in her mind. These little critters have enough intelligence to communicate, so there's no reason not to talk to them. AI remains lost in her tangled, chaotic thoughts. Thinking about him before I die, sounds pretty stupid, but I miss you. At that hair-raising instant, a sudden whoosh of wind tears their attention away. A black figure streaks in like a hawk diving at its prey fast as a blade's edge. AI is fairly startled by the sudden appearance. His eyes are razor-sharp, as if poised to annihilate every troublesome threat in his path. That impossibly cool dark silhouette is instantly shattered by the thoughts screaming inside her head. If I'd known it'd come to this, I would have run as far as my legs could carry me. A few minutes earlier, after luring that girl away, I'd been torn between fleeing the scene and going to check on the battle. Naturally, my instincts kept slapping Cayenne across the face, trying to wake up this guy who was dead set on getting himself killed. If you don't want to get caught and die, run. Now. Reason, you've lost it. You've completely lost it. He was certain it would scream something like that, but he doesn't give a damn anymore. Between running right now and scouting the situation first, then running, the escape success rate is the same either way. That's right, a veteran villain can accept this level of risk. How's the fight going out there? I'll go see for myself. Outside, the heavy rain hasn't let up, still drumming somewhere in the distance. So I gear up and creep toward where those guys are fighting. Retired and still can't catch a damn break. Before he's taken more than a few steps, a massive kaboom erupts from the forest, freezing him in his tracks. Cayenne whirls around, cursing under his breath. What the hell was that? Right at the blast site, a colossal chunk of ice materialized. Looks anything but safe. You're a priest, shouldn't you be protecting civilians? That's freezing point control right there. Good lord, I need to find a vantage point to see what the hell they're doing over there. All right, this height should give me a clear line of sight on those guys. Time to put it to use. As a veteran villain of many stripes, Cayenne scales the wall with practiced ease. Skill villain spider wall movement active, presence suppressed. This is one of the essential survival skills every villain must have in his arsenal. He flashes a smug, self-satisfied grin. Learned this one from Spider himself. No way in hell any hero could pull this off. From his elevated perch, he easily spots the battlefield and zeroes in. The best outcome here is both sides wiping each other out. But once Lai Ning activates freezing point control, even with Firestone Shadow Sword, there's not a snowball's chance in hell. And from the start, that Red Frost demon is so overpowered, he doesn't even need to worry about counter advantages. Swordsman counters fighter, Saint Fighter counters mage, mage counters swordsman. This is the counter system of the world. The chance of both of them dying is extremely low unless you're a hero. Death is just death. Lost in these nonsensical counter rules, a blazing red wave of energy suddenly slams into his face. No way, how the hell can she use that move? I'm pretty sure I never had a move like that in my own kit either. He stares at Zaina standing amid the chaos, utterly bewildered. I didn't teach her that technique. Firestone Shadow Sword is a channeling type sword. Technique, longer you gather energy, the stronger the follow-up strike. The problem is that Crimson Flame Sky Canopy ultimates one massive slash. Then you sit there and wait to die. I only dreamed up the theory for that move and wrote it down. I never actually used it. This little monster. Now that Red Frost demon has activated Holy Spirit protection, things are about to get real tense. His eyes suddenly widen in shock. Isn't that? Staring at the terrifying power radiating from the other side, Cayenne tries to convince himself. The demonic spirit and the Demon King, who met all 72 requirements, could not summon it. No way, it's gotta be a fake. The explosion rips the sky and earth apart, crackling with arcs of lightning. Cayenne stands frozen, utterly speechless. Looking at the wounds carved across Lai Ning's body, he can't help but marvel silently. That attack actually worked. Kane hops down from a nearby rooftop, sensing the situation ahead looks grim. Fair and not had explosion was massive, and the girl's strike actually landed. But that's all it amounts to. All right, I've seen what I needed to see. Time to get the hell out. A creak of old wood groans beneath his feet. What was that? His foot, without him noticing, has already warped the wooden plank beneath him out of shape. A flicker of disbelief flashes across Kayen's face. My body weight, the board's elasticity, the board's thickness, the torque direction in 1 second, I'm getting launched. Right on cue, he's catapulted skyward with brutal force. Son of Athos is bad. If my calculations are correct, Kayen looks down at the battlefield he's about to plummet into. Tears he can't shed burn in his eyes. I'm going to land right on top of Lai Ning's head. How the hell is my luck this terrible? What the F? Oh gods above, please save this poor soul. Yes, I'm a villain, but only a third-rate one at that. Get me out of here, please. Oh spirits and gods, hear my prayer. I know I've been praying way too much lately, but please help me one more time. I swear I'll be good next time. Stop, think fast. Only 65 seconds left. There's only one way. Every ticking second flows by without mercy. Kayen scrutinizes the situation with ruthless precision. Lai Ning's shield 0.57 seconds. Lai Ning's combat style 0.46 seconds. Estimated reaction time and action 0.33 seconds. 26 seconds. Time remaining after calculations. All thanks to gods and demons alike 0.21 seconds. Steal his mind in whatever time remains. Complete the plan, adjust, supplement, and rehearse. Even though he's cobbled together a backup plan in record time, Kayen still can't help but curse through gritted teeth. Damn it, I really have no other choice. Dark Knight's Blessing. Chapter 3, Kayen swings his leg high, readying a devastating kick the instant he closes in on Lai Ning. Dark Shadow Kayen brings his foot crashing down onto the man with a thunderous blow. Though the impact is powerful enough to crack the ground open, Lai Ning blocks it without breaking a sweat. He doesn't linger, immediately spinning to create distance from his opponent. His feet touch down safely. Barely a moment passes before Lai Ning begins chanting White Cloud Cave, Avalanche, Ice Mountain. He launches a palm strike toward Kayen at a speed the naked eye can barely track, but a veteran villain like Kayen isn't without his own countermeasures. Tendrils of dark chi slowly coil around Kayen's rough, gauntleted hand. In the next instant, a fierce clash erupts once more. Before Black Heaven Kane can even react, Lair Nin has already condensed glacial ice in his palm. A devastating punch surges forward at lightning speed. The situation turns razor tense. Forcing him to light an incense stick in advance, there is no turning back now. Seizing the opening, he clamps down on his opponent's wrist and yanks hard, preparing to exploit his advantage in reach. But Lair Nin sees through the simple trick immediately. He retaliates with an even more vicious knee strike. Before Kane can capitalize on anything, a crushing blow slams into his shoulder, wrenching it out of place. As he struggles to steady himself, he catches sight of snowflakes coalescing on the opposite side. This time, Lair Nin resolves to pour everything into a single decisive technique, very one that forged his title as the Glacial Ice Manto. End this fight swiftly. Without hesitation, he conjures an ice pillar. Yet no one sees the triumphant grin spreading beneath Kane's black mask. Read you like a book. He willingly sacrifices a minor body part, letting the ice block hurtle toward him as if he has spent every last ounce of resistance, but at the final second, he spins into a flawless dodge. In the split second his opponent freezes in shock, Kane unveils his signature technique. Blessing of the Night. Chapter 1, Part 2. Compressed air and drifting death chi converge into the Black Cloud technique. Lair Nin is instantly blasted out of the battlefield by the devastating counterattack. He clutches his wound, his expression twisted with bitter fury. Blessing of the Night. Just seeing that wretched expression on his face is enough to fill Kane with satisfaction. Familiar, isn't it? This is the martial art created by the Order Descent, specifically to combat the Winter Temple. That said, their injuries are evenly matched, neither holds the upper hand. My left arm is useless now. Lucky for me, this bastard's Holy Spirit protection isn't perfect. Holy Spirit protection is a divine miracle, boasting defensive power said to rival an immovable glacier. But the fact that Lair Nin sustained injuries from Ice's attack proves this miracle is far from flawless. That's why the first priority is creating distance from him. And so, even in misfortune, a silver lining reveals itself. I've done it. Now time to set the plan in motion. Behind Kane's steadfast back, Eyes slowly withers under the corrosive assault of the eerie dark energy. Though her body is utterly spent, unable to utter a single word, Deep down the girl's every thought is still for him. Don't protect me, you'll die. Suddenly, an alien voice echoes through her mind like a demon whispering from the depths of hell. If we must die, at least we can die together. With sin-stained hands, the darkness never ceases its seduction-tempting eyes from mind to body. Dying alone is so lonely. Gradually, even the faintest glimmer of light in the girl's eyes extinguishes. If I die with him, even as these dark energies amplify every shadow and despair within me, least in hell, I won't be alone. At that precise moment, Kane's voice cuts through, saving the girl's soul in the nick of time. Though Kane himself is barely holding together, he still reaches out with concern for her. Are you all right? Right now, Eyes has 1,000 unanswered questions. Why? Don't you know? I'm a demon, Kane simply confirms without missing a beat. He knows, left with no choice, the girl lays everything bare. You've already seen me drink blood. His words remain as calm as ever. Yes, I saw. That dismissive attitude pushes the girl to throw caution to the wind entirely. It wasn't just that one time. I've done it countless times, and not just to animals. Kane furrows his brow, ever so slightly displeased. Is that so? Even the slightest shift in his expression makes Eyes' heart clench with pain. She nearly loses control, spilling every ounce of her anxiety through her frantic confession. The pets that went missing in Townend, that idiot's disappearance at that was all me. I could sink my teeth into your neck at any moment. I carry the bloodline of demons, but if 1/10 of Kane aches with sympathy for this foolish girl's plight, the remaining 9/10 are already scheming how to deploy the Earth evasion technique. Why would you go bragging about your sins right in front of that demon? This is exactly why the Rot Kingdom fell. He can't help but sigh inwardly at the mess Eyes has created. Don't you dare ruin my plan by provoking that bastard. Outwardly, however, he plays the role of the saintly, magnanimous big brother to perfection. No matter what anyone says to me, you are human. Kane breathes strength back into the girl's fading faith and hope. And it will never change the fact that I, Sheena, and Yaoyu are family. Yet this tender display of familial bonds only serves to stoke the darkness lurking within Lair Nin. That kind of emotion is not justice. He is like an emotionless machine, bound only to the laws he himself has forged. Evan feelings must bow before his notion of justice. Kane shows no respect whatsoever, openly scorning the man's heretical rhetoric. This is exactly why I can't stand those Winter Temple priests. His opponent remains steadfast, determined to reshape Kane's worldview. Stop this. Do not waste your affection on a demon. He holds firm to his absolute conviction in what he deems righteous. No matter how much love you pour into it, one day it will bring ruin upon you and the world. Kane patiently rebuts his opponent's argument. Why is this child a demon? Lair Nin immediately pounces on the flaw in his argument. You don't know. Look at its iced wicked nature within is plain for all to see. A single mark is all the proof I need. That is evidence enough that it is a demon. He silently decides there is no point arguing further with such pig-headed stubbornness. You asked for it. If that's the issue, I really shouldn't have revealed this in front of that bastard. But there is no other choice. Kane slowly reveals the crescent moon pendant, a move long kept in reserve. When a demon race member's eyes turn red, they typically lose all control and descend into madness. He is well aware of the terrifying consequences that could follow, especially in her mana-depleted stat. Odds of her losing control and self-destructing are dangerously high. That bastard just said something along those same lines. Before Eyes' stunned, disbelieving eyes, he acts with ruthless decisiveness. A blade's edge flashes across his palm in one clean stroke. This is the moment. The girl cannot fathom what runs through his mind. Kane, what are you? Kane doesn't offer a single word of explanation. He simply gestures, cold and commanding. Drink. If thirst is what makes you a demon, then I will quench it with my own blood. If power is what makes you a demon, then I will restrain you with my own hands. If loneliness is what makes you a demon, then I will stay by your side for the rest of my life. And if the world is what makes you a demon, then I will defy the entire world. Those priceless, heartfelt words only deepen the turmoil and panic raging within Eyes' heart. Why did you save me? I'm a demon. You know what demons are. But the man who only ever cared about efficiency begins to find this utterly bewildering. Is the entire demon race just a bunch of brats with terrible cooking skills now? Can you cut the nonsense already? And so, Kane patiently emphasizes once more. I told Yao you're not a demon, you're my family. A warm, pleasant feeling fills Eyes' heart. Not a demon, not a sinner. He only knows that Eyes is Eyes, nothing more. Sensing the atmosphere was ripe for it, Kane was more than willing to deliver an impromptu lecture on the philosophy of life. When the world was first created, all things existed without distinction. Every sin originates from an ancient purity. So fear not sin, and do not despise evil. Sin is something that dwells within the heart. What we need in this life is not to deny or renounce sin. Simultaneously, as each drop of Kane's blood trickles down Iza's throat, her eyes gradually clear. Every word he speaks ignites a fierce light within Hera's heart, capable of forgiving sin and embracing evil. At the same time, these words are also what he wishes to express to Lenin. This is my faith, this is my justice, but the other party seems utterly unmoved. However, demons are wicked creatures, and sheltering them is clearly a sin. A bad premonition flashes through Kane's mind the instant his eyes catch sight of a certain scene. Lenin still cannot let go of his past and his mistakes. For the sake of those who have suffered at the hands of demons, I cannot stand by and do nothing. Beholding the bustling market crowd, he can only think this move was something this one did not anticipate. What the hell are all these commoners gathered here? I've been putting on a touching performance all this time. If the girl mentions the missing kid in front of these people, things will get troublesome. The abacus in Kane's head clatters without ceasing. I have to shut this girl up. I believe in this child. This scene unfolds before Iza's eyes, stirring her heart with even deeper gratitude and guilt. He has already done so much for me. I cannot let my family be dragged down by my sins. I will. The moment this thought forms, Isa steels herself. Ready to confess, I am the one who right at that instant. A powerful, resonant voice suddenly cuts her off. Stop. Every pair of eyes in the crowd swivels, all focusing on the dark-skinned boy who appears in tattered clothes, speckled with dried blood. His breath ragged from sprinting at full speed. Isa's face freezes in shock. With traces of blood still lingering on her lips, she stares at Gake, then thinks in astonishment he's still alive. An old man with silver hair immediately speaks up. Hey, Gake, don't bother the priest. Come over here. Gake stands firm and refuses. My grandfather wouldn't want this. Sheena and Isa are injured. We won't anyone help them. The old man immediately declares in a stern voice, that girl is a demon, and those two are the demon's allies. Gake, another man suddenly shouts, his face twisted with indignation. Stay away from them, Gake. Demons bring nothing but disaster. The missing livestock were definitely her doing. For all we know, Granny Rose's disappearance was caused by her too. Kane glares at them, seething internally. Damn it, at this rate. Even if we survive this, we'll have no choice but to leave this place. This kid, Gake grits his teeth, his voice brimming with resolve. I may not know all the calamities demons have wrought, but Isa is not the culprit. The one responsible for the missing livestock is this wolf. Kane stares at the wolf's head Gake holds in his hand, stunned into thought. It really was that beast, knew it. That thing, along with its mate, was more than strong enough to bully me. And yet this 12-year-old brat dared to leave home and venture into the forest to hunt it. He even succeeded. The timing of this kid's return is far too perfect. This kid is definitely a hero. Gake hurls the wolf's head to the ground and speaks with finality. All of you were too afraid to face the wolf, so you justified your fear by blaming everything on the demon. But now I've slain it, so leave Isa alone. A hero is one who overcomes adversity and grows stronger. The younger and more innocent the hero, the greater the blessings bestowed by the divine. That which fails to kill a hero only makes them stronger. Normally, Kane would find this bothersome and annoying, but he steps forward and says, pride is the veil that blinds mankind. Right now, I owe a debt of gratitude to this little hero. Kane stands before Lenin and speaks plainly. If this is your karmic debt, then I am merely freeloading on Gake's good fortune. He extends his hand toward Lenin and smiles. I shall accept it. Kane silently gloats as he sees Lenin's infuriated, pouting expression. So what now? You monster, Lenin speaks as he slowly walks away, his tone one of reluctant concession. No matter how important the eradication of demons may be, twisting justice and trampling upon faith to achieve that goal is not the teaching of the divine. In light of your resolve, I shall postpone the demon's extermination this time. Besides, losing to you twice is more than enough humiliation. Priest K, hearing that familiar name, Kane's eyes fly wide open in shock. Holy shit, that's the alias I used when I was working in the dark church. I covered my face and I still got exposed. Lenin glides past Kane, delivering a parting warning. Winter is not the end, it is the preparation for a new beginning. Do not think this is over. When the demon awakens, I shall come for you again. Kane suddenly calls out, causing Lenin to halt in his tracks. Darkness shall forever dwell in the night. I will wait for the day you seek me out, not as an enemy, but as a friend. Hearing those words, Lenin does not look back. He simply presses forward without pause. Kane's expression tightens unnaturally. His entire body trembles as sweat pours down his face from sheer terror. Alive, that felt like it shaved years off my lifespan. Most importantly, I've avoided becoming the enemy of the entire continent. But there's yet another problem. That guy has discovered my identity, because I defeated the strongest being on this planet twice, humiliating the Northern Church. Neither that church nor the strongest on this planet will let me off the hook. The Northern Church will certainly organize a hunt for me before long. I'm worried sick. If the Dark Church catches wind of this, Caillou will also come after me with fire in her eyes, no doubt about it. Worry about that latter first. I need to clean up this mess. Eyes suddenly lunges forward, throwing herself into a crushing embrace around Kane. His ribs threaten to shatter into 100 pieces. Kane stands frozen, tears glistening in his eyes, utterly helpless against Eyes' bone-breaking hug. My ribs are definitely broken. Is this leopard trying to kill me? He forces his face to stay cool and says, "Everything's fine now," while screaming profanities inside his head. "Fine my ass, get the hell away from me. I'll deal with you later. Wait until I've recovered." Right, everyone crowds around Sheena, their faces etched with worry. Miss Sheena has fainted. Kine glances at her with a less than enthusiastic expression. Now I have to babysit this one too. Who knows what kind of trouble will rear its head next? Ben's eyes suddenly widen in surprise as he sees Kine approach. "Make way for me," Kine says. Ben calls out to the Dark One in shock. Kine kneels down beside Sheena. He swiftly wraps his arms around her and lifts her up in one decisive motion. Kine nods to everyone and says sincerely, "Sorry for the commotion. We'll be on our way." Yet no one seems to pay his words any mind. Only Gake looks at him and smiles, beaming with relief. After that, they all leisurely and unhurriedly take their leave. Early the next morning, as the sun barely peeks over the horizon at and nestled beneath shafts of golden light and swaying emerald branches, Eyes sits calmly inside, her gaze quietly sweeping over the people around her. After that incident, the townsfolk's eyes upon her have changed, so the Dark One has decided they will no longer stay in this town. Before departing, Kine has a brief conversation with Ben. "That house is in your hands now." Ben grins brightly and replies, "Sure thing." Sheena looks rather despondent their sword has broken. Everyone feels sorrowful after all. It shattered while protecting the girl. The girl is also sad about another matter. Eyes is lost in deep thought when Ya's voice suddenly cuts in. "Eyes, are you leaving?" Eyes must say her goodbyes. Eyes steps down from her chair and answers in a melancholy tone. "Yeah, and thank you for yesterday." Gake speaks up. "What is your wish? I made you a promise after all. If you managed to hunt a wolf, I would grant you one wish. I never thought you'd actually pull it off." Gake scratches his head and grins sheepishly. "Oh right, I completely forgot about that little promise. Well then, my wish is..." Eyes' cheeks suddenly flush crimson at Ya's confession. Ya's face also burns red, unable to tear his eyes away from her. Eyes suddenly bursts into laughter, her face radiant with joy. "You're 20 years too late, you idiot. Now Eyes and Kine will leave this town behind. Someday she may come to miss this place. Eyes doesn't know what the future holds, but she believes everything will be fine, because she is with her family, founded in the mythological era, a treasure-hunting organization that once sought to rule the world, the Dawn Hunter. They discovered the ancestral treasury of the dragon race, yet even dragon-rank treasure hunters who set foot inside were slain by the Guardian. However, among the ruins and wreckage of the treasury, one man survived. Kine, his body riddled with wounds, approaches the dragon. "Is this your karmic sin, a sorrow spanning 1,000 years, unquelled despite having swallowed hundreds of souls? If this is your karmic sin or burden, then I shall bear it." 30 years later, that guardian awakens from its long slumber and begins to roam this land in search of our villain. Kine's party walks along a road blanketed in lush, verdant grass. The three of them set off together, their necessary belongings strapped across their backs. Kine halts, his eyes widen as he stares straight ahead. Before the three of them stands a wooden cabin, Kine's secret base. Kine rejoices inwardly. "We've finally arrived." He steps forward and announces, "We'll stay here for a few days." Sheena and Eyes answer in unison, "Yes, understood." Sheena suddenly glances at Eyes with a cold, piercing gaze, then abruptly turns and walks away. Kine's heart clenches with worry. What? Why is she giving that girl such a look? Eyes stares after Sheena, her expression blank with confusion. "Wait for me, Sheena." The battle against the glacial ice domain has ended, and Kine, Eyes, and Sheena have left that town behind. According to his original plan, he would have lived out his days in that house and enjoyed a happy retirement. But he glares at Eyes and Sheena, murderous fury blazing in his eyes. These two have ruined everything. On top of that, the Dark Church and the Winter Church are now watching me. And now I'm running from them. My life. The moment Kine steps inside, his expression shifts to utter surprise at Eyes' call. Dark One, let me put your things away for you. Kane hands his luggage to Eyes, secretly feeling satisfied. This girl is finally getting smarter and learning to do something useful. He answers without the slightest hesitation. Sure. Sheena stands quietly inside, watching Eyes put away Kane's belongings. She silently wonders, her face downcast and gloomy. Why do I feel so irritated? I lost consciousness while fighting the glacial ice domain, and when I opened my eyes, it was all overran. My master was covered in wounds. Master still hasn't recovered, yet we had no choice but to leave. How can she be so carefree, simply because she doesn't know any of this? Because she's our family, we're now fleeing like hunted demons. Master only has 1 year left. That 1 year is far too precious to waste on this flight. Why did Master take a demon into our family? Does Master truly wish to keep sacrificing himself for others, to the point of making the entire world his enemy? Does Master love that demon so much? A nameless hatred rises unbidden in her heart. Sheena suddenly calls out to Eyes. Eyes turns around and answers, him. Her eyes widen in shock at Sheena's demeanor. Sheena's eyes droop softly as she speaks with a honeyed, saccharine smile. You've been through such a rough time. Why don't you go inside and get some rest? The corner of Eyes' mouth twitches upward in an awkward curve. Then I'll head inside first. With that, the girl immediately dashes into the room on quick feet. Sheena glares after the girl, pressing her lips together in undisguised irritation. Right at that moment, Kane steps forward and calls out to Sheena in a stern voice. Seeing her hastily lower her gaze, Kane quickly grasps the hostility harboring in her heart. Just as I thought, this girl resents the other one. As a hero blessed by the divine, her hatred toward the demon race is only natural. They've only been together a short while, just long enough for some sentiment to have formed, and for her to save that girl. But if things keep going like this, the two of them will end up fighting each other. A terrifying scene suddenly surfaces in Kane's vivid imagination. When Sheena and Eyes clash, it will trigger a massive explosion that sends him hurtling through the air. At that thought, panic grips him. He tells himself he must prevent it from happening. Ka immediately speaks up. Isn't the demon race quite pitiable? Sheena responds in a tone of utter indifference. Does Sensei feel sorry for them? Although the demon race first appeared several decades ago, their formidable magic and blood-drinking abilities have seen them ostracized and hunted to this very day, all because they carry the blood of demons within their veins. They are demons. Ka quickly cuts her off. That's precisely why they had nowhere to seek refuge. Sheena's eyes widen, bewildered and stunned by Kane's words. Kane continues to lay everything out, hoping to help her find some empathy. And finally, they managed to carve out a place of refuge. With fewer than 20 people, they defied the entire world, but in the end, they failed and were forced to vanish. So this child is left all alone. To her, this family is the hope of a last sanctuary, righteousness itself, the punishment of evil. Sheena's conviction begins to waver. If Kane says so, then it must be the truth. He would never lie about something like this. But Sheena still cannot bring herself to accept a demon staying by his side, so she merely stares at him in silence, not uttering a single word. Kane's face scrunches with frustration upon seeing Sheena's silent defiance. This girl, what's with that expression? This is getting on my nerves. I need to step outside. Seeing Kane turn his back and walk away, Sheena asks curiously, "Where are you going, Sensei?" Kane replies coldly, "I'm going to get some fresh air." Sheena calls out after him with a deeply worried expression. Sensei, in the blink of an eye, night has already descended. Kane lies sprawled on the ground. He studies the map intently, trying to calm himself. All right, let's think calmly. Now that things have come to this, I need to make a plan. A sage of the seas once said, "Religion knows no borders if one is pursued by a nation. Simply crossing the border will suffice, but one can never escape the information network of a faith. And here I am, hunted by not one but two religions of the north. My eyes can barely see, yet I'm forced to work by moonlight all because of that bastard." He clenches his teeth in fury and mutters, "Running endlessly is not the way. The best approach is to hide. If it's the glacial ice domain or that child of the dark church, no matter where I hide, they will track me down. In that case, there's only one option: I'll hide where the crowds are thickest. Dubin Duchy, on the western continent. If I disguise myself as a commoner, I can stay hidden for half a year." Kane hastily grabs the map and rises to his feet. "First, I need to seize the opportunity." His eyes suddenly snap wide as he senses something abnormal from behind. He whips around to look. A terrifying killing intent is emanating from over there, and it's aimed at me. Is it a hero? Ka speaks in a decisive, cutting tone. "I didn't expect you to find me. Come out." The very dragon Kane once encountered during a treasure hunt steps out from the shadow sand. His face immediately twists in shock and terror. He is so panicked he can scarcely believe his own eyes. This is not funny at all. The dragon stares straight into Kain's eyes, its expression sharp and utterly devoid of emotion. Kain forces himself to remain calm. "All right, stay calm," he greets. "Long time no see. Have you come to drag me down to the grave?" The reason Ka escaped this creature 30 years ago was because it had been gravely wounded at the time. Right now, he cannot win. But his life isn't cheap enough to surrender so easily. Not even the strongest can take his life. Not even the will of darkness can hold him down. Not even the Empress herself can stop him. Ka clenches his jaw and speaks with ironclad resolve. "Spirit of Demonsno, human can suppress my desire. You think you can claim my life? Kain can abandon and betray. Comrades, disciples, masters, family if becoming the villain is necessary to survive. He has become a third-rate villain just to avoid death. Because of that, he has survived until now. This is his creed, the creed of a third-rate villain." He barks out dismissively, "Get lost, you foolish beast that still can't escape the past." The dragon hears this, clenches its teeth, and says nothing. She suddenly lowers her head, dejected and sorrowful, then immediately turns and walks away. The space falls into absolute silence, broken only by the rustle of leaves swaying in the wind. Kain breathes a long, heavy sigh of relief, each breath escaping labored and ragged. He buries his face in his hands, hugging his knees, and thinks, "I never expected it to show up here." He speaks with decisive conviction. "Looks like it's time to strengthen both of Theme and myself." The next morning at Kain's secret base, he assigns tasks to both Eyes and Sheena. "Time for chores. Sheena, go gather firewood from the stone trees. Eyes, go find blackworm grass and fleshwater blossoms." Both Eyes and Sheena reply in unison, "Understood." Sheena suddenly shoots Eyes a withering glare, startling the girl into a panic. The girl abruptly dashes outside and stammers, "I'll go first." Sheena, her anger still unquenched, continues to stare after the girl with undisguised loathing. After Sheena also turns and leaves, Kain closes his eyes and furrows his brows as if relieved of a great burden. Finally, they're gone. "All right, I should get going too." Kain reaches for the door handle, his voice brimming with vigor. "Let's get started." He begins by igniting a blazing blue flame. Kain runs a hand through his hair, standing before the roaring blaze. He walks toward the tool table and thinks to himself first, "It's for that girl. Having to constantly pray to the sacred relic every time is such a pain in the neck. Divine power isn't all that special anyway. Let's start with this first, a type of ore that can absorb light Mugen stone. It transforms the light it absorbs and becomes harder than steel. Even for a first-rate craftsman, this is a notoriously difficult material to work with. Kain hurls the ore into the fire he has lit. After a while, he plucks out the now purple ore with a thrilled grin on his face, but it's not impossible to handle. He then drops a certain solution onto the freshly heated ore. About 3 drops should do. The solution gradually seeps into the ore. Instantly, the rock-hard ore softens beyond all belief. Kain grins with delight, eyeing the vial of solution in his hand. It works. Tears of Baijivan, the hardest material on the continent, will soften like mud. This is one of the 7 secrets of the Haiyan River, isn't it? Kain focuses his mind and begins to shape the ore to his will. "If I use this, even with third-rate craftsmanship like mine, I can shape this material into anything I want." He focuses intently, meticulously molding the ore in his palm. In an instant, the ore transforms into a dragon-shaped bracelet. "This is the limit of my craftsmanship, far from perfect. But while we're at it, I need stone wood now. When will she bring it back for me?" Meanwhile, in a forest of towering, colossal trees, Sheena swings her sword with decisive force, cleaving through the massive trunk in the blink of an eye. The tree splits clean in two and crashes down onto the ground. Sheena pants heavily, her face filled with bewilderment. "How did this happen? I use sword technique, I'm sure of it." True to its name, stone wood is as hard and heavy as rock. But with my level of swordsmanship, cutting through it should be effortless. Yet the tree shattered like this, which means I relied on brute strength, not sword skill. The fault does not lie with the blade. The sword is not the problem. The problem is that I did not focus 7 with a sword in hand. After meeting Master, I hung up my sword and became an ordinary person. To Master, I am now a commoner, not a swordswoman. I am no longer necessary. And now I cannot even execute basic sword techniques. How can I possibly remain by Master's side? I am nothing but a burden now. Why are the heavens so cruel? Sheena hurls her broken sword with all her might and screams in anguish. I searched for him for 10 years. I abandoned everything just to be by his side. She slashes wildly at the tree before her, as if trying to vent the fury burning in her chest. She swings her sword with ferocious power and roars in rage. That was my only wish. A tremendous crash echoes through the air. The verdant forest is now entirely swallowed by a choking cloud of dust and debris. Every towering tree around Sheena has been felled by her own hand, toppled and strewn across the ground. She then sweeps her gaze across the devastation, eyes wide with utter shock. She stares in panic at her own trembling arm. Sheena clenches her teeth, glaring at the hands that spiraled beyond her control in mere moments. She stands frozen, her mind in complete disarray. What have I done? In one moment of madness, I destroyed the symbol of our vow. She collapses to the ground, her expression one of utter despair. How could I let a moment of anger drive me to swing this precious sword so recklessly? I no longer have the right to be by his side. In a field of flowers drenched in fragrance, soft petals sway gently in the breeze. A single petal drifts and dances in the wind with effortless grace. That petal alights upon Eyes' face. Eyes gently lifts the petal toward the sunlight. Ever since leaving Sert, Eyes has sensed that Sheena's gaze toward her has grown cold. And rightly so, she is of the demon race, after all. She opens her hand, releasing the petal back to nature. But because of this, Eyes feels as though the tangled mess inside her mind is slowly being put back in order. Is it because of this flower field? Her eyes droop with quiet melancholy. When was the last time I could rest like this? Back when the kingdom still stood. Eyes could never rest like this war raged every single day. A long, long time ago, after slaying 38 pursuers and fleeing, she also felt this same strange calm. That was a few decades ago, wasn't it? Eyes barely dives aside in time as a violent surge of pressure flattens the ground. Her face is frozen in stunned bewilderment. Before her stands a boar bearing 2 massive tusks and she recognizes it at once a red-fanged boar. A mere beast that dares. Eyes chants her incantation, and magic circles materialize in an instant. They erupt like the incarnation of a tempest and despair. Chains strike of despair, fierce torrents of magical energy rocket straight toward the red-fanged boar. Her attack sends the boar hurtling backward with ease. The impact slams it into the tree trunk behind, producing a deafening thunderclap that reverberates through the forest. Seeing the boar collapse to the ground, riddled with wounds, Eyes prepares to unleash another spell but freezes mid-cast as a herd of pitiful piglets swarm around her feet. A tiny piglet buries its face against her leg and lets out a heartbroken squeal. Eyes lowers her head, guilt churning in her heart. What was I about to do? I lost control of my anger and nearly killed a defenseless creature. Why did I suddenly become so enraged? She asks herself, voice trembling with panic. At that moment, a seductive whisper slithers into her mind. Magic, do you wish to wield the magic of demons? Black magic is forbidden, for its wielder does not merely receive power, they also inherit the will of the demon itself. After absorbing the malice and will of the great demon Echne, Eyes had believed she would be fine. Echne is the demon of fire and fury. If she continues to lose control of her temper like this, she may end up tapping into that power and destroying everything she holds dear. This is the price of having pushed those limits too far. There is no turning back. This is Eyes' fate. After bandaging the mother boar's wounds, Eyes gently pats the piglet's head and thinks to herself in the end, will I truly become the demon lord once more? She murmurs with a pained voice, I'm sorry, I truly am sorry. Then Eyes snatches up her herb basket and dashes away. The piglet watches her with wide eyes as she disappears into the distance. At the secret base, the dragon blue fire still blazes fiercely. Kane is tending the flames when Sheena returns right on cue. I brought back some stone wood firewood, master. Kane stares in shock at the 2 enormous bundles of firewood slung over her shoulders. Good heavens, that stuff is insanely heavy. He points and gestures, set it down right here. Sheena replies gently, yes, master. Stone wood does not catch fire easily, so it is rarely used as fuel. Yet this stone wood is one of the 7 secrets of the Haiyan River, an organization that once sought to dominate the world through the art of alchemy. The legendary secret society, Haiyan River. Though the organization possessed extraordinary techniques, only a handful of elite members ever mastered them. After being defeated by a certain blacksmith, their very existence was reduced to mere legend. Of course, had a certain traitor not collaborated with that blacksmith, they would never have fallen. Kane mutters to himself, that was their fault for sending a third-rate nobody like me to steal that blacksmith's techniques. So I'm innocent. Right, let's just leave it at that. When stone wood is placed into a special forge, it ignites instantly and erupts into a flame of extreme temperature. In the art of alchemy, superior fire is absolutely essential. That is precisely why stone wood is indispensable for wielding that organization's techniques. Kane gazes at the blazing flames, a hint of surprise flickering across his face. The frequency of this flame is rather peculiar. Forget it, leave it be. Sheena watches from a distance, silently observing Kane's every movement. Her eyes widen, filled with bewilderment. A flame of blue. In the legends of sword forging, there exists a fire spoken of only in myth. There is nothing in this world that it cannot melt. It emerged in the age of myths, harboring a mysterious and primordial power. A forgotten legend once used to forge weapons for dragons. Dragon blue fire. She silently wonders, how could a legend from myth manifest here before her eyes? Kane suddenly calls out, "Sheena, bring me your sword." Sheena startles, her heart clenching with anxiety. She bites down on her lips, her face trembling from sheer nervousness. She slowly draws her sword and extends it toward Kane. "Here, master." Kane narrows his eyes, scrutinizing the blade with meticulous care. Sheena panics when she sees Kane suddenly hurl her sword into the air. He demands sternly, "Are you afraid your sword will vanish?" Sheena replies calmly, "No, it is merely a commonplace thing." Yet in her heart, she thinks something entirely different. That sword is the proof of the bond between her and her master. She flinches when she hears the click of Kane's tongue. She stares at him, eyes brimming with confusion. "Master, did my answer displease you?" Kane then asks, "Have you heard of the Wu-Wei sovereign realm?" Sheena explains according to her understanding. "I have heard it is a realm of the swordsman achieved by abandoning form, to seek the true essence of the sword." Kane continues to press. "Then what is the form of the sword?" Sheena answers without a moment's hesitation. "It is the attachment to the sword's shape. It is the perception of its physical form." Kane presses further. "And what is the essence of the sword?" Sheena responds just as swiftly. "It is the meaning behind wielding a blade, the will that drives the act of swordsmanship itself." Kane suddenly whirls around, his glare piercing, and roars, "You are a fool!" Sheena's eyes fly wide open, her face overcome with shock and terror. Kane turns back toward the flames and explains, "That answer reeks of arrogance and unwillingness to admit your own lack of experience." Sheena thinks bitterly, "Does Master even know what I've been through? How could he possibly know without witnessing it himself?" Yet upon being scolded by her master, Sheena suddenly drops to her knees, slamming her palm against the ground. She lowers her head before Kane and thinks to herself, "This means Master has something to teach me." Her expression turns solemn and earnest. "Please, Master, instruct me further." Kane falls silent before Sheena's grave and reverent demeanor. He turns his head slightly and silently screams. Inside his own heart, why did she suddenly ask me to teach her? I was just spouting nonsense to divert her attention and buy time. But after going back and forth, I got carried away and shouted just to sound impressive. And now I've got a full-blown crisis on my hands. First, I need to keep stalling. For a swordsman, a sword is as vital as their own life. Especially for this girl. Kane grunts as he pulls the sword free from the fire, then silently sets to work. Still working on it, he watches her carefully from the corner of his eye, making sure she doesn't catch on. This is a fool who has clung to a cheap sword for 10 whole years. If I touch her blade without a word of explanation, she might actually kill me. So I have to keep buying time convincingly. With that resolve, Kane frantically sifts through the memories and events of his entire life. He closes his eyes and delves deep. The information he needs his mind transforms into a vast library. Thousands of tomes and archives stacking into infinity. The chronicles of the masterless Knight Order, the dark credo of the Dark Church, the chronicles of the swordsmen, the Shadow Death cult's records, the legend of the dragon sword of the mysterious Jaonia realm, the sword mysteries of the royal library, gathering and organizing all the scattered knowledge, distilling it into words. After a long period of combing through knowledge, Kane finally speaks. "No one knows that the Wu-Wei sovereign realm is not one realm but 3. Formless is the first realm. The sword must become anything and everything. One must shatter the sword's physical shape before one can abandon its form and release the sword's true essence. Positionless is the second realm. One must not be bound by any stance. One must transcend the stance of holding the sword, transcend the stance of resting the sword, and even transcend one's very own position to achieve it. Finally, Wu-Wei, the unimpeded realm, is the third. In this realm, one is no longer hindered by any constraint whatsoever. The body must surpass the stage of gripping and moving the sword. The mind must accept all impediments and break free from every last one. A sword materializes from within her imagination, manifesting before her very eyes. She reaches out and slowly touches the radiant blade. The sword suddenly levitates into the air, then erupts with a burst of blinding, brilliant light. Immersed entirely in the world she has created within her own mind, Sheena achieves enlightenment on her own. Now I understand why Master wanted me to lay down my sword. She recalls the words Kane once spoke to her. "From now on, you will live as an ordinary person here." She suddenly understands the emotions she felt back then, and the reason those words cut her so deeply. This was a life that knew nothing but the sword my life. Because of it, I feared losing everything. My sword. Sheena gazes intently at the light radiating from the blade and whispers, "All this time, I've only been pretending to let go of the sword I could never truly release." She stares at the sword shimmering before her eyes and thinks shattering this blade is no different from shattering myself. If I break it, I will suffer unimaginable agony. But if it is for you, even if I must shatter myself, I will do it, so that I may remain by your side. Without a shred of hesitation, Sheena thrusts her fist into the sword. The blade begins to crack and dissolve. Then suddenly streams of light spiral inward, collapsing toward the sword's core. Sheena watches in astonishment as the sword shatters into 100 glittering fragments. Is that all? Her eyes suddenly widen as if she has realized something. A crushing pressure descends from every direction, bearing down upon her entire body. She clutches her head and screams, writhing against the searing agony coursing through her. Sheena cannot endure it. She collapses to her knees, her face twisted in a desperate struggle against the pain. It hurts so much. It feels as though every bone in my body is being ground to dust. But from what Master said, what remains should not be the broken sword or its shards. It should be a resolute will that still burns bright. Having abandoned shape and form, the image of Master carefully reforging my broken sword. It looked so rigid, yet it was anything but heartless. This is Master's teaching. There is no reason to surrender and grow weak simply because of failure. Iron, struck again and again, grows ever harder. Choose neither despair nor regret over what is already broken. Melt them with the burning will and forge yourself anew. Sheena suddenly rises to her feet, having understood everything on her own. Kane lets out a weary sigh, still focused on reforging the sword, completely unaware of Sheena behind him. He mutters to himself while meticulously repairing her blade. Looks like it's going well enough. To an outsider, it might look complicated, but it's actually nothing at all. I'm just piecing the fragments back together. Thanks to stalling convincingly, the reforging is now complete. The stone of Mach and the tears of the abyss. These are the essential materials needed to wield one of the secrets of the Haiyan River. The art of sword forging, cut 100 times, hammer 1,000. This is the way of the blade. The striations are too pronounced. Was the forge too hot? I need to control my strength better. I must have made a mistake somewhere, but I can't figure out what. Kane stares in bewilderment at Sheena, who stands in a daze, utterly vacant. His face drains of color, turning pale with dread. What is she doing? Don't tell me she's been like this for a while now. Sheena collapses to her knees within an expanse of blinding white space. Her hand presses against her chest, feeling her heart pound relentlessly. Relief washes over her, her breathing lightens, grows stronger, as if iron has been hammered into steel. Her body now brims with power, her mind feels purified, cleansed. A towering pagoda materializes before her eyes. In that instant, Sheena understands. I see it now. I was far too arrogant. All this time, I believed I had mastered every sword technique I wielded. But I had only glimpsed the tower from afar yet. I deluded myself into thinking I had already stepped inside. The shadow of the colossal pagoda looms over her as a torrent of memories surges forth. Throughout the Empire's long and storied history, no one has ever truly mastered multiple sword techniques. Of course, the Tower of the Wu-Wei sovereign realm is itself boundless and infinite. How could anyone claim mastery over other sword techniques? Until now, I merely exploited my talent and superior physique to masquerade as a swordswoman. But now, I truly stand among them as an equal. She steps forward, her fingertips brushing against the outer wall. And if I continue to climb this tower, light bursts forth the instant her fingers make contact. Sheena smiles, soft like perhaps one day she would ascend to the heights of Master's realm. Kane stands there anxiously, sweat pouring down his face. What should I do? Trapped in this impossible situation, he clutches his head, screaming inwardly. I'm completely at a loss. Damn it, off all the rotten timing. That unwelcome guest had to show up now. Kane grits his teeth. This girl picks the worst possible moment to return. He was only pretending to instruct the other one. And now there's no way out. He calls out to Eyes. Eyes approaches hesitantly, carrying a basket of flowers. Yes, he asks abruptly. Do you know the difference between demon arts, demon techniques, and the demonic path? Eyes stares at him with wide, timid eyes. No, I don't. Kane reaches over and takes the basket. Law is binding. Technique is obedience. Path is mastery. When one is controlled by a demon, it is called a demon art. When one bargains with a demon, it is called a demon technique. When one commands a demon, it is called the demonic path. The reason no demonic path master has ever appeared is because the seal's binding demons are far too restrictive. A demon is not necessarily evil, and evil is not necessarily a demon. Therefore, one must first understand the true nature of a demon before the demonic path can begin and end. Kane speaks through gritted teeth. Sin is born from thought. Evil lurks within the mind. The demon dwells in the heart. Without grasping this, one can never hope to touch the demonic path. Thought gives form. The mind leads to understanding. The heart defines the self. Whoever comprehends this truth may attain the Tao. These are the oral transmissions from the age of myths, passed down from Maza civilization that once flourished in the Western Sea. I hope this serves you well. I seems to have connected it to something within herself. If the demon is my fate, then accepting the demon is also a path. Once I reach the demonic path, I will be able to control the after-effects of dark magic. That barbaric nation was only a legend. If those oral transmissions truly originated from there, they must be invaluable. The girl looks at the man before her, is unrolling a long sheet of paper. How does this man know such things? One hand holds the scroll, the other dips into a liquid distilled from flowers. Very well, let us begin. He applies the substance onto the blade. That girl's consciousness hasn't returned yet, so she shouldn't bother me. The chanting of ancient inscriptions echoes forth. Eyes cries out in alarm, wait. A blinding light erupts from the paper scroll. The inscriptions swirling around Ka and eyes finds them vaguely familiar. Inscriptions, they exist only in nations with deep-rooted histories, imbued with arcane and mysterious power. Runic arts, could he be a runic master? Is there anything this man cannot do? She truly wants to know the answer. The inscriptions spiral without end, converging upon the blade resting on the table. He exhales deeply and reaches for a jar. The final step, Kane pours out a crimson powder. The last of the 7 secrets of the Haiyan river blood of the fire, dragon descends directly upon the bracelet and sword on the table. It possesses the ability to absorb heat and bestow shape memory alloy properties upon weapons. Furthermore, it creates a specialized coating on the weapon that drastically reduces friction. With this, one need only cast the weapon into flame, and it will self-repair, no tedious maintenance required. He gazes proudly at the 2 flawless, newly crafted treasures, then glances at the 2 girls. Somehow, I've pulled it off without a hitch. Karen softly calls Sheena's name. He extends the blade. Hera, take it. This sword's name is Guardian. This blade was forged to protect others from evil. As long as your will does not shatter, no demon can break it. Sheena gasps, it's beautiful. I can feel a tremendous surge of energy the moment I hold it. It can rival a holy sword, a demon sword, even a dragon sword. Eyes stares silently at the blade in Sheena's hands. Ka-in produces the bracelet in his other hand. Eyes, Hera, take it. This bracelet is called Dragon's Shadow. It symbolizes dominion over evil. As long as you will it, no evil can bind you. Eyes accepts it with a face full of joy. Even knowing she is of the demon race, he still bestows upon her such a treasure. Suddenly she turns, and at the same moment, Sheena's gaze meets hers. Sheena smiles as if offering her congratulations. Eyes no longer harbors any resentment toward her elder sister. She wants to stay by both their sides. Meanwhile, Kane has quietly slipped his coat back on. In truth, his mind had been occupied by something else entirely. Sure, go ahead and celebrate, but don't think I'm giving away things I slaved over for free. The inscription carved into Guardian is Evil Guardian Zone now. No matter how heroic that girl gets, she can't lay a finger on me. And the inscription on Dragon's Shadow reads, Dominion over the evil dragon. Once she puts on that bracelet, no matter how devilish she becomes, she has no choice but to obey me. Could have sold them for a pretty penny, but hey, my neck's worth more than gold. Way more important, I'd never waste money protecting other people. He swears it in his heart, absolutely, positively never. A faint, hoarse voice drifts through the air. I will give up. Kane jolts awake. He quickly realizes he is inside a tavern. Was that a dream? Seems like a dream of the past. He's grown accustomed to these. A scroll is pushed toward him. Kane immediately recognizes it. It was from back then. Kane picks up the piece of paper and says, a wise decision. The other man asks back, bewildered. Wise? I don't even know myself anymore. He downs the glass of wine. The cup clinks against the table as he confesses, I was simply a coward. I didn't have the courage to enter a place guarded by that monster. Darkness falls and the memory of Gorem unfolds. I ran away. There are words Kane cannot bring himself to say. It's not just you. Even now I'm nothing but a useless old man myself. This must have been around the time he discovered the Gonia and earned the title of the finest dragon hunter for it. I have no intention of blaming you, not one bit. He takes the bottle and refills the old man's cup. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it? Perhaps one day I'll regret this decision. Perhaps when I'm old and on my deathbed, I'll claw my way back to that place. Kane knows what happened after that. All right, he really did try. He retired and lived as a hunter in a small town at the edge of the continent. But he never let go of the past, living with the foolish hope that someday, someone would come seeking him to conquer that place. Until that day comes, stop being so foolishly greedy. He refused to accept the truth that there was no treasure there at all, and my answer has never changed in all 30 years. He speaks with a matter-of-fact tone, rather than risking one's life for a treasure that doesn't exist. Isn't it wiser to save yourself like this? Gorem still wears that same puzzled expression. Then why do you want to go there again? He merely smiles, as if he just heard a joke. Pour the wine. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand. I can't afford to speak carelessly. His serious demeanor only deepens the old man's confusion. Gorem's unwavering gaze shifts to the wine. After a long moment of deliberation, Gorem lets out a heavy sigh. Fine, I've retired anyway. And that is the last time the two of them clink, glasses wishing the young man luck in the future. Sunlight streams through the gaps in the curtains, rousing Kane from his slumber. He quickly becomes aware that this is reality. He sits up, his entire body racked with fatigue. Damn it, I'm so exhausted I'm dreaming all sorts of nonsense. That dream was a hell of a lot better than this. He stretches, rises from bed, and prepares for a new day. I'm already past 50. My bones ache all over just one day swinging that hammer, and my whole body creaks like an old door. But a veteran villain has to have a quick recovery method. I need to get out of here. But if those two girls think I've abandoned them and come chasing after me, that'd be a real hassle. The scratching of brush on paper fills the air. Moments later, Kane dots his final character and sets the brush down. All right, time to go find a place to recover quickly. On the note, he writes that he'll step out for a while. Unfortunately, his figure vanishing into the forest is caught by one pair of eyes. Kane naively assumes the two girls are still sound asleep. Sheena furrows her brow. Teacher isn't well, so where is he going this early? Does he want to take a walk? She quickly notices the newly gifted sword and picks it up. Eyes is probably still asleep. Stepping out for a bit shouldn't be a problem, right? Beyond the forest lies a field of flowers glistening in the sunlight. Sheena concentrates and swings the blade. The sharp edge hisses through the air-fire flint shadow sword, is a swordsmanship technique forged from 3 core sword arts. However, the crimson flame sky framework she used back then was still incomplete. Soft white petals scatter in the wind. A single swing cleaves them into 6 or 7 slices. Insight dawns upon her. Her teacher must have created it without ever learning the stone sword, had only the 2 remaining sword arts to work from, imitating and simulating the third. The blade suddenly erupts in flames, yet the stone sword was her very first technique. I'll use my mastery of the stone sword to fill in the gaps of that sword technique. I will perfect it. Her eyes burn with determination. Now, after executing the sword technique, I'm certain. The flames blaze as if dancing. Even the fireflint shadow sword is still incomplete. A gust of wind carries the acrid scent of scorched earth. Sheena halts her blade, the tip plunging into the ground. She drops to one knee, propping herself up on the sword's hilt. Scattered across the earth around her are countless sword marks. Her hands still tremble. Only by wielding the sword her teacher gave her could she have pushed herself this far. It's still not complete, but it's far cleaner than before. However, I still hesitate at the final step. Sheena's expression falters as I's face surfaces in her mind. Indeed, she still cannot let go. Today, not a single breeze stirs the forest is utterly silent. Sheena hurries back to their dwelling. Has it gotten this late already? Suddenly, something catches her eye. I's is already awake, though no one knows when she rose. The girl is teasing a small creature, wild boar piglet. Sheena eyes the boar warily. Why is a piglet here? Could its mother be nearby? Could I's be in danger? She quickly shakes her head, dismissing the thought. A wild boar can't possibly pose a threat to someone of the demon race. But I worried about her without even realizing it. So does that mean I want to protect I's? Her feet take an unconscious step forward. I don't know anymore. My feelings are too complicated. Sheena speaks up. That's quite a cute wild boar. I's startles, tucking her hair behind her ear as she scrambles to her feet. It doesn't seem to be afraid of me. Where's teacher? The girl explains, flustered. I found a note in teacher's room saying he'd step out for a while. I thought the two of you left together. But that's not the case. Sheena answers honestly. I saw him leave, but I don't know where he went. Suddenly, the boar squeals. It tugs at I's skirt. The girl guesses at its intent. You want me to follow you? The piglet understands perfectly. It nods. Hesitating for a moment, the girl asks Sheena, Sister, can I follow it for a bit? Sheena hears this and lightly bites her lip. She knows there is no need to worry about the girl, yet she still wants to ensure she faces no danger. Thinking so, she offers, "Then let me come with you." Sensing her concern, Eyes blushes and quietly nods. The two begin following the piglet deeper into the forest. They have walked a considerable distance, quite far from the house, so far that Sheena begins to feel a creeping suspicion. How much further must they go? She cannot sense any malice from the piglet, yet unease lingers. She has weathered too many dire situations, countless foes, who could mask their killing intent, and slip past her guard. And whenever one name surfaces, she cannot help but shudder, especially hers, the Lord of the Shadow Mountains. Evilmer was an attendant of demons. Among the 99, she stood at the apex, the mightiest of them all. Though many years have passed, the terror she inflicted remains carved deep into Sheena's bones. After that battle, she could not so much as hold a sword for an entire year. That she managed to defeat that woman at all was nothing short of a miracle. Sheena clenches her fists to stop them from trembling. Even now, she does not possess enough confidence to best that woman a second time. Despite how powerful and ruthless that creature was, up until the very last moment, Sheena could not detect a single shred of malice from her. That is precisely why she must never let her guard down. Even though the little creature harbors no malice whatsoever, Piglet suddenly lets out a cry. Sheena instantly recognizes this place. This place could it be? Steam drifts through the air. Before them lies a pool of water, a natural hot spring. She is mildly astonished. Hot springs are typically found only in the eastern reaches of the continent. She never imagined one would exist in a place like this. Suddenly, Eyes speaks. "Sheena, this place is very dangerous." Sheena does not understand the girl. "What danger?" The girl turns around, her face pale with fear. For natural water to be this hot, it must have been tainted by a great demon's evil influence. "We need to leave this place immediately." So that is what the girl has been afraid of. Sheena cannot help but let out a laugh. All suspicion seems to melt away before Eyes' endearing innocence. The girl tugs at her cloak, urging her. "Sheena, we need to leave." She reassures her. "It's all right, Eyes. It's just a hot spring." Eyes has never heard this term before. Hot spring. Sheena beams and explains to the girl. "They are occasionally found in the east. I've heard they ease fatigue and even beautify the skin. They are quite rare to find, even in the volcanic regions of the Far East. Discovering one is considered a tremendous gift." Only then does Eyes exhale in relief. Seeing the girl's flustered expression, Sheena seems to have found a new source of amusement. She says cheerfully, "How about we give it a try together?" Eyes widens her eyes, slightly surprised. Meanwhile, at another part of the forest, Kane gropes his way forwardly to slam headlong into a cliff face. He gnashes his teeth and curses his fate. He cannot fathom why every path leads to a dead end. Why is there a cliff here? He scratches his head in frustration. What now? The route to the hot spring is completely cut off. The reason Kane ventured out so early was precisely for this. Legend has it that 1,000 years ago, a rift was torn open by the hidden demon war giving birth to the hot springs. They connect all the way to the abyssalachath riverbeds of the underworld. And it is said they once spewed fire. After the demons were sealed away, water began to gush forth from the vents, connected by underground veins. That is likely why the hot springs are mostly concentrated in the east. For the east was the region that suffered the brunt of the Abyssalata's devastation. In other words, the eastern hot springs are mere remnants of destruction, hence their inferior potency. But in other regions, it is a different story entirely. Hot springs found outside the east are vents the demons once used to siphon power from the underworld. Thus, they contain pure underworld power and even a trace of draconic energy besides. They can fully restore wounds and cure ailments. They may even awaken the latent potential in certain individuals. The herbs growing in the backyard are simply not enough, so upon finding a hot spring, one should cultivate rare medicinal herbs nearby. Kane feels both exhausted and irritated. What a real headache. He heaves a sigh of regret and turns back, resigned to his fate. The safer path is the wiser choice, but a thunderous roar pierces his ears. What was that? That rumbling sound. A massive wild boar has appeared. God knows when. Kane nearly faints from shock. Heavens above, the one thing he least expected to encounter here has appeared. Kane's face drains of color. A wild boar? Why would such a beast be on a mountain? And he doesn't even have his sword with him. He instinctively backs away, only to quickly realize the cliff looms right behind him. There is nowhere to run. This situation forces him to face the wild boar head-on. All right, calm down and think. No matter how ferocious this boar is, surely it won't charge straight toward a cliff. The wild boar suddenly roars, foam dripping from its fangs. It goes berserk and charges straight at Kane without a shred of hesitation. Its speed is terrifying. It lowers its horns and gores upward. Kane dodges nimbly, sprinting as far as he can to evade it. "You crazy beast, can't you see the cliff?" Hoofbeats thunder like rolling drums, drawing ever closer. The wild boar has caught up to him. Kane plants his feet and skids to a halt. In that very instant, with strength beyond reason, he launches himself into the air. Every last shred of hope rides on this single strike. He activates the Shadow Knight technique and stomps down onto the boar's skull. "Take this." Kane immediately leaps to the side to assess the situation. He clenches his jaw. "You monster," the boar is still standing. "You can survive a full-power dragon's shadow strike. That is the strongest technique of the Blessing of the Night. The one-hit kill strategy has failed, and this place is far too dangerous for hit-and-run tactics. In that case, he will lure it closer and leap up again. The only option left is to trick the beast into plunging off the cliff. And just that is enough to make him pleased with himself. How about it? Don't you dare underestimate a veteran villain. Suddenly, the wild boar's tail shoots out and wraps tightly around his leg. Even he could not have predicted this. Gravity and the boar's full falling momentum slam into his body at once. Kane can no longer land safely on the ground. What the hell? He snags a branch jutting from the cliff face. Cannot die like this. His body instantly dangles in midair, the boar still hanging beneath his feet. Kane lets out a breath of relief. He is alive. But before long, he hears the sound of cracking wood. Wait, no, even if the soil is loose, it shouldn't. How can a slender branch possibly bear their combined weight? Please don't break. Though the branch splinters and partially tears loose, it holds. Kane, utterly spent, weeps tears of sheer desperation. "Oh, you 99 guardian devils of villains. If you won't bless me, then at least don't curse me with misfortune. You bastards." And that is when the entire cliff face comes crashing down, cutting back to Sheena and Eyes. Water trickles softly across the surface of the lake. Sheena gently wrings the water from her shimmering golden hair. Never has she felt this refreshed. How invigorating! She can feel every trace of fatigue dissolving away. Even so, her thoughts drift to someone. If Master were here too, that would be wonderful. She glances at Eyes, who sits curled up with a resigned expression. How did things turn out like this? And yet Sheena feels oddly content. She speaks up gently. "Are you feeling refreshed? Nice and warm, right?" Eyes answers shyly, "Yes." The girl seems to have something on her mind. "Aren't you embarrassed, sister?" Sheena replies nonchalantly, "Not at all. I've been through camping and communal living before, so I'm used to it." Eyes lets out a soft murmur and shares honestly, "Is that so? I've never bathed with anyone before. You know, Sheena, I'm from the demon race, and I always believed humans were enemies I had to fight ever since birth. Our two sides have been locked in war." The girl speaks with a hint of shame, but living alongside her, she has learned that she need not hate all of humanity. She breaks into a happy smile thanks to Sheena, who has always helped her, cared for her, and smiled at her. "I've realized that I too can feel at peace when I'm beside someone, so I'm truly happy to be part of a family with you and Sheena." Sheena stares blankly at Eyes' innocent smile, her turbulent emotions seemingly finding their anchor at last. How could she have turned her back on such a cheerful, innocent child? She failed to protect her, and worse, she hated her for it. She refused to admit it, shirked her responsibility, and directed all her frustration at the girl. Could she ever bring herself to apologize? Eyes, right at that moment, a massive crash tears through the air and reaches Sheena's ears. She whips her head upward. How is this possible? She seizes Eyes' hand. The girl does not understand what is happening, but she senses Sheena's urgency. "Eyes, come here now." Eyes quickly sees the sight for herself. Countless massive boulders are raining down upon them. The peaceful sanctuary is swiftly destroyed by rocks plummeting from the heights above. Sheena kicks off the water's surface and shoots forward like a bolt. She scoops Eyes into her arms, dodging the falling rocks as she goes. Her eyes dart frantically, scanning every direction, and then she spots countless smaller stones are crashing into their escape route. Sheena clenches her jaw. The situation is dire. She leaps to dodge a massive boulder, but more rocks plummet from above. Water erupts in splashes around her. Running while carrying someone is already difficult enough, and now the path ahead is blocked by a wall of fallen stone, leaving no gap to slip through. Sheena tightens her embrace. In that case, Eyes hold on tight. Another massive boulder crashes down directly above them. She nimbly leaps off a nearby tree trunk. An idea flashes through her mind. If she can execute lightning-fast leaps to weave between the boulders, she just needs to find a gap. And then Sheena lands safely, clearing the rockslide zone. She can finally catch her breath behind her. No more stones fall. Is it over? Sheena assesses the situation. The cliff face collapsed on its own, but she is grateful that only a portion gave way. Had the entire cliff crumbled, even unleashing her full power would have been futile. "It's so cold," Eyes whimpers. Sheena quickly retrieves their clothes. "Wait just a moment." She drapes a garment around the girl's shoulders while asking, "Are you all right, Eyes?" Seeing the girl nod, she smiles with relief. "Thank the heavens, now let's head back." Suddenly, Sheena's expression darkens and Eyes notices the shift immediately. "Sheena," she extends her hand, pushing the girl behind her. Eyes stay back. Her eyes dart around her sword was likely sent flying by the earlier tremors, but there is no time to search for it now. Among the debris scattered around, Sheena's senses sharpen something is wrong. Crimson liquid mingles with the clear water. Sheena's vigilance heightens. Blood something massive stirs violently at the center of the lake. The roar is so thunderous that both of them flinch. The water's surface erupts from a tremendous impact. Sheena drops into a high-alert combat stance. A beast freshly awakened lets out a guttural roar to assert its dominance. A wild boar's hooves slam into the earth, sending tremors rippling through the ground. The creature charges toward the two sisters like a thing gone mad. Eyes stands frozen on one side, her body rigid with terror. "Shin, you know you can't fight that thing barehanded, right?" She knows full well it is reckless. Her fist flickers with golden light, but to protect Eyes, she has no other choice. She swings her arm forward, aiming her strike at the beast's wide-open head. The wild boar is blasted backward, staggering as it skids across the ground. Then it collapses with a heavy thud. Even so, Sheena feels a searing pain shoot through her arm. Despite years of conditioning, her fist throbs with agony. She bites down on her lip and endures it, her breath ragged. This is no ordinary beast. Dark magical power flows from its body. She has felt something this terrible before. This creature has been imbued with the power of the abyss. It is a demon's servant. A Yauma, Sheena knows she must put it down immediately. She has no idea why a Yauma would be here, but she needs to strike again before it recovers. Suddenly, Eyes screams a warning, "Dodge no," but it is already too late. Before she even realizes what's happening, a beam of light slams into her waist. The blow tears open a gash across her side. Sheena clutches her wound, utterly astonished that the creature can cast magic. Eyes shouts a warning at her. "Sheena, it's not over yet." Her eyes widen in shock. Only now does she realize the beast has already risen to its feet. Arrows of light rain down in a seamless barrage, leaving not a single gap. They streak through the air, hurtling straight toward the girl behind her. Too late, Sheena realizes the true target is Ace just as the volley is about to reach her. She scrambles forward, screaming. Sheena lunges desperately toward the girl. The instant Sheena sees Eyes become the target, she hurls herself forward without hesitation. She repeats. She sprints with every ounce of strength she has toward the child. Eyes repeats. The moment Sheena pulls Eyes into her arms, the barrage of attacks descends upon them. When the cloud of dust settles, two silhouettes gradually emerge. Sheena slowly opens her eyes, confusion clouding her gaze. Stunned, she turns her head and finds herself utterly unscathed. "What? Why am I unhurt?" Suddenly, Sheena looks up and freezes in place. A shimmering barrier has materialized out of thin air, intercepting every bolt of lightning. She stands rooted to the spot, unable to believe her own eyes. She has witnessed everything unfold, yet her mind refuses to process it. This is a magic shield. In the entire world, only 9 mages can cast spells without incantations. And among those, only a handful could conjure a barrier capable of withstanding an assault from a powerful Mu. Within the demon race, there is only one. While Sheena is still lost in thought, Eyes has already squared off against the monster with grim determination. Abandoning her speculation, Sheena whips around in astonishment, staring at the girl, the one who drank the blood of 5 out of 6 Red Moon Knights, the one who single-handedly annihilated an army of 3,000. Could it be that Azur? Finally, she arrives at a conclusion about Eyes. The Demon King. Eyes suddenly turns to face Sheena, making her flinch. With a single glance at Sheena's injuries, the girl can already diagnose a fractured wrist and bleeding from the waist. This only deepens Eyes' guilt. It was all to protect her. Of course, Sheena has always been like this. Memories of Sheena saving her replay over and over in her mind. She always puts family above herself. She would even lay down her own life. And so, Eyes shuts her eyes and steels her resolve. This time I will protect her. The thought no sooner crosses her mind than she acts. Nush incarnation of storm and despair. Even facing the towering beast, Eyes raises her voice and declares, "I am the bearer of thy soul. I am the one who covets thy power. I am the one who wields thy power." Without an ounce of mercy, Eyes unleashes a crushing wave of power straight at the creature. She condenses the energy into a single, devastating sphere. "I undo thy seal." The words no sooner leave her lips than the sphere rockets forward, trailing gale-force winds in its wake, summoning the wind of Cody Desho. It hurtles straight into the beast's body. Even after slamming into the creature, the sphere refuses to relent, driving the beast off its feet and into the air. It does not stop there. The sphere erupts in successive blasts of howling wind. A few minutes later, the sphere dissipates, and the beast plummets back down. The ground, its entire body crashes into the earth right before Sheena and Eyes. However, channeling such immense power has left Eyes gravely wounded, filling Sheena with worry. Eyes clutches her own throat, her face contorted in agony. As expected, the backlash from the evil sins, power erupts worse than before. The situation only deteriorates further. Eyes freezes in horror as she hears the beast stir once more. Now its fury is plain to see. It strains to rise, veins bulging grotesquely across its body. Its blood-red eyes snap wide open, and it unleashes a roar of savage rage, its wind pressure alone enough to stagger them. Eyes throws up her arms to shield her face. What the hell is this, Iyumu? How can its magical power surge so violently in the blink of an eye? Her eyes widen as realization strikes. It's not amplifying its mana at all. Watching the beast's furious roar, Eyes suddenly understands it going berserk. That's right. This Iyumu has lost control of its magical power entirely. It is simply venting every last drop of energy outward. Just like herself, right now her own body seething and roiling with the cursed power of the evil sin. Eyes clutches her chest tightly, her face twisted in a grimace of pain. Her condition is critical. If this continues, I'll end up just like it. If two berserkers emerge at the same time, Sheena will be in mortal danger. Casting aside all concern for her own safety, Eyes urgently presses Sheena. Sheena, run. Sheena stares in disbelief, unable to accept what she is hearing. Eyes, what are you saying? Even in her weakened state, Eyes pushes herself to persuade the woman. Even in my current condition, I can still buy you enough time to escape. The girl then makes an unexpected request. So please hurry and bring Kai here. Hearing this, Sheena lowers her head, drowning in thought. She knows it. If this were a battlefield, Eyes' decision is the logical one. Right now, retreating is the wisest course of action. She bites her lip, her heart a tempest of turmoil. But then, with iron resolve, Sheena plants her feet. She steps in front of Eyes and stands firm. She will never abandon her family and flee when the enemy stands before them. Eyes is left stunned. Sheena, despite knowing she lacks the strength to fight back, Sheena still shields the girl with her own body. You know what you're doing is foolish. Eyes scolds. If you already know that, but Sheena cuts her off. But, Eyes, Sheena turns her head, her gentle eyes resting softly on Eyes. He and I will never abandon our family and run. The conviction in Sheena's voice leaves Eyes with no room to argue. And just because I have no sword does not mean I'll become a burden. Before such stubbornness, the girl can only laugh in helpless exasperation. You idiot! The beast moves without warning. In a single heartbeat, it has already closed the distance, crashing against the barrier before them. Sheena watches in horror as the creature's relentless assault hammers the magic shield. She grits her teeth, racking her brain for a solution. What do I do? At this rate, it will shatter. If only I had a sword amid the silent forest. A blade suddenly plunges into the earth right beside her. A voice rings out. Sheena's eyes fly open in astonishment. She seizes the hilt. The figure approaches, step by step. He begins chanting an incantation, and the sword in Sheena's hand blazes with radiant light. He speaks the spell while closing the distance between them. As the face gradually comes into focus, both Sheena and Eyes light up with joy. It is none other than Kane, each stride filled with unwavering resolve. Though visibly exhausted, his gaze burns with absolute determination. The bond between a villain and the edge of a cliff runs truly deep. When a hero pursues a villain, the end of the road always leads to a cliff. For the hero, a cliff is either a dead end or a place harboring a fortuitous encounter to grow stronger. For the villain, falling off means eternal sleep, so one must prepare every means of escape beforehand to turn it into a lifeline. One could say the cliff is a sacred ground of resurrection for heroes. A normal villain would have died here, but I am a veteran villain and I have long since mastered every life-preserving measure for surviving a plunge from the abyss. And so, I lived. At this moment, Kane lies gravely wounded. His hacking coughs echo without end, but that does not mean he is fine. When his train of thought breaks apart, Kane lets out a string of curses. The pain is absolutely unbearable. He lowers his gaze to examine the wound on his arm. Broken bone shards have pierced into his internal organs. His left arm is completely ruined. Helplessness surges through him, leaving Kane no choice but to laugh. Right now, I look no different from a corpse. He tilts his head toward the sky and wonders, was I caught off guard? In that instant, Kane's eyes sharpen as if he has found the answer. So it turns out this was my fault from the very beginning. The entire sequence of events replays at once in his mind. He left his sword behind and went alone, then foolishly tried to fight a wild boar. These are things a veteran villain should never have done. Now Kane can only gasp for breath, drowning in his own contemplation, living alongside heroes and the demon race, surviving battles against the strongest on this planet. Perhaps it all made him forget his place. No matter how hard I try, I'm still nothing but third-rate. He grits his teeth, drowning in self-reproach. No matter how many hardships he has overcome through cunning and an arsenal of skills, his limits remain unchanged. Even knowing he is not the chosen one, not blessed by the gods, he still let his guard down and led himself to death's door. Suddenly, someone approaches Kane. He furrows his brow in irritation. Kane's annoyance surges. At the same time, the silhouette of a girl gradually materializes. You still haven't given up. She freezes upon seeing his condition. The closer she steps, the deeper Kane sinks into his thoughts. Right, this is the one who has fought for 1,000 years out of sheer stubbornness. How could she retreat just because of something like this? For someone who has set their sights on him, this is a golden opportunity. Under a cold gaze, she extends her hand toward him. But just as her fingers are about to touch Kane, he speaks, and she freezes in her tracks. Do not touch me, though he glares at her with irritation. She stands there dazed, enduring one wild boar was already more than enough. My eyes are filled with nothing but malice now, you ignorant wretch. Don't you understand yet? Despite his grievous wounds, Kane persists in explaining. Death holds no meaning, tombs exist for the living, yet you remain obsessed with death, spending your entire life guarding a graveyard. He smirks with contempt. Even after leaving that graveyard, all you see is death. Then he suddenly seizes her wrist, throwing her off balance. She lurches forward in shock. Remember this feeling. He places her hand firmly on his chest. Kane declares with absolute conviction, I am still alive. She stands stunned by his declaration, and as long as this heart still beats, she widens her eyes at his resolute tone. I will never allow my name to be carved onto your tombstone. In the quiet that follows, his mind overflows with endless contemplation. After all these years, he still cannot understand this stubborn fool who insists on targeting a villain like him. A naivety so pure, not a shred of malice. For 1,000 years, it almost makes him laugh. Kane slowly guides her hand to his own throat. But if you truly wish to drag me to the grave, he utters the demand like a final declaration, then cut off my breath right here. She remains bewildered, unable to comprehend his words, just like that day, 30 years ago. And then he screams into her face, show me your malice once more, you foolish beast who guards the dragon's graveyard. Until you recognize your own malice, you will never achieve your goal, not before me. Finally, Kane gently releases his grip from her wrist. If you're not willing to do that, then get lost. Poor beast. Her face darkens as she lets out a heavy sigh. In the end, she turns and walks away. She strides off without so much as a backward glance. Kane frowns, forcing himself to watch her retreating figure. Has she finally given up? He suddenly spots a crimson flower nearby. Kane grits his teeth. He resolves to seize that flower no matter the cost. All right, no matter who stands in my way. His hand trembles, yet he presses forward without stopping, until his very last breath. With an indomitable will that refuses to yield, Kane finally grasps the flower in his hand. I absolutely refuse to give up on living. He places it in his mouth and reaches for something in his pouch. A cluster of medicinal herbs emerges, the blood flower of tears. One of his primary objectives for coming to this place. Without hesitation, he chews them all at once. Yuan Zhu poured his life's blood into cultivating this flower. Suddenly, a searing agony tears through him, forcing Kane's eyes wide open. It turns out this flower can become poison, medicine, a holy remedy, even a hallucinogen. It is an extraordinarily complex herb that demands meticulous refinement. His entire body convulses, consumed by unimaginable torment. Even knowing the secrets of the cursed blood, even knowing the path of life, using it so recklessly makes suppressing its toxicity impossible, let alone detoxifying it. Kane clutches his robes, feeling every fiber of muscle being ravaged by pain. The price of swallowing raw ingredients of the mad dragon's tears is the sensation of the heavens collapsing upon oneself. He writhes as though experiencing death itself, and it is anything but gentle. Damn it, it feels like my muscles are being torn apart, and my blood vessels are bursting, like thousands of lightning bolts surging from the crown of his head to the soles of his feet. Even a man as tenacious as Kane screams in despair. But the agony does not relent. It continues to torment him without pause. Veins bulge across his body, yet Kane grits his teeth and endures. The pain is so excruciating that his fingers claw into the earth, leaving deep gouges the only way he refuses to bow his head. Kane scorns himself even as the sensation refuses to release him. You want me to die? He clutches his chest, dismissing the very pain of death. Death's door, you say? I've been there countless times, and I've clawed my way back every single one. Finally, the agony eases ever so slightly, allowing Kane to loosen his grip on consciousness. Even if my limbs are severed or my senses are stripped away, it doesn't matter as long as I can keep living. Though his body may collapse at any moment, he wills himself onward. No matter what I must sacrifice, as long as I survive, I will never give up. I will endure to the very end. A gentle breeze sweeps past. The sight of Kane alone, enduring against the poison, persists. This is why I became a villain, the one who looks only to himself in this world. Suddenly he goes completely still. The wretch who chases nothing, but his own survival collapses without warning. This is the worst kind of villain, the one who never dies. The wind grows fiercer, yet Kane lies motionless on the ground. He gasps desperately, clutching his robes, teetering on the edge of unconsciousness. The blood flower of tears inflicts unimaginable agony upon ingestion. Before Kane's eyes, the surrounding scenery dissolves into streams of spiritual energy. In exchange, it heightens all 5 senses to unprecedented levels. From the blades of grass to the very earth beneath his feet, everything pulses with energy. He senses a hazy mist swirling around him, echoes of sound drifting between leaves, and vibrations rising from the ground. He closes his eyes tight, deploying every sense to absorb the essence of heaven and earth, the faint fragrances brushing past his nostrils, the taste of the air settling on his tongue. Without warning, Kane snaps his eyes open, collating the data harvested from his surroundings, rearranging and deducing. He seems to detect a certain movement, the sound of battle. Once more, Kane closes his eyes in contemplation. So what calculation, what deduction remains? In this world, nothing is flawless and absolute perfection does not exist. He runs through thousands of scenarios, projecting and deducing each one. Yet every single one culminates in his own horrific, hopeless death. But if even a single scenario exists where he can survive, he must find it. Then, like a sudden epiphany, the truth strikes him. His eyes fly wide open. A gust of wind materializes right before him, coalescing out of thin air. It rockets straight toward him, forcing Kane to throw up his arms in defense. Realizing something, the corner of his mouth curls. Found it. Kane's footsteps carry him deeper into the forest. He strides calmly through the dense, suffocating fog. He catches sight of Sheena's sword. Kane furrows his brow slightly. His instincts scream that something is off. He senses it no-gazing into the mist. His mind, sharpened by heightened senses, has already pierced through the illusory fog. With iron resolve, Kane seizes the sword without hesitation. This is his only path to survival and hurls it straight toward its rightful owner. The blade spins through the air in a single arc before plunging tip-first into the ground. Kane closes his eyes, sensing its position. Good, it landed in the right spot. His brow creases as he perceives something. As it turns out, both Sheena and Eyes are standing together. Why are those two just standing there like statues? A look of exasperation flashes across Kane's face. You little fool. I already laid the path for Yauno. Pick it up and handle it yourself. Pick it up. Only when he sees someone finally grab the hilt does he let out a quiet sigh of relief. Finally, should have grabbed it sooner. He continues walking forward, murmuring the activation incantation under his breath. Kane presses straight ahead, without a single backward glance. The silhouettes of Sheena and Eyes gradually come into view through his senses. On the other side, the two of them stare in shock, seemingly unable to believe their own eyes. Kane approaches with the calm composure of a deity, answering their desperate calls. The beast remains in its berserk state. He narrows his eyes, observing. It's gotten bigger. He has already roughly deduced the cause. Yet even knowing it could erupt at any moment, he plants his feet firmly and advances. This wild boar habitually soaks in the hot springs, meaning it has likely absorbed the power of the netherworld. Now, even if one were to poison it with the blood flower's venom, it would survive. Worse, it could mutate and grow even stronger. Kane quietly surveys the surrounding sand, the collapsed cliff face. The collapse has created fissures that stretch deep into the earth. Demonic energy has seeped through those cracks, bleeding into the water. The boar has absorbed a torrent of demonic energy, and after devouring that colossal flood of dark power, the boar has mutate, transforming into a full-fledged demon beast. He remains lost in thought even while facing the monster. For now, it merely vents demonic energy in a wild, uncontrolled outburst. It appears stronger, yes, but only superficially. Then he shifts his stance to one side and halts. Once the demonic energy exceeds the physical threshold of its body, a catastrophic explosion will obliterate its flesh powerful enough to level this entire mountain. Kane plants himself between Sheena and Eyes, shielding them. Despite the dire situation, he assesses their condition with a critical eye. A truly desperate predicament, and these two are in no shape to fight, and he himself is lacking in raw power. Why must my life be this damned miserable? At last, Kane steals his resolve, but the plan is already set. All that remains is execution. Eyes, Sheena. The sudden call of their names startles both girls for a brief moment. He poses a single question as if testing the depths of their trust. Do you two trust me? And without a moment's hesitation, both answer immediately. Of course, but he smirks, silently cursing their naivety. These two really are idiots. Their lives now hang in the balance. All three brace themselves in readiness as Kane declares, "Leave it to me." He begins to provoke the beast, fanning its fury ever higher. "Come, you wretched creature." The beast's crimson eyes flare with unbridled rage. It unleashes a thunderous roar, asserting its dominance. At the sound, all three tense up, not daring to breathe too loudly. Kane's expression grows grave, eyes flickering. It has fully become a demon beast-life force overflowing, demonic energy surging and boiling within. Yet he merely smiles with absolute confidence, catching the beast off guard. Compared to the demon beasts that have survived for over 1,000 years, you are nothing but a mere animal. It gnashes its teeth, the grinding sound echoing as it glares at him in murderous fury. Kane shows not a shred of fear. On the contrary, he regards it with open contempt. Nothing has changed. You remain the mighty beast. I remain the feeble human. Facing the beast's peak fury, he remains utterly composed, offering a calm reminder. Remember this, when you seek to kill is the one who has clawed through 1,000 hardships with every dirty trick in the book. And then Kane declares with unmistakable pride, the most despicable wretch on this entire continent. Come, if you are ready to die, you vicious beast, then bring it. The beast wastes no time. With a roar of absolute hatred, it charges straight at Kane. The ferocious monster barrels toward all three of them. Kane squeezes his eyes shut, pushing every neuron in his brain to its absolute limit, forcing his mind beyond its breaking point. He possesses abilities that even a lifetime of training could never fully cultivate. Hyper-accelerated thought and split-second judgment, multi-threaded analysis and absolute inference. When these dormant capabilities awaken, his spiritual power amplifies dozens of times over. It grants him the sensation that time itself has ground to a halt. He silently observes the beast, its temperament, its movement patterns, its behavioral instincts, its bodily structure, calculating the next fleeting moment. And at last, he uncovers a single truth. No matter how vast the storm, it begins with the flutter of a butterfly's wings. No matter how long the journey, it starts with a single step. Kane's words leave Sheena and Eyes stunned, as if struck by sudden enlightenment. Eyes' eyes fly wide open, and she immediately begins chanting an incantation. She stands like the embodiment of the tempest, a raging storm of desperation, given form. The instant the chant concludes, a violent gale erupts from the girl's body. Meanwhile, the beast roars and lunges forward, but is suddenly entangled by raging cyclones that coil tightly around its limbs. It is wrenched off the ground, spun violently through the air, then slammed repeatedly into the rocky earth. Finally, its colossal body crashes down with a deafening thud right at Eyes' feet. Witnessing the spectacle, she still cannot believe her own eyes. Unbelievable, just as Kane said, the essence of storm magic is wind. Only when she replays that fleeting moment does Eyes awaken to the truth. The meaning of the butterfly's flutter is to unleash a low-tier spell with a single, precise requirement. No matter how quickly a low-tier spell can be cast, she never imagined it could actually work against a demon beast. Suddenly, Eyes freezes. Her body convulses violently as a searing pain tears through her, the aftershock of the outburst. While Eyes writhes in discomfort, no one notices the expression etched upon his face beside her. He clenches his teeth, eyes locked onto the beast like a vice. No one expected it to still have the strength to rise after that killing blow. Was that strike too weak? By his estimation, it should have shattered at least 1 or 2 bones, but its defenses are far sturdier than he imagined. Still, he won't regret that strike. The beast unleashes thousands of vicious energy. Blasts toward them, he will not make the same mistake twice. With that ironclad resolve, Kane calmly recites a verse. Having refused to retreat before adversity, rain frolics with the wind, yet never forgets the earth. But she quickly regains her focus. Profound beyond comprehension, deadly waves of power close, and yet Sheena does not falter. She raises her sword to block, her gaze sharper than the blade's edge itself. She swings with decisive, sweeping slash at her body, comprehending their meaning before her mind does. Sheena tears through the beast's relentless barrage of attacks without pause. Behind them, Ice still gasps in agony. The girl is torn between worry and a torrent of thoughts. What he just said is truly hard to believe. Stone represents raw, formidable magical power. Rain represents the flow of magical power. Wind represents its eruption. Earth represents the magical power that has been released. Demonic energy gradually spreads through her. She struggles to look down at her trembling hands. Is he telling me not to control my magical power, but to unleash it even more fiercely? But in my current state, that's suicide. I might explode and obliterate everything in the area, including Sheena and Kane. She recalls Kane's question, brimming with absolute confidence. Do you too trust me? Every last trace of hesitation in Ice's heart dissolves in an instant. Even so, she still trusts Kane. In that very moment, her heart seizes with a piercing pain. The agony is so intense she clutches her chest. Suddenly, a strange sensation makes Ice freeze in her tracks. In the next instant, she notices the bracelet on her wrist is ceaselessly devouring her energy. Ice gasps she never expected it to be absorbing her magical power. She stares at the artifact, eyes wide with disbelief. Among the continent's 36 legendary treasures, some are capable of autonomous action such as the 4th-ranked Black Dragon Divine Armor. It can shift its form according to the nature of its wielder's magical power. But compared to Dragon's Shadow, it is nothing but a child's toy. The magical power of 3rd-ranked demons, 5th-ranked Demon 7 Kane's own power can all be absorbed by this treasure. It can help me control my magical power, which means I can now wield magic far beyond my own limits. The malice and will of demons are, in essence, magical power, and this is a treasure with the ability to control it. Now I don't even have to worry about the side effects of dark magic anymore. Eyes can only stare wide-eyed, frozen in stunned disbelief. In other words, this is the kind of treasure any dark mage would kill to possess. Like a sealing artifact. Wait, is this a sealing artifact? The 99 sealing artifacts are miracles forged by the gods during the Age of Myths to imprison demons. Eyes stares at him, her eyes brimming with doubt. Even with the mysterious power of a spellcaster, how could a mere human create a treasure on par with a divine miracle? A thick mist erupts upward, shrouding the entire space. After her endless flurry of sword strikes, Sheena finally stops. She pants heavily, unable to believe what she's just accomplished. She thought she wouldn't be able to hold out against a force like this. At that precise moment, Kane gently parts his lips, about to explain even the smallest crack can bring down a mighty wall. Scattered clouds will gather once more and become rain. His words make Sheena freeze in place. She looks up in shockingly to see a colossal vortex spiraling directly toward her. Quick as lightning, she instantly assumes a defensive stance. An earth-shattering boom erupts, but Sheena has already leaped clear. She frowns and glances down below. Sheena swings her sword in a devastating arc, her focus unbroken, her expression unwavering. She seems to have forgotten all fatigue, unleashing a relentless barrage of slashes. Finally, she stands face to face with the beast, and the power she unleashes startles even herself. Magnificent! Sheena turns to look at Kane, her mind racing. His predictions are as though he reads the beast's very thought-sousing enigmatic metaphors that somehow convey more than 1,000 words ever could. She thinks she finally understands what's happening. All of this reminds Sheena of a certain legend, an ancient tale passed down by a clan of swordsmen. It speaks of a mythical being that guarded the world for 1,000 years, the guardian of the dragon sword saint, possessor of one of the 4 sacred scriptures, the realm of harmony between self and all things, a recorded state where one can see, comprehend, and perceive all creation, a realm where the senses and intuition reach their absolute pinnacle. The Wu-Wo realm. The dragon sword saint attained that realm over the course of 1,000 years. An entirely new realm, a realm where one can commune with and share their will across all things. Unlocking the lock of the mind. Swordsmen call the secret to opening the gateway of the mind to the world, the key to the world. Sheena is still lost in reverie. Before the sword saint of light's tempest sword emerged, this was considered the supreme realm of swordsmanship, believed to be closest to the divine, the absolute. Meanwhile, Kane's footsteps continue to draw nearer in silence. He strides forward with unwavering confidence, much to Sheena's bewilderment. How could her master possibly possess the key to the world? Kane suddenly steps forward toward Sheena, catching her off guard. She instinctively retreats, her mind racing to reconcile prediction and true foresight. The secret of the sages of the Tower of Truth is not mere prediction. They can perceive the truth of the future itself. Foresight for those who have mastered the eye of truth. The future is simply another object to be seen through. Of course, he is merely imitating. Unlike the sages who devote their every waking moment to observing truth, he can only sustain the eye of truth for a few dozen seconds at most. What he's doing is prediction combined with improvisation, not true foresight, with 100% certainty. Kane gazes up at the sky, eyes heavy with contemplation. It's not because the secret he stole from the sages was incomplete, it's because he lacks the innate talent to fully reach the truth. The beast's furious roar shakes the heavens, yet Kane remains perfectly calm. His cold, emotionless eyes fix upon the beast as he affirms to himself, but it doesn't matter. Even without foresight, he still possesses a vast wealth of accumulated experience to anticipate and prepare for every contingency. In the very instant the blow is about to land, Kane shifts his body to dodge. Combined with prediction, he can nearly achieve true foresight. His words cause the beast to freeze involuntarily, a sorrow that threatens to swallow its very soul. If that is your Karmathan, without straining every fiber of your being to the absolute limit, blood trickles from his clenched hands as he grips the iron chains tight. But Kane charges forward without hesitation. Your karma, I shall bear it all. Third-rate scum like me has no business surviving anyway. His fist slams straight into the beast, drawing a savage, blood-curdling howl. He yanks his hand back. The beast's blood erupts forth, and the distance between them stretches once more. Kane frowns, staring down at his own hand. Holy power and demonic power are two opposing forces. By stimulating and condensing the beast's demonic energy through the holy artifact, he has produced a demonic power core. He's got it. Now he clenches it tight and begins to absorb. Bulging veins writhe across his arm, but he refuses to relent. The source of demonic power is too intense, can't control it. But it doesn't matter. If he can't control it, then he'll simply devour it all. Next, the torrent of power flows down through his entire foot. What he truly wants is not to control the demonic power, but to let it flood into his body, fusing with the chemical components of the blood flower essence within him. Not even a single strand of hair is spared, and Kane's eyes slowly open. Finally, Kane has achieved what he desired and triggered the cellular mutation he sought. Behind him, Sheena watches it all in silence, her eyes wide with disbelief. Wounds like that require holy arts to heal. Otherwise, there's no way to recover this quickly. Unless the heart or vital core is destroyed, life force is infinite, with instant regeneration. A forbidden technique that brings one closer to immortality, but the price is devouring human flesh and hearts. An evil art obtainable only by selling one's very soul. 7 years ago, the forbidden technique of the cannibals he had exterminated, the very power that had let them rule the southern forest through sheer terror. The immortal heart. She stands frozen in place, unable to believe her own eyes. But how is this possible? Kane tries to move his other arm, then suddenly realizes something. Every wound has healed. The demonic energy has become attuned to him through 3 rounds of refinement. The chemical compounds of the blood flower's beauty react with the demonic energy, triggering cellular mutations that restore the body to its original state. Naturally, the process was absurdly dangerous. Had the demonic energy been even slightly stronger or weaker, mutations beyond mere restoration would have occurred. Worse still, an excess of demonic energy would have ruptured every blood vessel in his body. The mere thought sends a chill down his spine. His gaze falls upon the beast. Precise calculation and meticulous monitoring of the mutations were essential. Even now, stripped of its demonic energy, the creature can still kill him at close range. Suddenly, a cryptic smile tugs at the corner of Kain's lips. He addresses the beast directly. You can still move, can't you? The creature stares back, bewildered. He steps forward, taunting, come. If your heart still beats, then charge forth and kill me. The beast freezes. Before it can process what is happening, Kain screams right in its face. Show me your malice. Its expression only grows more innocent. The hatred in its eyes flickers and dies, replaced by a deep, unspeakable sorrow. At once, it turns away in anguish and flees without looking back. Kain watches it go, his gaze laced with contempt. Is that so? Is that all you have? In the end, you are neither a Yao nor a demon. Nothing of the sort. Had you not lost your reason to the demonic energy's influence, you would never have been able to endure the terror of abandoning your mate. This karmic debt is far too great a burden for a creature as weak and foolish as you. Yet his body sways, and he bursts into laughter alone. Even a mere beast can defy provocation to survive. Suddenly, Kain's strength abandons him entirely. His knees buckle and he crashes to the ground. If he himself cannot survive this, how could he not mock his own wretched fate? The eye of truth, have I overused it? Enough, he can endure no more. Kane collapses. He must never forget this. Seeing this, Sheena and eyes rush over in panic. Yet no matter how hard they try, they can never surpass the first rate. Kain's final thought: if he attempts to break beyond the third rate, he will die. He slowly closes his eyes. This is the curse of the gods' punishment for having walked the path of evil. Suddenly, a pair of feet appears, hovering in midair. Observing them from above, a girl with verdant green hair and two horns sprouting from her head. She furrows her brow slightly, as if recalling something. In her memory, she sees herself dragging her shattered body forward. 30 years ago, when she pried open her leaden eyelids, her eyes suddenly lit up at the sight before her. A ragged man stood alone, digging a grave. He murmured to himself, utterly unaware of her presence. "Look at you, you poor creature." She freezes. A tempest erupts in the depths of her heart. Since obtaining the key to the world, this is the first time. Her gaze rises slowly as his figure straightens. Before her eyes appears the lock of a human mind so heavy, so labyrinthine, that no key in existence could ever open it. She cannot comprehend it. He twists open a water skin with a puzzled expression. "Why do you think they had to die?" He splashes water upon the surrounding graves. Because they coveted a treasure that never existed, or because they violated the dragon's tomb, a place that must never be trespassed, or simply because they had to bear your wrath. As if sensing her, the man turns and asks bluntly, "Or is it because they betrayed me and tried to kill me?" "You were their comrade?" The words leave her speechless. Then he utters a single line that stuns her to her core. "I am leaving this place." Pain lances through her entire body as she struggles to rise. He speaks with cold indifference as he strides closer. "I care not what you think of me or what you wish to do, but I have no intention of letting myself rot in this 1,000-year tomb. Now that the karmic debt and sorrow of this place have been erased, I have no intention of tending to beasts like you." Tears brim in her eyes, sorrow consuming her. Then, unexpectedly, he reaches out and wipes the tear from the corner of her eye, leaving her wide-eyed with astonishment. "So, beast, if you wish to see me again, then leave this place." The man slowly rises to his feet. "When you have forgotten those 1,000 years, when you understand why these 498 treasure hunters had to die." His final words leave her even more stunned. "When you have reclaimed your malice, when you are ready to overcome mine with your own." With that, he turns his back and walks away, leaving her alone in the vast emptiness. In the memory, Kane turns his head and whispers his farewell. "Come find me and show me your malice." He strides resolutely through the gateway without looking back. Even upon setting foot in the Donia, he alone never coveted that treasure, the one who had taken upon himself 1,000 years of her sorrow. That was how she bid farewell to the conqueror of Daragani, her master. Returning to the present, she gazes silently up at the sky. Someday in the future, the two of us shall meet again. Night has fallen. The moon now hangs high in the sky. In a small town, the ragged gasps of a man echo through the streets. He runs as if demons are chasing him, panting as though he might drop dead at any moment. He suddenly halts, eyes darting in every direction. It should be this way, right? His eyes sharpen. A small house comes into view ahead. Is it really here? He folds his arms, studying it with open curiosity. A house like this hidden in the slums? Well, that actually makes sense. The riddled, battered door fills the servant with doubt. Look at that wretched door. Is there really an apothecary in a place like this? He approaches the house. What should I expect from someone who does business with the slum dwellers? But I can't just turn back empty-handed. The servant pounds on the dilapidated door, shouting repeatedly for someone inside to answer. "Hello, is anyone there?" A voice echoes from within. "Today's consultations have ended. Come back tomorrow." He panics. "Forgive me, but I have a critical patient." A voice echoes back from within. "My apologies, but we do not take after-hours cases." He pleads desperately. "Wait, please, I beg you. My master currently stands on the threshold between life and death. Help me this once. Please save a dying person." Silence lingers inside. After a long moment, a voice finally echoes out, "Come in." The door swings open. Warm lamplight from within spills across a small courtyard. The voice responds, "Yes." From within, someone steps out. This woman's ethereal beauty holds him captive, his gaze unable to look away. Sheena offers a gentle smile. "Please come in." Her exquisite features render him spellbound, his eyes unblinking. At the Liuba market of the Duban Duchy, the bustling scene overflows with vibrant energy. The cries of merchants hawking their wares make the place livelier than ever. "Come take a look. The prices here are dirt cheap." A rather peculiar man walks through the market. The merchant's calls continue to ring out without pause. Gemstone treasures, ice imported from the drifting icebergs of the northern seas. Come have a taste. As for this sword, it was forged by the Chep clan, the finest artisan family on the entire continent. Eyes begins to take notice of everything in the market. The girl gazes around at the clamor. It's so loud. 10 days prior, Eyes and the others had disguised themselves and relocated to Lazo, posing as a medicine practitioner and her disciples. Thanks to the forged seals she had crafted and the herbs they had gathered, they managed to deceive the guards and, by sheer luck, found an abandoned house in the slums. It was so wretched that even the destitute would turn their noses up at it. Though everything had been settled, one question continues to circle through the girl's mind. An answer read concerning Ka-in's true identity. He possesses a string of identities that seemingly have nothing to do with one another. Heir of the Twin Sword School, holy warrior of the dark cult, and a mysterious curse master. Ka-in is also a skilled carpenter, a masterful blacksmith, and even an adept medicine practitioner. Suddenly, a merchant's voice rings out from behind, "Come again next time." It catches Ai's attention. The girl had been lost in a whirlwind of questions about Ka-in's identity. Just how has he lived to accumulate so many identities? A sudden commotion in the distance draws Ai's gaze. "Hey, honored customer." The stall owner demands compensation in a fury. "You've ruined my goods. You have to pay for this." The woman draped in a crimson cloak speaks with composure. "You are right. Damaged goods must be compensated." The stall owner continues to hound her for money. "Don't just stand there and refuse. Hand over the money." She smiles. "HMPH. Very well, I shall do as you wish." Witnessing the scene unfold, Eyes furrows her brow. Is this some kind of scheme to swindle money out of travelers? This merchant leaves his wares out in the open. In a crowded markestand, the way he speaks is strange too. Is she a foreigner visiting for the first time? Seeing his goal achieved so easily, the stall owner is taken slightly aback. "If you wish to be compensated," the woman says with composure, "I currently have no currency on hand. I shall send someone to pay you later." The stall owner grins from ear to ear, his sinister scheme having borne fruit. Graceful in demeanor, yet witnessing this act leaves Eyes indignant. "Hey, what do you think you're saying?" The woman pays the girl no heed. She glances at the crowd. "It seems my Dubin dialect isn't very good, is it?" Eyes stares, bewildered, unable to grasp her meaning. What does that even mean? She's definitely a foreigner. The girl looks at the woman and steps forward to explain. "The issue isn't your language, it's your credibility." She raises a hand to her chin, puzzled. "What do you mean? I don't understand." The stall owner slaps his forehead in exasperation. "Honored customer, you said you'd send someone to pay later, but words alone are hard to believe." His words enrage the woman. "Then what are you implying?" The stall owner begins to panic as her fury rises. "You dare suggest this one would lie to you?" The woman steps closer, demanding a proper answer. Her irritation grows with each response. "I may consider this an insult to my person." He begins to tremble, stammering explanations. "And no, I didn't mean it that way. There is nothing to guarantee your words are true." The woman confronts him face to face, forcing the terrified stall owner to stumble backward. Eyes watches her actions in silence. Suddenly, the woman turns to face the girl. She fixes the girl with a piercing stare. "Are you implying that this one lies?" Arrogant child. Eyes grows even more curious about the woman's identity commanding. Such overwhelming presence with words alone. Not everyone possesses such an ability. The sheer pressure is powerful enough to catch even her off guard. The girl begins to bristle with anger. It irritates her. "I don't even know who you are. On what grounds should I believe you?" The woman sees Eyes' defiance and pauses in surprise, her gaze turning sharp as a blade. "Indeed, there truly is no reason for you to trust this one." The woman reaches up and removes her cloak. "Then let us do it this way." As the cloak falls away, her true identity is laid bare for all to see. She is none other than Sheena's elder sister, the Empress of the Empire. Her stunning visage and long, lustrous crimson hair leave every onlooker gaping, rendered speechless. The woman hands the cloak to the stall owner. "If you find my word difficult to trust, then take this as compensation. Speak now if you have any objections." He agrees immediately. "Oh, of course." Having settled that, she turns to address Eyes. "Arrogant child, what is your name?" The girl responds coldly. "When asking someone's name, shouldn't you introduce yourself first?" The woman merely laughs. "Truly a bold child." She turns and walks away. "Then I shall hear your name another time." She glances back with a smile. "We may meet again." The woman's figure recedes into the distance. Eyes watches her go, a strange sense of familiarity washing over her. "I'm fairly certain this is the first time I've met this person." "Then why does it feel like we've crossed paths somewhere before?" Faint rays of sunlight filter through the window. Sheena carefully wraps bandages around the man's broken leg. Once finished, she picks up her bag and prepares to leave. Sheena calls the child over, surprising the boy. Here, take this." She produces something from a cloth pouch and gently hands it to the child. "Painkillers," Sheena advises carefully. "Using too many can be dangerous, so only take one pill when the pain becomes unbearable. The boy asks anxiously, "Is my father going to be okay?" She smiles to reassure him. He'll have difficulty moving for about the first week. After that, he'll gradually recover. If you can find a priest, they can treat the lingering injuries, so don't worry too much. Hearing this, the boy's worries ease considerably. He smiles and bows his head deeply to thank Sheena. "Thank you so much." She responds gently. He only did what needed to be done. Sheena thinks to herself thankfully. It was just a minor injury she could handle. Suddenly, the boy becomes visibly flustered. The child timidly scrapes together the last few coins from his pocket, his expression utterly pitiful. "I'm sorry to tell you this, but this is all I have." The tarnished, worn coins are the meager wealth of the father and son. Sheena gently reaches out, taking only a single coin. "This is enough," she says, stunning the boy. But that's not even enough to cover the medicine. Sheena ruffles the boy's hair to comfort him. "It's fine. It's not an expensive medicine anyway." She departs, thinking to herself she hadn't expected payment for this, but still had to accept something. Sheena bids farewell to the boy and cheerfully heads home. The reason they remain in this slumend, the reason Sheena disguises herself as a manny's to avoid prying eyes. It's also because they simply don't have enough money to buy a proper house. She sighs with a hint of melancholy. Even though we work as apothecaries to earn money, we mainly treat the poor, so saving enough is impossible. We're operating at a loss again. I could ask the family for money, but I left of my own accord, so I can't just go crawling back. Sheena's gaze suddenly darkens. Besides, Master would never allow it. She walks hesitantly down the road, her mind in turmoil. Perhaps things will improve in time. Suddenly, Sheena's eyes widen as she catches sight of a figure up ahead. Eyes walks alone on the road, sighing dejectedly. Sheena calls out her name, startling the girl. Eyes turns around, her face lighting up with joy. "Is that you, Sheena? Are you heading back from your house calls?" She asks the girl. "Yeah, did the market go all right?" Though Eyes claims she's fine, her gloomy face cannot hide the truth from Sheena. "Did something happen?" She approaches with a warm smile and pats her head. The girl's expression is still manageable. It probably isn't too serious. "Let's head home together then." Eyes walks alongside Sheena, still looking dejected. Meanwhile, Kane sits in his chair, lost in thought. Going to a temple for treatment is perfectly ordinary, but a villain cannot afford to do that. He rests his hands behind his head, utterly frustrated. What if someone asks how I got hurt? Well, I was caught red-handed doing evil and got stabbed by a hero. I can't exactly answer like that. They'd get suspicious, start tailing me, and before long I'd be hunted down. That's why a villain with grand ambitions for a long, healthy life must possess the ability to heal his own wounds and illnesses. Thanks to those skills, I was able to infiltrate the city with ease and pose as an apothecary. The main income of apothecaries usually comes from selling health supplements to the wealthy. They also sell to travelers and adventurous things like healing salves and antidotes. In my garden, I once grew several rare, expensive herbs. I had planned to use them to build my escape fund. Kane grows angrier the more he thinks about it. He's furious enough to weep, but some damned swine destroyed his entire garden. Kane slams his hand against the armrest of his chair in sheer helplessness. Because of that, I couldn't afford a house and had to renovate an abandoned ruin just to have a roof over my head. Now I can only sell medicine to the poor. I have to find some way to fix this situation. Suddenly, he glances outside and sees Sheena returning. She walks in with Eyes. "I'm home," the girl says shyly. "I'm back." Kane looks at the two of them without a word, then lets out a long sigh. Stuck with this bunch, running away won't be easy. Kane grimaces, cursing his wretched fate. If it were just me, slipping away would be a piece of cake. But these two draw attention just by existing. How am I supposed to disappear? These people are the very reason my life is miserable. And one of them is even a so-called hero, without a penny to her name. Sheena gazes at his gloomy expression. She thinks back with a heavy heart after the battle with the cannibals 17 years ago. Guided by that mysterious figure, she had discovered a secret text. A text about the immortal heart ghost Spirita malevolent organization that had vanished into the annals of history. They forged forbidden dark arts by violating every sacred taboo. I burned that text to ensure no one could ever misuse it. Kane, still brooding across the room, grumbles irritably. I can't believe Master actually read the damned thing. Inside the house, the stove fire still crackles and burns. Kane sits at the dining table while Sheena and Eyes prepare the food. Looking at the bowl of soup, his irritation surges. Damn it, thy's thick vegetable slop is nothing but a handful of cheap root vegetables. Just looking at this pathetic excuse for a meal drains what little energy I have left. How has this girl's cooking not improved even a tiny bit? He forces each spoonful into his mouth, thinking, I have to get out of this wretched situation. Suddenly, thunderous knocking erupts from outside. Someone hammers relentlessly against the old, worn-out door. Hello, is anyone there? Kane continues spooning soup into his mouth, cursing under his breath. Which lunatic shows up at this hour? The door's already falling apart. Keep pounding like that, and you'll smash it to pieces. He glances at Sheena, who only looks back at him with timid, pleading eyes. Kane whips his head away in disgust. At this hour, it can only mean one thing: Somyeon's about to die. If I can't save them, I get cursed. If I do save them, I get nothing but trouble. Sheena turns away with a resigned sigh and approaches the door. She calls out, Today's consultations have ended. Please come back tomorrow. Outside, the person continues to plead desperately. I'm sorry, but I have a critical patient. Sheena refuses gently. I apologize, but we don't take after-hours cases. The voice outside is filled with anguish. Wait, please, I beg you. My master currently stands at the very threshold between life and death. Please, just this once save a dying person. Hearing those words, Kane freezes mid-bite. His eyes flash with sudden intensity, as though he's just seized a lifeline. Master, it is the term servants use to refer to the one who hires them. Their employer, their lord. Even a lowly, out-of-favor noble would still be wealthier than a common pauper. Kane gestures for the man to enter. The words freeze Sheena in place. He thinks, irritated, what the hell is he staring at? Open the door already. Sheena moves to open the door. Yes, a sinister grin spreads across Kane's face. Fine, if he can't save the patient, he'll simply feed them a sleeping draft. Then he'll feign a miraculous recovery, pocket the treatment fee, and no one will be the wiser. A flawless plan. Sheena opens the door and ushers the visitor inside. Please come in. Kane studies the man from head to toe. The quality of the servant's attire alone tells him everything. This master of theirs has deep pockets. Good. He regards the man with a cold, appraising gaze. Now then, Kane asks in a tone of measured concern, Tell me the situation. The servant lowers his gaze, deep in thought. My lord, roughly a few days ago, my master was in perfectly good health when he suddenly fell ill. His sleeping hours grew longer and longer. Recently, he can no longer even leave his bed. Sheena narrows her eyes, skeptical. Have you not tried summoning a priest? The servant can only sigh. Of course we have, but strangely his condition showed no improvement whatsoever. His expression darkens with sorrow, his fists clenching tight with frustration. In the end, every priest simply gave up on treating him. Even so, I refused to give up. I searched relentlessly for a cure. The servant's voice grows heavy with dejection. And then one day, an apothecary told me, it is a disease that can only be cured with a special medicine, one that I cannot produce. Those were his exact words. However, after hearing that, I traveled to the capital. I consulted every apothecary I could find, men and women alike, but not a single one could make it. The servant's voice breaks with helplessness. All I could do was cling to the last thread of hope, and that thread led me here. Some apothecaries said they simply couldn't make it. Others claimed the disease was incurable. Still others insisted that such a medicine doesn't even exist, and that anyone who claimed otherwise was a charlatan. And so, this is my last stop. Sheena listens to the end, left speechless. A disease that holy arts cannot cure. Holy arts can heal wounds and purge infectious diseases completely. Their restorative power is virtually flawless. All other methods of treatment pale in comparison. She strokes her chin, deep in thought. Yet even though the temples offer healing services at low cost, apothecaries still exist for a reason. A medicine capable of curing a disease this severe, even 1,000 gold pieces would struggle to buy it. Sheena's mind races, searching for a way to treat this bizarre affliction. What can I even do? All I know how to treat are simple injuries. Then her eyes suddenly light up. But if it were Master, she turns to glance at Kane. What would he do? He sits with his arms folded, utterly still, his expression devoid of any emotion. Kane's diagnosis, this disease, is the fragrance of the sleeping god. One of its hallmark symptoms is the numbing of the victim's spirit, causing them to sleep ever longer. Those afflicted by this poison can only be cured with a specific antidote. His eyes are cold and calculating. The organization that once sought to dominate the world through plague and poison the curse blood. To achieve their ambitions, they engineered countless toxins capable of resisting holy arts. However, a fatal flaw in their research saw them annihilated by the very pestilence they created. From that day forward, the remnants of their poisons became worth more than gold. Kane assesses the situation as deeply unfavorable. Cursed blood poisons are nearly impossible to replicate, and most have no known antidote. In other words, someone is trying to assassinate this master of theirs. He shouldn't get involved in such schemes, yet letting this opportunity slip would be a waste. If the culprit used something this valuable, they must be obscenely wealthy. If he pulls this off, he won't have to worry about living expenses for a long time. Earn a fortune and eat well, or keep scraping by on scraps and leftovers, which would it be? After weighing every angle, Kane calls out to Sheena, startling her into turning around. He instructs Sheena to prepare their medical supplies. They are making a house call. She hears the order and cannot suppress her joy. Sheena hurries inside to gather their equipment. Yes, Kane calls out I's name. I's, bring me my cane and coat. Kane tells I's to be careful. She is to stay behind and guard the house. He braces himself on the cane and rises, his steps unsteady. Kane stands, laboring through each agonizing step. Lead the way. The servant blinks, stunned. Kane lets out a sigh. If you want a disease cured, the doctor needs to see the patient. The servant scrambles to comply. Please wait just a moment. I'll fetch a carriage immediately. Kane's face twists in exasperation, looking like a wrinkled monkey's backside. This is a covert assassination, for crying out loud. Does he want to paint a target on their backs by announcing their arrival? Though seething inside, he forces himself to maintain a calm demeanor. It shouldn't be too far, I think. I can walk. The servant rushes ahead to lead the way. Allow me to guide you. Sheena dons her hat and flashes I's a knowing look. Stay home, she instructs the girl. I's, this might take a while. Go ahead and sleep first, all right. Don't forget to lock the door. I sees them off. Yes. She closes the tattered door, then leans her back against it and lets out a long breath. I's feels a twinge of boredom. Treating a patient this severe, they probably won't be back tonight. She can't help but be curious about Kane. He must have been confident he could cure it if he agreed to go right. Is there anything he can't do? She herself doesn't know the answer. Suddenly, a knock echoes from outside. Knock, knock. I's turns toward the door, suspicion flashing in her eyes. Another patient. The girl starts to panic. What should I do? I don't know a damn thing about treating illnesses. Should I just play along? Can you hear me or not? A voice calls out from beyond the door. Hello, is anyone home? I's grasps the door handle and pulls. That voice, the girl is taken aback by the woman standing before her. I's does not seem the least bit pleased to see her. So it's Sheena's older sister. The woman, too, is surprised by I's presence. Why are you here? The girl grows irritated. That's my line. The woman strolls into the house as naturally as if it were her own, leaving I's utterly bewildered. She steps inside, her lips already curling in disdain. What a wretched hovel. Does her brazen behavior leave you speechless? The woman seats herself without a care in the world. The girl stands there dumbfounded. What's with that shameless, outrageous attitude? As if that weren't enough, the woman begins issuing orders. What are you standing around for? At the very least, you should serve tea to a guest. The girl is on the verge of losing her mind. Guest? What guest? Me, obviously. She rests her chin on her hand, casting judgment. Truly, what an arrogant and insolent brat. Oh, you dare to scowl at a guest, no less. Eyes teeters on the brink of eruption. There is absolutely no reason she should have to endure such words. Coming from you. The girl plants her hands on her hips, scowling. And just who the hell are you anyway? The woman merely rests her chin in thought for a moment, then produces a mirror from her pouch. She holds the mirror aloft and intones, "Oh, enchantment, reveal to me the location of the one I seek." A blinding surge of power radiates from the enchanted mirror, forcing I's to stagger backward. The girl gapes. What is that? A small dot of light materializes upon the mirror's surface. How is this possible? It marks the exact location on the map of the person being sought. This miraculous treasure is the Autumn Map, the 28th artifact among the legendary 36. As long as one knows the name and face of a target, even if they hide at the very edge of the continent, they will be found. The question is, whom is she looking for? The woman seems to have come to the wrong place. Did I come to the wrong place again? I's remains frozen, unable to discern the woman's true intentions. So she made a mistake. No, someone who possesses the Autumn Map would not arrive here by sheer coincidence. I can rule myself out. She doesn't know my name. But I cannot dismiss the possibility that she's searching for Sheena or someone else. If she means to lay a hand on my family, I will stop her right here, even if it means we both perish. The girl grows vigilant. Who exactly are you looking for? The woman pays I's presence no mind whatsoever. She replies with perfect composure, "Oh, I'd quite forgotten you were even here. I came to see her ladyship." Hearing this, I's becomes dead certain of her suspicion. Sure enough, the woman has caught the scent of something in I's reaction. It seems I haven't come to the wrong place after all. Only now does the girl realize her tongue has slipped. Damn it, she led me right by the nose. What's more, even under the full pressure of her killing intent, the woman does not so much as flinch. The woman remains utterly unfazed. Earlier, I ran into quite the trouble by wandering into the home of some wretch who'd had his legs broken. She grows curious about Sheena's recent exploits. Why does her ladyship go wandering about everywhere like this, I wonder? She truly does love going around helping others, doesn't she? Eyes now on the verge of madness rounds on the woman. Who are you? Why do you want to see Sheena? The woman shows not a shred of fear, remaining as composed as a still lake. What an irksome child you are. Does an older sister looking for her younger sister truly need a reason? Hearing this, Eyes is struck as if by a bolt of lightning, frozen dead in her tracks. The girl cannot believe what she has just heard. She cries out, "What?" The woman raises the teacup to her lips, savoring a sip, then speaks with chilling detachment. "Is this herbal tea? Cheap stuff but passable." Eyes grows frantic, her fingers drumming against the table without pause. "You've already had your drinno, shouldn't you tell me your story?" The woman remains perfectly calm. "I've only taken a single sip." Seeing the girl's mounting impatience, the woman finally sets her teacup down. "Fine, fine. So what do you want to hear?" Eyes' gaze turns steely. "Start with how you claim to be Sheena's older sister." "As far as I know, Sheena is an only child. Sheena has never once mentioned having a sister. That is why I don't believe this woman is her sister. The two of them don't even look alike." She savors her tea at an unhurried pace, explaining everything with perfect calm. "Strictly speaking, I'm not her biological older sister. It's simply that the two of us once shared a passionate, feverish night together in the bedroom. And afterward, we hit it off so splendidly that we became sworn sister-sealed by sharing a cup of blood." Eyes is utterly thunderstruck. "What? A passionate, feverish night? A cup of blood? What the hell did I just hear?" The girl forces herself to stay calm. "I have never once heard Sheena say she had a sister." The woman remains as nonchalant as ever, as if it were nothing of consequence. "Of course she hasn't. What if rumors spread that a mighty warrior has a frail, sworn older sister? Her ladyship is not so foolish as to not know what consequences that could bring." Eyes plants her hand firmly on the table, her expression grave. "You're right, Sheena is a sword saint. She must have countless enemies." The two converse at length. The firewood in the hearth has nearly burned to ash. She speaks frankly, to be honest. "I find the fact that you and Miss Sheena are family even harder to believe." Upon hearing this, Eyes grows quite irritated. "Is there a problem?" The woman maintains that brazen attitude of hers. "On the contrary, I feel deeply grateful." The girl is bewildered, unable to grasp the meaning behind those words. "Grateful?" She recalls the very first moment she met Sheena. "The first time I met Milady, she was like a razor-sharp blade, so sharp and cold that she seemed capable of wounding even herself. A blade that always felt dangerous and insecure." The woman feels a mixture of admiration and pity for Sheena. "Restore the clan, do what is right, grow ever stronger." Milady has shouldered so many burdens and tormented herself because of it. Eyes empathizes with what Sheena has endured. "That's right, I understand that feeling too. Just as I fought endlessly when I first established the Rot Kingdom for the demon race. Sheena must have suffered greatly before she could restore her clan." The woman smiles, and now someone has come to lighten the burden on Milady's shoulders. It is the first smile to appear since the beginning, easing the tense atmosphere between them. "So how could I not be grateful?" I sits frozen in shock, as still as a statue. The girl now looks upon her with a more favorable gaze. "I truly have nothing left to say. If she cares about Sheena that much, perhaps she truly is like an older sister." She turns to glance outside. "By the way, when will Milady return? It's already this late, and she still hasn't come back." Eyes, having no idea what Sheena's situation is like, answers that she doesn't know. The woman sighs dejectedly. "It seems there's no other way. I'll be staying the night here." Eyes is stunned. "What?" She crosses her arms with an air of nobility. "I have no desire to sleep in a place that doesn't even have a proper bed. But for Milady's sake, I'll turn a blind eye. Now go prepare a place for me to sleep." The more Eyes listens, the more grating it becomes. She bolts to her feet. "Huh." The woman doesn't stop complaining. "The moment I arrived at Liu Bao, I exhausted myself searching for Milady, so I never found a place to sleep." Noticing Eyes' expression, she asks, "You're not planning to throw me out into the dead of night, are you?" The girl's gaze turns cold. The girl ponders for a moment, then calms herself. "Fair enough, I can't exactly throw Sheena's sister out." The woman rattles off requests without pause. "And remember, lay out at least 2 blankets. I can't sleep when it's cold." Eyes feels like she is about to lose her mind. The girl's face darkens. "Should I just throw her out right now? What a fool I was for feeling sorry for her." Pale moonlight drifts down, reflecting off the ornate roof tiles of a luxurious mansion. Sheena, Kane, and a servant stand before a magnificent villa sprawling in size, its interior glow of lamplight only amplifying its grandeur. Kane and Sheena wait for the servant to open the door. Kane's face remains cold as ice, but inside he is thrilled beyond measure. Delicious, I'm going to make a fortune. At that moment, Sheena suddenly steps back. Her eyes carry a faint sadness, as though she is on the verge of tears. Sheena recalls a scene from her childhood leaning against an enormous ancient tree. Sheena remains rooted in place, prompting the servant to turn around. Is something wrong? Only then does she snap back to reality and adjust her hat. It's nothing. Inside the villa, a modern fireplace roars with flames, a far cry from the decrepit old stove in that crumbling house. The servant opens the door and goes ahead inside. My apologies, but could the two of you please wait a moment? I'll fetch the steward right away. Kane's expression sours. Fine, I didn't expect a mere servant to escort me to the master anyway. He settles into a chair to wait, savoring the opulence of the house, something that wretched shack could never offer. Sheena sits across from him, her emotions in turmoil, her gaze lingering on the house. Just as he suspected, this place stirs old memories within Sheena. Then, from a distance, the sound of footsteps approaches. Kane breathes a sigh of relief. Finally, the door bursts open as old steward Delo bellows. Are you lot the apothecaries who can cure my master? His shrill, ear-piercing voice threatens to make Kane's ears bleed. What thewhead kind of voice is that? He grimaces, glaring at Delo. This won't be easy. Kane studies him from head to toe, scrutinizing every gesture. I've served as a steward before. I know this type, strict and short-tempered. He'll definitely make us go through all manner of procedures and verify our identities. Only after all that will we be allowed to see his master. By then, the master will already be on death's door. And since we're using false identities, how can we possibly let him verify anything? He crosses his arms, his mind racing. First, I need to seize control of the situation, convince him my skills are absolutely peerless. Delo points at him furiously and bellows. What do you mean by that? Kane grimaces, utterly exasperated. Delo vents his rage like a wild beast. You dare act so presumptuously before the Chapeau clan? Trying to deceive me, are you? Kane remains completely unfazed. Why must you keep yelling? What have I even done? What's so great about the Chapeau clan anyway? Suddenly, Kane senses something is off. Wade just said the Chapeau clan. His face drains of all color in sheer horror. Good heavens, the patient I need to treat is the patriarch of the Chapeau clan. Though he fights to maintain his cool composure, inside, his heart nearly leaps out of his chest in terror. Damn it, I should have found out who the patient was first. What kind of mess have I got myself into? Sheena tries to explain. That is not what we meant. We have not yet examined the patient, so we cannot be certain of anything. The more Delo listens, the angrier he becomes. He flies into a rage. What? The words I heard carried no such meaning. You are nothing but sophists wasting my time. If you are only here to peddle dubious medicines, then scram at once. Kane simply steps forward and snatches the bowl back, downright rude. Delo's face flushes with fury, veins bulging on his forehead. What did you just say? Kane smirks and strikes with his words. A famous clan, and this is how you treat your guests. Delo is seething with rage, yet he can do nothing to the man. Kane revels in his misery. Well, how does it feel? Does it sting? If it stings, then kick us out. After all, I have no desire to save that patriarch of yours. Sheena suddenly rises to her feet. Please calm yourselves. Steward Delo. Kane watches her, curious about her sudden intervention. Why is the little one interfering? Delo turns to stare at Sheena in shock. How do you know my name? Sheena removes her hood. She gazes at Delo with a gentle smile. It has been a long time. Kane stands there, utterly stupefied. This girl is a friend of the clan. Delo's face visibly brightens with joy upon seeing Sheena. My lady. In stark contrast to the surprise, Kane is consumed by bitter frustration. Damn it all, had I known, I would have brought the other girl instead of this one. Delo is so bewildered that he does not know what to do. But why is the young lady here? No, this is not the time. I must inform the young master at once. Sheena cuts him off. Forgive me, but I wish to keep this a secret for now. Though baffled by her actions, he respects Sheena's decision nonetheless. Very well, how could I ever go against the young lady's wishes? She cheerfully proposes that he allow this man to meet the patriarch. Though Delo harbors no goodwill toward Kane, he has no choice but to agree. This man, Sheena promptly introduces Kane. I specially invited this man here to treat the patriarch. Kane maintains his cold, indifferent demeanor. Though unwilling, Delo is forced to offer an apology. Kane, I apologize, I was truly rude. His exterior remains cold as ice, but inwardly he is absolutely delighted. So he admits he was rude, just like that. Why don't you go ahead and be even ruder, old man? How did you change your attitude so fast? Kane merely sighs, exuding an air of magnanimity, willing to hold a grudge over what just transpired. Well, there's no escaping now. A bit annoying, but I might as well see the patriarch. He speaks aloud. It is nothing. I wish to see the patient first. Delur bows his head respectfully. Understood, please follow me. In the grand hallway, the flickering moonlight streaming through the windows only deepens the cold, desolate atmosphere. Kane and Sheena stand before the chamber door. He slowly turns the door lock. Here we are. Kane and Sheena silently observe the patriarch's condition. Seeing Hio lying paralyzed on the bed, both can tell the situation is far from promising. Kane turns to Sheena. Go outside and wait, don't let anyone approach, and hand me the bag. She silently acknowledges with a quiet, yes. He leans on his cane and approaches the bedside. Good, the troublemaker has left. Kane sits down and begins examining Hio. Just as I suspected, he meticulously inspects every detail. The patient is extremely weak, and yet the skin retains a faint flush, and the pupils, though dim, are strangely vivid. These are all symptoms of the slumbering, divine fragrance. Kane then opens the bag and retrieves a vial of medicine. Its antidote requires 12 rare herbs, carefully compounded. He carefully mixes each measure of medicine drop by drop into a bowl. The most critical part is the blending and calibration. Without knowing the exact method, one could never hope to produce it. Kane gently lifts Hio's head and pours the bowl of medicine into his mouth. Only those who know the secrets of cursed blood and the life force of venomous beasts could ever concoct such a remedy. Hio slowly opens his eyes and regains consciousness. Upon waking, he softly calls out Karen's name. Karen's expression remains ice cold. He thinks to himself, even after all these decades, the old man still recognizes him. He frowns and speaks slowly. It has been a long time. The sword saint during the civil war of Duban Duchy in ages past, Hio single-handedly defended the castle, fighting the enemy for 2 days straight. He slew over 100 enemies in succession. The oldest sword saint alive, a walking fortress, the sword saint incarnate. Heavy, the old man weakly forces out each word, his voice barely a whisper. I am so tired. Kane glances sidelong at Hio. He thinks to himself an ordinary person would need half a day just to awaken. Yet it took him less than 10 minutes, and all he can manage to say is so tired. Hio remains in a haze of drowsiness. You treated me. Kane responds with casual indifference. That's right. Hio cracks a faint smile. I owe you one. Kane closes his eyes and sighs. Indeed, this old man has always been like this. I am merely repaying an old debt. Hio lies weakly on the bed. His eyes are weary, drained from the ravages of illness. Must our relationship always be this cold? To be blunt, this time it is I who am in your debt. I have prepared what you wanted, because back then I could not give you what I owed. Kane falls silent. He says nothing. His gaze drops low. Right, that's how it was. A decade ago, I proposed a deal to this old man, information and skills in exchange for something. The deal was accepted on mutual grounds, yet I never collected my share. In truth, I never intended to, because that deal was nothing but a bluff. What I truly wanted was to survive be riding the chaos of this old man's war against that organization. Fearing my scheme of pitting the sword saint against that organization would be discovered, I fled and never returned. Perhaps he saw things differently back then, but at the time, I was fairly certain he wanted me dead 50%, maybe 90. Still, things have come this far. I can't walk away empty-handed. If I get my hands on it, it could carry me through several more calamities. He seems to have even more he wishes to pass on. I spent 10 years preparing what you asked for. Kane is taken aback. That fast? He chuckles. Indeed, quite fast. Normally, it would take 20 to 30 years, but you arrived far too late. Kane asks, curious, is something wrong? His breath grows feeble. After creating it, I realized it was not something I could keep so carelessly, so I hid it in the safest place I know. Kane nods. He presses urgently about the artifact's hiding place. Indeed, that artifact, merely possessing it could bring ruin. So where is it? He speaks each word with measured slowness. Kane freezes mid-step, rooted to the spot. You're joking, old man. He smiles brightly, closes his eyes, and falls asleep like the dead. Enjoy your visit. Kane's brain nearly explodes with rage, yet he can do absolutely nothing. Seriously, you have got to be kidding me. Irresponsible old man. He grinds his teeth so hard they nearly cracked. Say the hiding place is so secure that not even most nefarious organizations can breach it. Kane is so furious he could vomit, crying silent tears of frustration. Safe is fine and all, but couldn't you have just brought it to me yourself? He waves him off without a care, too tired. Kane can only scratch his head in frustration. Damn it all, he just said too tired and that's that. Push any further, and he might get thrown out without even collecting for the medicine. This old man's concealment of his true strength, and his reclusion, it wasn't because he discovered Kane was a spy, nor because he had destroyed a criminal organization, nor even because he was a hero of the Civil War. He ignores Kane's wandering thoughts, turns away, and mutters his complaints. I'm so tired, so very tired. Kane now realizes that his retirement was simply because the old man was tired. Kane wonders why did he fall ill like this? And what about this matter? The room sinks into silence, bathed only in pale moonlight. Sheena stands waiting outside, her mind in utter turmoil. Sheena stands dazed. Is it just old age? No, it's not that simple. What if it isn't illness at all? Falling unconscious without cause, unable to wake for an extended period. A poison that kills in one's sleep. The fragrance of the sleep god. Though I cannot tell disease from poison, I know that substance all too well. The fragrance of the sleep god. Childhood memories come flooding back into her mind. The image of her grandfather lying on his deathbed is a wound carved deep into Sheena's heart, very thing that took his life. Someone is trying to assassinate Lord He. But who could it be? Suddenly, footsteps echo down the hallway, shattering Sheena's thoughts. A tall man approaches her. Sheena glances over, curious. Who is it? Could it be Lord Eyes? But I gave orders that no one was to approach. The man draws near and greets her. It has been a while, Lady Sheena. Lord Evanth, grandson of the Sword Saint, and young master of the noble house Evan. Her eyes gradually cloud with sorrow. That handsome face her fiancé sets Sheena's heart into turmoil. Her eyes grow steadily more melancholy. That handsome face before her sets Sheena into turmoil. Her fiancé's family house, JV, the bond between their two bloodlines, traces back to the Sword Saint's era. In ages past, the Sword Saint needed a blade that could endure the stone sword. At that time, the patriarch of the house, the finest blacksmith on the continent, forged the stone blade, a weapon that became one of the 27 most renowned swords on the continent. The bond between the two families began thus, passed down through the generations. Her father, worried that House JV would decline after her grandfather's death, had arranged the betrothal as a temporary measure. It was a betrothal sealed by nothing more than the spoken word of elders, combined with the fact that she, a swordswoman of rare talent, had traveled far and wide to revive her family's fortunes. Calling him her official fiancé had always felt difficult to say aloud. But in a moment between themas, Sheena sips her tea. Evan suddenly speaks. My lady, is it to your taste? She sets down the cup and replies, very good. Evan tries his best to create a comfortable atmosphere. He teases gently. If standing is uncomfortable, why not lean against the wall? Sheena feels a twinge of discomfort, but her heart softens and she relents. Fine. For Sheena, with his outstanding swordsmanship and talent, he had become the captain of the Royal Knights by his 20s. She recognizes that he is her fiancé. Recalling the earlier scene, Evan had cheerfully brought her a tray of tea. Smiling warmly, shall we enjoy some tea together? She was so flustered at the time that she refused. No need. Sheena's face burns scarlet. She thinks to herself, this is too much pressure drinking tea in a hallway. When the silence stretches between them, Evan breaks it. It has been 15 years since we last spoke like this. She replies shyly, it has indeed. Evan seems oblivious to the awkwardness hanging between them. He continues cheerfully, you, going through all this trouble to help us, I am truly grateful. Sheena sighs inwardly and offers a half-hearted reply. I only did what had to be done. Her eyes betray a deep sadness and forced composure. Sheena decides to speak up. Lord Evan, are you not well aware of the illness afflicting your patriarch? Evan is initially startled, his expression shifting swiftly heavy and contemplative. Evan frowns. How do you know? Sheena explains, if you went searching for medicine on behalf of the patriarch, there is no way you would be ignorant of the antidote. She silently deduces that he must have kept his silence to conceal the patriarch's poisoning. The problem is patriarch, he man of immeasurable experience, and a sword saint at that. The question remains, how could such a man have been poisoned in the first place? Sheena desperately wants to know. She ventures carefully, my lord, could you tell me what happened? Evan grows even more embarrassed than before. He sets a condition. This is not something that should be spoken of lightly, but since you are Lady Sheena, if you swear to keep it secret, I will tell you. Sheena declares firmly, I swear upon my sword. Evan takes several long minutes in deep contemplation, wrestling with the storm of thoughts in his mind. Then he speaks, confiding in her. As Lady Sheena is aware, the Dubin Duchy once endured a bitter civil war in its past. Thanks to my grandfather's martial exploits, that civil war was quelled. However, the Duke has always feared it might erupt once more. To that end, His Grace employed the duchy's intelligence network to keep watch over the powerful lords and noble families. Because of this, the embers of civil war had all but been extinguished. But recently, that intelligence network has detected suspicious activities. Hearing this, Sheena's curiosity is piqued. Suspicious activities, Evan confirms with a nod. The Duke fears this is the harbinger of another civil war. His most trusted retainer, my grandfather, a sword saint, was commissioned to investigate. Sheena presses further, and the result, Evan's entire body goes rigid. He answers the investigation uncovered a secret organization lurking behind those suspicious activities, an organization with power beyond imagination. Hearing this, Sheena begins to speculate. Could the patriarch have been? Evan cuts her off decisively. My grandfather fell gravely ill before he could even get close to that organization. Perhaps that organization is the culprit. Sheena freezes. She thinks to herself, but I don't understand. He was someone I wasn't certain I could defeat even at my best. Of course, age had weakened him. But for someone who had reached the realm of human sword unity, age should not be a decisive factor. Patriarchy was a veteran swordsman and, yet an organization exists that could so easily poison him. Sheena asks, do you know anything about that organization? Evan nods. I do. I know two things. First, they have been operating in secret for a very long time. Second, at tomorrow's Imperial Ball, they intend to seize a certain treasure that is to be presented to the Imperial family. As such, the palace's security will be heightened considerably. But since we still do not know the full extent of their forces, tomorrow's ball remains far from safe. So I know this may sound presumptuous, but would Lady Sheena be willing to attend the Imperial Ball with me? I intend to use this event to lure that organization into a trap and annihilate them. However, mustering our forces without drawing their attention is difficult, and, given that Lady Sheena is a renowned swordswoman in her own right, I was hoping you might lend me your strength. Hearing this, Sheena immediately understands it is a sound decision. I am a swordswoman, and a woman at that. Infiltrating this ball would be far easier for me. But should I really get involved in this? I am in the midst of fleeing and concealing my identity. Rushing headlong into the imperial capital is clearly reckless, but given the bonds between my family and theirs, refusing this request would be unconscionable. And if that organization is not destroyed, they won't stop at Patriarch Hethi will come for the one who treated him as well. I will not allow Master to be put in danger. With that resolve, Sheena makes her request. If you can keep my identity secret, I will help. A scene shift to the break of dawn. Amid an ancient town of moss-covered tiles, beneath the gentle glow of the rising sun, a beautiful bird quietly perches atop the highest rooftop. Morning light slants through tall wooden lattice windows, spilling across a white porcelain vase tilted on its side, softly adorning the silent chamber, as though draping it in the breath of aristocratic elegance. In the hushed room, only the sound of steady breathing can be heard. Ai sleeps obediently beside Sheena's elder sister. The girl stirs awake, momentarily disoriented, and murmurs in sleepy wonder. Must be the stove, so warm. But the moment Ai opens her eyes, what appears before her jolts her fully awake in an instant. The girl bolts upright like a coiled spring, ripping the blanket away much to the bewilderment of Sheena's elder sister. Why are you here? Ai exclaims. Sheena's elder sister rests her head on her hand, answering nonchalantly, it was freezing last night, so I decided to use you as a heater. Not as good as the young lord, but you're fairly warm. I'm quite satisfied, actually. Hearing this so-called compliment, Ai has no idea whether to feel flattered or offended. The girl stares blankly, thinking, Sheena's elder sister rises and asks calmly, no problems, right? You were warm too, weren't you? Ai folds her arms and tilts her head in thought, nodding involuntarily. It really was warm. Softened, but Ai quickly jolts herself out of her own outrageous train of thought. Definitely not thinking that. The girl turns away, her face burning with shame, thinking, I swear I feel my brain cells dying every second I spend near her. Sheena's elder sister walks to the window and throws it open to greet the dawn. She speaks with urgency, a brand new day, and the young lord still hasn't returned. Are you going to keep waiting? Ai asks. Sheena's elder sister sits absent-mindedly by the window, answering with a trace of sadness. I'd love to, but I'm a busy woman. Especially today there's somewhere I need to be. I can't afford to wait any longer. Ai feels a wave of relief wash over her upon hearing this. The girl folds her pajamas neatly, thinking, good. Then I'll finally have some peace. I won't be dragged around by her anymore. Suddenly, Ai's gaze falls upon something that makes her freeze in place. Over on the other side, Sheena's elder sister announces cheerfully, I've found a way. A way. Eyes blinks in confusion. Huh? What way? You're making me nervous. The corners of her lips curl upward, a dangerous glint flickering in her eyes. Sheena's elder sister spares no effort with her flattery. Hey there, cutie. Want to go on a little date with me today? Upon hearing this request, Ai's entire body stiffens as if turned to stone. The girl thinks, utterly bewildered. Ai stands fully dressed, her face clearly haggard, panting for breath. The girl stops in her tracks, heaving, and looks up at Sheena's elder sister, who continues walking serenely, like a beautiful noblewoman out for a stroll. Ai thinks helplessly, how much longer do I have to walk? She recalls that she's been walking for half a day, already more exhausting than actual warfare. Seeing Ai standing still in the middle of the road, Sheena's elder sister taunts her. Oh, the fragile little thing. Tired already. Ai's protests, how come you don't look even slightly tired? Sheena's elder sister sighs softly and asks with concern, your stamina is worse than I imagined. Are you ill? Your stamina is worse than I imagined. Ai springs back to her feet, quickly regaining her composure to fire back. And here I was, wondering what I'd have to eat to get a body like yours. Sheena's sister enthusiastically encouraged her to eat plenty of rare, expensive delicacies. No matter how busy, one must always sleep well, get enough rest, and train physical strength with unwavering consistency. Continuously, for 20 years. Eyes listened, then asked hesitantly, are you a swordswoman? Sheena's sister froze in surprise, then answered blankly, I know nothing about swordsmanship. Eyes was puzzled if she wasn't a swordswoman. Why train her body so rigorously? Sheena's sister explained, it's not just about building physical strength, it's also about maintaining one's beauty. Eating well, sleeping well, and keeping a strong body are the essentials for preserving this elegant appearance. Eyes listened, and her face went completely blank. The girl thought to herself, what is this feeling of inferiority? Sheena's sister quickly regained her composure, stepped up onto the castle platform, and issued her orders. All right, hurry up and follow me. Eyes stopped dead in front of the shop, staring inside, confusion gripping her. Wasn't this the clothing store they'd visited earlier? Why come here again? The moment she stepped inside, Eyes froze in shock. She stared at the shop staff, her wide eyes betraying utter bewilderment. Sheena's sister strode over and told the staff coldly, this child is a bit shy, so please take good care of her. The attendant bowed respectfully and answered, yes, ma'am. Upon hearing that remark, Eyes jolted, irritated. She muttered to herself, shy me. Then a row of identically uniformed attendants filed out in unison, lining both sides of the hallway and surrounding Eyes. The shopkeeper gestured toward the corridor. The fitting rooms are this way, miss. Two attendants swiftly stepped forward and ushered her away. They smiled gently and reassured her, we're used to this, so there's no need to be embarrassed. Come now, let's go. Eyes panicked and wanted to flee. She cried out in fright, wait, hold on. Her face was a picture of utter bewilderment. The girl thought, what the hell is going on? A grand chamber gilded in gold, elegant chairs upholstered in deep blue velvet, a luxurious silver tea set glinting beneath sparkling lithol, exuding an atmosphere of aristocratic opulence. The attendant bustled out and announced, all done. Would you like to see yourself in the mirror? Eyes emerged in a gown adorned with intricate embroidery, light catching every fold, radiating an aura of noble elegance and aristocratic splendor. Her youthful face, innocent and luminous, paired with the shimmering, exquisite gown, created a breathtaking beauty beyond compare. Eyes looked down at her outfit and realized it was a dress, so she'd already discovered that I'd been disguising myself as a boy. From outside, someone stepped in and called out, are you changed yet? Eyes spun around in confusion and snapped, what on earth are you thinking? Her face froze in stunned shock. Sheena's sister emerged in a magnificent gown, resplendent, beautiful and regal. She was so beautiful that Eyes stared without blinking, completely spellbound. Sheena's sister then spoke, shattering the silence. Sorry, sweetie, she said with a teasing grin, but this big sister already has someone in her heart, no matter how cute you are. I simply can't take you as my lover. My beauty truly is a sin. Eyes yelled furiously, who wants to be your lover? Sheena's sister replied with pure innocence, isn't that the case? Kane was gazing at her with blazing, fervent eyes, after all. Eyes was absolutely livid, yet held herself back, telling herself not to say a word. After that, the girl suddenly felt a twinge of discomfort. Eyes clutched her head and scolded herself. Meanwhile, Sheena's sister handed an item to the staff and praised them. Well done, take as much as you need. The attendant bowed respectfully and replied, thank you, honored guest. Eyes couldn't help but peek over curiously. The girl realized that was a platinum seal. With it, one could withdraw and spend money without any limit. In a sense, it was even more valuable than the legendary set of 36 treasures. And that seal belonged to the Kashusanga, family renowned as the wealthiest clan on the entire continent. So that itch was a direct blood descendant of the Kashusanga family. That explained why she was so childlike. After a round of speculation and analysis, Sheena's sister stepped out of the shop. She asked the staff, "Is the carriage ready?" The attendant bowed and answered, "The carriage awaits outside, my lady." Eyes trailing behind called out in confusion, "Wait, where are we going?" Sheena's sister turned around, half joking, half serious. "You'll find out when we get there. Can't you be a little more patient?" "Pretty boy," Eyes retorted irritably. "How long are you going to keep calling me that?" Sheena's sister was no pushover either. She fired back, "A boy should be called boy. Is there a problem?" Eyes stared at her, a baffled thought forming in her mind. She still thinks I'm a boy, yet she forced me into a dress. She's arrogant and carefree, yet somehow I don't hate her. The magnificent castle gleamed beneath a star-filled night sky, moonlight reflecting off soaring ivory towers, radiating an aura of aristocratic luxury and grandeur. The gilded wheels of the carriage rolled across cobblestone, light glinting off every spoke, evoking an atmosphere of opulent nobility. Inside the carriage, Sheena's sister reminded Eyes, "We're here, let's go." The girl stammered, all right." The two of them stepped down from the carriage one after another. Eyes jolted at the sight before her eyes. She clenched her jaw, she had likely pieced something together. Eyes thought in disbelief. Could this be? Her feet refused to move another step. Sheena's sister turned around and asked, "What's wrong? Is this your first time seeing the Imperial Palace?" Eyes sighed helplessly, thinking, "I can't believe I got dragged to a ball. I should have refused from the start." Then Eyes looked up and froze when she noticed what Sheena's sister was doing. She carefully placed an exquisite, shimmering mask over her beautiful face. I saw this and asked, "Is this a masquerade ball?" Sheena's sister replied, "Well, it's just that it's rather troublesome when people recognize me." I started, then reasoned silently. That makes sense. After all, she's a direct descendant of the Kashusanga family or status rivals, that of a nation's emperor. Of course, she'd want to avoid trouble. While lost in thought, Sheena's sister suddenly called out, "Hey, pretty boy, are you just standing there? Let's go inside." Within the castle, gilded ceilings bore swirling patterns, crystal chandeliers blazed with brilliance, and a grand hall stretched wide beneath a majestic staircase. Guests in resplendent silken robes strolled through the luminous splendor. Under the dazzling crystal lights, guests draped in luxurious cloaks and ladies in graceful evening gowns mingled freely. The hum of cheerful chatter, weaving into a scene of resplendent festivity. As the banquet roared with life, the arrival of a strikingly beautiful woman seized the attention of every man present. Sheena's sister, the cold-faced empress of the empire, made her entrance. Trailing behind her was a white-haired girl with an innocent, dewy expression, looking utterly adorable and endearing. The guests murmured among themselves, "Why is she wearing a mask? This isn't a masquerade ball." Eyes hung her head low in embarrassment. She silently cursed herself should have worn a mask too. How humiliating. As the two slowly savored the atmosphere and blended into the festivities, the arrival of another man brought everything to a standstill. The man drifted through the dense crowd, his stride casual and unbothered. Edward was absolutely fuming, practically steaming with rage. He grumbled, utterly exasperated. His companion was far too busy ogling the women. The man stared without blinking, and without missing a beat replied, "Staring like this without looking away, that alone is something worth boasting about, wouldn't you say? This is the first time I've ever seen a woman that beautiful." Edward's fury only deepened upon hearing that. He cursed, but turning down every single dance invitation. "That's just plain rude." His companion tried to signal him to lower his voice. He warned, "Didn't you see her arrive with Lord Evan just now? My guess is she's the rumored fiancée from that ill-fated family. Hold back. Picking a fight with one of Lord Evan's people is practically begging for a duel challenge." Eyes inadvertently overheard their conversation. The girl turns to look back, silently recalling that the fallen clan was the clan of a sword saint. She heard that sword saint had a nephew. Was that person the nephew's fiancé? Suddenly, Eyes jolts in surprise at what she sees adorning one side of the beautiful woman's face is a pair of shimmering blue rose earrings. A single glance is all it takes for her to recognize Sheena. The room inside the manor has been swept spotlessly clean. In the silent stillness, a soft sigh echoes through the space. Sheena wears a magnificent, resplendent gown, yet she feels nothing but embarrassment, her expression stiff and utterly uncomfortable. She considered wearing her knight's uniform, but then recalled that night's conversation with Evan. He had said, with Lady Sheena being a renowned swordsman, "I humbly hope you can assist me." Sheena silently reminds herself if she wants to infiltrate a ball, she needs to dress the part. She knows she shouldn't take part in this without Master's permission, but she also doesn't want Master to learn about her connection with Lord Evan. Master has even been skipping meals to focus entirely on his healing. But thanks to that, she can make her preparations without being detected. Fortunately, the fallen clan already had a gown that fits her figure perfectly. Otherwise, preparation would have been far more troublesome. She opens the door and steps out. By sheer coincidence, Evan also emerges from the adjacent room. He speaks cheerfully, "Milady, have you finished preparing?" But the moment his eyes fall upon Sheena, her beauty strikes him so deeply that his entire body freezes. Sheena shyly calls out, "Lord Evan, is something the matter?" Evan, flustered by the vision before him, stammers my apologies for being distracted. He extends his hand and calls her name, Lady Sheena. He bows low and gently invites, "Would you do me the honor of allowing me to escort you?" Sheena hesitates, her gaze falling upon his outstretched hand. A trace of despair and helplessness flickers in her eyes. After clasping the beauty's hand, Evan takes the lead. "Shall we then, Lady Sheena?" She shows a hint of discomfort in response. The gilded, majestic carriage rolls across the gleaming stone plaza, sunlight reflecting off the ancient walls. The people watch with reverence and admiration. Inside the resplendent golden cabin, the graceful woman in white sits across from the imposing young nobleman. Both are enveloped in an aura of elegance, sophistication, and undeniable allure. Sheena gazes out the window and realizes they are nearly there. Distinguished guests of the royal family enter through the outer palace gates, which means the area is heavily guarded by the royal knights. No matter how powerful an organization may be, breaching that perimeter would be exceedingly difficult. The issue is that once the ball begins, there is a strict limit on the number of soldiers allowed into the inner palace. The ballroom itself is guarded by only a handful of knights. Therefore, there are two things she must do. First, survey the ballroom for any suspicious individuals. Second, protect the distinguished guests should anything happen. While she is lost in her thoughts, Evan suddenly breaks the silence. "Milady, do you remember what happened 15 years ago?" Sheena asks, "What are you referring to, my lord?" He answers, "The first time we met." She lowers her head. "That," she murmurs, flustered. Evan lets out a sigh. He forces a bitter smile, realizing just how difficult it is to truly feel at ease beside her. Evan asks again, "Milady, do you still remember that I was once a frail child?" "I do," she answers without hesitation. He smiles warmly as he begins to recount. "Back then, Lady Sheena told me that if I picked up a sword and trained diligently, I would become stronger." Sheena denies it in embarrassment. I was just a child back then." She recalls that at the time, her mind held only one simple formula: being weak meant you hadn't trained hard enough. If you're weak, it's because you haven't trained enough. "Yes, grandfather. Back then, I only meant to share what I'd learned from you. How mortifying." The glow of the setting sun pours into the luxurious carriage cabin. The atmosphere grows warmer, tinged with a gentle romance. Evan confesses, "After hearing those words from you, milady, I picked up the sword. Through relentless, unyielding training, I rose to the position of captain of the Royal Knights." Sheena's eyes widen in surprise. "Truly." How? Sheena recalls that the fallen clan was never a family of swordsmen. For Evan to become captain of the Royal Knights is nothing short of extraordinary. She had always assumed it was due to the influence of Sword Saint Hala. She never once imagined it was because of her. Evan continues to confide, speaking of his current standing. "It is hard to say whether I truly deserve my current post, but I feel no shame in it. I am proud of the journey that brought me here. And so I dare to say this." His grip tightens, his eyes gleam with fierce, unwavering hope. "Evan speaks, would you do me the honor of formally accepting an engagement with me?" The moment Sheena hears the proposal, she freezes. She is utterly stunned by this young nobleman's sudden declaration. Sheena thinks in a panic, what do I do? How can I tell him that I already have someone I wish to be with? That our engagement, to me, is nothing more than the past? His earnest gaze freezes her tongue solid. Then a voice calls out, shattering the suffocating atmosphere. "Your Grace, the coachman announces that we have arrived at the Imperial Palace." Evan turns his head away with a cold expression, yet stubbornly persists. "I shall await your answer later, milady." Sheena responds bashfully, "Oh yes." Inside the grand banquet hall, guests converse in animated, boisterous chatter. Every attendee is draped in magnificent attire, each radiating an aura that seems to pierce the heavens. Sheena and Evan enter arm in arm, both resplendent in their lavish, extravagant garments. They look every bit like a bride and groom walking into a wedding hall. While no one is watching, Evan quickly whispers into her ear, "Lady Sheena, I will go check on the security arrangements. Please wait for me a moment." Sheena whispers back, "Understood." Then, when no one is looking, the two swiftly part ways, each heading in a different direction. While standing dazed amidst the banquet, a voice suddenly calls out to her. "My lady over there?" Edward steps forward to introduce himself. "My name is Edward H. Ton. If it is not too much trouble, might I have the honor of knowing your name, my lady?" The man beside him also extends an invitation. "Would you allow us the honor of a dance?" Sheena thinks in distress. "Good heavens, I have no time for this. I'll politely decline." With that thought, she reluctantly replies, "Forgive me, but I am feeling unwell today. I'm afraid I must decline your invitation to dance." Edward, having been rejected, angrily turns and storms off. Sheena is mortified. She decides she should slip away before more people gather around her. Somewhere out of sight, while her eyes unconsciously scan the crowd, Sheena suddenly freezes. She stares fixedly in one direction where Eyes stands. Sheena thinks in bewilderment, why is she here? While she is lost in thought, the steward standing on the elevated platform suddenly announces, "The Crown Prince wishes to address the assembly." Sheena, weary and reluctant, bows respectfully. She mutters under her breath, "Good heavens. Eyes must be just as bewildered right now." The little girl looked around in every direction, bewildered, wondering, "What should I do?" Suddenly a hand reached out and seized Eyes' wrist. That is Sheena's elder sister, the Empress of the Empire. Without a word, she dragged Eyes away. Upon the elevated platform above, the man declared in a booming voice, "Today marks the year-end grand ball. This one wishes all of you an evening of utmost splendor." Eyes seized the moment while the crowd hung on every word and asked Sheena's elder sister, "Did you know Sheena would be here?" She glanced at the girl and sighed. "If I could have guessed it, then I suppose I did guess it. If I didn't know, then perhaps I simply didn't know." Eyes furrowed her brow. "So are you saying you didn't know or that you did?" Sheena was still staring intently toward the girl, her brows knitted in bewilderment. "How is this possible? Why is Eyes with that person? What do you mean?" Sheena's entire body trembled without cease. She steadied herself. "Calm down. No matter what, don't lose your composure. I'm losing my grip. How can this be happening? If that person brought Eyes here and discovers Eyes' identity destruction is all that awaits my family." Mid-conversation, Sheena's elder sister suddenly pointed forward and asked, "Could that be?" From the stage above, the man proclaimed, "Behold it, the legacy of an evil organization that once ruled the entire world." Hearing this, Eyes froze in shock, her mind racing. What did he just say? Countless organizations had attempted to conquer the world throughout history and nearly all had failed. Even her own rot kingdom could only claim dominion over half a continent. Even the empire itself had only subdued 28 nations. Yet, in the past 1,000 years, a single legendary organization had achieved what none other could: true world domination. Led by 13 apostles and superhuman warriors, who rivaled the greatest sword saints and archmages, they assaulted the Tower of Truth with overwhelming might and cunning. They isolated the 12 temples and ruled every continent on the planet. But such arrogance offended the gods themselves. The organization was cursed by the divine and vanished without a trace. Anhexing, and now the pinnacle among the 36 continental treasures, the final legacy of Anhexing, of which all knowledge and clues had long faded into obscurity, the Book of Evil, and at this very moment it lay directly before her eyes. Back to the royal ball, the head butler studied the list with a contemplative gaze. He asked, "You are a servant of the Chep family?" Kane bowed respectfully in reply. "That is correct, sir." The butler pressed further. "Have you studied the Empire's traditional protocols?" He maintained his respectful composure. "Yes, I have served the royal household since I was a child. To be precise, sir, I have served in the capacity of both servant and butler, including orchestrating the secret manipulation of the royal court from the shadows. Hainu, I was once part of that very organization. It was no exaggeration to say that the secret rites of the Hainu bronze throne and the imperial traditions were one and the same." The butler adjusted his spectacles and continued his inquiry. "I've also heard you can speak 8 languages. Is that true?" Kane thought to himself, "In truth, I know 35 languages, but it's best not to reveal too much." Thus he answered, "I studied them to ensure I would never violate any rule of etiquette." "Sir," the butler was utterly delighted upon hearing this. "Excellent," he praised. "Now proceed to the Beimu Pavilion and attend to the guests there." Kane was elated at being accepted. He thought to himself, "Perfect." His heart soared with delight. Yet outwardly he maintained his respectful composure and replied, "Understood, sir." Kane recalled that the Beimu Pavilion primarily hosted distinguished foreign guest zone. Could see it by heading straight in that direction. "Yes, sir, that is where multilingual servants are stationed." He cursed under his breath, damn it all. If it weren't for that old man, I wouldn't have to play the part of a wretched servant. He recalled that fateful night sitting by the old man's sickbed. He had asked, "What's the matter?" The old man replied. "After creating it, I realized it was not something I should keep carelessly, so I hid it in the safest place I know." Kane frowned. "And where might that be?" The old man hesitated. "It's hidden in the central corridor of the Imperial Palace." Kane was beginning to deeply regret his decision. He slumped against the corridor wall, thinking, even if it made you uneasy, shouldn't you have just kept it with you? Why on earth did you hide it in the Imperial Palace? Because of that old fool, I now have to. Fortunately, there was this royal ball. Going back to that night, Kane had asked, "What about this then?" He laid out his scheme. For royal events, established and reputable families are permitted to send servants to assist. Send me to the upcoming royal ball. That is the only thing I ask of you. The old man seemed satisfied with the plan. He called out to Kane, "Would you like to strike a deal with me?" After that proposal, Kane reflected, had managed to gain entry to the Imperial Palace through his deal with the old man. I never expected him to set such conditions. However, as a temporary servant, I cannot access the inner palace, let alone set foot in the ballroom itself. The problem is, time is not on my side. I've used disguise techniques and a ceiling formation to create the illusion that I'm still locked inside the old man's room. Back in the room, the old man watched in bewilderment as Kane rummaged through everything. "What in the world are you doing?" the old man asked. Kane continued his search without looking up. "You don't need to know." He calculated with the arrangements he'd made. He could remain hidden outside for at most one day. "I have to retrieve it today and return to the mansion." As he was deep in thought, someone suddenly shouted in his ear, "What?" Two men were arguing nearby. "Servants are forbidden from entering the ballroom. Are you saying I cannot bring whatever escort I please?" "I apologize, Your Excellency," Evan reminded the guard firmly. "For the safety of the Imperial Palace, there are no exceptions, even if you are the patriarch of the Lot family." Kane, eavesdropping nearby, grew suspicious. He questioned internally, why has security at the ballroom been heightened to such a degree? The sun has already set. Perhaps there was still time. The sun had already set, yet he still had to deal with this fat fool. But there was nothing more he could do. BZ heard the condition and grew visibly annoyed. He crossed his arms. "Very well, I shall forego the escort," he straightened. "But even so, I am the patriarch of a noble family. You expect me to carry my own luggage with my own hands." Evan compromised. "In that case, I shall assign a personal servant to you. Would that be acceptable?" BZ was satisfied upon hearing this. He agreed. "Good, since you have shown due respect, I shall concede." Evan smiled. "Thank you, Your Excellency." He then called out to Kane, who stood behind. "You there, I order you to serve Patriarch Lot for the entire duration of his stay in the ballroom." Kane bowed respectfully. "Yes, sir." Kane laughed bitterly through the pain in his heart. He seethed inwardly, what kind of luck is this? He just ordered me around without having the faintest clue I'm nothing but a temporary servant. NKS. The butler then handed Kane a box and reminded him, "Off you go." He replied, "Thank you, sir." As instructed, Kane followed behind BZ, a mysterious box cradled in his hands. They step into the main hall of the opulent banquet, where guests are still engaged in lively conversation. Then BZ turns his head and warns, "You have no idea how important what you're carrying is. This is a treasure my clan risked their very lives to obtain. If anything happens to it, I won't leave you a whole corpse." Kane bows his head respectfully in response. "Yes, I will protect it with my life." He thinks bitterly to himself, "Treasure, my ass. At best, it's just some golden statue of this fatso." Helpless, Kane has no choice but to trail behind BZ throughout the entire banquet, the supposedly precious box still clutched in his hands. He seethes with irritation, yet can do nothing but comply with respectful obedience. Watching how BZ glad hands his way through the crowd, Kane concludes, "This fatso must be some high-ranking noble, huh? Look at how many people are flocking around him. How tedious, that is. The corridor that old man mentioned. It's too bulky to carry while making an escape. But I've got a plan. For now, I just need to hand this gift to the old king and slip away." Just as he hatches the perfect scheme, the sight before him freezes Kane completely in his tracks. Cold sweat erupts across his body. He gasps in shock. What? Ahead of Kane, eyes slowly turns toward him, then walks away from the banquet. Kane is bewildered. What was that? That silhouette? It looks so familiar. Impossible. That leopard should be at home right now. The odds of her showing up here, wearing an elegant dress no less, are a staggering 1%. Where there's a silver-haired leopard, is a golden-haired hero supposed to follow. Just as bewilderment reaches its peak, a voice suddenly rings out. The Duke has an announcement. Kane realizes the man has finally made his appearance. A figure stands upon the elevated platform. and every soul below bows their heads in deep reverence. It is the King of Rot. He speaks, his voice carrying across the hall. Tonight is the year-end ball. I wish for everyone to savor this evening to its fullest. Kane hears this and scoffs inwardly. Blah, blah, Blahivrion, enjoy yourselves. I'll be taking what I need, thank you very much. Then BZ strides forward from below the platform, prostrating himself with his forehead touching the ground as he introduces himself. Your humble servant, Duke Lot, is deeply honored to attend the banquet hosted by your majesty. I regard this as an infinite privilege. The king, upon seeing such devotion, smiles warmly and praises him. Duke Lot, as always, you flatter me far too much. Kane watches from a distance and can only think helplessly. This fatso is a world-class bootlicker. Truly, the head of any great clan must know how to flatter the strong and manipulate the weak. The art of sycophancy is an essential survival skill. Then BZ extends his hand, gesturing to present the gift. By a stroke of fortune, this humble servant has come into possession of a remarkable treasure. On this occasion, I wish to offer it to my duke. Kane slowly carries the box forward, still muttering inwardly. Isn't it just a golden statue of this old man? BZ introduces, this was acquired from an adventurer. He discovered it within the ruins of an evil organization that once plunged the entire world into chaos. It is an object of great mystery. The King of Rot gazes at the box and asks curiously, I wonder what sort of treasure this could be. Kane sneers inwardly. An organization that once plunged the world into chaos. If it's the nameless Night Order, there's no treasure to speak of. This must be some relic from the ruins of the Rot Kingdom. BZ, on the other hand, is brimming with excitement. He declares, every scholar on the continent has heard of it at least once. Among all the treasures of this land, there exists one that stands at the absolute pinnacle. Kane grows suspicious. What on earth has this guy been rambling about? BZ announces with fervor, behold it, the legacy of an evil organization that once ruled the entire world. At his command, Kane reaches out and opens the box. His heart pounds with a turbulent mix of trepidation and bewilderment, and the object within the box truly stuns Kane into silence. It is the Book of Evil. BZ announces with fervor, behold it, the legacy of an evil organization that once ruled the entire world. At his command, Kane reaches out and opens the box. His heart pounds with a turbulent mix of trepidation and bewilderment, and the object within the box truly stuns Kane into silence. It is the Book of Evil. The moment that name is uttered, a glass of red wine is knocked over in shock. The crystal shatters against the floor, producing a sound so piercing it rings deafeningly through the ears. Everyone in the hall is plunged into panic. Fear and disbelief grip every heart. A past both distant and near, the only organization to have ever ruled the entire world. The mightiest, most magnificent, most terrifying evil organization Anhaxing. And this is its final legacy, Book of Evil. But Sheena's sister, upon hearing the name, lets out an amused smirk and teases. So that is the Book of Evil. From her vantage point, the place where she stands is distant, grand, and resplendent. Kane, upon hearing the woman's voice, feels a flicker of vague recognition. The Empress of the Empire strides forward with unwavering steps, speaking as she walks. Duke of Dubin, if you don't mind, I shall accept it on your behalf. BZ whips around and bellows in outrage. How utterly insolent! Who are you to speak such brazen words to his grace? Sheena's sister pauses, momentarily taken aback by the reprimand. She realizes, I forgot I was still wearing this. The beautiful Empress then reaches up and removes her mask. A face of unearthly beauty is revealed in full glory at the center of the opulent banquet. BZ still fails to recognize the person before him. He clears his throat and warns, who do you think you are? You think mere beauty gives you the right to insult the Duke? I, the Duke's most loyal attendant, swear upon my family's honor I will not let this slight stand. The Empress responds with graceful composure. True, my beauty is exceptional, but I possess far more than just a pretty face. Isn't that right, Your Grace? The instant the question leaves her lips, BZ startles and whips his gaze toward the Duke. Trembling slightly, he whispers, Your Grace. The Duke slowly descends the staircase. The Empress and the Duke meet face to face at the ball. Then, the Duke drops to one knee in a display of absolute deference. He bows and declares, I, the Duke of Dubin, ruler of the Western Mountains, prostrate myself before the sovereign of 28 territories and 7 sole master of this world. The King of Rot's face drains of all color. Sweat pours down his brow as he calls out in reverence, Your Imperial Majesty. The instant those words ring out, a powerful tremor ripples through the entire hall. Every soul in the banquet drops to their knees in unison, their voices rising as one, we prostrate ourselves before Your Imperial Majesty. BZ finally realizes beyond words that, out of 8 billion people in this world, he somehow had the spectacular misfortune of offending the very empress of the empire herself. She turns to him with gleaming eyes and asks cheerfully, "With the authority of this emperor, I don't think there will be any further issues, will there?" BZ trembles even harder upon hearing this. He is struck dumb with terror. Within 5 seconds, BZ collapses to his knees before the eyes of Kane and everyone present. He is so terrified that foam froths from his lips. Sheena's elder sister speaks with biting mockery. "I shall take that as agreement. Your Grace of Rot, I would also like to hear your opinion." The Duke of Rot stands with his head bowed respectfully, his brows furrowed in deep contemplation. "Whatever belongs to this subject belongs to your majesty. This subject is willing to obey your majesty's will. Naturally, it must be so, your imperial majesty. The empress is the absolute sovereign, who rules over the majority of this continent. No one within the empire can defy her, not even the Duke of Rot himself." The empress listens and grows visibly pleased. She replies, "I commend your loyalty. To offer no compensation would be improper. Next year, the duchy shall be exempted from its tribute to the empire." The Duke of Rot immediately drops to his knees in gratitude. "This subject is eternally grateful to your majesty." Kane also bows his head in salute, his brow furrowed as he thinks to himself that is one hell of a compensation. In truth, given the value of the Book of Evil, such compensation is more than fair. Afterwards, Sheena's elder sister turns to leave, not forgetting to leave behind a parting reminder. "Now then, this uninvited guest shall take her leave first. I wish everyone an enjoyable evening at the ball." The Duke of Rot responds in bewilderment, "You are an uninvited guest, your majesty. How could that possibly be? She mocks since she came here without an invitation. She is by definition an uninvited guest." The Duke of Rot stammers, "That is..." Sheena's elder sister walks away coldly, reminding the Duke of Rot, "From now on, I wish to enjoy my reading in peace. I will not tolerate anything that disturbs my tranquility." He bows his head and accepts the decree. This subject understands. The Empress's sharp eyes glance upward. She orders Kane, "You there, pick up that box and follow me." Inside, Kane is burning with anxiety, cursing under his breath. "Damn it all, she hasn't found me out, has she? I don't want to be exposed." Outwardly, Kane forces himself to remain calm and replies, "Yes, your majesty." The banquet hall falls into silence once more after the shocking spectacle. Eyes stares blankly at the woman before her and gasps, "Good heavens, she's the Empress." Suddenly, Sheena approaches from behind and asks. The girl stares at her elder sister and calls out, "Sheena." Sheena replies. Eyes realizes that the greatest enemy of the Rot Kingdom in the past was not some figure from the temple or some mere adventurer, it was the Empress. Back then, the Rot Kingdom had possessed enough strength to conquer half the continent. Sheena then steps closer and asks. The girl answers calmly, "Yes, last night she managed to find our home by tracing Sheena through the autumn map." Sheena wonders aloud about being found. Eyes nods in reply. The girl silently speculates to herself, but did she really come all this way just to see Sheena? With the Empire's vast intelligence network, there is no way she doesn't know who Sheena has been living with. What if the Empress's true target isn't Sheena, but the person living alongside her? Eyes then jolts as realization strikes. The girl speaks up. "Oh, Reich asked me to deliver this to you." Eyes then hands Sheena an item. Sheena opens it and asks in bewilderment. It is a rolled-up scroll. The moment it unfurls, Sheena is utterly petrified by what she sees. She murmurs to her sister in a daze, "Eyes, I'll be right back." Then Sheena walks away coldly without leaving a single word of explanation. She steps out onto the castle corridor. Night descends, and bright moonlight streams through the window frames. Sheena recalls what Eyes had said. Last night she found our home by tracing Sheena through the autumn map. She ponders Eyes' earlier words. But whether she is a swordswoman or the Empress's sworn sister, for the Empress to come all this way just to find her is utterly unreasonable. Then why? The scroll's contents read, "I shall be waiting." Sheena then walks along the corridor, inadvertently crossing paths with 2 guards stationed at a door. They coldly draw their swords to block her path. The gate guard announces firmly, "The Empress is resting within. Please turn back." Sheena presents the scroll in her hand and makes her request. "I am here at the Empress's summons." The gate guard takes the scroll and opens it. He confirms it is indeed a letter bearing the Empress's seal. The 2 guards then open the door for Sheena to enter, not forgetting to bid her welcome. "Please come in." As the door swings open, Sheena steps inside with a heart full of tangled confusion. Inside the chamber, her elder sister sits upon the veranda, gazing at the night sky. Beside her, Kane kneels with both hands raised, presenting the box that contains the Book of Evil. Moonlight cascades across the Empress's beautiful face, accentuating her elegance. It cannot conceal the heavy burden of thoughts weighing upon the sovereign's heart. Sheena thinks tensely. Why does Her Majesty wear such an expression? Never before have I seen Her Majesty carry such an expression. Sheena panics inwardly, a breach of etiquette. She immediately drops to her knees and reports. The hidden patriarch of the Javing clan, Sheena Javing, loyal vassal of the empire, prostrates herself before the sovereign who commands 108 knightly clans, and 3,600 others, sole ruler of all. Under heaven, beneath the hazy veil of night and the distant radiance of the moon, Sheena's reverent voice continues to echo. Meanwhile, Kane grumbles inwardly next to the Empress, "Oh, 99 guardian demons of villains." He bows low, presenting the box, but silently curses, "Just kill me and get it over with. I don't want to pray anymore, even if I were the most brilliant villain in existence. I'd rather throw myself into a chaotic battle between swordsmen, mages, and warriors than get tangled up in this." The Empress closes her eyes and replies softly, "Between us, must we really resort to such formal words?" Sheena bows her head respectfully. Protocol with the imperial family is an absolute requirement. How could a humble vassal dare speak disrespectful words before your majesty? Kane silently sneers, "Foolish girl." Normally, that would be the correct answer, but with this Empress, it is precisely the wrong one. The Empress then rises to her feet and steps before Sheena. "You raise a fair point. Your words do hold reason. But remember this, I am the emperor of this empire, and there exists nothing in this world that can bind me." The Empress's words cause Kane to press his lips tight. Inwardly, he agrees. Indeed, no etiquette, no law can bind this Empress. That was the very imperial decree she issued immediately upon ascending the throne. 20 years ago, when this Empress was merely 10 years old, she issued an imperial decree the moment she took the throne. That decree sent shockwaves throughout the land. Many subjects of the empire raised arguments of tradition and law, demanding the decree be rescinded. But this Empress never wavered in her decision. As the victor of the War of Succession who held absolute military command, no one dared to rebel rashly, and so the court officials were compelled to ratify that decree, giving birth to the sole emperor in the empire's history to hold absolute, unchecked power. At this moment, Kane sinks into his own thoughts and, thanks to that very decree, secret organizations that had once manipulated the imperial house through tradition and organizations like the H-1EAFC were driven out entirely. Sheena speaks softly, "I shall remember this attitude of yours." The Empress is deeply pleased. "You have grown more sensible, though part of your allure does lie in that stubbornness of yours, so I shall overlook your breach of etiquette this once." Sheena replies tensely, "Thank you, Your Majesty." Listening to their exchange, Kane cannot help but wonder. If it were an ordinary person, their head would have rolled long ago. Has the Queen grown kinder than before? Or maybe she simply has a soft spot for that girl. Suddenly, the Emperor changes the subject, brushing the matter aside entirely. "Sister has heard some rather interesting news." Sheena quickly responds, "Dear sister, I know nothing of such news. I truly had no idea." She bites her lip, thinking, could it be about eyes? The Empire's intelligence network has weakened over the past 20 years, but there is no way they failed to gather rumors about the frozen domain and the demon eyes. Sheena is consumed with worry. If Her Majesty asks me about eyes, contrary to Sheena's racing thoughts, how should she possibly answer? The Emperor calmly poses a question. "Sister has heard that you are about to be betrothed to the young master of that fallen house. Is that not so?" The instant those words leave her lips, Sheena's cheeks flush crimson. Kane sits far away, catching only fragments of the conversation. He murmurs curiously in his mind, "Betrothal? What's this about? The girl has a fiancé." The Emperor continues to elaborate. "Sister also heard that you selected a child from a branch family as your heir, and even passed down the stone sword to her. At the time, sister wondered what you were thinking. Now upon reflection, sister understands. You wished to merge the two families. That was the reason, was it not?" Kane has been eavesdropping so intently that he turns his head to catch every word. He secretly marvels this is huge. If two families each possessing a sword saint were to merge into one, they could become the foremost sword clan on the entire continent. Moreover, since the Duchy of Dubin sits at the western extreme of the continent, having a sword clan loyal to the empire stationed, there would massively expand imperial influence across the west. The Queen would love that. The Emperor's unhurried voice rings out once more. In any case, merging with such a distinguished family is certainly a fine thing. Sister offers her congratulations. Sheena, flustered, tries to interject. Your Majesty, about that. Suddenly, the Emperor raises her voice, causing Sheena to startle in fright. Kane thinks with displeasure, what kind of joke is this? A treasure from the 36 is not something one gifts on a whim, and this one sits at the very summit of the 36. How could she gift it merely to celebrate a retainer's engagement? Hearing this, Sheena responds respectfully, Your Majesty, such a gift is far too grand for someone like me. The Emperor cuts her off. What is there to refuse? Are we not sisters? At the very least, Sister must offer something of this caliber to preserve her own dignity. Sheena stammers in confusion. Your Majesty, however, the Emperor does not allow her to continue. She speaks with calm authority. As for the little demon living with you, do not worry. After the engagement, Sister shall place her under her own protection. With Sister's power, the girl will no longer need to flee. She can live quietly in some remote village. If you wish, Sister can even grant her a family and a home. Sheena's face gradually fills with tension. She furrows her brow and thinks, that's right. Her Majesty can absolutely make all of that happen. The consequence of defying the Empire is nothing but annihilation. No one in this world would dare harm someone under Her Majesty's protection, not even the 12 temples. At this thought, Sheena clenches the hem of her dress. She tells herself that if she agrees to the betrothal, Eyes would no longer need to run, and Master would no longer need to sacrifice himself to protect her. And if that book of evil is real, it might even cure Master. At this moment, Sheena lifts her head. Though doubt still lingers in her heart, the scene unfolding before her eyes causes them to widen in shock. The Emperor at that moment radiates an aura of crushing pressure. The Emperor speaks through gritted teeth. This much, and it still is not enough for you? Sheena is stunned. How could that be? I pray I saw wrong. I pray I misunderstood. Her Majesty's gaze speaks volumes. Well, that brooks no resistance. She can only. Come now. Sheena lowers her head and replies softly, Your Majesty. She tells Herselfall I can do is remain silent and surrender. Sheena forces out each word. Indeed, the Emperor is completely satisfied with this answer. If you are happy, then Sister is happy too. With those words, she waves her hand. Now then, the matter is settled. You may withdraw. Sheena quickly nods and bows in respect. She murmurs in her heart, this is my last chance. If I withdraw now, there will be no turning back. But in the end, Sheena still submits and opens her mouth. Sheena and Kane shall abide by your Majesty's will. The Emperor turns to watch Sheena's retreating figure. Sheena painfully reminds herself, I cannot resist. I cannot do it, for that is the Emperor's decree. The scene returns to quiet stillness. Kane furrows his brow as he replays the scene just witnessed, then breathes a sigh of relief. Still alive. The girl actually dared to look that queen straight in the eye. Is she courting death? Suddenly the Emperor covers her mouth and laughs. What an adorable child, don't you think so? The moment Kane hears this, he raises the palanquin to shield his face. Cleverly disguising his voice, he replies, How could a lowly servant such as this humble one dare pass judgment on the matriarch of that noble house? Having finished, Kane cannot help but smirk. Kane is immensely pleased with that response. A smooth and flawless answer. The secret of the black servant and the golden crown coordinate throneth golden demon law is functioning flawlessly. The coordinate throne the quintessence of etiquette and the art of discourse, interwoven with the golden demon law, the pinnacle of psychological analysis and human study, forging a perfect servant capable of executing every ritual to absolute perfection. This is one of his ultimate combos. Kane's words leave the Emperor deep in thought. Her eyes brim with contemplation. At last she lets out a sigh. The Emperor's next words make Kane press his lips together in mortification. Sister thought you kept that girl by your side because you were fond of her. Kane quickly lowers the palanquin. He silently thinks, that means this queen already knows I'm living with that girl. And the way she addresses mates always like this. The Emperor slowly approaches, repeating, Is that not so? Kane's expression twists with vexation as he converses under that other identity of his. At once, Kane rises to his feet and calls out, How does your Majesty know? The Emperor smiles calmly and replies, A servant who knows the Empire's traditional etiquette even within the imperial palace itself. There are only a handful of such people, so how could there be a perfect servant here in the Duchy of Dubin who knows and can flawlessly execute the Empire's traditional etiquette? These words from the Emperor make Kane break out in a cold sweat. He silently concedes the point. Indeed, the Empire's traditional etiquette is far more than mere ceremony. From hand gestures to body movements, down to every single strand of hair. Even one's breathing and gaze must be controlled to match the atmosphere. That is why the black servant could manipulate the imperial house through tradition and law alone. until a certain emperor shattered those traditions and laws, sending the entire organization tumbling down along with them. And the person now standing before me is none other than that very emperor and, simultaneously, the second most dangerous individual on my list. Damn it, I thought I was safe after all. I'd been hiding for so long. At that moment, the emperor suddenly speaks. Your face hasn't changed one bit. How could I possibly not recognize you? You've only added a few wrinkles. Kane's face flushes crimson with embarrassment. Is that so? That little has changed. At this, Kane covers his mouth and thinks to himself, wait a moment. Doesn't that mean my disguise to look younger was exactly what got me caught? The emperor continues. It has been 20 years, hasn't it? Kane grimaces and replies, it has been exactly 22 years. The empress smirks, correcting him. It is not from the day you abandoned your post, but from the moment I mobilized the entire intelligence network of the empire to track you down. Kane's brow furrows deeper, his tension mounting. He mutters to himself, the empire's intelligence network is truly formidable. Though its reach may have waned recently, few organizations on the continent can compare to the might of the empire. And she mobilized the entire weight of it just to find me for these past 20 years. Standing face to face with the empress, he thinks, you have no idea how much trouble I endured just to hunt you down. I had to forge ties with the noble families and become sworn sisters with those vulgar women. I held secret meetings with the Dark Order and gathered the remnants of the fallen Knight Order. That ragtag bunch even established a new order of knights. Every word strikes him like a bolt of lightning. Kane screams internally. What? The empress continues, her voice low and grave. Furthermore, to find you, I had to defeat all of my own imperial knights. When I return, I am destined to hear their incessant nagging for at least 10 days. Kane turns pale, whispering to himself, this is no laughing matter. She already knows most of the organizations I have been hiding in. It seems she was not joking about deploying the full intelligence power of the empire. Until now I have been doing my absolute best to keep my identity concealed. Thinking this, Kane gathers his courage and asks, Your Majesty, why do you seek this one? A mere butler, Kane recalls that while he did exploit the War of Succession to pilfer some treasures, he never dared touch the forbidden tomes or art pieces. Do not tell me you have been hunting me for 20 years just for that. The empress pouts, clearing her throat. Only a butler. You were the one who taught me imperial etiquette, politics, linguistics, history, and heaven knows what else. You were my tutor and scholar through and through. Each word from the empress strikes like an arrow into the core of Kane's heart. He nervously thinks, I never wanted to do that either. Hiring a private tutor for you cost a fortune. The empress continues, that is not all. You also single-handedly intercepted 13 assassination attempts. Kane's face is slick with cold sweat as he recalls those terrifying assassins. Half of them were trying to trap me, and the other half were trying to kill me. I was only defending myself. If I were accused of assassinating royalty, I would be dead already. How unjust. The empress cuts through his train of thought. Even with the full intelligence network of the empire, tracking you for 20 years was like trying to find a needle at the bottom of the ocean. The empress gaze bears down on him, judging him as if he were just a common butler. Kane grimaces and wonders, should I just make a run for it now? Silence descends upon the two. The empress suddenly speaks, easing the tension. Forget it. Let us move past that. Kane is furious, his heart screaming out. If you were going to move past it, why did you have to list every single thing one by one? Kane tries to calm himself. All right, stay calm. A veteran master of disguise must not lose his composure. He lowers his voice. Your Majesty's grace is as vast as the great mountains and the deep seas. Before he can finish, the empress cuts him off. But you are my butler. I cannot accept you leaving without my permission. Kane breaks into a cold sweat running down his nose. The empress smiles. Do not worry. I will not make you compensate me for the theft, nor will I subject you to torture, rot you in a cell, or turn you into a slave in the mines forever. Kane weeps internally. Is this not a public threat? Is it not? This is no time to hesitate about my next move. If I keep stalling, my life will surely end here. Kane swallows hard. He closes his eyes, bracing himself. Come then, seat of the sovereign throne, reveal it all. He decides to ask directly, then what does your Majesty want from this servant? The empress smiles and replies in a low voice, Kane, you must once again become mine. Kane is surrounded by confusion, thinking what? What was that? Seeing his stunned expression, the empress begins to elaborate. I will grant you a position above all others, yet below only one. You will never have to kneel before anyone again. Except for me, you will hold eternal pride, glory, and boundless riches. Kane bites his lip, muttering to himself. Wait a moment, Let me think, please give my brain some time and space. Naturally, the Empress pays him no mind. She bows her head and continues. As I said, do not worry about that little brat. No matter how powerful the priests are, they would never dare touch a child protected by me. If you are truly worried about her, I do not mind letting the child live in the palace. At this, Kane's eyes narrow. She must have some ulterior motive. The queen's true intent shines clearly in her eyes. Kane curses internally in frustration, unable to fathom her true goal. Damn it! Kane purses his lips in contemplation, and after a long moment, gathers his courage to speak. Your Majesty, could you grant this servant some time to reflect? The Empress rests her chin on her hand. Very well. I have waited 20 years, what is a little longer? Kane feels a sense of relief, thinking, thank goodness. I spoke without thinking, and I never expected her to actually agree. I must get out of here quickly. He kneels formally to report. This humble Kane requests leave to depart. With that, Kane turns and walks away immediately. The Empress tilts her head, watching his retreating figure. Kane smirks craftily, thinking, perfect. Now I just need to slip away. Just then, the Empress calls out from behind him. I expect to receive my answer within the day. Even if you flee again, I will not destroy the Javu clan or execute that child. But you know exactly what will happen if I become angry. Kane weeps in his heart. Perhaps this is not going to work. The imperial night is wrapped in silence, with the moonlight illuminating the surroundings. A small silhouette walks through the courtyard. Eyes clenches her fists, her face full of discontent. She purses her lips, wondering, what is the Empress' true objective? Eyes looks up, thinking, moreover, is that book of evil even genuine? The treasures in the set of 36 are all artifacts that defy time, including some whose powers and names remain entirely unknown. Among such treasures, rumors regarding the Book of Evil are particularly vague. Some claim it lists the identities of the 13 apostles. Others say it holds invincible power, while some insist it contains records of future events. But now that the Dark Star and the 13 apostles have vanished, there is no way to verify whether these rumors are true or false. However, there existed a rumor passed down through countless generations, clear as day, yet more unbelievable than any other tale. It was precisely this rumor that made the Book of Evil the most coveted treasure in all the land. Suddenly, AIC remembered something. She could have just summoned the bus and gotten her answers immediately. No matter what side effects the dark magic might carry, I now have his magic binding circlet, the circlet for controlling magical power. I completely forgot about the suppressor, a single idle thought drifting through the haze. AIC glanced around. The girl thought to herself, now that I remember it, I should summon it right away and ask quickly. No one else was around either. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out from afar. What? Could it be that Lord Yafan is in there? AIC whipped her head around. Before her stood two servants, whispering amongst themselves. One servant stroked his beard and sighed, "Oh my, the peerless swordswoman and Lord Yafan." His companion laughed and explained, "Well, the two of them entered the ballroom together. I hear they looked like a perfect match." Hearing this, the man nodded approvingly after all. They were both swordsmen. What's more, they're even the same age. AIC listened, in silence, to their conversation. There couldn't be a more perfect couple than them. What a pity we couldn't witness it firsthand. Perhaps there will be good news soon. The girl pressed her lips together, lost in thought. That's absurd. Shina would never agree to an engagement, because doing so would mean she'd have to leave me and him. Shina didn't seem to realize it, but at that moment AIC suddenly froze. The girl glanced around, secretly calculating whether she could summon the bus here. Suddenly AIC noticed something. The girl's expression darkened in an instant. Standing across from AIC was a slender silhouette. The air was deathly silent. Her ink-golden hair fluttered gently in the wind. Shina clenched her fists, tilting her head upward as tears of grievance streamed from her eyes. At that very moment, AIC called out to Shina. Shina hastily spun around. AIC. AIC rushed over, asking with concern, "Shina, are you crying?" Shina hesitated. "This is AIC," pressed, her voice low and grave. "Tell me who said it, who made you cry." Shina was stunned by the girl's question. At that, Shina lowered her head and smiled faintly. She began to speak. "AIC, being with him makes you happy, doesn't it?" AIC replied in confusion. Why are you asking me that all of a sudden?" Shina sat down on the edge of the fountain and explained. "You may have heard that when I was young, my family arranged a fiancé for me. The place I visited yesterday was the estate of my fiancé's family. I came to this ball at his invitation, as his partner." AIC asked, "Can't you refuse?" Shina replied softly, "Though the engagement isn't official yet, I cannot refuse. It would damage the relations between our two families." At that, AIC repeated, "Is that so?" Then what was that question you asked earlier about? As soon as AIC finished speaking, Shina stood up. The reason I left earlier was to meet with His Majesty. He proposed that if I formally engage myself to Lord Yifan, he would place both you and him under his protection. Hearing this, AIC grew even more confused. But Shina, you don't want to be engaged yet you accepted it, just for the sake of protecting me and him. Shina lowered her head and exhaled softly. That doesn't matter. AIC, His Majesty has issued his decree that I must accept the engagement. And His Majesty never reverses a decree once it is made. AIC clenched her fists, hesitating. Shina, the girl stared straight into Shina's eyes, then challenged her. Isn't it because you love Ka Yin? Even I can see it clearly. The way you look at him, it's completely different from how you look at anyone else. AIC's blunt words left Shina deep in contemplation. So that's how it is. Now I understand. The reason I felt so uneasy at the thought of Master learning I had a fiancé. But I also don't want Master to know about my relationship with Lord Yifan. The reason I refuse to believe that his time is running out. The reason I was unreasonably angry at AIC. Before the reason my heart aches so fiercely right now. Shina's eyes continued to glisten with tears. It's all because of him. AIC spoke, shattering Shina's reverie. And yet now you're just going to give up. The girl furrowed her brow and shouted, You're going to give up just like this? Confronted by AIC's fierce demeanor, Shina bit her lip in anguish, her body trembling. Shina lowered her head in silence. At that moment she suddenly laughed. How jealous I am a demon, yet she receives his love. It was like this from the very beginning. I only pretended to become family with you because that's what he wanted. A hero like Manhwa, could I ever truly become family with a demon? AIC stared at her in shock, stammering, Shina. Shina continued, her voice cold. AIC, do you know? I'm not what you think I am. I'm not some kind, righteous person at all. I have my own ambitions. I'm simply doing what I want. AIC cursed inwardly, you fool, so you're going to play the villain now. Shina continued, so forget about this wretched person and live happily by his side. AIC gazed at Shina, her heart aching. With that expression of agony on your face, AIC furrowed her brows in contemplation. Yes, if I do as Shina says, I might find happiness, but that isn't what I truly want. The girl recalled old memories, her heart filled with turmoil. You, AIC suddenly screamed, you fool. Then the girl turned on her heel and stormed away. AIC gritted her teeth and swore under her breath. The Emperor, the one who caused all of this, I will not forgive you. The corridor returned once more to its silence. Shina sat motionless, staring at the closed door before her. Shina raised her head and thought, yes, this is for the best. As long as the rest of his days are peaceful, that is enough. Just then, a sudden sound from ahead startled her. She wondered, did AIC come back? The figure drew closer, and Closerit was the one who stood at His Majesty's side. At that moment, Ka Yin walked slowly forward, his cold gaze fixed straight ahead. Shina shot to her feet in alarm, wondering, why is he here? Then it dawned on her when His Majesty mentioned her fiancé when she accepted the decree. Had he heard everything? Ka Yin advances slowly, step by step. Shina clutches her chest, muttering inwardly, don't come any closer. She clenches her teeth in anguish, can no longer remain by his side. At that very moment, to Shina's utter astonishment, Ka Yin extends his hand toward her. Shina's head snaps up, eyes wide with disbelief. Ka Yin holds his outstretched hand steady, silently waiting for her. Shina stares blankly, questioning, why? She lowers her gaze to his hand, hesitating under the weight of this impossible moment. At last, Shina slowly places her hand upon Ka Yin's. Suddenly he speaks, straightening his posture. With that, Ka Yin wraps his arm around Shina's waist. Together, the two surrender to the dance, enveloped in a breathtakingly romantic atmosphere. Ka Yin reminds her, lift your head and look at me. Their gazes lock, each staring deep into the other's eyes. Ka Yin continues to coax her into relaxation. He speaks gently, let your body flow with the current. The flowers in the garden release their intoxicating fragrance, their shimmering glow further, adorning the ethereal space. At this moment, Shina's hem flutters softly with each twirl, while the brilliant moonlight bathes the sky above. Ka Yin and she savor the fleeting moment in quiet harmony. Shina lifts her head, gazing at him in a daze. Ka Yin furrows his brow, regarding her with visible tension. Ka Yin clenches his teeth, cursing internally. He forces himself to suppress the tears threatening to spill. Damn it all! The clacking of his footsteps echoes through the corridor. Minutes earlier, he had been walking at a measured pace. Damn it, what am I supposed to do now? That queen has already discovered my presence. Escaping this place is now as difficult as ascending to heaven. If that queen mobilizes her military forces, I'll be captured within a single day. Ka Yin absent-mindedly passes through the gate ahead, rubbing his neck in frustration. And there are still far more pressing matters at hand. Suddenly, something seizes Ka Yin's attention. What greets his eyes is Serena, sitting in quiet contemplation by the fountain. Ka Yin startles, clamping his mouth shut in alarm. He wonders, bewildered, is she here? Ka Yin freezes in place, calculating what should he do. She hasn't noticed him yet. Should he just slip away quietly? At that very instant, a realization dawns on Ka Yin, and his face darkens with tension. Ka Yin deduces that others are lurking here, as well, and not just any ordinary folk. It feels as though a blade is pressed against his neck. He must not make any rash move-a-sone wrong step, and his head parts from his shoulders. Yes, just turn around naturally, as if nothing is amiss. In that very moment, Ka Yin's foot happens to land on a dried leaf, its crisp crack reverberating through the silent air. Ka Yin screams internally, damn it. As expected, Serena has already spotted him. Ka Yin thinks in frustration his position is compromised. There's no escaping now, for that queen's loyal attendant will never let him flee. Ka Yin mutters in exasperation. Moreover, the others around have already noticed him too. The situation is far too tense, there's no other way out. With that thought, he slowly walks toward Serena. He doesn't know who those others are, but if he stays close to her, they won't dare make a move. To his bewilderment, Serena suddenly rises to her feet. Ka Yin's face instantly breaks into a cold sweat. He thinks, what's this? What did I do to deserve that look from her? Could it be that she's also sensed the presence of those lurking in the shadows? Then again, how could she not have noticed? Unless her mental state is currently unstable. Thinking this, Ka Yin frowns in annoyance. But there's a pressing problem. He doesn't know whether she carries a blade. Yet he sees no weapon in sight. If they get attacked like this, he'll use the girl as a shield and make his escape. Ka Yin stops before Serena, slowly raising his hand as he calculates his next move. Under these circumstances, he can't openly ask for her cooperation, can only hope she understands his silent plea. Just as Ka Yin hopes, Serena gently places her hand upon his. The two begin their dance. Ka Yin murmurs in a low voice, straighten your back, lift your head and look at me. Ka Yin thinks irritably, is it because we're unarmed and surrounded that she's this tense? Why are her movements so stiff? One glance is enough to tell she's putting on an act. Thinking this, he immediately reassures her. Relax, let your body flow with the current. The moment the words leave his lips, Serena's entire body goes limp as cotton. Ka Yin panics. She's relaxed too much. The night is still, and silent. The flowers in the garden seem to shimmer under the moon's radiant glow. Without a single word exchanged, the two move in perfect harmony, executing an elegantly fluid dance. Ka Yin steals a glance to survey his surroundings. It seems there are at least 5 or 6 of them. Even fully armed, this is a number he'd prefer to avoid engaging in combat. If a fight breaks out, he'll use the girl as bait. There's no reason for them to target him specifically. As a mere temporary attendant, once he separates from her, they'll likely leave him be. For a knight of the Empire, the safety of the sovereign comes above all else. Thinking this, Ka Yin quickly speaks up. I'll handle the rest myself. Go to your majesty's side. He'll pretend to stay as bait and send her off as the real decoy, then slip away as fast as he can. Ka Yin furrows his brow and continues. My safety is not your concern. I am not so fragile as that. At these considerate words from Ka Yin, Serena stands frozen for a long moment. She lowers her head, pressing her lips together, thinking, he's right, and I don't want to merely watch his happiness from afar. I want to be by his side. I want to be the one who makes him happy. These are the truest desires of my heart. Serena heeds Ka Yin's words and immediately departs. Ka Yin exhales a long breath and mutters inwardly, perfect. I'm saved. Now those bastards will chase after her instead. I don't know what's going on, but I have a feeling something big is about to happen, and that will be the perfect opportunity to escape. For now, just slip away nice and easy. Suddenly, something streaks past Ka Yin's face. He exclaims in alarm, what? As if cursed by the 99 guardian demons of villains, a group of figures surges out and surrounds Ka Yin. He curses through gritted teeth, may you all trip and break your noses. The hazy night sky stretches above, moonlight casting its ethereal glow upon the surroundings. Meanwhile, out on the balcony, the sovereign stands lost in thought. High above, a feathered wing suddenly materializes from the void. The sovereign's attention snaps to it instantly. Her eyes turn razor-sharp. The sovereign's pupils contract as she turns to see AIC descending slowly to the ground. Well, hello there, you cute little boy. AIC grimaces in annoyance. How long do you plan on calling me that? The sovereign immediately smirks, her voice dripping with provocation. Would you prefer I called you little auntie instead? Demon Kingon, who has fulfilled the 72 conditions. The sovereign's words instantly freeze AIC in her tracks. The girl stares daggers at the figure before her. AIC demands, "Since when did you know my true identity?" The emperor responds with perfect calm. What a strange question. How could the emperor of an empire possibly fail to recognize you? AIC grits her teeth and thinks to herself, of course. A sovereign of a nation must know her enemies inside and out. The real anomaly is that I failed to recognize the emperor. Though in merely 3 years, she had amassed enough power to raise the entire continent with fire. The kingdom still suffered from numerous critical shortcomings, intelligence chief among them. At the time, the kingdom's infamy blazed across the continent, sparking daily battles against temples and heroes alike. Yet there were no direct confrontations with the emperor, so I funneled all intelligence resources toward the battlefield rather than the throne. Thus, the only intelligence I had on the emperor was a crude portrait from when she first ascended when she was merely 10 years old. No wonder I failed to recognize her. At this realization, AIC speaks up. You said you are Shina's sister, correct? The emperor answers in a deep voice. Though merely a sworn sister, you are correct. Hearing this, AIC immediately blurts out. Then take back what you said to Shina. The emperor raises an eyebrow. And why should I? AIC replies with utmost seriousness. Because Shina does not want it. This answer makes the emperor burst into laughter. She tilts her head and counters. And what meaning would that hold? The emperor turns away and continues to explain. Young Master Chep is a fine man. He has loved one person for 15 straight years. A man so devoted is a rare breed in this day and age. He will surely bring you happiness. These words go in one ear and out the other for AIC. The girl curses under her breath, utter nonsense. AIC shouts furiously, why are you doing this? Why are you so desperate to pair those two together? The emperor responds with absolute calm. None of that matters, simply because this sovereign wills it. The emperor's visage radiates an overwhelming, oppressive aura. That is the only thing that matters. AIC demands outright. You are forcing Shina into an engagement simply because you want and need it to happen. The emperor nods thoughtfully. If you understand it that way, so be it. This attitude of the emperor fills AIC with unbearable irritation. Even if you are the emperor, do you truly believe you can do whatever you please? The emperor's measured voice rings out, there is nothing in this world that this sovereign cannot do. Does AIC find this incomprehensible? The emperor steps forward slowly. Whether it be indulging in luxuries that could shake the empire to its foundations, foolishly purging loyal attendants, or wrongfully suppressing religions, none of these are things this sovereign should not do. Finally, the emperor's voice hardens to iron. Nor does there exist anything this sovereign is forbidden from doing. AIC demands through clenched teeth. How can you spout such madness? Confronted by these words, the emperor's voice drops to a dangerous register. Do not forget, Demon Kingthai's sovereign is the emperor of this empire. AIC presses on, as emperor. You bear the duty to protect and lead the empires that not so. The emperor replies in a low voice. That is not the case. AIC is stunned. What? The emperor turns away and continues. The truth is, many have been misled. Rights and duties do not always coexist. A ruler must rule, and the ruled must submittingly, then does the ruler exist. And from the very moment the ruler's existence is accepted, the ruled have already granted the ruler the right to do anything with them. Of course, the ruled may also criticize the ruler, and they possess the right to drag the ruler from the throne. Therefore, the ruler is compelled to act for the ruled. What the ruler must dole of it is wrapped up in that elegant word, duty. So if they despise this sovereign's rule, they may drag this sovereign from the throne. That is their right. Likewise, so long as this sovereign reigns as emperor, there is nothing this sovereign is not permitted to do. At this, AIC clenches her fists and bows her head in frustrated rage. This is insane. Beads of cold sweat pour down AIC's face. She thinks to herself, the lives of tens of thousands hang upon a few words from this person, and yet she truly believes in such a deranged philosophy. Is this the kind of monster we in the kingdom went to war against? Thinking this, AIC can hold back no longer. She screams, I am nothing like you. I did not rule the kingdom for my own gain. I did not fight merely for my own benefit. The emperor asks with weary disdain, still failing to understand, Demon King. Is that not precisely why your kingdom was destroyed? You certainly harbored your lofty ideals. You may have believed it was for the people's sake, but in the end, it was nothing more than your own ambition. Scene change. Now hurried footsteps echo across the courtyard below. Assassins prowl about, scanning left and right, searching for something. Hidden behind a distant tree trunk, A silhouette observes in silence. Ka Yin's face glistens with cold sweat. He presses his lips tight, fighting to make no sound, and wonders how. How could this be happening, even if the Duban Duchy is but a small nation? There is no way a pack of assassins could wander the imperial palace grounds like this. Moreover, why are they so intent on killing him? He is merely a temporary servant. Why are these people so fixated on ending his life? Ka Yin weighs his options. Forget it, the answer does not matter right now. He needs to find the royal knights immediately. Unless those knights are blind, there is no way they would turn a blind eye to a pack of assassins chasing him. Several tens of minutes later, Ka Yin clutches his head, crying bitter tears in his heart. Where the hell have all the royal knights gone? Is there truly no option left but to fight? To deal with these bastards without a weapon? His only choice is to set traps and lure them in. Setting traps while hiding from a horde of assassins is no easy feat. But for a seasoned villain, no matter the situation, he can rig all manner of snares. Ka Yin leans out to observe. Don't all preparations are complete. He slowly lifts his heel. The plan begins. Ka Yin sprints with every ounce of his strength straight toward the exit gate. The assassins spot him instantly and give chase. Ka Yin thinks to himself just a little more. He races toward the rope fastened tightly to a tree trunk. A heartbeat later, a deafening explosion erupts. Dust and shredded leaves billow into the night sky. The shrill screams from behind make Ka Yin's lips curl into an excited smirk. He thinks to himself, fools with that blast, quite a few of them should be down for good. Running blind in the dark is not something one should be careless about. Suddenly, Ka Yin Frishi's pupils contract sharply. He whips his head around. Behind him, a sword comes slashing through the air. With no time to dodge, Ka Yin lets out a guttural cry and crashes flat onto the ground. He struggles to his feet, cursing inwardly, damn it. Ka Yin bolts away without hesitation, not giving his attacker a chance to strike again. He glances back and wonders, who the hell was that? The sword technique that person just used clumsy, as it was unmistakably Shadow Slash. Ziying collapsed 10 years ago. Could that man be a surviving assassin of Ziying? He has no weapon left and all his traps are spent. Right now, he cannot fight this person. With no other choice, Ka Yin shields his head and hurls himself straight through the castle's glass doors, shattering them into 1,000 shards. He lands heavily atop the broken glass, blood seeping from every inch of his body. He bites his lip and curses under his breath, damn, that stings like hell. At that very instant, Ka Yin's head snaps up. The assassin has not relented and charges in to attack once more. Ka Yin scrambles backward. Beneath his feet lie 2 soldier corpses soaked in crimson. Ka Yin rushes over and yanks the sword from the soldier's abdomen. He exhales heavily, thinking to himself that was a close call. Behind him, yet another assassin comes charging in. Ka Yin cannot help but click his tongue. He stands still, musing to himself he has his sword, yet being surrounded puts him at a severe disadvantage. Since that's the case, after a moment's deliberation, Ka Yin grips his twin swords and charges straight at the assassin before him. Both sides unleash a storm of fierce strikes. Ka Yin's eyes dart behind him. The other assassin is already lunging in to attack. Ka Yin pivots and swings his sword to defend. Gritting his teeth, he lashes out with a savage slash. The assassins are cut down. Dark crimson blood gushes from their wounds as they collapse to the ground, pooling into spreading stains across the stone floor. The surroundings plunge into a grim, dusky silence. Ka Yin stands motionless, chest heaving. He thinks to himself it was close, but he has cleared this trial. He strides slowly toward the fallen assassin, yet something feels off. The assassination techniques these men employed bear no resemblance to Ziying's style. Moreover, thinking carefully now, if these fools truly came from Ziying, they were far too pathetic. Ka Yin then walks toward the shield mounted on the wall. He wonders, did someone teach them those sword techniques? Most likely. Ka Yin carefully lifts the shield from its mount. He glances around such a clamorous battle, yet the surroundings remain utterly silent. The assassins are dealt with, yet the royal guard makes no move. Something is deeply wrong. Only then does Ka Yin notice 2 soldier corpses sprawled face down on the ground. Ka Yin clenches his jaw and exhales hard. His footsteps echo through the dead silence. He murmurs in bewilderment, what in the world is going on? The scene shifts to nightfall. A familiar figure stands alone in the garden, as if waiting for someone. It is none other than Serena, resplendent in her flowing white dress. At that moment, a warm, deep voice rings out, catching her attention. Miss Serena. Yifan approaches eagerly. Has the young lady been touring the garden? Serena replies with a sweet smile. Indeed, it is a beautiful garden. Her graceful elegance instantly captivates Yifan. He blushes and stammers. Where might the young lady be headed? Allow me to escort you. She answers cheerfully. I am on my way to have an audience with your majesty. Yifan eagerly suggests. Then let us walk together. The two stroll through the hushed corridor. Along both sides of the passage, delicate vases of flowers exude a faint, lingering fragrance. Jaina trails quietly behind Yifan the entire time. She hesitates, thinking to herself Lord Yifan will surely find someone far better than her. Breaking the engagement could tarnish the family's honor, but since the betrothal was never formally announced, surely it wouldn't cause too great an uproar. Jaina sighs deeply. Besides, how is she even supposed to bring up canceling this engagement? She doesn't know how long has passed when a thick, metallic scent of blood suddenly permeates the air. She freezes, eyes widening. The stench of blood confirms her every suspicion. Yifan, walking ahead, suddenly halts. Something is very wrong. He murmurs uneasily, shouldn't there be a royal knight posted here? Jaina is stunned. Aren't royal knights bound to obey orders? Absolutely. A royal knight would never abandon their post without a direct command. Yifan kneels, his fingers brushing against the smeared crimson stains on the floor. These are blood stains. Based on this, there is only one conclusion to draw. They exchange a knowing glance and nod in unison. In the next instant, both bolt toward the end of the corridor at full speed. They share the same realization: an assassination is underway, targeting your majesty. In another part of the palace, a sharp object streaks past AIC's cheek, narrowly missing. The girl is stunned. Just a moment ago, she was still arguing with that woman. Suddenly, a crimson flash of light erupts from the woman's hand. AIC's eyes lock onto the weapon coiled tightly around the assassin's neck. A whip. The girl whips her head around to stare at the woman in disbelief. Not a sword, a whip. AIC turns her gaze to the assassin's corpse sprawled on the ground. Moreover, when did this assassin even get here? For some reason, a lingering unease gnaws at her. From the depths of the dark night, several shadows erupt into the air. A group of assassins lands with practiced precision, swiftly surrounding both AIC and the Emperor. The Emperor snorts coldly and yanks the whip taut in her hand, eyes gleaming with excitement. It has been quite some time since I last played with this toy. Witnessing this, every assassin and the girl alike shudder to their core. She truly is a mad emperor. The mad emperor in their mouths grins with unrestrained delight. She lashes the whip toward the assassins. They immediately brace themselves. In the next instant, the entire group vanishes into thin air. This only kindles the Emperor's battle lust further. She manipulates the whip, which suddenly shatters the ground beneath and surges toward the nearest assassin. The whip constricts the target's throat until not a single breath can pass. The assassin meets his end. The Emperor calmly retracts her weapon. She rounds on AIC, arms folded, and snaps irritably. What are you so surprised about? Did you truly think the Emperor of an entire empire couldn't defend herself? The girl is utterly speechless. Isn't that how it normally is, though? Truly beyond imagination. The Emperor casually reveals. That physical training I mentioned earlier, it was training with the whip. AIC clutches her head in regret. Fine, I keep forgetting she's anything but normal. The Emperor waves her hand dismissively, reminding the girl, step back, don't interfere and ruin my fun after all this time. AIC bristles with indignation. What? As if I'd want to help her from forcing Serena into an engagement to her absurd way of thinking as a sovereign. She truly cannot stand this woman. AIC pouts and clenches her lips. Fine, she won't lift a finger. Let the Emperor handle her own mess. The assassins notice both of them, lower their guard. They exchange a signaling nod and close in on the Emperor, step by step. The Emperor smiles warmly even as she cracks the whip ruthlessly. Its tip flies toward the assassins and coils tightly around their wrists. One assassin desperately yanks the whip, believing it would render her weapon useless. The Emperor bursts into laughter, positively delighted, as if her prey has just walked right into her trap, teeth bared. The next moment, the Emperor begins murmuring in a strange, ancient tongue. Arcs of electricity crackle along the whip's handle in her grip. Then from the body of the whip, a furious inferno erupts and surges toward the assassin pulling the other end. Just as expected, the sea of fire swallows the assassin whole. AIC watches, jaw-dropping that power. The assassin is instantly roasted into a charred lump, flesh-searing and blackened. A whip that moves at its wielder's will and incinerates all foes. The Crimson Dragon Whip, the third treasure. But that is not the only thing that leaves the girl astonished. The strange language the Emperor murmured, and the glowing runes floating above the whip. Based on what AIC knows that power, she questions in bewilderment. The sovereign answers by pressing a finger to her lips, signaling silence. Come now, darling. She winks playfully. Don't go prying into the secrets of the royal family. Demon King. At this moment, hurried footsteps approach. accompanied by a voice brimming with relief. "Your Majesty," Shina and Yifan, seeing both unharmed, rush over joyfully. The assassins leap up without warning. They switch their targets to her and him. One of them moves to strike Shina first, but Yifan, standing behind her, warns her just in time. "Duck!" Shina drops down in perfect coordination, clearing an open path for him. In that instant, Yifan swings his sword high, carving a lethal arc of cold steel toward the two opponents. He urges her, "I'll handle these two. My lady, hurry to the sovereign." Shina charges toward the last assassin without hesitation. She furrows her brow in calculation before the sovereign stands a single assassin. Eliminate this one, and it's over. Shina reaches down, drawing the weapon concealed beneath her dress. She spins with lethal grace, the blade plunging downward in a decisive strike. But the steel pierces only empty Ira hollow miss. Shina gasps in shock, dodged. She stumbles back, sliding toward the corner of the room without a moment to spare. Shina gathers her strength and lunges forward once more. The two clash, fierce lithe female. Assassin's martial prowess clearly surpasses hers by an entire tier. Part of the disadvantage lies in the weapon mismatch. Shina wields a dagger, while her opponent commands a full-length sword. This fight is anything but fair. After a tense exchange of blows, certain traits in the female assassin's techniques strike Shina as eerily familiar razor-sharp speed. For one, every strike targets a lethal acupoint. Suspicion grips Shina instantly are these assassins remnants of Ziying. The female assassin before her is living proof. Shina grits her teeth, carefully observing the scene before her. Ziying's assassins are elite operatives, masters of shadow far surpassing ordinary killers. She steadies herself in an instant and raises her dagger once more. Even without her sword, she must protect your majesty at all costs. The two clash head-on, but Shina's smaller weapon proves a liabilitized female assassin bats it aside with ease. She retreats momentarily, maintaining a safe distance. Dealing with this opponent using nothing but a dagger is truly an ordeal. The female assassin's accomplice lunges at Shina. Suddenly, a searing pillar of fire descends from above. The blazing column sweeps the two assassins away with devastating force. It turns out AIC, standing nearby, has intervened to shield Shina. Seeing this, she calls out AIC's name with delight. At that moment, Yifan rushes over, breathless, to assess the situation. Is everyone all right? The corpses of enemies lie strewn across the ground. Realizing her side has lost the advantage, the female assassin turns and flees. Shina watches in shock as the assassin climbs onto the balcony railing, apparently about to hurl herself down. Is she trying to kill herself? Shina gives chase in haste, but it is already too late. The female assassin vanishes without a trace. The entire sequence unfolds in the blink of an eye. Shina furrows her brow in suspicion a squad of Ziying assassins, attempting to assassinate the sovereign. Something isn't right. She turns with concern. Your Majesty, are you unharmed? The sovereign casually points at AIC, who is puffing her cheeks in a pout. Thanks to Heron, this little one-thigh sovereign is fine. Evan suddenly cuts in, Your Majesty, please allow me to escort you to a safe location. He leads everyone into the castle corridor. The sovereign seems to have noticed something. A cold hem. She stops in her tracks and bluntly exposes her adversary. What a wretched performance. The sovereign sneers with contempt. You've already smuggled these assassins into the palace. We not put on a better show than this. Evan stammers in bewilderment. Your Majesty, what in the heavens are you saying? She cuts him off without mercy. Then let me pose my first question. The sovereign challenges Evan. A battle this fierce erupts, yet not a single royal knight or palace guard has appeared. He lowers his head in helplessness. Since your Majesty wished to rest in peace, this humble servant ordered them to reinforce security in the outer palace. It was my error in judgment to station only a minimal force within the inner palace. She continues her interrogation. Second question, how did so many assassins breach the outer palace's security? Evan answers awkwardly. I am ashamed to report this, but it appears there is a mole within the security forces. The sovereign delivers the killing blow with calm precision. Final question, where are the royal knights who were stationed near this sovereign just moments ago? Evan answers gravely. I fear they may have been slain by the assassins, their bodies hidden. AIC is stunned. None of the royal knights here could stop these assassins. Clearly, without an insider, none of this could have happened, and the only ones with the authority to orchestrate something on this scale would be high-ranking imperial officials. Back to the present, the sovereign lets out a cold sneer. In this sovereign's eyes, it is you who killed them. Evan fires back in his own defense. How could I, nephew of the sword saint, ever harm my own comrades? And how could I dare commit such an act of disrespect against your majesty? He persists, attempting to persuade them. Moreover, if I were truly behind this, why would I have fought those very assassins just moments ago? Evan's words seem to make perfect sense. AIC rests her chin on her hand, deep in thought. Indeed, what benefit would anyone gain from assassinating the sovereign? The sovereign reveals the answer with chilling clarity. When putting on a performance, that is precisely what one does. Sacrifice a few expendable pawns to win this sovereign's trust. These words suddenly illuminate AIC's understanding. That's right, those assassins were suspiciously strange. They used neither poison nor sorcery. If it was all a setup to elevate this man, then everything falls into place. Evan places a hand over his heart, offering a feeble defense. I could not have known your majesty would come here, Toddy. How could I have planned any of this? The astute sovereign connects every clue and lays his scheme bare. Your original target was never this sovereign, it was the counterfeit book of evil you created. Eliminate the assassins you smuggled into the palace to earn merit, then recover the forged artifact. That must have been your original objective, she confirms, arms crossed. Evan's brow furrows in confusion. If this were all for merit, why would I have asked the young lady to assist me? The quick-witted sovereign tears the truth wide open. You deliberately prevented the young lady from carrying her weapon precisely to engineer that situation, didn't you? And to impress her, you hired those suspiciously incompetent assassins. He feigns bewilderment. Why would I do something so easily suspect? That is precisely why you poisoned him beforehand, she presses. The instant those words leave her lips, Evan freezes on the spot, his face draining of all color in abject horror. The sovereign concludes with chilling composure. Suspecting one's own kin of being the poisoner is no easy task, and, to ensure your grandfather could never uncover your involvement after the dust settled, you poisoned him as well. At the same time, his death would serve as a convenient shield, invoking familial grief to deflect any suspicion that might fall upon you. But the plan was hastily altered, leaving it riddled with holes. You should have abandoned the scheme the moment this sovereign appeared. Evan stubbornly continues to defend himself. Your Majesty, this is a grave injustice. The young lady Shina can prove my innocence. But in the very next second, Shina performs an act that leaves him utterly petrified. She steps forward, positioning herself before the sovereign like a loyal guardian, the tip of her blade aimed squarely at Ivan's enemy. He stares in disbelief. Young lady Shina, he demands, his voice tight with agitation. My lady, what is the meaning of this? Don't tell me you suspect Mayor's own fiancé. Shina cuts him off. I believe the sovereign's words, she adds with icy detachment. And Lord Evan, I apologize, but I must ask you to consider our engagement as though it never existed. The atmosphere plunges into dead silence in an instant. A faint smirk tugs at the corner of Evan's lips. He clutches his head and bursts into laughter, finally unable to contain himself as he roars with mirth. Evan murmurs with gleeful abandon, I truly never imagined things would turn out like this. He no longer bothers to conceal anything, bearing his true nature for all to see. Had your Majesty not appeared today, none of this would have happened. The Emperor regards him with contempt. It is because you were simply unlucky. Evan's hand twitches, his fingers instinctively drifting toward the sword sheath at his hip. Since things have come to this, he draws his weapon from its scabbard in one swift motion and declares, Then I'll just have to silence all of you. Without hesitation, Evan hurls 5 daggers in rapid succession. Shina desperately twists and deflects them aside. Among them, a single dagger quivers midair, releasing a strange miasma sudden eruption of venom that engulfs the entire vast corridor. She hastily covers her face while shouting a warning to the Emperor. Your Majesty, please retreat at once. Shina collapses to her knees, utterly spent, her hands trembling without cease. The poison has already seeped deep into her body. Panic seizes Hirsch, who has built immunity to nearly every toxin known, is now paralyzed. It is not just Shina, the other 2 are also locked in place, completely immobilized. Evan asks them with delight, how does it feel? How does it feel to be struck by the most potent paralytic toxin ever forged through the blood curse? She stares in disbelief. That technique, could it be? He twirls the weapon lightly in his hand, confirming with a grin. That's right, thighs is my true sword art. Evan runs his fingers along the razor-sharp bladeth betrayal blade of the Night Swordsman, ruler of thieves in the shadows, the most despicable swordsman in all of history. The Night Swordsman, his sword techniques incorporate poison among their deadly arsenal. Legend says he once felled countless knights of his era. Truly, a sword art forged for thieves and cutthroats. Such a disgraceful art is certainly not one befitting the descendant of a sword saint. Shina furiously berates Evan. How could you learn such a despicable sword art? He answers her with stubborn defiance. Miss Shina, surely you understand what it means to be called the heir of a hero. Yet I could never learn my grandfather's swordsmanship. Despite Shina's silence and furrowed brow, Evan continues his bitter lament. Miss, do you understand? The grandson of a sword saint, forced to wander the world begging others to teach him sword techniquest agony, the shame of it all. Indeed, the Halley family was never a lineage of swordsmen to begin with. There is no such thing as a hereditary sword art. What's more, one must reach the Wu-Wei absolute realm before one can even create original sword techniques, let alone an inherited art. And Sir Halley remained at the realm of swordman unity ever since becoming a sword saint, so he had nothing to pass down. Evan's tone gradually turns venomous and bitterly envious. Through my own efforts alone, I clawed my way to the position of captain of the Royal Knights, and yet everyone looks at me and says, I only got here because of my grandfather. Shina challenges him. Is that why you did all this? He answers with brazen defiance. Yes, exactly. Shina rebukes him. But what you are doing is wrong. He gnashes his teeth, seething with rage. Wrong, this is what I must do. Evan raves madly. I will prove to those who mocked me, to those who refused to acknowledge me, that I have surpassed my grandfather. His eyes widen with manic ambition, as if he has completely lost his mind. And so that I can stand proudly by your side, Evan grips the sword hilt with white-knuckled fury. I know that now everything has been laid bare. I can no longer win your heart, so I will have you my own way. He rambles on without pause. Even if you cannot speak words of love to me, you can still sit in your cage and gaze upon me forever. On Shina's end, she pays his words no heed. Her trembling arms press her weapon against the ground, as she tries to force herself upright, but she cannot. My body won't move. Evan raises his blade high above his head, his gaze fixed on Shina. His expression is dark and unreadable, whether pleading or threatening. None can tell. Please just sleep for a little while. While you sleep, everything will be over. The moment the words leave his lips, Evan brings the sword crashing down without the slightest hesitation. Shina shuts her eyes in terror, awaiting the verdict of death. Yet the death she imagines does not come. Her eyes snap open in shock. Shina whips her head around. Evan's sword has been sent flying, as if struck by an unseen force. A familiar figure steps out from the shadows. None other than Kane. A few minutes earlier, Kane leans against a pillar in the shadows, silently listening to Evan's declaration. So I will have you my own way. Even if you cannot speak words of love to me, you can still sit in your cage and gaze upon me forever. Watching the three women completely paralyzed by poison, he gnashes his teeth, a knot of unease tightening in his chest. How do I deal with this mess? When that queen exposed this bastard's conspiracy, things were still manageable. Based on the wounds on the corpses and the unsettling composure of those assassins, I already knew the mastermind was that old man's grandson. But I never expected this bastard could wield the betrayal blade. Kane broods inwardly. I don't give a damn whether that queen lives or dies. But if she perishes here, the Empire might pin the blame on me. Evan raises his sword high, his intent to run Shina through as clear as day. Please just sleep for a little while. While you sleep, everything will be over. Kane is furious enough to curse aloud. The dire situation forces him to reveal himself immediately. Isn't there any other way? In a heartbeat, when 1,000 pounds hang by a single thread, Kane surges forward, intercepting Evan's strike just in time. Caught off guard, Evan's sword flies wide by sheer momentum. In the same motion, Kane plants himself firmly between the blade and the three women. Having witnessed Kayen's breathtaking rescue, their eyes brim with indescribable relief and gratitude. Kane reads their expressions and inwardly sighs. Don't get the wrong idea. I didn't do this because I wanted to. Got it? Stop looking at me like that. Only one person here does not welcome his arrivaled man standing opposite, who now confronts him with a sharp glare. You again? Kane furrows his brow, seething. This damn bastard. So he already knew who I was. No wonder I was lucky enough to get into the ballroom. He must have known his grandfather helped me get in, which means he'd already been planning to either dispose of me or frame me from the very start. Snapping back to the present, Kane warns Evan with icy calm. Don't mistake caging a bird for owning it. Evan cuts him off. That doesn't matter. A look of twisted ecstasy crosses Evan's face. Even if I can't own the bird, it will still have no choice but to gaze upon me and me alone. Kane rebuts without a moment's hesitation. Wronged. A caged bird can only see what lies outside the cage. Evan insists maniacally. Old man, if I kill this person and everyone around her right now, then the bird will have no choice but to look at me. Kane is struck speechless, so furious he could spit blood. I've truly run into a rabid madman. What kind of upbringing did that old man provide to produce something like this? He begins to attack Evan's psyche. Do you still wish to become a hero? He affirms without hesitation. I caused all of this to become a hero. That way, even without a cage, I would still have wings to fly alongside her. Kane snorts coldly with contempt. Flies have wings too, but they can never fly alongside birds. Evan roars in fury. If this succeeds, I will become a hero. I will win Miss Shina's love. He immediately denies Itno. You will never become a hero. If you have no wings, can you walk on your own 2 feet instead of trying to forge wings? If you cannot have it, can you be content with merely gazing at it from afar? Kane emphasizes, and after obtaining it, can you relinquish everything to protect it? He seethes inwardly. Rage simmers deep in his heart. This fool knows nothing. One must overcome all manner of hardships, never hesitate before any obstacle, and always press forward with unwavering conviction. How wretched is the life of a hero. Kane presses Evan with a serious gaze. Do you truly believe you can become a hero? Defeating enemies with half-baked sword techniques like a betrayal blade. Building merit through schemes like this, you truly think you can become a hero? He grits his teeth and shouts, "Shut your mouth!" Kane not only refuses to relent, presses Evan even harder. Those are the very reasons you can never become a hero. He goes berserk, hurling his dagger straight at him. Shut up! As Kane deftly dodges, Evan roars like a maddened beast, his sanity unraveling. What do you even know? What does someone like you know about me that dares you to speak such words? He charges forward, closing the distance in an instant. Evan madly repeats those words. What do you know to dare say such things? The instant he slashes down, Kane shifts to the side. He frowns in shock. That's the shadow step of the shadow severance. What technique this brat uses doesn't matter. There is no way this could make him lose his composure. Seeing Evan lunging ferociously with his dagger, Kane mutters with cold indifference, I have no intention of knowing anything more about you. His hand tightens around his weapon. But I want to give you this. He channels force into his legs. He locks his knees, straightens his back, thrusts his shoulder forward, and drives into the target as if throwing the weight of his entire body. Evan is sent crashing into the wall by that shoulder strike. He coughs up a mouthful of blood on the spot. Shina stares in shock at Kane, who now stands protectively before her. Lord Evan was still wearing his armor, yet he was sent flying by such a simple movement. Using basic, simple movements to unleash the body's full inherent power, eliminating all superfluous motions that waste unnecessary force, so that the output power achieves maximum efficiency. Evan staggers to his feet from the pile of debris. What the hell was that? Seeing his body covered in wounds, he trembles in panic. Impossible! Evan furiously hurls all his remaining daggers at Kane. This cannot be. Kane calmly watches the sharp projectiles hurtling toward him. He tells himself, forget the pain from the previous strike. Forget the tension. Forget the instinctive fear. One by one, he empties everything within himself. Kane grips the shield strap and braces for impact. No heaven, no earth, no light, no dark. Every single dagger falls harmlessly around him. The process concludes. No thought, no emotion. Shina's eyes widen in disbelief. Those movements were all basic shield techniques, found in any training manual, but that seamless chain of movements, even she could not replicate. Evan stands petrified. He screams, how can you use Iron Soul? Evan challenges Kane, refusing to accept it. How the hell can you use something that I could never learn? He simply fixes Evan with a cold, empty gaze. Becoming one with the weapon, that is the secret of the sword technique that can unlock a weapon's power to its absolute limit. It was through Iron Soul that the clan patriarch, a mere blacksmith, was able to ascend to the rank of sword saint. Back to reality, Shina is momentarily stunned. Her eyes are fixed on the back of the man shielding her. How could he have learned Iron Soul? Suddenly he speaks, shattering the heavy silence. No matter what secret it may be, it is still merely a technique created by humans. Kane emphasizes, just because you cannot learn it does not mean others cannot. Shina is immediately taken aback. She gapes, unable to believe her own ears. That's absurd. Aside from the Wu-Wei absolute realm, every other realm of the swordsman focuses on the form of the sword. This makes learning the secrets of other sword techniques nearly impossible. Yet he speaks of it as though it were the simplest thing in the world. Only those who spend their entire lives pursuing evil can know the forbidden sanctuary of darkness, place cursed by the godsend there. Receive the blessing of demons, a blessing that grants one the ability to learn and wield any technique. But for Iron Soul alone, he didn't even need that blessing. Kane declares coldly, Harmony must begin by emptying oneself. His voice reverberates evenly through the silence. If you have attachments, let go. If you have desires, extinguish them. If you have pride, cast it aside. If you have aspirations, forsake them. Having abandoned all of the self, Kane turns his hollow gaze toward Evan and affirms, when you are completely empty, Iron Soul will reside within. Witnessing that scene, Sheena suddenly flinches, her entire body trembling involuntarily. Those eyes can feel it, deep within those hollow eyes. There lies an abyss of nothing but despair. She grips her weapon tightly in anguish. What on earth has he been through? She cannot see the bottom of that abyss of despair. Evan retorts with disgust. How laughable. Who in this world would truly dare to abandon everything like that? He furrows his brow slightly, his gaze sinking into deep contemplation. Indeed, you would never understand. To abandon everything, to pursue a single path, to have the self slowly worn away and dissolving during failure after failure, defeat after defeat, and despair upon despair. Only when nothing remains but emptiness and void can that wretched soul finally touch it. That final nadir is called the unity of man and weapon. Kane scorns him with cutting contempt. Love, honor, pride, swordsmanship. A fool who cannot let go of such obsessions will never glimpse even a sliver of the void. Evan loses control of his rage, hurling dozens of razor-sharp daggers at them, but every single strike is effortlessly deflected by Kane. Kane thinks to himself, of course, he can never abandon that final obsession of his, so complete unification remains forever beyond his reach. I can only activate Iron Soul while wielding a shield to protect myself, though unable to fully merge. Because I wield the shield forged by that old man, I can channel its blessing to mimic his shield techniques. So these two shields are those treasures, though it is merely an imitation. With this shield and Iron Soul, I cannot be defeated. The sword in Kayen's hand blazes white-hot, radiating a fierce, untamed inferno. He speaks with calm conviction. You cannot abandon your obsession, even if it destroys you. If that is your karmic burden, so be it. Yifan stubbornly charges forward, lunging at Kayen. Kayen swings his sword decisively. Your evil karma, I shall bear it. In the next instant, the blade pierces flesh. Blood sprays across the floor as Yifan collapses to his knees, both arms falling limp at his sides. Yifan has been utterly defeated. Kayen presses him for answers. I ask Yao who taught you that sword technique and forged the counterfeit Book of Evil. The betrayal blade of the Nightwalker Guild and shadow severance of Xinghu could possibly know those two long-lost secrets. Though a forgery, its form is virtually indistinguishable from the original. Who could have crafted such a Book of Evil? Who indeed? Yifan lets out a derisive laugh, a hint of defiance lacing his voice. My master is far more terrifying than you can imagine. He suddenly turns, his gaze locking onto Sheena, who is trying to avert her eyes. In that instant, Yifan's pupils darken into bottomless, lightless abysses, yet the corners of his lips still curve upward, offering her one final, tender smile. Sheena stands frozen in shock. Yifan lifts his head slightly, his voice barely a whisper, and earnestly pleads with Ka-Yin, please protect her from. The black swordsman's words cut short. Yifan's head droops and he slips into eternal silence. He has departed from this world, leaving everything behind. Amid the cold, unforgiving night, Ka-Yin stands rooted in place, murmuring to himself. Black, swordsman He. Those three words seem to stir something strange within Hema, peculiar curiosity that forces a wild, mirthless laugh from his lips. He tilts his head upward. His gaze pierces through the window and reaches the full moon, hanging solitary and luminous in the vast sky. His mind drifts. How long have I waited? At last, another opportunity has arrived. The scene shifts. The first rays of dawn gently descend upon the castle as soldiers patrol the corridors, marching back and forth. In another part of the palace, a voice demands, are you ready to give me your answer now? Ka-Yin responds without hesitation. This humble subject begs your majesty's forgiveness. I must respectfully decline. The emperor frowns in displeasure. She crosses her arms and demands, is it possible that to you, the empire itself is nothing but a cage? Wealth, power, honor, territory, status. They may be the lifelong ambitions of countless souls, but to him they hold no value whatsoever. Ka-Yin states with absolute certainty, for a bird that yearns to fly, even this entire world is but a cage. The emperor refuses to relent. What if I were to keep you here by force? He closes his eyes wearily and reminds her, Your Majesty, please do not force this subject to bear the karmic burden from you. The words strike the emperor like a thunderbolt. She stands motionless for a long while before finally exhaling in reluctant acceptance. Very well, my karmic burden still has its uses for the empire's sake. The emperor waves her hand dismissively, shooing Ka-yin away. Go, because I respect you, I will let you leave this time. He bows with impeccable courtesy. This subject is grateful for your majesty's magnanimity. But she does not forget to deliver a final warning. Remember, the eyes of the empire will always be watching you. He places a hand over his heart, feigning humble submission. This subject shall remember. In truth, inwardly he is already sneering with contempt. Those threats no longer hold any power over me, because I have already obtained the lead I needed. Ka-yin turns and departs from the balcony. In a place where no one can see, a look of quiet satisfaction spreads across his face. This time, no one can obstruct my objective. The memory rewinds to years past. Ka-yin is still a relatively young man when an eager, spirited voice calls out his name. The emperor, then nothing more than a mischievous child, sits cross-legged on the bed. She boasts to him with unabashed pride, "I've figured out a way to marry you." Ka-yin declines helplessly. "Your Highness, I'm afraid the laws of the empire would never permit it." The princess flashes a radiant, beaming grin. "If it's because of that law, bam." A tiny fist swings through the air. "I'll just punch it away," she declares triumphantly, pumping her fist. He responds, utterly exasperated. "That doesn't seem like a sound idea, Your Highness." Ka-yin kneels down. Gently draping a cloak over the emperor's shoulders, he speaks with tender patience. "And before we talk about marriage, you must first grow up. Your Highness the princess." The princess puffs out her cheeks in a pout. "Just you wait. When I grow up, I'll become incredibly powerful and torment you endlessly." He responds with casual indifference. Yes, but for now, please eat your meal first." Ka-yin lectures her earnestly. "Eat well, sleep well, train your body diligently, and study your lessons thoroughly. Only then will you grow up quickly." The princess is left speechless. In the end, she can only shriek 3 words in utter indignation. That nostalgic memory, every time it resurfaces, it still brings an involuntary smile to her lips. AIC asks the emperor with curiosity, "Why didn't you act before that point?" She blinks in surprise. "What do you mean?" The girl states with conviction, "I'm certain you weren't under the influence of the night curse at that time." The emperor maintains her composure. "There was no particular reason." AIC cuts in. "You expect me to believe that?" The corner of the emperor's lips lifts ever so slightly, betraying a trace of haughty amusement. The emperor begins to guide the girl's thoughts. "When founding a new nation, do you know what the very first thing one must do is?" AIC furrows her brow. "Why are you suddenly changing the subject? What is it?" The emperor replies, "You go to the Tower of Truth." The answer catches the girl completely off guard. That makes sense, because the sages rarely ever leave the Tower of Truth. So when you go there, you can seek counsel from many of them. As if reading the deepest thoughts hidden within AIC's mind, the emperor continues directly. "And the first piece of advice the sages always give is this: create a unique language and script for your new nation." The girl's eyes go wide with astonishment. "What?" The emperor imparts her knowledge to AIC with meticulous detail. "In the beginning, the written word was created by the dragons. Therefore, when humans create and utilize a system of written language, they can tap into a portion of the latent power sealed within those symbols." The girl asks, eyes gleaming with wonder, "That power is it the incantation art?" The emperor crosses her arms and admits, "Indeed. She meticulously analyzed it like power borrowed from the gods, or a pact struck with demons to wield their dark arts. Incantation art is the recreation of a dragon's power. However, unlike divine authority or demonic sorcery, incantation art surpasses them both by a vast margin. It is a force potent enough to determine the fate of an entire nation." AI finds this difficult to comprehend. No matter how powerful an incantation art may be, how could a handful of incantation art practitioners decide the destiny of an entire nation? No matter how immense the power, what can a mere few individuals accomplish? The emperor suddenly interjects. "They can," she explains, "because the power of incantation art is drawn from the people, from every soul who speaks the nation's tongue and writes its script." AI blinks in bewilderment. "What do you mean?" The emperor patiently clarifies. "It is simple, really. When the people use their nation's language and script, their collective will flows into each written character," she adds. "In other words, power coalesces into incantation text." The girl's eyes widen in shock. She thinks to herself power drawn from tens of millions of souls. If all of that power were to converge into a single point, the emperor falls silent for a moment, then affirms, "Of course, the kings of old often utilized incantation art for the sake of their nation. Their personal share of incantation power was negligible. Yet even the residual power they drew upon was enough to forge artifacts comparable to the legendary 36 treasures or the 28 renowned blades." She emphasizes, but that is a matter of the past, the era when every nation on the continent possessed at least one incantation art practitioner is long gone. AI stands frozen. The Emperor continues her analysis. The imperial house lost its incantation art not through the machinations of treacherous servants over decades, nor through the war of succession that slaughtered most of the royal bloodline, nor even through the nation-ending catastrophes of ages past. AI is utterly baffled. Then how could it have been lost? She asks. It was stolen. The Emperor reveals not only from the Empire, but every incantation art across the entire world. They were stolen by a single organization. That organization selected the most powerful incantation arts and compiled them into a single book. The girl goes numb. There is only one organization capable of such a feat. Could it be? She calmly confirms. Indeed, that organization is none other than the most diabolical force on the planet Anhexing. And that book is the Book of Evil. The Emperor's tone grows stern as she warns. I tell you this as a warning, AI. The Book of Evil is no mere book. It is an abomination, a harbinger of annihilation that could bring ruin upon the entire world. Remember this, it is a taboo you must never covet or even entertain thoughts about. The girl turns her head with a cold snort. Don't worry, I have no use for such a thing. The Empress nods in acknowledgement. I hope you can hold fast to that oath. The Emperor reminds AI. But bear in mind things do not always unfold as you wish. Even I, an emperor, a peerless beauty, was rejected by my suitor. She grumbles with evident irritation. Anything can happen. Scene shift. Warm sunlight pours through the windows as she now watches AI finally finish her conversation with the Emperor and step out onto the balcony. The girl pays no attention to her surroundings. Her mind races with question show. Could the Emperor know such precise details about something lost to history? And above all, if the incantation arts were stolen, then where did she herself learn them? Noticing that AI seems troubled, she now carefully probes. You're here, AI. Nothing serious happened, right? The girl startles. Serious? What do you mean serious? Thinking she now herself might be in trouble, she panics and demands, why would you even ask that? Did something serious happen during your conversation with the Emperor? She flusteredly denies it. Nothing at all. It was nothing. Kane approaches Shina. He strolls over unhurriedly and delivers an important announcement. We are leaving this country. Make your preparations. Shina grows anxious. But shouldn't you treat your wounds first? Kane gently reassures her. No need, they're just minor injuries. Having weathered so many trials, he has changed completely. Kane steels himself with heavy resolve. That old man has been given the antidote. He'll recover soon enough. The cleanup will be handled by the knights. To prevent that furious empress from changing her mind, I need to leave this place as soon as possible. AI asks with curiosity, where are we headed? Kane opens his mouth to speak, but the words catch in his throat. He struggles to find an explanation. In the end, he tells them both, Jo Nairo Luo. In the putrid slums, a blood-soaked hand pushes a manhole cover aside. From the damp shadows, a familiar cloaked figure drags herself upward with great difficulty. She is none other than the female assassin who had clashed with Shina. Yet her body is utterly devastated, legs shattered, wounds crisscrossing every inch of her flesh. Aside from the female assassin, another mysterious figure stands nearby. He witnesses her wretched state and cannot help but burst into laughter. The mysterious figure mocks her. Look at yourself, what a pathetic sight. Without further preamble, he cuts straight to the point. Now then, how does it feel to reunite with an old friend? The female assassin remains silent, refusing to answer. The mysterious figure, however, seems more than capable of reading between the lines. That dim-witted brat must have completed his mission by now, yes. He continues his monologue, producing a blood-dripping heart from the pile of corpses he has just butchered, and tosses it to her. Understood, recover quickly. The invitations have already been sent. We must prepare to receive our guests. The female assassin bends down and picks up the cold, still heart from the ground. She reaches up and pulls down the cloth mask concealing her mouth. Then, with resolute determination, she bites into the gruesome mass of flesh and blood. Instantly, the female assassin's limbs begin to convulse. Her body twists in grotesque contortions, and her shattered bones snap back into alignment by some unholy mechanism. Simultaneously, the regeneration triggers a transformation within her. In the span of a heartbeat, the female assassin morphs into something more savage, a bloodthirsty, brutal creature. The mysterious figure rises from the pile of corpses with an expression of disgust. He clicks his tongue and reminds the female assassin, once, you have fully recovered, come find me at once. Number 23. With that, the mysterious figure turns and departs, leaving behind only a whispered warning. The hour of vengeance draws near. Number 23 silently readjusts the cloth mask over her mouth. She strides through the blood-soaked alley without a shred of emotion. High above, the full moon hangs radiant against the darkness of night. Yet from some unknown moment, the entire sky has been stained a deep, endless crimson, as though foretelling that this kingdom shall know peace no more. In ages past, when the three nations, including the Duban Dutch, waged war over the Enf River, a single tribe seized the opportunity. Armed with exceptional negotiation skills and vast wealth, they successfully claimed ownership of the Enf River. With the backing of the royal house, they embarked upon a grand undertaking along its waters. They gathered resources on a small island in the middle of the river, and erected upon it a city beholden to none of the three nations. The wealthiest city on the continenta, floating commercial metropolis. The river flows through the heart of Luo, a city founded by the Gin merchants. However, the scene shifts to a certain mansion, where a shrill scream suddenly tears through the silence. How the hell are we supposed to pull this off? Inside, four men sit around a table, each wearing an expression of utter exasperation. The goddess festival is right around the corner, and we still haven't found a single goddess. One of them slams his fist on the table and roars, "Do you people even understand what this means?" The man sitting opposite merely shrugs, as nonchalant as ever. "We haven't found any woman whose beauty could topple kingdoms." The response is like pouring oil on fire, and the first man's voice only grows louder. "You think words alone are enough to settle this? Do you have any idea how catastrophic the losses will be if the goddess festival fails?" The other uncle remains unfazed, yet he can hardly conjure a peerless beauty out of thin air. He responds with a gruff voice, "There's nothing in this world that money can't solve." A sudden, audacious idea flashes through his mind. "If we can't find a girl, then find a pretty-faced boy and force him to dress as one. We must have a goddess, at any cost." The other uncle cannot help but furrow his brows. That's nothing short of outright fraud. But the moment money enters the equation, his sense of shame does a complete 180. Fraud or not, as long as we turn a profit, what does it matter? The remaining two nod vigorously in agreement. They cheerfully voice their approval. "Fine, I'll give it a try. Don't worry. I'll try every method at my disposal short of human trafficking." The scene transitions to the bustling cityscape, alive with the clamor of merchants hawking their wares. Luo specialty snails, get your snails here. For the goddess festival, we're running a special sale. AIC stands excitedly at the bow of the boat, gazing at the scenery ahead, while Shina and Kayin stand behind her. The girl turns her head when she hears Shina's gentle voice. "AIC, are you all right?" AIC answers politely, "I'm fine." Shina kindly advises, "The journey has been exhausting regardless, so please rest well while we're in Luo." Then she casts a subtle glance at Yin, her expression gradually clouding with worry as she recalls how, after the battle against Lord Yifan, Your Majesty had summoned her. "I was certain Your Majesty would condemn me for dissolving the engagement. After all, Your Majesty had deliberately pressured me with the words, 'Isn't this good enough for you?' And yet I stood before Your Majesty and told my fiancé, 'I wish for Your Majesty to treat the engagement between us as though it never existed.' But to my surprise, Your Majesty recounted a story to me instead. It was from the days before Your Majesty ascended the throne, a tale of a butler who had vanished without a trace. Your Majesty spoke slowly. He left without leaving behind a single clue. Though I exhausted every means, I could not find him. So I conceived a different plan. Instead of searching for a butler, I sought someone who possessed talent across every field, just as he had, and there existed only one such individual in the entire history of the continent." Shina's face darkens, her heart already half suspecting the answer. Could Your Majesty's words truly mean what she fears? The one who plundered every last scrap of knowledge from the sage of the blood path. The greatest sage of the age who then murdered him. The seeker of immortality, the creator of the Book of Evil, the one cursed by the gods, forsaken by the heavens, the Lord of absolute evil, the supreme commander of Anhaxing. Then Your Majesty issued her solemn decree, "Follow him. If he truly has ties to that supreme commander, and if he harbors any conspiracy against the empire, cut him down with your own sword." Every time she now recalls that command, she cannot quell the turmoil in her heart. Even if Your Majesty's suspicions prove true, could I really bring myself to kill him? At that very moment, AIC's voice slices through her spiraling thoughts. "Hey, Shina," she asks softly. "What is it?" The girl points curiously toward the shore behind them. "Those decorations look rather special. Is there some kind of festival going on?" Shina gently explains, "The goddess festival is about to begin. It's held every January in Jo-Nyo-Luo. AIC's expression suddenly turns grim. The goddess festival, will there be priests? Sheena quickly reassures her. Don't worry. There are no temples in Jo-Nyo-Luo, and this festival doesn't particularly invite priests. Hiring priests for a festival costs a fortune. AIC furrows her brow in thought. That makes sense. The Jo-Gin merchants would never waste their coin like that. Suddenly, something plunges into the water with a heavy splash, startling the girl. AIC whips her head around. What happened? Sheena's face drains of all color, and the boatman cries out in alarm. Honored guest, AIC stares blankly, not yet comprehending what has occurred. Her expression turns ashen. The instant she realizes it was Ka-Yin who fell into the water, she lets out a panicked scream. Ka-Yin, Sheena reacts in a heartbeat. She takes a running start and hurls herself off the boat, diving straight into the water to save Ka-Yin. AIC can scarcely believe her own eyes. How did he fall in? In moments, she now resurfaces with Ka-Yin in tow. Gasping for breath, she signals frantically to AIC. The girl and the boatman understand at once, quickly coordinating to haul him onto the deck. They clear a space and lay him down. Seeing his ashen, lifeless face, AIC is overcome with terror. He's not breathing. Sheena speaks gently to calm her. AIC, let me handle this. She leans down and presses her lips to his, performing artificial respiration. After several desperate attempts, he finally coughs and sputters, expelling the water from his lungs. Seeing Ka-Yin react at last, AIC nearly weeps with relief. She now immediately turns to the boatman. Is there a physician or a priest nearby? The boatman stammers, Why, yes, there is. I've seen a priest lodging at an inn I know of. She now issues her command without hesitation. Then take us there now. AIC stares in confusion, not understanding the urgency. She now finally turns to explain. AIC, he didn't fall into the water and then lose consciousness, he lost consciousness first, which is why he fell into the water. AIC's expression shifts to one of shock and dread. The moment they arrive, she now bolts toward the inn like a loosed arrow, Ka-Yin slung over her back. Without a shred of hesitation, she raises her leg and smashes the door clean off its hinges. The man at the counter leaps back in fright. What in the... Sheena's voice cuts like a blade. I'm told there's a priest here. Fetch them for me immediately. The man at the counter stammers, a priest. There were two of them, but both have already gone out. Sheena's gaze turned ghostly. What did they look like? The shopkeeper trembled, describing them in as much detail as he could. A young man with dark skin, short brownish-black hair, and green eyes, and a girl with blue hair and eyes that looked like a fox's. She gently handed Ka-In to the boatman and instructed Eyes, wait here. The little girl took the purse and obediently replied, all right. Before Sheena could leave, the girl called after her, just in case. I'll go find an apothecary too. Sheena dashed forward like the wind, her mind racing. An apothecary wouldn't cut it, needed a priest. Though finding a priest at this hour was reckless. A disease that could rot the blood from within could never be cured by medicine alone. Her expression grew ever more somber. He was an outstanding apothecary himself. If medicine could have cured it, he would have done so long ago. Suddenly, a scream pierced the air. Ahead, Jarrett was sprinting like a tempest, leaving Sheena utterly bewildered. What happened? Without warning, Jarrett stumbled and hurtled straight toward her, his body and a cargo crate combining into a heaven-striking collision. Sheena barely dodged aside, cold sweat breaking across her brow as she surveyed the wreckage. He's not dead, is he? There seemed to be bricks in that pile too. She hurriedly pulled the crates aside and called out, Are you all right? Jarrett winced, rubbing a lump on his head. Then his gaze fell on a familiar pattern on the girl's wrist, freezing Sheena in place. That bracelet. The girl suddenly spun around, flashing a grin. I'm fine. Thanks for worrying about me. Sheena remained stunned. If that bracelet was genuine then, but she quickly regained her composure and offered a formal greeting. The shelter of the night eases all pain. I am Sheena. The girl responded with equal courtesy. I give thanks for the peace that darkness brings. I am Jarrett. Sheena's brow furrowed. By returning that greeting in kind, the girl had inadvertently confirmed her suspicion. You are a priest of the Dark Church. Jarrett scratched her head sheepishly. I'm only an apprentice priest. But immediately after, the girl froze solid, sweat pouring down her face, her voice stumbling over itself. WLI. She flailed her arms and legs wildly, trying to salvage the situation. Right, I'm a disciple of a priest, studying under a priest, so they just call me an apprentice priest. I don't even understand that greeting from earlier. The greeting I returned just now, I only heard it from a friend of my friend. But her frantic excuses only cemented Sheena's conviction all the more. The air between them froze solid. Jarrett knew there was no talking her way out of this. She dropped to the ground, wailing and throwing a tantrum. "Please don't arrest me. I don't want to be burned at the stake." Before Serena could even open her mouth, the girl was already on her knees, pleading desperately. "Spare me this once. I'll switch sides, I swear. So please, just let me go. Please." Serena eyed Jarrett with suspicion. The Dark Church was a cult that worshipped demons and evil spirits. People said they were extremely dangerous, but a priest who dared openly declare she would abandon her faith. Suddenly, a thunderous shout erupted from behind her. "There he is. Sees him." Serena turns her head to look at the group of people. The Chugi on merchants. What are those people doing? Jarrett catches sight of them and jolts as if she has seen ghosts. The little girl bolts away at full speed. Serena furrows her brow at the sight. "No, I need this priest. Even a dark one will do." With that thought, she swiftly gives chase. A moment later, the merchants scramble to search every nook and cranny. "He's not here, is he over there?" "No." Serena cautiously peeks out to survey the situation. Jarrett whispers in fear. "Hey, is it safe now?" She assesses the situation outside before replying. "It's fine. I don't think we'll be discovered." Then Serena turns back and asks, "But why were the Chugi on merchants chasing you?" The little girl fidgets with her fingers and stammers. "I don't know. I had just bought a skewer and was about to eat when they suddenly rushed over. It scared me, so I ran and got separated from my group. And now I'm lost." Hearing this, Serena is left utterly speechless. What kind of training does the Dark Church even give its apprentice priests? Should I find a different priest instead? Suddenly, the little girl clings to Serena. "If this keeps up, I'll be captured and burned at the stake." Tears and snot streak Jarrett's face as she sobs uncontrollably. "I haven't even gotten to see my master again. I can't accept this. So please, please help me." Serena agrees helplessly. "Fine, I'll help you." And so the two set off together toward the inn. Along the way, Jarrett shares her secret, leaving Serena utterly astonished. "You're deaf." Jarrett answers honestly. "Yes, when I was little, I accidentally drank some strange medicine that left me deaf, but in return, my body became incredibly strong." Serena can hardly believe her ears. What kind of bizarre medicine is that? Only then does she realize the issue. "Then how do you understand what I'm saying?" The little girl replies proudly, "My master taught me lip reading." She ponders thoughtfully. "So it's lip reading. If that's the case, then the fact that their conversation flows so naturally makes perfect sense." Serena nods in approval. "You've really mastered that technique." Hearing this, Jarrett swells with pride and boasts. "Of course, even my strict master had to praise my lip-reading skills. Completely different from those merchants, who can't even understand sign language." Thinking of how Jarrett struggled to buy things because the vendors didn't understand sign language, Serena sympathizes. "That does sound difficult." Serena then changes the subject. "You seem to really cherish your master." The little girl immediately replies with glee. "Absolutely. My master is an amazing person. No matter what I ask, my master always has an answer. My master is always generous and incredibly powerful too." "Your master is truly wonderful and amazing." Stunned by the little girl's spirited outburst, Serena can only respond, "I understand." Serena adds gently, "To have a disciple like you, Priestess Cority, your master must be very fond of you." The little girl's face flushes crimson. She happily covers her cheeks, her voice brimming with delight. "Not at all. I'm just a flawed disciple who only causes my master worry. I get scolded every single day, and yet my master still likes me." Serena explains slowly. "Of course, that is proof of how deeply they care about you." The little girl beams like a blossoming flower, unable to conceal her joy. "Really?" Contrary to Korit's cheerful mood, Serena's heart grows heavy with envy. She cannot even openly call herself a disciplined. She is currently surveilling and suspecting her very own master. "The reason your majesty has assigned her this mission likely stems from her late grandfather Roan of the 13 Apostles of Anhaxing. Long ago, her ancestor, the foremost swordsman of the age, refused to stand idle as the noble spirit of knighthood was twisted by war. He gathered the finest knights of that era, including the descendants of the twin sword school, and established a secret organization known as the Lordless Knight Order. To carry on that will, the Zeville family has preserved the ideals of the Lordless Knight Order across generations, serving as masterless knights. But without the imperial family's support, her clan has gradually declined. Her grandfather and the clan elders believed that perfecting the stone sword technique would revive the family, but they failed to overcome the technique's limitations. Then one day, a man came to her grandfather and offered to help restore the clan. That man was the supreme commander of Anhaxing. Her grandfather's condition was that the Lordless Knight Order remain independent. In return, he would become the apostle of Anhaxing's sword. But even with a grandfather like that, she still knows precious little about Anhaxing or the other apostles. She can only speculate that the apostles are the leaders of organizations subsumed by Anhaxing. Even the apostles themselves do not know the true purpose of Anhaxing. Before her grandfather could uncover Anhaxing's true purpose, the organization and its 13 apostles lost their supreme commander and were dissolved. That is the truth behind Anhaxing's disappearance, Seth, truth her grandfather told her. After that, her grandfather abandoned the lordless Knight Order and lived out the rest of his days with no ties to Anhaxing. In the end, he died by poison. The moment those thoughts cross her mind, her footsteps grow heavy. Evan Korit notices something is wrong. Her hands clench into fists. A wave of unease surges through her chest. But what if the supreme commander of Anhaxing had actually achieved immortality through the Book of Evil? What if he still lives, even after Anhaxing's collapse? Sheena quickly shakes off the dark thoughts. No, stop overthinking. Right now, healing him is the top priority. She turns and says, Priestess Korit, pick up the pace. The little girl obediently responds, yes, understood. Meanwhile, at the inn, AIC wrings out a towel. She places the damp cloth on Kayin's forehead. She sighs inwardly. The apothecary has already given up. AIC gazes out the window with undying hope. When will Sheena return? She lowers her gaze to Kayin lying unconscious on the bed. Sorrow paints her small face. I had forgotten if she gets hurt, he feels the pain too. He is only human. Someday he will grow old or die of illness. I wish I were human too. No, it would be better if we were both demons. As the sage Livon Tusser once noted, her body's growth and aging are far slower than that of other demons. At this thought, AIC's face crumples as though she is about to cry. If that's the case, how much longer can we stay together? Suddenly, a knock echoes through the door. AIC asks warily, who is it? A soft voice answers from outside. I received a message left by a young woman saying there is a patient here in need of a priestess. Have I come to the wrong place? Hearing this, AIC leaps to her feet. She rushes to open the door. Her mind racing, she now found a priestess. When the door swings open, she freezes at the sight of the visitor, a petite figure draped in jet-black attire, radiating an aura of unfathomable mystery. Giannitti smiles warmly. Is this my patient, little miss? AIC eyes her with suspicion. This tiny girl is a priestess. She looks even younger than me. So she probes, are you truly a priestess? Giannitti puts on a wounded expression. Are you doubting me, little miss? Then she swiftly changes the subject. But shouldn't the patient come first? Even if you doubt me, you should set that aside for the patient's sake and let me help. Left with no other choice, AIC reluctantly agrees. Fine, please help. Hearing this, Giannitti briskly steps inside. Of course, AIC thinks to herself with lingering doubt, I still don't trust her. But given the situation, I have no choice but to give it a try. Giannitti covers her mouth and chuckles softly, leaving AIC bewildered. What's so funny? She points at Kayin on the bed and teases with a grin. At first, I thought the patient might be your boyfriend. Little miss, but turns out he's your father. AIC bristles. Stop saying strange things and treat him already. Giannitti finally composes herself. All right, I'll get to it right away. But then, Giannitti proceeds to strip off Kayin's clothes, sending AIC into a frantic panic. The girl shouts furiously, what do you think you're doing? Giannitti blinks innocently. I'm checking the patient's condition. AIC curses under her breath. As if anyone wouldn't know you need to check the patient first. The girl scowls and snaps. Then why are you stripping the patient? Giannitti maintains her composure to conduct a thorough examination. It's best to remove all of the patient's clothing. AIC's face turns scarlet. She quickly protests. Just the shirt is enough. Giannitti sighs in exaggerated disappointment. I can't strip everything. AIC stands firm. Absolutely not. Giannitti relents, but not without a parting quip. The patient's family member is quite the handful. I'll just have to proceed with basic examinations first, then. That remark makes AIC's blood boil. Handful am I. Perhaps she should have started with the basic exams before trying to strip him. But the moment she sees Giannitti taking Kayin's pulse with a grave, focused expression, AIC's anger vanishes, replaced by pure worry. I believe I will need to remove the patient's shirt after all. Is that all right with you? AIC softens. Truthfully, if someone keeps staring at me while I work, I'll get flustered and won't be able to heal properly. So, miss, would you mind stepping out for a moment? AIC is reluctant. Kayin's current condition is extremely grave. Even if the request is strange, she has no choice but to comply. So she relents. Fine. AIC gently closes the door and leans against the wall, her heart heavy with worry. After all, I have no healing skills of my own. I just hope his condition isn't truly as dire as she says. Not long after, Shina returns. AIC spots her at the door and grows worried. What happened? AIC answers obediently. Shina, a priestess, received the message left at the counter. She's currently treating Ka Yin. Shina lets out a sigh of relief. Is that so? As for Cherry, she just stands there dumbfounded, completely clueless about what just happened. At this moment, AIC's gaze falls upon the girl. By the way, Shina, who is that over there? Shina introduces gently. This is Cherry, a priest of the Dark Church. AIC lets out a soft gasp, as if she can't believe it. The Dark Church. The girl sweeps her suspicious gaze over Cherry. But no matter how I look at her, this one doesn't even seem qualified enough to be called an apprentice. Cherry still stands there dazed, muttering, should I introduce myself now? Only then does she not ask, so why are you here? The girl answers hesitantly, to avoid interfering with the treatment. She steps closer and asks, how much longer do we have to wait? AIC opens the door and answers hesitantly, I think it should be fine now. The three of them enter the room together. Shina freezes in place, leaving AIC bewildered. The girl calls out softly, Sina, but moments later, AIC's face also drains of color. The sickbed is completely empty. A wave of gut-wrenching dread surges through AIC's heart. She and Sina rush off in an instant. She dashes to the window to survey the situation outside. The room sits on the first floor. She stands by the door. The only escape route is the window, but a canal runs directly beneath Ito Flea. One would need a boat. The implication hits hard. She turns around, her expression grave. This was a premeditated kidnapping. She clenches her fists, her mind spiraling into turmoil. I don't know whether the kidnapping was motivated by money, but if the target was me, Sina flinches at AIC's words. I'm sorry. Shina gently comforts her. It's not your fault, but the girl still blames herself sorrowfully. It's not your fault. I should have realized sooner. Suddenly, Cherry cuts in. It's all right, for no matter what mistakes one makes, the divine will forgive you. Humans are creatures prone to error. What matters is how you make amends. Those were the words I heard when I made my own mistakes. It was my master who spoke them to me. Though there have been many times I couldn't fix my mistakes, times my efforts to smooth things over fell flat. A hint of doubt lingers in the girl's eyes. Is that not right? Only then does she not chime in. Priest Cherry speaks the truth. What matters now is finding him. Don't be too hard on yourself. Cherry also offers friendly comfort. If you need my help, don't hesitate to ask. For aiding those in need is Gianetti's will. A few hours later, listening to AIC's account, Sina can't help but be surprised. A small girl, the child tries to describe in detail. She had a petite figure and fox-like eyes. Shina can hardly believe her ears. A small priest with fox eyes. She ponders and analyzes. That small priest was likely the bait. The mastermind is probably someone else. If confronted with someone that's small and unassuming, even I might let my guard down. Suddenly, Cherry cuts into her train of thought. Excuse me, but I think I know who that small priest is. Shina asks urgently, you know that priest? The girl answers with a beaming smile. Of course, Sesh is in my group. The moment Cherry finishes speaking, the atmosphere freezes solid. Shina turns to AIC. Come to think of it, if she received a message, we can ask for the recipient's name. The girl quickly chimes in. That's right. Then I'll be able to use magic to track her down. Cherry, pushed to the sidelines, calls out miserably. Hey, over here. Are you even listening to me? Instantly, both of them whip their heads around, their faces brimming with murderous intent. Shina demands in a deep voice. So that means you're a member of the kidnapping group, correct? Cherry barely manages a stunned huh. She slams the table so hard the wood groans. Tell us the ransom conditions. You deliberately approached me back then, didn't you? The girl denies it in terror. That's not true. AIC furrows her brow and asks, you're saying that meeting Shina was purely coincidental? Shina continues her barrage. You mean to say that while you were tailing someone you just met, your group suddenly hatched a kidnapping plan? Cherry, utterly dumbstruck, can only stammer, Yes, it seems that way. AIC sums it all up. In short, you're saying you knew absolutely nothing about the kidnapping your group planned. Did your group sideline you? Cherry's eyes brim with tears of indignation. I wasn't sidelined, Shina says bluntly. Then you betrayed your group by revealing you're a member of the kidnapping crew. Hearing this, Cherry grows even more indignant. I didn't betray anyone, the girl explains earnestly. That priest has dark blue hair, braided into multiple plaits and fox-like eyes. Right, if I find her, I'll find my group too. I have my own reasons for this as well. Besides, if both sides cooperate, we'll find them much faster. Right, perhaps, this might just be some misunderstanding. Shina replies hesitantly, that's true. AIC asks in surprise, what are you thinking, sister? She furrows her brow and answers, I don't think she's lying. Cherry's face lights up. So you believe me now? Sheena bows her head. First of all, I apologize for suspecting you. The girl grins cheerfully. It's fine, anything can happen, right? Sheena continues, and I also apologize in advance for any rude behavior to come. As she speaks, she draws the sword at her waist. Cherry still hasn't caught on and replies bashfully, It's fine, don't worry about it. The moment the girl grasps the situation, sweat pours down like rain and her voice falters. Our rude behavior in the future? What do you mean? Sheena flashes a sinister smile, sword in hand. Oh, accomplice of the kidnapper suite, kindly request your cooperation for a moment. Behind her, AIC is already channeling a spell. Before Cherry can even react, AIC's binding magic ensnares the girl tight. Cherry trembles like a cornered puppy, pleading desperately. Now, we can talk this out calmly, can't we? But reality is far from a dream. The entire inn erupts with the girl's blood-curdling screams. Scene transition Ka Yin. He wearily drags a hand across his forehead and lets slip a curse. Damn it, he frowns, silently assessing the situation. It seems I pushed myself too hard trying to leave the Duban Duchy as fast as possible. I thought it was for the best, but my body simply couldn't keep up. He props himself up helplessly, acknowledging that the wounds he keeps sustaining leave him no time to heal. This state of affairs is inevitable. He opens his eyes, a heavy abyss forming in his heart, but he must accept it. To avoid capture by the Empire, he must reach a place beyond the Empire's reach. Janiolo must be reached as soon as possible. Besides, he has something to find, and he needs a place where information is bought with coin. Janiolo is the perfect location. He scans his surroundings, realizing with certainty that this is that dream again. Suddenly, footsteps echo, and his facial muscles tighten like taut strings. Damn it, is it starting with you this time? The one-eyed woman speaks, her voice filled with resentment. Why did you betray me? Jeji Aguon. Immediately, one by one, they appear, their bodies drenched in blood. GGM roars in fury. Why did you lure us into a trap? Jede Getaka, the lead instructor, radiates killing intent. Why did you impart sword techniques to that hero Kane? Why did you assist that blacksmith in annihilating the King Sin organization? Why did you deny us our gold and our wishes, Dengvin? Why did you interfere in my plans, Kalong Seaton? Why did you steal the research, Cashin? Why did you aid that princess, only for her to ascend the throne and lead us to destruction, Kengvin? Because the person who carried that plague has mutated. Our destruction is your doing. Kep Josai Ban, why did you cast us into the storm? Why, Jede Dujusi, there is no thief as despicable as you. Kine instantly recognizes them one by one, the ownerless Night Order. Dragon Hunters, the Gagan Hunter, Shadow Sect, Black Yin Ha Hong, Black Tempest Ring, Ghost Spirit, Black Slave, Primal Blood, Red Bone, and the Night. The guilds, though they are long gone, their remnants still clamor. He snarls with disdain, begone. The losers turn to dust and vanish instantly. The scene shifts to a torrential downpour. Before him stands the Crimson Moon Knight, covered in blood. He slowly approaches. I am your benefactor, Kine replies with indifference. I know, the Crimson Moon Knight. He steps onto the chair and grits his teeth. I offer you as a sacrifice. He seems to have lost his mind. He swings his blade right against Kine's neck. Every word he speaks drips with hostility. Do you regret making me the common enemy of the entire continent? Looking at the Crimson Moon Knight's hate-filled face, Kine merely sighs and shouts sharply, You are nothing but a loser. Begone. At his words, the Crimson Moon Knight dissolves into dust. A beautiful woman appears, her familiar voice ringing with demonic allure. You remain the same, don't you? Smiling with hollow eyes, Kine sits on the chair and answers, Indeed. She presses close to Kine, placing a hand on his ear. You lack faith and have abandoned love. Kine frowns slightly. Correct. She sits on his lap, her voice sweet yet haunting. You have no happiness and have forgotten sorrow. Kine offers no denial. True. She caresses him, whispering seductively. You even ignore your own loneliness. He hesitates briefly before admitting it. Perhaps I lean in and whisper into his ear. In this aimless and meaningless existence, what are you pursuing? Kine ponders. He has no reason or purpose for existing. Only one reason to continue living this hollow life. He answers bluntly, I want to live. She laughs mockingly. Your sins, your evil karma, you not regret your life. Kine responds without hesitation. His hand tightens with determination. I will not let regret stain my karma, nor will I waste time feeling it. That is why I am the villain. I will never become a hero. But I am no commoner either. He roars, begone. Ghost of the abyss. She strokes his hair gently. O most sinful soul, I shall await the day you regret your own karma. She fades into dust, leaving Kine alone on the chair. He speaks softly, a hint of pity in his voice. A fool who dies for a promise that will never come to pass. If you wish to resent me for my cowardice in betraying you, then do so. My only friend, the only one who pursued the same thing as I did. After the nightmare, Kane opens his eyes. Janet asks brightly, "Are you awake?" He bolts upright in extreme confusion. A blinding headache strikes as he staggers. Janet places a hand on his forehead, gently chiding, "Don't move so fast." She then kisses his forehead. She asks playfully, "Do you feel better?" Kane screams internally, "Please, can't you heal like a normal person?" He reluctantly answers, observing his surroundings and organizing his memories while Janet tidies up. "Am I on a ship? I must have been unconscious for a few hours. What the hell happened while I was out?" Seeing Kane staring, Janet teases, "You look at me like that, it's embarrassing." He asks bluntly, "What are you doing here?" She replies obediently, "As you can see, healing you." He frowns in annoyance. "That's not what I asked. Unless there's a disaster. You should be in the far north." She laughs and asks in return, "Does a sister visiting her brother need a reason?" Kane curses internally. The age gap is ridiculous. To let me call her sister, she hasn't changed a bit. She opposes the Winter Temple, one of the three great priests of the Dark Church, holder of absolute power and their supreme leader. He knows her well enough to ask how she could possibly come without a reason. He calls her the Pope because he knows Janet's true status. She is the Pope of the Dark Church. Meanwhile, Eyes wonders, she is the Pope. Corey, tied to a chair, confesses honestly. That is true. Eyes furrows her brow as memories flood back. The conditions to become one of the three great priests are well established. Age and physique are of no consequence. The most skilled in martial arts becomes a saint knight, granted the gods' power. The most learned in doctrine becomes the head priest, granted the gods' miracles. The one with the most steadfast faith becomes the Pope, capable of receiving prophecies from the god. This rule has remained unchanged for thousands of years since the age of myths. The Pope of the Dark Church is not merely someone with superior holy power. The fact that the Dark Church has expanded its influence to many small villages and exploded in growth over the last few decades, to the point where it now rivals the Winter Temple, is entirely thanks to that Pope. During the war, I'd received some intelligence about her, but I never imagined she'd look so small. Thanks to that Archbishop's tactical brilliance, the kingdom had been forced to pay a steep price to the Church of Darkness on more than one occasion. The thought only stoked the girl's fury further. Arcane energy erupted across her palms, her face twisted with killing intent, so potent that the creature trembled in abject terror. The creature pleaded through sobs, "Hey, could you loosen this thing a little? I think it's a bit too tight." But both Shina and AIC remained utterly resolute. The creature's eyes brimmed with tears, silently cursing their cruelty. AIC suddenly spoke up. "But why did the Archbishop leave the temple and come all the way here?" The creature answered cheerfully, "To meet my master, of course." AIC blinked in confusion. "Master?" The creature grew visibly excited and blurted out everything at once. "Yes, my absolutely incredible master. No matter what I ask, Master can always give me an answer." AIC furrowed her brows. She hissed silently in her mind. Does this fool even realize what kind of predicament it's in? She probed further. "So where is this master of yours now?" The creature answered helplessly, "That, I don't know. The Archbishop said that if I waited at Jo Nio Luo, I would be able to meet Master. But they never said where exactly or when." AIC turned to Shina. "They say divine prophecy and holy revelation are things that defy all logic." Shina nodded in agreement. "With this information, we can conclude that the mastermind is none other than this Archbishop." She turned back to the creature and continued her questioning. "Is your master really that incredible?" The creature beamed with pride. "Of course, my master is the Archpriest." Pieces began falling into place for AIC. So that was it. The Archpriest was the living embodiment of divine teachings, effectively the Grandmaster of the entire sect. It was only natural that the Archbishop would come in person to seek such a figure. But the girl blurted out her thoughts without a shred of tact. How on earth did this idiot become the Archpriest's disciple? The creature protested with a wounded expression. "That's so mean. It's true I'm not the quickest learner, but I still..." The creature burst into loud, bawling sobs, so sudden that even AIC froze. "Wait, is this thing crying now?" She pressed on with the interrogation. "So that Archbishop came here specifically to find your master. Then why kidnap someone from our group?" AIC whipped around in surprise, staring at her. "Shina, are you really just ignoring someone who's crying their eyes out?" The creature stopped sobbing and answered, "I don't know, though not entirely certain of the details." The scene shifted to Jia Niti as she recounted the whole story. "I was afraid your treatment would be interrupted." He grumbled helplessly, Good heavens, you kidnapped a patient. She replied with a coquettish whine. I didn't have any other choice. I was trying to treat you, but that girl trailing you kept interrupting me. If the treatment had continued there, I might have been thrown out before I could even finish. He frowned. That wouldn't have happened. Speaking of which, how did you even manage to move me? Giannitti recounted honestly. A ship happened to pass by the window at that moment, so I asked the crew on board to help carry my dear big brother away. Suspicion crept into his eyes. How were they so willing to help you? She answered playfully, I just told them please help me. My brother and I are being held captive here by kidnappers. So they helped me just like that. Afterward, I gave them a gold ingot, and they even let me have the entire ship. He understood instantly. A single gold ingot was more than enough to buy a dozen ships like that. Of course they'd help. Ka-yin scolded. Money shouldn't be spent so carelessly. Haven't I told you that before? Giannitti pouted in rebuttal. That wasn't careless at all. I spent that money to save my brother. How can you say something like that? And above Aleph, you had taken better care of your body in the first place. No cute little sister like me would have had to show up here. Ka-yin was caught off guard at once. He silently conceded to himself. Fine, you're right about that. If you hadn't treated me, I'd probably still be teetering on the line between life and death right now. Giannitti's expression turned wistful and melancholic. Of course I understand. Big Brother has his own circumstances. You must have been beaten half to death by some hero for reasons beyond your control. Or perhaps you fell off some cliff, which is why your body is riddled with so many injuries. And on top of all that, you even performed a divine speed journey. Everything she says hits the mark, he thought, growing suspicious. Has she been secretly watching me? Giannitti gently reminded him. But no matter what circumstances you face, you should at least be gentle with your own body. Her words struck a nerve, and he cried inwardly. What kind of madman would want this? I was just trying my damnedest to survive, and my body ended up like this on its own. She didn't forget to throw in a parting jab. If your followers found out that their archpriest's body was in such a wretched state, they'd be worried sick, you know. At this, he seethed inwardly. He didn't even have an ounce of genuine faith. How could he possibly serve as archpriest? All because of that accursed title. He'd been saddled with a dim-witted disciple, and was even hurled before that frost domain monstrosity. Giannitti's expression seemed to peer straight through Ka-yin's thoughts. Or is it that you don't fancy the position of archpriest? He answered with measured caution. How could one speak of liking or disliking such a thing? The title of the three great archpriests is not a position one can simply refuse out of personal distaste. And there is another matter. She spoke with a friendly yet pointed tone. If the burden of archpriest feels too heavy, feel free to hand it over to me. All you need to do is return the sacred relic and the miracle, and I'll immediately reassign your position. The sacred relic and the miraclethes were the twin thorns in Ka-yin's side. He replied with practiced diplomacy, the position of archpriest is a glorious duty bestowed upon me as a servant of the divine. How could I forsake such a sacred obligation for personal reasons? He told himself in silence. Truthfully, the sacred relic doesn't matter much. But that miracle, I cannot give that up. That miracle is something irreplaceable to me. Giannitti suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Big Brother, don't you have anything you'd like to say to your little sister after such a long time apart? Ka-yin spoke stiffly. I'm grateful to you for helping me. She pouted. No, that's not it. He shifted his form of address. Thank you, little sister, for helping me. She still wasn't entirely satisfied, and he was forced to say it all. I'm very happy to see you again. Giannitti's face blossomed into a radiant smile. I'm also very happy to see you again. Big Brother, Ka-yin regarded her with a guarded expression. Manipulating this archbishop was even more difficult than dealing with that queen. Of course, he had become a priest for entirely different reasons. Giannitti immediately catches Ka-yin's gaze. Are you feeling uncomfortable being with me? He hastily replies. How could he possibly feel that way? He silently rallies himself a seasoned villain, never reveals his true emotions. Hold it together, just hold it together. His stoic mask barely forms before Giannitti's words shatter it to pieces. Then how about we go on a date today? His expressionless face instantly melts into one brimming with emotion at the sound of her mischievous voice. Not long after, on a bustling street, Ka-yin stands with both hands clutching food skewers, his heart still refusing to accept reality. How the hell did it end up like this? The sovereign herself invited him to the festival. How could he refuse? He hands a skewer to Giannitti in defeat. Here's your skewer. She accepts it with a cheerful smile. Thanks, Big Brother. She talks while eating. After you quietly disappeared, everything fell into chaos. Kane understands full well that it all had its reasons. Back then, besides accepting the position of archpriest, I was also hit with accusations of embezzling donation funds and accepting bribes. On top of that, both the Ice Domain and the Night Moon Domain kept trying to kill me, so I had to flee in secret. Giannitti continues talking while holding his hand as they walk. The young archpriest cried every single day, desperately wanting to find her master. The Night Moon Domain didn't even bother hiding their displeasure through tantrums everywhere, and harassed anyone in sight. I really had a rough time dealing with all of that. He understands completely. You've had it rough. He bites into his skewer and silently congratulates himself. So leaving was the right call after all. Kane feels a bitter sting as the memories resurface. Truth be told, those two kids were the real reason I fled. Every time I called that disciple of mine, she'd come rushing over in a panic and end up breaking a bone. When she cooked, she'd accidentally mix in poison, nearly killed me several times, that little fool. As for the Night Moon Domain, they kept going berserk because they couldn't catch me. And to make matters worse, the church kept throwing me in front of the Ice Domain on multiple occasions. And the Ice Domain's leader is also the archpriest, mind you. Suddenly, Giannitti speaks up. Big brother, could you come back to the church? Kane flatly refuses. I'm sorry, I have urgent matters to attend to right. No, it would be very difficult. Cold answer, I should have seen that coming. Is it really that you have things to do? Or are you afraid this little sister might discover her big brother's true identity? Or perhaps returning to the church would get in the way of what you truly want to do? The traitorous apostles of Anhaxing have all vanished. The vendetta is over. You don't need to keep wasting your life on that. Nevertheless, he remains resolute in his refusal. That doesn't matter. Either way, my life will be wasted regardless. There is only one thing I wish to do. Nothing else matters. You know that better than anyone. Suddenly, streaks of colorful fireworks soar high into the sky, like bold brushstrokes painting across a canvas of blue and white silk. As they reach their apex and a thunderous crack rings out, 1,000 brilliant rays of light burst forth, unfurling in perfect circles like colossal flowers, blooming in frantic haste across the void. Cho-Rai tugs at Shina's cloak, pointing excitedly up at the sky. Look, look, the fireworks are so beautiful. How do they even make those things? I don't know. It was meant as a casual musing. But Shina answers in complete earnest, an irritated glint in her eyes. I don't know. Cho-Rai happens to glance around when something suddenly catches her eye. The little girl squeals with delight. In the blink of an eye, she dashes to the food stall like a hungry ghost spotting an offering. Oh, there they are. Shina and AIC stand at a distance, watching the little girl happily order food. Give me one vanilla. AIC is visibly irritated at having to tag along with Cho-Rai. Shina, should we really trust this fool? She shakes her head helplessly and gives up. The girl's face twists with displeasure, her voice turning sharp and venomous. You kidnap someone and then casually stroll through a festival as if nothing happened. Does that even make sense? Shina can only smile wryly, her gaze still locked on that petite figure in the distance. The world is full of all kinds of people your hearts can analyze endlessly. Perhaps the archpriest Chris's foolish persona is just an act. Or perhaps he truly isn't that bright. Besides, I've already searched their rooms and found nothing. This festival seems to be our last viable lead. AIC remains skeptical, her brows furrowed tight and refusing to relax. Her guard is sky-high. What if he's just playing dumb? Or maybe he has multiple personalities? She sets aside those baseless conjectures. Shina swiftly shifts the topic. AIC, our best option right now is to split up and search. The girl startles slightly. Understood. AIC turns to leave, not forgetting to leave a parting word. I'll head this way, see you later. She reminds her softly. You too, be careful. On the bustling streets teeming with people, AIC wraps herself entirely in a long cloak. As she walks and ponders, she recalls what that fool said. Perhaps the sovereign took him away for treatment. No matter how she thinks about it, the logic doesn't hold. A sovereign who kidnaps a patient, because she can't treat them in front of their familitos that sound reasonable to you. Her memories drift back to when she first met Giannitti. If someone keeps staring at me during the treatment, I'll get flustered and won't be able to do it properly. So please, little one, step away for a moment. Now with time to reflect, AIC begins to harbor suspicions. I think the treatment was just a pretext. The real purpose was to get close to him. The girl suddenly freezes in the middle of the crowd. AIC softly murmurs words someone once spoke in the past. That guy did say the sovereign's target is the archpriest. She wonders to herself, the sovereign, and that fool came to Jo Nio Luo to wait for the archpriest. And we just happened to run into those two upon arriving. Could all of this really just be a coincidence? a holy warrior wielding the blessing of Yin Knight from the Dark Church. Could he also be an archpriest, just like the leader of the Ice Domain? AIC suddenly jerks her head up, spotting something astonishing. That familiar silhouette in the distance, others, no mistaking it. What the hell does he think he's doing? Witnessing Ka Yin and Jia Ni Ti strolling hand in hand through the streets, AIC's fury nearly drives her past the brink of reason. After being kidnapped, you're going to a festival with your kidnapper, and you're sharing grilled skewers too, and holding hands. Fortunately, she manages to restrain the demonic energy surging uncontrollably around her. Calm down. Maybe he just has something to discuss with the Sovereign. Or maybe he received a mission from the Dark Church. Or he's looking for us and just happened to tag along with her. That's probably it, isn't it? He's not just out enjoying the festival, is he? Lost in her conjectures, AIC fails to notice a man with a strange gait closing in on her. I need to keep observing first. And so the brute crashes straight into the girl. Not content with that, the hulk of a man jabs a finger at AIC's face and spews a string of drunken curses. Brat, what the hell are you doing standing in the middle of the road? Already pushed to the brink by the ordeal with Ka Yin, AIC now finds her path blocked by a filthy drunkard. Her fury ignites. Is there something wrong with this human? The girl commands with a scowl. Move. Every muscle in the man's face contorts at once, his demeanor turning crude and brutish. How dare you mouth off like that? Didn't your parents teach you how to speak? But AIC pays the wretch no mind. Her gaze cuts toward the two figurettes on tall, one small gradually disappearing into the crowd. The girl's patience has reached its breaking point. Inwardly, she deliberates, this cur is going to make me lose Shina's trail. To save time, AIC decides to invoke the power of the Tempest Sovereign, the embodiment of storm and despair. I summon forth a gale from the goddess. The instant the incantation rings out, a sphere of mana hurtles toward the hulking brute, launching him skyward. Tiger's roar, dragon's breath. The man is swept up by the torrent of energy, sent hurtling into the heavens with no means to resist. A wretched scream tears through the marketplace. Seconds before AIC's blast sends the man soaring not far away. Ka Yin's voice, though not loud, cuts cleanly through the noise. That doesn't matter. My life will be squandered regardless. There is only one thing I wish to do, nothing else. You know that better than anyone. You're simply thinking of yourself. If I had come this far only for vengeance, I might well have been swayed by the Grand Priestess's words by now. But I have endured every torment, every humiliation, and spent my entire life crawling through den after den of villains. Not for that reason. Right at that moment, a piercing shriek rings out, seizing Ka Yin's attention. He sees the hulking man suddenly rocket uncontrollably past his head, tracking the trajectory of the human-shaped projectile hurtling toward Shina. Ka Yin detects the lurking danger at once. He instantly hurls aside the meat skewer in his hand, plants his foot hard against the cobblestones for leverage, and without an ounce of hesitation sweeps Shina clear of the spot where the brute comes crashing down. Ka Yin cannot help but furrow his brow. Which drunkard is this? Where did he come flying from? He turns to Shina, safely cradled in his arms, and asks, "Are you all right?" She beams and nods. "Of course I'm fine. It's all thanks to my dear big brother." Receiving such a cheerful reply, he lowers his posture and says flatly, "Then get down." Passers-by crowd around to check on the drunkard. "That drunk, are you okay?" Yet she not only refuses to release Ka Yin, clings even tighter, leaving him visibly flustered. "Grand Priestess," Janet suddenly blurts out something cryptic and unprovoked. In truth, this little sister of his knows full well that no matter how she tries to dissuade him, her brother will never turn back. And even if he did, he could never return to the way things were. That is everyone's regret, isn't it? Ka Yin understands the hidden meaning behind her words completely. He knows the Grand Priestess wants him to deny it. Yet he closes his eyes and answers with calm indifference. Indeed, honest words are often the cruelest truths, an undeniable fact. It is not because I am the Archpriest. Even if I were the Grand Priestess's true brother, I would not lie. The two continue their cryptic exchange of dialogue, only they can truly comprehend. "You have no regrets. Truly are you content with this?" At those words, Shina loosens her arms from around Ka Yin's neck, forcing a teasing smile. "I suppose so. That's exactly why you're the most wretched villain in the world." He plays along without missing a beat. "Didn't you know?" She gracefully climbs down from Ka Yin's arms. Calmly she explains, "How could I not know? From the very first time I met Yao when you awakened me, I already knew." Ka Yin and Shina continue to hold hands, perfectly at ease. There is a reason for the quiet harmony and composure between them. Indeed, Grand Priestess is the only person from whom he can hide nothing, against whom he can scheme nothing, the only person with whom he can speak freely. the only person who knows everything about him. Memories drift back to a time long past. The beautiful image of the priestess gradually surfaces in Ka-yin's mind. She and I were once like this too. Speaking of old memories, Janet seizes the chance to jab at Ka-yin's unbearable aging. Your looks have really deteriorated. Silver hair truly doesn't suit you at all, does it? He toys with his hair, and a thought springs to mind. Should I dye my hair then? Before, he dyed his hair primarily as a disguise. My hair dye ran out on the way here. Janet suddenly grows excited at the prospect of seeing Ka-yin in a new look, and proposes. Why don't you try braided hair dyed pink? His expression darkens the instant he hears this absurd suggestion. You think I'd ever accept an idea like that? The two chat away cheerfully, oblivious to the pair of footsteps quietly trailing behind them. AIC locks her gaze on that figure. Her furrowed brow betrays utter disbelief. How can this be? The girl's sharp instincts have caught something deeply illogical. It's completely different from how he talks to me, or Shina. Just one glance is enough to tell thighs. Is a conversation between two people who have known each other for a very long time. The atmosphere between them is so warm, so intimate. I always thought that because we were family, we'd be closer to each other than anyone else. What on earth is his relationship with that woman? As the two pass by a musical instrument stall, Shina suddenly cries out in excitement. There was something fascinating here. Ka-yin also recognized what she had mentioned. It was the Zola instrument. The Zola is an ancient instrument with a history spanning thousands of years. Very few in this era know how to play it, and Ka-yin is one of the chosen few. He had learned to play it long ago for her sake, and for the pontiff. Gianni promptly calls the shopkeeper over and asks, "Excuse me, could we borrow that?" The man, carrying goods in his arms, looks up in surprise. "My, does this young lady know how to play it?" But Gianni shakes her head and switches to a proud, boastful tone. "My big brother knows how to play it." Hearing this, the shopkeeper breaks into a cheerful grin and agrees. "Sure, go ahead. No one buys it anyway, so feel free to borrow it." Gianni turns to the one beside her and makes a coquettish request. "Then play me a tune, won't you?" Ka-yin doesn't even think twice. He nods his agreement instantly. Very well, let us rewind to a few minutes before Shina temporarily parted ways with AIC. She watches the girl's retreating figure, her heart tangled with unease. Though letting her go alone stirs worry, finding him remains the highest priority. Just then, Joe Rai, who had gone to buy ice cream, returns. Joe Rai looks left and right, searching for the missing figure. "Where did Miss AI go?" Shina explains honestly. "We split up to find them faster." Hearing this, the girl innocently smiles and agrees, as if it were the most natural thing in the world. That makes sense. Shina lets out a soft sigh, carefully re-examining her own suspicions. No matter how she looks at it, the girl doesn't resemble a member of any kidnapping group in the slightest. But then her gaze hardens, and her aura turns several shades graver. Shina speaks up, laying the groundwork beforehand. "Archpriest Joe Rai, I hope you will bear with me in advance." The girl, savoring her ice cream, lifts her head to ask in return. Bear with what?" Shina begins pressing Joe Rai with steel-hard words. "The one who kidnapped a member of our group, a member of yours, the pontiff of the Dark Church. If that person does anything to endanger the safety of those in our group, then I likewise cannot guarantee the safety of the members belonging to the kidnappers' faction. This is about Archpriest Joe Rai." Shina silently acknowledges to herself that this is a very clear threat. She wonders whether Archpriest Joe Rai will crack under pressure and reveal her true nature. But before the thought even finishes forming, she hears Joe Rai's calm, unruffled voice. "Very well." Shina can't believe the other party accepted so easily. She hurriedly repeats herself. "Do you truly understand what I mean?" And she receives the exact same answer. "I understand. You mean that if things go wrong, you will use me as a hostage or kill me?" "Correct." She can't help but feel bewildered. "You're not afraid?" Joe Rai feels the same bewilderment at the barrage of questions Shina throws at her. Why would I be?" Shina carefully reminds her. "You could be placed upon the pyre by my hand. The agony would be beyond compare." And yet Joe Rai shows not a shred of worry. "But that would only be the case if your group doesn't find that person, right? So why should I be afraid?" That carefree innocence makes Shina's hand clench unconsciously. "If everything goes smoothly, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it?" Joe Rai cheerfully nods. Once again, Shina's heart is thrown into turmoil. Though she desperately wants to find him right now, she also wants to believe Archpriest Joe Rai. If they find him without incident, everything will end well. She can't believe she is being consoled by her own hostage. Everything has been made clear. Joe Rai urges Shina to get going. She happily follows along. Amid the bustling street teeming with passers-by, the two of them advance forward together. They walk with a gap between them, yet Shina's gaze never leaves the girl ahead. Suddenly, she freezes when she hears the girl humming something. Rai strolls along, humming cheerful melodies of ancient times, long, long ago in a world where the gods had departed, and the demons were sealed away. 13 of the mightiest demons conquered the entire world. The Night Walker was swallowed by endless darkness. The red bone was ground to dust beneath the mad swordsman's heel. The cursed blood fell ill from drinking the wrong poison. The dragon hunters were devoured whole by a dragon and vanished without a trace. The black mist was shattered by the soul of iron and steel. The dark servant was seized by the red lion. The golden ring lost all its gold and crumbled to ruin. The black storm was destroyed by demonic power. The ghost soul was devoured by demons. Ziying was burned to death. The masterless sword rusted and shattered. The temple of evil sank beneath eternal ice. And the dark star Anhixing vanished, leaving nothing behind. Of the 13 who fled, now only one remains, the most cowardly and powerless of them all. That one lives on forever, condemned to endless sin. The singing halts abruptly as Shina, unable to bear it any longer, seizes the girl and yanks her back. When Rai turns around, Shina's face has already gone dark. Shina's eyes are filled with nothing but alarm. She asks anxiously where she heard that song. Rai's innocent face is a picture of pure bewilderment. The girl tilts her head in confusion. This song, it's a song the archpriest often sings. That the archpriest sings this song is no coincidence. The opening verse, in a world where the gods departed and the demons were sealed, 13 of the mightiest conquered the world, undoubtedly refers to the 13 apostles of Anhixing. The phrase, the masterless sword, alludes to the masterless knight's order. The 12 short verses in the middle of the song very likely allude to the organizations of the 13 apostles. She can only identify a handful of them: Ziying, the ghost soul, the dark servant, and the temple of evil. The 12th verse most likely alludes to the dark church. If that is the case, could that pontiff also be like herself a descendant of one of the 13 apostles? Moreover, in the penultimate verse, the dark star is Anhixing, and the 13 who fled allude to the 13 apostles. As the swirling thoughts in her mind descend into chaos, Shina seizes Rai by the shoulders and demands, "Who is it?" The questions burning inside her blaze ever hotter. Shina presses further. Then, after all these decades, who is the one still remaining among the 13 who fled? One apostle still lives. Rai is frightened by her reaction. The girl hurriedly explains, "Master has never spoken of that person. After all, this is just a song. What could the 13th organization, the one not mentioned in this song, possibly be? And above all, does he have any connection to Anhixing?" She now forces her eyes shut, struggling to calm herself. She tells herself, "No, I cannot draw any conclusions from this much information alone. What I need to do now is meet that pontiff and confirm it." Elsewhere, an instrument cradled in someone's hands slowly begins to play a gentle melody. Shina is startled once more. She whips her head around to look toward the source. Where the music originates, a young man and a girl sit quietly in stillness. The melodious strains drift outward, drawing a growing crowd to surround them. The girl's eyes curve into gentle crescents as she blooms into a radiant, sunlit smile. The girl's smile grows ever more radiant, as though her very soul is poured into the melody. Following Shina's gaze toward them, Rai also grows excited. She whips around, her dangerous eyes boring into the scene before her. Shina's eyes widen. This is a hymn, she thinks in astonishment. The young man sits there with an uncomfortable expression, yet it does nothing to diminish the melody flowing from his instrument. As I thought, I can't play it perfectly, but it doesn't matter. I can learn any technique, yet I can never rise beyond the third rate. And I know my limits all too well. At first, I couldn't keep up with the sect masters singing, but I never gave up. Even if the world were to crumble, I would still fight with everything I have to survive and press on. When the crowd finally snaps back to their senses, no one knows who starts first. A thunderous round of applause erupts. The man rises and bows, met with a deafening roar of cheers and ovation. Naturally, it draws unwanted attention. Does the sect master's song truly hold such power? While he is lost in thought, a voice suddenly rings out. The man suddenly startles. He looks over in alarm. Rai is rushing toward him with tears glistening in her eyes, crying out, "Master!" But the girl cannot embrace him as she hopes. He sidesteps effortlessly, and she crashes to the ground beside him. His brow furrows deeper and deeper, as he thinks irritably, "I knew she wouldn't come alone. But why bring this brat?" Rai sits amidst the scattered wreckage, sobbing pitifully, "Master, that's so unfair. It's been so long since we last met, and you won't even let me hug you." A shopkeeper rushes out. Seeing the mess, the shopkeeper cries out in despair, "My carefully arranged display. The man's scowl deepens even further. He thinks through gritted teeth. I'm no iron wall. That headlong charge of hers could have felled a wild boar. She now watches everything from afar, but does not approach. Once she fully grasps what just transpired, she cannot suppress her astonishment. That man, what on earth is his body made of? She suddenly flinches when his voice rings out. Joe Rai. He clenches his fists, struggling to rein in his anger. You're a grown woman now. Stop acting so childish. The girl cheerfully obeys, seemingly unbothered, despite having just been knocked flat. Yes, master. Even she now is stunned. These words are clearly something she never anticipated. She repeats in bewilderment. Even seeing the girl so cheerful, she still cannot believe it. A girl. While Joe Rai and Ka-yin are chatting cheerfully, Janet suddenly cuts in. Archpriest, do you not see me? The girl only now startles, finally realizing. Oh, sect master, when did you arrive? These words clearly cut Janet to the quick. You really didn't see me. Joe Rai panics, stammering excuses as sweat streams down her face. Oh, not at all, she explains desperately, while stealing a furtive glance at Ka-yin for help. I was just so overjoyed to see Master again, but all she gets in return is a cold snub from the man who fancies himself a third-rate villain, accompanied by curses ringing inside his own head. Don't look at me, I'm not saving you, save yourself. Janet refuses to let the naive girl off the hook, continuing her feigned reproach. And on top of that, you abandoned me and wandered off on your own. I can't believe you got lost while buying grilled skewers. I truly don't know what to do with you, Archpriest Joe Rai. With no one coming to her aid, the poor, wretched girl has no choice but to fend for herself. It's just that the skewers look so delicious, but the more she tries to explain, the worse it gets. Janet's voice sharpens with rebuke. Trying to justify your own mistake that itself is a sin. You had better prepare yourself. Joe Rai's eyes brim with tears as she hangs her head in dejection. Yes, at that very moment, a familiar voice rings out. Dark One. AIC approaches slowly, calling out to him. Are you all right? However, Ka-yin's expression darkens the instant he spots that petite figure. Wait, is this girl here? As if coordinated beforehand, Sheena also appears from behind Ka-yin at the same moment. Do you feel better now? His heart nearly leaps from his chest at the unexpected appearance. And now her too. Gazing at the four women surrounding him, Ka-yin is gripped by a sudden, terrible premonition. Wait, if I don't handle this combination properly, Jo Nio Luo will be annihilated. While Ka-yin is still lost in thought, the instrument shop owner speaks up. Excuse me. Honored guests, might any of you be interested in a part-time job? The Goddess Festival performance is coming up soon, but we currently don't have enough performers to fill the goddess roles. Would any of you like to try playing the goddesses? Since it's an urgent position, the pay is quite generous. Without a moment's hesitation, AIC immediately refuses. We don't have time, but before she can finish, Janet cuts in with excitement. Sure. She then lifts her gaze to Ka-yin with a sweet smile. Dear brother, you'll help me out, won't you? AIC stares at Janet's radiant, flower-like face, fury churning silently in her chest. What nonsense is she spouting now? The sect master of the Dark Church is actually making a request like this. There's no way he'd agree to such a ridiculous demand. Yet contrary to the girl's belief, Ka-yin readily acquiesces to Janet's request. Sure. The shock strikes AIC like a bolt of lightning, her entire body going rigid. She cannot believe her ears, crying out to him helplessly in her mind. Dark One. Sometime later, frantic voices ring out one after another inside a spacious room. Where are the costumes? The costumes are here. Hurry, bring the accessories. AIC stands to the side, dumbfounded, watching everyone dash about in chaos, utterly at a loss. In the end, she can only offer one blunt assessment. It's nothing but a complete mess. Beside her, Joe Rai is still fumbling with the garments in her hands, having struggled since earlier. I don't know how to wear this outfit. AIC watches the girl from the corner of her eye, suspicion written across her face. I can't believe this one is actually a girl. Looking more closely, the girl does possess a strikingly androgynous beauty. Anyone who laid eyes on her would mistake her for a beautiful boy. After a moment's deliberation, AIC decides that asking the person directly is the fastest solution. You said you're his disciple, correct? Joe Rai tilts her head, slightly confused by AIC's choice of words, then quickly clarifies. Oh, you mean Master KT. AIC suddenly finds herself intensely interested in this topic. The people of the Dark Church call him KLT, so she decided to probe to the very end. How did you end up becoming his disciple? Cho Rit recounted the process calmly. I'm not sure. Master accepted me as a disciple during my coming-of-age ceremony. According to church tradition, The one undergoing the coming-of-age ceremony is the one who seeks guidance from someone of higher standing. AIC couldn't help but silently lament in her head, did this girl actually go through a coming-of-age ceremony? How can she be this dense? AIC waited for Cho-Rit to continue rambling on. Master is truly a wonderful person. Although Master speaks coarsely, beneath that lies a heart of boundless compassion. Once crossed an entire snowfield to tend to a sick person, and on countless occasions, to protect the faithful, she never hesitated to risk her own life. Master was once deeply respected by many within the church. AIC's sharp senses instantly caught the key phrase in that sentence. Was once, those words never left her lips. Cho-Rit continued her leisurely account. But certain corrupt priests accused Master of accepting bribes, of selling the church's intelligence to the Winter Temple, along with other absurd charges. So Master had no choice but to leave the North. Even having heard it with her own ears, AIC still found it hard to believe. Really? Cho-Rit's eyes glistened, brimming with longing and worry. After Master quietly departed from the church, many were saddened, myself included, the church leader, and even Durangayat Domain. At the mention of that name, AIC had lost count of how many times she felt the information flooding her ears was utterly absurd. Durangayat Domain was the holy warrior of the Dark Church of Ki Genia. There was no one who did not know that title. Rival of the Ice Snow Domain, and alongside the Ice Snow Domain, one of the three most powerful holy warriors Durangayat Domain of Ki Genia. Without the might of Durangayat Domain and the church leader's leadership, the Dark Church could never have grown to what it is today. AIC couldn't help but marvel, truly worthy of being called a big brother. She was not only the archpriestess of the Dark Church, but also a close friend of Durangayat Domain. Cho-Rit clearly maintained a gentle demeanor as she recounted the old tale. But something had changed. Because of Durangayat Domain's fiery temperament, it was difficult for her to express it openly. Durangayat Domain also loved Master deeply. However, AIC failed to notice this, so all she got was a dreadfully boring conversation. Is that so? Deep in her heart, the girl had already planted her own judgment. From everything she'd heard about Durangayat Domain, the woman was a deranged killer with a despicable personality. Cho-Rit switched to a different way of explaining. Right, and as for how much she loved. But for some reason, AIC's expression twisted into one of utter horror. Because the person she had always assumed to be naive had just revealed an expression like a pervert who had spotted her favorite prey. She loved Master to the point of wanting to kill her. That revelation made every muscle in AIC's body tense up. What is this feeling? Is it an illusion? While her brain was still processing the sudden shift in demeanor, her mouth grew curious enough to probe directly. You mean after she said she loved her to the point of wanting to kill her? Cho-Rit tilted her head and let out a laugh. Strange, isn't it? AIC viewed the situation through society's common moral standards. Normally, when you love someone, who would want to kill the person they love. The girl quickly offered her rebuttal, but Durangayat Domain had genuinely said she loved Master to the point of wanting to kill her. The matter went nowhere, and AIC's brain was already fried. All right, let's stop talking about this. Cho-Rit, on the other hand, was brimming with excitement over this chance reunion. I truly missed Master so much, though. Be the first person to see her when she returns. I even went out to the snowfield and waited the entire day. AIC once again found herself endlessly exasperated by the girl's antics. This dummy was an artificial being created by a demon spirit, wasn't she? Even snow bears would freeze to death. If you stayed on the northern snowfields for more than 10 minutes if this girl were human, that kind of endurance was utterly absurd. Cho-Rit suddenly thought of something, and the words spilled out unconsciously. But the one who longs for Master the most is still the church leader. The two of them share a very special relationship. AIC felt like an alien exchange student lost among humans. A very special relationship. That kind-hearted girl even helped me dig through the pile of food to find what I needed. All I know is that the two of them have been sworn siblings for over 10 years. Upon hearing this, AIC understood everything. Sworn siblings, if they had been together for over 10 years, that warm and amiable atmosphere between them was only natural. But then AIC noticed something was off. Wait, 10 years? Cho-Rit didn't think much of it and casually nodded. Then the girl continued her reminiscence. The very first time I met Master, I already heard the church leader calling her big brother. Perhaps their relationship goes back even further. AIC suddenly posed a lethal question. Then how old is the church leader right now? Which left Cho-Rit completely frozen. Only then did the girl realize she had let something slip, so she hastily fabricated an excuse to cover her tracks. What I mean is, The time they've spent together feels as long as 10 years. You understand what I'm saying, right? But AIC bluntly denied it. I don't understand. Panicking and at a complete loss, Cho Rit immediately employed the most effective of the 36 stratagems. Retreat is the wisest course. I've got urgent matters to attend to, so I'll be going now. Hey, the sudden departure left AIC only able to shout after her. Wait. In another room, the flames in the hearth still crackled and danced. She now found herself facing a difficult dilemma as two women held up dresses and argued right in front of her. This one suits her better, don't you think? No, this one suits her better. A brusque middle-aged woman barked. Are you stupid? This one is obviously far superior. I can't take this anymore. She decisively pushed both of them aside. While the younger woman was still mid-argument, the brown-haired woman who felt somewhat slighted. What's wrong with you? You startled me. She furrowed her brows and made a request. I want outfits that show less skin. The middle-aged woman flatly rejected that notion. But revealing suits you far better. Meanwhile, the brown-haired woman unexpectedly stepped closer to examine something, the weapon strapped to her hip. Wait, you've got a pretty wicked sword there. She mused, weighing all the possibilities. If she carries that sword and plays the role of a war goddess, the middle-aged woman immediately approved. Brilliant, then I'll go prepare the costume for that role. With the idea set, the two of them quickly scurried off to make preparations. The war goddess role would suit you perfectly. A gleam of interest sparked in Janet's amber eyes as she regarded the girl before her. Now that only two of them remained in the room, she took the lead and spoke first. I've heard so much about you, Sheena, but I never imagined you'd be this beautiful. Sheena shyly accepted the compliment. Is that so? I was quite surprised when I first heard about them. Janet suddenly broke into a mysterious smile and made an enticing proposal. If you don't mind, could you tell me about the adventures you've had so far? For instance, the conquest of Yi O Mo in the Shadow Mountains. But Sheena responded with a blunt refusal. I'm sorry, I really don't want to talk right now. Janet, seizing the momentum, proceeded to tease her without mercy. Now that's strange. Has Miss Sheena still not realized the deeper meaning behind my words? Janet exclaimed cheerfully, brimming with surprise. It seems Miss Sheena here has something she wants to ask me. Just as expected, Sheena's expression sharpened in an instant. I want to ask you one question. Janet grew so excited she seemed ready to burst from her skin. Oh, I wonder what kind of question it will be. Sheena pressed closer step by step. I heard a song from Priestess CIC, and she said it was a song the church head often sings. Janet made no attempt to hide it. She shared everything freely. That's right, I love to sing. Even though Priestess CIC is deaf, she still enjoys learning songs. Sheena furrowed her brows tight, her gaze sharp enough to strike fear into anyone. The anhixing songies that really just a song. Janet merely sat there, gazing down at Sheena from above. Janet admitted it candidly, her face even more radiant than before. That's right, it's a song I composed myself. Every single word is perfectly legitimate. Yet when strung together, they weave an entirely different meaning. You wrote it yourself. What do you mean by that? A flicker of unease stirred within her mind. If that's the case, then the church head very likely knows about anhixing. With that thought, Sheena made her request without hesitation. Then let me ask the author herself. Do you know anything about anhixing? Janet nodded cheerfully. Of course I do. After all, I am the church head of the Dark Church. There's no way I wouldn't know about a renowned organization like anhixing. Sheena let out a heavy breath, her expression far from pleased. Is that your answer? There are indeed many rumors about anhixing. Janet suddenly began listing them off one after another. Oh, and of course, I also know that your grandfather, Miss Sheena, was the apostle of the sword. Those words succeeded in making the emotions in her eyes waver. Janet continued, still wearing that teasing expression, to speak of one of Sheena's kin. Your grandfather truly wasn't suited for anhixing at all. He was too upright to ever rule the world. Sheena gritted her teeth. Though she had considered every possibility, Sheena remained stuck in place and had no choice but to ask the source directly. Then surely you must also know that my grandfather passed away 20 years ago. What on earth is your true identity? Janet merely offered a mysterious smile. Is that what you wish to ask? But I get the feeling you actually want to ask something else entirely. Am I right? As if hypnotized, Sheena began to follow her adversary's lead. What I truly want to know. What I want to know right now is whether he is connected to anhixing. But if the church head's answer turns out to be the worst possible one, I don't think I can bear that despair. In the end, unable to escape, Sheena was forced to ask a different question. Why did anhixing collapse? Every trace of levity vanished from Janet's face, replaced by a rare solemnity. She began with a difficult question. Anhaxing was said to be the most powerful organization on the continent. So what made it that way? It was the power of the 13 apostles. Strength, wealth, authority, sorcery. Thanks to those who commanded the pinnacle of every domain, it earned the title of the continent's mightiest organization. Yet despite possessing such immense power, Anhaxing was ultimately destroyed by that very power itself. Sheena silently repeated those words in her mind, destroyed by its own power. The power of the 13 apostles. At this point, Sheena finally jolted to a startling realization. Though she had not yet heard the rest, she was already utterly certain of the answer forming in her mind. That's right, Anhaxing collapsed because of the betrayal of the 13 apostles. Sheena's face darkened. She understood everything now. Indeed, if all 13 apostles betrayed Anhaxing, then even the mightiest organization in existence would crumble without fail. Moreover, after that, the 13 apostles scattered to the wind, so it was only natural that the truth was buried forever. Janet suddenly spoke up to reveal a few more details. Of course, not all the apostles betrayed the commander of Anhaxing. Some stood idly by, while others simply fled. Your grandfather, Miss Sheena, was one of those who merely stood by. A sharp pang of pain shot through her heart upon hearing those words. Was that why he never told the clan anything? Seeing her opponent's expression, Janet slowly recounted the ancient memories. The apostles destroyed Anhaxing through betrayal. Afterward, they disbanded and returned to their own organizations. But there was one secret they never knew. Among the 13 apostles, one was the personal disciple of the commander himself. That person silently nurtured their malice in secret, entirely unbeknownst to the other apostles. The 13th apostle of Anhaxing survived by abandoning their master on that final day and fleeing. The moment Sheena heard this, she felt as though she had plummeted into an endless labyrinth. The commander of Anhaxing had a disciple, true leader of Anhaxing, the sovereign of absolute evil, the only one who could rule the entire world, the one who had unlocked 90 secrets that no other being had ever achieved, the greatest villain on the continent. The commander of Anhaxing, Sheena's entire body began trembling uncontrollably, her eyes turning hollow and lifeless. Then what would that disciple be like? 40 years ago, during the Storm War, Guang's swordsman's method of severing the holy warrior's fire combat meridians, the cannibal tribe, and the secret art of the immortal heart, derived from the clan head's demonic iron soul, the key to the world, the secret of the dragon swordsman, and furthermore, the dragon flame from the mythological era. Clearly, a single person could not possibly know so many secrets. But if that person were the commander's own disciple? While Sheena was still lost in her analysis, Janet swiftly doused her with cold water to prevent her mind from overloading. But regardless, that is all ancient history now. The apostles who betrayed Anhaxing have long since perished or vanished. By now, even their organizations no longer exist. Sheena was still not at ease, her brows knit tight with lingering doubt. But was that truly the end of it? Only 50 years after Anhaxing vanished, the world's premier organizations crumbled one after another. That was certainly no coincidence. I wonder, could the 13th apostle have destroyed those very organizations to avenge their master? And yet, to her shock, it was Janet herself who uttered a sentence brimming with provocation. Don't place too much trust in my brother. He is a wicked and deceitful man. Those words are nothing short of a lit fuse thrown straight into the powder keg of Sheena's thoughts. If he truly is the 13th apostle, and if he truly took vengeance upon the remaining 12 apostles, then he is also the perpetrator who poisoned her grandfather. Meanwhile, Kane continues to wander through the marketplace with his bag slung over one shoulder. He furrows his brow at the utterly unforeseeable circumstances swirling around him. How the hell did things end up like this? While those two have been working part-time every single day to prepare for the goddess festival, I've been packing my things and scrambling to find a boat for a clean escape. That archpriestess, that brat, even if it kills me, I absolutely refuse to go anywhere with those two. Kayen's fury rages until veins bulge across his face, and his teeth grind nearly to dust. So why in the heavens can't the ships depart until the festival ends? I've only just finished stocking up on provisions. Kayen strolls along, mulling over every detail, unable to believe he's stranded here because of some wretched festival. Suddenly he catches the sound of a lewd, snickering laugh from somewhere nearby. Forget it, Kayen traces the voice and treads toward a narrow alley close by. Indeed, there is no escape. He silently curses every last thing about this place. What? Where did that sappy line come from? But then Kayen halts mid-stride, his head involuntarily forced to look ahead. No, what am I doing? I shouldn't get involved in something like this. Ignore it and slip away. now. But the voices inside the alley suddenly shift in tone. Miss, what's wrong with you? A middle-aged man shouts, his voice sharp with alarm. What did you do to her? The young man beside him shouts right back, neck veins straining. I didn't do a damn thing. Kane forces himself to keep his distance. Don't get involved, not your problem. The middle-aged man pauses to think, then proposes. I think she's come down with some chronic condition. Let's get her to an apothecary first. The young man immediately agrees. God, let's hurry. With that, the middle-aged man turns toward the street and calls out for help. But all he receives from Ka-yin's direction is a stone-cold brush-off. Must be because I'm getting old, right? I didn't hear a thing. The man persists, his voice pleading. Please, I beg you with everything I have. We have a critical patient here, but the two of us can't carry her alone. Please help us. Ka-yin continues to dodge the trouble with practiced indifference. Oof, at my age, this old back of mine can hardly bear heavy loads. But the moment the man utters his next words, if someone helps me, I'll pay in full. Ka-yin whips around instantly. Pay in full. Clearly, he had been making excuses mere seconds ago. Yet the instant he hears the word money, Ka-yin eagerly volunteers without a shred of shame. I can help carry the patient, sign me up. Having secured his aid, the two men speak in urgent, breathless haste. Yes, please, the sooner the better. If she dies, it'll be an absolute catastrophe. But when Ka-yin opens his mouth next, they are utterly taken aback. All I have to do is carry the patient right. He flashes a shameless smirk and drops a demand so outrageous it borders on robbery. If you two provide me a ship that can depart Jo Nairo Luo by tomorrow, plus 100 gold coins, I'll help. Immediately, the two men erupt in disbelief. What? Are you out of your mind? However, Ka-yin had already anticipated this reaction and he has his counterplay ready. If the patient is truly in critical condition, her life can be measured in seconds. Compared to my terms, surely the patient's life is more important. Isn't that right? At this, neither of them can muster a single word of rebuttal. Fine. In the end, the two of them arrive at a reluctant agreement, but only if the patient survives, and she must be in good health afterward. If anything happens to her, you won't see a single gold coin. As if he'd been waiting for exactly these words, Ka-yin flashes a grin and seals the deal. He saunters into the alley, a silent chuckle rumbling in his chest. What kind of absurd luck is this? Even now, Ka-yin still assumes this will be a simple affair. Let's wrap this up fast. But the very next second, life delivers a vicious slap across his face, the instant he lays eyes on the person inside. What? That face is no stranger to Ka-yin. This girl. Ka-yin stands frozen, drenched in cold sweat, his expression twisted in utter bewilderment. Why is her face so deathly pale? Is she really in critical condition? Is this some scheme to dodge paying me? He turns to scrutinize the two suspicious figures behind him. What exactly did you people do to her? The two immediately raised their hands in denial. Nothing at all. We were merely trying to offer her a part-time position. It's a direct order from the Merchants Guild. If you encounter anyone of striking beauty, you must convince them to accept the role by any means necessary. Ka-yin clicks his tongue in open annoyance. This blasted goddess festival again. He strides closer to her, grumbling under his breath. What kind of wretched festival keeps dragging everyone into trouble like this? He carefully lifts number 23's hand and checks her pulse. She's not going to keel over on the way there, is she? If she dies, that's a mountain of trouble I don't need. As if sensing something, a flicker of chi, an irregular heartbeat. Ka-yin freezes. The two men see this and can't help but grow frantic. What are you doing? Just carry her away already. Ka-yin, on the contrary, responds with utter calm. If we forcibly move the patient, her condition could deteriorate in the blink of an eye. Even Soyu still want me to carry her off. Hearing this, the other party falters, hesitation creeping into their voices. Then what should we do? Ka-yin seizes the moment without mercy and slaps down an exorbitant price. Pay me 200 gold coins, and I'll treat the patient right here on the spot. Well, what do you say? The young man finally jolted in shock. Are you an apothecary? He turned to glance at his companion, a trace of hesitation in his eyes. 200 gold was steep, but with a life hanging in the balance, the man had no choice but to bite the bullet. Fine. Hearing his companion's agreement, the young man had nothing more to say. Very well, Ka-yin praised. A wise decision. With that, he swiftly retrieved something from his bag, and without a word, poured an unidentified liquid into her mouth. Task complete, Ka-yin announced, rising slowly. She'll wake up soon. Those two still haven't grasped the situation. That's it. Just a single vial of medicine. Little did they know he had calculated everything beforehand. For simple anemia, a single vial was more than enough. 200 gold? Far too easy. Suddenly, number 23 gradually regained consciousness, a soft moan escaping her lips reflexively. Ka-yin detected the faint sound without difficulty. Oizi, you're awake. But the thought had barely formed when a blade, swift as the wind itself, slashed toward him. Fortunately, with the battle-honed instincts of a seasoned villain, he easily dodged the sudden strike. However, the blade still nicked his collar, leaving a shallow cut. Contrary to the ferocity of those strikes, number 23's complexion was deathly pale, as though she might collapse again at any moment. The two spectators watching this drama unfold stood utterly bewildered. What just happened? Ka-yin was no different from them. The scene from moments ago had turned his face ashen with fear. Is this what they call nearly dying for money? He spoke gently, trying to calm her emotions. I have no intention of harming you. Calm down. Number 23 said nothing, but fixed Ka-yin with a glare as if he had robbed her of everything she held dear. A crucial realization suddenly dawned on him. Wait, could it be that she was chased until she collapsed in the alley, and that's why she's this terrified? With that thought, he turned to address the two unnecessary spectators. Behind him, the patient is in a state of panic. Would the two of you kindly step out for a moment? The young man, though still somewhat rattled, quickly agreed. Understood. Before leaving, he added one last remark. Handle the rest, will you? With the others gone, he turned to study number 23 with a calculating gaze. Her appearance hardly resembled that of a common traveler. Judging by that sword strike from moments ago, she was likely an experienced mercenary or a trained swordswoman. Unlike the turmoil churning within his counterpart, Ka-yin maintained a calm facade as he probed. Do you remember what happened before you lost consciousness? However, number 23 remained guarded against the man before her. Seeing her refusal to answer, Ka-yin added a clarification about her current condition. You collapsed from severe anemia and exhaustion. I'm not lying to you. You can rest easy. Only then did number 23 hesitantly speak up. So you helped me, Ka-yin answered without hesitation. Indeed, though that alone wasn't quite enough to earn your full trust. Why did you help me? Ka-yin gazed at her as one would a naive child, the answer already clear in his mind. Because doing so earns me money, he thought, but his lips delivered the textbook-perfect answer instead. Because you needed help and I could provide it. That's all there is to it. Her voice still carried a hint of wariness. Just for that reason alone, Ka-yin countered with a question of his own. What other reason would there be? She replied timidly, clearly uncertain of her own thoughts. Are you the type to be kind to just anyone? Ka-yin swiftly denied it, though inwardly he wanted to scream. Do I look insane? Who goes around treating people for free? Yet she didn't stop there, continuing her probing questions. Then if I were in danger again, would you still save me? Ka-yin didn't think much of the question. They wouldn't be traveling together anyway, so what did it matter? His words came out sounding full of promise. If I can help, I certainly will. His answer caused number 23 to nearly drop her guard entirely. Ka-yin paid little mind to her expression, turning to rummage through his bag for a few items. She's calmed down now. Hand her some medicine and be on my way. Once you save someone, you save them to the end. Before leaving, he left her with instructions. If you feel faint again, take this medicine. It would be best to rest for a few days to recover your strength. Number 23 accepted the vial of medicine with a courteous gesture. Thank you. Feeling his task complete, Ka-yin shouldered his belongings without hesitation. Well then, I'm off. Suddenly, her voice called out to stop him. Excuse me. Number 23's eyes brimmed with desperate plea. May I follow you? Ka-yin froze stiff as a board. Come again. The sun sank slowly below the horizon, as dusk swiftly descended. Korit came sprinting toward Ka-yin, calling out without pause, Master, Master, how do I look? Korit threw her arms around Ka-yin and boasted, I get to play the spring goddess. Inwardly, however, he couldn't stomach this little girl's excitement one bit. Who in their right mind gave this little fool that role? Have they no pity for the spring goddess? Get off me. Blissfully unaware that the master before her was roasting her to high heaven, the girl's smile remained brighter than any flower. I look beautiful, don't I, master? Ka-yin was so exasperated he couldn't find the words, his hand reluctantly ruffling the girl's hair just to humor her. If I don't compliment this brat, she'll bawl and raise a fuss loud enough to wake the dead. Suddenly the door swung open as Serena and the others entered together. Each of them wore resplendent divine costumes. Ka-yin cast a weary glance at AIC, the demon race playing the winter goddess. What kind of farce is this? AIC scowled in fury. She cut Ka-yin off before he could utter another word. Don't say a thing. Then he turned his gaze to Serena. Her face flushed red, clearly bashful, yet she still asked for Ka-yin's opinion. Do you think this outfit suits me? He didn't rush to answer, silently praising whoever came up with this idea. She's playing the war goddess. That merchant certainly has an eye for these things. While he was sizing her up with the eyes of a merchant appraising goods, a voice suddenly cut through to seize everyone's attention. If you keep gawking at other girls like that, I'll be so sad, dear brother. With that unmistakably honeyed act, even Ka Yin silently admitted. Nailed the part. The High Priestess truly is the most fitting person for the role of the Dark Knight goddess. Finally, Ka Yin looked at number 23, whom he had just saved, who spared no words, praising him wholeheartedly without reservation. Just as I thought, Master is still the kindest person alive. Not only did he tend to the sick, he even brought them along. She didn't dare meet his eyes. Are you free? He felt an overwhelming sense of unease. Why does this kid keep following me? Isn't that so? I already tried to shake her off when she insisted on tailing me earlier. But then the other merchant's associates arrived. The newcomers realized I was part of their group, and they seized upon the girl's insistence on following me to propose this job to the whole party. And so she ended up being dragged along here. Of course, I demanded extra brokerage fees for the trouble. Giannitti suddenly chimed in with a teasing remark, slicing right through Ka Yin's train of thought. I can't believe you managed to charm a beauty just by strolling through the city. You truly live up to being my big brother. The rest of the group, seeing the opportunity, piled on without mercy, truly worthy of being called master. I'm in awe. At this point, even if Ka Yin threw himself into the Yellow River, he could not wash away THIS Chinese letter THIS injustice. What the hell did I do to deserve this kind of reaction from you two? Even I have no idea. Whatever will come, let it come. Utterly helpless, he had no choice but to steer this pack of troublemakers' conversation elsewhere. I'm going to check out the stage. Everyone head outside as well. They responded in unison, yes. At the Goddess Festival, the crowd mingled and chatted amongst themselves. In a secluded room, a shadowy figure lurked in the dimness. It turned out to be Ka Yin. He mused to himself, it's packed. Should be starting soon, shouldn't it? The lights went out. A girl gazed up at the stage with eager anticipation. The stage lights suddenly blazed to life, and there, bathed in their glow, stood Zhu Rai. A hand rose, and Shina and number 23 appeared on stage in succession. Zhu Rai raised her hand high, standing beside the young girl, while AIC and Giannitti flanked them with warm smiles. Ka Yin wondered, so this is what the Goddess Festival is like. A solemn voice echoed through the venue. Long, long ago, when gods and demons still walked this mortal realm, 108 demons dwindled to 99, and 100 gods fell to a mere 13. All of it because of the war between gods and demons. In that cataclysmic clash, death reigned without end. And then, after an age had passed, when the last demon was finally sealed away, the war and dead end, the gods departed from this land, one by one. Winter gave way to spring, and the world welcomed an eternal peace. However, when the gods departed, one goddess was left behind. The goddess left behind was no ordinary deish, was a dark goddess. She was alone, utterly, devastatingly alone. She was the goddess of the Dark Knight. The crowd below erupted the moment the story reached that point, cheering and hollering with palpable excitement. In a corridor overlooking the festival below, Ka Yin strolled along, yawning as he thought. Now all that's left is the gondola procession of the goddesses. Suddenly, someone from behind seized the hem of his robe. Ka Yin spun around. He looked at number 23, thinking, what on earth does this girl want now? She whispered softly, come with, but before she could finish, a voice called out from the shadows, big brother, are you here? She smiled and walked over. Ka Yin saw her and silently sighed. Misfortune upon misfortune indeed. Giannitti teased, wonderful atmosphere, isn't it? Have I interrupted your secret date? He frowned and scolded. What's so damned wonderful about it? What do you want? Suddenly, Ka Yin caught sight of number 23's unusual behavior. She clenched her fists tight, then turned and bolted, catching him completely off guard. Giannitti watched her retreat, a teasing smile curling at the corner of her lips. Ka Yin cleared his throat and asked, is there something you want to tell me? Giannitti replied with an innocent expression. You really are my big brother, you understand me so well. But it's a bit difficult to discuss such things here. I've prepared a place where the two of us can speak privately. Could you follow me for a moment? He wondered to himself, is it something important that needs discussing? This high priestess wouldn't bother with trivial nonsense. With that thought, he agreed. Very well. At the same time, in another room, Zhu Rai was shouting at the top of her lungs. Master is going with me. She now tried her best to dissuade her. The archpriest interjected sharply. This isn't something that can be forced. But the girl paid no heed and shot back. I don't care. It's been so long since I last saw Master. AIC's face darkened as she thought. She's not a child anymore, for heaven's sake. Sheena spoke up, but he has to come with me. AIC nodded in silent agreement, thinking, exactly. That's right, he should go with Sheena. The young girl turned to Sheena and asked, has he already made his decision about this? Sheena answered honestly, I haven't asked him yet. This is merely my one-sided wish. Zhu Rai shouted furiously, I already said Master is going with me. Sheena paid her no mind and reaffirmed once more. Regardless, I will go with him. The young girl pleaded desperately. I told you Master is going with me. Please just listen to me. Master is going with me. Suddenly, the young girl recalled something, her expression shifting as she tilted her head in thought. Come to think of it, is Master so late? AIC heard this and was utterly at a loss with this little girl. Sheena spoke up and turned to leave. AIC called out, where is your high priestess? Zhu Jai replied at once. She left earlier, said she had something to attend to. Suddenly, a sound seized the attention of all three. It turned out that number 23 had entered their room. Everyone snapped their heads toward number 23 at the sound. Sheena saw her and asked, pardon me, but have you seen the person playing the Dark Knight goddess from our group? Number 23 replied, I spotted her outside just now. AIC studied her carefully, thinking, this girl seems to be pursuing Master as well. The door swung open once more. Someone stepped in, calling out, it's time for the procession. The one playing the Dark Knight goddess has already set Offery outside. Sheena responded immediately, understood. Everyone has gathered outside for the goddess festival. Zhu Rai kept repeating, I want to go with Master. Meanwhile, Sheena turned to AIC and cautioned, be careful, don't fall into the water. The girl replied, see you later. Everyone stood in the corridor, waiting to watch the procession. Meanwhile, AIC had already taken her seat on a boat, drifting along the river's center. The girl thought to herself, this isn't so bad after all. Why is this area so dark? A sense of unease begins to stir within AIC's heart. She glances down at the water's surface and spots a reflection of man silently closing in to assassinate her. She shouts, mounts the flying carriage, and leaps high into the air. AIC demands, how dare you? He does not answer. He merely clicks his tongue in contempt. She looks up in alarm. From above, a barrage of throwing blades streaks toward her without relent. AIC instantly conjures a magical barrier around herself. Without warning, a net plummets from the sky. She sees it and thinks to herself, a battle net. The net swiftly envelops her from all sides. AIC channels every ounce of her power into the magical barrier, shattering the net to pieces. She then soars upward and escapes, her mind racing, who are these people? The rain of arrows and volley of blades were all prepared in advance. This is clearly a premeditated assault. AIC lands atop a rooftop and immediately raises her magical barrier once more. First priority, make the barrier thicker. Suddenly, footsteps approach from behind. AIC whips around. Seeing the figure standing before her, she wonders who is this man. The Hong Yue Knight greets her with a curt nod. First of all, it has been a long time. The Demon King AIC thinks to herself, a long time. She probes cautiously, who are you? He draws his sword with a booming laugh. Fair enough, it's no surprise you don't recognize me. Her eyes lock onto the blade in the Hong Yue Knight's hand, and AIC instantly recognizes it. A sword once wielded by the Guang swordsman to cut down 1,000 Solsa dark blade, steeped in malevolent intent. 40 years ago, during the Bloodgale storm, this sword fell into the hands of 6 survivors and became the emblem of their legendary title. She murmurs the blood moon bitter cry. So you are the Hong Yue Knight, how interesting. That's right, Demon King. I am the last Hong Yue Knight left in this world. AIC recalls it now. Years ago, 6 knights stood as the continent's premier mercenary force. They accepted a contract from some kingdom and marched to war. Leading bands of mercenaries, they assaulted a kingdom, and the Demon King clashed with them in a brutal, ferocious battle. Because the blood moon bitter cry could cleave through magical barriers, that battle was far from easy. But in the end, she defeated them, all except one knight who wielded the blood moon bitter cry. At the time, her mana nearly spent. She drank the blood of the fallen knights to replenish her power. Preoccupied with consuming their blood, she failed to pursue him. Unbelievable that he survived with such grievous wounds. But then what is with this appearance? The 6 Hong Yue Knights were all over 60 at the time, yet this man looks far too young. Then again, it is not impossible, does bear a striking resemblance to that man. AIC demands, what exactly did you do? He answers coolly, I owe it all to you, Demon King. After you stripped me of everything, I wandered without purpose, agonized, terrified, and hopeless. It nearly drove me to madness. All I could do was cling to this sword. I wandered through nightmares and hell itself, plunging into an endless frenzy that pulled me toward death. And then I met that person. AIC hears this and wonders that person. He continues with a booming laugh. That person granted me the power of absolute evil. Through it, I reclaimed my youth and vitality. And within that vast, overwhelming darkness, I pulled myself free from madness and regained my sanity. Astonishment flickers across AIC's face at his tale. You could say I conquered my own mind. For that I am truly grateful to you. Though you once destroyed me, it was because of that destruction that I was reborn as the Hong Yue Knight. AIC presses her lips together, deep in thought. The power of absolute evil, a power that could restore this man's youth. Could it be the power of the Book of Evil? If the Book of Evil truly grants dominion over the mind and restores youth, then the person he speaks of must be the master of the Book of Evil. She speaks up, probing further. Then you are here to settle old scores. He flatly denies it. As I've already said, I am grateful for what happened in the past. Do you think me so petty as to come here seeking revenge? AIC asks in confusion. Then why tell me all of this? He smiles with a mysterious air. Because it was necessary. A villain like me would never do anything unnecessary. You, for example, this time spent on idle chatter, for instance. The moment he finishes, a surge of powerful magic slams into her barrier. AIC looks around magic circles. They have mages too. Suddenly, chains erupt from all directions, coiling tight around AIC's magical barrier. Cracks spiderweb across the barrier. Alarm twists AIC's expression. Could this be? He asks with a smug grin. How does the Scarlet Chain Demon art taste? AIC's voice trembles. This technique should have vanished long ago. How can the Scarlet Chain Demon art? A sealing art that suppresses demonic power, nemesis of all demonkind. Those who carry mana within their bodies and practice dark magic. She collapses to her knees, clutching her body tightly. He approaches and asks, why the surprise? To capture someone like you, this level of preparation is only natural. Demon King, the one who has fulfilled all 72 requirements. You must be the product of that annihilated evil organization ghost spirit. Something inherited and perfected by High Bayah, the ultimate biological weapon, Alpha-type SDS. At the same time, a boat drifts along the middle of the river. Sheena sits aboard that vessel. She recalls what happened back in the room. Does that girl know who I am? The way she looked at me with fear and unease, and beneath it, a veiled hostility. Yet I cannot recall who she is. If only I could be by his side, perhaps these worries would ease. The gondola boats prepared for the festival only accommodate the boatman, and the goddess making it the sole chance to be alone with him, undisturbed. How frustrating. I want nothing more than to nestle close to him, yet I suspect he may be the enemy of the clan I have hunted for so long. It would be better if I could stay by his side until his remaining time runs out. Perhaps I should keep hiding the truth just like this, but what if he truly is that apostle of Anhaxing? And then there is the matter of his dwindling lifespan. Even knowing my identity, he still chose to teach me swordsmanship. At the time, she had proposed, if we both wish to achieve our goals, why don't we perfect each other's sword techniques together? Sheena continues her train of thought. But if this was all part of a plan to destroy Ziying and his unbound Knight Order, wouldn't she be a useful tool to him? Suddenly, she catches a strange scent. Something had just plunged into the water. Sheena swiftly glances down at the dark water, then dives in after it. The boat explodes without warning. Sheena thinks to herself, they truly spared no expense. She looks ahead to see blades hurtling toward her without cease. She is now completely surrounded by a swarm of masked strangers. Sheena grips her sword tight, swiftly counterattacks to cut the strangers down, then turns and breaks free. Sheena Warish cannot remain underwater for too long. Moments later, yet another group swims in to encircle her. She leaps onto a wall, plants her foot against the stone, and springs back toward the strangers. Sheena unleashes her technique Fire Stone Shadow, Sword the Crimson Flame Wind Strike. Instantly, a massive explosion erupts beneath the river, sending water spraying in every direction. At last, Sheena breaks free and reaches the shore. But her ordeal is far from over. Arrows suddenly rain down upon her from above. Sheena deflects the volley with her sword even as she flees. She turns to survey behind her, then ducks into cover, her mind racing to predict my movements and set an ambush of this magnitude. Just what organization is behind this? Suddenly, Sheena spots a corpse beneath her feet. Her expression grows even more troubled. When she looks around, she discovers bodies strewn everywhere. Sheena processes the grim scene in silence. Sheena furrows her brow, reasoning, an attack of this scale clearly isn't aimed at me alone. I need to regroup with the others first. She springs to her feet and sprints, snatching up a wooden plank to shield herself from incoming arrows. Rounding a corner, a stranger suddenly lunges out to block her path. First kill, Sheena thinks. She swings her blade, cleaving the bow in his hands clean in two. He stumbles back, rips the axe from behind his back, and hurls it straight at her. She scowls, strides forward with sword in hand, and deflects the axe with a single ringing strike. Incredibly, the deflected axe buries itself into his own chest. He staggers backward and collapses, blood spurting from the wound. Sheena studies his corpse, a fighting style utterly devoid of mercy, and a helm stained dark with blood. Could it be the Zhu soldiers? But weren't they wiped out by the Guang swordsman? A voice suddenly rings out. Peerless swordsman, if you don't show yourself right now, I'll slit this girl's throat. Sheena hides behind a wall, gritting her teeth as she stares at the hostage clutched in the masked man's grip. She recognizes the girl. She was captured. I have to save her. Sheena bursts out from her cover at full speed. The masked man levels his blade at her in the same instant. Sheena's sword flashes, severing his arm in a single cut. He howls in agony. Damn it. She spins and lunges to finish him, but he hurls number 23 directly into her path. Sheena catches the girl, watching the masked man flee into the darkness. That bastard. Arrows suddenly rain down from above. I need to dodge now, but a blade plunges into her body, freezing her in place for 3 agonizing seconds. Sheena stares in shock at number 23. The girl slowly withdraws the blade, stepping back as Sheena crumples to the ground. Poison. Who are you? She demands. Number 23 finally speaks. You don't remember. Sheena still doesn't understand. Remember what? Number 23 presses. Have you truly forgotten about us? Number 7. Among the recruits of Ziying's class who trained alongside her, there was one who had been by her side for an entire year. Hazy memories of her time with number 23 begin to surface. Visions of their arguments flash into sharp focus within her mind. She frowns, the memory of number 23 crystallizing, then collapses to the ground on AIC's side. AIC is bound by magical chains, and the Hong Yue Knight continues to sneer. So this is all the research of Gui Ling and the Black Treasure Demon King amounts to. Pathetic. AIC grits her teeth in fury. Decades ago, the sinister organization that sought to dominate the world through dark storm sorcery had delved into black magic and forged the secret sealing. Rings of the Dark Storm. These rings served as conduits for the transfer of demonic power. The organization wielded this secret to slaughter sorcerers, seal their abilities, and build its fearsome reputation. But then the organization's leader, the 48th Night Seal Bearer, EOC, triggered a catastrophic mana overload that annihilated the entire organization. Meanwhile, after a long passage of time, another sought to conquer the world by forging the ultimate warrior Livon Tusser, the 38th. The Green Water Exile, leader of Gui Ling, had conducted brutal biological experiments to transmute humanity, but ultimately hit his limits and sank into despair. Then, by chance, he received backing from the Imperial Circle and obtained the Dark Storm research data. It sparked a mad idea in his mind. Instead of transforming humans, why not create something entirely inhuman? Rather than forcing change upon a species riddled with inherent limitations, he began studying powerful magical creatures. By implanting sealing rings into human hearts, he birthed a race that was no longer human. A people with demonic mana flowing through their veins. Emerged a new race of demons was born. But Gui Ling was no different. A civil war erupted among the organization's leadership, as those who lusted for demonic power turned on one another. Most test subjects perished or escaped, and even the research data was lost. Yet Livon Tusser refused to abandon his cruel designs. 2 demonic sealing rings had been implanted into her heart. Unable to stand by and watch her fellow demons suffer, she feigned obedience, alluring him into removing her demon-binding chains, then slew him. Afterward, she escaped with her kin and founded the Kingdom of Sot. The Hong Yue Knight smirks and sneers. Livon Tusser was truly a fool. What kind of idiot unchains a wild beast? AIC thinks to herself, I can't circulate my mana. I need to find a way out of these chains. Suddenly a sound echoes from below. AIC looks down, her heart pounding with dread. Sheena, meanwhile, sees no 23 gripping her head and dragging her along. The Hong Yue Knight speaks with unmistakable disappointment. I was hoping to test my blade against the peerless swordsman, yet she couldn't even survive a simple ambush. In the end, is he the only one left worthy of crossing swords with me? Her swordsmanship is questionable at best, but she certainly has a pretty face. AIC hears this and thinks, what? You absolutely cannot touch Sheena. Even bound by the demon sealing chains, I refuse to give up. If I give up, hear me family, My hero, I will never abandon the one I love, trust, and respect. At that very moment, the magical chains begin to rattle and groan. Awaken, move my mana, rise my demon blood. I am the one who defies fate. The ruler of demons, I am the demon sovereign. Demon ruler tribe, level 81 activate. AIC's magical barrier erupts outward, shattering the chains into pieces. The Hong Yue Knight sees this and shouts in alarm. Restrain that wretch at once. He charges at AIC with his sword drawn. She speaks in a booming voice. Z, your manifestation of storm and despair. He stares at AIC in shock. She is now issuing her command. I command. A gale from Côte d'Etoiles. A torrent of magical wind erupts, throwing the Hong Yue Knight completely off his feet. He slashes at the magical barrier, but it remains utterly unscathed. Instead, the Hong Yue Knight's own magical chains snap apart. He barks in panic. What are you sorcerers doing? Restrain her, no. AIC continues her incantation. Wind roar dragon's breath. Instantly, a sphere materializes in her palma wind orb. It rockets straight toward number 23. Only now does number 23 notice the wind orb hurtling toward her. Number 23 stumbles back in shock. The wind orb halts above Sheena. She furrows her brows, observing Sheena lying on the ground below. The sphere emits a stream of energy, slowly enveloping Sheena. Then it lifts her high into the air. Seeing this, number 23 hurls a blade toward Sheena. But the moment the blade strikes the wind orb, it ricochets away. Sheena regains consciousness. She spots AIC on the rooftop above, and her expression turns to one of shock. AIC smiles back at her. Sheena's eyes widen. She stammers, but suddenly, the Hong Yue Knight drives his blade into AIC. Sheena pounds helplessly against the interior of the wind sphere, screaming. AISI. The Hong Yue Knight points toward the wind orb and commands. After her now. Move. A subordinate advances toward AIC, chains in hand. She smiles faintly and whispers silently. Dark One, please watch over Sheena for me. Sheena hammers against the wind sphere with all her might, screaming. Why am I so powerless? She curses herself inwardly. Suddenly, the wind orb slows and dissipates, sending Sheena crashing to the ground. She forces herself upright with every ounce of strength, gripping the staff before her. Sheena rises shakily to her feet. I have to go back for AIC. Footsteps thunder toward her. She turns. Masked figures stand before her. She raises her staff into a defensive stance. I can't leave AIC behind. The masked figures charge. One leaps high, slashing down at Sheena. Another circles behind her. Sheena strikes the first attacker, then pivots to face the one behind. His sword cleaves down, shattering her staff in two. Sheena trembles as the masked figures continue their relentless assault. She thinks bitterly, I knew it would end like this. Suddenly, a swath of fabric descends from above, and razor-sharp slashes tear through the air. Sheena and the masked figures look up in astonishment. On the rooftop above, Kijia appears bathed in moonlight, an ethereal and mysterious silhouette. She speaks, slaughter on such a beautiful moonlit night. How utterly dull. Sheena stares, bewildered. Who is that? She leaps from the rooftop and lands gracefully before Sheena. The masked figures hurl their swords at Kijia in unison. She sweeps her arm, deflecting every blade, and finishes with a mocking flourish, arms crossed elegantly. If you all desire to witness this humble one's dance so badly that you send this many invitations, then this humble one shall grant you the show of a lifetime. She then unleashes every blade in her hands toward the masked figures. The masked figures in the rear are struck by the blades, sending them scattering like broken dolls. Kijia surges toward the ones in front. She seizes their wrists, twisting and crushing them, forcing them to drop their weapons on the spot. She now watches from behind, and thinks that is closer to devastation than killing a martial art as fluid and graceful as a dance. The blessing of the Dark Knight, but it differs from the blessing of the Dark Knight that he uses. His movements back then were purely defensive, to restrain, but hers is a dance of death. So that's how it is, on par with the master of the Frost domain. She may even surpass them in martial prowess. Holy warrior of the Dark Church domain, of the Dark Moon Kijia. She speaks coldly. This humble one's dance has not yet begun, and you are all already asleep. Sheena continues her train of thought to wield martial arts at this level undeniably. Her strength commands respect. But is this woman truly a holy warrior? Kijia approaches and asks with concern, Supreme Swordsman, can you still move? Sheena staggers to her feet. No problem. Seeing Sheena's injuries, Kijia raises an eyebrow. This is what you call no problem. Also, on such a festive night, you came without a sword. Were you planning to join the slaughter barehanded? Sheena blinks, confused. Didn't you just say that slaughter on such a beautiful moonlit night was dull? Suddenly, she sees Kijia clasping her hands in prayer. Kijia places her hands upon Shina's wounds and begins chanting an incantation. The grace of darkness is always with us. The moment her hands touch Shina's wounds, they glow with a faint radiance and gradually heal. Shina watches in silent awe. Unbelievable. Holy warriors possess healing abilities, yes, but this level of restoration rivals that of an archpriest. Kijia humbly replies, "My power is still Lakinkth's is the extent of this humble one's ability. My deepest apologies." Shina stares at her with undisguised doubt. Is this truly the domain of the Dark Moon? Footsteps approach. Kijia glances toward the newcomers and sighs. This humble one truly has the worst luck. The Hong Yue Knight and a group of sorcerers advance toward them. Shina and Kijia turn to face him in unison. He smirks in recognition. So it's a domain of the Dark Moon. Shina glances at the sword at his hip and immediately realizes they have taken her sword. Moreover, one glance is enough to tell that the leader is a first-rate swordsman, backed by a squad of Zhu soldiers. And she stands without a blade. The Hong Yue Knight grins broadly. What a blessing from the heavens, a sword master and a holy warrior in one place. 2 birds with 1 stone. Kijia looks at Shina. This humble one's role ends here. The Hong Yue Knight sneers. Are you afraid? Kijia replies coldly. This humble one is confident enough to claim your excellency's head, but a dancer must know where to dance. Unfortunately, it seems your opponent is not this humble one. A hand grips the edge of the road. The Hong Yue Knight demands, who else could possibly stand against me besides you? The Demon King, who has already fallen into my grasp. Or perhaps the supreme swordsman armed with nothing but a broken stick. A voice cuts through the night. Yin climbs up from the river below, water cascading from his body without ceasing. Yin furrows his brows at the Hong Yue Knight. Time rewinds to a few minutes prior. Yin climbs aboard a boat, seething with frustration. How did things turn out like this? You call this a place for a secret conversation. He recalls Janet's proposal to speak with him somewhere private. Yin's thoughts continue. He already had a rough idea of what the patriarch intended to say. But then Janet speaks up. If you, of all people, must have already known that an organization has been gathering the legacies and remains of the 13 apostles. Yin sighs inwardly. So it's true after all. He replies, until now it was merely speculation on my part. Janet turns and declares, they are the ones you have been searching for all this time, possessors of the Book of Evil. Yin's certainty only deepens upon hearing this. Indeed, the moment he laid eyes on the counterfeit Book of Evil, he was already certain. An organization capable of evading the watchful eye of a seasoned veteran like himself, and the very reason he came to Zhou Nio Luo. Janet rises and continues, but big brother, their power far exceeds what you imagine. They have restored nearly all the power of the 13 apostles. Give them a few more years, and they will become an organization as fearsome as the Anhaxing of old. Yin presses his lips together, lost in thought. I think the same. They've already seized control of every organization I once joined. Moreover, if they truly possess the Book of Evil, and can wield even half its power, then conquering the world would be nothing more than child's play. But most importantly, unlike the other organizations, they know about us 2 siblings. They won't let their guard down. So please, big brother, be careful. Brother, Yin hesitates, mulling it over, but then answers with steely resolve. I will be careful. His eyes burn with unyielding determination. If I were to cower and surrender now, then I never should have started down this path to begin with. However, I now know the location of the Book of Evil. Suddenly he detects something amiss. He lunges forward, scoops her into his arms, and sprints away. The 2 plunge straight into the water. Yin holds his breath, thinking to himself, 72 survival techniques of a seasoned villain underwater survival technique. Frog-style diving method, and he swims swiftly forward. After swimming for a while, Yin surfaces cautiously. Swimming out this far should be enough. The 2 slowly rise to the surface. Yin observes the figures standing above. Because this is an autonomous commercial city, free from imperial influence, its military strength is pitifully weak. Infiltration would be effortless, especially during a festival period when tourists flood the streets. In any case, he never imagined their attack would encompass the entire city of Zhou Nio Luo. Shina whispers into his ear, they look like the Zhu soldiers, don't they? He nods in agreement. Yin recalls the Zhu soldiers, a band of war-obsessed, meticulously trained mercenaries and elite members of the Kaigu Brigade, a legendary mercenary corps comprised of the continent's finest fighters. During the chaotic era of war, they were the most formidable mercenary force on the continent. They did not face opponents head-on like knights, though they always employed dirty tactics. They were no pushovers in direct combat like assassins, and they possessed none of the mercy of holy warriors. That is why they earned the moniker battlefield monsters. Of course, 40 years ago, that title should have rightfully belonged to that monster. Janet notices him deep in thought and whispers softly, "What do you plan to do?" Ka-yin answers decisively, "I think we should fall back for now." By his estimation, the soldiers stationed here are merely stalling for time. Dealing with them would be nothing but a waste of effort. And in this situation, even if they fought, they wouldn't come out on top. Janet strokes her chin and asks, "This direction is a bit tricky. Is there a better route?" He replies quickly, "There is one path that leads somewhere quite promising." Janet looks ahead and asks, "You mean that way?" Ka-yin considers for a moment. "If you don't like it, we can find another way." Gianni grins cheerfully and teases, "My wonderful big brother, I can't believe you'd actually take me to a place like that." He responds sheepishly, "You flatter me." The two quickly swim toward the sewer grate ahead and slip inside. Moments later, a manhole cover on the ground is pushed open. Ka-yin climbs out swiftly, scans his surroundings with sharp vigilance, then reaches down to help Sheena up. He breathes a quiet sigh of relief. Thankfully, no one is around. But if they truly are the zoo soldiers, they would never leave an escape route like this unguarded. Moreover, even if they are connected to the Book of Evil, he will not back down. He has waited 50 years. He cannot afford to let these leads slip away because he has no more time to wait. With that thought, he arms himself with his weapon and shield, then instructs Sheena, "Wait for me here." She asks in surprise, "Are you abandoning me?" Ka-yin replies irritably, "You know I would never do that." She puts on an innocent expression. Little Hong doesn't understand a single thing you're saying. He reminds her sternly, "Your Holiness, now is not the time for games." Sheena smiles and urges him on. "Exactly, that's why we need to hurry." She would never ask her big brother to charge into danger alone, while she stands watching only to be abandoned once again. Would she? Ka-yin warns, "You'll regret it." Janet affirms, "I definitely won't regret it." Scene change outside the city. Footsteps pound across the ground before a figure leaps into the water with a loud splash. Beneath the surface, Ka-yin and Janet observe the figures running above. Ka-yin thinks to himself, "Where are they rushing off to?" He stiffens. Janet teases, "The situation looks pretty serious, doesn't it?" He furrows his brow in irritation and asks, "Don't you have anything else to say?" Janet asks innocently, "Do I have anything else to say?" His face darkens as he stares at her, thinking to himself, indeed, the situation before him is absolutely insane. Ka-yin demands, "Why did you hide this from me?" She sighs, "If I had told you about this sooner, you definitely would have fled." Ka-yin ponders, "What do we do now? I don't think the holy warrior can convince the heroine. If we keep delaying like this, we're the only ones who'll suffer. In that case, the only way is forward." Above, Kijia speaks up, "What a pity it seems your excellency's opponent is not this humble woman after all." Ka-yin grips the railing with one hand, spins around and calls out, "Who else could be my opponent but you? The Demon King has already fallen into my hands. Stay here." Janet nods in agreement. The figure on the ground sneers, or rather, the Guang swordsman. He carries nothing but a single staff. Ka-yin lands with the coolest possible stance and declares, "May the peace of darkness forever be with you. It has been too long, domain of the dark moon." Kijia responds, "May the peace of darkness forever be with you as well. It is a pleasure to see you again, archpriest, after such a long time." Ka-yin furrows his brow and thinks to himself, "I personally don't appreciate this." Kijia continues, "I have much to say to you, but there are pressing matters to attend to first. Let us speak later." He responds politely, "Thank you for your understanding." Then Ka-yin turns to Shino and asks, "What happened to AIC?" She answers sorrowfully, "I'm sorry." He frowns, blaming himself. Is it too late? Then he looks toward the Crimson Knight. "You are the Hong Yue Knight, correct?" The figure smiles and replies, "If it's all the same, I'd prefer to be called the Hong Yue Knight." Ka-yin probes, "AIC was your target, was she not?" He confirms without hesitation, "Of course, what else could it be?" Ka-yin speculates silently as expected. He learned that secret from the Book of Evil. Then he continues to probe, "If you've already achieved your objective, then what are you still doing here?" The figure smirks, "You ask because you truly don't know. A magnificent villain such as myself, how could I possibly pass up the chance to settle the score with the one bearing the title of Guang swordsman?" Ka-yin grits his teeth, visibly startled. Just for that, he snarls, "You wretched dog, have you gone mad?" The soldiers standing behind them hear their leader being cursed. Every one of them looks astonished. Only the Hong Yue Knight chuckles with amusement. "Now that's more like it. Others might not have the right, but only you are qualified to say such a thing." Ka-yin demands, "You know who I am?" He hears this and laughs heartily. Of course I know. Old man, how could I possibly not know? How could I not recognize you? The one who once united the 13 apostles to dominate this world. The supreme commander of Anhaxing, most formidable dark organization to ever exist. The one who unearthed a lost ancient secret and passed it down to the peerless swordsman. The one who gathered every incantation art in the world and forged the Book of Evil. Isn't that your true identity? The supreme commander of Anhaxing, the Red Moon Knight, picks up the thread. The whole world believed you were dead. But the truth is far from that. On the day Anhaxing fell, you survived the betrayal of the 13 apostles and escaped. And to recover the Book of Evil that the apostles had stolen, you spent decades searching, hunting through their every stronghold. Ka Yin demands, you claim to believe I'm the supreme commander of Anhaxing, and yet you dare bring these pieces of trash to face me. From the moment the sword master spoke with that brazen tone, I knew you'd already lost most of your power. Even if you hadn't, you still couldn't have killed the Guang swordsman, and you think you can defeat me. Ka Yin silently acknowledges the truth of it. Indeed, 13 apostles, those sorcerers and transcendent swordsmen, their betrayal was a truly fatal blow. Had the Book of Evil been complete, that would be another matter. But at that time, the book was still unfinished. That is why the supreme commander of Anhaxing suffered grievous wounds, losing most of his power and barely clinging to life. The Red Moon Knight was it. He lets out a mocking laugh and produces 2 vials of medicine, thinking, you merely survived a battle against the Guang swordsman, and already you dare claim the title of Red Moon Knight. After swallowing the 2 pills, Ka Yin sneers. Why do you posture as a swordsman when you barely possess a smattering of swordsmanship? What do you mistake sword techniques for? Sword techniques are the means by which a swordsman transcends the innate limits of his talent. But for that little hero over there, even without sword techniques, with her monstrous talent alone, she would still be hailed as a peerless swordswoman. In other words, without talent, no amount of sword techniques will ever make one a true swordsman. He continues, all you're good at is hiding in a hollow shell to preserve that wretched life of yours. How dare you speak the Guang swordsman's name before me? The Red Moon Knight grips his sword tightly, fury blazing in his eyes. What are you saying? Ka Yin smirks coldly. You truly don't understand what I'm saying, or are you just pretending not to? The Red Moon Knight roars. Don't you dare laugh at me. Even if you are the supreme commander of Anhaxing, don't you dare look down on me. Ka Yin thinks you still haven't recognized me. Then he speaks aloud. You really believe that? The fire combat I taught to the peerless swordsman, the annihilation of Chikyuhatsu after his clash with the Guang swordsman, you think that was mere coincidence? Who was it that drove a sword through the Guang swordsman's heart? Have you forgotten? That arrogant third-rate cur. Shina hears these words and recalls what happened 40 years ago, a figure who could turn anything into a weapon. A swordsman who swung and hurled blades to sweep entire battlefields, unleashing a maelstrom of carnage. One whose hands had grown savage with the madness born from his inner demon. O Guang swordsman, you were once the hero of the entire continent. To counter the Guang swordsman as he rampaged across the battlefield, 1,000 elite mercenaries were mobilized. The descendants of the gladiators also emerged after decades of seclusion, issuing a direct challenge to the Guang swordsman. Many believed they could bring down that honorless swordsman. Yet the Guang swordsman only fell after slaying the gladiator's descendant and a mercenary captain. It is said that only 6 souls survived that battle, but the gladiator's lineage and their sword techniques endured. I know that. I saw it. Back then, Shina had witnessed the sword wreathed in a torrent of flamed gladiators' fire combat. She continues her train of thought. So the one who truly defeated the Guang swordsman in that battle was the Red Moon Knight, seemingly unable to accept this truth. Shouts in violent denial. Impossible. The last descendant of the gladiators, Chikyuhatsu, 40 years ago, he died by my hand. Ka Yin admits inwardly, that's right. I nearly died back then, so I tricked Chikyuhatsu and the Guang swordsman into fighting each other, then slipped away. Of course, to survive, I threw myself off a cliff. He steadies himself and levels his sword forward. Old man, none of that matters. Against both me and the Zhu soldiers, you cannot possibly win, unless the Guang swordsman himself rises from the grave. Ka Yin frowns and replies dismissively. Is that so? Sai, he's right about that. After all, I am nothing more than a third-rate villain. Though I have learned countless skills through the blessings of demons, the curse of the gods ensures that every technique I have acquired is forever capped at the third-rate level. But it is precisely because of that limitation that I was able to do what I did. The key of the dragon swordsman's realm, the iron soul of the mobile fortress, the phantom cut of the demon swordsman, the fire combat of the gladiator, the betrayal sword of the knight swordsman, the stone blade of the one-sword swordsman, the sword song of the twin-sword swordsman, the object self, the non-self, the wu-wei, and the inner demon that has led countless swordsmen to their doom. The inner demona madness beyond my reach. By consuming a specially forbidden drug, I can awaken and wield the power of the inner demon. Ka Yin speaks, that arrogance of yours the kind that makes one believe only a hurricane can stand against them. If that is your evil karma, he grips the twin shields and settles into an offensive stance, thinking, awaken. The gate of the object self open, the soul of the non-self roar, the sword of Wu open your eyes, the power of the inner demon. Ka Yin thunders, I shall show you the only one in this world who can endure your evil karma, the one and only hurricane rise. No sooner are the words spoken than the hurricane swordsman hurls both shields forward. The shields streak past the Red Moon Knight at blinding speed, curving around him and rocketing toward one of his subordinates. Dodge it, the Red Moon Knight cries in alarm. Don't block dodge, but it is already too late. The shields ricochet off the blades of the soldiers in front before hurtling straight into the subordinate. The shield slams into the subordinate with tremendous force. He screams in agony. As it deflects off him, the subordinate collapses to the ground. The shield spirals back toward Ka Yin, who launches himself at the Red Moon Knight without hesitation. The two shields collide midair and rebound. In an instant, they multiply into hundreds, all hurtling toward the Red Moon Knight and his men. The shields crash into one body after another with devastating speed, cutting them down in rapid succession. Even the Red Moon Knight himself suffers wounds from the barrage of shields. Ka Yin grins with satisfaction. No matter how hard you try, it's useless. Unlike the metal fragments the Guang swordsman used, these twin shields are supreme artifacts forged from all 7 secrets of the Dark Seal, tempered by the old sword saint himself. The Red Moon Knight panics and screams orders. Half of you form a defensive line with shields. The rest loose your arrows at him. Now, a torrent of arrows descends upon Ka Yin like a downpour. He crosses his twin swordstone blazing red as fire, the other gleaming blue as ice. Ka Yin roars, Killaby and invincible. The blue sword, engraved with ancient runes, cleaves through every arrow in a blur of motion. He bellows, all victory. The red sword in his hand erupts with searing light. As the blade sweeps downward, the very earth splits apart beneath it. In a single minute and 30 seconds, Ka Yin unleashes a relentless chain of slashes, annihilating every last one of the Red Moon Knight's subordinates. He whips around, glaring at the man, and snarls, damn it. Ka Yin thinks to himself this pair of blades is what forged the legendary winning streak of the dual swordsman. Undefeated, invincible, and when I wield this pair of swords, even without boundless stamina or peerless swordsmanship, I can still unleash the Tempest Sword. The opening of the Tempest Sword is fire combat. Ka Yin hurls the fire-aspected blade outward. Fire combat amplifies the force accumulated from impacts stored within the body. Naturally, there is a limit to how much force a human frame can contain. So what if one could store that force inside a weapon, instead of the human body? The sword of betrayal can channel accumulated force into a weapon and release it in a single devastating volley. And due to the amplifying nature of fire combat, the weapon grows increasingly difficult to control with each cycle. Iron Soul and the Eye of Truth solve that problem. Upon entering the selfless state, the Eye of Truth faces no limitations whatsoever, relying on flawless predictions, combined with the movements of the Dark Knight's blessing to perfectly relay force through the twin shields, employing the Bronze Throne to regulate his heartbeat and maintain absolute composure over the weapons, then channeling the Golden Demon Law and the Key of the World to perfectly read every movement down to the opponent's very senses, applying the sword him to simultaneously command multiple weapons, layering Shadow Sever to accelerate each blade to its limit. The result is a killing blow beyond salvation. This is what the Guang swordsman once wielded, the Tempest Sword, the most powerful and most fearsome sword technique since the Age of Myths. The clang of a sword striking the ground rings out. The Hong Yue Knight drops to one knee, his gaze locked on Ka Yin. He mocks, still breathing, so this is what a first-rate swordsman is made of. Then it dawns on him the Tempest Sword does not draw on the user's own power. It amplifies the opponent's strength and turns it against them. I simply amplified this man's power and that of his mercenaries, then hurled it all back at them. He speaks, probing for answers. The secret art of the Guang swordsman is something that cannot be passed down. How could you possibly wield that secret art? The Tempest Sword, you mean? He answers with a tilt of his head. You didn't know. The Tempest Sword is a sword technique, not a secret art. The Hong Yue Knight is visibly shaken by this revelation. What did you just say? Ka-yin emphasizes his words. And the Guang swordsman was a swordsman of the inner demon path. If that's the case, then where did the Guang swordsman learn the Tempest sword? A swordsman who fails to comprehend the essence of wu-wei cannot create a sword technique, which means someone else created the Tempest sword and taught it to the Guang swordsman. To preserve the tradition of a sole successor, the master attempted to kill his own disciple. And to survive, the disciple drove his master into inner demon. Ka-yin smiles. A swordsman of the wu-wei absolute realm created this insane sword technique. Who do you think that was? The Hong Yue knight rises to his feet, his voice sharp with accusation. Who the hell are you? He answers with a cold smirk. I thought you already knew. I'm merely a third-rate villain, nothing more. Upon hearing this, the corners of his lips curl upward and he bursts into laughter. Then he draws a blade. Well then, congratulations, Commander-in-Chief of Anhaxing. I admit I underestimated you. But bear this in mind, I am merely a fifth-rank apostle. Even if you are the commander of Anhaxing, you cannot defeat the bearer of the Book of Evil. And even if you kill me, you cannot claim my karmic debt of evil. I shall await you in hell, commander of Anhaxing. With those final words, he drives the blade into his own chest and crumples to the ground. Ka-yin and Shina stand frozen before the man's suicide. Shina wonders. Hong Yue Knight was a member of the organization that possesses the Book of Evil, but more pressing than that, why was Ka-yin's name brought up here? Ka-yin falls silent for a moment, seemingly lost in thought. Then he lifts his gaze toward the heavens and smiles. Ta, is it? So that's it. How could you people possibly know that? Because it is a secret known to only 2 of the 13 apostles of Anhaxing. Who could have guessed that the commander-in-chief of Anhaxing, the leader of the 13 apostles, the one who once ruled the world, was himself merely an apostle of darkness? And the truth is, master of the 13 apostles hid behind the commander of Anhaxing all along. And when Anhaxing fell, the master of the 13 apostles used his first-rank apostle as bait to ensure his own survival. I am the sovereign of the Shadow Mountain Rangeth, one who met destruction for having placed his trust in humanity. But I shall offer you no sorrow, no regret. I am one who pursues evil for his own ends. I would exploit even demons. I would betray even my own master. No matter how despicable or cowardly, I shall continue to live as a third-rate villain. Suddenly an explosion rings out. Ka-yin whips his head around, bewildered to avoid being tracked. They intend to burn the entire port, just as I expected. That one did a thorough job of cleaning up. He is certainly no ordinary foe. Merely possessing the Book of Evil is enough to make him more dangerous than anyone. The reason I created the Book of Evil was never for immortality or sorcery. Within it lies the desire I have pursued my entire life. 1,000 years ago, it drove the last dragon to vanish, forced the demons to seal themselves away, and the gods fled this planet because of it. It is that absolute power capable of determining the fate of this entire world. But the Book of Evelyn, after I had gathered every incantation art, I could not complete it. After that, I was betrayed and left to wander the world. Ka-yin hands the sword to Shina. Take it. He then continues his line of thought. But that does not mean there is no way to complete it now. Perhaps the one who currently possesses the Book of Evil already knows the answer. The final key to completing the Book of Evil is the demon race. Kejia stands at an elevated vantage, watching Ka-yin hand the sword to Shina. She speaks in an admiring tone. My beloved master, how can you be so adorable that it makes me want to kill you? Going back to some time in the past, in a place unknown, a monster girl with a human body was born. Nothing in this world brought her happiness. Only when she killed or destroyed something could she feel joy. Her parents feared her and sold her into slavery, and that was how she entered Guiling as a test subject. One day, while she was undergoing all manner of biological experiments at Guiling, an internal conflict erupted. She should have died in that conflict, but a man saved her and brought her to an orphanage. At that time, to expand its influence, the Dark Church had taken in many orphans among them. However, even after becoming a holy warrior, she lived a bleak existence, nothing but killing and destruction, until the day she reunited with the man who had saved her. Everything from his name to his scent had changed, yet she recognized him at a single glance. She loved him so fiercely that she wanted to kill him. She revered him as a master worthy of the highest respect. Suddenly, Jia steps forward and speaks. You're gazing at my brother with that look again. Kejia bows respectfully. Your Excellency has arrived. Jia reminds her. As I have always said, I will not permit you to kill my brother. She promptly bows and replies, how would this humble one dare go against your Excellency's will? Jia asks, may I ask something of you? Kajia answers respectfully, please speak. She quickly lays out her request. I am well aware of your malice. Thus, I will not ask you to abandon it. Instead, I ask that you set it aside just this once. With your strength, I ask that you aid my brother. Kajia falls silent, pondering. Normally, the three grand archpriests cannot command one another, for their ranks are equal. Yet the cult master is no mere high priest, she is the one who holds dominion over the dark will. She agrees at once. If that is your will, this humble one will gladly obey. She liked reading the flow of his thoughts. In this world, where the gods have departed all except one who deliberately remained, Jia bowed her head and called out. Our goddess, Ganit, goddess of the Black Night, the only deity who blesses evil. She looked down to where Kane stood and thought, this is the last thing I can do for you, my brother. Most of my power was lost to the seal. 1,000 years agate is nearly impossible for me to do more. Please forgive me, for though I am the apostle of sin, I cannot help you, an evil goddess who cannot even bless her own brother. A villainous goddess of the Black Night, yet all she brings him is a curse. A mere human, his sworn sister. Yet she loves him more than anyone else in this world. Scene change, the roar of waves crashing against a hull echoes across the water. A vessel races toward the shore. A man sitting aboard the ship lets out a murmur, how strange. He then turns to the figure beside him and asks, what do you think? Not that it matters. He is the one who defeated the apostle of war, that veteran third-rate villain. Regardless of his true identity, if I were going to give up here, I would never have braved the pursuit of the temples to scour the ruins of a fallen kingdom for the key. In the end, our decisive battle takes place where it all began. I am a second-rate villain. You are a third-rate villain. Between us, who shall write the final chapter? Now then let the festival begin. A festival that will decide the fate of this world. A festival reserved for villains like us. At a place of jagged, razor-sharp cliffs, a figure holds a skull in hand, swaying it idly as she sighs. So boring, I'm sick of eating human flesh. Suddenly, a hand claws its way up from the ground, seizing her attention. The figure lurches upright and stares toward her. She tilts her head and asks, are you human? A human who does not even value his own life. The man coughs violently and collapses to his knees. She demands, what are you doing here? The man stammers, I came only to meet you. Intrigued, she asks, what do you want from me? She thinks to herself, with his life force nearly extinguished. The only thing he could possibly want is life itself. The man answers without hesitation, I want you. She shows a flicker of surprise. Kane staggers to his feet and declares, that's right, the last demon envoy in this world. Where all demons have vanished, I want the power you have accumulated over 1,000 years. Your heaven-defying physique, your fears, your intellect, your authority, everything. She is taken aback. You want me, not merely my power. Even the human who once maintained my master's seal never dared attempt such a thing. What manner of human is this? A spark of interest kindles in her eyes. How interesting. And what exactly do you intend to do with me? Kane flashes a sinister smile. First shall we try conquering the world. She listens and judges in silence. How disappointing. In the end, you're no different from the rest. She scorns the foolish human. You would throw away your life for a mere fantasy like that. Kane responds without missing a beat. If I couldn't do it, I never would have come to you in the first place. His answer seizes her attention entirely. He is not lying. Interesting. What will set you apart from all the others? She speaks, if I help you, what will you give me? He offers the very thing she has sought for 1,000 years. Her eyes widen in shock. What? Do you even know what you're saying? He smiles with absolute confidence, of course. I am the one who will gather all 108 secrets you have been trying to obtain. And I am telling you I will hand them all over to you. Well, what will you do next? The Lord of the Shadow Mountains devours me, and then spends the next 100 years collecting 108 secrets, or you help me. And together, we bear all the evil in the world. I remain silent for a long while, then smile. She clutches her stomach and bursts into laughter, then thinks to herself a burning thrill and intense joy, a feeling she has never experienced before. You dare to tempt me, a Wyumer with evil toe corrupt me. You truly are a villain. She stands, smiling, and agrees. Good night, human. If you give me all the evil in the world, I will gladly become your servant and conquer the world by your side. And so I shattered 1,000 years of silence and joined hands with a villain. This is the birth of the evil organization that pursued all the evil in the world, birth of the Dark Star organization. Sometime later, a building appears to be collapsing. She holds a book in hand and asks haughtily, is this how everything ends? Human, how in the world can you possibly bear responsibility for this failure? Look, proof of our failure. Don't you dare blame it on the gods' curses or claim they stole our spell formulas during the collection. I've gathered more than enough spell formulas as tools more than I could ever need. My power is not so feeble that it can be suppressed by gods who fled from the earth. However, there is only one reason we could not complete the Book of Evelit is our evil. Because in the end, we still failed to obtain all the evil in the world. Kane hears this and raises his hand. He covers his face, then peeks out with one eye and calls out, "Can you give me one more chance?" She widens her eyes in fury. "One chance? You dare beg for another chance after such a catastrophic failure?" He confirms it. "Yes, because I have failed, I hope for another chance. If you demand I pay the price for this failure, I am willing to surrender my very soul. But would you be satisfied with just that?" She smiles and sighs. "You truly are a cunning and vicious human, even knowing the only possible outcome is failure and destruction. You foolish, fragile human, you still dare to charge forward on your own 2 feet. Good night, go forth and collect evils far more profound. I will grant you one more chance to obtain all the evil in the world. Until you complete the Book of Evil, I will wait for you to come find me." Kane turns and walks through the collapsing building, a book in hand. He thinks to himself, betrayed by his own apostles, what dangers must he face, and what must he sacrifice to earn himself another chance. Just as he lightly places his hand on the door, she speaks up. "Can you promise that you will return to find me?" He thinks to himself, I know full well he's a promise from a villain worth anything. He smiles and gives a perfunctory answer. "Very well, I asked a foolish question." Just when she thinks Kane has refused, he speaks up to confirm. "But if you wish it, I swear on my soul." With that, he pushes the door open and walks out. Everything inside collapses completely. She smirks. "You truly are a liar." The walls crumble to dust. Kane sprints forward as fast as he can, thinking to himself, I've been weakened by the gods' curses, and I still must contend with the betraying apostles. It's no different from suicide. Even if he survives by some miracle, he'll need ages to recover. However, I chose not to stay. I had coerced her into granting me another chance to continue collecting evil. Therefore, the Supreme Commander of the Dark Star must fall here. But that alone is not enough. They will never stop pursuing this. There is only one way to survive and escape this place and reclaim the Book of Evil. This will stop them from chasing me. They will be too busy coveting each other's fragments of the Book of Evil. And just like that, I escaped. I survived, leaving behind the crumbling Dark Star organization, abandoning his first apostle, breaking his promise to her. Kane frowns, he jolts awake. It was a dream again. Even though 50 years have passed, that feeling still burns vivid in his mind. Suddenly, a knock echoes from outside the door. Kane calls out, "Come in." A man leaning on a cane enters its encama. The old man asks with concern, "How are you feeling?" Kane doesn't answer. Instead, he asks back, "How was your trip, sir?" Encama bursts out laughing. "Trip? I don't know if you could call it a trip, but thanks to you, I had a wonderful time. Having my life threatened was quite the experience, too." He clenches his lips and thinks, this is exhausting. He is the master of 16 treasures, Mr. Encama, the mage who commands the most spells on the continent, and the only person alive capable of spatial teleportation. Encama urges him on. "The young miss is looking for you, so hurry it up." He stands up and replies, "Yes, sir." Then he follows behind the old man. Kane walks and observes everything around him. He remarks, "This place is massive." Kane follows Encama out into a garden. The old man walks off to one side, then turns to face Kane. He sees the person standing before him, bows his head and asks, "Did you sleep well, young miss?" The young matriarch of the Kasang clan replies flatly, "I didn't dream." Kane frowns, cursing inwardly. This damn brat hasn't changed one bit in 20 years. "That was just a polite greeting, you know." She speaks up and asks, "So the second request is fulfilled, correct?" He sits down across from her without a care and replies, "That's right." Her eyes flash briefly before she calmly suggests, "Then only one final request remains." Kane asks, confused, "What's with that look? After all, I am your benefactor, kid." The Kasang clan, the wealthiest family on the continent, granted him the right to make any 3 wishes. A story from 20 years ago. Hong Vong wanted to conquer the continent through sheer wealth, so he orchestrated the kidnapping of this rich little girl. Back then, he was a member of the organization who had infiltrated the Kasang clan under the cover identity of a stable hand. Just as he was about to complete the kidnapping mission, he discovered that once the job was done, he himself would be eliminated. The moment he learned the truth, he fled, taking the girl with him. And this was the reward the young matriarch bestowed upon him. Because he saved her, he already knew exactly how he would use this final wish. Kane speaks. My final request is for Mr. Nkama to take me to a certain place. Nkama looks bewildered and asks, where are we going this time? You're not going to ask me to send you to the Giannia realm, are you? He waves it off. No need to worry, it won't be that dangerous this time. Suddenly, the young matriarch of the Kasang clan shouts, "No!" startling Kane, who wonders inwardly. What does that mean? This girl didn't say a word when she bankrolled the demon spirits, or when he made his first request. Besides, that request wasn't even that difficult for the old man. Nkama, standing behind them, is so moved he's about to burst into tears. My lady, are you actually worrying about this old man? She presses, this is yet another request involving the dark forces, isn't it? I'll consider it an extension of the second request. Kane needles her. This is a favor that brings you no benefit whatsoever. She dismisses it immediately. This isn't a favor, it's a transaction sealed on my honor, so shut up and accept it. He thinks, exasperated. Fine, this brat is still as insufferable as ever, then relents. All right, have it your way. She asks, when do you leave? Kane doesn't hesitate. If possible, I want to leave right now. But Mr. Nkama seems tired, so perhaps tomorrow. Nkama cuts in, deadpan and sarcastic. Your consideration truly moves me to tears. Scene transition outside a house. Kane pulls on his gloves and readies the weapons at his side. He speaks politely, thank you for helping me get this far. The young matriarch of the Kasang clan asks, utterly emotionless, isn't this just a transaction? He hears that, frowns and curses inwardly. This damn brat. Nkama smiles and instructs them. I'll begin now, so brace yourselves. He raises his hands and chants the incantation. O Avener, Lord of the Southern Heart, and the treasure I seek is the golden wings carved from the wings of a dragon that shall allow me to traverse time, and 1,000 miles in a single instant. A torrent of energy swirls around him, then blazes with light. The young matriarch of the Kasang clan and Nkama watch the unfolding spectacle. The radiant energy envelops Kane entirely. He shuts his eyes tight. A roaring flame erupts, blazing ferociously. Zaina rushes toward the flames in a panic. She watches the inferno, consuming the person standing before her. She screams Ai's name over and over. Ai turns around and looks at her. Zaina disregards all danger and leaps into the flames. Ai smiles gently at her, but Zaina cannot reach Ai no matter what. In the instant Zaina stares helplessly ahead, a voice speaks. Do you want to save Ai? A man materializes before Zaina. She presses her lips together, thinking, I can't even tell who you truly are. Instructor of the Four Shadows, my teacher, descendant of the Saint Fighter, the one who defeated the Light Swordsman, High Priest of the Dark Church, commander of the Dark Star Organization, or the man who poisoned my grandfather. But right now, rescuing Ai is the only thing that matters. Zaina answers instantly, I want to save her. Kane turns to face her and replies, then there's something you must do. Zaina snaps to her senses, seizes the sword at her side, and thrusts it forward. A rabbit hopping nearby startles and bolts away in fright. Zaina grips her sword, her thoughts racing. I slept without sensing a thing around me. Was it because of that dream? It has been 3 weeks since Ai was kidnapped. He told me to borrow the autumn map from Her Majesty and locate the Dark Forces' stronghold. Zaina gazes into the mirror and recites the incantation. O Lai Tu, reveal to me the location of the one I seek. The map materializes, showing the location of the person she has been searching for. Zaina thinks, I'll find them soon enough. Suddenly, she hears the sharp whistle of an object hurtling toward her. Zaina instantly drops into a combat stance. One hand grips her blade as she whips the sword free and slashes at the incoming projectiles. They look like shards of ice flying straight at her. She thinks, why is she here? Esvin speaks. What a shame that we meet again like this. The Sword Saint, one of the continent's only 9 grand mages. A former hero grown weary of the world, living in seclusion in the Frost Valley. Zaina shows visible surprise. I fought Esvin before. I never thought she'd come after me, now over that old grudge. Wait, Esvin suddenly appearing here, this close to the Dark Forces' stronghold. Zaina demands, are you aiding the Dark Forces? How could someone who was once a hero possibly? Esvin falls silent for a moment, then smiles with bitter mockery. A hero? How stupid can you be that you still haven't figured it out? Esvin then chants the spell, Io manifestation of endless snow and ice needles. The words barely leave her lips before a volley of ice arrows streaks toward Zaina without pause. She dodges the ice arrows in an instant. Esvin raises her hand in response. A wall of ice erupts from the ground, blocking Zaina's path. The slab of ice slams straight into Zaina's gut, sending her crashing to the ground. Zaina clutches her stomach, coughing in agony. Esvin continues chanting her incantation. Io blizzard. The blizzard blasts into Zaina, forcing her to shield her face. She thinks stunned, how? It was never this powerful before. Has she gotten stronger? But I can't just keep taking hits like this. Zaina grips her sword and charges straight at Esvin. But the moment she strikes, Esvin vanishes. Esvin reappears behind Zaina and shouts, "Io!" Blizzard one strike. Zaina tries to brace herself, but Esvin's blow connects, crumples to the ground. Esvin finally speaks. "Earlier, you asked me why I serve the forces of darkness, didn't you?" Zaina glances down in surprise. Everything around her seems to be freezing solid. Esvin explains, "The reason is simple, I hate humanity." Zaina can barely believe her ears. "What?" Esvin continues coldly. "I was once a hero, just like you. I had comrade swordsmen, mercenaries, mages, rogues, priests, quite the ragtag party, wouldn't you say? But when I fought the Dark Citadel alongside my comrades, I lost everything. Yet as a hero, I believed my comrades and I had made the right choice." Zaina's expression shows she doesn't understand. "Then why?" Esvin continues explaining. "As time passed, that conviction slowly eroded. When I gave them one, they expected two. When I gave them two, they expected three. In the end, all that remained were hollow honors and the title of hero. Nothing else. Swordmaster, should we keep saving them?" Zaina answers firmly, "Because it is our duty. Those who bear great power must." Esvin lets out a bitter laugh. "Duty? Because of that duty, the Mobile Fortress lost its own child. And I lost my comrades, my friends. What more must we sacrifice? If I were the person I used to be, I would have kept enduring. If I had never learned the truth, I would have lived out my entire life laughing at the world's absurdity." "The truth," Zaina murmurs, then asks, "but that record was broke nonce when Evan died, and again because of number 23. Isn't that right? Have you ever thought there was something deeply wrong about it? Yahoo have triumphed over countless powerful foes, suffering bitter defeat at a certain point in time." Zaina furrows her brow, thinking back. She's right, isn't she? Not just Evan and number 23. There was also Lenin's Frost domain. I was even nearly killed by a dream eater I stumbled upon in the mountains. But are all those events really connected? The enemies I defeated before were by no means weak. Even the excuse that I grew rusty after my sword awakening can't explain those events. After all, it was meeting him that led me to awaken my sword techniques in the first place. So what is the cause? Esvin doesn't give a direct answer, only cryptic words. "When you realize the reason, you will understand me. I had to act out a charade in the palm of the gods, playing the hero they scripted for me." With that, she fires another volley of ice arrows at Zaina. Zaina's legs freeze solid on the spot. Esvin says coldly, "And now I'm done with it." She launches an ice arrow straight at Zaina. Zaina braces herself helplessly when suddenly, someone dashes in and stands between her and the incoming arrow. The stranger's blade shatters the ice arrow into pieces. Zaina stares in shock at the person who just saved her life. Then she recognizes the Moonlit Domain. Esvin recognizes the Moonlit Domain too. She thinks, "A saint fighter, a mage's natural enemy. This is far too unfavorable for me. What a pity, I suppose I'll have to wait until next time." She vanishes, leaving behind only a challenge. "Swordmaster, I will take my leave, but we will meet again soon. I hope that by then, you will have realized the truth." She vanishes without a trace, leaving only Kijia and Zaina behind. Kijia walks over and asks gently, "The sheltering night eases all pain. Are you all right?" Zaina answers politely, "Thanks to the peace the night brings. Thank you for the help." Kijia snaps the ice shards off Zaina's body with her bare hands. Zaina worries what is the cause behind her failures that Esvin mentioned, and what did she mean by acting out a charade in the palm of the gods? Kijia pouts, "It's been a month since we last spoke. Yet here you are, lost in thought, forgetting all about this humble one. This one went through the trouble of breaking that ice, you know." Zaina finally snaps back to reality and stammers, Sorry, but how did you even get here?" Kijia answers nonchalantly, "We've been traveling together since the start, haven't we?" Zaina realizes, "You've been following me ever since the Chu Geo incident." Kijia nods, "You could say that." Zaina is puzzled. "But why?" Kijia answers, "This humble one has been tasked with recording the path the Swordmaster treads and reporting it back to the sect." Zaina sighs. All right. She figures the reason they kept it from her was probably so she could focus on tracking while also correcting her own mistakes and providing support during crises. Zaina turns and asks, "In that case, do you know where the High Priest is?" Kijia shakes her head. "Unfortunately, even this humble one does not know." Zaina suggests, "Then let's focus on finding that dark faction's base together." Kijia agrees. "Let's do that for now." Before the sun sets, the two continue their search for the dark faction's stronghold. Exhausted, Zaina suddenly looks up and sees a building reflecting the sunlight. It is Than Tri, the fortress that vanished along with the collapse of the Dark Star organization. I never imagined that Dark Faction would be using this place. His eyes somewhere inside. I want to storm and right no, but I need to be patient until he arrives. Zaina silently promises herself, a weight of sadness in her heart. Wait for me just a little longer. Eyes, I swear I'll save you. Eyes wearily opens her eyes, staring forward. Sensing something off about this place, the girl slowly sits up, forcing herself to stay alert. Something feels wrong. Eyes scans her surroundings carefully. This place is... She realizes she is being held captive here. A prison? How long have I been unconscious? The clinking of chains snaps Eyes to full attention. She looks down at Iron shackles wrap around her wrists, pulsing with the power of a seal. Confusion floods through her. Then realization hits. This is the power of the chain demon seal. Who the hell were those people? Suddenly Eyes recalls an earlier memory. Then why are you telling me all this? The man hearing that bursts into a smug laugh. Right, because it's necessary. Replaying those words in her mind, Eyes' expression grows strangely contemplative. He kidnapped me because it was necessary. They want my magic power. While she is still lost in thought, the sudden sound of a door opening rings out. The figure stepping through the entrance leaves Eyes utterly dumbfounded. Her expression shifts completely. Eyes speaks up, her voice laced with fury. Number 23 remains calm, carrying a ring of keys as she walks toward Eyes. The girl is clearly agitated by her presence. What are you doing here? Without a word, Number 23 simply unlocks the shackles. The chains clatter as they fall, catching Eyes off guard. Without overthinking it, the girl slowly rises to her feet. You mean to tell me you won't explain anything? Time passes. The scene shifts to a vast, open corridor. Footsteps echo ceaselessly. Number 23 quickly opens a grand chamber door, gesturing for Eyes to step inside. The sight beyond makes the girl freeze in her tracks. It turns out she has led Eyes to an enormous bathing chamber, and the sheer scale of it catches her completely off guard. Eyes whips her head around, demanding answers. What is the meaning of this? But Number 23 has already stepped out and shut the door behind her. The girl surveys the room. Fresh clothes are laid out. The message is clear: bathe. Is she seriously telling me to wash up? After some time, Number 23 is already waiting outside the door. Eyes' face is twisted with irritation as she strides out briskly. Seeing the girl has finished, Number 23 resumes walking ahead. Neither speaks. They walk in utter silence, not exchanging a single word. Eyes gazes around in growing astonishment. Is this a castle or a fortress? But the sound of something ahead snaps her attention forward. The massive doors before them swing open, and Eyes startles. The girl steps through, one cautious pace at a time. Directly ahead, the mysterious figure greets her with a slow, measured voice. A pleasure to meet you. Eyes stares at the mysterious figure before her, a lump forming in her throat as she swallows hard. Even so, she forces herself to appear calm. You kidnap someone and call it a pleasure to meet them. He hears her words and lets out a laugh before offering an explanation. My apologies for the rudeness. Let's not waste any more time. Eyes drops into the chair without hesitation. Seeing that she understands the unspoken invitation, his face spreads into a deeply unsettling smile. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Cabin. Forgive the belated introduction. Perhaps you'd recognize me better by another title, Master of the Dark Demon Beast Sword. Those words send a shock through Eyes in an instant. Her expression hardens. The Dark Demon Beast Sword, the blade that grants unrivaled power, but in exchange, its wielder is doomed to annihilation. The Dark Demon Beast Sword. If he is truly its master, then among all living swordsmen, he is the most enigmatic existence of them all. What sword techniques does he use? What does he look like? Even his name has never been confirmed. He is like a creature that exists only in legend sand, most notably. He is the only swordsman to ever wield that blade and survive its destruction. Cabin's face is finally revealed before her. The demon swordsman. After a long pause, Eyes speaks, her voice probing. Demon swordsman, what do you want from me? He hears the question and laughs before making his announcement. I'd like to propose a deal. The words pique her curiosity. What kind of deal? He continues, extending his hand forward as he lays out his offer. Among the 13 apostle positions, I will grant you the first seat, Apostle of Darkness. In return, you will cooperate with us. What do you say? Accept it, and you shall wield true power. Eyes listens, a flicker of contempt crossing her face. You think you can seduce me with just that? But his next words freeze her in place. Then what if I told you that you could rebuild the demon sovereignty and resurrect the fallen demon race? For someone like Yao who chose to defy the entire world for the sake of the demon race, there would be no reason to refuse such an offer. would there. After a long silence, Eyes finally speaks, her voice low and deliberate. You expect me to believe that nonsense? Cabin shakes his head. No, Nothis is absolutely not nonsense, because I possess this. The instant she lays eyes on the book before her, Eyes' expression transforms. He gazes at the dark, arcane tome resting beside his hand. The Book of Evil forged by the 8 Dark Star Elders by unifying every form of forbidden sorcery into one artifact. It wields truly unrivaled power. Every other relic pales into insignificance next to it. But the Dark Star organization never completed the Book of Evelyn, so the organization crumbled under the betrayal of the 13 apostles. At that time, the Book of Evil was shattered into fragments and scattered into the hands of the apostles. 47 years ago, I happened upon one fragment of the Book of Evil. I have spent decades gathering its remaining pieces. However, even if I succeed in restoring it, I still cannot complete it. His words leave Eyes' puzzled. Cabin's expression carries a deep, unmistakable regret. The most critical key to completing the Book of Evil cannot be obtained. She silently mulls over his words. The key lies in the fading sun. He continues his account. Supreme Commander of the Dark Star Organization once attempted to complete the Book of Evil using a dragon power incantation, but that alone was not enough. To complete the Book of Evil, one needs magic power that surpasses even the authority of the god's colossal reservoir of power, rivaling that of the sealed demon lords. These words silence Eyes, the gravity of the situation settling in. The only beings alive with magic power that immense are the demon lords themselves and the demon race, like her. And since they cannot locate the resting places of the demon lords, she is the only one suitable to serve as that key. Zaina's elder sister spoke up to inform them. I tell you this as a warning. The Book of Evil is not merely a book. It is a malevolent entity, one capable of bringing destruction upon the entire world. Remember, it is a forbidden thing. You must never covet it, nor even set your mind upon it. Recalling those words, a trace of discomfort flickered across Eyes' face as she pondered. Empress, is that what you intended? To prevent the Book of Evil from being completed? Eyes hurriedly spoke up to Cabin. Wait, so the element needed to complete the Book of Evil is the demon race. He nodded in confirmation, then added without missing a beat, that's right. That is precisely why the gods cast down the prophecy of destruction. The gods did not wish for a power capable of shattering the world's natural laws to be born. And that is why they cursed the Supreme Commander of Dark Star and exterminated every magical being that could have become the key. It is also why the Lord of the Shadow Mountain Range was eradicated, and why the demon race was subjected to genocide. Eyes could not deny these truths. Yes, perhaps it was the right thing to do, eliminating the risk of the world's destruction. But they are people. They are my brothers and sisters. Even despised as they were, they had lives of their own. They could laugh, they could cry, they could despair. But just because of that, our demon race, while the girl was still lost in her thoughts, Cabin suddenly spoke up with a note of surprise. You don't want revenge? The girl lifted her head and looked toward him. Revenge. An eager smile spread across his face as he made his pitch. If you cooperate with me, not only can you have your revenge as a first-rank apostle, you could rule the world alongside your demon race. Now, I believe you've already had a change of heart, so allow me to make the offer again. What do you say about joining forces with us? The suffocating tension made Eyes' heart pound like a drum. She bowed her head low, a torrent of thoughts racing through her mind. If her kin could truly be brought back to life, then rebuilding the Roth Kingdom. Suddenly, Cayenne's voice echoed in her mind. Rebuild for what? You can't bring back the dead. You can't turn back time. Living in the past only wastes your life. Nothing is more meaningless than greed. Eyes gripped the armrest tightly, sinking deep into thought. He had once told her greed is meaningless. Living in the past is a waste. Regret is something you bury in yesterday before moving forward. She had accepted the fall of the Roth Kingdom. She had chosen to live with her memories instead of drowning in sorrow. That left her with only one answer. She refused Cabin flat out. Her unwavering tone and resolute gaze displeased him, yet he remained calm and continued to tempt her. Why, she spoke with pride, we may have lost, but we fought with everything we had. We struggled to the very end. For my kinfor, every one of them who poured their hearts and souls into my ambition. I refuse to let them be insulted by Yorajust to nothing more than tools. Hearing those words, Cabin drew in a sharp breath. Then he fixed his razor-sharp gaze on Eyes. Is that so? Did he tell you that? The girl hesitated, bewildered. He had begun to attack her faith in Cayenne. Have you never found it strange? How the hell did the demon spirits get their hands on it? The documents from the Black Tempest had vanished long ago. And how the hell did he come into such an enormous fortune? Just as the golden ring collapsed, Eyes frowned with suspicion and shot back. What do you mean? What exactly are you implying? Cabin laid out his argument with dead seriousness. In the past, when Dark Star fell, the supreme commander of Dark Star did not die. Because of the god's curse and the betrayal of the 13 apostles. The Book of Evil was stolen, and most of his power vanished along with it. He survived by sheer luck and wandered the world. The revelation sent a jolt through the girl. She thought the supreme commander of Dark Star. He's still alive. Sunlight streamed in from outside. He continued. The supreme commander of Dark Star was already familiar with the 13 apostles. To restore the Book of Evil, he sought revenge against their organization, but merely restoring the Book of Evil was not enough. To complete the Book of Evil, a massive amount of magic power is required. The demons with abundant magic power had all been sealed away. As for the Dream Eaters, those born as nothing more than the demons' support system, they lacked the power to complete the Book of Evil. So he channeled the massive fortune salvaged from the golden rings, collapsed to the demon spirits through the Kasang clan, and also handed over research documents stolen from the Black Tempest, the lowest-ranked demon among the 99. Bansha, the embodiment of gluttony, a mage who possessed that demon's seal. Clevenhe is the mastermind behind the plan to create the key for the Book of Evil. Eyes clenched her teeth, barely holding herself together at the sound of that name. I know who that is. Cleven, loyal subordinate of Livon Tuss, the leader of the demon spirits, the one who created us demon race. Cabin continued. That's right. From the very beginning, the demon race was created for one purpose: Alanito complete the Book of Evil. The girl couldn't believe what she had just heard. We weren't created to be weapons, but tools. Before Eyes could even recover from the shock, he struck at the murky details. After creating the key, he sparked an internal conflict and seized the opportunity to try to steal the demons away. But he couldn't wrest the demons from Livon. Tussu had never trusted him from the start. So he burned the research documents on the demons and fled with a handful of test subjects. In the end, he succeeded in creating the key, but failed to claim it. He set a new objective and began wandering the world, searching for a way to restore the Book of Evil. But he couldn't do it, because 10 years ago I had already restored the Book of Evil myself. Then, 3 years ago, something happened. Eyes seemed to grasp it, murmuring the name of the Roth Kingdom. Cabin hoisted the book high and declared, "That's right." At the time, he reasoned this: if someone had restored the Book of Evil, they would inevitably come for the demon race. So he infiltrated an organization that had contact with the demons and kept watch over their movements. He was waiting for a single opportunity to seize both the demon race and the Book of Evil at once. Because I knew this, I never made open contact with the Roth Kingdom, and as a result, the gods, those who feared the Book of Evil's power, struck down the Roth Kingdom first. And he, who had been watching the Roth Kingdom from the very beginning, did not let his final chance slip away. The moment his words fell silent, Eyes' train of thought shifted. If he had been watching from the very beginning, as the demon swordsman had said, then he could have reached her faster than anyone else. In other words, after the Roth Kingdom was destroyed, and nothing remained, who was the first person to come to her side. Seeing her crumbling state before him, Cabin delivered the final blow. He succeeded in retrieving the key from the ruins of the Roth Kingdom, and then fled to avoid the representatives of the gods, who came to destroy the key. Her heart screamed without end. He had finally succeeded in shattering the girl's faith. He even tried to lure her into retrieving the key by invoking that name. Eyes bowed her head, waging a war within herself. Was it not true? Even knowing she was a demon, he still accepted her as family. Was that, too, all part of his plan to complete the Book of Evil? Cabin asked point-blank, "So do you still believe his words?" AI recalls Kane's kindness, a question knowing at her heart that she'd been a fool all along, blindly trusting him this entire time. Back then, he told her one thing: no matter what anyone says, brother is human, and it won't change the fact that Serena and you are my family. Those words jolt her awake from the haze. AI lifts her head high and replies with conviction, "That's right. So everything may be exactly as you say, but you haven't seen it for yourself, have you? The way they see me as a person, not a demon, and accept me as family." Even when Kane was drenched in blood, teetering on the edge of death, he still risked his life and fought for his family. I believe in Kane. I believe in his words and everything I've witnessed from him. Our family isn't some toy you can manipulate with just a few words. Those final words plunged the room into dead silence. Cabin speaks, his tone utterly indifferent. Negotiations have failed. AI rises to her feet, her voice dripping with sarcasm. Negotiation? That was just your delusion. With that, Cabin flicks his gaze toward the figure behind her, and gives the order. Number 23, take her away. She obeys instantly, grabbing AI by the wrist and dragging her off. The girl's silhouette fades into the darkness, her footsteps echoing steadily down the silent corridor. At the destination, number 23 flings Ai's arm aside. The girl's eyes widen in shock. Before her stands a coffin, bound in chains of magic. So this is what they've modified, the chain-sealing formation. It can now not only seal magic power, but forcibly command it as well. As expected of the demon swordsman, you came prepared for this scenario, didn't you? Suddenly, number 23's voice murmurs softly, "Aren't you afraid?" AI turns her head back, not rushing to answer. Then her expression darkens as she explains, "It'll take a few days before they can fully control my magic power with this magic circle." Number 23 speaks up, incredulous. "You're telling me that in just that short a time, you actually believe someone will come to rescue you?" The next words make her freeze. "Just wait and see, because my family will definitely come." By now, the girl is led by the group to the center of the main hall. AI is held in chains, yet her resolve remains unshaken. "Kane, Serena, I believe you two will come for me." AI has been bound tight within a magical formation. Number 23 stares at the girl with a grim expression, a single question burning in her heart. Will they really come? Our Dark Corps is an organization that can rival even the Dark Star organization. If anyone should know there's no way to rescue the Demon King from this place, it's me. Then why am I so worried? Lost in thought, number 23 is jolted back by the sudden clanging of bells. She grits her teeth in alarmed alarm bells. Have they already? Number 23 immediately throws open the door to the previous room, only to find Cabin sitting there perfectly calm, sipping his wine. He takes a sip and asks, "The ritual is ready, I presume?" Hearing this, number 23 feels a wave of confusion wash over her at his utterly unfazed demeanor. The enemy may have already breached the fortress, and you can still sit there so leisurely. "No, I just need to follow the Corps leader's orders." From outside, a booming voice thunders in. Corps leader Cabin asks quietly, barely parting his lips, "What is it?" Before number 23, now stand the Apostles of the Dark Corps. Originally, there were 12. The first seat, Apostle of Darkness, remains vacant. The secret successor of the Hidden Dark Rite. The Apostle of the Iron, Yoel, the one who leads the fallen priests. The Apostle of Sin, Kuth, successor to the Black Storm's arcane research. The Apostle of Sorcery, Esvin, the successor to the Demon Spirit's human modification program. The Apostle of Spirit, successor to the Blood Curses alchemy. The Apostle of Life, the Poison Master B, successor to the Dragon Hunter Guild's trapping techniques. The Apostle of the Hunt, Demonan, the successor to the Death Shadow's assassination arts. The Apostle of Death number 23. However, Evers, the Apostle of Night, fell in battle while leading a raid to gather intelligence on the key. Evan, the Apostle of the Sword, fell in battle at Gongduan. The Red Swordsman, Apostle of War, fell in battle at Chu Neo Lao. The Apostle of Dominion and the Apostle of Gold are currently absent, deployed on other missions. These 7 here are all the apostles we can mobilize. At that moment, Cabin suddenly speaks up. "Esvin, you went outside just now, didn't you? Did you see who the attackers are?" She furrows her brow, finding it hard to say. "The attackers?" Esvin recalls the hostile force outside. Her voice comes out in a hushed murmur. "They are the saint fighters of the 12 temples." These words instantly throw the apostles into an uproar. "What? Aren't the 12 temples the supreme commanders of the Dark Star organization?" Esvin takes a deep breath and continues. "Among the saint fighters, I've personally encountered 6 of them before." Bao clears his throat with a few light coughs. "Corps leader, what do we do now?" Tufi scoffs, chiming in. "What else is there to do? We go out there and fight, don't we?" Number 23 says nothing, silently observing the situation. She thinks to herself, this can't be right. There's no reason the temples would suddenly band together and attack us. Could they be using the chaos to infiltrate this place? All the while, Cabin continues to gently swirl his glass of red wine, utterly composed. He considers it for a moment, then speaks. "All apostles, except number 23 and Demon, advance to the battlefield. But I won't play into their hands. Those who will engage the saint fighters shall be Coleus and Yoel. The rest will patrol the fortress perimeter. No intruder is to slip through." Outside the mansion, flames erupt, melting the main gates. The cause a full dozen saint fighters are laying siege. While they're in the heat of battle, a voice suddenly rings out. Well, well, I can't believe you managed to gather this many people. Today is truly a feast for the eyes." In the blink of an eye, both of them leap high into the air. Coleus swings her scythe from above. Yoel charges with his sword from below. Lenin detects the strikes and dodges swiftly. He suddenly freezes mid-motion. Mid-air, Yoel's blade is already bearing down on him, yet Lenin suddenly stalls mid-dodge. A voice rings out, The silence of winter is a blessing from the gods. The moment the words fade, Lenin instantly freezes the ground beneath, conjuring massive pillars of ice. Inside the mansion, alarm bells shriek deafeningly. Number 23, Demon, and the others rush outside together. In the depths of her eyes, a glimmer of deep melancholy flickers. After the apostles had all left, number 23 finally asked, "So why do we have to stay?" Before anyone could answer, a rumble echoed from deep underground. She took a few seconds to sense it, thinking to herself it's coming from below. Could there be a tunnel down there? Ka-bin gently set his wine glass down on the table. Just as expected, those cunning bastards are using the castle's secret passages. No matter what, the two of them had to stop those intruders and bring things back to reality. As they moved, Demon spoke. They may know about the castle's secret passages, but they probably don't know about the traps set by combining the techniques of the dark hidden river and the dragon hunting guild. So we need to find those traps and use them against them. Demon slammed the cellar door wide open. Number 23's pupils contracted in shock, speechless. What the hell happened here? The entire path before them lay destroyed. Another tremor surged up from below. Even Demon and number 23 couldn't keep their footing. In that chaos, a young man lost his footing and plummeted straight into a crack. Fortunately, it wasn't too deep. Survived. The young man sat up, rubbing his head. Demon called down, "Villetta 1 ECDNG. You all right?" The guy looked up and smiled. "Nah, I'm fine." Then a chilling hiss rang out behind him and his face drained of color. A shadow from below launched the young man into the air. His eyes went wide with sheer horror, and he screamed, "Help!" But it was already too late. A sickening schlick canned, he was gone. The onlookers froze, souls leaving their bodies. It flicked its forked tongue with a shrill hiss. The colossal serpent finally revealed itself before them. Demon's body trembled uncontrollably. The horror of the nameless valley. "Run, we have to report this to the Corps commander immediately." Following the order, the group scrambled toward Cabin's position when a bolt of lightning suddenly struck down one of their men. He crumpled to the ground. A bizarre, eerie voice cackled. "My, there really are so many amusing things to watch." He bore the silhouette of a predator. This one was known as the Drifter of the Sky Island. Since ancient times, humans have whispered that among the 99 dream eaters from the Age of Myths, only 2 remain to this day. The Drifter of the Sky Island and the horror of the Nameless Valley. The reason they hadn't been exterminated was simple until now. They had rarely shown themselves before humans. Demon raised his head and confronted the Drifter. "For over 1,000 years, you've never left your domain. Why are you attacking us now?" The Drifter listened and replied lazily, "What kind of question is that?" "Hilarious. I'm just here for the show. Heard there was something interesting to see." He asked back with feigned bewilderment, "Came to watch." The Drifter glanced around, cackling. "That's right, came to watch. I received an invitation from some villain or another. Of course, I also gave the old fool who delivered the invitation a little lesson. He's quite the runner, I'll give him that." Demon's voice carried a sharp edge of suspicion. "What does that have to do with us? Why attack this place?" The Drifter laughed heartily. "Paying an entrance fee to watch a show isn't that only natural." At that moment, a cold voice cut in. "Enough with the pointless drivel. You just want to jump into an entertaining playground to amuse yourself." The Drifter turned to the enraged serpent and teased. "Roaming the world in search of interesting spectacles has always been my thing. Compared to me, the fact that you bothered to drag that heavy tail of yours out here is the bigger surprise." The serpent closed its eyes proudly and answered bluntly, "Because I cannot let it fall into human hands." The Drifter seized the opening and rubbed salt in the wound. "Why don't you just admit you want to get your hands on it, too?" Demon's suspicion surged. He frowned and asked, "You're after the Book of Evil?" The Drifter didn't confirm directly. He only hinted with a few choice words. "Since I went through the trouble of visiting, shouldn't I at least bring back a souvenir?" The serpent beside him continued, "If not for that, why would we bother getting involved in human affairs?" Demon couldn't hide his surprise. "Why would you need it?" The Drifter waved his hand and burst out laughing. "This human is a riot. You're asking us, do you really not know?" The serpent glared at the people below and shot back. "Just because we've been hiding for 1,000 years. You think we don't know that the Book of Evil was created to absorb all the evil in the world?" Demon's face went pale as he muttered, "How did this conversation escalate like this? Letting humans possess it is far too dangerous." The Drifter looked at him with utter contempt and explained, "You really are a master of deception, and it doesn't end there. For us, we would trade our very lives to obtain it." Demon's face darkened as he demanded, "Why must you have it?" The Drifter's next words froze him in place. "Think about it. What do you get when you add evil plus demon?" "That's right. Us dream eaters. We were originally the servants of the archfiends. By claiming all the evil in the world, we will attain power equal to our former masters. We might even surpass them, become demons, stronger than they ever were. Demon erupted in curses. You're insane. The drifter didn't care in the slightest. Well then, playtime's over. The drifter and demon spoke in unison. Now the game begins. Immediately after, a dense, suffocating aura crushed down on number 23's group. Bolts of lightning rained from the sky, igniting the nearby castle in flames. Kane watched from a distance, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. They all took the bait. The archbishop had secretly fed intel to the priests who didn't want the Book of Evil completed, and I used the old man as bait to lure the Dream Eaters out. No way they'd pass up a chance like this. But if the Book of Evil ends up in the hands of the priests or the Dream Eaters, that's a massive headache. That's why I came up with this plan to exploit the chaos. The naive priests will storm the castle head-on. The cunning Dream Eaters will strike through the castle's secret passage safe and invisible. No matter how powerful the Dark Core is, they can't maintain effective vigilance when their forces are split like this. All I have to do is wait for the right moment. With that thought, he spoke. Let's go. Zaina stepped forward and nodded. Yes, Kijia also responded. Understood. Rustling footsteps echoed through the edge of the forest. Kyen ran and asked, Where's AIC? Zaina observed the tracking mirror and answered, The center of the castle. A flicker of worry crossed his face. Has the ritual started yet? She watched his back as he ran ahead, a faint sadness stirring in her chest. She recalled Esvin's words, Have you ever noticed something strange? Someone who has triumphed over countless powerful enemies yet suffers a bitter defeat at a certain point in time. She didn't fully understand what Esvin meant at the time, but one thing was certain. She started losing only after she sheathed her sword and swore loyalty to him. But what did that have to do with anything? The ice created by Lenin had spread all the way to the forest. The magic was so powerful that Yetin and Karis struggled just to hold their ground. Kyen crouched behind a nearby wall and surveyed the scene. The Apostle of Iron and the Apostle of Sin, right? One look at their skills and it's obvious. Zaina replied softly, Yes. Then, following the plan, she launched the rope toward the top of the castle wall. The hook soared through the air with the force of the throw. The moment it struck its mark, the people above noticed. They shout back and forth to each other. Enemy spotted, cut the rope no. Kyen exhales, smirking coldly. Go ahead and try. You're not the only ones who know the techniques of evil organizations. Next, it's Kijia's turn. She grabs the rope and launches herself upward. The lead soldier barks, Stop them, no. But before they can even cut the rope, Kijia's silhouette has already vanished. She soars gracefully through the air, building momentum before slamming down to the ground. Before the enemies can process what's happening, Kijia strikes head-on. From below, Kyen only hears blood-curdling screams monsters. The moment everything falls silent, he begins climbing. Suddenly, Zaina hears something whistling toward her from an unknown direction. Her reflexes kick and instantly, raising her shield to block. Zaina furrows her brow, recognizing the person before her. Esvin flicks his hand, and ice arrows swirl through the air around him. Greetings, peerless swordsman and commander of the Dark Star organization. You're a mage. That's quite something, isn't it? But if you chant that spell one more time, don't blame me when your head goes flying. You don't believe me. All of this is because of you, isn't it? She grows agitated. Ice arrows fly in a frenzied barrage. Seeing Zaina block the way, Esvin shouts, Move aside. I need to kill that bastard right here. Zaina presses her lips together, her expression darkening. There are things she needs to confirm with Esvin, but she refuses to say them in front of him. With that thought, she grips the hilt of her sword tightly. Master, go on ahead. I'll hold them here. Kyen nods in agreement. Meet me at the inner city gate. In the blink of an eye, Kyen reaches the edge of the wall. He crouches down, surveying the surroundings, then stands and gazes at the battle raging below. Kyen's expression twists with frustration. Of all people, does he have to run into her in a situation like this? Back when he was still a low-ranking officer in the Black Storm, there was a hero party, a swordsman, a mercenary, a priest, a mage, and a thief who specialized in hunting down evil organizations. And Esvin was the thief in that party. Back then, since he might have had to pay with his life for the incident he caused, he lured those heroes right to headquarters. While they attacked the base, he seized the chance to escape. After that, Elro did what any cornered dark mage would do. He self-destructed, detonating every last drop of his magic power. Though honestly, Kyen had also tampered with his magic circle a little. Every member of the party, except Esvin, was caught in the blast and killed. So her rage is completely understandable. With that thought, he leaps into the palace, signaling Ki-jia nearby. I'm entering the inner city. Hurry up. She nods at the order. One soldier tries to catch Ki-jia off guard with a sneak attackingly to eat a boot straight to the face, left sprawling on the ground. After dealing with him, Ki-jia follows after Kane. The two dash together into the inner city. Strangely, the gate is wide open. The moment they step inside, Kane suddenly freezes. Cabin has already set up hidden crossbow ambushes. Kane raises his shield just in time, catching a glimpse of Ki-jia's shadow darting past. She weaves through the projectiles with practiced grace, but before she gets far, he yanks her back. Get back here now. The words barely leave his mouth when the palace shake's violent lithe structure seems to shift. A towering wall erupts from the ground, severing Kane and Ki-jia from each other. Kane's face contorts with irritation. He can't believe they built mechanisms like this inside the maze. This the work of the Dark Veil. What's worse, he has no way of knowing what other traps lie ahead. The thought of climbing over the wall is cut short by a blaring alarm. Something slams hard into his shield. The force is so tremendous that Kane is sent skidding backward, his arm trembling from the impact. A low voice speaks from ahead. It's been a while. Kane's expression tightens with tension. He recognizes the figures before him, the Round Table Knights. Kane and the Knight Captain clash. The ring of sword against shield echoes clang. Clan G before a powerful strike forces them apart, widening the gap between them. He grits his teeth. Why the hell is it the Masterless Knights? To explain this peculiar group, further, the Round Table Knights are the strongest among the Masterless Knights order. Though their numbers have dwindled due to internal conflicts, every Round Table Knight wields power on par with a saint fighter. They cannot be underestimated. Kane is in a tight spot. What now? If he uses Tempest's sword, he can break through this encirclement. But if he does, the battles ahead will be a nightmare. Suddenly, a voice reaches him from behind. Seems like I've arrived at just the right time. Kane turns and asks, "What are you doing here?" Nkama smiles and replies, "I'm not here for anything grand. I've simply come to hand you a few things. Averseth, ruler of greed and treasure. I am the one who knows your name. I am the one who understands your greed. I command you, as the one who knows your treasure, grant me passage through time, and 1,000 miles in a single instant spatial gate." Nkama's magic whips up a terrifying gale. The words fade. The gate behind the old man bursts open, and an echo reverberates from within. Kane jolts, whipping around. What the? A roar erupts, accompanied by a massive surge of energy. Kane dodges frantically, raising his shield to absorb the impact. A thunderous boom echoes then. As the dust clears, the Freedom faction appears before his eyes. The Knight Captain clutches his wounded shoulder and roars, "You Freedom scum, how dare you?" The girl in white levels her blade at his face. "You're in no position to lecture us." The Conservative faction. The Knight Captain's face darkens as he demands, "So you've abandoned your pride and become lapdogs for the royals." The leader of the Freedom faction declares, "As long as we carry the spirit of chivalry through our own free will, our pride will never fade." The Knight Captain orders the charge and battle erupts. Kane becomes a bystander, watching from the side. He furrows his brow. Thoughts racing could it be that the Queen intends to use this moment to wipe out the remnants of the Masterless Knights order. Once the royals get involved, it'll spawn a whole mess of complications. Either way, he needs to seize this chance to break through, but how? Suddenly someone speaks up. "I'll clear a path for you." Without another word, he charges into the fray. Every swing of his blade fells another opponent. No one can stop him. Kane stares blankly for a long moment before realizing who it is. His eyes widen as he takes in those sword strikes basic. No flash, no elegance. A sword technique that defeats enemies with the absolute minimum of movement. This kid has learned soul forging. Evan glances back and speaks, "Please go on ahead." Kane doesn't wait a single second before dashing inside, while Evan turns back and continues the fight. Kane's expression hardens as he asks one final question. "Does this satisfy you?" The man hesitates, then speaks firmly. "This is the bare minimum I can do to make amends to her. Please help her in my stead." Hearing the answer, Kane lets out a quiet sigh. Has this kid already made peace with throwing his life away? There's no reason for him to care about that guy. The agreement ends here. Kane recalls the offer made by the pig. "Would you like to strike a bargain with me?" He muses to himself out of respect for the deal with the old sword saint. He had merely spared the man with a strike that avoided any vital points. Before departing, Kane sneers, "Fool," and marches directly into the inner sanctum of the castle. A fierce blizzard swirls, carrying snowflakes through the wind. Esvin confronts Serena, her gaze cold and sharp, her burning resentment far from extinguished. Do you even know what kind of man he is to be protecting him? Sina grips her sword and retorts instantly. That is irrelevant. I have sworn to follow my master. Esvin smirks mockingly. The hero and the villain on the same side? How laughable. It seems you have squandered your own blessing. Sina asks, confused. What does that have to do with anything? His next words make her freeze in place. You have forsaken the title of Supreme Swordsman, abandoned your blade, lived in hiding, and sworn to protect evil. The moment you discarded your identity as a hero, you lost the blessing of the gods. Sina hesitates, clarifying if he refers to divine benediction. Esvin raises his voice. That is a divine boon. A blessing of the gods is something entirely different. The blessing that the gods grant us heroes is an immutable fate. You are not a hero because you win because you are a hero. And when that blessing vanishes, your winning streak ends as well. Upon hearing this, Sina is on the verge of collapse. Her face turns pale as she grits her teeth, wondering if those words are true, then what of him? Sina recalls the words of Kane. I have long since washed my hands of the sword and retired. Esvin lets his hands drop before continuing. In the end, whether we win or lose depends entirely on that blessing. Does that not mean the deaths of our comrades were nothing more than a farce in the eyes of the gods? Do you understand now? The destiny of us heroes is far too cruel. We have all been chasing a glory that does not exist. As he finishes, Esvin launches a barrage of ice spears. Sina struggles to dodge, her energy waning. Suddenly, an ice wall erupts from the ground, forming a shield that deflects the projectiles. Sina scans her surroundings in confusion. Hidden behind the white snow, a figure emerges, and she finally recognizes the domain of ice and snow. Lenin glances at Esvin with annoyance. What are you doing with her? Lenin flicks his hand, throwing something, his voice cold. Are you talking about these bastards? The object falls onto the snowy ground. Seeing the weapons of Jan and Kuss, Sina thinks to herself, just as Lenin turns sharply, making her jump. He continues, Go, Supreme Swordsman, I will handle this. Esvin lunges forward, shouting, This one. Do you think I will let you go? But Lenin is faster. He stands before Sina before anyone realizes. She stammers, why? Lenin does not turn, his voice quiet, because you are protecting your own justice. Convey these words to him, just as you kept your promise to the Demon King. A flicker of doubt enters Sina's eyes. The promise from that time. Thinking of this, Sina strikes her chest with conviction. Winter is not an end, but a preparation for a new beginning. We will surely keep the promise of that day. As she leaves, Esvin pursues her closely. Where do you think you are going? Her ice arrows fly. Sina manages to scramble onto the ramparts. Esvin's voice echoes behind her. Stop right there. Elsewhere, blood pools across the path. Kijia finishes off the guards and cracks her knuckles. Poor girl, I really am unlucky. Killing you all is such a chore. Why don't you all just retreat? The leader's face darkens. How dare you? With every step Kijia takes, prayers begin to resonate. May the blessing of the goddess be with me. Darkness is my peace, the night is my resting place. Despite the storm of arrows, they continue to fire relentlessly. But it seems the prayer has been answered. Kijia traverses the rain of arrows without a single scratch. Faced with an unfavorable situation, the guards decide to gamble with their lives. Suddenly, one behind trips over a stone, accidentally pulling the cloak of the man in front. He falls flat on his face. The last thing he sees is the shadow of a blade descending upon his neck. Followed by a look of terror and a piercing scream, Kijia remains silent, holding firm to her faith. The powers that other saint knights receive from the gods are mighty, but the power I have received from the goddess is the ultimate one, the most bizarre of all divine abilities. Controlling fortune, Kijia sighs with a mocking air. How boring. As she walks, the men recoil in terror. Monster, suddenly, a pungent odor hits her, forcing Kijia to retreat in caution. She watches as the guards inhale the scent, clearly failing. Their bodies blacken, they cough up mouthfuls of blood and collapse in agony. Though she covers her nose in time, Kijia cannot avoid a fit of coughing. From a dark corner, a figure steps out. That smell is from the vial in your hand. You bunch are truly useless. The smell of poison spreads everywhere. Kijia approaches the old man and questions him. This is the temptation of the dead, isn't it? The old man is visibly surprised. You recognize this poison. You are far more impressive than the rumors suggested. The domain of moonlit night, Kijia. Kijia remains calm, even offering a bow. It is an honor to receive such praise from someone like you. The old man looks even more surprised. You know who I am. Her eyes are unrippled as she responds. The temptation of the dead is a poison that only 3 poison masters in the blood curse can use. Am I correct, poison master? He laughs, showing his smugness. That is right, but the other 2 are dead. so only I remain. I cannot understand the domain of moonlit night. Why would you help him? Kijia responds with a question of her own. What is so strange about helping the high priest of my own order? The old man gains no information, merely coughing dryly. I suppose so. The Church of Darkness was the only one among the 13 apostle organizations that did not betray the Supreme Commander. But didn't he destroy the Night Order of the Masterless? Even if they belong to the neutral faction, will he really leave the Church of Darkness alone? These words make Kijia slightly displeased. Kijia has always known that when the goddess, sealed for 1,000 years, opened her eyes once more, the Church of Darkness, long forgotten, had completely fallen into corruption. After awakening, the goddess of Dark Night tried her best to restore the order, but she could not purge all the corruption within. Ultimately, when the Master fled after destroying other organizations, the sect took the opportunity to accept him, intending to use him to purge the corrupt priests unlike the other organizations that were simply annihilated. The Church of Darkness knows well that were it not for his mercy, the Church would not have survived to this day. Lost in thought, the old man advises, it would be better for you to abandon your faith in him, because believing in him will only lead you to destruction. He had to be destroyed because of the plague he created, the plague that annihilated the cursed blood. Many members of the organization had no intention of conquering the world. Some simply wanted to research the human cycle of birth, aging, illness, and death, and develop pharmaceutical technology. Why did the cursed blood have to be destroyed? The old man's words fall on deaf ears. Was that supposed to be a big deal? Bay stammers in shock. What? She continues to press. Does that even need a reason? Hearing those words, the old man starts to rage. How dare you say that in front of me? But what Kijia says next freezes Bay in his tracks. Then let me ask Yaoi, did you poison the apostle of... Bay chokes on a cough at the mention of a familiar name. Sina, he was quite remarkable too. That's because 20 years ago, he discovered the existence of our dark core and tried to report it to the Emperor. That was an act of betrayal. The old man's story only makes Kijia despise him a few degrees more. You used to serve the apostle who betrayed the Dark Star organization, yet you have the nerve to preach about never forgiving traitors. Truly, the selfish always convince themselves they're right. Bay's words start to annoy her. Can you stop spouting nonsense already? Bay looks on in disbelief. What? Kijia speaks with dripping sarcasm. The real reason is Simplayu didn't want to miss the fragments of the Book of Evil hidden in other organizations, nor the chance to swallow those organizations whole. Isn't that right? And you know full well what the cursed blood did. Do you deserve forgiveness for using civilians as test subjects and conducting human experiments under the guise of disease research? Bay retaliates, insisting those were noble sacrifices necessary for the advancement of medicine, but Kijia swats every word aside. Is that how you justify your ambitions? You don't need some grand reason to kill. Killing because you want to, that's reason enough. And above all, don't let villains ramble about their noble goals. Trembling with rage, Bay hurls several vials of poison. Kijia plants her foot and lunges forward. The hall plunges into the silent death of lethal toxins. The vials shatter against the ground. Despite her wounds, Kijia doesn't stop. Then Bay suddenly tosses out a small pouch. She glances at it with confusion, then ignores it, rushing to strike him down. It's over. However, Kijia's heart rate spikes. She leaps back and drops to one knee. Kijia's body trembles in violent waves. Since when could it have been back when Bay stepped in front of her and sneered? You think being a saint fighter means you can escape my poison? Pray for the protection of the darkness beside us that we may receive the goddess's blessing. It's useless. Dragon's Despair is my greatest masterpiece, a reference from Dragon's Tear. Once poisoned, no one survives. Before Bay can finish his boasting, Kijia seizes him by the throat and lifts him clean off the ground. Drool trickles from his mouth with every wheezing word. How did you? Kijia glares and snaps. Don't need to know. Bones crack and the old man gets a one-way ticket to the afterlife. Done, she coldly flings his body to the ground. Her complexion turns. Worse, you truly are a magnificent poison master. I held on this long thanks to this monster of a body. Looks like I owe the ghost spirit some thanks after all. Kijia leans against the wall, looking back on her entire life. Demonkinon of the worst failed products created by the ghost spirit. Unlike flesh-eating demons, they possess limitless vitality and regeneration. Although Demonkin boast a powerful physique and formidable resistance, thanks to the origin spirit, the fact that one test subject had slaughtered every other test subject earned it the label of failed product. For no reason at Alland, no reason not to kill them either. Among the test subjects writhing in agony, I slowly crystallized the doubts that had existed since the day I was born. If living is suffering, then why shouldn't I be allowed to kill? And then it hit Methai's life of agony was no different from hell itself. And death was, in truth, a blessing bestowed upon mankind. Will I die without ever fulfilling my wish? Thinking this, Kijia senses something. A voice calls from afar. Are you all right, domain of the night moon? A faint smile tugs at the corner of her lips. My goddess, I am grateful for the last morsel of luck you've bestowed upon me. Please grant this servant one final ounce of strength enough to kill my own master. Kyen kneels before Kijia. Her trembling hand reaches out, trying to touch him. My last wish. Suddenly, Kijia's pupils contract. Kyen has kissed her. A clear, white stream trails from the corner of her mouth. Kyen's eyes are hidden behind his hair. He whispers, it's the antidote. If it's you, that much should be enough for your body to neutralize and purge the toxin on its own right. Kijia touches her lips, still carrying the lingering taste from moments ago. She exhales a self-deprecating laugh escaping her. Right, how could I forget? Master is exactly like this, rescuing this disciple from the ghost spirit, taking me as your apprentice at the coming-of-age ceremony, tolerating those fools of the Winter Temple. And that moment that stirred my heart. Master is truly unpredictable, yet this disciple cannot bring herself to hate you. Kijia reaches forward with a trembling hand. Could you lend me a hand? Kyen stands up and urges her gently. Don't try to stand up just yet. Kijia smiles and counters. Does Master really think this disciple can't take care of herself? Looking at her small, scarred hand, he hesitates inwardly, then decides to take Kijia's hand. Kyen pulls her to her feet. A smile blooms on her lips alongside a stream of thoughts. You're the real fool here, Master. You can't give up your mercy. Even knowing that this mercy might get you Killadevan in this state, this disciple could still snap your arm and then break your neck. Thinking this, Kijia withdraws her hand and clenches it into a fist. She lowers her head, still trembling slightly. This disciple will follow after you. Could you go on ahead? Kyen furrows his brow in confusion. It'll be dangerous. Kijia manages a reassuring smile. Thank you for your concern, but does Master really think this disciple is so fragile that she'd be in danger here? Despite her words, Kyen remains deeply worried, but in the end, the choice belongs to Kijia. He prays that the remnants of darkness will stay by her side. She places a hand over her heart, bowing low to pray for the knight's protection. This humble one will follow you soon. With those words, Kane vanishes into the distance. Kijia watches his silhouette fade into the shadows. Unable to sustain herself any longer, she slumps against the cold stone wall. At that very moment, the sharp click of boots echoes through the corridor. Kijia sneers at herself. How foolish I am. I could have simply laid down and hidden among these corpses. But a dancer must perform on the stage until the final curtain falls. It is a matter of etiquette to the goddess I serve, and a debt repaid to my master, the one who taught me to dance. A swarm of soldiers surges forward to attack. Not just one, but a dozen assailants descend upon her. Despite her grave wounds, Kijia offers a silent prayer. You must survive, master, for your life belongs to this humble one. Elsewhere, the frantic rhythm of footsteps resonates. Sina sprints alone through the desolate corridor. She finally reunites with Kane. Seeing him, Sina asks softly, Master, are you unharmed? He replies indifferently, Your worry is wasted. Outside, a blizzard spirals into the heavens, dwarfing the fortress walls. Kane wonders aloud, has the domain of ice and snow descended? Sina nods, her words flickering with uncertainty. Yes, he requested that you keep your promise to eyes. Without further discourse, Kane moves with purpose. Understood, let us depart. Suddenly, Sina notices a glaring absence. Where is the domain of moonlit night? He does not turn back, his voice thick with a lingering hope. She will follow me soon. Sina understands the subtext, her eyes darken with grief before they both race ahead. The inner city outskirts are reduced to ruins. Sina freezes at the sight of the debris. Neither she nor Kane can believe their eyes. He speaks at last. This must be the colossal war god of the spirit demons, is it not? But that is not what weighs most heavily on Sina's heart. Who could have obliterated this? Sword strikes of this caliber cannot be executed by mere physical prowess or a run-of-the-mill swordsman. At the very least, this person must be a master who has honed their blade for eons and attained a legendary realm. Suddenly, a thunderous explosion erupts, filling the air with billowing dust. Kane and Sina rush inside to investigate. He stops dead in his tracks. Before them lie the tattered remains of dragon wings and an exhausted form. The female dragon turns her gaze toward them, cold and indifferent. She collapses before Kane, bowing her head in humble reverence. He nods slightly, then directs his gaze behind her. That one is Poe. Do you think I will accept you because of this? The dragoness stiffens. Suddenly, Sina senses an impending threat, and all three look toward the exterior. A horde of monsters charges in, shrieking to attack anything that breathes. A mad beast targets Serena, but a single flash of a sword sends it to the afterlife. Serena is still stunned. The savior wielding the blade is none other than the dragoness. The monster's corpse crashes to the ground, and Serena's eyes widen in shock. In that heartbeat, the shadow of the dragoness streaks past Serena. The other monsters swarm, but the dragoness single-handedly clears the path. A four-horned beast lunges like a rocket. She swings her sword with icy precision, the blade morphing into a cord that constricts the beast. And then she carves the monster into pieces. Seeing their kin butchered, the remaining beasts howl and charge. One confronts her head-on, but she employs the same technique, locking its razor-sharp claws with her blade. The dragoness yanks her arm, throwing the beast off balance. It slams violently into another of its kind. They collapse together with a heavy thud, enveloped in a fog of dust. Elsewhere, Serena enters the fray. A single slash from her blade cleaves a monster in two. Observing the dragoness movements, her eyes sparkle with unspoken admiration. Incredible. It is impossible to believe she wields such an elongated spectral blade with such ease. Simultaneously, the dragoness leaps. Moving like a goddess under the moonlight, her sword arcs are exquisite, as if the blade is not seeking out the enemy's vitals, but the enemy is offering them up to her. In the blink of an eye, the dragoness obliterates the remaining threats. Serena gazes at her cold countenance, musing, "There is only one in this world capable of such sword techniques." Kane breaks the silence. "Is that your malice manifested?" The dragoness gaze drops instantly. Kane frowns and falls silent. "A few seconds wasted," he sighs, turning away with a hint of helplessness. "Do as you wish, stubborn fool." A few simple words are enough to draw a smile from the dragoness. At that moment, more monsters appear. The dragoness raises her blade, which glimmers against the night sky. Serena looks back with lingering reluctance, watching her confront the wave of beasts. "Thank you," she whispers. The dragon swordsman opens the great gate. Serena steps inside, her pupils dilating in confusion. Before her, the palace is in ruins. Why waste time? Kane urges, "Hurry." She replies with a solemn tone, "Understood." A shadow flashes across the balcony, and Serena catches the movement. Steel rings against steel in midair. Serena grinds her teeth at the intruder before they spring apart to adopt defensive stances. The dark-faced one retreats, but suddenly she is right in front of Serena. Serena and the dark-faced one trade a flurry of sword strokes. Her eyes flare as she unleashes her ultimate technique. The dark-faced one is sent flying, crashing into the wall. She surveys the surroundings of the dragon throne. He will not be moving again. Before she can catch her breath, Serena hears a rhythmic heartbeat. Her expression distorts in shock. The dark-faced one clutches something in her hand, the heart of immortality. Serena frowns, raising her guard, as they are now surrounded by a swarm of dark-faced enemies. Kane observes them with a narrowed gaze, the enforcers of the Dark Order. The name plunges Serena into silence, intended to prevent a recurrence of the Dark Star's fall. Originally decimated by the betrayal of the 13 Apostles, a group of elites was formed specifically to monitor them. 13 enforcers. You appear to be a familiar face. Serena locks eyes with her. Number 23. Number 23 grips her sword. Staring at Kane with an icy, frozen expression, she furrows her brow and points her blade at them. Seeing this, Kane speaks with a probing tone. "Do you wish to duel with me?" Serena's expression is no better. Apart from the fallen apostles, Number 23 and the enforcers are the Dark Core last remaining force. If she can hold them off, there won't be anyone left who can stop him. With that thought, she makes her decision. "Master, please go on ahead. I'll handle things here." He hesitates, concern flickering across his face. "Are you sure?" Zaina smiles and nods firmly. "Please look after AIC for me." Kane meets her gaze with unwavering trust. "Understood." He bolts off without a moment's delay. Number 23 turns her gaze toward Zaina, who has already readied herself to face her former comrade. The instant Kane departs, Zaina speaks in a low, steady voice. "Number 23, you have every reason to hate me, and I owe you a debt. But right now I'm setting all of that aside. Right now, to me, you are the enemized one who took AIC. So don't expect a shred of mercy from my blade." Bootsteps echo through the palace halls. Kane sprints with everything he has, not slowing for even a single second. Fear gnaws at his chest. Time is running out. The demon swordsman must be waiting in the main hall. At a certain point, Kane pushes the door open. He now stands face to face with the figure above. The figure calls out, "It's been a while. Instructor number 5. Or rather, should I address you by a different name now?" Kane narrows his eyes and speaks with certainty. "I see, so you're the demon swordsman instructor number 4, Acneo." Cabin responds leisurely from his throne, Didn't you already have a rough idea of its location? And if your real goal from the start was to rescue the Demon King, you wouldn't have come here first. Because even if you had the key, it would be meaningless without this, which is exactly why you came to me first. Am I right, Leader Kainan? The moment that name leaves Cabin's lips, Kai-En lets out a sudden laugh. So that's how it is. You've been tailing me for 47 years. Cabin smirks and corrects him. 37. I was nothing more than a bottom-tier pickpocket in the Nightwalkers Guild. Honestly, it's surprising that I managed to grow to this level. Don't you think, as much as he hates to admit it, Kai-En has to give credit where it's due. With your Talon tone of the finest thieves, their thighs kind of growth was only natural. Cabin replies, you flatter me. Old memories suddenly come flooding back. After the Dark Star organization fell, the Nightwalkers Guild was the first place I went. I infiltrated the gang of young pickpockets there, and played the role of their leader. And this guy Cabin was the youngest one among them. Not just two, and he must have skillfully disguised himself, and tailed me through other organizations as well. And the moment those organizations crumbled, he seized the opportunity to steal the fragments of the Book of Evil. Kai-En continues, no need to be humble before me. Cabin responds at an unhurried pace, this isn't humility, it's the truth. Without the opportunities you gave me, a second-tier nobody like myself could never have restored the Book of Evil. Kai-En drops the pleasantries and asks point-blank, have you collected all the fragments of the Book of Evil? Cabin leans back, resting his chin on his hand with an air of total nonchalance. That's right, ever since Tu-An fell. Hearing this, Kai-En presses further. Then why did you go completely dark for 10 years after that? Cabin's demeanor shifts in an instant. His fist clenches tight. Hey, you are the one who created the Book of Evil in the first place. Why are you asking me that? All of it events from 1,000 years before the mythological age, when gods still watched over mankind on the surface, when demons still tempted mortals in the shadows, when dragons, the masters of all realms, still roamed the world, and what ended that era, the war of gods and demons, noble gods who governed the laws and powers of heaven and earth, mighty demons who commanded the emotions and supernatural forces of all creation. Though these two opposing forces were clearly equal in power, the gods who knew only nobility could not defeat the demons, the very embodiments of annihilation and slaughter. And when only 13 gods remained, they made their final decision using the wisdom they had inherited from the dragons. The power of the gods was the authority to govern the laws of the world. The gods fused all of their power into a single deity. With that absolute power, the god inscribed one more law into this world: all evil shall be destroyed. And that was the declaration affirming the gods' absolute victory. Demons were inherently creatures of evil. All evil shall be destroyed, therefore, the outcome was sealed: they could never defeat the gods, no matter their strength or numbers. In the end, the gods won and the demons were sealed away. However, with the demons gone, the evil karma drifting through the world went unclaimed, seeping into humanity, turning them into villainous individuals of extraordinary talent and boundless ambition turned against the world. The gods, fearing the ferocity of these villains, began bestowing blessings upon certain individuals to help them defeat the villains. And by the gods' law, no matter how powerful a villain might grow, they would inevitably be defeated and destroyed by the heroes blessed with divine grace. That is the secret of the 1,000 years following the mythological age of heroes. And that's exactly why we are villains, isn't it? The laws the gods set in place have condemned us to this fate. A parent steals bread for a starving child, that's evil. So they're caught and their hands are severed. A child becomes a pickpocket because they can't endure the Hunjaran from that moment on. There's no path left but to live and die as a thief. The moment we bear even a single sin of evil, there's no turning back. No second chances, ever. Cabin's blunt words strike true even for Kai-En. Yes, that's exactly why villain organizations exist in such unnatural abundance, and exactly why evil is always destined to fall. Cabin descends the steps as he continues. We were never even given the choice to not become evil, and the only destination waiting for us is destruction. Isn't that just absurdly unjust? That's why I will change the fate of evil fate that was destined for nothing but failure and humiliation. I will save all of humanity from every sin of evil in this world. The moment his words end, the clash of sword and shield rings out. Kai-En stands tall, not yielding a single step. His expression darkens as he fires back at Cabin. Salvation. That twisted heart of yours, that what you call salvation. Cabin grits his teeth, forcing out each word. That is the hatred of every villain in this world, accumulated over more than 1,000 years. In the next instant, Kai-En is sent flying back several meters. He digs his heels into the ground, using friction to bring himself to a stop. By now, the sword at his hip is already drawn. Two figures face each other. Two battle lines drawn good and evil. Cabin's eyes blaze as dark energy surges around him, engulfing Kane. Grip tightening on his sword, Kane thinks to himself, changing the fate of evil, with the Book of Evil to save every villain in the world. Ah, seriously, you really do carry enough karma to earn your second-tier ranking. But that's also exactly why you'll never rise above second tier. With that thought, he decides it's time to knock some sense into him. Do you really think the demons left because they feared that law of the gods? Cabin, still naively clinging to his conviction, responds. Obviously, the law is incredibly powerful. But the next words make him waver. Then explain to me, how is it that the law is so powerful? Cabin freezes. What? From that reaction alone, Kane makes his judgment, so he doesn't know the details of the war. The real reason the demons sealed themselves away. Why the dragons vanished from the world. And why the gods fled this realm. And why the war. The root cause of everything that has happened. Because of that, he decides to reveal the truth. The demons had deduced the consequences of the new law the gods established. So rather than fight against it, they sealed themselves away. A world that could never become any better. Even though the demons had vanished, humanity cursed them, but those curses could never reach them. Humanity's resentment had nowhere to go. And then they found a creature whose power surpassed even the gods' protection. Cabin furrows his brow, a flicker of confusion crossing his face. Kane answers in a clear, steady voice and explains. That's right. Humanity cursed the dragons because the dragons sheltered the Dream Eaters, those who had nowhere to go after the demons were sealed. The dragons were strong enough to withstand the karmic sin carried by the 108 demons, but the law declared that evil would be destroyed, and so the dragons were deemed demons and annihilated. Only then did the gods understand what it truly meant to win a war, and only then did they realize just how dangerous this law had become. They later tried to erase the law, but even when all the gods combined their power, they could do nothing against the thing that had devoured even the dragons. All evil in the world is now a curse, a confluence of divine authority, draconic wisdom, and demonic magic power. Together, they gave birth to an absolute power that overturns the very world. The gods cannot overthrow the law. The world grew no better for it. Even though the demons and dragons had vanished, humanity began blaming the gods, and the lofty deities had no choice but to irresponsibly flee from all the evil in the world. As he speaks, Kane silently recalls that a certain goddess embraced the karmic sin and sealed herself away. He concludes with a grim expression. That is precisely why all the evil in the world has become such a powerful curse. Kane answers calmly, presenting his counter-argument. What you say is not wrong, but what meaning does it hold now? It changes nothing about my objective. I will destroy it and become the savior who conquers evil. Hearing his delusional words, Kane's face twists in exasperation. Light glints off the blade as Kane thinks to himself, a noble ideal. But you don't understand the Book of Evil's true purpose. You've misunderstood everything. Kane lets out a cold laugh. Cabin waves his hand dismissively, voice dripping with arrogance. It's pointless because you can never defeat me. You were cursed by the gods, which is why you've been forced to scrape by as a third-tier villain all this way. You think I don't know? Because that divine law stands behind all the evil in this world, greater the evil, the more devastating the destruction it faces. But think of it another way, if you're only third tier, it doesn't matter much. Meaning the destruction brought by the curse can be minimized. It can be minimized. Yaoyu, who knew the gods' secrets and was cursed by them, the day the Dark Star organization felt perhaps you deliberately chose to become third-tier villain to avoid the gods' curse. Humiliated, defeated, wretched, and consumed by resentment, but it was the only way to survive. That is why no hero can defeat you, yet neither can you be defeated by them. No villain can be manipulated by you, but they cannot kill you either. But that's other villains' problem. Cabin's words send Kane into deep thought. He's right. When villain faces villain, the weaker one gets eliminated. If two villains of equal strength clash, the one with more experience survives. And because he's become a veteran third-tier villain, he's managed to survive until now. So it can be said that this second-tier villain can defeat him but cannot kill him. But he possesses something that can reverse the curse. The Book of Evil is summoned, and his arrogance swells even further. As long as I still receive the Book of Evil's protection, you, a mere third-tier, can never defeat me. A second tier stands above you. Scared Kane. At that moment, Kane pulls something from his pouch and downs it in one gulp. In this space now dominated by the Book of Evil, the only thing that decides victory or defeat is one's own skill. If he fights him head-on like this, there's a 99.99% chance he loses. Suddenly, a jolt of energy shocks through his nervous system. His eyes blaze with renewed light. The surrounding space is saturated with enchantment sigils. Kane grabs the shield on his arm and rips it free, hurling it aside. Kayen's face is half hidden in shadow, his hair falling over his eyes. Fine then, Supreme Commander of the Dark Star Organization. If that's what you want, I'll oblige. I will be the one who decides the fate of this world. Kane plants his feet, channels every ounce of force into his arm, and hurls the shield straight forward. He rips off the second shield, widens his stance, and coils power into his wrist. Kane coldly launches the second shield. The second shield's trajectory differs from the first. They collide midair, instantly splitting into dozens of razor-thin shards that fan outward in a deadly lattice, shrieking with a sharp whine. One clips the wall before ricocheting back. But no matter how the trajectories shift, there is only one destination: Cabin. Seeing the shields hurtling toward him, Cabin clutches the hem of his cloak and sweeps his arm. The shields are deflected, clattering to the ground. Kayen's expression twists in frustration. He's brought the Black Dragon vestment a defensive treasure. Thanks to the fabric's unique elasticity, it can absorb any attack smoothly. It's practically a hard counter to the Cyclone sword completely. As long as he has the Black Dragon vestment, ranged attacks are meaningless. Then the only option is close-quarters combat. Reading his move, Cabin tenses with vigilance. He tightens his grip. On the hilt, demonic darkness coils around the blade. Dark One, devour heaven and earth with your shadow. The instant the words leave his mouth, a thick violet miasma engulfs Kane. His pupils contract, the senses it. Kane drops flat to the ground just as Cabin's sword cleaves through where he stood. He springs to his feet and darts away. His body scrapes across the ground in the process. Cabin speaks in warning. I told you, didn't I? You cannot defeat me. Kane forces himself upright. Pain racks his body. Staring at the sword in Cabin's hand, he realizes it combines a dark demon seal with the binding of Kazao, a first-class demon. Has the Dark Storm completed their research already? If that's true, then this man's magic power won't be any weaker than a Lowe's. Emboldened, Cabin speaks with contempt. More boring than I expected. If I'd known it would be like this, I wouldn't have bothered wasting my time coming to retrieve such a troublesome thing. Kane grits his teeth and thinks to himself. The blood moon howl of the Red Swordsman demands an answer. How did you get it from the Imperial family? Cabin doesn't hesitate to explain. When the Imperial family came to deal with the Acneo incident, they also confiscated this. Once I learned of it, I dispatched 2 apostles to infiltrate and recover it. A pity to lose the Red Swordsman, of course, but thanks to that, I was able to gauge your true strength. Hearing this, Kayen's eyes narrow tight. Just as he suspected, they had deliberately sent the Red Swordsman. If I weren't a veteran third-tier villain, I would have lost to the inexperienced third-tier that was the Red Swordsman. And even if I won, I'd still be no match for someone wielding the Book of Evil. The thought triggers a violent coughing fit. Cabin stares at him, eyes narrowing with scrutiny. That drug you took, it's a product combining spirit demon techniques with cursed blood, isn't it? A compound that expands the senses and enhances physical capabilities. Impressive, but at the end of the day, it's still a banned substance. There will be side effects on your body and mind won't there. His words ring painfully true. Kane thinks to himself, that's right. I'm still struggling to manage the side effects from last time, and yet here I am, dosing again just to survive this situation. Kane launches forward like a gust of wind. He tells himself that no matter what, he has to get that sword. Elsewhere, the battle between Serena and number 23 rages on. 2 swords collide, sending bright sparks flying. Their owners refuse to yield an inch. Suddenly, a blade streaks across, leaving a gash across Serena's face. She leaps backward several steps in an instant. Serena's stamina is nearly depleted. She needs to fight smart. Her enemies are relentless respawners. There's no end to this if she keeps going head-on. From the other side, number 23 speaks up. Is that all you've got? She advances toward Serena, one cold, measured step at a time. Serena's jaw clenches until blood seeps from her gums. If she doesn't kill them, she can't save anyone. Things will get dire. But there's no other way. With that thought, Serena begins swinging her blade in wide, sweeping arcs. The black-masked figures charge in all at once. Alone, she must hold off 10 of them. Serena's feet scrape against the ground as she calculates internally. 36 directions around me. Not just slashing 6 ways and thrusting at 6 points to kill 6 enemies, but also blocking 6 gates, guarding 6 bodies, and saving 6 souls. In an instant, the first wave drops. She spins her blade in a circular arc wrapped in a ring of fire. Firestone Shadow Blade 9th form. Crimson Flame's origin. Zaina's sword ignites with blazing red energy. A sharp light flashes in her eyes as she activates the next technique. Firestone Shadow Blade 10th Form, Crimson Flames Gale. A violent wind erupts instantly, sharp as blade edges. One unlucky wretch is seized and used as a human shield for number 23. His eyes go wide with terror. Once he served his purpose, number 23 hurls him aside like garbage. She charges straight towards Zaina at full speed. No matter how she tries, Zaina has already been wounded. Can the Firestone Shadow Blade really surpass number 23's sword technique? It has to. Zaina watches every movement through half-lidded eyes. The distance between Zaina and number 23 closes fast. A single streak of light pierces through the darkness. Firestone Shadow Blade 11th Form, Crimson Flames Edge. A beam of light tears through the Nightborn from Zaina's sword intent. Number 23 is already too close to dodge. The residual energy is so devastating it shatters the surrounding walls. Using this technique burns through everything Zaina has left. Her breathing falls into chaos. Her right arm won't stop shaking. Her body has hit its absolute limit. The moment she lifts her head, Zaina's pupils contract. Despite taking the full brunt of that devastating strike, number 23 is still standing, her face barely scratched. But on closer inspection, a massive hole has been punched clean through her chest. Number 23 forces herself to turn, drives her blade into someone's body, rips out their heart, and swallows it raw. Zaina can't suppress her horror. That expression is that guilt. Summoning every ounce of courage, she asks, "Do you really want to live that badly?" Number 23 answers in a raw voice you wouldn't understand. "Why is it only you who gets saved? Why can't we be saved too?" Those words hit Zaina like a freight train. She begins to truly think it through. Why didn't she realize it until now? The expression number 23 always wore when looking at Harriet wasn't anger. It wasn't hatred, it was longing. "I saw her out there earlier. She was jealous." Number 7 envies her and loves her. "You were the one saved by the master." Tears begin to gather in number 23's eyes. She can't accept that truth. Zaina can't find any words. She blames herself, has no right to say anything to her. The one who was never saved either. Back to Kane's battle. A harsh, grating screech of metal rings out. Neither he nor his opponent yields. Even so, Cabin's skill clearly surpasses his. But Kane refuses to let his will waver. He continues to launch technique after technique without pause. Yet every single strike is nullified by Cabin. Suddenly, Kane reverses his blade's trajectory, stripping Cabin of his weapon in one clean motion. Having achieved his goal, he murmurs, "Got it." But Cabin's expression doesn't change one bit. He raises his hand and summons it, the Throne of Darkness. Immediately, a torrent of dark magic engulfs the entire palace. Moments later, Kane is trapped inside the barrier. His face darkens further. He sheathes his sword and mutters, "Kathier's magic isn't standard sorcery, it's primal sorcery." So even the Blood Moon's lament can't easily cut through it. With no other choice, he raises the pendant before him and roars, "Darkness has always been watching over us. Channel the holy power, the antithesis of magic power toe, locate the core of the sorcery, and shatter it." After the slash, Kane staggers for a moment. He grits his teeth in frustration. "The blade betrayed me." This time, he switches to his shield to carve a path forward. Silver resonance, total victory. He spots the hidden weapons raining from above and jolts in alarm. Cabin's expression darkens. He remarks with amusement, "Leader, did you forget? A true villain always thinks several moves ahead." Kane's hand grips the hilt tight despite the poison coursing through him. After finishing the technique, he launches himself upward in a flash, vanishing, charging straight ahead in a single line. But mid-flight, he freezes. His face drains of color. Taking a deep breath, Kane drives his own blade into his leg. He growls through clenched teeth, "Rise, invincible!" Blood streams steadily from the blade's tip. Cabin shows a hint of admiration. "Purging the poison by channeling the Invincible's energy through your own flesh, a brilliant adaptation." But it's nothing more than a meaningless struggle. Even after losing that much blood, Kane still has enough fight left. A veteran villain never gives up until the very last second. With those words, Kane hurls his sword as a feint. The instant Cabin turns, Kane closes the distance in a blink. Their blades clash once more. Cabin's face twists with annoyance. "You think my swordsmanship is inferior to yours." He shoves Kane away with overwhelming force. Kane collides with the rigid cloak, loses his footing, and crashes to the ground. Cabin walks past him, his voice dripping with contempt. "I won't kill you. You'll bear witness to me completing the Book of Evil." Suddenly, he's yanked back. Kane strains to grip the hem of his cloak. "Not yet, it's not over." Cabin turns back, bewildered. "You want to die that badly? Without mercy? He drives his boot onto Kain's armed pressure growing stronger by the second. If you're thinking about using sorcery, give it up. A rank 99 demon's magic has no chance of affecting someone like me, the one who holds the seal of a rank 1 archfiend. Contrary to Cabin's expectations, Kain merely lets out a small laugh. His next words make Cabin's eyes go wide. A true villain never reveals their secret weapon until the very last second. Isn't that right? The demon swordsman's gaze lands on the glowing bracelet. His voice falters. Don't tell me the final move is a self-destruct blast no one asked for. The explosion is so massive it reaches the outer edges of the inner city. Zaino whips her head toward the source of the blast in alarm. The entire area seems on the verge of collapse. Cracks spiderweb across the ceiling, and fragments of stone rain down. But no matter what happens, neither number 23 nor Zaino can move. Number 23 stares inward. Zaino is consumed with dread. What is this? Did something happen over there? Before she could even process what happened, number 23 bolted away. She hastily reached out and shouted, "Hey, wait, I don't know her name." Esgina picked up the blade fragment beside her, using it as a makeshift cane to prop herself up. She stumbled forward, telling herself she had to find number 23. Meanwhile, in a place where flames roared and raged, AIC's eyelids fluttered open. She flinched at the scene before her, and a voice echoed faintly from across the fire. "Come to me, my little daughter." AIC's expression hardened. "Why would I be your daughter?" The woman grinned with amusement. The woman before her was known as Acneo. She twirled a lock of hair between her fingers and explained, "You carry my blood. Your face is the spitting image of mine." From within the flames, Acneo's hand reached out and touched AIC's cheek. She gazed at the girl, her words dripping with seduction. "Why do you deny being my daughter?" At that moment, a sliver of doubt crept into AIC's heart. The 9 great demons carried immense magic power within Thema's side, effect of the dual seal implantation. And for a long time now, her body had stopped growing and aging. Her appearance had shifted, her face mirroring Acneo's exactly, her hair turning silver due to exposure from Inur. The girl cut straight to the point. "Why did you call me here?" Acneo laughed, clearly entertained. "What a strange question. Isn't it you who came to find me?" AIC shot back. "Me?" Acneo waved her hand, and the flames surged violently. "The ones who cracked the seal were those imposters, but you were the one who sought me out. No one else, just you. Or, to be more precise, your own evil did." The flames shifted with Acneo's snap of her fingers, revealing fragments of AIC's old memories. The girl furrowed her brow, wary and on guard. "What's the point of showing me this?" But Acneo wasn't about to let up. "I didn't create these for you to see. These are what already live inside your heart." Hearing that, AIC lifted her gaze toward the images above. Acneo continued, her voice threading through the flames. "When you were with them, you experienced the happiest moments of your life. So you must have thought as long as you could stay by their side like a family, you'd be satisfied forever. Isn't that right?" AIC turned her face away, evasive. "What are you even talking about?" But Acneo wouldn't yield. She laid it all bare. "Lying to my face is pointless. Dear child, you're not human. You're a demon. Haven't you been afraid? Afraid that you, who will never age, could never stay by their side forever. You who can never grow old, have you not felt yourself drifting apart from the two of them as the years wear on?" AIC replied, her voice steady. "I don't care if they grow old." Acneo struck at the core of her heart. "But what about their thoughts? Of course, thanks to all the hardships you've weathered together, you've come to believe you'd be happy again, just like before, as long as you stayed with them. But is that really true?" One after another, the voices of Esgina and Kain echoed out. "AIC, let's go for a walk." "AIC, I've got a job for you." Acneo continued her brainwashing. "Right now, you can still live peacefully as a family with them. But when a few decades pass, then what? Will you and they still be able to be a family like before?" AIC remembered back when they were still in the town. "Esgina, can I buy this?" But one time, a shopkeeper had stopped her. "Hey, even if they're family, you can't address them like that. Why are you calling your grandparents by their names? That's not acceptable." Back then, Esgina had stepped in to save the moment. "I'll buy it." AIC frowned and glanced over at her. After the purchase, Esgina smiled and handed it over. "There you go, it's yours." AIC's cold little girl took it. Thanks." Since that day, AIC had always felt an uneasy discomfort. She had started watching Kain and Esgina more closely, watching the two of them grow older with each passing day, especially Kain's hair, now streaked with silver. In the present, the image of Kain's aged face flashed before her eyes once more. For AIC, that was something she could not accept. She snapped, her voice laced with fury. "Get out of my sight. What do you want?" What the hell do you want by showing me all this? Acneo spoke calmly, each word laced with manipulation. Didn't I already tell you? I'm merely showing you what lives inside your own heart. AIC's fists clenched tight. She thought, so in the end, I could never truly become a perfect family with them. You're saying I'm just some oddity stuck between the two of them. Acneo was on the verge of getting exactly what she wanted. Don't be sad, my little daughter. Even if you are a demon, there's no need to grieving, no need to fear being abandoned. If you're afraid of someone taking them away, all you have to do is remove the one who could steal them from you. Isn't that right? AIC bowed her head, her voice barely a whisper. But what if the ones I love are also the ones standing in the way of my happiness? Acneo pulled the girl into an embrace and whispered into her ear. Then simply choose one of the two. I'll bring him to you. I'll make sure the rest of his life is spent looking only at you, loving only you. Hearing those words, AIC wavered, a flicker of hesitation crossing her face. But it didn't stop there. Acneo pressed on with a few more words. Go ahead, say whatever you desire. I will make every one of those wishes come true for you. In that moment, AIC was on the verge of losing herself. I don't want to be alone anymore. She stammered softly. I want him. Acneo pushed AIC toward the magic circle and spoke. I shall grant your wish. My precious little daughter. Along the silent corridor, soft footsteps echoed. As Gina panted, her breath ragged. Wounds covered her body from head to toe. After walking a short distance, she braced her hand against the wall to rest. She had finally caught up to number 23. She called out to number 23, but then Gina's attention shifted to something else. AIC, lying inside a magic coffin. She immediately sprinted past number 23 and rushed to AIC's side, shouting, AIC, what the hell is going on? Suddenly, she noticed something strange. He was there, no one else around. Isn't he going to find AIC first? Suddenly, energy gathers from all directions toward the coffin. A blazing inferno erupts in its wake. The coffin's glass shatters, and the magic circle on the ground begins to distort. Zina turns her head as she sees number 23 dashing away. She grits her teeth, torn between two choices. A massive explosion erupts without warning, a shockwave of raw energy blasting everything outward. Dust and debris choke the air. Even Zina can't evade the blast, just slammed straight into the ground. Agonizing pain sears through her brain, paralyzing every limb. She forces herself to crawl upright, a single thought flickering in her mind as blood begins streaming from the top of her head. On the other side, AIC's entire body is wreathed in crimson flames. Her frame has grown larger, her hair now cascading long, and her eyes carry a few shades of cold indifference. At this moment, the girl looks no different from the Lord of Hell. Simultaneously, elsewhere in the hall, violent coughing echoes out. Kane sits slumped against a nearby pillar. He steadies his breathing, then lifts his head, sensing every shift in the surrounding energy. One eye can barely see. A few ribs seem to be broken, and he's missing an arm. Detonating a self-destruct bomb and only ending up like this. Guess I'm still pretty damn lucky. Right at that moment, a voice cuts through. Are you out of your goddamn mind? It's Cabin. He's been reduced to barely a shred of himself, his life force nearly spent. Seeing that wretched state, Kane can't help but find it amusing. He smirks with mockery. How would any ordinary person even survive that? Since I activated it directly from my wrist, my own body had to bear an enormous risk too. Sure, I can't receive absolute fortune like the lunar frost domain, but I can receive another treasure, the dark agony spirit heart. That miracle of absolute misfortune, the goddess bestowed upon Meth, high priestess of the cult herself, granted it. As long as this miracle remains lodged in my heart, I cannot die outright, even in a situation this dire, with a survival rate below 1%. Kane speaks up with eerie calm. A seasoned villain always plans for the worst-case scenario. Cabin is equal parts furious and incredulous. I can't believe you actually carried a self-destruct item. Kane sneers with contempt. The fact that you can't believe it is proof of your naivety. That's what he says on the surface. But inside, Kane thinks differently. Of course, he never actually expected to use it. Originally, he only meant to use it as a bluff. Cabin lies sprawled on the ground. His voice grows more agitated, summoning saint fighters, luring the Dream Eater, and on top of all that, you prepared a self-destruct item too. What kind of third-tier villain are you supposed to be? Hearing those words, Kane is momentarily stunned. You'll never understand. These are truly the only things a third-tier villain can do apart from staking his own life. At this point, Cabin has reached his absolute limit. He coughs up a mouthful of blood, yet still forces out a few final words. Can I ask you one last question? Kane remains silent, and silence is taken as consent. Cabin speaks directly. Decades ago, You conquered the entire world in just 100 days and created the Book of Evil. But I can't understand, Evan, the greatest villains, those who yearn to conquer the world just as fiercely, were all destroyed by the god's curse. To avoid that curse, you would surely need the Book of Evil. But didn't you create the Book of Evil after you had already conquered the world? That means you must have possessed enough magic power to challenge the laws of the gods themselves. Ding! Long before you established the Dark Star organization, all the way up until 10 years ago, I believed you were the Dream Eater. But I heard that the Supreme Swordsman destroyed him. If you're not the Commander-in-Chief of Dark Star, then who the hell are you? Looking at your past exploits, your strength might rival that of high-ranking knights. Could you be the mastermind behind the 13 apostles of Dark Starusing me as nothing more than a pawn? Every argument Cabin made was spot on. Kane smiles, well done. That's right, I am the master of the 13 apostles. Cabin still has a few lingering questions, but the most important one remains unanswered. Unearthing the world's 1,000-year-old hidden secrets, swaying the master of the Shadow Mountains, one who has remained silent for 1,000 years, conquering the entire world from the shadows without anyone knowing. Who are you really? At this question, Kane bursts into laughter. The thing you're most curious about before dying is just my identity. Cabin clings to his final moments, refusing to let go. What is your real name? What is the reason you pursue all the evil in this world? Before Cabin's question, Kane falls silent for a long time. Then he lists a few names. Jan, Kane, Codenthi are all my names. But to me, one who hails from the sacred ground of evil, a place cursed by the gods for 1,000 years, they are just 3 letters. CS. Hearing the answer, Cabin breaks into a satisfied smile. He laughs heartily, then lifts his head to look at Kane. I see, so that is your true nature. Kane doesn't deny it. He only nods slightly in confirmation. Cabin's dying wish is fulfilled. Cabin forces himself to crawl a little further. Good, O supreme villain of the mortal realm, the only one to have escaped the sacred ground of Avila Place, cursed by the gods through 1,000 years of history, take my evil karma upon you, and stain this entire world with yours. The words barely leave his lips before he erupts into coughing. His body gradually loses consciousness, and he finally collapses before his enemy. A hint of sadness flickers across Kane's eyes. Don't you know that you were also used by me? You fool, you spent decades gathering the Book of Evil on my behalf. Farewell, my second apostle. Outside the castle, the rumbling continues to echo. Kane bandages the stump where his arm used to be. When he's done, he rises to his feet slightly unsteady. At this rate, I'm dead for sure. So damn dizzy, I need to move fast. Suddenly, the rumbling draws closer and closer. The entire palace seems like it's about to collapse. Kane grits his teeth, realizing the problem. Damn it, don't tell me that kid has lost control. Inside the ritual chamber, only Zaina and AIC remain. The girl's demeanor has completely changed. Her face overflows with ecstasy. How strange, why do I feel so happy? Zaina tries to awaken AIC. AIC hears her name called. The girl looks down at the person below, recognizes a familiar face, and breaks into a smile. Zaina, you came. Hearing this, Zaina's face lights up with joy. Hey AIC, let's go back together, okay? Suddenly the girl calls her by her first name. Directly, no honorific. Zaina, Zaina, do you love me? She smiles gently and affirms, of course. We're family after all. The word family makes AIC pause and think. Oh right, we're family. Then Zainadi for me. I'd rather die happy than die in pain. The girl's powerful flames surge outward. Zaina dodges just in time. She starts sensing that something is terribly wrong. AIC, what's wrong with you? From high above, AIC raises her voice. If you die, then I can be happy without worrying about anything anymore. Of course, I'll be a little sad when you die. Zaina, will you understand me? Outside the door, Kane arrives but freezes. He decides to hide and observe the situation first. Seeing AIC's transformation, Kane's expression darkens. Just as he feared, the side effects of black magic have arrived. Black magic is forbidden for a reason. Its users can easily fall into the hands of demons and become their vessels. I rushed here precisely because I feared this would happen, but I never expected that bastard to stall me for this long. When a mage is completely consumed by magic power, their strength multiplies many times over. And on top of that, this is a demon we're talking about. This is a full-blown catastrophe. The ground trembles once more. Kane glances at his own arm suspended in the heavens and thinks to himself, if this keeps up, before he bleeds out, that destructive little brat is going to crush him to death under the rubble of this city. Besides, Gina is already nearing her limit. He has to find a way. He draws a deep breath to steady his mind, rapidly cycling through his arsenal. The black dragon's shield won't hold. The Tempest sword is useless here. No, 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 no. Damn it, is that really the only way? With that thought, he unsheathes his sword, drives it into the earth with one hand, places the other before his chest, and activates the sequence successes, the safety protocols, then mass cancels them. Protocol 1 through Protocol 9, all released. Done, he grips the sword hilt tight. The surrounding energy converges with such violent force that the blade screams-cracks spider across the steeland. Then it shatters into pieces in Kane's hand. He activates the next ability, links to the seal, links to the seal's formula, initiates the control sequence, reverses the formula. 108 parallel connections, sequential links from Protocol 1 to Protocol 9, unsealing the Forbidden Covenant, demonic day open. On the other side, a blaze roars to life. Eyes stands amid the inferno, her gaze cold as she stares at Gina. A cruel smile curls across her lips as she speaks in a low, detached voice. Gina lowers her head, utterly defeated. As she speaks, Eyes conjures a sphere of fire and sends it hurtling toward Gina's final farewell. At that moment, a voice rings out, freezing her in place. Eyes turns. Through the shimmering veil of flames, she sees a hazy silhouette. Her voice trembles as she whispers his name. "I'm here, wait for me just a moment. It'll be over soon." He cuts her off before she can finish. Gods and demonstruo entities of equal standing. Yet when 108 demons waged war against the gods, how did the demons achieve such an overwhelming victory, with only 9 of their kind slain? Eyes replies in a frigid tone, because the demons were far stronger than them. Kane's expression turns grave. He presses, "Then do you still remember how those 9 demons died?" At this question, Eyes seems taken aback. A whisper of unease flickers through her. Why does this feel so wrong? Kane continues, cutting through her thoughts. In that war, not a single demon was slain by the gods. There is only one reason the count fell to 99. Those 9 demons were devoured by their own kind. Under that gaze, Eyes' entire body trembles involuntarily. What is this? It's as if he's looking at something else entirely, not at me. Kane turns away and continues his explanation to the girl. The demon of fire devoured the demon of wrath. The demon of ice devoured the demon of solitude. The demon of darkness devoured the demon of fear. The demon of wealth devoured the demon of greed. Demons, by their nature, can only wield a single power or desire as their demonic energy. But when a demon devours another, it gains dominion over both the desire and the power consumed. And so the 9 great demons beings, whose might eclipsed all others, were born. The girl thinks to herself, what is this suffocating feeling? As though my deepest secret has been laid bare. Without giving Eyes a chance to speak, Kane presses on. It was precisely because of the 9 great demons' power that the demon legions gained overwhelming dominance in their war against the gods. But according to demonology, 108 is the perfect number, a symbol of absolute cycles. 99 is the imperfect number, a symbol of infinity, for it can only ever approach, never reach. Because of this, even though the demons merged with demonic energy and attained sorcery, they could never fully control it, and so they lost the demonic Tao. For the same reason, they never even conceived of counteracting the laws forged by the 13 godsend. Thus they were sealed away. Hearing this, Eyes can hold back no longer. Enough, I know, so stop bringing up those wretched gods already. But Kane shows no mercy. He continues, have you forgotten? The moment your kind gorged yourselves on those other demons, there was someone pulling the strings all along. Remember now. Eyes, faithful to the insatiable Hunjura, certain demon aided the great demons, and turned a blind eye to their sins. And when you devoured those 9, he stole the ecstasy of that very moment. The mysterious accomplice of the great demon-zone who, having squandered too much of his strength, plummeted to the mortal realm. The 99th demon. The moment his words fall, Kane unleashes a terrifying surge of power. A torrent of mana erupts outward, enveloping the area around Eyes. It seems the girl has finally grasped the meaning behind Kane's words. Bansher of Gluttony, lowest and most wretched of all demons. Driven by an insatiable hunger, he devoured even his own flesh in the end. He is the very incarnation of gluttony. Eyes surveys her surroundings. A gnawing unease rising within her thigh's mana is unmistakably his, but how can anyone possess such an overwhelming quantity of mana? Could it be that Bansha spent decades devouring mana, amassing it to this extent? But this is clearly neither sorcery nor magic. It is something far beyond either. Lost in thought, Eyes stands frozen, not uttering a single word. Kane stands silent as well. His gaze carries a weight too heavy for words. Moments later, Eyes breaks the silence. Dark One, you too, are you also of the demon race? As she speaks, A strange, sinister smile curls across her lips. Recalling past memories, Eyes thinks to herself so that is why her holy power never clashed with his mana. With that realization, the girl answers cheerfully, I am of the demon race, just like you. After speaking, Eyes turns to look at Serena beside her, a thought forming in her mind. He isn't human after all. If he's of the demon race, doesn't that mean he can stay by my side forever? Then there's no need to kill Serena anymore. Not bad at all. While she remains lost in her thoughts, Kane launches a sudden, devastating attack. Dragon tears crystallize into ice within Bancha's howling gales, transforming into a blizzard that engulfs the northern horizon. Caught completely off guard by Kane's wordless assault, Eyes cannot react in time. The girl startles, screaming, What the hell are you doing, Dark One? Yet he does not answer. His onslaught continues without pause. Swift as lightning, the dragon claw piercing heaven tears the sky asunder. Eyes screams in fury, calling out his name, Dark One. Rage boils within Herdos. He dare extinguish the flames that are no different from her very flesh. With that thought, Eyes retaliates against his assault. Imperial flames surge with her breath, divine fury incarnate. The inferno spirals like a tempest, hurtling toward Kane. Yet he remains utterly calm, repelling it with ease. The dragon horn blazes with radiance. Segrid's murky depths transmute into golden streams, a luminous heart illuminating the 7 treasures. Seeing that Kane shows no sign of halting his assault, Eyes screams in fury, Dark One, do you truly intend to fight? Having come this far, Kane's flames prove no inferior, matching hers blow for blow. He retaliates instantly. Dragon calming the earth-unyielding resolve transmutes into the earth itself, a mighty heart bearing the weight of mountains. The flames engulfing Eyes' body are swiftly extinguished. Cold sweat beads on the girl's brow. What the Dark One wields is not the sorcery born of the 99. He is no mere mage, is a dark sorcerer. That power vanished long ago, when the 108 became 99. Countless deductions race through Eyes' mind. Could it be that Bancha possesses the power of all 9 demons, ones devoured when the 108 became 99? But do you truly believe that alone is enough to restore the dark arts? In my eyes, it is impossible. And besides, if we're speaking of power, mine is far from lacking. Her thoughts coalesce into decisive action. Eyes conjures an arrow of pure force and hurls it toward Kane. He retaliates in an instant with a devastating technique, dragon blood surging torrent. Sorrow and longing transmute into rivers and streams. Drifting hearts flow toward the boundless sea. Water and fire collide, unleashing a colossal explosion. Eyes surveys the devastation and grins with satisfaction. Dark One, should you fall, I shall resurrect you with dark sorcery. But in the next instant, that smile is shadow-red, replaced by a face twisted in terror. Kane steps slowly from the hazy veil of smoke. Eyes is utterly stunned, instinctively stumbling backward. Can you block it? The girl refuses to accept the truth and screams. What exactly did you do to amass enough evil karma to surpass even a demon like me? Kane slowly walks forward to stand before Acneo, so consumed by pain that he's lost himself. He stands there, staring at her for a long moment. Then he reaches his finger toward Eyes' head and says in a cold voice, If this is your karma, your sin, I'll take it all upon myself. Seeing the hand drawing closer, the girl trembles with fear. She squeezes her eyes shut, but opens them wide in shock when nothing happens. The girl lifts her head to look up. Kane gently encourages her. Go on, Eyes, what has caused you such pain? Eyes' face flushes crimson, as though she's about to burst into tears at any moment. Dear, just be like you used to be. Let me gently pat your head and forgive your mistakes, just like always. When he blocked the Frost domain, he told her to ease her pain. Even if he had to stand against the entire world, he wouldn't hesitate. The one who always treated me like family, and still does just because of that fear. What have I done to my own family? Things should never have turned out like this. This isn't what I wanted. Eyes' eyes glisten with unshed tears, her voice trembling as she speaks. I'm sorry, I'm truly sorry. At that moment, Kane lowers himself, kneeling before the girl. There is no need to apologize. He pulls Eyes into his embrace and murmurs softly. The dragon heart blazes with might. The dragon lung erupts in fury. The wrath of the cursed vines ignites into crimson flame. The despair of the earthborn guardians transforms into raging gale, all harmonizing as one. Sustaining life. Eyes falls silent, lost in thought. It's merely a crude, hastily cast spell born from the demands of 7 cursed vines, yet the will within it is fierce and warm. Kane's voice continues to ring softly by the girl's ear, and when wrapped in the dragon sinew, the despair of the Langa great forest coils around life itself, shielding all living things. Nurturing all creation, the wind never ceases to blow here. Yet Kai-en's arms around eyes never loosen. Only now does he finally let go. His gaze turns inward as he reflects on himself. A disaster, truly. My lifespan only allows 9 uses of the demonic path, and now I've already burned through 8. But then again, that's what kept me alive when I first obtained the Book of Evil. I suppose that's an acceptable trade. More importantly, I now hold the key this place doesn't possess. Time to leave quickly. Yet before he takes more than a few steps, his expression grows tense. A red light extends from his hand, reaching toward eyes. He whips his head around, and his eyes widen in shock at the sight before him. Number 23 has appeared out of nowhere. A dagger plunged into Kai-en's body. She speaks. Her voice comes in broken fragments. Why am I the only one who was never saved? Why? Kai-en's expression shifts, turning to one of pity for the person before him. I understand now. Too pitiful to be called hatred, too wretched to be called resentment. He takes number 23's hand in his own, and gently addresses the girl weeping before him. My karma, take it. You are merely a third-tier villain, struggling against the karma of your own existence. Dark energy erupts from her like a geyser. A story begins to unfold. I don't remember much about my childhood. I remember surviving by my wits in the back alleys. I remember fleeing from a drunk who tried to assault me. I was lucky the shadow took me in after that, but there was no joy in it, because it meant I had to become an assassin, not because I feared killing, but because I feared the death that missions would inevitably bring. So I gave it everything I had. I swung my sword tirelessly, devouring every word of our instructor's teachings. Perhaps that's also why I fell for instructor number 5. That cold, straightforward man taught us how to survive, even though we were all destined to become assassins. And it was at training center number 5 that I met number 7. She was enigmatic. Her talent and intellect surpassed everyone else's. She was the one every student admired for her brilliance. Just being able to gaze at number 7 was enough to make me feel content. I admired her, but that admiration shattered far too easily. Student number 7 fled after killing instructor number 3. Instructor number 5 pursued student number 7 upon hearing the news. The remaining instructors gave chase as well, leaving the rest of us bewildered. And I chased after number 7 too. I just wanted to know how her story would end. While pursuing number 7 that night, number 23 wandered through a forest, a hooded cloak pulled over her head. Her expression was deeply anxious. Her face darkens as the next part of the story is revealed. I witnessed it. To me, instructor number 5 wasn't just a teacher. If number 7 was the unreachable sun, then instructor number 5 was the gentle moon that illuminated my dark life. He was the kind of person who would survive no matter the circumstances. Number 23 clenches her fists, silently wondering why would instructor number 5 sacrifice himself for number 7. Number 7, where is number 7? But when I found number 7, she was no longer the person I admired. She had become a monster, no longer the radiant soul in my memories, but a creature slaughtering every member of the elite force. I didn't dare move. I had this feeling that if I so much as flinched, number 7 would find me and slit my throat. I wanted to live. All I wanted was to live. I don't know how much time had passed when a voice suddenly rang out, startling number 23 half to death. Do you want to live? She stumbled backward, instinctively dodging. The figure before her smiled, extending a hand with an offer, then follow me. Instructor number 4, who had long been missing, appeared and spoke to me. Become my apostle, and I shall grant you life eternal, undying life. Number 23's hands tremble. I was so scared. I wanted to live. On the day the hero Sgina was born, I became the apostle of death in the dark core. The 10 years that followed were truly dark and grim. How could I be cursed to crave the lives of others in exchange for immortality? I devoured countless hearts, but I told myself I was fine, because I believed this suffering would end once instructor number 4 fulfilled his wish. But there was no salvation for me. Instructor number 4 fell in battle, and the Book of Evil was taken. It now hangs from Kai-en's body. System contract signed. The memories continue. After witnessing number 7 and even the Demon King being saved, unlike me, it left me feeling utterly hollow. And before I knew it, my sword had plunged deep into instructor number 5's chest. Her entire body trembles as the words tear free. Why am I the only one who was never saved? Why? Even a hero like number 7 was saved. Even the Demon King was saved, just as I believed they would be. Then what about me? Why couldn't I be saved? Kai-en's words echo in number 23's mind. If I can help, I will. She keeps demanding answers. Why didn't you save me? Why? Blood continues to spurt out like a fountain. Number 23's eyes widen in shock, as Zaina's sword pierces straight through her body. "Do you want to leave me to live like Thesa's a villain?" At this moment, drops of blood continue to drip onto the ground. Zaina holds her sword, thrust straight into number 23's body. Her eyes glimmer with a faint, lingering sadness. Looking at Kane standing before her, wrapped head to toe in bandages, number 23 thinks to herself she admired number 7. She revered her teacher. "I don't want to live off the lives and hearts of others. Please, someone save me, even if only for me." Number 23's strength gradually drains away. She has always clung to a fragile hope. An ugly life is fine, too, I just want to live. Number 23 turns her head back, breathing with great difficulty. Zaina stands watching in silence, her face darkened. Looking at her now, number 23 suddenly remembers her childhood. The fear and pain from 10 years Agatha are gone now. "How wonderful! You've saved me. Remember, me name is not number 23. I'm not the apostle of death. My name is..." The space falls deathly silent. Not a single voice is heard. Suddenly, Kane coughs several times and blood flows from his mouth. AIC sees him stagger and rushes to his side. Zaina, her face pale, speaks up with concern. "Kane, are you okay?" Kane answers with difficulty, "I'm fine." She stands silently to the side, watching. The small blade is still lodged in Kane's chest. Zaina asks silently, did he manage to protect his vital point? Then she turns her head toward number 23, sitting there. Heartache flickers deep in her eyes. Inside number 23, she cries like a child. She yearned for salvation to the point of desperation. "Perhaps I've known this all along without realizing it." She had to struggle with her own sins alone, with no one reaching out to save her. A person forced to become a villain, forced to sink into despair all by herself. That could have been me, if I hadn't met him back then. Even though I used the flame stone phantom blade, I couldn't make her die instantly. Could it be guilt for having made her turn out like this? Suddenly, the ground begins to shake. Zaina looks at his ashen, blue-tinged face and speaks urgently. "We need to leave, now." They leave swiftly. She glances back at her friend one last time. The next second, she turns away and whispers to herself, "I'm truly sorry, but I won't regret this. My sin is killing you to save the ones I hold dear. I will live with that sin." Moments later, Zaina and AIC support him as they walk down the corridor. Kane continues to cough up blood. AIC quickly tries to reassure him. "Hang in there. Just a little further." Suddenly, Zaina jolts as if she spotted something. The three freeze. The path ahead is blocked. Zaina furrows her brow and murmurs, "The exit." Kane speaks up with difficulty. "There's another way out nearby." Zaina asks softly, "Where is it?" He turns in the opposite direction and answers, "From what I read in the texts recently, a bit further that way." Rubble continues to rain down from the ceiling. The three stand at a junction shaped like a giant spider. Kane extends his hand forward, his fingers gently pressing a hidden mechanism. The wall slowly lowers, and a door materializes through the haze of dust. He speaks with effort. "This is an underground passage leading outside the city, and this is an iron door 3 meters thick, infused with special magic power. It can only be opened from the inside." Zaina and AIC exchange a glance. Determination shines in their eyes. The two quickly help Kane step inside. His voice rings out evenly, making Zaina's eyes widen. "Thank you both for trying so hard until now." Without warning, Kane shoves the two girls. Inside, Zaina and AIC, unable to react in time, crash to the ground in pain. They struggle to sit up, murmuring in disbelief. "Why would you?" Kane smiles at the two young girls. Zaina fires off frantic questions. "Why? Why?" All that answers her is a soft chuckle. He furrows his brow, his expression full of sorrow. No matter how skilled the hunter, there comes a time when they get caught and devoured. And the secret passage door seals shut. Kane slumps helplessly against the wall. "Fool," he thinks. "Remember, heroes shouldn't try to imitate villains." Then his strength fails him, and he collapses onto the ground. He holds the Book of Evil in his hand, thinking to himself the Book of Evil is a collection of incantations, where only the incantations that define evil are bound together. The book is filled with nothing but words of dark philosophy. Evil is never giving up. Evil is persisting through any circumstance. Evil is possessing unmatched survivability ability, an evil that cannot be destroyed. The next second, he lifts his finger to his mouth and bites down hard. As he flips through each page, Kane can't help but ponder this is a manual containing every method to survive the power of the gods. He begins reciting the strange incantation. The dragon's head holds all things. The primordial darkness engulfs the world. The horror of annihilation becomes shadow. What remains of the demonic path shall be the final key. The wicked moon in the heart of the evil one. contains all accumulated karma from 50 years through observation, learning, and theft. Kane smiles in satisfaction, thinking to himself, I finally obtained them all: fear, love, desire, despair, solitude, and peace. The embodiment of all evil in the world, something nothing can define. The demon swordsman doesn't understand. From the very beginning, what villains pursue isn't just victory and glory. When the hero disappears, all the world's evil spreads across every corner of the earth. Even under divine protection, everything in this world remains stained with sin. The world shall be preserved through the destruction of evil. So what if it's ugly and beautiful at the same time? The world is cruel and fleeting. Let us bring the world to ruin. To ruin, a soft voice calls out in the void. AIC, are you awake? AIC, her eyes, half open, lets out a confused murmur. Zaina, the girl recalls the scene from before. That's right, Zaina came to save her, and then she attacked Zaina. At this thought, AIC quickly speaks up. Zaina, I'm sorry for attacking you earlier. I wasn't in my right mind. Zaina, are you all right? While carrying the girl on her back, Zaina gently reassures her. I'm fine. So don't worry, okay? AIC's eyes glaze over, a flicker of doubt stirring in her heart. But why does she feel like she's forgotten something? It seems the exit was blocked, and they ended up finding a hidden passage. The moment they step inside, AIC's eyes widen in sheer terror. The next second, the girl speaks her question, stuns Gina. Gina, where's Kane? Go back. Gina, her face darkens. She recklessly can't open that iron door from this side. Hearing this, AIC screams in desperation. Just go back, I'll handle it. That iron door. Hurry. As Gina's footsteps pause, she speaks softly. AIC, right now the top priority is getting out of here. AIC asks in shock. What are you saying? Are you going to leave him behind? How can you say that? How can you say you'll just leave Kane behind? At that moment, Gina sets the girl down on the ground. AIC stares at the woman before her in disbelief. As Gina turns to face the girl, her expression filled with sorrow. AIC looks up at her and thinks eyes. Gina wanting to leave him behind makes no sense. Then why is Gina making this choice? Placing both hands on AIC's shoulders, Gina bows her head and reveals she's lifespan was already running out from the very beginning. The girl asks in disbelief, what? Gina's face darkens as she explains. Due to an incurable illness, his body is already beyond saving. AIC trembles, denying it impossible. How could Kane die from something like this? Gina calls the girl's name once more. AIC, do you remember when his hair turned that color? The girl hesitates. That, Gina continues. Do you know what his last words were? AIC covers her ears, refusing to accept it. Please stop, I don't want to hear any more. Gina's next words freeze AIC in place. Survive. Looking at AIC before her, she recounts no matter how skilled a hunter is, there will come a time when they get caught and devoured. Those were his final words. It means he'll sacrifice his broken body so that we can keep living. So we have to go so that his will doesn't end up meaningless. AIC bites her lip, wondering. Kane told her he would sacrifice himself. If that's really the case, Gina grips the girl's shoulders tightly. AIC furrows her brows and looks at her with determination. The girl understands and reluctantly accepts. Let's go. Gina says with sorrow, it will never be too late once we survive. Gina looks at AIC with aching tenderness. AIC. The girl smiles and nods in response. The next second, Gina rises to her feet. AIC extends her small hand toward her. Gina smiles with relief on large hand, and one small hand intertwined tightly. A familiar pain crushes our hearts to the point where we want to cry. But we still have to hold it in. Now is not the time for tears, so we leave Kane behind and press on. In another place, explosions thunder across the sky. On a long corridor, a group of people stands their ground. Lennon breathes in ragged, labored gasps. His gaze is ironclad, fixed into the distance until a voice grabs his attention. Getting tired, Lennon frowns, irritation flickering in his eyes as he looks at Kijia grinning gleefully before him. He mutters under his breath, still doing better than you. Domain of the night moon. She speaks in a probing tone. You want to compare? See who's stronger? Lennon replies at once. You want to compare? Then I'll oblige. Suddenly, a swarm of masked figures surges in, surrounding the two. Among them, several charge forward before they can even land a blow. Lennon and Kijia feel a wave of unease. The dragon woman rushes in, wielding a flexible sword, and cuts them down clean. She stands nonchalant, ignoring the scattered corpses behind her. The dragon woman glares at the two with displeasure and scolds. You can't put personal grudges above the divine mandate. I'll settle this with you another time. A voice suddenly rings out. Well done, Chin Gong. They're pressing in hard. Keep at it until their stamina runs dry. The masked soldiers charge in without pause, following orders. None of the three yield an inch. Every swing of their blades sends another squad of soldiers crashing down. On the other side, Kijia moves like a professional dancer, yet the lingering aftershocks of deadly poison still course through her. She breathes with difficulty, then lets out a sigh and laments, seriously. The last companion I get in this short life of mine has to be someone like that. I want to file a complaint. Lenin replies coolly, dismissing the remark. Then why don't you try leaving right now? With that, he glances sideways at Kijia. She fires back with a retort of her own. Same goes for Yaoi, are you here instead of somewhere else? If you want to destroy the Book of Evil, wouldn't it be better to storm that fortress right now? The conversation halts abruptly, as both notice the dragon woman, her gaze fixed sharply into the distance, deadly serious. Lenin steps forward, murmuring to himself, I haven't gotten my revenge on him yet. That's why I'm here. The three of them now stand shoulder to shoulder. Kijia grins smugly. Sorry, but I want to kill him first. Esvin and her forces have already arrived, standing before them. She clenches her teeth, face pale, thinking me magic power still hasn't recovered enough. Esvin immediately turns and orders, What are you all doing? Attack. Suddenly a massive explosion erupts. She watches that direction, drenched in cold sweat. In the distance, the crumbling castle releases a massive surge of energy. From within the shattered rubble, a pillar of energy erupts skyward. Dried bloodstains scar the ground. Cayenne leans against the wall, breathing in ragged, agonizing gasps. His deathly pale face wears a satisfied smile as he thinks, Is it finally over? Who knew I could hold out against the god's curse for this long? My lifespan should have ended 50 years ago. Ever since I left the holy land of evil, that place, cursed by the gods, not only my magic power, but the book that kept my blood from necrotizing, and the seal from the miracle tome that barely extended my life, all of it, has been drained dry by endless battles and wounds. Even without unleashing the demonic path, this body of mine can't hold on much longer. Kane lied to everyone, claiming he had but 1 year left to live. He let out a self-deprecating laugh. It was precisely because of that the lie sounded so natural, as if he could possibly last an entire year. Suddenly, someone stepped closer. A voice rang out, enchanting and eerie. 50 years, is it? How dreadfully slow. Kane muttered inwardly. Is this voice just a hallucination? He widened his eyes, probing the darkness. You still live, she smirked confidently. If you speak of that wretch slain by the hero in the Shadow Mountains, that was merely my avatar. Kane sneered and replied, So that is how it is. He thought to himself, how could I have forgotten? This dark citadel was forged alongside the Shadow Mountains, using my own demonic power. That sword knight did not rebuild this place, he merely unearthed it, oblivious to the fact that he had stumbled into a trap set by a cunning spider. Kane suddenly spoke, praising the silken threads that had waited 50 years for the prey to take the bait. You are truly peerless. I responded with false humility. Compared to those 1,000 years, these 50 are nothing. Struggling for breath, Kane spat out a biting retort. I truly did not expect you to leave an avatar behind in the Shadow Mountains. You are worthy of being the head of the Ihomar. Very well, take it. With that, he decisively hurled the Book of Evil toward her, but she remained motionless, refusing to take it. The next instant, she sat herself upon Kane's lap. I reached out, asking skeptically, Do you no longer crave life? He laughed, refuting her. How could that be? Yet in his heart he thought, if I did not crave life, I would not be enduring this necrosis eating away at my blood. The two engaged in a conversation. Then why do you not use the Book of Evil to extend your life? Kane's voice turned. Mocking, do you truly not know? Huh? She asked back, thoroughly confused. What do you mean? Kane stated indifferently. Let me ask you this. What is life? To live is to pursue one's own evil, and to carry it out. If one cannot do that, how can it be called living? I questioned, my voice filled with bewilderment. Does that mean beasts are not considered to be living? He exhaled sharply to counter. Even beasts, even plants are alive. They breathe because they can, eat because they can, and grow because they can. Where there is desire, there is evil. Even if they cannot commit evil like humans, by manifesting their own nature, they are alive. That is the life of a beast. Thus I have lived as a villain, an agent of evil. I have realized the evil within me, and pursued the evil I was capable of. My voice turned ominous as I interrogated him. You unleashed calamity, discarded laws, unearthed secrets, and destroyed everything. Was it all merely to fulfill your own evil? Kane looked up calmly and replied, Correct. Because of that, I will not allow the evil I spent my entire life building to perish. Just because of a mundane desire to live. Even if my life ends here, my evil shall live on in this world forever. Above all else, I simply wish to retire, Upon hearing these words, a flicker of disbelief crossed her face. Even if your only destination is hell, Kane maintained his composure. I have known since long ago that hell is the only place I am bound for. In his heart, he had long affirmed that even if the end was hell, it would be the testament to the evil karma he had accumulated. That is the only reward I deserve. I will never accept anything hindering that, not even my own life. I used a teasing tone to remind him. Those who love you will be deeply saddened. He frowned and asked with a laugh, "Tell me, are you in your right mind? How could someone like me, a villain, ever be loved by anyone?" These words left me stunned for a few seconds. Suddenly, I chuckled and reached out to caress his face. I chided him, for he had acted in a way hardly becoming of a villain. "And yet you still believe that? From the beginning, you didn't even know that child was of the demon race, did you?" Kane shut his eyes tight, answering with difficulty, "That is correct." He thought to himself that he had only assumed the girl was an ordinary orphan. Recalling eyes, she continued her probing. "But even not knowing she was of the demon race, you didn't have to take her in." He answered without a moment's hesitation, "Because I needed a servant. I brought up Sina. Then why did you teach swordplay to Sina's granddaughter?" He spoke as if he had prepared the answer from the start. "Because I wanted to deal with the brat in secret." Reflecting on Kijia, who was fighting, I continued the confrontation. "Then why did you save the test subjects of the ghost spirit?" Kane replied straightforwardly, "I intended to use them as bait, but I had no further use for them, so I left them at the orphanage." Remembering the red-haired queen, I asked skeptically, "Then why did you nurture the emperor?" Kane answered nonchalantly, "Because I needed a trusted identity to infiltrate the imperial palace." Finally, the one I mentioned was the dragon queen. "Then why did you help that dragon child?" Kane spoke bluntly, "I only used her to deal with those treasure hunters." Without pausing, he continued the interrogation. "Then why did you save the young lady of the Kasanya family?" Kane was slowly losing his patience. "That was the only way, otherwise those others would have dealt with me." Recalling Lenin, I kept rambling. "Then why did you help that priest of the Winter Temple?" Kane's voice echoed, steady and flat. "Because I needed a shield to mask my identity." The rocks began to crumble as I spoke again. "Then why did you show those two children the secret path?" Kane uttered a lie. "Naturally, because they would have been obstacles to perfecting the Book of Evil." I touched Kane's face and asked, "What is it that you desire?" He answered softly, "A purer evil." I refused to let it go. "What are you hoping for?" Kane bowed his head calmly. "Deeper despair." I wore a cunning smile. "What do you pursue?" Replying to me was Kane's indifferent smile, more meaningless destruction. Having received a satisfactory answer, I let out a sigh and said, "You really are a villain through and through." Kane's brows furrowed, yet he stubbornly affirmed, "Of course, I am different from those stained by the world's evils, those left with no choice but to live alongside darkness. I am one who chose evil of my own free will. And now, with death fast approaching, my evil shall be perfected. Remember me, even if my life ends here, so long as evil persists in this world, I will inevitably return." He left behind a vow, "So long as my evil endures in this world, those who bear the same dark karma as I will surely emerge. That is why I shall return again and again, and sow the seeds of wickedness upon this world." I burst out laughing, gently stroking the back of Kane's neck. "You truly are an incurable villain." Suddenly his eyes widened in shock, because she had embraced Kane and pressed her lips against his in a kiss. Kane stared at her without resistance. A moment later, I dissolved into smoke and ash. He murmured with a wry smile, 50 years of toil, and all I get is a single kiss. How utterly unfair. Oh, me. But it is precisely because of Thatch is the one worthy of becoming the Demon King, the sovereign who commands all fiends. I am one whom no one understands, nor can anyone ever trust. I will never become some great hero, nor will I ever be a kind and virtuous commoner. I am a third-rate nobody, who knows nothing of victory and harbors no desire for success. I am a villain who cares nothing for righteousness, pursuer of evil. I am a cinnamon who is destined for hell, one who will die alone in solitude. But none of that matters, for as a villain I shall live on forever. The scene shifts, the cavern collapses violently around them. Gina and I sprint through the crumbling passages. After running a distance, the two come to a halt. Before them lie two paths, each leading in a different direction. Gina feels a knot of uncertainty in her heart. A fork which way? Suddenly, Iza's eyes fly open wide, and she announces, "Wind, there's wind blowing from the right path." The girl bolts down the right passage, and Gina calls out in a hurry. "Wait!" The two of them race together through the collapsing cavern. She chases after the girl, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Eyes!" Then her expression shifts to one of astonishment as she beholds the sight before her. Above them yawns a massive opening, a breach in the rock leading straight to the outside. Eyes looks at her with excitement gleaming in her eyes. Gina, we can get out now. She speaks gently. Eyes, you go out first. The girl furrows her brow in hesitation, but Gina offers a reassuring smile. The tunnel is collapsing. If you make it out first, I'll feel much more at ease. Eyes lowers her head and obeys. All right. Seeing the girl like that, Gina smiles and extends her hand. She helps Eyes climb up toward the outside. The girl struggles, pulling herself out of the cavern. Eyes scrambles to her feet and gazes at the surrounding landscape, her face lit with joy. It's safe out here. Come on up. Gina. She gazes up at the opening above, standing in silence, lost in thought as if she has already steeled herself with some resolution. Her hand tightens around the hilt of her sword. She speaks softly. I'm sorry, Eyes. The girl furrows her brow in confusion. Huh? Eyes turns back to look at her, dazed. Gina forces a strained smile, but she cannot leave him alone. Hearing this, the girl lets out an enraged scream. Gina has already swung her blade hard toward the exit. In an instant, the passageway beyond is sealed shut by a cascade of crumbling rock and earth. Gina falls into silent contemplation. Even Eyes would not be able to break through that rubble easily. She knows the excuse rings hollow, but she has something she must do. Gina sprints back toward the collapsing cave. Mid-stride, she furrows her brow in silence. She glares at the wall of rubble blocking her path, frustration gnawing at her. Blocked, is there truly no other way through? Gina weaves through the narrow passages. She quickly finds a fissure wide enough to squeeze through. Gina's stamina has plummeted. Fortunately, she has already reached the mouth of the cavern. Gina studies it slowly, a massive iron gate, easily 3 meters thick, resembling a fortress entrance. Is this another passage into the city? Even crimson flames edge cannot cut through this magical iron door. But she still possesses one sword strike that surpasses even that. She slowly closes her eyes, sensing the cost. Using that technique now would be beyond dangerous. Even at her absolute peak, she had never succeeded. After this, she may never hold a sword again. So be it. Even if it costs her life, she will pay the price. Her entire body erupts in a halo of beautiful, devouring flame. The 12th form of the Flint Shadow Sword brings her blade crashing down. Crimson flame sky vault. When the sword chi dissipates, Gina's blade shatters. She collapses, her grip on the hilt falling away. But on the other side, the iron gate has cracked open with a massive fissure. A sword that can slay gods, a blade that can tear through the heavens, the ultimate killing strike. Gina staggers inside. Her expression freezes in shock. Before her lies Kane, unconscious, one arm severed. She moves toward him in silence, memories flooding back with each step. That's right, so much has happened. She learned the sword from him in the shadow of death. Then she abandoned him, fleeing alone, and she was the one who wounded him. After their reunion, after she joined his family, she drove that very sword into his chest, and together they walked out of that town. There was the time he shielded the demon kind, the time he danced with her in the imperial palace, the time she saved him from drowning, the time he pushed her into the tunnel. Every step she has taken, he has always been by her side. She reaches up and gently brushes Kane's hair to the side. Gina smiles a smile laced with agony. When did his hair turn white? His face is so expressionless, so still. This must be the first time in his life he has ever truly rested. This was never what he wanted, but no matter how foolish or how wrong it may be, she will carry out her own wickedness. She will stay by his side until the very end. Gina leans against the wall and pulls Kane into a tight embrace. She tilts her head upward, watching the cavern collapse around them. Gina lets out a long, quiet sigh. Do you remember the first time we met? The truth is, every night, I used to secretly watch you practice your swordplay. That was what gave me the strength to endure every brutal training session. No matter how savage they become, no matter how much pain and misery, I endured. Watching your relentless effort made me believe. It made me follow your teachings. Perhaps you truly did deceive and use me. Perhaps to you I was nothing but a nuisance. But because I loved you, I tasted happiness, purest, most sincere confession I could ever offer. The profound satisfaction of knowing that this time, she did not waver from the wickedness she chose to commit at any cost. This is not the will of a hero. It is the will of a villain. The scene shifts. A voice rings out. Congratulations, my lord. The troublesome vermin have been dealt with. Lord Cassandra, she responds calmly. Please don't flatter me like that. Compared to what your majesty has done, what I've done is nothing. She smiles and asks, what exactly have I done to deserve such praise? Cassandra recounts she gathered the remnants of the masterless Night Order, dispatched them there, and wiped out every last trace of the Black Nuru. Those who had been hiding in the shadows for over 20 years. She even annihilated the apostle of the ruler. She smiles wryly. But during that process, one of the 27 legendary swords was stolen from me. A rare mistake of mine. Isn't it true that you single-handedly crushed the remnants of the Golden Circle and the Golden Apostle without even needing him? She takes a sip of tea and replies, "They simply underestimated me." She stretches. "In any case, I can finally set that burden down now." Kaseng is surprised, listening with growing curiosity. "Your Majesty intends to abdicate." She smiles. "That's right." Kaseng asks with interest, "Why would your Majesty do something so unreasonable?" She explains slowly, "You surely already know, don't you? What is the true nature of evil?" Kaseng speaks what he knows it is something utterly irrational to its core. Selfish and cowardly. To love one thing, you must reject another. To protect one thing, you must fight against another. And to claim one thing, you must sacrifice another. She smiles and affirms it. "Precisely, that is why my evil must be channeled for the Empire. It has nothing to do with talent, virtue, or wisdom. The willingness to direct one's evil for the Empire, that alone is the sole and singular qualification needed to become an emperor. But I failed to uphold that. I, one who harbors a deep-seated hatred for something not in service of the Empire. How could such a person still have the right to remain emperor?" She listens in silence to this heavy confession. Kaseng speaks up. "So that is why your Majesty sent Acneo to follow him, because your Majesty was certain that even if she ordered Acneo to monitor him Somion, who might be the supreme commander of the Dark Star, organization would never harm him." She replies, "I didn't do it solely for that reason. He is a strange one. He grew from rotting mulch, bore fruit to fill my stomach, gave his leaves for me to wear as clothing, offered his branches for me to burn as firewood, and in the end, sacrificed his own body to be carved into the pillars holding up my roof. But even if only his stump remains, he absolutely will not stop. He will keep running until his roots wear away, and he fades into nothing. He seeks nothing, demands no repayment, yet gives everything. Even I cannot stop him. That is why I hope Acneo can help him. Even if it isn't her, that's fine too. I only wish for someone to stand by his side, and even just once, to save him, because that is the only gift I can give him." The scene shifts. A piercing scream echoes through the air. Esgina, you fool. Why? Rationally, she knows she has to give up now. Nosh has no choice but to give up. But she already abandoned her once. How can she abandon Esgina too? Suddenly, the girl's entire body locks up. Eyes looks up in shock. Before her, a gaping black void begins to manifest. The deepest hatred, the most hopeless fear, the cruelest revulsion. It is every evil in the world, condensed into one curse more profound and despairing than anything that exists in this world. Is this the true form of what is sealed within the Book of Evil? The girl clutches her chest in agony. This is what it feels like when the evil creep takes over. The demon is awakening. Is it calling out too, and awakening the 99 demons still lurking in this world? If every last demon is unleashed, it will be a catastrophe beyond measure. She has to do something, somehow. But what? The girl's eyes turn contemplative. I know. No, it was she who already showed me. She must awaken the supreme demonic path that sleeps deep within her. Acneo appears and speaks. Stop. Child, you know full well that if you do this, you won't survive. Eyes fall silent, lost in thought. Yes, what she's about to do is seize the full magic power of 2 great demons and unleash it all at once. If she were not a dragon, her heart would surely be torn to shreds. The old woman raises her voice in challenge. Why do you want to do this? You know full well there is nothing in this world worth sacrificing yourself to save. The girl answers calmly, No, grandmother, this world is worth it. Yes, there was a time I hated this world, because it was this very world that caused me the deepest suffering. But it was also this world that let me meet him, that gave me companions to walk alongside, that gave me Esgina family and the place where I came to understand what love truly means. The girl forces herself to stand. That is why I want to protect this world, not out of some heroic ideal, but simply to preserve the memories and bonds that still remain. Besides, there are still a few fools out there who truly need saving. They once saved me, so this time it's my turn to save them. Eyes declares, I am one who understands herself as human. I am one who understands my own magic power. I am one who understands the evil within me. Evil does not exist solely in demons. It is the evil within the human heart that is the true source of all magic power. Therefore, I as a human who has conquered the evil within, and stands above her own magic power, am the true master of evil. In the name of the Demon King, I command this is the secret hidden within the demonic path. Awaken, supreme demonic path. Instantly, a purple bracelet materializes on the girl's wrist. A wave of sinister power surges forth from the bracelet. The girl raises her hand and unleashes a flood dragon into the sky. The flood dragon roars in fury, its power rocketing upward at blinding speed. Instantly, a brilliant light erupts across the sky. The scene shifts, a voice narrates. Long ago, there was a couple who wished for their child to grow into someone extraordinary. They loved their child more than any other parents ever could. That boundless devotion led them to take actions unlike any other couple. The husband tenderly suggested entrusting the child to the greatest teacher they could find. The wife happily agreed, and so, the moment the child was born, they set out for the place where the greatest teacher they could imagine resided. But that place was somewhere even kings of entire nations could scarcely set foot. After enduring countless hardships, they finally arrived. Their legs buckle onto the frozen snow, yet they can hold on no longer and collapse right before that place. The two lie upon the cold, white snow, their arms still wrapped tightly around the child. Moments later, a figure approaches, an old man draped in a white cloak. The voice continues its telling even as life slowly slips away. They feel a deep sense of fulfillment, for they have entrusted their child to the greatest teacher in the world. And so they close their eyes and let go. But what they never knew was that the place to which they entrusted their child is the most forbidden ground in all the world. A holy land of Avila, place cursed by the gods, discovered by a villain fleeing from the heroes who hunted him. A sanctuary no hero could ever violate. As time wore on, more and more villains found their way to this place. And so it continued, until one day, the villains who gathered here began to possess a cunning and intellect beyond anything the world could imagine. Thus, this place became a haven for villains of extraordinary power. From then on, the people began to call it by a name. The Tower of Truth, the very place where the last 13 gods once gathered. To curse this world before departing from the mortal plane. All evil shall be purged. It is the place where the demons bestowed their blessings upon the world, and also the place where they sealed themselves away. No who could have ever guessed that this was the secret of the Tower of Truth from ages past. This Tower of Truth is the bridge connecting heaven and hell itself. It was here that gods and demons alike descended their blessings and curses to reign over the mortal world. When the demons were sealed and the gods fled to the heavens, the Tower of Truth fell into emptiness and it became the only place on earth untouched by the evil that plagued the world. Precisely for that reason, only here could a villain walk without fear of the world's evils. On the contrary, receiving the lingering blessings of the demons in this place, they could absorb all knowledge and techniques of the world at dozens of times the normal speed. Aeon, who was raised in this place, since birth received a demonic blessing so powerful that they could comprehend the entirety of the towers. Knowledge in the blink of an eye. But in this world, nothing comes without a price. The power and knowledge gained from the demonic blessing within men, no matter how vast, can never surpass the boundary known as talent. Because I could never have reached this place on my own. I was never worthy enough to set foot in the Tower of Truth from the very beginning. And that is precisely why that limit descended upon me faster than anyone. I am not like those who already possessed extraordinary abilities, even before receiving the demon's blessing. Aeon, who received the demonic blessing from the moment of birth, no matter if they spent tens or even hundreds of years, they would never be able to transcend the limit of their own innate talent. To know a little of everything means to truly know nothing at all. To break through that limit, I risked everything to steal the eye of truth. Through it, I inadvertently glimpsed things I should never have seen. The shame of the gods, the darkest secrets of the demons, every hidden truth, all the events that transpired in this world 1,000 years ago. And because of that, I was forced to bear the curse of the gods, a curse that guarantees I will fail at whatever I undertake. That is right. One who bears the gods' curse like me can never hope to become that person. The one who could command the entire world with a single word, who could bring kings, lords, and generals to their knees with a mere snap of his fingers. I will never become a first-rate villain, the one feared and revered by all, whose infamy echoes without end. Even a second-rate villain, those with ambitions to conquer the world and spread their evil, I cannot become that either. Shackled by the world itself, flailing within the karma of my own sins, repeating failure after failure, I can never be anything more than a third-rate villain. The old man speaks up. Even knowing all of this, you still wish to leave the Tower of Truth. He answers calmly, that is precisely why I want to leave this place. The old man presses on, even though you know full well that you will not survive even a single year out there. Kane replies, his voice steady, only by doing so can I truly be alive. One who has set foot in this tower, a place bearing the gods' curse, will never be permitted to leave. The very instant I break that one and only rule, The god's curse will cause the blood in my body to rot from within. The old man regards him and says, "Indeed, if you could borrow demonic power from somewhere, perhaps you could prolong your life a little while longer. If you could find a dragon's den, where the power of dragons still lingers, then perhaps you could break free of the god's curse and attain immortality. But what you desire, surely, it is not something as trivial as that, is it?" He falls silent for a moment. Kane speaks with difficulty. "I wish to reclaim the evil that the gods have stolen from this world. That way, every human will come to recognize the evil within themselves, and then countless villains will emerge and rule the world." His eyes narrow in deep contemplation. He speaks, "No one in this world desires evil. Why do you wish to reclaim evil for them?" Kane turns his face away, unable to meet the old man's gaze. Because a child can only become an adult, not because it grows with the passage of years, but because it recognizes the evil within itself. To realize that the very act of living is already a part of evil, and to continue living, one must continue to sin, whether they wish it or not. The moment a child accepts its own evil and bears the weight of responsibility for it, that child becomes an adult. Yet the gods stripped evil from the world and cast down a salvation called heroes. And so, they robbed humanity of the chance to ever recognize the evil within themselves. "I cannot accept that," he explains with irritation. "Human beings who can only be saved by heroes. You intend to let them save themselves." Kane parts his lips to reply, "No." The answer startles the old man. "I simply intend to steal their salvation toe, cast them into nothing but despair and suffering, to make them wrestle, to agonize, to tear themselves apart from within. And then they will be forced to admit their own evil, to live for it, and to pay the price for the sins they have committed." The old man presses, "Even if the world is destroyed because of it?" Kane replies with indifference, "Yes, if humans refuse to take responsibility for their own evil, if they simply look away and live only to judge the evil of others, then after tens of thousands of years, evil they abandon will return to devour them and destroy the world. But even if what awaits at the very end is annihilation, humans must still have the right to walk toward that destruction on their own." The old man grows curious about Kane's reasoning. Only those who dare to pay the price for their own evil can truly master it. Kane explains, "Because one who cannot bear responsibility for their own evil has no right to wield it." The old man's expression turns grave. "Do you love humanity?" Kane replies, "I love the evil of humanity." The old man tries to dissuade him. "You. It doesn't have to be you. Someone else could do it." Kane speaks calmly yet with unyielding resolve. "But for 1,000 years, no one has dared." The old man continues, "Even so, that does not mean the responsibility falls to you." Kane closes his eyes and answers, "But I have the right to claim it." The old man murmurs, "Just because a treasure chest lies before you does not mean you must open it." Kane continues, "If given a single treasure chest, humanity will open all 10. That is the nature of man, but greed, curiosity, or the thirst for discovery. It does not matter. The moment humanity lays its hand upon a treasure chest that does not belong to them, they incur the karma of evil. And even if what lies within that chest is despair, ruin, or annihilation, humanity will still open it." The old man, having heard all this, buries his face in his hands and sighs. "Very well. Only those who open every last chest and touch the very depths of evil can grasp hope. But who could possibly understand? Humans who only covet the treasure within the chest, who think only of what they will lose, who never look back at what they have gained, and who believe only what they wish to believeth, will never understand you." Kane calmly denies this. "I do not seek to be understood. I do not need anyone to understand. I seek solitude, and I crave a despair deeper than any other. Even if that despair, even if my malice fades and wears thin, I still long to remain with evil until the very end of all ends." The old man, driven to this point by Kane's words, sighs, "Only those who have pursued evil their entire lives can set foot there. The holy ground of evil, cursed by the gods. The one who has strayed further than anyone else now stands here. The one who takes disgrace as his own pride." The old man suddenly laughs aloud. "A dragon has been born in the holy ground of Avila, place cursed by the gods. Very well, O one who yearns to walk a path more ruthless than any other. O sage who has grown beyond countless others, so long as you do not forget the malice bestowed upon you by death. In this holy land cursed by the gods, we will absolutely not stand in your way." The old man points his staff at Kane. "Go forth into the world and show them your evil." Kane listens to the old man in silence. Once finished, the old man falls silent again. His eyes remain as emotionless as ever. The old man, meanwhile, smiles with quiet satisfaction. He suddenly bows slightly, paying his respects to the old man with genuine reverence. Then Kane swiftly turns and walks away. He quickens his pace, heading for the exit. Suddenly, the old man's voice rings out behind him. "You are a man of least but just this once. Answer me honestly. Why do you refuse to become a hero?" Kane falls silent, pondering the question. Then he speaks. "Because no matter what I do, I will fail." The old man falls silent, saying nothing more. The third-tier villain cursed, surpassing both talent and the divide between good and evil, doomed to fail as the price paid for glimpsing the secrets of the mythical age. The old man asks doubtfully, "Rather become a third-tier villain who can save one person than a third-tier hero who can't save anyone? Is that your choice?" Kane smiles leisurely. "Nothing that deep. I just hate heroes, that's all. I laugh at their ignorance and their pitiful existence, those with unshakable, immovable convictions, who believe their own evil is righteousness, using that very evil to devour other evils, and then live forever trapped in an endless cycle of self-deception." After walking for a while, he stops. "But even so, even if it's nothing but hollow lies, a fiction that doesn't exist, even if it's a greater sin than anything else in the old man's eyes, reflecting his proud silhouette, justice still triumphs over brutality. The Sageon who mastered all the knowledge of the Tower of Truth at the age of 7, recognized as both the greatest sage of the era and the most foolish sage in the world, quietly leaves the tower with a gentle smile. The scene shifts. A figure parts the black curtain and speaks. "We lost too much in the war 1,000 years ago, but the greatest loss of all was the Dragon Clan. I remained silent, saying nothing. In the beginning, a god established the laws for this world. At the same time, a demon spread desire across the land, shaping it into what it is today. But neither gods nor demons were the true masters of creation. Dragons were. The dragons imparted wisdom to the gods, so they could forge the world's laws correctly, and granted power to the demons, so they could spread desire across the land. But the dragons were not always by their side." Kane remarks sadly, "The dragons only wish to share their wisdom and power to directly contribute to the preservation and nurturing of the world. Not to be revered, not to be worshipped. They tore their wings to form the sky, burned their hearts to create fire, poured their blood to birth the oceans, scattered their scales to grow the forests, buried their teeth to forge the metals, and set their bones to raise 10,000 mountains. And as the world grew ever more prosperous, the bloodline of the Dragon Clan gradually faded. In the end, only one dragon remained. Gods and demons fought over that last dragon, but in the end, even that last dragon vanished in the war. Both gods and demons regretted and lamented, unable to turn back time. Like something that can only drift away, the greatest and most noble dragon clan in all of history vanished, becoming nothing more than a legend. Those who guided the gods, who granted power to the demon's race that created humanity, only to be surpassed by humanity through sheer willpower. They could take pride in that which should never have been a source of pride. What a truly noble and genuine heart of pride. How could they not? Those who found and reached a truth that even gods and demons could never hope to match. We call them dragons. Enough, I shout. The one who taught me about fire was the fire dragon. The one who taught me about wealth was the golden dragon. And the one who taught me about letters became the black dragon. Ever since the world was created, many have become dragons. The white dragon which had never appeared before has now emerged." Kane smiles faintly. "Could that be like finding a pearl in a wash basin?" She shouts out, "Only in the mud can you find pearls." She replies cryptically, "Isn't that right? That is why only humans can become dragons. That is also why you helped my brother, isn't it?" I probe, "Wasn't the original role of demons to protect villains?" The speaker questions coldly, "Are you deliberately ignoring the god who protects evil standing right in front of you?" I cross my arms in frustration. "Are you trying to steal my contractor?" Kane hastily tries to smooth things over. "I have no such intention." She grows impatient. "Stop with the nonsense. Are you trying to say my contractor's skewed fate is merely a coincidence?" Kane covers her mouth and lets out a sinister laugh. "How would I know? If my brother were to develop romantic feelings for me, that meaningless peach blossom fate would have been somewhat resolved already. I warn you, I won't let anyone else touch my prey," she says calmly, as expected of a cunning spider. "You really love your dirty little schemes, don't you?" Red veins bulge across her face. That's not something I should be hearing from a rabid fox who only knows how to steal other people's prey. Kane frowns in displeasure upon hearing this. As the two stand arguing like clashing asuras, footsteps suddenly sound from outside. Esvin cheerfully pushes open the door and calls out, "Master Ranit, it's time to eat." The girl stares blankly at the two inside. Kane nods with a smile. Heh, let's wait and see who wins, shall we? I taunt right back without missing a beat. Fine. After all, the winner's already been decided. Esvin cowers before the two Usuras. What's going on? Why am I being completely ignored? The scene shifts. A fork pierces into a piece of meat. She grows curious, eager to taste the royal cuisine. The Kaseng clan member speaks up. Your Majesty, it is unreasonable to demand royal cuisine outside the palace. She pretends to sigh. I didn't expect the Kaseng clan to be like this. How disappointing. She offers a suggestion. If you wish to enjoy royal cuisine, please return to the palace, Your Majesty. The ministers are desperately searching for Your Majesty. She closes her eyes and refuses. Sorry, but we are currently on vacation and have no intention of returning to the palace. But why are you here? The Kaseng clan member calmly explains. I am merely here to settle some debts. She teases. Oh, so you've refused his final request for the 29th time now. She raises a hand to her mouth and coughs lightly. I refuse, simply because it is an unreasonable request. The dark evil spirit heart, already fuming, snorted coldly. Don't go flexing your cooking skills, girly. She stammered, trying to retort I wasn't bragging, okay? The little one kept right on scolding. Oh, and don't you dare brag about saving Master from that collapsing city either. Thanks to the Holy Spirit's protection, it was Sir Lizard who actually found Master buried underground. And it was thanks to my holy power that Master was rescued, though there were still some issues. Jin, sitting beside her, didn't criticize Harriet was the dark evil spirit heart that squirmed defensively. Of course, the dark evil spirit heart did help boost Master's survival oddspot at the end of the day. It still took my holy power to seal the rescue. When Zin refuted her little lie, the girl's temper flared instantly. You want to fight? Oh, you want it, you got it. While the two of them bickered, Eyes was off in another corner. The girl was annoyed. How many more times are these people going to wreck our home? Zaina forced a smile, trying to smooth things over. Maybe this time they'll only be like this for 10 days or so. Eyes sighed. I really hope that's the case. Suddenly, the girl's eyes widened. Eyes turned to Zaina and confided. Zaina, come to think of it, I haven't seen that stray cat around lately. Where did it go? Have you heard anything about it? Zaina guiltily averted her eyes from Eyes. I don't know either, honestly, the little one said cheerfully. Oh, really? But speaking of which, Zaina's expression from earlier flashed through her mind. How admirable of you to dare take our eyes away without permission and then show your face in front of me like that. Who was it that said that again? She deflected. Zaina tried to change the subject. Wasn't it also Eyes who kicked Evan out of the house when he came to visit? Suddenly, she seemed to notice something. Eyes was also looking toward Zaina, and then the two of them burst into happy laughter. And so, the little party became more harmonious than ever. Meanwhile, Kane over here was clenching his fist. He'd thought things would get a little easier, but as if things weren't bad enough, he was still stuck with this bunch. 99 demons make that 100 patrons of the villain. I pray with all my heart if need be, I'll offer my very soul. Please save me from this hell. And so, the villain fell into yet another inescapable misfortune. The hero lived happily ever after, and the demon king vanished from this world. This is a story of one that is three and a story of three that is one. In the end, this is nothing more than a story about a few ordinary people. The scene shifts to a forested tale from long, long ago. The group gnawed on dry rations, barely edible. Kane scolded, toughen up, you weaklings. Hang in there till this job's done, then I'll treat you all. They actually perked up seriously. He took a swig of water and sighed. Tusk, at this rate, when will you lot ever become great villains? You can't even handle this much. Suddenly, someone burst out from the bushes. Kane barked orders. Masks on, move it. If I ditch these guys now, I'll be the one stuck doing overtime. The organization that seeks to dominate the world through sorcery. The Dark Storm. We're low-ranking members of the Dark Storm. Our mission deal with the organization's enemy Eshek faces, confirm targets. All clear. Target confirmed. The teammates behind had already drawn their crossbows. Kane quickly thrust his hand out as a signal. 3, 2, 1. Instantly, a cloud of smoke burst outward, catching them off guard. What the? Arrows whooshed in one after another, riddling the enemies with critical wounds. Kane raised a finger and reminded, don't let your guard down a shot. I'm definitely getting a bonus for this one. Now I need to make sure their weapons can't be reused. Bancha from my hands, devour their weapons. A sinister purple aura spread across the ground, corroding every blade and bow it touched. Moments later, every last one of their weapons had dissolved into nothing. He chuckled to himself. I look like a real mage now. I'm not sure what to do with the reward money. Saving up all the time gets boring. Maybe I'll buy a new mask. A voice suddenly called out. Hey mister, are you a mage? Pretty rare, huh? Kane replied with a confident smirk. After all, there are only 99 mages on this entire continent. See, a high-class job like this is super rare. Wait, hold on. There's a woman among my subordinates. Behind him, Esvin had already seized control. She spoke up. But if you dare cast another spell, old man, don't blame me when your head goes flying. A hostage with me as the hostage. Kane screamed inside his head. Oh my god, this is exactly that kind of situation. Esvin raised her voice. All right, now tell your people to drop those ugly things. He thought to himself, great, I've become a hostage. If this gets reported to the higher-ups, not only will I not get the bonus, they'll cut my pay. No, getting my pay docked is absolutely not an option. Shoot now. She stared at him, bewildered. Old man, if they shoot now, you'll get hit too. Because I'm right behind you, see. Get it? He bellowed back. You think I'm scared? Just shoot, you dogs. Esvin gasped in shock. Are you insane? Kane gritted his teeth. Yeah, I'm insane, I really am. What would a sheltered hero, who's never worked a day in her life, know about the grind? I'd rather die than get my pay docked. Immediately after, the arrow soared straight toward him. Kane screamed silently in his head. I don't want this, I don't want this. Holy shit, you're actually shooting at me. You bastards. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Stop. Hey, Esvin. It seems this organization is way bigger than I thought. Every single arrow freezes midair. Kane's eyes widen in relief. A figure approaches calmly, a fearless leader with subordinates who execute orders without hesitation. Vansher of the 99th gluttonous demon. A demon that can devour anything. He grits his teeth. Damn it. Look at that staff, that's the seal of the 63rd demon, chlorophyll of plantkind. That means they weren't even injured from the start. You cowards, those kinds of dirty tricks are reserved for villains like me. The blonde-haired one laughs. Well, at least everything was stopped in time. We nearly missed our chance to find whoever's behind them. Wait, you mean to save me, not that. Kane calculates internally. His side holds the advantage in numbers, but severely lacks individual combat strength. With that in mind, he raises his hand in a subtle gesture. Before the stunned faces of the others, Kane seizes Esvin's arm in a vice-like grip and turns to leave. Don't interfere with our business again. Consider that a warning. They immediately ready their attack stances. You're the one who deserves a warning. He shouts the command at the top of his lungs. Blonde one, channel your magic skyward. Pray to Leos to protect the faithful. Massive boulders are halted in midair. Kane grins wickedly. Of course, it wouldn't work against Priest Leos, who now possesses high-level inertia, manipulation, but this veteran villain has already accounted for that. Esvin quickly realizes, a diversion, those cowards. But he and his companions have already dashed into the forest. Hehes, bye-bye. The scene cuts away. Trees are being felled as people rush about building. Timber, watch the falling tree, careful. This lumber's worth a pretty penny, you know. Hey, hand me that saw, bring those branches over here. He stands off to the side and sighs. Good grief, tone it down. You clueless idiots, we are running a covert operation disguised as lumberjacks here. They hastily reply, yes, sir. Kane thinks with a splitting headache, damn it, if only I hadn't failed so spectacularly last time. Even the most ruthless organization wouldn't dispose of subordinates over a single failed mission. But to avoid the watchful eye of headquarters, he's been laying low at a secret branch for a while. That damn branch manager forced his team into this grunt work, claiming they were wasting the branch's funds. Long story short, this isn't some covert operation. It's just side work. He can't tell his subordinates the truth. A man's got his pride. Suddenly someone runs up. Boss, we're done. He stares at the pile of lumber stacked on the cart, genuinely surprised. Good work, everyone, Kane orders with satisfaction. Before we head back, I'll pay you for today's labor. After that, you can rest easy. Take your cut and get lost. I'm pocketing the rest of the lumber money. Suddenly, a voice calls from afar, oh, there's someone over there. Excuse me. Sierra Group seems to be lost. Could you tell us how to get to Sailor City? His heart freezes solid when he sees them again. But a veteran villain has to be quick on his feet. Sailor, just head that way. On foot, you should see the city in about an hour. She beams happily. That way. Thank you so much, sir. Kane secretly exhales in relief. Perfecto, scram quick. Now, if he reports back to the branch about these kids, he might be able to salvage some face. Suddenly, Esvin speaks up. Say, the dark storm really is strange, isn't it? Why would they set up a secret branch in a city like that? The old woman beside her explains Sailor is a city bustling with commerce. So having a branch for various covert operations, there offers significant strategic advantages. She crosses her arms. I figured a secret branch should be hidden somewhere remote. That's why all I've ever caught are useless bandits. He silently curses, forget it. If he reports to that manager now, The bastard might spin it and tell headquarters he was guiding the enemy. Suddenly, Esvin turns back. "Oh, sire, more question, if you don't mind." He forces himself to stay calm. "What would you like to know?" She tilts her head with curiosity. "Any strange rumors going around Sailor lately?" He narrows his eyes. "Strange rumors." Esvin thinks for a moment, then offers an example, like strangers appearing out of nowhere, or some suspicious location. He forces a strained smile. Why the hell is this girl asking me these questions? Could they actually be suspecting me? Just hypothetically, of course. If they truly suspect me. Kane speaks up quickly. Now that you mention it. I've been hearing some odd rumors about the Carpenters Guild lately. She perks up with curiosity. Really? He nods seriously. Well, I'm not entirely sure, but I've been seeing outsiders come and go from there quite often. I've also heard they make shipments in the dead of night sometimes. Esvin narrows her eyes. Shipments to where? Kane laughs, scratching his head. That's all I know, I'm afraid. Esvin beams. Thank you again, sir. We're really grateful. Kane watches them leave, then shouts, "Let's scram!" 5 days later, word arrives that the secret branch has been burned to the ground by heroes. Naturally, every nearby branch is forced to relocatino. One can predict what damage leaked intelligence might cause, so it's a reasonable decision. However, the organization's members, who suddenly found themselves out of work, couldn't help but rage, and that rage was directed squarely at him. They believed it was all because he had failed to stop those people from the very beginning. This organization really is rotten to the core, but he managed to escape the branch manager's revenge. How, you ask? Because he received a summons from headquarters. But stepping into headquarters place, only high-ranking members are permitted to enter. Brought him no joy whatsoever. Did they summon me to have me executed? Suddenly, someone knocks on the door. He slowly descends. A man with a stern expression speaks first. So you've arrived." Kane screams internally. "Oh no, I'm done for. That's the leader of the Dark Storm." The man speaks first. "I've read about you in numerous reports. A low-ranking squad captain, and yet you boast an impressive mission success rate." He gives a polite smile. "It's truly an honor to be noticed by you, sir." The man continues. "However, because of your failed mission, 4 secret branches have been shut down. I should assign clear responsibility for this incident, shouldn't I?" He's helpless, no one wrong slip of the tongue, and his head goes rolling. "Of course, sir, but I hope you won't overlook the efforts I've put in for the organization until now." The man walks past him, wants to trade merit for leniency. Offset punishment with rewards. Clever move, but I'm sure you know that our organization punishes harder than it rewards. He speaks earnestly. "I have no intention of evading responsibility, sir." The man says thoughtfully, "If you're willing to endure a bit of hardship, I won't pursue this matter further." Kane raises his head and asks, "Does this hardship have something to do with this magic formation?" The man grins sinisterly. As expected, can recognize it with just a glance. Meddling with a forbidden magic formation is extremely dangerous. No sane person would ever dare attempt it. But if he refuses, there's only a dead end waiting for him. The man explains to Kane that 5 mages work together to create this magic formation, but it's still missing the final piece. So I want you to complete it. Kane's face darkens with hesitation. Even as one of the 99 mages, he can't complete a magic formation alone. But something doesn't add up. Why would he reveal the organization's secrets to a low-ranking captain? Could the missing piece of this magic formation be? The man grins darkly. "I believe you'll do well. It involves a life, after all." He curses inwardly. "How terrifying. I'm not doing it. I'll definitely do it well, sir. You want it in a few days, right?" He had been trying to find a way to escape during this time, but there was no way out. So all he can do now is stall for time and hope he won't have to play his ace. That damn old man comes here once a day. That wretched, suspicious old fossil. The man approaches and asks, "How's the work going today?" Kane curses furiously in his mind. "Just come and watch, that's enough. Why does he have to stick his nose in every single time?" Thanks to him, even though I didn't want to, I've practically found the final piece already. Look at those ice. If I drag this out any longer, he'll send me packing for good. No other choice. I believe I've found it, sir. The man grows excited. "Oh, really?" Kane slowly approaches the formation. The man urges him on. "Good, then begin." He thinks to himself, "What now? Should I pretend to go insane? But then I'd have to struggle against these battle-hardened villains. Should I? Do I really have to use my ace card here?" Suddenly, a loud shout rings out from outside. "It's over. Stop that evil ritual at once." He laughs triumphantly in his mind. "Yes, that's more like it." They ask in shock, "Who are you?" Esvin shouts at the top of her lungs, "Are you blind? I am the emissary of justice. On the other side, he's grinning from ear to ear. Yes, this was all my doing. I left classified documents in the secret branch, spread rumors through tavern whispers, and thanks to the hero's blessed intuition, they picked up the trail and found their way here. The man erupts with magic power and fury. How dare you, heroes? Kane seizes the moment. Now's the time. Conceal my presence. He quietly slips away from the chaotic battle. As he passes the formation, an idea strikes him since the last resort is gone. He might as well leave a flaw in the magic formation while he's at it. I won't forgive those who made me suffer. A short while later, he's already fled the scene. He's satisfied. Now then, farewell, Dark Storm. Good luck. The leader of Dark Storm was cornered and forced to resort to black magic. Dark Storm was exposed by 5 heroes, but the man's magic formation went awry and failed, causing his magic power to spiral out of control. They say he ultimately exploded along with the headquarters. Unfortunately, only one of the 5 heroes survived. The butler asks, "What do you mean when you say you can cook anything?" Kane smiles and replies, "Just name the dish you want, sir. I'll find a way to make it." The old man exclaims curiously, "Sounds like you have quite a bit of experience." He replies with full confidence, "Yes, I once served as a valet for a noble household." The old man asks, "Is it difficult to cook?" He answers with closed eyes, "Not particularly, sir. As long as you follow the basic principles, it's enough to satisfy the nobles." The butler is pleased. Indeed, principles are the foundation of everything. If you're interested in household work, there happens to be a position available for you right now. However, you'll need to be discreet. Can you manage that? He smiles and agrees. "Of course, sir. Discretion is my specialty." The old man agrees at once. "Very well, I'll hire you on a trial basis for now." "Oh, and what was your name again?" Kane apologizes for the late introduction. "My name is Kane, sir." The scene shifts to a peaceful village. Kijia laughs in contentment. AIC looks at the boy curiously. "Why are you smiling?" Kijia replies, "I'm happy to be here with you." She squints. "You gotta screw loose." The boy explains, "When you left, I thought I'd never see you again, so now that I have, I'm really happy." AIC asks doubtfully, "What's there to be happy about?" Kijia is surprised. She tells him that if he keeps staying close to her, people will spread nasty rumors. Kijia replies, "That won't happen, will it? Uncle Ben said if there are any problems with the villagers, he'll handle it. He even got angry and told me not to listen to those stupid rumors." She's surprised. Uncle Ben. Kijia is excited. "Yeah, I don't really understand why either. But the village chief has been protecting me too." AIC sighs. "He's doing pointless things again." The boy points at himself. "I worked hard too, you know." She sighs. "You also worked hard doing pointless things." Kijia looks dejected. Strange, why is his reaction to me so different? No matter. It isn't as if Eyes has only been cold to me for a single day. I must not lose heart. Right. That old man, isn't he with you?" Eyes gazes at him, suspicious. Code cannot appear for certain reasons." The boy wonders about her reaction. Could that old man have met someone on his travels and started a new life? Should I ask him? The girl sees his serious expression and grows confused. What do you want?" The boy offers a strained smile. "My grandfather feels that if I ask that question, he won't answer truthfully. I was just curious to know who the people traveling with you are." Eyes asks the leeches. Kijia questions, "Pardon, you mean the ones traveling with you?" The girl replies, "Yes. Is there any word more fitting than leeches to describe those who do nothing but sit in others' houses?" The boy trembles. "You used the right word, old man. Why are you so curious?" "Well, I happened to see them while running errands." A red-haired woman entered the village chief's house. When she walked out, the chief followed her with a joyful expression, bowing to see her off. The girl wonders if that is why the village chief has protected us until now. The boy finally understands. HMPH, so that's how it is. Eyes snorts coldly, her hands clenching tight. That damn empress. Can that woman not stop abusing her wealth and power for even a single second? Kijia is bewildered. The empress. Eyes speaks sharply. "You don't need to know." The boy, knowing his place, turns away. She's annoyed. The girl stands up. "I am leaving." The boy quickly agrees. Yes, goodbye. Goodbye, even though she is still cold to me. One day, the opportunity will surely come. For now, I must see her every day and create memories together. Serena raises her voice. "Do you know how many of us had to enter the forest to find Eyes?" The boy mumbles, Is that so? I've caused a huge problem." She asks with curiosity, "You are Key, aren't you?" The boy responds, Yes, that is correct. She is indescribably beautiful. The others are pretty, but Serena is kind and gentle as well." Suddenly, her voice drops, threatening. "It is truly admirable that you dared to take our Eyes away without permission." And now you dare to appear before me. The boy recoils in fear. Why yes, Sina states Kijia, Eyes is my precious family. The boy replies, yes, I understand. She covers her face and sighs. This world is a place crawling with danger. What if Eyes happens to run into an Iomer or bandits? What should I do then? Kijia is skeptical, but there are no Iomers or bandit gangs around the village. Her face darkens. Do you understand the meaning of what if? Kijia immediately scrambles. I understand. We must always be prepared for every eventuality. She nods. So if you wish to spend time with Eyes, I expect you to have at least a few self-defense skills. Kijia makes a promise. You don't need to worry about that, for I am the strongest child in the village. Sina replies coldly, sorry to break it to you, but that is not nearly enough. The boy stands there stunned. What? But I am strong enough to catch a wolf all by myself. She says, what child at your age wouldn't be strong enough to catch a wolf? The boy asks doubtful, is that really true? Then what must I be to be considered enough? She ponders for a moment. Let's see, at the very least, you must be strong enough to fight Saint Knights to protect Eyes. The boy is curious. Saint Knights, like the priest who came to take Eyes before. I can do that. Just bring 2 or 4 of them and see. Sina smiles faintly. A bold declaration indeed. But there are things that cannot be proven by words alone. So would you like to take a test? The boy is confused by the word test. She smiles, defeat me in a sword duel. Kijia is surprised. Defeat you. She explains happily. Yes, just touch me once, and I will admit you are worthy of being with Eyes. The boy is filled with confidence. Understood, that's too easy. A moment later, he lies on the ground, face bruised and battered. Sina asks, is that all you have? The boy screams internally. Who was it? Who said Sina was weak, fragile, and kind-hearted? Who said that? She sighs, covering her face. What a shame. In that case, I can't hand Eyes over to you. Oh, and by the way, you won't be allowed to see Eyes until you beat me. The kid immediately screams. Where the hell did that plot twist come from? Sina plays dumb. I thought you came here with your mind already made up. Are you trying to back out of the deal now? The kid looks at her with wounded eyes. But Sina quickly turns away. Conversation over. Kijia cries a little inside. So Unfairthighs is clearly a scam. No matter, I can still meet him in secret. That's easy enough. And on another occasion, Kijia gets defeated. Again. She sizes up the kid, whom your skills have improved. Is it because your stamina went up? Of course, only a little. Kijia questions his entire existence. How does she always seem to know exactly when I'm about to make a move? Suddenly, a series of deafening explosions erupt from the forest kaboom. The kid scrambles to his feet. What the... Isn't that the direction of AIC's house? Sina scowls in frustration. What are those two doing now? The kid stares confused. She flashes him a bright smile. Don't worry about it. Just think of it as a light holy war between friends. Suddenly, a figure approaches in the distance. She regains her composure and says, all right, that's enough for today. The kid nods. Yes, ma'am. Kijia leaves, dejected. Sina calls out, whenever you need help, don't hesitate to come find me, okay? Thank you for the intel, again. Thanks to you, I caught the little brat sneaking through the forest again today. The kid walks away, completely bewildered. Kijia sighs, when will I ever be able to beat Sina? He perks up. That day will come soon. My progress is still slow. Sure, but soon I'll be able to reach her level. The kid suddenly stops. Up ahead, a figure leans against a tree, resting. It's none other than Kane. Kijia squints warily at him. Who's that? Could it be one of the sisters who came with AIC? Kane speaks up. Who are you? He stares at the kid, his expression stern and unyielding. Kane casually ties back his hair. Oh, so you're that scruffy little brat, huh? Kijia stares, momentarily stunned by his striking appearance. The kid grows slightly suspicious. Is this really a dude? Suddenly Kane snaps, shooing him away. Scram! The kid's face goes completely blank. Kane repeats, cold as ice. I said scram, brat. Kijia bristles. Is this guy out of his mind? Forget it. Just looking at him, the guy seems weak as hell. I'll hold back, don't know why though, but I've got this gut feeling if I piss off this kid who looks even younger than me, I'll lose everything. Kane grows impatient. Still not gone, Kijia musters his courage and asks, do you live with those sisters? Do you know Sina and Eyes? His brow furrows tight. The kid's voice grates on his nerves. Don't you want to answer? Kane snaps, you're too loud. Kijia is equally annoyed. Even Eyes answered me. And yet this guy just blows him off. Whatever, it's not like I need to get to know him anyway. However, the fates of these two don't end there. The scene shifts. Kijia trains right at the base of the same tree. Kane is irritated. Scram. Kijia responds politely, good morning. Kayen's face darkens. Hey, are you stalking me? The kid jumps up in protest. Cayenne sighs. Look, I'm not exactly thrilled about being tailed by someone like you either. Kijia is thoroughly confused. Weird. Why does it feel like I just got rejected? He asks, so you're saying I just happen to pass by your spot all the time? The kid replies, yeah, I guess so. Cayenne mutters under his breath. This kid's got real protagonist energy, huh? Seems like running into me all the time is just high RNG for encountering a villain. HMPH, do whatever you want. Keep trailing me if you like, it's no big deal either way. Kijia frowns. What a weirdo, he thinks, turning to leave. Back to the real problem, how do I beat Serena? Should I learn swordsmanship? But who would teach me? If only it were that person. The scene shifts. At this moment, Evan stares at the kid, visibly surprised. You want to learn swordsmanship from me? The kid lights up. To meet the girl I like, I need to beat Chu Jinna in a sword fight. He narrows his eyes, puzzled. Little Miss Chu Jinna. Evan sighs with regret. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can help you much. Jiaki is confused. Why not? Evan replies. Because I'm in the exact same boat as you. The family of the girl I like blasted me out with fire and told me I had to prove I'm strong enough to defeat the Demon King before I could even see her again. I still haven't proven it. The kid is outraged. Good grief, who on earth sets a condition that absurd? Evan forces a bitter laugh. Besides, even if you learned everything I know, you still couldn't beat her. As far as I know, only 3 swordsmen can rival Chu Jinna. Jiaki is stunned. Only 3. Evan recounts. The first is a swordsman known as the Light Swordsman, but he passed away long ago, so let's rule him out. The second is the Dragon Guardian, but people say his swordsmanship takes 1,000 years to learn. The kid's shoulders slump. Seriously, you're saying even if I managed to become his disciple, I'd never actually learn it? Jiaki presses on. Then who's the last one? Evan answers. That would be Master Kane's, the teacher of Chu Jinna herself. The kid's curiosity spikes. Chu Jinna's master. He glances at the burn marks on his own body and explains. Honestly, if you want to learn swordsmanship, there's no better teacher than him. Thanks to him, I was able to break through the wall of no self. Jiaki perks up, excited. Then how do I meet this swordsman? Evan drops it bluntly. I have no idea. His whereabouts are impossible to track. Actively seeking him out is pretty much a lost cause. The kid is on the verge of tears. Then what am I supposed to do? Evan encourages him. Don't lose hope. When the time comes, you'll meet him. He sighs to himself. All I know is how to beg, apparently. So who am I supposed to learn swordsmanship from now? Suddenly, Chariot walks up and calls out. Hey there, brown-haired boy. She scratches her head sheepishly. Sorry if I startled you. I just wanted to ask you one little thing. For a second I thought she was Chu Jinna. Jiaki blinks, mildly surprised. Sure. Chariot asks, have you seen my master? Jiaki's eyes go wide. Your master? Chariot looks embarrassed. Yeah, I kind of caused a little accident recently and made him so angry he ran away from home. Jiaki's mind is in turmoil. What kind of accident does that? Sorry, I haven't seen him. The girl suddenly shifts her demeanor. Really? Weird. What's wrong? This is definitely Master's scent. Hey, brown-haired boy. You're sure you're not hiding my master? Jiaki nods frantically, terrified. Only then does Chariot let him off the hook. Seems like you're not lying. All right, if you see anyone with white hair, make sure to let me know, okay? Promise. Jiaki obeys like a well-trained puppy. Yes, ma'am. I'll definitely tell you. I promise. Chariot happily skips away. Okay. Take care now. The kid lets out a massive sigh of relief the moment she's gone. Holy crap, that was terrifying. The scene shifts to the depths of the forest. The kid trudges forward. I need to do some special training exercises. Suddenly, Jiaki freezes. Why is this guy here? Wade's got white hair too. Should I report him to that lady? Kane calls out in a booming voice. Hey kid, why are you staring at me like a hero who can't decide what to do with the villain standing right in front of him? Jiaki eyes him suspiciously. This guy sometimes just spouts the most nonsensical crap imaginable. It's nothing. Some clueless lady staying at my place was looking for a white-haired guy. Kane's face twists. What so you're planning to rat me out to that scheming hag? Jiaki shrugs. Well, I kinda promised her. Kane snarls. Don't you dare report me. Jiaki frowns. Why though? It's not like the person she's looking for is you anyway. Kane raises his voice. I said don't report me, so don't. Jiaki scratches his cheek. Even if he wanted to, Kane is grinding his teeth in fury. Real heroic of you, man. This guy has a genuine talent for cornering himself into the worst possible situations. Suddenly, Kane's eyes land on the sword at Jiaki's waist. He grins. Hey kid, wanna learn swordsmanship? The scene cuts. Jiaki is doubled over, gasping for air. Kane stands nearby, perfectly calm. 2 more laps. Jiaki is utterly spent. I'm already like this, and you're still making me run. Kane replies coolly. Still got enough breath to complain. 5 more laps then. The kid screams, "You demon!" Kane smirks, taunting. "Don't like it, quit. The choice is yours." Jiaki grits his teeth so hard they might crack. This damn bastard said he'd teach me swordsmanship. But instead of actually teaching, he's running me like a dog. Just you wait, I'll stick it out to the very end, even if I can't stand that smug look on his face. The scene transitions to nightfall. At this moment, Jiaki is rapidly swinging his sword. Kane watches intently from the side. Kane reminds the kid, "Your grip's too low." Jiaki adjusts with a slight wrist rotation. "This low, how about this high?" "Huh, what's this? It's way less tiring than before." Kane furrows his brow in judgment from the sidelines. Is he the talentless hero type or something? A voice rings out from behind a nearby tree. "You're helping that kid practice swordsmanship too. Looks like you really do like that kid." Kane frowns, displeased. "If you're just here to talk nonsense, then leave." She gently hoists him right off his feet. "Don't be so harsh. It's not like it's just the two of us here." Jiaki's jaw drops in shock. What the hell are those two doing right in front of me while I'm supposed to be training? He's pissed. "This is so annoying," she asks with a teasing laugh. "Annoying how? I'm letting you touch this body on purpose, you know." Kane is furious. Not interested. The kid on the side is so jealous he's about to blow a gasket. "Don't want it? Then swap with me. You lucky bastard." Of course I'm not jealous of him, I have eyes after all. But it's still damn annoying having to watch him flirt with a beauty while I'm trying to train. But I had no idea that was only the beginning. Another day, Kane asks suspiciously, "How did you even find this place?" Janet grins. A little sister knowing where her big brother is, that's perfectly normal. He sighs. "There's nothing normal about that." Janet laughs. "Then how else would I be here?" Kane grits his teeth. "Patience must stay patient." Jiaki is bewildered. A sister who appeared out of nowhere. Right after that, Cassandra shows up, asking curiously, "Young master, what's this?" It's a stack of reconstruction, cost invoice of bespectacled beauty hauling around a mountain of complicated paperwork. Every single day, a different gorgeous woman appears. Jiaki is starting to question his entire existence. He just can't figure out what that scrawny weakling has that keeps attracting beautiful women like a magnet. Well, okay, the guy is kinda handsome, and he seems smart. His cooking's great too. Those mushrooms he grilled last time were actually delicious. I hate that I know exactly why. Wait, come to think of innocent, this guy living at I's place. Don't tell me I's too, no way. That can't be right. I's ideal type is someone way older than her, though. Regardless, after enduring every hardship imaginable and throwing everything I've got into learning swordsmanship, I've finally made some progress. Now Jiaki manages to block a sword strike. His opponent is still Chu Jinna. Elated, "Oh my god, I blocked it. I actually blocked it." Chu Jinna offers a backhanded compliment. "Wow, amazing. I can't believe you actually held the sword correctly." The kid asks curiously, "Was that a compliment?" She replies, "Mem, it's a compliment. It's genuinely rare to find a swordsman as talented as you." The kid beams and rubs his head sheepishly. "I guess I do have a bit of talent after all." Chu Jinna continues, "Especially since it's not easy to break bad habits in such a short time. I'm guessing you found yourself a pretty good teacher." Jiaki immediately denies it. "Oh, really? All I did was listen to the nagging of some white-haired brat I happened to run into in the forest." Chu Jinna's expression turns serious. "You mean a white-haired child?" Jiaki nods. "Yep, that's the one. You know that kid too, right, sis? That guy had me training like a dog and wouldn't stop lecturing me about swordsmanship. I probably should keep it secret that I met that guy. But everything will be fine, right? After all, this is Chu Jinna we're talking about." From behind him, Chu Jinna says in a dark tone, "I've never received such proper instruction from him." Jiaki is confused. "Huh? What did you just say, sis?" She forces a smile. "Oh, it's nothing. Anyway, since you've already received instruction from that person, I don't think I need to hold back with you anymore." The kid is terrified. "Wait, you were holding back this whole time?" "No way." Right after that, a strike comes crashing down straight at Jiaki's head. Chu Jinna warns, "Be very careful now. From now on, Jiakion's slip up and you're dead. For real." The kid screams, "It hurts. It's like 10 times worse than before." She raises an eyebrow. 10? That was 8 or 9 times at most. Jiaki is bewildered. "Why are you suddenly like this, sis? Are you mad at me or something?" Chu Jinna smiles. "Not at all. How could I possibly be jealous of you, just because you got to learn a bit of swordsmanship from that person?" Jiaki doesn't buy it. "Your words say one thing, but why are your eyes getting closer? Anyway, let's continue, shall we?" The kid screams, "Wait, wait, wait. Someone save me." So she really was holding back this whole time. If I want to win, I can't afford to miss a single day of training. Suddenly, a voice rings out. Found you. Jiaki stares blankly. Huh? Eyes came to see me. The boy reaches out to hug her, but she runs right past him. She runs straight to Kane and asks, "What are you doing here?" Kane nods. "What is it?" Eyes says, "It's been so long since you came home, so I came to find you." Kane sighs. He clearly remembers telling her he wouldn't be back for a while, but the girl says, "I'll come here every single day until you return." "Do whatever you want," he replies flatly. Over here, Jiaki's face has completely frozen. The sky gradually fades to a golden hue. Jiaki calls out to the girl. She doesn't have a shred of patience left. He blurts out, "So, your ideal type has always been someone older than you, right?" The girl responds coldly, "Oh, is that so? My tastes have shifted a little lately." The boy narrows his eyes. "Wait, is it because of that guy from earlier?" Eyes stays silent, fidgeting with her own hair. That sends Jiaki into a jealous rage. He asks, "You remember the promise if I catch a wolf? You'll grant me one wish, right?" Eyes blinks, confused. Huh? The boy steals his resolve. "Right now I'm still weaker than him, but I'll get stronger, smarter, a better cook, more handsome. When that time comes, please consider going out with me." The girl hears him out and her face goes completely blank. "Seriously?" Suddenly, Eyes flashes a strange smile. The girl calmly turns and walks away. "If you can pull it off, go for it." Jiaki presses his lips together, saying nothing. The boy quickly turns around and marches off. Jiaki shouts at the top of his lungs, "Master, you are the nemesis of all men. I won't let you have a moment of peace." The scene cuts to the other side. Kane holds his book and heaves a long sigh. Retirement just can't be peaceful, can it? And that's a wrap, folks. If you want to keep up with this story, smash that subscribe button and drop a like while you're at it. Thanks for watching to the end, everyone.